Ding. The host is checked in 100 times, receiving 999 9-turn Linglong pills, elevating his level to the postnatal realm. Ding. The host is checked in 1,000 times, acquiring a maid, the Empress of the Yaoqi. Ding. The host is checked in 10,000 times, obtaining the perfected Sacred Realm pill, raising his cultivation to the Sacred Realm. Ding. The host is checked in 100,000 times, acquiring the Divine Path planet, becoming the sovereign of the dimensional realm. Young Ye Chen traverses through another world, endowed with an infinite check-in system, embarking on a reverse path of ascendance. Chapter 001. The Undying Bloodline. Waste, hurry up and apologize to me, or I shall take your dog life. A piercing voice echoed in Ye Chen's ears. Smack. As he opened his eyes, Ye Chen beheld a gaunt youth with a sharp face, brandishing a red whip towards him. Ye Chen felt the whip lash against him, tearing his flesh and igniting a burning sensation within the wounds, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. What is this place? Ye Chen was utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, he was nestled in his bed, watching a film from a certain country. Now, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Damn it, I've been struck by lightning. Recalling the bolt that had descended from the heavens, Ye Chen found it hard to accept. After all, he was Ye the kind-hearted, having performed countless good deeds. For instance, assisting an elderly lady across the street, administering laxatives into old Wang's meal next door, and separating two loving snails. Having done so many virtuous acts, how could he be struck by lightning? Hissed at as Ye Chen pondered. A sharp pain surged through his head, accompanied by a flood of unfamiliar memories that were not his in the divine martial continent. Martial prowess reigned supreme. The strong carve the world, moving mountains and shifting seas. There are legends of martial arts, where practitioners cultivate a transcendent foot technique capable of subduing 1,000,000 water troops with a single step. Regrettably, Ye Chen's reincarnated identity was that of a genuine waste, and he had now become a slave. However, after assimilating all the memories, Ye Chen discovered he was not inherently talentless. He had once been the pinnacle genius of Sanyue City, achieving the 5th layer of the postnatal realm at the tender age of 15. Countless women had fallen for him, including the aloof beauty of Ziyun County, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, Mo Yinyu, who had pledged her heart to Ye Chen, becoming his fiancée. Later, Mo Yinyu expressed her desire to spend a delightful evening with Ye Chen at the Fengyang Tavern outside Sanyue City. Enamored, Ye Chen, in a moment of folly, disregarded all caution and rushed to the tavern. Inside the Fengyang Tavern, Ye Chen drank the ceremonial wine offered by Mo Yinyu, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that not only had Mo Yinyu usurped his low-grade petrified bloodline, but she had also rendered him powerless. With his father, Ye Chongshan, having perished years prior, the head of the family was now his uncle, Ye Tian. Ye Chen sought justice from Ye Tian, but his uncle remained indifferent, even using Ye Chen's status as a waste to expel him from the Ye family. Upon learning of Ye Chen's expulsion, Mo Yinyu resorted to despicable means, ensuring that Ye Chen became a slave of the Mo family. In the present day, Ye Chen finds himself reluctantly confined within the mines of the Demon Moon Forest, serving as a laborer for the Mo family. Mo Yinyu, I never imagined that beneath your resplendent exterior lies such a venomous heart. I shall settle this score with you one day. With the amalgamation of this memory, the events of the past resonate within Ye Chen as if he had personally experienced them. His animosity towards Mo Yinyu, who had seized his Earth-grade bloodline, is profound. Ding! The infinite sign-in system is now initializing to AT that moment. A melodious voice echoed within Ye Chen's mind. I actually possess a system? Ye Chen, jolted from his thoughts, found the unique voice in his mind utterly astonishing. Having been born in the Huagua, he was no stranger to the concept of systems, having encountered them in numerous novels. Ding! The infinite sign-in system has been activated. Host: Ye Chen. Level 1. Martial arts: none. Cultivation method: none. Spirit value: 1. Remaining sign-in points: 999,999,999. Ding! Due to the activation of the infinite sign-in system, the host has acquired infinite sign-in points, with daily sign-in opportunities equating to level 5. Detection indicates that the host is situated within the Mo family mines. Mo family mines, sign-in level 1. Would you like to sign in? Sign in immediately. Although the sign-in level of the Demon Moon Forest is merely level 1, The rewards for Ye Chen at this moment are undoubtedly substantial. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Acquired 109 turn spirit refinement pills. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Acquired 109 turn spirit refinement pills. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Acquired 109 turn spirit refinement pills. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Acquired 109 turn spirit refinement pills. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Acquired undying bloodline. Undying bloodline. Celestial grade. Upon receiving the undying bloodline, Ye Chen felt enveloped by an extraordinary power, and he sensed a dramatic surge in his vitality, multiplying hundreds of times within a short span. The wounds inflicted by the whip earlier began to heal rapidly. With the undying bloodline, does this mean that as long as I do not perish, I can recover from any injury, no matter how severe? Moreover, this is merely my first sign-in, and I have already acquired a celestial grade undying bloodline. If I were to discover a place of great fortune, could I potentially obtain a king-grade bloodline or even a divine-grade bloodline through sign-in? A smile graced Ye Chen's face with the infinite sign-in system. As long as he does not falter along the way, he is destined to become a sovereign of this land. You wretched creature, after colliding with me, you dare to smile? Kneel and bow 3 times. If you fail to comply, I shall end your life today. Crack. The young man, with a sharp face and monkey-like features, struck Ye Chen again with the whip, seeing that Ye Chen not only disregarded him, but also wore an odd smile. Ye Chen looked up at this young M.O. fan. A disciple of the collateral branch of the M.O. family, had been assigned to manage a mine due to failing to attain the 5th level of the opening Meridian's realm before the age of 15. Through the echoes of memory, Ye Chen recognized that M.O. fan was indeed sent by M.O. Yenyu to monitor him. After M.O. Yenyu seized the petrified bloodline, Ye Chen was rendered a mere shadow of his former self, enduring relentless humiliation at the hands of the M.O. family during his time in the mines. That M.O. fan, in particular, took great delight in tormenting him in moments of idleness. He found pleasure in the abuse of Ye Chen. System. Activate all 9 turn refining spirit pills. The recollections coursing through his mind chilled Ye Chen's gaze, and a surge of murderous intent blossomed within his heart. Ding. The host has successfully consumed 409 turn refining spirit pills. Ding. The host's realm has ascended to the 2nd level of the Meridian opening stage. Ding. The host cultivation has risen to the 3rd level of the Meridian opening stage. Ding. The host cultivation has elevated to the 4th level of the Meridian opening stage. Ding. The host cultivation has advanced to the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage. Ye Chen's power soared without any sign of ceasing. Damn it. You worthless fool dare to glare at me. Do you wish to die? M.O. fan sneered, his whip dancing through the air as he lashed out at Ye Chen. Crack. However, just as the whip was about to strike, an immense resistance surged from ahead. Ye Chen seized the whip in his grasp and flung it back with force. The returning whip struck M.O. fan's face, tearing his skin and exposing the ghastly white of his bones. You dare hit me. M.O. fan clutched his bloodied face, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Just a moment ago, Ye Chen was an utter waste. Now he had transformed into a formidable late-stage Meridian opening warrior, surpassing M.O. fan by several realms. Ye Chen refrained from engaging in idle chatter, his countenance fierce as he advanced step by step toward M.O. fan. Chapter 002. Dragon Blood Battle Body. As Ye Chen approached, M.O. fan was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. This sensation stemmed from an extreme internal fear, though Ye Chen had yet to strike. M.O. fan felt an uncanny awareness of death encroaching upon him. Ye Chen, have you been concealing your strength all along? Sensing the potent bloodline aura emanating from Ye Chen, panic seized M.O. fan. A lion that can bite is not truly terrifying. What is frightening is its ability to endure. If Ye Chen could endure humiliation during his time as a slave, how formidable would his temperament become? Though M.O. fan's bloodline was rather ordinary, he had encountered many exceptionally gifted martial artists and understood the various levels of bloodlines. By his estimation, Ye Chen's bloodline now seemed far superior to the previous Earth-grade petrified bloodline, potentially reaching the heavenly grade. At that moment, Ye Chen was not merely a threat to M.O. fan, but a formidable entity for the entire M.O. family. I have no obligation to answer the questions of a dead man. Ye Chen activated the power of the immortal bloodline. Ye Chen, let's discuss this calmly. As long as you spare my life, I will grant you anything you desire. Mo Fan feigned pleading before Ye Chen, yet his true intention was to bide his time and devise a strategy for a complete retreat. If he could extricate himself from the situation, he would relay the events concerning Ye Chen to Mo Yenyu. With the influence of the Mo family, eliminating Ye Chen would be an effortless task. Do not entertain the notion of delaying in my presence. You shall not leave this mine alive today. Ye Chen had already discerned Mo Fan's thoughts. Although he currently possessed a system, he had yet to truly rise to prominence, rendering him no match for the entirety of the Mo family. Despite not being able to contend with the Mo family at present, Ye Chen, emboldened by his undying bloodline, was certain that one day the entire Mo family would tremble before him. Why, Ye Chen, although you are 2 realms above me, with my first-tier speed talisman, your strength may not suffice to catch me. A cold smirk appeared on Mo Fan's face as he retrieved a verdant piece of paper from his storage pouch and promptly crushed it. Upon shattering the green talisman, a myriad of diverse runes manifested in the void, enveloping Mo Fan's form. In an instant, he surged forth like a gust of wind towards the mine's exit. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that simple. Observing Mo Fan's frantic escape, Ye Chen's expression was one of disdain. He propelled himself forward with even greater speed, quickly closing the distance between them. Crack! A punch landed squarely on Mo Fan, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. As he was sent flying, Mo Fan crashed against the rock wall of the mine. The immense force created a half-meter deep indentation in the wall, and he coughed up blood, lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. Killing Mo Fan is merely the first step of my vengeance. Ye Chen's gaze was icy as he looked at Mo Fan, sprawled in a pool of blood. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It would not be long before he transcended the acquired realm and entered the innate realm. Once he attained the Martial King stage, the entire Mo family would tremble at his feet. Ding! Host has completed the first kill, earning an additional 5 sign-in rewards. Just moments after Ye Chen dispatched Mo Fan, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Another 5 sign-in rewards. Previously, I received 409 Revolution Spirit refining pills from 5 sign-ins, propelling me from the 1st level of the Meridian opening realm to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. That I wonder what bountiful rewards await this time. System, sign me in immediately. Filled with anticipation, Ye Chen made his selection. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Awarded 100 bottles of Spirit refining true liquid. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Awarded 100 bottles of Spirit refining true liquid. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Awarded 100 bottles of Spirit refining true liquid. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Awarded 100 bottles of Spirit refining true liquid. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Awarded Dragon Blood Battle Body. Dragon Blood Battle Body. Celestial grade. To think I have received the Dragon Blood Battle Body. In the initial 4 sign-ins, Ye Chen had not acquired anything of significance. Just as he began to lose hope, upon his 5th sign-in, he astonishingly obtained the Dragon Blood Battle Body. What kind of battle body possesses the most formidable combat prowess among the same rank in the divine martial continent? Undoubtedly, it is the battle bodies associated with dragons, and the Dragon Blood Battle Body is one such variant. With the Dragon Blood Battle Body, my physique seems to be undergoing a remarkable transformation. As the system's enhancement notification resonated, Ye Chen felt as if thousands of colossal dragons were meandering within his bloodline. The bones, organs, and blood vessels within him began to metamorphose under the influence of these dragons. His previously slender blood vessels transformed into robust and powerful conduits, their internal capacity magnified beyond measure. Not only had the space within his blood vessels expanded, but the concentration of his blood had also surged exponentially. If Ye Chen's bloodline could previously be likened to a stream, it now could be deemed a mighty river. Now, my strength has increased severalfold. I wonder what changes will occur once the Dragon Blood Battle Body is fully activated? With a visage brimming with anticipation, Ye Chen gradually awakened the power of his martial body. Then, to his astonishment, his skin was stretched by patches of blood-red scales. Spines began to sprout from his elbows and legs. At that moment, an aura of danger enveloped Ye Chen. This power, this intensity, it feels as if I could effortlessly rend even the hardest steel apart. After a few movements, a series of crisp sounds emanated from his body, and Ye Chen reveled in this exhilarating sensation of rebirth. I wonder how my strength measures now. Boom! He struck the rock wall with a fist. A deep indentation, several dozen meters in depth, marred the one solid surface. This punch is sufficient to vanquish an ordinary ninth-tier foundation establishment expert. If I elevate my realm slightly further, might I not be able to contend with a postnatal expert? System, deploy all the spirit-quenching true liquor. Ye Chen was filled with impatience in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Strength is everything. Ding! The host has consumed 400 bottles of spirit-quenching true liquor. Ding! The host cultivation has ascended to the 7th tier of foundation establishment. Ding! The host cultivation has ascended to the 8th tier of foundation establishment. Ding! The host cultivation has ascended to the 9th tier of foundation establishment. Ding! The host cultivation has ascended to the 2nd tier of postnatal. A series of warm currents coursed through Ye Chen's body, ultimately converging in his Dantian's energy sea. It won't be long before I eradicate the entire Mo family from this world. However, before I exact my vengeance upon the Mo family, I must rescue my sister, Ye Linger, from the Yi family. Recalling Ye Linger's innocent eyes, a gentle smile graced Ye Chen's face as he soared towards the direction of Songyue City. Chapter 003. Regaining Strength in Ziyun County, Songyue City. Within the Yi family's courtyard, lush with green bamboo, a scene unfolded. Hehe, sisterling. You truly embody the beauty of our Yi family. Not only do you possess exquisite looks, but even that little rabbit of yours has grown so large. Allow me a closer inspection. Ye Chen, leave me alone. If you dare to bully me, I will have Brother Chen deal with you. A little girl's desperate voice echoed through the courtyard. Yet, Ye Linger, being merely an ordinary girl, found herself powerless against the martial prowess of Ye Chen. The more she struggled, the more it incited Ye Chen's primal instincts. Hehe, resist all you want. The more you resist, the more I relish it. Your useless brother has become a slave to the Mo family. Relying on him for justice is nothing but a fanciful dream. You would be far better off with me, feasting on delicacies daily and soaring to the clouds. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air as Ye Chen's filthy hands reached out toward Ye Linger. Smack! Just as his vile hand was about to touch her, a shadow darted in, delivering a resounding slap to Ye Chen's face. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Ye Chen's face contorted in pain as he was sent flying. Brother Chen, upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Ye Linger's eyes began to glisten with tears. Are you all right, Ling? Did that beast harm you? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Chen's gaze. I'm fine, Brother Chen. I was just very scared, she sobbed, seeking refuge in Ye Chen's embrace. Visibly shaken. Rest assured, Linger, as long as I am by your side, no one from the Yi family will dare bully you again. Ye Chen comforted her before turning his attention back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, you are even lower than a beast. How dare you bully my sister? I will kill you right now. An aura of boundless fury emanated from Ye Chen. How dare you, you worthless fool? You had the audacity to ambush me just now. Do you value your life? You are merely the most useless wretch of the Yi family. Do you truly think you can kill me? Ye Chen sneered, dismissing Ye Chen entirely. After all, Ye Chen was no longer the formidable force he once was. The very one who had once overshadowed the talents of Songyue City. Now, he was universally regarded as a failure. While Ye Chen stood as a powerful figure with the strength of the 9th layer of the Meridian opening realm, instilling confidence in his superiority. Ye Chen, remember this, whether in the past or present, it is as easy as breathing for me to take your life. Ye Chen quickened his pace, advancing toward Ye Chen. Hehe, could it be that Ye Chen has lost his mind? A failure daring to challenge Brother Ye Chen? Had it not been for Ye Chen's sneak attack earlier, how could Brother Ye Chen have been caught off guard? The onlookers, witnessing the confrontation, were rife with disbelief regarding Ye Chen's ability to defeat Ye Chen. Indeed, it must have been a sneak attack. How could this trash be a match for him? Cloud turned palm. Ye Chen bellowed as powerful energy surged forth from his being. In Ye Chen's palm, 2 ethereal cloud-like shadows manifested, signifying that the cloud turn palm technique had reached perfection, bestowing upon him double the attacking power. A sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Before Ye Chen could unleash his technique, Ye Chen's figure darted forth like a gust of wind, instantaneously appearing before him. With a resounding slap, Ye Chen struck Ye Chen's face with tremendous force. The impact shattered half of Ye Chen's facial bones, dispersing the power of the cloud turned palm with a single blow. Ye Chen's speed and strength were astonishingly fearsome. How could this be possible? A piercing pain surged through Ye Chen as he covered his face, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The onlookers were equally astounded. If the first attack was a surprise ambush, what could this one be? It was evident that Ye Chen had launched a frontal assault, and Ye Chen had no time to react. Ye Chen, how could your strength have been restored? This is inconceivable. Ye Xian's face was a mask of astonishment. The only explanation for Ye Chen's effortless defeat of him was the restoration of Ye Chen's former martial prowess. So, this is your dying declaration? Ye Chen's gaze turned icy. And in the next moment, a series of loud slaps resounded, each strike landing like a gust of wind upon Ye Xian's face. In mere moments, Ye Chen was struck repeatedly, receiving more than 10 slaps. He attempted to resist, only to discover with horror that an overwhelming energy emanated from Ye Chen, completely suppressing the strength within him. Ye Chen, we are of the same bloodline. You must not strike me. As he felt the terrifying energy radiating from Ye Chen, Ye Xian began to plead for mercy. If earlier he had shown disdain, now he was gripped by fear, a fear that penetrated to his very bones. Why should I not strike you? Slap. Did you ever consider our kinship when you bullied my sister? Slap. The entire Ye family knows that Ye Linger is my forbidden zone. How dare you lay a hand on my sister? As he gazed at Ye Xian, a profound killing intent swelled within Ye Chen. A dragon has its forbidden scales. To touch them is to invite death. A king dons his imperial crown, overlooking all. In this moment, Ye Chen resembled a sovereign. Gazing down upon everything from his lofty position, Ye Xian trembled. He had never before felt such a terrifying killing aura emanating from a single individual. Not even the formidable ancestors of the Ye family, who had reached the postnatal realm, exuded such dread as Ye Chen did. Ye Chen, brother, grandfather, please, I beg you, cease your assault. I truly did not know your forbidden zone was Ye Ling. Moreover, all of this was orchestrated by my brother, Ye Lang. Ye Xian, paralyzed by fear, realized with horror that his trousers had become wet. In the presence of Ye Chen, he had soiled himself. A cultivator of the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Ye Xian was being ground into the dust by Ye Chen, and he possessed not an ounce of capacity to resist. Could it be that Ye Chen's strength had truly returned? Witnessing this scene, both Ye Linger and the surrounding disciples of the Ye family were left in utter astonishment. This scene was undoubtedly overwhelming, striking the nerves of everyone present. Ye Chen, have you truly reduced Ye Xian to such a state, while still regarding the family rules? At that moment, a profoundly ominous voice echoed from afar. What nonsense about rules? In the Ye family, I am the rule. If one dares to offend me, I shall take their life. If heaven dares to deceive me, I shall annihilate the heavens. If the Ye family seeks to wrong me, I shall eradicate the Ye family. Following the incident where Ye Linger was bullied, Ye Chen had come to realize that the familial bonds within the Ye family were but a facade. A place where strength spoke louder than words. Since the Ye family showed no compassion towards him and his sister, he felt no obligation to be courteous to them in return. Ye Chen completely disregarded the opposition, summoning a surge of formidable power as he pressed down upon Ye Xian's head. Ye Chen, how dare you? An enraged voice erupted as Ye Chen ignored him entirely. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Ye Xian's facial bones were utterly shattered by Ye Chen's strike, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, resembling a lifeless corpse. Hiss. Gasps of shock filled the air. Ever since Ye Chen had been deemed a waste, they had grown accustomed to his subservient demeanor. They could scarcely have imagined that today Ye Chen would display such ruthless decisiveness. At that moment, all the Ye family descendants harbored a singular thought. This devil, named Ye Chen, must never be provoked. Ye Chen, you are far too arrogant. I shall see how you intend to destroy the Ye family. Chapter 004, The Legendary Warrior Outside the Qingzhou Courtyard. Over 100 individuals had gathered, half of whom were descendants of the Ye family. However, when these Ye family members turned to face the source of the voice, they instinctively recoiled, parting to clear a path. Ye Wolf. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy. Ye Wolf was Ye Xian's elder brother and the eldest son of his uncle, Ye Yintian. In the past, Ye Chen had taken great care of him, even relinquishing his own family benefits to Ye Wolf, hoping to expedite his growth and enable him to enter the Lingjin sect sooner. Yet, how had Ye Wolf repaid him? Upon learning of Ye Chen's lost cultivation, Ye Wolf not only offered no assistance, but instead kicked him while he was down, seizing everything belonging to Ye Chen and his sister. Ye Chen, how do you wish to die today? I offer you a choice. Ye Wolf brandished a long sword, though it had yet to be unsheathed. The air around the blade pulsated with a peculiar rhythm. A fierce sword aura emanated from Ye Wolf, revealing that he wielded a spiritual sword. It was well known that Ye Wolf had tamed the Ningfeng sword and awakened its spirit. Now it was evident. Ye Wolf was undoubtedly far superior to Ye Chen, and with Ye Chen's current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to contend against him. Observing Ye Wolf's display of power, the expressions of those around them turned grave. Ye Chen, however, paid no heed to their discussions, instead scoffing, with garbage like you. Even 100 wound tea sufficed to kill me. What? Ye Wolf has become garbage. All present regarded Ye Chen with incredulity. It is important to note that Yi Lang is not only the current heir of the Yi family, but also the foremost disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. He has even been recognized by a spirit sword and awakened the existence of a sword body. Most crucially, Yi Lang's cultivation stands at the third level of the foundation establishment realm, making him the preeminent figure among the younger generation of the Yi family. How could such a formidable individual be disparaged as trash by Ye Chen? Very well, I shall see if your words possess the same prowess as your strength. Congealing Wind Sword Technique. Yi Lang, consumed by fury, laughed derisively as fierce sword intent surged from his entire being, carving precise lines into the ground. With the full power of his spirit-level sword body unleashed, Yi Lang drew forth the congealing wind sword. The surrounding spiritual energy began to resonate with the rhythm of the sword, coalescing into a formidable sword aura that lunged toward Ye Chen with lethal intent. The sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, aimed directly at Ye Chen's brow. This strike was infused with all of Yi Lang's might. The air around them twisted under the pressure of the sword's force. The onlookers, young members of the Yi family, gasped in astonishment and hastily retreated. Bang! Yet, an astonishing event unfolded once more. Ye Chen merely extended a finger toward the void and gently tapped the tip of the congealing wind sword with an overwhelming force. Was Ye Chen out of his mind to attempt to withstand the sword with just his finger? The congealing wind sword was not an ordinary weapon. Crack! The crisp sound silenced the crowd. The spirit-level weapon, upon being struck by Ye Chen's finger, revealed a web of cracks, and in the next moment, the once proud congealing wind sword shattered into pieces. The sword energy dispersed, leaving deep gashes in the ground. The spirit-level weapon had been rendered scrap metal by a mere finger. The onlookers erupted in disbelief. How could this be? A single finger shattering the congealing wind sword? Was Ye Chen a deity? Let us be confident and remove the word perhaps. Ye Chen is indeed divine. To shatter the congealing wind sword with a mere finger is an accomplishment unparalleled in Songyue City, and likely few can achieve it even in the entirety of Ziyun Prefecture. If Ye Chen is not divine, then what is he? In comparison to Ye Chen, Yi Lang is but a firefly beside the bright moon. Who could argue otherwise? Ye Chen is destined to become a figure akin to Yi Tianjiao. As the surrounding Yi family members compared Ye Chen to Yi Tianjiao, a storm of wrath and murderous intent brewed within Yi Lang. Who is Yi Tianjiao? A prodigious talent who emerged from the Yi family 500 years ago. Yi Tianjiao possessed an innate royal body and cultivated the unique wind spirit bloodline to its zenith. In his most glorious era, he led the Yi family to establish a foothold in the Jiuli sacred land, one of the 5 great sacred sites. Yi Tianjiao became the idol of the Yi family, and his martial legend became the lifelong pursuit of every member of the clan. The fact that these Yi family members dared to equate Ye Chen with Yi Tianjiao ignited an inferno of rage and murderous intent within Yi Lang, the aura of genius. The future hope of the Yi family was once solely possessed by Yi Lang. Everything he once held dear had swiftly turned to emptiness. The condensing wind sword was indeed a spirit-grade weapon. Unless one possessed a heavenly-grade body or bloodline, it was inconceivable to shatter the sword with a mere finger. Absolutely impossible. How could Ye Chen possibly have a heavenly-grade body or bloodline? Ye Chen, you must have employed some despicable means to cause my condensing wind sword to shatter. Since you have destroyed my sword, I shall slay you today, come what may. A glimmer of madness flickered in Yi Lang's eyes, as an unprecedented sense of defeat burgeoned within him. Only by killing Ye Chen could he prove that he was far superior, that he was indeed the true prodigy. With a determined heart, he unleashed the sword's essence, and strange sword-shaped patterns emerged from his weapon. These patterns glimmered and ultimately coalesced into a long sword. Thrusting towards Ye Chen, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura manifested upon Yi Lang's sword, and the air itself bore the marks of its impending strike, as if it were about to be cleaved apart by these sword patterns. With composure, Ye Chen extended his finger and effortlessly crushed the sword-shaped patterns. The tremendous might of the strike was easily neutralized. The sword heart guidance, the most formidable technique of the spirit sword sect. Is this all? Ye Chen scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. Was this a display of bravado? Yi Lang felt darkness envelop him as he was driven to the brink of fury, blood spilling from his lips. My heavens, Ye Chen has indeed crushed the sword heart guidance? This technique, the pinnacle of the spirit sword sect, could amplify combat power by 6 times. It was known that Yi Lang was a formidable warrior at the 3rd tier of foundation establishment, yet Ye Chen had effortlessly countered his 6-fold attack. Truly, Ye Chen was a deity, the martial god of our Yi family. Voices of astonishment, admiration, and excitement surged forth. If during their first encounter Ye Chen's defeat of Ye Xian had sparked doubt and surprise among the Yi family disciples, after the second encounter, When Ye Chen shattered the condensing wind sword with a mere finger, their sentiments transformed into reverence. By the third instance, when Ye Chen effortlessly neutralized the forbidden technique, the disciples of the Ye family had completely surrendered. Many even regarded Ye Chen as their idol. It can be said that after today, Ye Chen would undoubtedly reemerge as a legend within the Ye family and the entire Tsangyue city. No, I am the martial god of the Ye family. I have not yet been defeated. Just when everyone believed the confrontation was nearing its end, a voice of profound unwillingness escaped Ye Lang's lips, and a powerful energy surged forth from him. In the next moment, layers of icy blue patterns manifested upon Ye Lang's form. As these patterns appeared, an overwhelming chill emanated from his center, creating a frigid aura within a 50-meter radius. The Ye family disciples present found themselves quickly encrusted in thick frost, with some of the weaker individuals rendered completely immobile by this force. Is this the bloodline of the Ice Dragon? Ye Lang, how could the bloodline from my father's veins reside within you? Ye Chen's heart raced with shock at the sight of the bloodline power radiating from Ye Lang. The Ice Dragon bloodline was acquired by Ye Chongshan during an expedition, where he vanquished an ice attribute Earth Dragon and infused his martial body with the essence of the Ice Dragon's blood. Upon witnessing the Ice Dragon bloodline, Ye Chen began to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Ye Chongshan's demise. Ha ha ha, how is it that your father's bloodline resides within me? It is, of course, because I have usurped it. Ye Wolf laughed maniacally, adding, Ye Chen, I truly regret not killing you outright in the Demon Moon Forest. I always suspected that the incidents in the Demon Moon Forest were connected to you and your father. A fierce killing intent glimmered in Ye Chen's eyes. 3 years prior, Ye Chen, along with his father and his second uncle Ye Yuntian, had ventured out and encountered a mysterious assailant in the Demon Moon Forest. Given his father Ye Chongshan's formidable prowess, coupled with his second uncle's support, they should have been able to defeat the adversary. Yet, at a critical moment, Ye Yuntian chose to flee. Alone, Ye Chongshan fought valiantly to protect Ye Chen and ultimately fell alongside the mysterious figure over the precipice. Over the years, Ye Chen had diligently investigated the matter, harboring suspicions about Ye Yuntian, yet lacking evidence. Had it not been for Ye Wolf's consecutive defeats at Ye Chen's hands, leading him to reveal the Ice Dragon bloodline in his frustration, Ye Chen would still be unaware of the truth behind his father's death. Ha ha, Ye Chen. Do you believe that my rapid ascension in strength over the years is solely due to the elixirs you provided? Your father's ambush in the Demon Moon Forest was orchestrated by us. His entire cultivation and bloodline were seized by us. Recently, your encounter at the Fengyang Tavern was also a scheme devised by us in conjunction with Mo Yenyu. You yearn for vengeance, do you not? But there shall be no opportunity left, for from this day forth, you shall be but a corpse. Ye Wolf's power had escalated, reaching the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, and he had concealed his true strength. The onlookers were left astounded. None could have anticipated Ye Wolf's profound cunning, not only hiding the bloodline stolen from Ye Chongshan, but also concealing his actual cultivation level. Should Ye Wolf's strength, enhanced by the Ice Dragon bloodline, reach the 7th level, Ye Chen would likely face defeat. Ye Chen, descend and reunite with your useless father. Ha! With a flourish, Ye Wolf conjured a blade of ice and swung it towards Ye Chen. This strike, seemingly ordinary, froze everything in its vicinity. Any ordinary warrior would likely be slain by Ye Wolf's sword. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Ye Chen appeared before Ye Wolf in an instant, delivering a resounding slap to his face, shattering the frosty aura surrounding Ye Wolf. The tremendous force drove Ye Wolf's body deep into the earth. This single blow not only obliterated Ye Wolf's pride, but also shattered the ice blade he had conjured. How is this possible? Ye Chen, at what realm lies your strength? Why, despite my 7th level of Foundation establishment, am I no match for you in a single strike? Ye Wolf's gaze towards Ye Chen transformed into one of sheer horror, as his fear magnified incomprehensibly. Ye Chen remained silent, his iron-like fingers piercing into Ye Wolf's dantian. Ye Wolf, you usurped my father's Ice Dragon bloodline. Today, I shall reclaim everything for him. Streams of icy blue blood drained from Ye Wolf's body, flowing into Ye Chen's martial physique through his palm. Ye Chen, spare me. We are of the same kin. You cannot. You must not render me powerless. As he felt the dwindling power of his bloodline, a profound despair enveloped Ye Wolf's heart. Ye Wolf, you have wronged me, insulted me, slandered me, and harmed me. I could overlook it all. Even when you forced me out of the family, I could have let it slide. But your transgressions against my father and the violation of my sister are unforgivable. You deserve to perish. With a fierce grip, Ye Chen hoisted Ye Wolf from the ground, his eyes filled with an inexhaustible murderous intent. We once revered you as the foremost among the younger generation of the Ye family, idolizing you. Yet you have committed such inhumane acts. Deliberately harming your own kin deserves the death penalty according to the family's laws. Brother Ye Chen, act swiftly. We stand behind you. Such beasts must be eradicated. The Yi family members were stirred with fervor. Let us see who dares to harm the son of Ye Chen today. A deep, resonant voice echoed from a distance of 100 meters. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson brocade robe hurried towards them. It was Ye Chen. With the cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment, he had 1 foot already in the postnatal realm. Possessing a fire spirit vein, Ye Chen was nearly unmatched among his peers in Songyue City. As he spoke, waves of flames surged from him, cracking the stones beneath. The air within a 10-meter radius twisted, accompanied by explosive sounds. Upon Ye Chen's arrival, the onlooking Yi family members retreated to a distance of 20 meters. Their expressions filled with fear. Ye Chen, release Wolf at once. I can pretend as if nothing has transpired. Ye Chen's voice boomed, his powerful aura radiating outwards, compelling all the Yi family members to lower their heads in trepidation. They trembled in fear. You and your son have committed such unjust acts against me. Yet you still expect me to release him? I'm afraid I cannot comply. Ye Chen met Ye Chen's gaze boldly, tightening his grip around Ye Wolf's neck. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. Ye Wolf's eyes widened in horror as the life force within him was utterly extinguished. Ye Chen, displaying such dominance, had brazenly killed Ye Wolf before Ye Chen's very eyes. Ye Chen, a formidable 9th level foundation establishment warrior, nearly stepping into the postnatal realm. And Ye Chen dared to confront him? The Yi family members looked upon Ye Chen with awe and even a hint of admiration. If it were them, they would have quaked in fear before Ye Chen and would never have had the audacity to slay Ye Wolf. Ye Chen, if you dare take Wolf's life, I shall ensure your demise today. Ye Chen's eyes brimmed with fury as he surged towards Ye Chen like a tempest. Before Ye Chen's palm, a torrent of flames surged forth, transforming into a lion of over 3 meters in height that charged menacingly towards Ye Chen. The flora and trees were reduced to ashes beneath the fiery beast, as Ye Chen unleashed his full power. You wretched creature, do you truly believe you can kill me with your pathetic strength? I shall witness today who meets their demise. The dragon blood battle body, along with the power of the immortal bloodline, surged within Ye Chen. It felt as though countless dragons roamed within his veins, ultimately converging upon his fists, where a faint blood-colored dragon silhouette materialized before him. With an unparalleled momentum, the dragon image on Ye Chen's fist shattered the flaming lion in an instant, landing squarely on Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen coughed up blood and was sent hurtling back, only regaining his footing after crashing through 3 walls. Swiftly, Ye Chen did not grant Ye Chen a moment's respite. In a heartbeat, he appeared before Ye Chen, delivering a punch aimed directly at his brow. This strike was devoid of any flourish, yet it was utterly inescapable. As the fist drew near, terror and profound unwillingness etched themselves across Ye Chen's face. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Just as it seemed that Ye Chen would be subdued by a single blow, a golden talisman appeared before him, transforming into a curtain of water that deflected Ye Chen's assault. Enough. This farce comes to an end. An elder clad in a white martial robe emerged from the crowd, positioning himself between Ye Chen and Ye Chen. Chapter 006. The 3 inquiries of the ancestor. The elder in white appeared to be over 100 years old, gaunt yet with eyes that sparkled with vitality, exuding a sharpness that hinted at his formidable presence. As the elder materialized, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the gathering, felt by all except Ye Chen. It was as though a mere mortal stood before a sovereign. Several lesser members of the Yi family and servants succumbed to this pressure, kneeling on the ground. Salutations, ancestor. Salutations, ancestor. Ye Chen and other Yi family members expressed their reverence, bowing deeply to the elder. Curiously, amidst the throng, only Ye Chen remained standing. This one possesses some intrigue. He shows no fear in my presence. It seems he has attained some fortuitous opportunity, not only enhancing his strength, but also solidifying his mental fortitude. The Yi family ancestor mused, eyeing Ye Chen with astonishment. In the past, Ye Chen would exhibit deference upon encountering him, bowing deeply, embodying a sense of reverence. Yet now, Ye Chen faced him with an attitude of equality, as though he were a different person altogether. Suppressing his surprise, the Yi family ancestor approached Ye Chen with measured steps, a smile gracing his features. Ye Chen, although Ye Chen and his son plotted against you, you have already dealt with Yi Lang and Ye Xian. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was the ancestor beseeching Ye Chen? Surrounded by members of the Yi family, including Ye Chen, All gazed at the patriarch of the Ye clan with incredulous expressions. The patriarch, a formidable practitioner of the acquired realm, stood among the most distinguished figures in Songyue City. To witness such an esteemed individual addressing Ye Chen in a tone of supplication was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, before the astonishment of the onlookers could subside, Ye Chen spoke. "Grandfather, I wish to pose a question," he declared resolutely. "The clan rules and laws of the Ye family, were they not crafted by your hand?" Ye Chen's gaze bore into the patriarch, his words resonating with conviction. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. What did this imply? Was Ye Chen questioning the patriarch? Each individual present was struck by disbelief, as Ye Chen's words fell like a massive stone into still waters, stirring tumultuous ripples within their hearts. "A century ago, I led the Ye family to establish roots in Songyue City, and it was I who composed the family rules," the patriarch replied candidly. "Since the rules were indeed your creation, I must inquire, grandfather, what penalty befalls one who deliberately insults a woman of our kin? Furthermore, what transgression is it when my father, Ye Chen, once the head of our family, intentionally harms another head of the family?" Ye Chen continued, his voice booming like a bell, penetrating the ears of all present. "And if even you, grandfather, refuse to adhere to these rules, what significance do they hold?" The assembly stared at Ye Chen in shock. None had anticipated his audacity to confront the patriarch so boldly. Had it been a common individual in Ye Chen's place, the patriarch's willingness to engage in dialogue would have led to reconciliation. Yet Ye Chen remained unyielding in his demands for justice. "Ye Chen, you dare to openly defy the patriarch, committing an act of rebellion. Kneel and apologize at once," shouted Ye Chen, along with several elders who frequently aligned with him. Their faces contorted with fury. Particularly, Ye Chen's gaze was filled with profound hatred. Is it forbidden to question the supreme authority? Who decreed such a notion? Ye Chen scanned the assembly of elders, his formidable presence overshadowing even the patriarch, eliciting expressions of trepidation among them. Not a soul dared to meet his gaze. Turning his attention back to the patriarch, Ye Chen spoke with unwavering resolve. "I implore you, grandfather, provide me with an answer." The steadfastness of Ye Chen's demeanor was palpable. The patriarch scrutinized Ye Chen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Ye Chen, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? If you cannot offer me a satisfactory response, I shall consider myself an adversary of the entire Ye family in my quest for justice for my father, Ye Chen." Ye Chen asserted, standing firm before the patriarch, each word deliberate and clear. "Ye Chen, should you choose to remain with the Ye family, I will promise to deliver you justice in due time," the patriarch finally declared. After much deliberation, the patriarch of the clan, Ye Chen, stood in opposition, proclaiming, "How can we allow such a thing? Ye Chen is but an outsider, and to slay one of our own for the sake of an outsider would surely incite dissent among our kin." Indeed, Ye Chen had long severed ties with the family, having taken the lives of two of our clan's prodigies under the guise of a foreigner. Such transgressions warrant immediate execution. Elder Ye Jian and second Elder Ye Yifeng, like hounds, lunged at Ye Chen. "Kill me? With you two worthless fools?" Ye Chen's gaze was icy, and as the crimson dragon scales emerged upon his form, an overwhelming aura forced everyone to retreat in fear. Even the venerable ancestor of the Ye family was compelled to step back, a rare look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This was the dragon blood battle body, and a heavenly grade one at that. Elder Ye Jian and second Elder Ye Yunfeng's expressions turned ashen. Though their martial prowess was modest, they had witnessed many heavenly grade battle bodies and bloodlines. The formidable presence emanating from Ye Chen's battle body left them speechless, their throats dry. Given Ye Chen's displayed prowess, who in the Ye family could stand against him? The notion of executing Ye Chen became a mere jest. "Ye Chen, in due time, the three great sacred lands will select disciples from various prefectures. If you can gain their recognition, I assure you, I will handle your father's matter with fairness and provide you with a satisfactory answer." The ancestor of the Ye family had shifted his stance upon witnessing the dragon blood battle body. All members of the Ye family discerned the implications of the ancestor's change of heart. The prior threats against Ye Chen may not have been genuine, as the ancestor had spoken of future actions. However, the current claim of just treatment indicated a definitive answer. While Ye Chen held the position of clan leader, his prior schemes against Ye Chen would justify his execution according to clan laws. Now, with Ye Chen's triumphant return and the possession of the dragon blood battle body, his future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. In time, he could lead the Ye family to resurgence. Most importantly, should Ye Chen join the sacred land, the Ye family would gain its protection. Yet, all of this was contingent upon conditions. Disappointment flooded Ye Chen's heart at the ancestor's response. He laughed, feeling utterly disillusioned with the Ye family. Others perceived the ancestor's intentions, How could Ye Chen not? Since the ancestor was unwilling to provide a satisfactory answer to his grandson, he resolved henceforth to sever all ties with the Yi family. Linger, let us depart. Ye Chen grasped Yi Linger's hand. Halfway through, he turned to face Yi Yuntian. Yi Yuntian, today, out of respect for the ancestor, I shall spare your worthless life. But rest assured, I shall come for it in due time. With that, he took Yi Linger and left, leaving behind a figure of defiance. This youth is undeniably formidable. Yi Yuntian was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling. Just moments ago, Ye Chen's gaze had completely astounded him. Yi Yuntian felt an unsettling illusion. If Ye Chen truly wished to end his life, not even the ancestors of the Yi family could intervene. This child must be eliminated, lest he become a source of calamity. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yuntian quietly crushed a piece of white jade hidden within his sleeve, and a flash of light vanished into the void, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 007. The fifth layer of postnatal realm. Brother Chen, where are we headed next? On the streets of Tsangyue City, Yi Linger exhibited a sense of confusion. I previously acquired a residence within the city. Let us dwell there for the time being, and we shall discuss the remaining matters later. After comforting Yi Linger, Ye Chen's gaze grew resolute. In this vast world, there must be a place for them, siblings, to call home. Half an hour later, we have arrived at our new home. Ye Chen halted before a relatively modest gate. Though simple, the gate bore a palm-sized recess through which spiritual light flickered. Gently, Ye Chen placed his palm within the recess, and to his astonishment, the gate slowly swung open. The residences within Tsangyue City were bound to their owners, and only the life force of Ye Chen could unlock this entrance. The courtyard, though not expansive, featured a rockery, a stream, and a pavilion waterside. At the center lay a lotus pond, adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Brother Chen, I truly adore this place. Upon witnessing the beauty of the residence, Yi Linger instantly erupted with joy, resembling a butterfly dancing gracefully. I sincerely hope this tranquility endures. Yet, this was undeniably a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Strength in the martial arts is paramount. The tender sentiments in Ye Chen's heart faded in an instant, replaced by renewed determination. In this realm, martial arts must be a man's foremost pursuit. Without sufficient strength, how could one protect their family? Lacking adequate power, what difference is there between oneself and an ant? System. Sign in. Ding. The host is located in Tsangyue City. Sign in level 2. Ding. As the host cultivation level has reached the second layer of the postnatal realm, the daily sign-in frequency is now 5 times. Ding. The host's sign-in count today is 110 times. Ding. The host's first sign-in is successful. Reward, Tier 3 Frost Armor. Ding. The host's second sign-in is successful. Reward, Tier 3 Frost Leggings. Ding. The host's third sign-in is successful. Reward, Tier 3 Frost Gloves. Ding. The host's fourth sign-in is successful. Reward, Tier 3 Frost Boots. Ding. The host's fifth sign-in is successful. Reward, Tier 3 Battle Sword, Golden Light. Ding. The host's sixth sign-in is successful. Reward, 100 Dragon Yang Pills of Tier 3. Ding. The host's 110th sign-in is successful. Reward, 1 copy of the Mystical Sky Sword Manual. Mystical Sky Sword Manual, Heaven Rank. Ding. The host has accumulated 100 sign-ins, receiving 999 9-turn Linglong Pills. Ding. Detection reveals the host has acquired a Heaven Rank Martial Technique, Mystical Sky Sword Manual. The Xiantian Sword Classic, a celestial tier martial art, divided into 9 levels. Upon achieving mastery, one can condense 1,000 whirlpools of sword energy within their body, unleashing an unparalleled sword might. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the Xiantian Sword Classic. Is this all it takes to learn it? Ye Chen stood there, astonished, as the knowledge of the Xiantian Sword Classic filled his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times. The existence of a system is indeed advantageous. It not only recognizes complex texts but also enables direct advancement in martial arts to the minor completion stage. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at the system's prowess. Holding the golden sword obtained from signing in, he began to manifest whirlpools of sword energy within his body's acupoints. In a mere 5 breaths, dozens of sword energy whirlpools emerged within him. With a wave of his arm, all the whirlpools surged forth, converging towards the longsword. 100 swords in a second. The whirlpools of sword energy stacked upon each other, striking the ground. Boom. A 50-meter deep crater appeared on the surface. Truly, the Xiantian Sword Classic possesses immense power. This strike could likely annihilate a mid-stage innate realm expert. With my current strength, even if the ancestor stood before me, I could effortlessly eliminate Yi Yuntian. Ye Chen was exceedingly pleased with the destructive potential unleashed by the Xiantian Sword Classic. Previously, He had the strength to slay Ye Chen, but refrained from doing so, as he lacked the absolute confidence to ensure Ye Ling's safety. Now, even the Ye family's ancestor could not contest against him. He found himself unimpeded in his desire to kill Ye Chen. System: utilize all 9-turn Linglong pills. Ding. The host has successfully consumed 999 9-turn Linglong pills. Ding. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the 4th level of the innate realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the 5th level of the innate realm. Ding. The host has successfully opened the 9-turn Linglong heart. The 9-turn Linglong heart. It is said that the 9-turn Linglong pills originate from the sacred domain, concocted from various precious herbs, and grant a martial artist the chance to develop the 9-turn Linglong heart. It appears these rumors hold truth. The function of the 9-turn Linglong heart is to enhance a martial artist's bloodline and martial physique significantly. As long as there is an abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, along with sufficient medicinal pills, Ye Chen can harness the 9-turn Linglong heart to amplify his martial prowess at an astonishing rate. Continue to elevate my strength. Placing a pill in his mouth, Ye Chen resumed his meditative practice. In Sanyue City, at a residence of the Mo family, in the exclusive chamber of Mo Yinyu, a fragrant incense burner emitted wisps of delicate smoke. Beside the incense burner sat a maiden of exquisite beauty, her skin as smooth as jade, enveloped in a meditative posture. This enchanting figure was Mo Yinyu, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Ziyun County. Suddenly, 9 strands of milky white light radiated from her delicate form, coalescing at her brow. In her vicinity, 9 beams of brilliance materialized. Congratulations to Miss Mo for breaking through to the 9th level of the innate jade skill. A middle-aged man, clad in peculiar attire and clutching a golden compass, respectfully addressed Mo Yinyu. Mr. Gu, what brings you here today? Mo Yinyu displayed no hesitation, revealing her intentions to the man before her. Gu Zhen, casting a glance at Mo Yinyu, swallowed hard. Her exquisite beauty, akin to jade, would stir the heart of any man, prompting even the most unyielding to consider sacrificing everything for her. Yet, he was acutely aware that Mo Yinyu was not a woman one such as he could ever possess. Calming the tumultuous emotions within, Gu Zhen spoke. In recent days, I have divined the secrets of fate and discovered that a great opportunity shall soon descend upon the southeastern region of Sanyue City. If the young lady can seize this chance, she may one day rise to the stature of a martial king. One day, to at least become a martial king? Mo Yinyu's interest peaked, her chin resting on one hand as she reclined gracefully, her long legs elegantly displayed. A rare allure graced her features as she remarked. Last time you mentioned that seizing Ye Chen's earthly bloodline would elevate my innate jade skill by 3 levels, and now it has come to pass. With a playful flick of her hair, Mo Yinyu continued, Now, just let me see. If it truly unfolds as you say, I might allow you to take action, even to use your mouth. At once, I shall gather the personnel. Gu Zhen steadied his erratic breath before departing from Mo Yinyu's chamber. Chapter 008. Do you not feel contaminated? In the courtyard, Ye Chen sat cross-legged, simultaneously cultivating and observing his system interface. Infinite sign-in system host. Ye Chen level, 6th layer of acquired realm martial skill. Xian Tian sword classic, heaven rank, cultivation method, none physical body. Dragon blood battle body, heaven rank, bloodline, undying bloodline, heaven rank, mental value. 22 remaining sign-in points. 999999999. The sign-in points remained unchanged. It appeared that I truly possessed infinite sign-in points. Henceforth, as long as I remain alive, my daily sign-in frequency will be quintuple that of my level. This means the further I progress in my cultivation, the easier it becomes. Ye Chen's gaze shimmered with fervor. Currently, merely signing in at Sanyue City yields such bountiful rewards. What treasures await me upon entering the sacred domain? A divine body or something even more formidable? With the infinite sign-in system, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for me, Ye Chen, to become the sovereign of the entire divine martial continent. As these thoughts coursed through him, Ye Chen's blood began to boil with excitement. Brother Chen, it's time for dinner. The gentle call of Ye Linger resonated. While Ye Chen was immersed in his cultivation, Ye Linger had already prepared a sumptuous feast. In the divine martial continent, a martial artist must still consume food to replenish their strength before reaching the sacred realm. However, the need for sustenance diminishes gradually with the rise in levels. How did you manage to find fish for the braised fish chunks? Ye Chen exclaimed, his favorite dish before him, as he eagerly delved into the meal without a second thought. The fish was exquisitely tender, and the taste was delightful. In just a matter of minutes, Ye Chen polished off the fish and food on the table. Meanwhile, Yi Linger was still nibbling her meal, taking small bites like a chick pecking at rice. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Ye Chen. These fish seemed to have transformed into a pure essence of spiritual energy, enhancing his martial prowess. Moreover, he felt his physical strength steadily increasing. At that moment, dozens of warm currents surged within Ye Chen's body, flowing into his limbs and internal organs. Upon introspection of his martial physique, he discovered that every part of it was radiating with spiritual light. Lingo, do tell your brother honestly, where did these fish come from? Did you sneak out without telling me? Ye Chen feigned a reproachful expression, gazing at the little girl before him. I didn't sneak out. I found these fish where Brother Chen practiced swordplay. Yi Linger pointed to a nearby sword mark, a remnant from Ye Chen's previous training with the Xiantian sword cannon, where he had thrust his sword into the ground. Hastening to the sword mark, Ye Chen was astonished to find that beneath it lay an underground spiritual river, brimming with ethereal energy. Within this river swam fish with bodies as lustrous as white jade. White jade perch, Ye Chen exclaimed, his face aglow with astonishment. What exactly is a white jade perch? It is a rare treasure of the world. Each white jade perch contains an incredibly pure essence of spiritual energy, equivalent to the energy of 100 bottles of spirit refining elixir. Ye Chen estimated that there were approximately 1,000 white jade perch in the entire subterranean river. This meant that the total energy was akin to 100,000 bottles of spirit refining elixir. If all these white jade perch were consumed, even an ordinary person could rapidly become a congenital expert. Furthermore, such an enhancement would leave no adverse side effects. This was merely the enhancement for an ordinary person. For a martial artist with a solid foundation, it could elevate them to the martial king realm, or perhaps even beyond. It is essential to note that the realm beyond martial king is martial sovereign. A martial sovereign expert is a dominant presence even within the entire Long Ke dynasty. Is anyone home? Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ye Chen contemplated how to gather the white jade perch, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Outside stood 3 warriors clad in Mo family garb. Each of these Mo warriors was a formidable presence at the early stage of the acquired realm, their powerful aura condensing the air around them. Is this the right place? In a crimson dress stood Mo Yinyu beside the 3, casting a cold glance at Guzhen. This location was the most remote in Sanyue City, previously surveyed and deemed the most barren area. Mo Yinyu pondered how such a rare opportunity could possibly manifest in such a desolate place. The compass in hand shimmered with radiant lights. Guzhen, with a face full of confidence, proclaimed, "Rest assured, miss, my ancestral golden compass is a treasured heirloom, and its predictions have never been erroneous. One might say it is infallible. Since you claim to be infallible, have you foreseen that today would mark your demise?" At that moment, the door swung open, and Ye Chen emerged, his countenance brimming with murderous intent. "Ah, it is you, the worthless wretch. Are you jesting? With your pitiful abilities, do you dare to threaten my life?" Upon seeing Ye Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed Guzhen's face, only to be swiftly replaced by disdain. Ye Chen was merely a slave of the Mo family. He could easily crush him with a mere finger. The notion that such a person could wish to kill him was nothing short of ludicrous. Beside them, Mo Yinyu could not suppress a derisive laugh upon hearing Ye Chen's words. After she had usurped his cultivation, he was reduced to a mere mortal, devoid of any spiritual prowess. To think that he could even consider killing Guzhen was absurd. He would struggle to defeat an ordinary person. Is there any distinction between killing you and slaughtering a pig? Though Guzhen possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment, in Ye Chen's eyes, he was utterly inconsequential. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Guzhen was a formidable powerhouse, yet with Ye Chen at the 6th level of acquired realm, he could eliminate Guzhen in less than a second. Killing me is akin to killing a pig. Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. Ye Chen, you are merely the most worthless of the Mo family's mind slaves, yet you dare to speak of killing me? Come, I shall stand here motionless for you to strike. Guzhen's face was a portrait of scorn. Even at his peak, Ye Chen's cultivation was but the 5th level of foundation establishment, rendering him merely a trivial opponent in comparison to Guzhen's 9th level prowess. Not to mention Ye Chen's current state. Devoid of any cultivation, attempting to kill him was indeed the height of absurdity. Stand still and allow me to kill you? Very well, I shall oblige. Ye Chen slightly shook his head and unsheathed the golden sword in his grasp. A flash of golden light surged forth, aimed at Guzhen's neck. With a single stroke, he severed the throat. Clang! The compass fell from Guzhen's hand. Clutching his neck, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that, with his 5th level foundation establishment strength, he would be slain by Ye Chen's sword. The Mo family warriors nearby stood frozen, astonished. In their minds, Ye Chen was merely a slave of the Mo family. When had he acquired such formidable combat prowess? How intriguing. To think he could slay Godhood with a single strike. As Ye Chen dispatched Godhood, a hint of astonishment appeared on Mo Yinyu's face. The Ye Chen of yore had been stripped of all cultivation and talent by her, rendering him a true waste. Yet now he had managed to kill Godhood. It was imperative to note that Godhood was a powerhouse of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Although Ye Chen had achieved this through a surprise attack, it at least indicated that his strength had restored to that of the Foundation establishment realm. Could it be that Ye Chen had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, regaining his cultivation and talent? Upon witnessing the prowess displayed by Ye Chen, Mo Yinyu became increasingly convinced that within this courtyard lay a tremendous opportunity. Should she seize that chance, it was conceivable that she might truly ascend to the rank of a martial king. Ye Chen, take me to the place where fortune descends. I shall overlook Godhood's demise. Furthermore, Mo Yinyu regarded Ye Chen with keen interest. I might allow you to be my loyal servant, provided you heed my every command. If you prove obedient, perhaps I shall elevate you to the status of my favored attendant. How ludicrous. Mo Yinyu, have you not yet grasped the reality of your situation? You propose that I serve as your servant? Do you believe yourself worthy of such a notion? And as for becoming your sycophant, do you not find it degrading? Chapter 009. Not even worthy of being a servant. Mo Yinyu's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white upon hearing these words. Ye Chen's remarks struck her heart like a heavy stone, breaching her defenses. Ye Chen, what do you think you are? I suggest you serve as my sycophant only because you still hold some value to me. Since you choose to disrespect me, you shall face your demise. Go forth and cripple Ye Chen for me. I intend to have my vengeance upon him. A frenetic rage surged within Mo Yinyu. What was Ye Chen but a mere slave of the Mo family? How dare he mock her so? She vowed to make Ye Chen regret ever setting foot in this world. Ye Chen, you dare show disrespect to me? I shall end your life this very moment. A martial artist from the Mo family, possessing the strength of the initial stage of the acquired realm, drew his sword and charged at Ye Chen like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the sword struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Ye Chen's heart. This strike bore no embellishments, yet it exuded an inescapable sense of dread. Ye Chen sensed that this technique had undoubtedly been employed countless times before. Clearly, this martial artist of the Mo family was a top-tier assassin, likely having committed many unsavory deeds on behalf of Mo Yinyu. Xian Tian Sword Classic. 100 swords in a second. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's golden sword horizontally positioned itself, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into a swirling vortex with a diameter of 0.5 meter. The fierce sword energy carved intricate patterns into the air. Subsequently, the vortex surged forth with an unstoppable force toward the body of the Mo family warrior. As the sword energy vortex approached him in an instant, despair engulfed the Mo family warrior's heart. Alongside his desperation was an overwhelming disbelief. How could Ye Chen possess such formidable combat prowess? Was he not supposed to be a mere waste? With a sound akin to a resonating gasp, the desperate warrior was consumed by the ferocious sword energy, his form dissolving into a torrential rain of blood that scattered across the heavens. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, assaulting the senses of all present. Ye Chen, you have slain my personal guard. The visage of Mo Yinyu turned ashen in an instant. Although her personal guards were all formidable fighters at the first level of the postnatal realm, each had been tempered by countless battles as elite assassins. Even as a warrior at the 3rd level of the postnatal realm, it would be impossible for her to eliminate these guards with a single strike. Could it be that Ye Chen's cultivation has surpassed the 3rd level of the postnatal realm? Today, not only will I annihilate your personal guards, but I shall also send you to the netherworld. In a flash, Ye Chen's figure darted forward, and as he spoke, he was already before Mo Yinyu, delivering a resounding slap to her face. 2 of the Mo family's guards, both at the 1st level of the postnatal realm, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Ye Chen, you shall not harm me. Mo Yinyu cried out in defiance. Her body enveloped in layers of armor resembling stone, with her face exhibiting textures akin to rock. The technique she employed was none other than the petrifying bloodline she had stolen from Ye Chen. Once activated, this bloodline formed a rocky texture upon her skin, providing formidable defense that would challenge most warriors to breach. However, Ye Chen was no ordinary warrior. With a resounding crack, he unleashed the full might of the dragon blood battle body, summoning crimson dragon shadows that emerged from his palm, delivering a devastating blow to Mo Yinyu's face with the force of countless pounds. Blood, mingled with several teeth, erupted from her mouth as the petrified skin shattered under Ye Chen's onslaught, distorting her entire face in the process. The once pristine skin, resembling jade, was marred by horrific cracks. How is this possible? When did you become so powerful, Ye Chen? Mo Yin Yu's expression was filled with terror and disbelief as she beheld Ye Chen before her. His speed had transcended the bounds of the early stages of the postnatal realm. It was not that she did not wish to evade, but rather that she could not react in time. What instilled further dread within Mo Yin Yu was not only Ye Chen's swiftness, but also his overwhelming strength. Were it not for her cultivation of the innate white jade technique, she would have surely been vanquished by that strike. With blood-red scales, dark golden pupils, and menacing barbs adorning his form, Ye Chen radiated an aura of profound danger. Is this still the Ye Chen I know? Is this still the worthless fool in my eyes? As she scrutinized the youth before her, Mo Yin Yu's breath quickened, a sensation of deathly struggle blossoming within her heart. Miss, flee. We shall hold Ye Chen back. Two Mo family guards, armed with dark iron swords, positioned themselves before Ye Chen, unleashing waves of terrifying sword energy aimed at him. Hold me back? You two worthless fools? Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully, his golden sword whirling in his grasp, generating twin vortices of sword energy that surged towards the two Mo family warriors. The two guards barely managed to withstand even a fleeting second against Ye Chen's onslaught before they fell beneath his blade. Who had barely taken a few steps to escape, was abruptly halted as the radiant sword in Ye Chen's hand silently pressed against her neck. Any further movement would result in the swift severing of her throat. Fixating her gaze on Ye Chen, her breath became stifled. At that moment, the dragon scales adorning Ye Chen's body, stained with blood, shone with an even more vivid hue, while his dark golden eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. This individual was no longer the worthless being she once deemed him. He had transformed into a cold-blooded harbinger of death. Ye Chen, I implore you, spare my life. I was foolish in the past. I shall return the petrified bloodline to you. If you still find it unjust, I shall have my father provide you with an additional 100,000 spirit stones. As she trembled, raised in the prestigious Mo family of Ziyun County, had always wielded control over the lives of others. Never did she fathom that she would find herself in such a predicament. Alongside her fear, a deep sense of regret enveloped her. Having witnessed the earlier battle, she recognized that Ye Chen's bloodline and battle physique were of celestial grade. Such an extraordinary caliber would render him one of the finest talents, not only within Sanyue City, but even in Ziyun County. Had she devoted herself to Ye Chen from the outset, she might have now ascended to his lofty heights. Given Ye Chen's revealed potential, his future accomplishments in martial arts would be boundless. With Ye Chen's support, not only would she thrive, but the entire Mo family would bask in unparalleled glory. Alas, it was too late for her pleas now. Do you truly believe I would spare you today? Ye Chen's gaze was frigid, and a surge of formidable sword energy enveloped the blade in his hand. Ye Chen, if you grant me mercy, I would willingly become your devoted servant. In the past, had she not sought to make him kneel and serve her whims? As long as you spare my life, I could kneel before you daily. Struggled desperately, pleading for mercy. However, the sword that governed her fate struck down mercilessly. In her final moments, disbelief washed over her features. Hadn't Ye Chen once been utterly compliant to her desires, responding to her whims with ease? What had led him to become so resolute in his decisions now? To aspire to be my servant? I'm sorry, but you lack even the qualifications for such a role. A person like you tarnishes the very notion of servitude. Chapter 010. The first layer of innate realm. As night fell, a blood moon hung ominously in the sky. The Yi family, which should have been aglow with light, now appeared eerily silent, devoid of any presence. What are your intentions? Do you dare to rebel? The furious roar of the Yi family's ancestor resonated within their council chamber, laced with pain and struggle. Upon closer inspection, a dark golden sword was embedded in the ancestor's dantian, its hilt adorned with a blooming blood lotus. This lotus seemed to be gradually siphoning the ancestral bloodline power, becoming increasingly vibrant with each drop of life essence it absorbed. Beside the elder of the Yi family, two lifeless bodies lay, that of the grand elder Ye Chen and the second elder Ye Yunfeng. The gruesome expressions on their faces were marked by wide-open eyes and shriveled bodies, as if all vital moisture had been drained from them. Similar to the elder of the Yi family, both had a blood lotus sword embedded in their dantians, suggesting that their bloodlines had been completely siphoned away, leading to their demise. Surrounding the elder were a group of individuals clad in black martial robes, adorned with an embroidered blood lotus emblem on their chests. Each of these formidable beings was at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, with their leader having ascended to the 7th layer of the acquired realm. Among these powerful figures, Ye Yuntian bowed submissively, akin to a docile creature. Yet, when addressing the elder of the Yi family, he transformed entirely, his countenance contorted with malice as he spat. Old man, this is all you're doing. I, Ye Yuntian, am the master of the Yi family. while Ye Chen is merely an outsider who has left our clan. You should never have dared to condemn me to death for the sake of an outsider. He believed that killing Ye Chen was no sin, after all. Ye Chengshan's talents and strength surpassed his own. Likewise, allying with Mo Yanyu to cripple Ye Chen was justified in his eyes, as long as it reinforced his position within the family. So, you conspired with the Blood Demon sect, intending to annihilate the entire Yi family? Ye Yuntian, you truly are a commendable descendant of the Yi family. The elder's gaze was filled with profound regret. Had he known that Ye Yuntian possessed such a ruthless heart, willing to turn against his kin, he would have permitted Ye Chen to execute him. However, it was too late for regrets now. The entire Yi family was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Blood Demon sect. If it grants me strength, what does it matter if I destroy the Yi family? Ye Yuntian declared, his voice dripping with ambition. Let me be frank. Old man, annihilating the Yi family is merely my first step. My next move is to seize control of the entire Songyue city, turning its populace into sacrificial offerings. Once I refine the entire city, my power will ascend to the innate realm. With such strength, I shall be invincible in Songyue city, and even that waste of a Ye Chen will be forced to kneel before me, trembling in fear. A frenzied glint shone in Ye Yuntian's eyes. If he could slaughter his own kin, how much easier would it be to vanquish those with no ties to the Yi family? Songyue city would serve as his stepping stone to greater power. The path of cultivation often leads one astray, and indulging in wicked practices to enhance one's strength is akin to hastening growth unnaturally, even if one were to reach the innate realm. Their true combat prowess might pale in comparison to even peak acquired realm experts. The elder of the Yi family sighed, his eyes filled with boundless disappointment. Old man, and yet you still think to teach me a lesson. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe I regard you as my elder? Ye Yuntian's face flushed with rage as he struck his palm towards the elder's face. A fierce blaze enveloped Ye Yuntian's hand, morphing into a massive lion, charging towards the elder of the Yi family. Crack! The aged visage, marred by shattered bones, expelled a mouthful of blood from the lips of the elder of the Yi clan. The elder's face had been disfigured, ravaged by the flames of Ye Yuntian's fire spirit vein. Ye Yuntian, your actions are utterly reprehensible. The elder's eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Even when Ye Chen had defied him, he had never resorted to violence, as Ye Yuntian had. Since you, old man, deem my actions as heinous, allow me to show you true rebellion. A glimmer of malevolence danced across Ye Yuntian's countenance as he drew forth a colossal sword adorned with crimson lotuses, raising it high before plunging it into the elder's abdomen. As the sword penetrated the elder's body, dark, root-like patterns materialized above the blade, pausing momentarily before infiltrating the elder's very being. The blood lotus at the sword's apex unfurled, and the elder's form withered at a visible pace. Unworthy descendant. The ancestors of the Yi clan will be shamed because of you. The elder's eyes widened in horror as the last vestiges of his vitality were drained, extinguishing his life force entirely. In the serene confines of a courtyard within Songyue city, adorned with a lotus pond, Ye Chen had extracted all the white jade perch from the spirit river, counting precisely 1,000. Item, white jade perch rank, 6th grade quantity, 1,000 usage, enhances martial prowess and fortifies the body, with a daily limit of 100. The white jade perch embodies the purest essence of the universe, yielding remarkable results in cultivation. Although limited to a daily usage of 100, this quantity sufficed for me, especially with the infinite sign-in system at my disposal, allowing for the immediate consumption of white jade perch to elevate my strength instantaneously. System, utilize 100 white jade perch. Ding. Successfully consumed 100 white jade perch. Ding. Host cultivation level has ascended to the 6th layer of the post-heaven realm. Ding. Host cultivation level has ascended to the 7th layer of the post-heaven realm. Ding. Host cultivation level has ascended to the 8th layer of the post-heaven realm. Ding. Host cultivation level has ascended to the 9th layer of the post-heaven realm. Ding. Host cultivation level has ascended to the 1st layer of the pre-heaven realm. At last, I have reached the pre-heaven realm. Sensing the surge of formidable power within, a rare joy illuminated Ye Chen's face. The pre-heaven realm marks a pivotal threshold. Prior to this stage, martial artists could harness the energies of heaven and earth for combat, yet their dantian had not been fully opened, limiting their capacity to store spiritual energy. Upon entering the pre-heaven realm, martial artists can truly unlock their dantian, allowing them to amass substantial amounts of spiritual energy, thus unleashing the full might of their martial techniques. It can be said that entering the pre-heaven realm signifies a true metamorphosis, a genuine stride onto the path of cultivation. You, blood demon cult, have gone too far. Our Yi clan bears no enmity towards you. By what right do you slay our kin? As Ye Chen was preparing to consolidate his realm, an irate voice pierced through his ears. Chapter 011. The Grim News of the Ye Family. Ye Chen was not particularly taken aback by this sudden utterance. Once a martial artist enters the innate realm, their perception and hearing become exponentially superior to that of ordinary individuals. Subtle sounds from 100 meters away can directly reach his ears. "Come forth, sword," Ye Chen commanded, and the golden sword nearby, as if under some invisible influence, soared towards him. The golden sword settled beneath his feet, lifting him into the void. Riding the sword is a hallmark of a martial artist who has attained the innate realm. Upon entering this realm, one can truly manifest sword energy as cold as ice, capable of slaying foes from 100 meters away. Once a warrior reaches the innate realm, they can communicate with weapons of spiritual quality or above, thus achieving genuine control over their sword, making it heed their commands. At this moment, Ye Chen felt an inexplicable bond with the golden sword, as if it had become an integral part of his being. "If I, Ye Chen, do not perish today, I shall return with tenfold or even 100-fold vengeance upon your blood demon sect." The earlier voice resonated once more. This voice seems familiar. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, guiding the golden sword to soar toward the sky dozens of meters above. From this elevated position, Ye Chen could discern the situation clearly from several hundred meters away. In a dark, deserted alley, a youth clad in the attire of the Ye family was cornered by a middle-aged man in a black martial robe, adorned with a crimson lotus on his chest. The youth's cultivation was at the 9th level of the opening meridian realm, while the black-robed man's cultivation stood at the 5th level of the postnatal realm. The disparity in their strengths was akin to that between heaven and earth. "Ye Chen, is that not a disciple of the Ye family?" Ye Chen thought, but then he dismissed it, having previously resolved to sever ties with the Ye family. Why meddle in their affairs? Ye Chen shook his head slightly, feeling he was overstepping. "You would do well to hand over the key to the Ye family seller. The blood demon sect is merely 50 individuals short of completing the blood sacrifice ritual. If you agree to surrender the key, I can spare your life." The black-robed strongman advanced step by step toward Ye Chen. "That is impossible. Almost all of the Ye family has been slaughtered by your blood demon sect. The ancestor entrusted the key to me as a sign of faith. Even in death, I will not betray my kin." A resolute glimmer shone in Ye Chen's eyes. Do you truly believe we are powerless against you? How laughable." Soul-searching technique. A shadow flickered in the black-robed warrior's gaze as his palm pressed toward Ye Chen's forehead. "Unfortunately, I am merely a martial artist of the opening meridian realm. Otherwise, even if I had to self-detonate my internal energy, I would never give you the chance to search my soul." As the hand grew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness surged within Ye Chen. Once ensnared by the soul-searching technique, all his thoughts and memories would be laid bare to the enemy. Ye Chen feared not for his own life, but for the remaining members of the Ye family, who might fall victim to the blood demon sect's atrocities. Whoosh! Just as Ye Chen believed he was about to be controlled by the soul-searching technique, a fierce and unparalleled sword aura swept through the void, cleaving towards the head of the man in black robes. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura struck the man's head. The next moment, his head was severed, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The formidable expert of the blood demon sect, possessing the strength of the 5th layer of the postnatal realm, had no time to react before being slain by a single sword strike. Ye Chen stood frozen in place. A 5th layer postnatal expert, killed in an instant? Who could possess such power to slay a formidable opponent with a mere stroke? Under Ye Chen's gaze, a young man clad in white appeared in the void 100 meters away, descending on a sword like a celestial being banished from the heavens. Are you not Ye Chen?" As the young man drew closer, disbelief filled Ye Chen's face, his voice quivering with a slight tremor. At that moment, Ye Chen was no longer the waste he once was. Instead, he radiated the essence of a refined gem, exuding an aura untouched by the mundane world. Ye Chen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, his tremulous voice betraying a shock that was akin to an indescribable excitement. "You are not mistaken. I am Ye Chen." Ye Chen, standing upon a sword of golden light, slowly descended before Ye Chen and inquired, "I overheard you mention that the Ye family is on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the blood demon sect. What exactly is happening?" "Brother Ye Chen, you must save the Ye family. The situation is dire. The Ye family is likely doomed." Witnessing Ye Chen's formidable prowess, Ye Chen's heart swelled with hope for the Ye family's salvation. Without hesitation, he knelt before Ye Chen, tears streaming down his face. Ye Chen furrowed his brow and helped him to his feet, saying, "Ye Chen, do not panic. First, tell me what transpired." The blood demon sect's massacre of the Ye family is linked to Ye Chen. It turns out he has long since joined the blood demon sect and has been leading their forces to Tsanyu City. My parents were harmed by Ye Chen, and even our ancestor has fallen victim to his treachery. At this point, Ye Chen was overcome with emotion, his sharp nails digging into his palms, crimson blood flowing down his hands. What? Even our ancestor was slain by Ye Chen. Ye Chen, had I known you were so treacherous, I should have eliminated you back when we were at the Ye family. Upon hearing this news, Ye Chen's expression darkened instantly. Initially, he had thought the Ye family's troubles with the blood demon sect were merely coincidental, but he had not anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by Ye Chen. Brother Ye Chen, you are now a celestial realm expert and can surely deal with those from the blood demon sect. Let us return and avenge our ancestor by eliminating Ye Chen and those blood demon sect warriors. Wait. Your current cultivation is merely at the 9th layer of the opening meridian realm. You would be unable to contend with those blood demon sect warriors upon returning. I possess an earth condensing pill that can elevate your martial arts realm to approximately the 5th layer of the postnatal realm, but this pill comes with its own drawbacks. The downside is that your cultivation will forever remain capped at the postnatal realm. You must think carefully about whether to use this pill. Ye Chen retrieved the earth condensing pill from the system's space, a concoction that exuded a mysterious black hue adorned with peculiar spirit patterns. Upon its emergence, ethereal waves of spiritual energy rippled through the air, reminiscent of undulating water. A subtle fragrance of medicine wafted around, carried by the gentle breeze. Brother Ye Chen, I have made up my mind. Given my talents, it is exceedingly difficult for me to ascend to the acquired realm in this lifetime. With this pill, I can not only become a formidable practitioner of the acquired realm, but also avenge my parents. Ye Chen declared resolutely, grasping the earth-condensing pill tightly before swiftly swallowing it. An apt pupil indeed. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction at Ye Chen's determination, redirecting his focus to the system. It was now past midnight, and the system was ready for another round of sign-in. What treasures would this session hold? System, sign-in. Ye Chen engaged in the process with a sense of eager anticipation. Ding. The host is located in Songyue City, sign-in level 2. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 1st level of the innate realm, today's sign-in count is 150 times. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Received 100 Earth Grade Star Pills. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Received 100 Earth Grade Star Pills. Ding. Host's third sign-in successful. Received 100 Earth Grade Star Pills. Ding. Host's 149th sign-in successful. Acquired skill, Blade Draw / Ding. Host's 150th sign-in successful. Obtained the treasured 9-Dragon Fire Shield. 9-Dragon Fire Shield. King Grade. The quality of the King Grade 9-Dragon Fire Shield is formidable. With this artifact, the entire Ye family could be sealed within its confines. Neither the formidable members of the Blood Demon sect nor Ye Chen could hope to escape this domain. Let us return to the Ye family and exact our vengeance. Riding the Golden Light Sword, Ye Chen and Ye Chen hastened towards the direction of the Ye family. In the back mountains of Songyue City, at the Ye family's training ground, lay a gruesome scene with hundreds of corpses strewn about. Each lifeless body bore a blood lotus sword embedded in their abdomens, presenting a ghastly appearance as if their essence had been siphoned away. Beside these cadavers stood a skeletal altar, upon which loomed a blood lotus, towering over 3 meters. Within its core, 13 blood-red lotus seeds were gradually taking shape, radiating an immense wave of spiritual energy, indicating their imminent maturity. This lotus, known as the bloodthirsty demon lotus, was a vile creation cultivated by the blood demon sect. It thrived on the blood essence of others, and once fully matured, it would yield 13 lotus seeds, each containing profound spiritual power. These seeds could elevate a martial artist's prowess significantly in a short span. Once the bloodthirsty demon lotus reaches maturity, I shall consume all the lotus seeds, allowing me, Ye Chen, to elevate my cultivation to the 5th level of the acquired realm. And when I attain such heights, the first to fall by my hand shall be Ye Chen. Gazing at the towering blood lotus, which stood over 3 meters high, a cold smile crept across Ye Chen's face. Once he ascended to the 5th level of the acquired realm, no one within the entirety of Songyue City would stand a chance against him. At that point, extinguishing Ye Chen's life would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath his heel. You wish to kill me? Alas, you have already lost your opportunity. A chilling voice reverberated beside Ye Chen. Moments later, clad in white, Ye Chen emerged from the adjacent thicket, one hand bearing the corpse of the Ye family's ancestor and the other wielding a blood lotus sword. Ye Chen, it is you? I was just on my way to find you, yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Upon recognizing Ye Chen, an overwhelming hatred washed over Ye Chen, and a terrifying surge of fiery energy coursed through his being. Ye Chen, why did you slay the ancestor? Why did you murder those of the Ye family? Ye Chen's frigid gaze bore into Ye Chen, his clenched teeth emitting a series of sharp cracks. It is entirely justifiable for me to kill this old fool. He is merely a stepping stone on my path to greatness. As for the other members of the Ye family, they are not my kin. If I can slay my own relatives, what of them? Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen was engulfed in shock. He had anticipated Ye Tian's malice. Yet he had never envisioned such a terrifying facet of his character. This man, in pursuit of his own selfish gains, had plunged the entire Ye family into despair. Almost all of the family's strong warriors and their descendants had been ruthlessly decimated by Ye Tian. What? Do you intend to avenge this old fool? Let me enlighten you. It is too late, for from this day forth, you shall be a dead man. The fiery veins within Ye Tian ignited, coalescing into a colossal fire serpent that coiled around his hands. In the next moment, the massive serpent unleashed a ferocious blaze, surging toward Ye Chen. Wherever the fiery serpent slithered, flowers, grasses, and trees were instantly reduced to ashes. The rocks beneath were scorched, fracturing into a molten river of lava. Ye Tian had pushed the power of the fire veins to its utmost limit. However, to his astonishment, the fiery serpent halted in midair, mere inches from Ye Chen. Despite Ye Tian's relentless efforts, the serpent could advance not a fraction further. Freeze! Ye Chen uttered a soft command, and a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged from his hand. The fire serpent, suspended before him, was transformed by Ye Chen's palm force into a majestic flame lion. In the next breath, Ye Chen moved with incredible speed, reaching Ye Tian in an instant, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Crack! Under the impact of Ye Chen's strike, Ye Tian's facial bones shattered, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through a dozen trees before finally coming to a halt. Subsequently, the raging flames consumed Ye Tian's visage, ravaging much of his face. Ye Chen, you dare to mar my face? You are courting death. Feeling the excruciating burn upon his skin, an even more ferocious wave of fiery energy erupted from within Ye Tian. Ye Tian, as you unleashed the fire spirit vein within you against the ancestor, did you ever contemplate the agony endured by the elder? Ye Chen's face was a mask of murderous intent as he advanced step by step, blood lotus sword in hand, toward Ye Tian. The suffering of that old wretch is of no concern to me. Since you have marred my visage, I shall kill you today, no matter the cost. A frigid glint of malice flickered across Ye Tian's face, and a surge of violent fire energy erupted from his right hand, aimed directly at Ye Chen's brow. How could Ye Tian harbor no remorse whatsoever? Is the human heart capable of such terrifying depths? Ye Chen shook his head slightly. In an instant, he swung the blood lotus sword, executing a swift and merciless strike upon Ye Tian's right arm. Just as the fiery energy had begun to escape Ye Tian's grasp, an icy chill manifested upon his right hand. A resounding thud echoed as an object fell. Under Ye Tian's horrified gaze, his arm was severed by Ye Chen's sword. Subsequently, dark veins emerged from the blood lotus sword, resembling roots, burrowing into Ye Tian's body. Ah, Ye Chen, how dare you sever my arm with the blood lotus sword? You shall pay for this. Ye Tian's face contorted in a blend of pain and rage, as the sword not only siphoned his bloodline power, but also tugged at his very soul. A soul-wrenching torment enveloped Ye Tian, inducing a sense of impending collapse. Threefold wind surge. Ye Tian howled in agony, summoning a fiery serpent in his left hand, preparing to strike Ye Chen with a fierce palm. A slicing sound pierced the air as Ye Chen's blood lotus sword cleaved through Ye Tian's left arm. The fiery serpent he had conjured was extinguished in that moment. Chapter 013. Slaying Ye Tian. Ah, Ye Chen, you shall die. Ye Tian felt as though his soul was being gnawed upon by thousands of insects. This excruciating pain transcended mere physical suffering, igniting a frenzied madness in his eyes. At this juncture, the only way to quell his torment was to eliminate Ye Chen. Though his arms were severed, the fire spirit vein remained intact. A formidable power erupted from Ye Tian's fire spirit vein. Torrents of flames surged from his body, lunging toward Ye Chen. However, as this inferno materialized, it was swiftly suppressed by an extraordinary energy. With a ruthless thrust, Ye Chen plunged the blood lotus sword toward Ye Tian's dantian. As the sword pierced into Ye Tian's dantian, both his spiritual energy and bloodline power dissipated at a terrifying velocity, flowing into the blood lotus sword. Ye Chen, you will not cripple my cultivation. You shall perish. Just as Ye Tian uttered these words, a black talisman materialized before him. Under the control of Ye Tian's spiritual force, the talisman transformed into a formidable black seal, distorting the very air around it, causing the ground within a 30-meter radius to instantly sink. A sense of annihilative energy surged forth, bearing down upon Ye Chen. Ye Chen, perish. This is my ultimate trump card, the third-tier spirit destruction talisman. Unless you are a primal realm expert, your death is inevitable. Ye Chen face bore a chilling smile. For this talisman was acquired with the accumulated wealth of the Ye family over a decade. Anyone below the primal realm, once targeted by this talisman, would surely meet their demise. Ye Chen brimmed with confidence that Ye Chen would fall victim to his controlling talisman. However, an unforeseen event unfolded before Ye Chen's eyes. A resplendent golden sword materialized in Ye Chen's hand. Subsequently, a vortex of sword energy surged forth from the sword, colliding with the talisman he had unleashed. The Spirit Destruction Talisman, capable of subduing postnatal realm experts, was neutralized by the sword energy vortex conjured by Ye Chen. The void fell into a profound silence, as if the talisman had never existed. This is impossible. Only a primal realm expert could render my third-tier Spirit Destruction Talisman into nothingness. Ye Chen, are you truly a primal realm expert? A look of sheer astonishment lit up Ye Chen's eyes. Only a being of primal realm caliber could effortlessly dispel the power of the Spirit Destruction Talisman. As he gazed again at Ye Chen, an overwhelming fear enveloped him. Previously, Ye Chen dared to defy Ye Chen because he held the trump card of the talisman. Now, devoid of such a safeguard, his sense of dread magnified infinitely. You are not mistaken. I am indeed a primal realm expert. Ye Chen retrieved a blood lotus sword from the ground and advanced step by step towards Ye Chen. Attempting to retreat, Ye Chen was horrified to find the air around him had seemingly solidified, forming a confining cage that trapped him in place. Ye Chen, you cannot. You must not kill me. We are the same kin. Ye Chen, if you spare me, I would be willing to serve you tirelessly, even as your humble servant. Just as long as you grant me mercy. Realizing his body was ensnared, an unprecedented terror surged within Ye Chen, a visceral threat of death blossoming in his heart. With each step Ye Chen took closer, Ye Chen's fear intensified. Ye Chen, I am your second uncle. You cannot slay me. Moreover, I am the beloved grandson of our ancestor. For the sake of our ancestor, spare me. Ye Chen's very soul quivered with fear. Yet Ye Chen advanced like the grim reaper, indifferent to his struggles and pleas. The sword of death would inevitably descend. Ye Chen, when you murdered our ancestor, did you ever consider he was your own kin? When you took the life of my father, did you reflect upon your brotherhood? When you slaughtered those of the Ye family, did you ever hear their cries for mercy? With a thrust, the blood lotus sword pierced Ye Chen's flesh, deliberately avoiding vital organs. A boundless fury etched upon Ye Chen's face. He proclaimed, "This strike is for our ancestor. Ye Chen, as a descendant of our ancestor, you have not only failed to honor him, you have employed dark methods to harm him. This is the height of treachery." With that, another strike followed. Ye Chen, this sword is for my father. You, who were as close as brothers to him, not only failed to uphold the bonds of brotherhood but also, for your own selfish gain, took his life. This is an act of injustice. Humph. This sword is for all members of the Ye family. As the patriarch, Ye Chen, you not only neglect the welfare of your clan, but also harm your own kin for personal gain. This is an act of inhumanity. Such unprincipled and treacherous behavior cannot be tolerated. Ye Chen, I, Ye Chen, shall today act in accordance with heaven's will, using your life to honor all members of the Ye family. With each utterance, the blood lotus sword in Ye Chen's hand would strike at Ye Chen, each time narrowly avoiding his vital points. Ye Chen possessed the strength to eliminate Ye Chen in an instant, yet he refrained from doing so. Since Ye Chen had used the blood lotus sword to slay so many from the Ye family, Ye Chen would repay him in kind. He intended for Ye Chen to perish amidst endless suffering. Ye Chen, you must not, you cannot kill me. Under the corrosive influence of the blood lotus sword, Ye Chen's body appeared to lose its vitality, withering at a visibly alarming rate. Kneel before me. Ye Chen delivered a powerful kick to Ye Chen's legs, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, forcing him to the ground. Before Ye Chen lay the shriveled and ancient corpse of the family ancestor. Ancestor, I, the unfilial descendant Ye Chen, have strayed into the path of evil, sacrificing nearly all the younger generations of the Ye family for my own selfish desires. Grandson Ye Chen, today in accordance with heaven's will, I shall execute this treacherous individual before you, hoping for your peace. After bowing 3 times and striking his head to the ground, Ye Chen raised the blood lotus sword and thrust it towards Ye Chen's crown. The 7-foot-long sword pierced through Ye Chen's head, entering his body with unwavering force. Oh, Ye Chen, spare me. Within the span of 2 breaths, Ye Chen succumbed to death under the sword's influence. In his final moments, the expressions of agony and terror on Ye Chen's face became forever frozen. Having vanquished Ye Chen, It was time to take action against all members of the Blood Demon sect. 9 dragons leaving fire shield. With a swift motion of his hand, Ye Chen conjured a cerulean shield encircled by 9 colossal dragons, which surged forth and rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire Ye family estate. In the central area of the Ye family plaza, 13 figures clad in black martial robes from the Blood Demon sect stood. In their midst lay a blood pool, the size of a water vat, shimmering with a crystalline glow. Surrounding this blood pool was a small, enigmatic formation, exuding an aura of ancient and profound mystery. Damn it. It took Li Heng so long to pursue a mere junior of the Ye family. This blood sacrifice formation is only short of 50 individuals. If we fail to capture all the Ye family members, the effectiveness of the blood sacrifice will diminish by 30%. No longer can we afford to wait. Should we linger any longer, it may draw the attention of the Lord's residents. It remains uncertain whether that old relic, Qi Liao, has departed this world. What is there to be anxious about? Even if Qi Liao were to arrive, what then? We have already established a formidable array around the Yi family. Even if that old wretch were granted half an hour, he would be unlikely to breach our defenses. Indeed, the grand formation of our Blood Demon sect is not something that a worthless figure like Qi Liao could contend with. As these thoughts echoed among the formidable members of the Blood Demon sect, a sinister smile crept upon their faces. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resonated through the heavens, shattering the tranquility. In that moment, the great array set by the Blood Demon sect was violently dismantled by an overwhelming force, causing the very ground beneath the Yi family to tremble as if the earth itself was quaking. All present members of the Blood Demon sect found themselves momentarily stunned, as though struck by an unseen blow. What has transpired? How could our formation be breached? Could it be that the Lord's residence has sent someone? It seems implausible. We have established an earthly tier formation, and the methods of the Lord's residence are not sufficient to dismantle it instantaneously, unless it is a treasure of heavenly grade. It is impossible to shatter our formation in an instant. Could it be that someone from Xian County has arrived? With eyes wide in horror, the members of the Blood Demon sect gazed into the void. Before them emerged an ancient, weathered shield, adorned with 9 divine dragons, enveloping the entire Yi family within its grasp. Powerful flames surged from the 9 dragon fire shield, completely isolating the Yi family from the outside world. As all the members of the Blood Demon sect looked skyward, a bloodied head suddenly soared from the nearby woods, rolling to a halt at their feet. I hear you were searching for someone. Could it be this waste? A figure clad in white, Ye Chen, emerged from behind a nearby house, standing defiantly before the members of the Blood Demon sect. This is Li Heng. Did you slay him? Upon seeing the severed head, astonishment washed over the faces of the Blood Demon sect's members. Li Heng, a 5th-layer practitioner of the acquired realm, was nearly invincible within Songyue City. How could he have been slain by a single sword? Could it have been this youth before them? Indeed, this waste is my doing, Ye Chen replied candidly. How dare you kill a member of the Blood Demon sect? Do you understand the consequences of crossing us? The leader of the Blood Demon sect fixed a chilling gaze upon Ye Chen. In Songyue City, the loss of a practitioner of the acquired realm was unprecedented. It was always they who dealt death. When had it become their turn to be slain? I know not what my fate may be, but yours shall be death, Ye Chen declared, invoking the mystical sky sword technique. A vortex of immense sword energy erupted from the golden light of his sword, descending upon the 7th-layer practitioner of the Blood Demon sect. Boy, to think you could kill me is sheer arrogance, the practitioner retorted, preparing to counter with his own technique. Wind and cloud 2 fingers. A disdainful chuckle escaped the lips of the middle-aged man. His fingers pointed twice into the void. 2 wisps of cloud-like energy surged forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards the whirlpool of sword aura unleashed by Ye Chen. This was the lethal technique known as the Wind and Cloud 2 Fingers, wielded by the formidable Protector Mo, a pinnacle warrior of our Blood Demon sect, who had vanquished countless foes with this technique, boasting an undefeated record. How audacious for this young man to provoke Protector Mo. His demise was all but assured. The onlookers from the Blood Demon sect wore expressions of cold amusement as they beheld Ye Chen daring to strike at Protector Mo. But then, a shocking turn of events unfolded before their eyes. The Wind and Cloud 2 Fingers, upon making contact with the sword aura whirlpool, shattered into fragments instantaneously. How could this be? To obliterate my Wind and Cloud 2 Fingers so swiftly, the opponent must be a practitioner of innate strength. How could such a being exist within Songyue City? A look of utter astonishment illuminated Protector Mo's face, as a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. Extinguishing Spirit Talisman, he uttered with a sharp exclamation as a black talisman materialized before him. The air around it distorted, and the ground beneath bore deep indentations. This was the 3rd-tier Extinguishing Spirit Talisman previously employed by Yi Tian. Not even a 4th-tier talisman could spare your wretched life now. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and an unrelenting tide of sword aura surged forth. The whirlpool of sword energy intensified exponentially, promptly shattering the third-tier extinguishing spirit talisman. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura whirlpool descended upon Protector Mo, who scarcely had time to react before being engulfed. The relentless force of the whirlpool then struck another mid-stage practitioner of the Blood Demon sect, who emitted no cry of despair before dissolving into nothingness. A rain of blood erupted in the void. Protector Mo had been defeated. How could this be? This individual, capable of slaying Protector Mo with a single strike, must possess strength exceeding the 9th level of acquired realm. Even the residual shockwaves from the attack could obliterate our sect's warriors. With such power, we stand no chance, retreat at once. The remaining members of the Blood Demon sect, witnessing Ye Chen's ability to dispatch Protector Mo, were seized by terror. They scattered in all directions, desperate to flee. But escape would not come easily. A fierce killing intent radiated from Ye Chen. These practitioners of the Blood Demon sect had committed numerous atrocities, and he would not let them slip away effortlessly. Suddenly, 9 fiery dragons materialized in the heavens, their immense heat rendering the air within a radius of hundreds of meters blisteringly hot. In the next moment, the 9 dragons surged forth in different directions, each targeting one of the 9 practitioners of the Blood Demon sect. What is this? Ah, help! Save me! The air was filled with the piercing screams as the 9 practitioners ignited under the onslaught of the fiery dragons. Each formidable member of the Blood Demon sect could only watch as their bodies were gradually consumed by flames, ultimately succumbing to a painful demise. In less than a minute, Ye Chen vanquished 11 of the 13 Blood Demon sect warriors. With a swift motion, the golden sword in his hand sliced through the air in a perfect arc, severing the head of one Blood Demon warrior. The warrior trembled slightly before collapsing into a pool of blood. The remaining warrior was left to Ye Chen. Chapter 015. Are you Ye Chen? Before long, the sounds of fierce battle echoed from another part of the Ye family estate. Ye Chen engaged in combat with the last Blood Demon warrior. However, this skirmish subsided after roughly 5 minutes. Ultimately, Ye Chen delivered a decisive blow, shattering the heart of the warrior and concluding the conflict. Brother Ye Chen, I have slain this Blood Demon warrior. 1 minute later, Ye Chen approached Ye Chen, holding a bloodied head aloft. His gaze then fell upon the corpse of Ye Yun Tian. Ye Yun Tian perished beneath the Blood Lotus sword? Ha ha ha, serves him right. Upon focusing on Ye Yun Tian's lifeless form, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of exhilaration within. The Blood Demon sect warriors should now be annihilated. Ye Chen, please retrieve the key to the cellar and free our people, Ye Chen instructed. Understood. I shall fetch the key at once. Ye Chen felt no discomfort regarding Ye Chen's command. At that moment, Ye Chen stood in his heart as a god of war, the most revered figure in his eyes. Transforming into a gust of wind, Ye Chen swiftly departed from the Ye estate. Just as Ye Chen left, fiery clouds ignited above the skies of Sanyue City. It seemed as though something was approaching. Upon reaching the innate realm, Ye Chen's perception and insight sharpened dramatically, allowing him to sense an exceptionally potent surge of spiritual energy in the sky. In his gaze, a colossal bird engulfed in flames raced towards the Ye family. Despite being several hundred meters away, Ye Chen could discern the creature's form. It resembled a phoenix, but was significantly smaller, adorned with a flaming crest upon its forehead, and its tail feathers cascaded elegantly behind it. A third-tier spiritual beast, the Fire Raven. The Fire Raven, a rare fire attribute flying spirit beast in the divine martial continent, was known for its ferocious temperament and difficulty to tame. However, perched upon the back of the Fire Raven were 2 individuals, a gaunt elder and a middle-aged man with sharp, defined features. They were from the City Lord's mansion. As Ye Chen scrutinized them, he noticed their garments bore an unusual emblem, depicting a dragon and a sparrow. The dragon and sparrow symbolized the totem of the Lonke dynasty. In Sanyue City, only the City Lord's mansion dared to use such insignia. The Fire Raven, a third-tier spiritual beast, implied that those who could command it held an exceptionally noble status. The figure clad in purple, appearing somewhat reminiscent of the lord of the city, Chi Feng, stood amidst the turmoil. Moments ago, there seemed to be some commotion from the Yi residents. Could it be that the city lord's estate was heading towards them? Countless martial artists gathered in the streets of Sanyue City, their gazes fixed upon the sky, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Many among them cast envious glances at the shadow of the Fire Crow. Amidst a wave of scorching heat, the Fire Crow descended into the central square of the Yi family. These individuals were formidable members of the Blood Demon sect, and the Yi family had evidently endured an assault from them. Qi Liao and Qi Feng leaped from the back of the Fire Crow. Qi Liao crouched down to examine the bodies of the Yi family's warriors, his expression gravely serious. The ability of the Blood Demon sect to infiltrate Songyue City so stealthily indicated that our vigilance was insufficient. We must enhance our defenses during this period. All individuals traversing Songyue City shall be subject to scrutiny. Qi Feng's demeanor was notably grave as he turned his gaze to Ye Chen and inquired, "Did you slay these members of the Blood Demon sect?" "Indeed, it was I who defeated them," Ye Chen replied candidly. "Impossible. You, a mere youth, possess such formidable strength?" Qi Feng was struck with an overwhelming sense of shock upon hearing Ye Chen's response. It is important to note that these members of the Blood Demon sect were all postnatal realm experts, with the weakest among them likely at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, and the strongest possibly reaching the 7th level. How could this young man possibly have the power to vanquish so many? Moreover, observing the remnants of battle around them, it seemed there were also traces of spiritual talismans. How could he have withstood such an assault from talismans and emerged unscathed? The strength of this young man in white attire exuded an unfathomable aura. Qi Liao, standing aside, began to scrutinize Ye Chen as well. After a careful assessment, a profound astonishment welled up within him. As a 9th-level postnatal realm expert, he had little difficulty sensing the strength of innate realm warriors. Yet, he could detect no fluctuations of power emanating from Ye Chen. This led to two possibilities. Either Ye Chen was an ordinary person, or he was a master capable of effortlessly controlling his aura. Qi Liao found himself unable to discern Ye Chen's true nature. "Wait, something feels amiss. You appear strikingly familiar. May I inquire your name?" Qi Liao had been observing Ye Chen for quite some time before he spoke, his face displaying a peculiar expression. With a resigned smile, Ye Chen replied, "Was it not you who, in tears, sought a marriage alliance with the Yi family? Was it not you who lamented that your granddaughter, Qi Hongqiao, would marry no one but me?" Chuckling lightly, Ye Chen continued, "I am Ye Chen." "What? You are Ye Chen?" Qi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young man before him for an extended period before recognizing that this youthful figure was indeed Ye Chen. Once, Ye Chen had been one of the most exceptional talents in Songyue City, captivating the hearts of countless young maidens. The matchmakers dispatched by the 4 prominent families to propose to the Yi family nearly trampled their doorstep. Naturally, the city lord's mansion was no exception, having sent suitors to the Yi family no fewer than 20 times. After several attempts by various matchmakers were met with polite refusals from the Yi family, Qi Feng even took it upon himself to visit the Yi household, not merely to propose, but to catch a glimpse of the legendary prodigy, Ye Chen. "Ha ha ha. So you are indeed the nephew of Ye Chen. I share a close bond with your father, Ye Shan. We are sworn brothers. Among the notable families in Songyue City, I have never been as close to anyone else as I have with your father," Qi Feng exclaimed, slapping Ye Chen jovially on the shoulder. "Although your father met with an untimely demise, I see that you possess his remarkable spirit." Pausing for a moment, Qi Feng continued, "Why don't we become sworn brothers ourselves?" Ye Chen, taken aback by Qi Feng's sudden proposition, replied with incredulity, "Us? That doesn't seem appropriate. Would it not disrupt the hierarchy? What does it matter?" Qi Feng countered. "A true man does not concern himself with trivialities such as hierarchy. As long as you become my brother, I assure you, as your elder, I will not treat you poorly. Whatever I possess shall also be yours. Yours is mine. Your wife is mine." The logic seemed sound. Yet Ye Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 016. The Art of Blade Mastery. After much back and forth with Qi Feng, Ye Chen ultimately declined the notion of brotherhood. Just as he thought the matter had come to a close, Qi Liao approached with a beaming smile on his face. "Ye Chen, I have 10 granddaughters, each more beautiful than the last, and they are all well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not only do they excel in these arts, but they also possess knowledge of various mystical techniques that will surely captivate you. If you agree, I will select one to present to you tomorrow." "Father, one is hardly sufficient," Ye Chen interjected. "My brother is still young and full of vigor. Surely he deserves at least 2? Ye Chen gazed incredulously at the 2 men before him. Both Qi Feng and Qi Liao looked at him with the same fervor a man might regard a beautiful woman, as if they wished to devour him whole. Ye Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to their eager demeanor. Ultimately, it was Ye Chen's formidable prowess that had garnered such attention. Each of these Blood Demon sect members was at least of mid-stage acquired realm, with one even at the 7th level of acquired realm. The fact that Ye Chen could vanquish them indicated his cultivation had reached the innate realm. What defines a true strongman? A true strongman is one who can rise again, regardless of how deep the valleys of despair may be. It is someone who, after shedding the superficial, continues to shine brightly amid the crowd. The city lord's mansion was merely responding to the latent potential they perceived in him, hence their fervent interest. believing that the benefits he offered were insufficient for Ye Chen. Chi Feng added, "If it truly is not enough, you may select 3. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude to the two for their kindness, but firmly stated that his focus lies in the pursuit of martial arts, rather than the mundane world. He politely declined Chi Feng's advances. "You are worthless, devoid of any utility, and everyone shuns you. When you rise to prominence, all will scramble to curry favor with you, fearing the loss of your support. This is human nature. This is the harsh reality of the world. However, having lived 2 lives, Ye Chen has come to terms with it. Human nature is immutable, beyond his capacity to alter. Brother Ye Chen is indeed a dragon among men. His future achievements in martial arts are destined to be boundless." Chi Feng bore a look of profound admiration, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. He admired Ye Chen's unwavering resolve in martial arts, for in the divine martial continent, every ruler possesses a steadfast heart for their craft. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that the city lord's manor had entered the fray a tad too late. Had they steadfastly stood by Ye Chen's side during his earlier struggles as a waste, would the outcome have been different? Chi Feng understood that someone like Ye Chen was fated for greatness, and the small locale of Xian Prefecture could not confine him. With the city lord's manor missing the opportunity to align with Ye Chen, future chances would be even slimmer. After resolving matters concerning the Yi family, Ye Chen returned to the lotus flower courtyard. In the courtyard's lotus pond, colorful koi swam gracefully, while a little girl stood nearby, leisurely feeding the fish. She donned frost armor, with small frosty gauntlets enveloping her arms. Her long hair was soft and smooth, and her large, dark eyes sparkled with a crystalline sheen. From a distance, the little girl appeared as a painting come to life. "Brother Chen, you're back." Upon hearing the gate open, Yi Linger turned her gaze toward Ye Chen. She then dashed over and leapt into his embrace. "Brother Chen, where did you go? I was so worried about you." Her small head nestled against Ye Chen's chest. He gently stroked her hair and replied, "Just now, I flew on my sword and saw a temple." "How interesting. What kind of temple was it?" Yi Linger's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Ye Chen continued, "I saw an old monk in the temple telling stories to a young monk. Not this story again, but I love hearing it." Yi Linger beamed with joy and soon drifted off to sleep in Ye Chen's arms, a faint smile lingering on her face. Once Yi Linger was lulled to sleep, Ye Chen took out the martial skill he had acquired, Blade Draw Slash. Blade Draw Slash, King Rank. Draw your weapon with lightning speed, striking down your foes. Note: only women can influence your blade drawing speed, the King Rank martial skill. Blade Draw Slash surpasses the heavenly rank, and it is a technique that maximizes speed and power for a swift, decisive strike. Unlike the Xian Tian Sword Classic, Blade Draw Slash offers but a single chance. One strike determines life or death. While the enemy begins their assault, you must draw your blade. It can be said that the Blade Draw Slash is an exceedingly extreme and somewhat passive martial art. If the timing for its execution is not optimal, it could very well place one in a disadvantageous position, leading to their demise at the hands of the enemy. However, the advantage of the Blade Draw Slash lies in its element of surprise. Most martial artists would never conceive that someone would devote themselves to mastering such a skill. Therefore, once the Blade Draw Slash is unleashed, it is almost guaranteed to succeed. Ding. The system has detected that the host possesses the royal grade skill, Blade Draw Slash. Would you like to learn it? Learn it immediately. Ding. The Blade Draw Slash has reached the minor accomplishment stage, accompanied by a melodious notification sound. A wealth of knowledge regarding the Blade Draw Slash flooded into Ye Chen's mind. The Blade Draw Slash is divided into 9 levels, each more formidable than the last. Ye Chen had comprehended the 3rd level, achieving a minor accomplishment. With a swift motion, he arrived at a dark, deserted alley, retrieving an ordinary grade greatsword. Ye Chen began to test his mastery of the Blade Draw Slash. Whoosh! A blade aura surged forth, striking a mosquito that was flying 100 meters away, cleaving it in 2. After numerous trials, he found that every target within 100 meters was met with a 100 success rate. Subsequently, Ye Chen shifted his focus to mosquitoes located 150 meters away. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more blade auras shot out, severing the insects into segments. After validating for a full 5 minutes, Ye Chen discovered that the hit rate for the Blade Draw Slash at 150 meters was approximately 95. He then extended his targets to 200 meters away. After 10 continuous minutes of verification, Ye Chen concluded that the hit rate for targets beyond 200 meters was only 70. Ye Chen calculated meticulously. Each slash had a 70 hit rate. Thus, 3 consecutive strikes would yield a cumulative hit probability of 210, equating to a 100 chance of striking the enemy. Indeed, the Blade Draw Slash is a royal grade martial technique, achieving a 100 hit rate even at a distance of 200 meters. Ye Chen was quite pleased with this outcome. Chapter 017. imperial-grade spirit beast throughout the night. Ye Chen did not rest. In addition to practicing the blade draw slash, he also devoted himself to the cultivation of the Xiantian sword classic. As Ye Chen continued to hone his skills, his proficiency in the Xiantian sword classic improved as well. Previously, he could only condense 100 sword energy vortices within his body. Now, he had managed to condense around 150. Although the increase was merely 50, the energy unleashed in an instant had more than doubled. With the Xiantian sword classic alone, Ye Chen could now annihilate opponents of the same realm in the blink of an eye. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees in the courtyard, casting a dappled light upon the ground, Ye Chen emerged from his state of cultivation. The first task of the morning was to prepare breakfast for the little girl, Linger. After about a quarter of an hour's effort, a fairly lavish spread was laid out on the table. "Linger, it's time to eat." Upon entering the room, Ye Chen gently called out, "Brother Chen, I wish to sleep a little longer." Ye Linger, with her sleepy eyes, displayed a touch of reluctance to rise. "Hurry up, or the sun will be on your back." Although the young girl was still somewhat hesitant, she was eventually coaxed out of bed by Ye Chen. "Brother Chen, I had a dream last night. Can you guess what it was?" Halfway through their meal, Ye Linger set down her bowl and chopsticks, her face adorned with a serious expression. Ye Chen chuckled softly. "Brother Chen cannot guess. Why don't you tell me, Ling? You are so silly, you never guess right." Ye Linger giggled, covering her mouth, and continued, "I dreamed of a beautiful white fox." After a brief pause, she added, "Brother Chen, how about we visit the spirit beast market in Songyue City today? Perhaps we might encounter that fox." Upon hearing Ye Linger's words, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile in exasperation. White foxes were exceedingly common in the divine martial continent and did not fall within the category of spirit beasts. Furthermore, they held little value, rendering them unprofitable for merchants, who would sell an ordinary white fox in the spirit beast market of Songyue City. Initially, Ye Chen had contemplated acquiring a spirit beast for Ye Linger, one that could protect her in his absence. Since the young girl desired a white fox, he decided to accompany her to the spirit beast market. Even if they could not procure the white fox, it would serve as a pleasant outing for Ye Linger. After finishing their meal, Ye Chen and Ye Linger set out together to the spirit beast market in Songyue City. Within the market, one would typically find first and second-tier spirit beasts. After wandering for quite some time, Ye Chen had yet to spot a white fox. "Excuse me, are you looking to select a spirit beast?" Just as Ye Chen was about to give up, a plump young man in a red robe scurried over. Within moments, he stood before Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded. "I am seeking a white fox. Do you know where I might find one?" "A white fox? What a coincidence. I have one at my shop," the plump boy replied, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Initially, he had set his sights on Ye Chen and his sister. Although he had a white fox at his shop, he was in no hurry to sell it to Ye Chen. He intended to wait until Ye Chen had thoroughly searched the market and found nothing before broaching the subject of the sale. "Follow me. My shop is just ahead." The boy waved his hand and led Ye Chen towards a nondescript corner of the spirit beast market. They arrived at a secluded area cluttered with various odds and ends, the surroundings chaotic and disordered. This spot appeared quite remote, with minimal foot traffic. Ordinary folks would hardly find it intriguing, and merely seeing the untidy surroundings would cause them to turn away. "The white fox you seek is right here," the plump boy announced as they reached a metal cage. A snow-white fox, with striking emerald green eyes, is confined within a cage. This particular white fox exhibits a curious blend of adorably clumsy innocence and an aloof, icy demeanor that distinguishes it from its peers. Typically, white foxes possess pale red eyes. Thus, the rarity of these verdant orbs renders this creature all the more extraordinary. Ding. Detected Imperial Grade Spirit Beast, White Emperor Fox. White Emperor Fox, Imperial Grade. Status: weak, sustained unknown injuries. Growth potential: unknown. The White Emperor Fox? This seemingly ordinary spirit beast is, in fact, the illustrious White Emperor Fox. It is astounding to encounter an imperial-grade spirit beast in such an unassuming location. Ye Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions to avoid arousing any suspicion in the chubby fellow accompanying him. "What do you think of this little white fox?" The chubby boy opened the metal cage and presented the white fox before Ye Chen and himself. This fox had been acquired by the boy's father from a vendor just days prior, drawn by its unique characteristics, prompting him to spend a considerable sum for its purchase. Initially, he had hoped to encounter affluent young patrons in Songyue City who would pay a handsome price for the fox, yet he had been met with disappointment, as no buyers had emerged in the span of half a month. "Brother Chen, this is the fox I dreamt of last night." Upon seeing the fox, Ye Linger embraced it with unbridled joy, unable to part from it. "Miss, your taste is impeccable. This white fox possesses remarkable intelligence and a deep understanding of human emotions, making it an unparalleled choice for a pet." The chubby boy beamed with delight at Yelinger's affection for the fox. Over the past few days, he had contemplated numerous strategies to part with the creature, and it seemed that the opportunity to sell was finally at hand. Moreover, the boy began to calculate. Since the lady before him was so fond of the fox, perhaps he could elevate the price? Before long, Ye Chen inquired, "How much for this white fox?" The chubby boy's heart soared with joy, though he feigned a troubled expression before responding. "This white fox was acquired by my father after enduring great hardships. It has been nourished with spirit grains these past few days, so I require 1 spirit stone." "What? 1 spirit stone?" Ye Chen's face reflected a mix of astonishment. Selling the white emperor fox for a single spirit stone was undeniably a lucrative bargain. "If you find the price of the white fox excessive, I can offer you another spirit beast." A flicker of panic crossed the chubby boy's face. In truth, demanding a spirit stone for the white fox was indeed steep. Previous inquiries had yielded offers of 50 gold coins, but potential buyers had dismissed them without a second glance. He had initially anticipated a sale price of 100 gold coins. Had it not been for Yelinger's evident fondness for the fox, he would not have dared to raise the price. "Selecting another spirit beast? I wholeheartedly endorse that suggestion." Ye Chen paused momentarily, then felt a surge of joy within. In this shop, every white fox is of imperial rank, and aside from the white emperor fox, might there be other formidable spiritual beasts? Ye Chen began to browse the counter in the chubby boy's shop. In this small establishment, one could select any spiritual beast at will. It turned out to be a false alarm. The plump boy felt a slight sense of pride, thinking, in the end, I have the upper hand. And he has spent a spirit stone. Ultimately, I have profited immensely. After scouring the shop, Ye Chen found nothing particularly remarkable. In a corner of the store, only a mountain chicken remained. Ding. Imperial rank spiritual beast detected. Jiu Li Fei Huang. Just when Ye Chen had given up hope, a system notification chimed. Chapter 018. Chu Mo Li Ding. Imperial rank spiritual beast detected. Jiu Li Fei Huang. Jiu Li Fei Huang. Imperial rank. Status. Weak. Sustained unknown injuries. Growth potential. Unknown. After wandering through the spiritual beast market of Songyue City, he had unexpectedly acquired 2 spiritual beasts of imperial quality. This was indeed a tremendous profit. It is worth noting that a matured imperial rank spiritual beast is comparable to the martial emperors among human cultivators. In the realm of the divine martial continent, the levels are categorized as opening meridians, foundation establishment, acquired, innate, martial king, martial venerable, martial emperor, half saint, and saint. The imperial rank is already considered to reside at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. Although the current white emperor fox and Jiu Li Fei Huang have yet to mature, they will undoubtedly ascend to imperial rank one day. This chicken will do, Ye Chen thought, displaying a pained expression, though internally he felt elated. In fact, at that moment, he was laughing heartily in his heart. He had chosen a seemingly useless weak creature. The chubby boy nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Ye Chen's selection. Selling 2 worthless pets and managing to gain a spirit stone? This time, he had truly struck gold. Welcome back anytime. The chubby boy watched as Ye Chen and his sister departed, his heart brimming with joy. He wished such good fortune would occur every day, if we have the chance. We will certainly return, Ye Chen thought, relishing the prospect of such delightful occurrences. After leaving the spiritual beast market, Ye Chen and Yu Lingo strolled along the main avenue of Songyue City, heading towards their residence. At the other end of the thoroughfare, a bronze-forged carriage sped towards them. The carriage moved swiftly, colliding with those unable to evade it. Many were severely injured, and some even lost their lives. Ha ha ha, just a bunch of lowly commoners. Their deaths mean nothing. As long as I, the young master, am pleased, I can eliminate anyone I wish. Inside the carriage sat a young man clad in a white martial robe, adorned with a purple cloud insignia on his chest. A shadowy demeanor lingered in his brow, and a sinister smile emerged whenever he heard the cries of the injured. For these individuals to perish at the hands of young Master Mo Li, it was their honor. Beside the youth sat a young man dressed in the attire of the Mo clan. His name was Mo Xian, the second brother of Mo Yanyu. In the realm of martial prowess, one finds oneself at the 5th tier of the postnatal stage. Although Mo Xian's strength may not be particularly remarkable within the confines of Ziyun County, it is indeed formidable in the grander arena of Songyue City. Yet, before the esteemed young Master Mo Li, such a warrior appears somewhat obsequious. Old Li, old Zhao, hasten the carriage. The wails of those lowly peasants ought to be more abundant, commanded Chu Mo Li, his smile darkening with malice. Before the carriage, 2 elderly men garbed in black martial robes, their faces obscured by conical hats, nodded in acknowledgement. Their cultivation was no trifling matter, both being in the late foundational stage. Upon receiving Chu Mo Li's directive, a sinister smirk graced their lips. With the young master's decree, they would indeed urge the carriage to accelerate. Heedless of the common folk obstructing their path, death awaited those who dared stand in their way. The carriage surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest. "Clear the way," shouted the elder known as Old Li, as he lashed out with the whip in his hand. A streak of formidable energy shot forth, striking a martial artist traversing the street. This unfortunate soul, merely at the opening meridian stage, stood no chance against the assault of a late foundational stage expert. In an instant, he was cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of blood. Along the route, any who dared impede the bronze carriage met with a grim fate, either crushed beneath its wheels or ruthlessly dispatched. The carriage barreled towards the siblings Ye Chen and Ye Linger. "Good heavens! You two blind wretches dare obstruct the carriage of young Master Mo Li?" The black-robed elder sneered, as the whip descended mercilessly towards Ye Linger, seeking death. At that moment, Ye Chen's fury ignited. A surge of murderous intent erupted from within him. Initially, he had intended to evade the carriage, wishing to spare Ye Linger from witnessing a massacre. However, these individuals were determined to court their demise. The world may insult, slander, and deceive Ye Chen, and he could remain indifferent, but should anyone dare to harm Ye Linger, they would rouse his wrath. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Anyone who dared lay hands on Ye Linger would face his lethal retribution. With a swift motion, he pressed his palm towards the void, summoning a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that coalesced into a formidable palm imprint before him. It then crashed into the incoming whip. What should have struck Ye Linger rebounded, instead landing upon Old Li. With a resounding crack, the late foundational stage expert was instantly grievously injured. His left arm pulverized into two pieces. The force of Ye Chen's attack continued unabated, devastating the bronze carriage. The massive vehicle collapsed, and the warhorse pulling it was left trembling on its knees, having been struck by Ye Chen's mighty palm. The once rapid carriage came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. Gasps of disbelief echoed in the air. The martial artists on the streets of Sanyue City stared in astonishment at Ye Chen. Who was this individual, so audacious, to dare obstruct the carriage of young Master Mo Li? Mo Li, the heir of the Prince of Ziyun, holds such power that a mere utterance from him can send tremors through Changwei City. How dare this young man challenge him? The martial artists within the city held their breath, for in their eyes, the prince's estate was an invincible and unassailable force. Offending them would lead only to death. And with Ye Chen having injured a formidable warrior from the estate, the consequences were all too predictable. "You insolent commoner! You dare to obstruct my carriage." Mo Li leaped from his vehicle, his face twisted with murderous intent as he glared at Ye Chen. "Brother Chen, perhaps we should just go home?" Ye Linger clutched Ye Chen's arm, her eyes brimming with concern. "Linger, remember this. Yielding endlessly only emboldens the wicked. I do not harm others unless harm myself. If one dares to provoke me, I shall obliterate them. In the face of justice, even royal authority may at times warrant challenge." Ye Chen reassured Ye Linger before turning his gaze upon Mo Li. "Mo Li, you wreak havoc in Chanyue City, inflicting harm upon countless individuals, even slaughtering the innocent. Have you ever considered that these people have families? Countless injuries?" Mo Li scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a disdainful glance at Ye Chen, he retorted, "They are but a rabble. Their lives hold no value in my eyes. To me, they are no different from animals. What if I injured them? What if I killed them?" With a shift in tone, Mo Li continued, "And you, commoner, dare to impede my carriage? Do you not recognize my status? I care not for your so-called status. To harm my sister is to invoke my wrath." Ye Chen's voice was resolute. "I offer you two choices. Kneel before my sister and apologize, and I may consider sparing your life, or extend your neck, and allow me to end it." With the sword of golden light in hand, Ye Chen's gaze was as cold and profound as the eternal night, seemingly capable of engulfing all. In disbelief, the onlookers witnessed Ye Chen demanding Mo Li to kneel and beg for mercy. Those surrounding Mo Li, including Mo Xian, were struck with astonishment. What was Mo Li's status? He was the heir of the Prince of Ziyun. And what of his strength? He was a formidable warrior at the second level of the innate realm. In Changwei City, who could rival such a figure? You expect me to kneel before this commoner? Are you mad? Mo Li's initial shock quickly morphed into disdain. "Jiao Lao, strike this commoner down. How dare you show such disrespect to the heir? And to think you possess the audacity to obstruct the prince's carriage. Offending us will lead only to your demise." An elderly man, whose cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, charged towards Ye Chen with a cold glint in his eyes, brandishing a dark iron sword. He unleashed a sweeping sword chi that surged forth like a torrent, aimed directly at Ye Chen. "The Prince of Ziyun County is nothing. To harm my sister, I would dare to block even the Emperor's chariot. If one dares to wrong me, I shall take a life. If heaven dares to wrong me, I shall obliterate it." Should the Prince of Ziyun County dare to insult me, I will annihilate the entire estate. And you, what are you to think you can kill me? A faint crimson hue surged in Ye Chen's eyes, transforming him into a furious lion. Those who stood nearby were awestruck by the overwhelming aura he exuded, instinctively retreating several steps. In that moment, the murderous intent radiating from Ye Chen felt almost tangible, akin to a blade hanging over each observer's head. They were gripped by the illusion that should Ye Chen desire it, their lives could be extinguished in an instant. You, a mere wretch, wish to destroy the estate? How dare you show disrespect to the royal house? I shall send you straight to hell. With a powerful sweep of his sword, he invoked the 13 styles of Lingyun, amplifying the sword chi to several times its original potency. 13 ethereal cloud-like phantoms materialized around the sword chi. The 13 styles of Lingyun, an extraordinary skill of the Ziyun County royal estate, when mastered to perfection, could unleash the might of 13 swords. The elderly man's sword sliced towards Ye Chen from an exceedingly cunning angle. The sword chi reached Ye Chen in an instant, yet he remained unmoved. Time seemed to freeze as all eyes were glued to him in disbelief. Suddenly, just as everyone believed Ye Chen would perish under the strike, he drew his blade. A ferocious wave of blade chi erupted from before him, tearing through the old man's 13 styles of Lingyun with devastating force. The elderly man's steps faltered, halted in their tracks. The formidable blade chi continued its relentless advance, not only shattering the 13 sword energies but also cleaving the dark iron sword in the old man's grasp into two. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, powerless against the might of Ye Chen's draw. It was both straightforward and direct. The late Foundation establishment Elder Zhao was struck by Ye Chen's blade, and soon a billowing mist of blood dispersed into the void. How could this be? Ye Chen actually killed Elder Zhao in a single stroke? Both Chu Mo Li and Mo Xian wore expressions of mild astonishment. How could a late Foundation establishment powerhouse be so easily vanquished? After all, Elder Zhao and Elder Li were seasoned warriors, each capable of contending with peak Foundation establishment experts. To witness one fall to a single blow while another was grievously wounded was unfathomable. In Changyue City, aside from Qi Feng of the City Lord's mansion, were there truly such formidable figures? Why had they never heard of him before? Brat, kneel and beg for forgiveness, then take your own life. I may consider sparing your corpse. After a moment of astonishment, Chu Moli's gaze turned frigid. Among the numerous cities under the jurisdiction of Ziyun County, it had always been their prerogative to slay others. When had it ever been the case that someone from the Ziyun County prince's residence was killed? Chu Moli had never suffered a loss as significant as this day. You must be speaking to yourself, you cur. I advise you to kneel and apologize to my sister at once. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity to plead for mercy. The murderous intent within Ye Chen surged even more fiercely. Chu Moli was merely a warrior of the second level of the innate realm. Not to mention a mere second-level warrior. Even a third-level warrior of the innate realm would fall before him without hesitation. How dare you, you trash! Attempt to deny me even the chance to beg for mercy? Chu Moli's eyes darkened as he continued, Mo Xian, cripple him for me. I shall reward you with 10 Earth Tier Star Pills. Thank you, young Master Moli, for your generous reward. Rest assured, this individual is merely a mind slave from our Mo family. Although he did not understand how he had gained cultivation, Mo Xian was confident that with just a finger, he could defeat this worthless opponent. Mo Xian wagged his tail like a dog before Chu Moli. However, when his gaze fell upon Ye Chen, a profound disdain crossed his face. Waste, kneel and end your life swiftly, lest I be forced to take action myself. Shut your mouth, you fool. Enough of your prattle. Ye Chen's figure surged forward, instantly reaching Mo Xian, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Mo Xian had no time to react before he was sent flying by Ye Chen's strike. How dare you, you worthless cur, ambush me? Mo Xian was momentarily stunned. Then an insatiable fury ignited within him. He had just declared Ye Chen a worthless mind slave, claiming he could defeat him with a mere finger, and yet he had been slapped in the face? Was this not a revelation that he was even less than a mere waste? Enough of this nonsense. Ye Chen's gaze was icy as he struck Mo Xian's face once more. Crack. The sound of shattered bones rang out again. Mo Xian was sent flying anew by Ye Chen's slap. Innate white jade skill. Blood spewed from his mouth as Mo Xian hurriedly activated the power of the innate white jade skill. Immediately, a luminescent sheen akin to white jade enveloped him entirely. 10th level of the innate white jade skill. White jade. Morning dew. As Mo Xian circulated the innate white jade skill, the entire void surrounding him transformed into an exquisite white. Within a 50-meter radius, the space trembled under the influence of some energy. Waves of force spread through the void, each wave more powerful than the last, crashing toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen, die. Mo Xian roared, pushing his power to the utmost limit. He aimed to obliterate Ye Chen in an instant and cleanse himself of this humiliation. With such a pitiful display, you dare to threaten my life. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful kick towards Ye Chen. Crack. In the next moment, a sound of shattering echoed through the air. Chapter 020. The storm sweeps the clouds, a narrow sky. Accompanied by the sound of destruction, the white luminescence in the void dimmed entirely. Ye Chen, a practitioner of the fifth layer of the postnatal realm, was sent flying by Ye Chen's kick, his bones shattering upon impact. When he struck the ground, he breathed his last. What is happening? A fifth-layer postnatal powerhouse, slain by a single kick. When did the postnatal strong become so feeble? The onlookers erupted in astonishment. They had anticipated Ye Chen's demise, only to find Ye Chen so easily vanquished. This starkly contrasted with the formidable aura of the innate Baiyu skill. Ye Chen's actions were reminiscent of the proverbial tiger in operation, yet achieving a score of 0 to 5. Truly a waste. The resources I provided for your cultivation could have nurtured 10 postnatal realm warriors, yet at a critical moment, you could not even defeat a mere minor. Witnessing Ye Chen being decisively subdued by Ye Chen, Chu Emoli felt an overwhelming rage, his expression darkening in an instant. Fixing his shadowy gaze upon Ye Chen, Chu Emoli declared, "Brat, you have slain 2 strong individuals by my side. Have you considered their families? Mere lives, of little value, to me. They are no different than beasts. Moreover, even if I were to kill them, what would it change?" Ye Chen stood tall, his presence radiating a piercing intensity. "How dare you, a commoner, treat the members of the Ziyun Marquise as livestock? Since you are so arrogant, I shall take your life now." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Emoli's eyes, as arcs of lightning swirled around him. Simultaneously, a silver spear adorned with lightning grooves manifested in his grasp. As the spear appeared, a tempestuous force swept through the surrounding void. This is the wind and thunder bloodline? It has long been said that the heir of the Ziyun Marquise, Chu Emoli, possesses such a lineage, and it appears to be true. The wind and thunder bloodline is a rare and powerful heritage. It is said that its offensive capability ranks among the best within its tier. Chu Emoli practiced a formidable spear technique, wielding the Thunder Dragon Spear, and with the enhancement of his wind and thunder bloodline. His attacks could only be described as terrifying. The surrounding martial artists gasped in awe as they witnessed Chu Emoli's display of power. Many had already retreated 100 meters, creating distance from him. The battle of an innate realm powerhouse, even a mere ripple from their clash, would be beyond their capacity to withstand, let alone a battle unleashed by a wielder of the wind and thunder bloodline, which promised to be even more dreadful. Ye Chen, with a single strike, I shall end your life. The obliteration spear technique. In that moment, Chu Emoli thrust his spear forward, unleashing an endless gleam of lightning that illuminated the void. Subsequently, an infinite surge of electric energy coalesced into a 10-meter-long dragon of thunder, hurtling toward Ye Chen with the intent to suppress him. The very fabric of space twisted, resonating with explosive sounds. Where the thunder dragon passed over the streets of Tsangyue City, all that existed was reduced to desolate ash. Xiantian sword cannon. 100 swords in a second. Ye Chen's massive blade instantaneously transformed into a long sword, and before him, a whirlwind of sword energy, colossal in size, took shape. The sword energy vortex collided with the thunder dragon in an instant, intertwining countless bolts of lightning with the sword's aura. However, this chaotic state lasted but a fleeting second. In the next moment, the sword energy vortex tore through the thunder dragon, its momentum unabated as it surged toward Chu Emoli. How is this possible? You, a lowly commoner, have managed to shatter my spear technique. Chu Emoli was engulfed in astonishment. His formidable spear technique, combined with the wind and thunder bloodline, was deemed invincible among those of equal rank. How could Ye Chen so effortlessly dismantle his assault? Was Ye Chen's cultivation truly at the innate realm? It was unfathomable for Tsangyue City to harbor a powerhouse of such caliber. With a swift motion, he pointed his spear into the void, unleashing a dominion of thunderous power that propelled him backward for several steps before he could finally counter Ye Chen's sword energy vortex. You possess some skill, lowly commoner. It appears I have underestimated you. Chu Emoli's expression grew grave as the thunder dragon spear in his hand began to rotate, releasing an overwhelming torrent of lightning energy. Within 100 meters, an intense aura of thunder enveloped the area. A colossal thunder dragon, 100 meters in length, formed before Chu Emoli, emanating an unmatched pressure that spread like wildfire. Just as everyone believed that this 100-meter thunder dragon represented the pinnacle of Chu Emoli's strength, another thunder dragon materialized in the void, followed by a third. Ye Chen, this strike embodies the third tier of the destruction spear technique. A technique I have only just mastered, and you, lowly commoner, are the perfect target for practice, Chu Moli exclaimed, his voice resonating with confidence as he lunged at Ye Chen with his spear. An intense aura of annihilation manifested in the air. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. With each additional thunder dragon, the might of his spear technique surged by another notch. With a devastating force, the 3 thunder dragons swiftly approached Ye Chen. All present held their breath. The might of the 3 dragons, the power of this strike, surely exceeded threefold. How could Ye Chen withstand it? Could he even endure this onslaught? With a determined resolve, Ye Chen prepared for his strike. The 3rd tier of the drawn blade slash. Its might not found in the moment of drawing the blade, but rather in the stillness before, where body and will converge to forge the ultimate blade intent. Layer upon layer of this intent coalesced, and as Ye Chen moved, his blade was drawn in an instant. Within 100 meters of Ye Chen, a tempestuous whirlpool materialized. In that moment, the clouds above writhed in turmoil. The wind swept away the remnants, unveiling a narrow expanse of sky. A torrent of blade-like energy surged forth. Layer upon layer, slicing through the atmosphere in an instant. The entire firmament appeared as though it had been cleaved into 2. With a resounding whoosh, the formidable blade energy swiftly approached the 3 thunder dragons. The dragons, in the face of such a lethal strike, seemed as fragile as paper, cleaved effortlessly in twain. In the next heartbeat, the relentless blade energy descended upon Chu Moli. His body froze in place, his face a canvas of fear, confusion, and profound shock. Moments later, his head silently toppled from his body. Chu Moli, the heir of Ziyun County, a formidable warrior of the 2nd tier of the innate realm, was slain in an instant by Ye Chen's blade. An eerie silence enveloped Songyue City as the powerful observers, upon witnessing this spectacle, nearly forgot to breathe. Who could have anticipated Ye Chen's extraordinary combat prowess? Who could have foreseen his resolute and merciless heart? Chapter 021. Innate 4th tier in a tower within Songyue City. Qi Feng, Qi Yao, and Qi Hancho stood gazing into the distance. They beheld the fierce clash between Ye Chen and Chu Moli unfold before their eyes. The might of an innate realm warrior is beyond our capacity to contend with. Otherwise, I would have surely gone to assist Ye Chen. A hint of disappointment graced Qi Liao's countenance. Ah, how wonderful it would have been had I steadfastly remained by Ye Chen's side. Observing the imposing figure 100 meters away, Qi Hancho's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. Once, she too was an admirer of Ye Chen. She remembered how, in the past, his unparalleled talent overshadowed the brilliance of all others in Songyue City, leading her to declare that she would marry no one but him. However, as Ye Chen fell from grace, his once radiant aura dimmed, rendering him utterly unremarkable in her eyes, devoid of any allure. Consequently, Qi Hancho shifted her focus to other gifted young men. Now, with Ye Chen's triumphant return, having effortlessly slain the innate realm Chu Moli, an indescribable sensation stirred within her. With Ye Chen's capabilities and talent, once he reaches his full potential, even the royal family of Ziyun County would find it impossible to rival him. Casting a glance at his daughter beside him, Qi Feng remarked, Hancho, it is best to forget him. Ye Chen is akin to the sun and moon. While you are destined to be a mere star, you inhabit entirely different realms. Yet, a tinge of reluctance lingered within her. Qi Hancho clenched her fist, her expression somewhat forlorn. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Ye Chen spent considerable time soothing Yiling helping the little girl stabilize her emotions. After all, she had never witnessed such carnage before. The first time witnessing death before her eyes inevitably left a psychological imprint. Once Yiling's spirits were calmed, Ye Chen redirected his attention to the 2 imperial tier spirit beasts. The White Emperor Fox is a spiritual beast favored by Yiling, and they are currently frolicking together. At first glance, the White Emperor Fox exudes an aura of royalty. However, for reasons unknown, it appears remarkably docile in Yiling's presence. The fox occasionally nuzzles against her, seemingly quite fond of her, as if an unspoken bond exists between them. Is this an innate connection? To be honest, Ye Chen finds himself perplexed. He then shifts his gaze to the Geely Phoenix, a creature of the highest lineage among the Phoenix clan. Upon attaining imperial status, it possesses the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Once it awakens the Geely imperial flame, it can rival half-saint level warriors. While the White Emperor Fox is obedient and gentle, the Geely Phoenix before him, this chicken, is far from compliant. It maintains an aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Geely Phoenix, I know you can comprehend my words. Will you accompany me henceforth? Since this creature is impervious to persuasion, Ye Chen decides to be more direct. Who could have anticipated that the chicken would retain its icy disposition, even turning its head away in disdain? Just wait, I shall find a way to tame you. He gathers wood and ignites a small campfire before him. Since this chicken is impervious to reason, it seems the only option left is to roast it. Grasping the feeble creature, he prepares to place it over the flames. The Geoli Phoenix attempts to struggle, but finds itself utterly powerless against Ye Chen's grip, finally exclaiming in human tongue, "Ye Chen, I am the Geoli Phoenix, a being capable of transcending the heavens and the earth." "Oh, and what of it?" Ye Chen replies nonchalantly. "Were it not for the grievous injuries that led to my reincarnation, I would not be consorting with a mere innate realm warrior like you. You wish to forge a master-servant contract with me? That is an impossibility. Even a mutual agreement is out of the question unless your strength surpasses mine." In the depths of its small eyes, the Geoli Phoenix reflects a sense of indignation. "Brother Chen, this chicken can actually speak. How wondrous." Yiling, upon witnessing the Geoli Phoenix's speech, expresses her astonishment and rushes over to cradle the creature in her arms. After playing with the Geoli Phoenix for a while, she says, "Brother Chen, this chicken is so adorable. It would be a pity to eat it. Perhaps we should keep it, as it may prove useful in the future." "No. Since this chicken refuses to enter into a contract, what purpose does it serve? Better to roast it." Ye Chen swiftly snatches the Geoli Phoenix from Yi Linger's grasp and heads toward the campfire. "Ye Chen, how dare you consider roasting me? Do you not think this is a lavish waste?" The Geoli Phoenix emits a furious squawk, flapping its tiny wings desperately in an attempt to escape Ye Chen's grasp. Yet, his hold is as unyielding as an immovable giant, and no amount of struggle proves successful. "I do not consider it a waste at all. Consuming you will not only enhance my physique, but also elevate the quality of my bloodline. Linger, what seasonings do you think would be best after roasting this chicken?" "I believe some cumin would make it particularly delectable." Ye Chen drew the body of the nine-leaf phoenix closer to the flickering campfire. "Ah, Ye Chen, you have gravely insulted not only the chicken, but also me. I am the nine-leaf phoenix, destined to awaken the nine-leaf imperial flame, and yet you would allow me to perish in flames." The nine-leaf phoenix struggled desperately, its small eyes filled with rage, appearing utterly comical. "Brother Chen, perhaps we should reconsider. This chicken seems rather pitiful. Let us not consume it," Yilinger pleaded with him at that moment. "Very well. Since my sister Yilinger intercedes on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. However, be warned, when my sister is not present, you must tread carefully." A mischievous smile crept across Ye Chen's face. "How absurd. I, the mightiest nine-leaf phoenix in existence, almost became a roasted chicken?" The nine-leaf phoenix suddenly felt a sense of survival. Yet, this little sister was rather impressive. Once it attained the imperial realm, it could protect her. The nine-leaf phoenix pondered this in its heart. System, utilize the white jade perch. Sitting cross-legged beneath a towering tree, Ye Chen issued a command to the system. Ding. Host successfully used 100 white jade perches. Ding. Host's cultivation level has risen to the second heaven of the innate realm. Ding. Host's cultivation level has risen to the third heaven of the innate realm. Ding. Host's cultivation level has risen to the fourth heaven of the innate realm. Upon consuming 100 white jade perches, Ye Chen's cultivation soared, ultimately reaching the formidable fourth heaven of the innate realm. Ye Chen, how is it that your cultivation level has ascended 3 minor realms in such a short span? The nine-leaf phoenix approached Ye Chen. Curiosity and greed evident in its small eyes. The spiritual energy that had surged from Ye Chen was among the purest in existence. Truth be told, it stirred the phoenix's heart a little. "Want to know so badly?" Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at the phoenix, shaking his head slightly. "Unfortunately, I shall not divulge that information. Ye Chen, I advise you not to attempt to deceive me. I am a being of unparalleled prowess, capable of traversing heaven and earth. Have you acquired some miraculous elixir or a treasure of immense value? Speak to me, and should you reveal the truth and share a portion of the treasure, I might consider following you." The nine-leaf phoenix spread its wings, its gaze imbued with a hint of flattery. "Just moments ago, you dismissed me. Now you seek my favor." Ye Chen did not even glance at the phoenix, instead focusing on his meditation. What a grand jest. "An entity of my caliber shall not only be sought after by imperial-level spiritual beasts, even sacred beasts will kneel in supplication, desiring to be tamed by me. This chicken, merely an imperial-level spiritual beast, holds little significance in my eyes. Now, seeing its own strength rapidly ascend, it foolishly seeks to draw closer, clearly overestimating its importance." Crack. A pill appeared in Ye Chen's hand, and he proceeded to consume it, savoring its essence. A whisper of ethereal energy permeated through Ye Chen's limbs, nurturing his martial physique. Subsequently, he consumed numerous elixirs, as if they were mere beans. "Is your elixir truly so undervalued?" Observing Ye Chen's actions, Jiu Li Fei Huang's lips twitched, filled with envy. In that moment, her heart softened. "Brother Chen, it's time to eat. called Ye Linger, as an opulent spread was laid before them. At the stone table in the courtyard, an array of sumptuous dishes was presented, including braised fish made from exquisite white jade perch. Ye Chen and Ye Linger indulged heartily. The white jade perch, transformed into sumptuous braised fish, signified Ye Chen's considerable wealth. Jiao Li Fei Huang nearly drooled at the sight. After Ye Chen finished his meal, Jiao Li Fei Huang approached him once more. Ye Chen, grant this empress another chance. I am willing to sign an equitable contract with you. Her demeanor had softened. Devoid of the previous arrogance, she had initially believed Ye Chen to be of lesser stature, but now realized he was a king. She once thought that entering into a contract with Ye Chen would be a significant loss. However, it now appeared that following him was the most advantageous course of action. An equitable contract? Are you certain? Ye Chen gazed down upon Jiao Li Fei Huang with an air of superiority, as though he were a sovereign surveying an ant. Jiao Li Fei Huang was momentarily stunned by his imposing presence, affirming, "Yes, this empress is willing to sign an equitable contract. As for a master-servant agreement, we shall reconsider once you attain the realm of a sage. That shall suffice." Ye Chen nodded slightly, his hand descending towards Jiao Li Fei Huang's head. A peculiar pattern emanated from his palm, infiltrating her mind. Simultaneously, a subtle connection blossomed between them. This bond was a form of telepathic communication, even separated by vast distances. They could still sense one another after signing the equitable contract. By entering into this contract with Ye Chen, I shall surely regain my imperial status. A swell of pride surged within Jiao Li Fei Huang. What expression is that from you, fox? However, before Jiao Li Fei Huang could compose herself, she noticed the white emperor fox observing her. Its gaze seemed to convey disdain, as if to say, "You are but refuse." "Hey, you fox, I am speaking to you. Stand still," Jiao Li Fei Huang exclaimed. "Your earlier expression seemed quite dismissive. Do you not comprehend what I am?" She folded her wings across her chest, exuding an air of triumph. Jiao Li Fei Huang mused, now that she had Ye Chen as her ally, was it not only natural to assert dominance over this fox? If a confrontation is to occur, let it be. Enough with the idle chatter. The white emperor fox cast a derisive glance at Jiao Li Fei Huang. "How dare you look down upon me? If I do not teach you a lesson, you shall never know why the flowers bloom so brightly. I shall strike," she declared. I cannot seem to muster the strength." The nine-leaf phoenix lunged towards the white emperor fox, only to find it standing resolutely still. In the next moment, a pristine white paw pressed it firmly to the ground. Help! Help! Ye Linger, quickly stop this fox. It intends to devour me." The nine-leaf phoenix cried out desperately, struggling beneath the weight. "Shao Bai, let it go today. Do not hold a grudge against it," Ye Linger said as she approached the white emperor fox, gently stroking its fur. Indeed, under Ye Linger's gentle persuasion, the white emperor fox chose to relent. This scene was observed by Ye Chen, who found the docility of the white emperor fox somewhat perplexing. Logically, an imperial tier spirit beast should be exceedingly proud and unwilling to submit to humans. The white emperor fox ought to have put up at least some resistance. Much like that chicken, yet it was utterly compliant before Ye Linger. After pondering for a long while, Ye Chen could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. In the capital of Ziyun County, within the royal palace, a grand hall supported by 8 dragon columns was filled with tension. "What? You say my son, Chu Emoli, was slain by someone with a single strike?" Chu Yunshun, the Duke of Ziyun, sat upon his throne, his expression darkening ominously. With a crack, he crushed the bronze armrest of the throne, and an aura of terrifying malice pervaded the hall. Before him knelt an elderly man clad in a black martial robe, his arm broken, trembling as he prostrated on the ground. "Who dares to take my son's life?" Chu Yunshun's voice resonated like thunder. Chu Emoli was his most cherished son, raised with immense investment of both resources and effort from the duke's estate. Moreover, Chu Yunshun had devoted more care to him than to any of his other sons. Originally, he had high hopes for Chu Emoli, believing he would join the sacred grounds for cultivation. Who could have anticipated that, on the eve of the sacred grounds assessment, Chu Emoli would meet his demise? Vowing vengeance, Chu Yunshun swore to dismantle the murderer piece by piece. The perpetrator was a martial artist from Songyu City, named Ye Chen. The elder bowed his head, too fearful to breathe. "Ye Chen, this name shall be etched in my memory. From this day forth, this individual shall face tenfold, 100-fold retribution from my duke's estate." Chu Yunshun roared, turning his gaze upon the elder, his eyes darkening. "You have failed to protect the heir. Take your own life here." "Thank you, your grace." A glimmer of sorrow flickered in the elder's eyes, yet he understood this was an inevitable outcome. Chapter 23. The royal bloodline of battle bodies, the Xiantian sword cannon. 100 swords in a second. In the courtyard, Ye Chen resumed his practice of the Xiantian sword cannon. After a day of rigorous training, his comprehension of the technique ascended to a new height. Now, Ye Chen could condense the sword energy within him into swirling vortices, increasing from 150 to 200. The overlapping of 200 sword energy vortices amplified the potency of his swordsmanship by more than double. After a brief respite, Ye Chen continued to practice his draw and slash technique. Phantom blades flickered in the void as Ye Chen repeatedly executed the motion of drawing his sword. In the blink of an eye, he had performed this action hundreds of times. Draw, sheathe, draw, and then sheathe again. This movement had been practiced by Ye Chen countless times, and only when his entire body was exhausted of energy did he finally cease. Ding! The realm of sword drawing has ascended to the 4th level. The system's notification echoed, and Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief. Tomorrow marks the day of enrollment for the Jiuli Sacred Land in Ziyun County. My foremost objective is to join the Jiuli Sacred Land, and my second aim is to annihilate the Mo family. Ye Chen inhaled deeply and then sat cross-legged on the ground. System, sign in. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Ye Chen resolutely chose to sign in. Ding. The host is located in Songyue City. Sign in level 2. Ding. As the host cultivation level has reached the 4th tier of the innate realm, today's sign-in count is 170 times. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Awarded 100 heavenly true yang pills. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Awarded 100 heavenly true yang pills. Ding. Host's third sign-in successful. Awarded 100 heavenly true yang pills. Ding. Host's 166 sign-in successful. Awarded item. 3 level 5 spirit destruction talismans. Ding. Host's 167th sign-in successful. Awarded item. 100 bottles of innate true spirit liquid. Ding. Host's 168th sign-in successful. Awarded item. 100 Dragon Guard summoning orders. Ding. Host's 169th sign-in successful. Awarded treasure. 10 true spirit crystals. Ding. Host's 170th sign-in successful. Awarded a small Chinquan world. The rewards from this sign-in primarily comprised elixirs and a few spirit stones. However, the final prize truly captivated Ye Chen's attention. Item. Innate true spirit liquid. Function. Cleanses the martial body, enhancing the innate spiritual roots of the martial artist. Item. Dragon Guard summoning order. Function. Summons a dark guardian of the dragon clan at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Item. True spirit crystal. Function. Contains pure celestial and earthly spiritual energy. These 3 items were exceptionally beneficial to Ye Chen. The innate true spirit liquid is a substance capable of enhancing one's bone structure, bestowing martial artists with innate talent. Ye Chen intended to give the 100 bottles of innate true spirit liquid to Yi Linger rather than using them himself. Currently, Yi Linger was an ordinary person with no martial cultivation. As Ye Chen prepared to enter the Jiuli Sacred Land for training, he would inevitably encounter numerous formidable opponents and challenges. Therefore, he hoped that Yi Linger could attain a certain level of martial prowess. Although he could protect her, he could not guarantee that he would always be by her side. What if she were to encounter danger in his absence? Linger, here are 100 bottles of innate true spirit liquid. Consume 1 each day to strengthen your martial abilities. Ye Chen presented the 100 bottles of innate true spirit liquid before Yi Linger. The innate true spirit liquid is a treasure capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a martial artist. Upon witnessing Ye Chen produce 100 bottles of this precious liquid, Yi Linger's petite face displayed a hint of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Brother, is it not too extravagant for me to use these bottles of innate true spirit liquid? Moreover, if I consume them, what will you have left?" Yi Linger felt a mix of excitement and concern. Her excitement stemmed from the prospect of finally becoming a martial artist, freeing her from the burden of being her brother's encumbrance. Her worry arose from the fear that Ye Chen would exhaust all his resources on her, hindering his own cultivation. Rest assured, dear sister, I possess ample resources for cultivation. Even if the world were to become devoid of spiritual energy and martial arts were to decline, I would still have an inexhaustible supply of resources. Ye Chen reassured her with a smile, gently patting her head. He spoke not out of bravado, for with the infinite signing-in system at his disposal, he would have daily opportunities to acquire resources unless the very fabric of the world were to unravel. As long as he had signing-in opportunities, he would be endowed with endless cultivation resources. Ye Chen, I have heard whispers of your boundless cultivation resources, interjected the 9-leaf phoenix, piqued by their conversation. You must understand that I am a being of unparalleled might, capable of traversing heaven and earth. If you grant me some of your resources, my power can ascend to the imperial realm in no time. I shall provide you with cultivation resources at the appropriate moment. Follow me, and you shall not lack for resources, but do not overestimate yourselves. The divine martial continent is vast, and you are merely imperial-level spirit beasts, Ye Chen replied, casting a glance at the 9-leaf phoenix and the white emperor fox. He then placed 10 pieces of true spirit crystal on the ground, stating, "Each of you may take 5 of these. The spiritual energy contained within should aid in healing a portion of your injuries, allowing you to absorb the heavenly spiritual energy for your cultivation." After handing the 10 true spirit crystals to the 9-leaf phoenix and the white emperor fox, Ye Chen disregarded the weaker being and settled down cross-legged to commence his own cultivation. He consumed several earth-grade star pills, crafted from rare herbs infused with stellar essence, which contained terrifying spiritual power and stellar energy. Through the transformation of the 9-turn Linglong heart, the energy was magnified several times, continuously enhancing Ye Chen's martial physique and bloodline energy. After an hour, Ye Chen's dragon blood battle body and undying bloodline powers reached their zenith. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering echoed in his mind. Subsequently, it felt as though a barrier had been lifted from his limbs and bones, and a qualitative transformation began to burgeon within him. In that moment, torrents of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged violently into his body, akin to the sudden release of floodgates, pure and ferocious, flooding into his limbs, bones, and internal organs. From head to toe, it felt as though hammers were forging his very being. Ye Chen's body and bloodline were being transformed by a wondrous energy, rapidly elevating his essence. Ding. The dragon blood battle body ascends to the king tier. Ding. The undying bloodline ascends to the king tier. Chapter 024. Ominous phenomenon. The resonant sounds of the system notifications echoed within Ye Chen's mind. With the 9-turn Linglong heart, Ye Chen sought to elevate his martial body and bloodline strength, achieving a remarkable efficiency. Just as Ye Chen believed everything was coming to a close, a colossal blood dragon phantom, towering over 100 feet, manifested above the courtyard. Within the dragon's influence, ordinary wild grasses transformed into spiritual herbs, and even the dead, withered wood sprouted tender buds, flourishing with vibrant green leaves. An overwhelming, dominant pressure emanated from the dragon's phantom, enveloping half of Songyue City. What has transpired? How could such formidable pressure arise? Has a deity descended? How could a dragon god's visage appear in the skies? Could it be that a chosen one has emerged in Songyue City? All the inhabitants of Songyue City gazed upwards in awe. A chosen one is one designated by the heavens. Such individuals carry immense fortune and are destined to become extraordinary figures among humanity. Suddenly, shortly after the dragon's shadow appeared, a fierce, menacing phantom cloaked in darkness emerged above Songyue City. This apparition seemed to be in eternal existence, as if connected to the very fabric of the universe. How is this possible? The simultaneous appearance of the dragon god and the demon phantom. Does this herald a cataclysmic battle between gods and demons in Songyue City? Such overwhelming pressure and domineering aura. Does this signify the imminent destruction of Songyue City? The mere presence of the dragon god phantom had already instilled profound fear in the hearts of the city's populace, and the emergence of the demon phantom now sent shivers down every spine. All the citizens of Songyue City stood on high alert, even activating the city as protective formation. The Lord's estate was thrown into chaos, with Qi Liao, Qi Feng, and others gathering to maximize the defensive power of the protective array. Hurry and gather all the spirit stones from the Lord's estate. We must maximize the array's power, Qi Feng insisted, feeling that their preparations were still insufficient. He commanded the guards of the Lord's estate once more. Just as Qi Feng prepared to push the protective formation to its limits, another phenomenon occurred. A 9-tailed white fox phantom materialized in the heavens. A 9-tailed white fox? Could it be the legendary Bai Di fox? The Bai Di fox is an imperial tier spiritual beast. How could it appear in Songyue City? Has someone managed to tame the Bai Di fox? Qi Liao, Qi Feng, and Shi Hanqiu were utterly astonished upon witnessing the 9-tailed white fox in the sky. It is well known that whether it be imperial realm powerhouses, imperial potential, or imperial spiritual beasts, they represent the pinnacle of existence within the divine martial continent. Regardless of the circumstance, the external world will undoubtedly incite a tempest of emotions, potentially unleashing a torrent of chaos. The emergence of an imperial tier spirit beast in Songyue City has raised alarming questions. Is it possible that Songyue City faces annihilation? With the arrival of the White Emperor Fox, it seems that the entire populace of Songyue City may be doomed. A group of martial artists, well-versed in the legend of the White Emperor Fox, collapsed to the ground upon witnessing the celestial phenomena. The imperial tier is a force capable of cataclysmic destruction, trampling the very stars themselves, a being of boundless power. Should an imperial tier spirit beast truly descend, a single strike could obliterate Songyue City. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy ascended to the heavens. Ye Linger, who had been meditating, opened her eyes. A stream of silvery essence erupted from her gaze, soaring toward the clouds. This argent energy transformed into a radiant silver moon, rising from the eastern horizon and enveloping Sanyue City in its luminous embrace. The sky dimmed, leaving only the brilliant and pure silver moon to illuminate the scene. What is happening? Why is there a silver moon in the sky of Sanyue City during broad daylight? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the city. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 1 moon, 2 moons, 3 moons, until 10 silver moons hung above Sanyue City. This extraordinary spectacle ceased. The appearance of 10 moons signified the presence of a heavenly battle body. Who among the inhabitants of Sanyue City could possibly create such a monumental stir? Is there a prodigy of unparalleled talent amongst them? The city lord's officials, Qi Liao and Qi Feng, fell to the ground, their minds in disarray, utterly drained of the energy required to maintain the city as protective array. If an imperial-level expert truly descended, activating the defensive formation would be futile. The protective array of Sanyue City simply could not withstand such a force. Thus, the two relinquished their duties and ascended to the star observation platform. This phenomenon could only signify the arrival of an imperial spirit beast or the awakening of an imperial body. Standing on the observation platform and gazing towards the eastern horizon, Qi Liao's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were indeed an imperial body, who could it be? Qi Feng and Qi Hanqiu were equally astonished, their breaths becoming labored. How could this fox, having recovered from its injuries, summon such an anomaly? If I, the emperor, do not intervene, would it not be a tremendous loss of face? Furthermore, as an omnipotent being, how could I allow myself to be outshone by this fox? With that, the 9-leaf phoenix tucked 5 true spirit crystals into its bosom and began to absorb and refine them. Waves of pure spiritual energy began to circulate within its form. Ah, the aroma is delightful. These 5 true spirit crystals contain 3 times the energy of ordinary ones. Ye Chen certainly displays a lavish hand. As the 9-leaf phoenix continued to refine the crystals, thoughts raced through its mind. Before long, a shimmering specter of a phoenix, ablaze with 9 colored flames, manifested high above the sky of Sanyue City. To my astonishment, another phoenix appeared on the horizon. The phoenix, a paramount existence among all races, possesses the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. What could account for such a phenomenon within Sanyue City? Could it be that someone harbors the bloodline of the phoenix and has successfully awakened it, thereby causing this extraordinary manifestation? Or perhaps, someone has awakened a combat form associated with the phoenix lineage. What auspicious day is this that so many mysterious phenomena are gracing us? Above the entirety of Sanyue City, dragons, demons, 9-tailed white foxes, and phoenixes, alongside 10 radiant silver moons, converge in the sky. It feels as though we have transcended Sanyue City and entered an alternate realm entirely. Come, let us investigate these manifestations and uncover their origin. Qi Liao summoned his 3rd-tier spirit beast, the Fire Crow, to the star observation platform. Subsequently, Qi Liao, Qi Feng, and Hanqiu ascended upon the Fire Crow, soaring toward the eastern horizon. The Fire Crow halted 300 meters away from the Lotus Courtyard. No matter how Qi Liao attempted to command the Fire Crow, it dared not advance another step. The various phenomena in the sky exerted a fatal sense of pressure upon the Fire Crow, particularly the bloodline of the phoenix, which held a formidable suppressive power over it. Is that person Ye Chen? With innate cultivation, Qi Liao focused his gaze upon the courtyard where Ye Chen resided. Upon confirming Ye Chen's identity, disbelief washed over Qi Liao's face. The dragon and demon shadows emanated directly from Ye Chen. Beside him stood a white fox and a phoenix. The ethereal forms of the white fox and the phoenix were manifestations of the celestial anomalies produced after these 2 imperial-tier spirit beasts broke through in strength. Both the 9-tailed white fox and the Jioli phoenix are indeed imperial-tier spirit beasts. The imperial tier can scorch the heavens and boil the seas, obliterating stars with a mere wave of the hand. How could such a powerful existence possibly submit to Ye Chen? What extraordinary abilities does Ye Chen possess that compel 2 imperial-tier spirit beasts to willingly follow him? Initially, Qi Liao merely perceived Ye Chen as exceptionally fortunate, having stumbled upon certain opportunities. Yet now, it seemed as though Ye Chen was shrouded in a veil of mystery, concealing countless secrets. Qi Liao felt he could not fully comprehend Ye Chen. Ah, that figure is Ye Ling. Qi Liao's eyes narrowed as the pure, sanctified moonlight bathed Ye Linger's form. Even Ye Chen's sister possesses a celestial combat form? Qi Liao was nearly taken aback by the revelation that Ye Linger bore an imperial-tier silver moon combat form. 1 month in the air, a mortal body. 3 months in the air, a spirit body. 7 months in the air, an earth body. 10 months in the air, a celestial body. Liao could scarcely believe that Yilinger was the one who achieved the celestial form of October. He had never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Yilinger would possess a heavenly constitution. Had he known of such extraordinary fortunes bestowed upon Ye Chen, he would have insisted on bringing him to the city lord's mansion to be well cared for. Alas, it is too late to lament now. A bitter expression surfaced upon Liao's aged countenance. Though Liao greatly valued Ye Chen's talent and potential for growth, it must be noted that he had previously slain Chu Moli, the heir of the Ziyun Duke's residence. To kill Chu Moli was tantamount to offending the entire Ziyun Duke's family, a formidable power within the Ziyun region, boasting no fewer than 10 innate-level experts. Not to mention the head of the residence, Chu Yunshin, who is a mid-level innate expert. Should the city lord's mansion become too closely allied with Ye Chen, it would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Ziyun Duke's residence. At that time, despite Ye Chen's seemingly extraordinary prowess, he would still be ill-equipped to contend with the might of the Ziyun Duke's family. Thus, Liao remained in a phase of cautious observation. In hindsight, he lamented the missed opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Ye Chen. Such a prodigious talent, if allowed to flourish, would not only eclipse the Ziyun Duke's residence, but could potentially outshine the entirety of the Longke dynasty. Perched upon the back of a fiery crow, Qifeng wore a faintly resigned expression. This time, it seemed they were irrevocably distanced from Ye Chen. Beside him, Kahongku's demeanor also darkened as she remarked. With two beings of imperial caliber in his company, Ye Chen's achievements are boundless. We are ultimately from different worlds. The imperial tier represents an existence of immense significance. It appears that Ye Chen and I are fated to be strangers in this lifetime. In comparison, the disparity between them was as vast as the sun and moon against the stars. In fact, when placed beside Ye Chen, Kahongku felt she was scarcely even a star. The chasm between them was not merely significant, it was monumental. In the Ziyun region of the Longke dynasty, Ziyun City lies in the eastern part of the realm, ranking among the top 10 cities of the Longke dynasty. With a resident population exceeding 10 million, its commerce and trade are unrivaled within the dynasty. Each year, the taxes contributed by Ziyun City account for approximately 20% of the Longke dynasty's total revenue. This is largely due to the presence of the Yunlu Merchant Guild, the largest trading consortium on the Shenshi continent, headquartered in Ziyun City. The Yunlu Merchant Guild is renowned as one of the most enigmatic forces in the realm. It is said that wherever the guild establishes a presence, prosperity follows. Moreover, the guild commands a level of respect that even the imperial authority dares not challenge. A former monarch of the Longke dynasty once endeavored to seize control of the Yunlu Merchant Guild, only to see the entire imperial power toppled overnight by a mysterious force. Such occurrences are manifold across various dynasties. Henceforth, the Yunlu Merchant Guild ascended to a status that transcends the dominion of all major dynasties. Let us settle here. Outside the Silver Moon Tavern in Ziyun City, a young man clad in a white martial robe, with a golden longsword slung across his back, came to a halt. "I will listen to Brother Chen," responded a 12-year-old girl beside him, cradling a white fox as she nodded silently. The Silver Moon Tavern, sprawling over roughly 10 acres, is divided into 10 levels. Although not the most opulent establishment in Ziyun City, it is certainly of high quality. "Please prepare a premium guest room for me." Ye Chen placed a spirit stone upon the counter. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Your room is number 1 on the heavenly floor. Here is your key." The innkeeper wore a broad smile as he handed the key to Ye Chen. However, once Ye Chen vanished from his sight, the smile gradually faded, transforming into a chilling intent to kill. Casting a glance at the void beside him, the innkeeper inquired, "Are you certain that individual is in room 1 of the Tian series?" "Indeed, I am thoroughly convinced that the presence resides in room 1 of the Tian series. Once Ye Chen enters, he will undoubtedly be subdued." From the shadows beside him emerged a dark figure, adorned with a mocking grin. On the 3rd floor of the Silver Moon Tavern, in room 1 of the Tian series, a purple veil shrouded most of the room. Within the veil sat an enchanting woman, her body wrapped elegantly. The splendid view outside revealed 2 snow-capped mountains basking in sunlight. With a gentle parting of her lips, she savored a sip of tea before commencing her silent cultivation. Calming her mind, she entered a meditative state. The day, moon, and stars technique began to circulate within her, infusing her body with strands of spiritual energy that nourished her martial physique. How could there be 2 rooms 1 of the Tian series? Ye Chen, clutching the key, arrived at the designated floor only to discover 2 rooms bearing the same name. Momentarily bewildered. Regardless, he decided to try one of the doors. Placing the key into one of the rooms 1 of the Tian series, he turned it. Creak. The door swung open, and Ye Chen stepped inside. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, he found himself transfixed. Before him sat an exquisite woman, gracefully cultivating in a seated position. As he contemplated retreating, he realized that the woman had already opened her eyes. A piercing aura of murderous intent filled the room. Chapter 026. The might of a martial king. The murderous intent was palpable, causing the air within the room to grow dense. The woman donned a flowing white dress. Her cold gaze fixed upon Ye Chen as she demanded, "How did you gain entry to this room? Regardless of how you entered, this day's outcome is singular, death." Ye Chen was about to assert that he possessed the key to room 1 of the Tian series. However, the woman lunged towards him, unleashing a silver thread from her hand that sliced through the air. Transforming energy into thread, she exhibited the prowess of a martial king. Upon witnessing the woman's technique, Ye Chen's expression sharpened. Only a martial king could solidify spiritual energy into iron-like strength, even condensing it into a thread. It was only a martial king who could elevate their control over spiritual energy to such extraordinary heights. Drawing his sword to counter, Ye Chen remained composed in the face of the martial king's attack. A formidable blade aura took shape before him, cutting towards the silver thread. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the power of the sword clashed with the silver thread. Although the blade technique was powerful, the opponent was a martial king. In the blink of an eye, the silver thread sliced through the blade's force, aiming directly for Ye Chen. What appeared to be a simple silver thread was, in reality, a concentrated embodiment of spiritual power, designed to pierce through defenses with an unparalleled precision. Although the attack had yet to descend upon Ye Chen, a bone-chilling pain had already manifested within his body. It felt as if, in the next moment, his martial physique would shatter under the strain of this overwhelming energy. Clearly, the chasm between the innate realm and the martial king realm was not a trivial one. With my current strength, engaging in combat with a martial king expert would undoubtedly be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Upon realizing the vast disparity in power between himself and his opponent, Ye Chen's expression grew solemn. Subsequently, he activated the power of the 9 dragons leaving fire shield. Boom! Just as the silver threads were about to descend upon Ye Chen, 9 fire dragons emerged from the void, standing resolutely before him. The silver threads, which were meant to slice through Ye Chen, instantaneously vaporized in the presence of the 9 fire dragons. This was the royal grade treasure, the 9 dragons leaving fire shield. Ye Chen, witnessing the shield before her, felt a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Royal grade treasures were rare in Ziyun County City. With only the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce possessing such artifacts, other factions could hardly produce them. Could it be that this young man was affiliated with the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce? However, if he were indeed one of them, what could possibly lead him to a place like the Silver Moon Tavern? One must bear in mind that the Silver Moon Tavern was not the most upscale establishment in Ziyun County City. My apologies, miss. I merely entered the wrong room and did not intend to offend, Ye Chen declared, producing the key to room number 1 in an attempt to dispel the misunderstanding. Unintentional offense? You appear to be nothing more than a lecher. Since you have laid eyes upon me, you shall pay with your life. Ye Chen countenance turned cold as she divided the energy in her hand into several segments, forming strands of silver that surged towards Ye Chen from different directions. I am merely trying to explain, yet you insist on being unreasonable. Anger surged within Ye Chen upon perceiving Ye Chen's overwhelming hostility. I have only glanced at you, and yet you seek to kill me. I have explained that it was a misunderstanding, yet you are determined to silence me. Ye Chen's domineering demeanor ignited the flames of fury within Ye Chen. Whoosh! The 9 fire dragons materialized from thin air, rushing towards Ye Chen in a torrent of flames. The silver strands of energy were instantly vaporized. In the blink of an eye, the 9 fire dragons reached Ye Chen's side. With a swift motion, she clapped her palm towards the void, conjuring a protective barrier that intercepted the 9 fire dragons. Though the 9 dragons leaving fire did not inflict fatal harm upon her, her exquisite visage was singed black. How am I to face others tomorrow with this appearance? Ye Chen, seething with rage, desired to retaliate, only to discover that Ye Chen had vanished from the room. Do you think that just because you have fled, I cannot find you? Ye Chen's chest heaved with indignation as she waved her delicate hand, sending forth a series of communication light symbols from her palm. Simultaneously, individuals adorned with the purple cloud sword insignia throughout Ziyun County City looked skyward. Glimmering orbs materialized before them, revealing a portrait depicting Ye Chen's visage suspended in the air. Find this youth and bring him before me, echoed the cool voice of Ye Chen through the void. Ye Chen, you should have released me earlier. With my power, I could vanquish her in a single strike. Within a modest inn, Jiu Li Fei Huang stood with arms crossed, exuding confidence. Suddenly, azure flames ignited around Jiu Li Fei Huang. Just a moment ago, someone was trembling in the shadows. Bai Di, who cast a disdainful glance at Jiu Li Fei Huang. Nonsense. I am an entity of unparalleled existence, capable of conquering heaven and earth. How could I possibly fear a mere martial king? I was not hiding. Rather, I was providing Ye Chen with a chance for growth. After all, someone as striking as I should make a grand entrance. Jiu Li Fei Huang's small eyes darted about as he rationalized his behavior without a hint of embarrassment. A weakling is merely a weakling, incapable of stirring any significant waves. Bai Di, who regarded Jiu Li Fei Huang with utter contempt. How dare you look down upon me? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will not even know how to write the word phoenix. I'll show you. Why can't I pull it out? Jiu Li Fei Huang, engulfed in flames, lunged at Bai Di Hu. Yet, Bai Di Hu remained immovable, and in the next moment, the scene of the weakling being counterattacked unfolded once more. Yilingo, save me. This fox intends to devour me. Jiu Li Fei Huang flapped his tiny wings in desperation, emitting cries of distress. Both of you, cease your bickering. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from Ye Chen, suppressing the two spirit beasts. Drip drop, raindrops fell incessantly from the heavens. Outside, the rain began as a gentle patter before transforming into a torrential downpour. The deluge obscured everything, shrouding the world in a veil of mystery. Ye Chen's expression turned grave. Though the rain appeared ordinary, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Within the seemingly mundane droplets lay a profound will of swordsmanship, intermingling with a fierce sword intent. Under Ye Chen's watchful gaze, a figure clad in a black martial robe, wielding an obsidian-long sword, approached the inn step by step. Are you Ye Chen? The figure in black halted outside the tavern, sword still sheathed, yet it felt as though it hovered ominously above Ye Chen's head, as if he could be severed from existence at any moment. He was a master of swordsmanship. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the opponent, Ye Chen's expression grew even more solemn. In an instant, he summoned the 9 dragons' fire shield, enveloping Yi Linger and the 2 Emperor-tier spirit beasts within its protective barrier. The adversary was a seasoned killer, a swordsman who had taken countless lives. Ye Chen could not afford to be distracted in the ensuing battle. A moment's lapse in focus could lead to his demise beneath the foe's blade. With Yulingo safeguarded by the 9 dragons' fire shield, Ye Chen felt a sense of security. Indeed, I am Ye Chen. Grasping the radiant sword in his hand, Ye Chen gazed solemnly at his opponent. This sword in my possession is named Lin Yuan, and it never stains itself with the blood of the weak. 99 formidable adversaries have perished beneath its blade. You shall be the 100th. At that moment, the black-robed warrior unsheathed his sword, a chilling glimmer emanating from its blade. With a swift motion, the dark-clad fighter appeared before Ye Chen, thrusting his weapon towards the center of Ye Chen's brow. Quick, precise, and ruthless, this strike bore no frills. Yet it was utterly unavoidable. In the face of such an assault, Ye Chen had no choice but to respond with even greater speed and ferocity. Directing his sword towards the chest of the black-robed figure, confronted with this mutual destruction approach, the cloaked warrior was compelled to alter his sword's trajectory, unleashing a torrent of sword energy infused with intent, sweeping horizontally towards Ye Chen. This strike not only obstructed Ye Chen's path of attack, but also pressed forward with tremendous force, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Indeed, a master of the sword. This blow had effectively trapped me. As Ye Chen beheld the incoming strike, a shadow of seriousness crossed his features. Should he mishandle this assault, the black-robed warrior could very well claim his life with a single stroke. In a deft maneuver, Ye Chen rotated his sword, swiftly transferring it to his left hand, unleashing a fierce torrent of sword energy that pierced towards the throat of the dark-clad man. The figure froze in place, and with a thunderous crash, the corpse collapsed to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the earth a deep red. A grievous wound appeared on Ye Chen's body, deep enough to reveal bone. Yet it had not struck a vital area. In that perilous moment, had Ye Chen not resorted to this life-for-life exchange, he would surely be the one lying in a pool of blood. The power of the undying bloodline proved to be formidable. As he surveyed his wound, he watched in astonishment as it healed at a visibly rapid pace, and within a mere half-minute, Ye Chen's injuries were completely restored. With the remarkable regenerative capabilities of the undying bloodline, as long as his physical form remained intact, even if he were to be utterly obliterated, he could still emerge unscathed. Raindrops cascaded down from the rooftop, enveloping the tavern's surroundings in a stifling silence, broken only by the sound of the falling rain. Suddenly, the distinct sound of boots striking the ground echoed through the downpour. Emerging from the torrential rain was a woman clad in red, holding a crimson oil paper umbrella. Her hair elegantly styled, tall and possessing an extraordinary beauty, she resembled a rose in the rain, vibrant and enigmatic. However, Ye Chen found no time to admire her allure, for he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from her. The rain in the air was infused with a terrifying sword intent, which intensified with each step she took. another master of the sword. If the previous black-robed man had imposed significant pressure on Ye Chen, this woman now enveloped him in an oppressive atmosphere that stifled his very breath. Fixing his gaze upon the umbrella held by the woman in red, Ye Chen became inwardly vigilant. A master of the sword need not wield a blade. With a sword in one's heart, anything can serve as a weapon. To Ye Chen, the umbrella in the woman's grasp was indeed a sword, a lethal weapon for killing. Remarkably, he mused, who would have thought you could slay one of our black market's esteemed assassins, ranked 10th on the Xian list? The woman regarded Ye Chen, who stood at the tavern entrance, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Are you from the black market's esteemed hall? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The black market's esteemed hall. While Ye Chen had limited knowledge of this faction, he was aware of its formidable nature. If the Yunluo Trading Company was the acknowledged first among the major empires, then the black market's esteemed hall was undoubtedly the clandestine first. It governed the dark forces, laying down all the underground rules. As for the assassins list, it was a fearsome entity. Not a single individual upon it was weak. The black market's esteemed hall had even executed a martial sovereign in the past. Gazing at the woman in red, Ye Chen spoke. I, Ye Chen, harbor no grievances with your black market esteemed hall. Why then send someone to kill me? Standing not far from Ye Chen, the woman's lips curled slightly as she coldly replied, naturally, someone has paid for your head. Understanding dawned upon Ye Chen, and he nodded silently. What defines an assassin? To take a fee and eliminate a foe. As long as there is gold, anyone can be marked for death. At that moment, Ye Chen pondered who had commissioned these assassins to target him. Aside from the Prince of Ziyun, no other faction would go to such lengths to engage the black market assassins against him. Since you are aware, then prepare to meet your demise. The woman in red lightly pointed her finger towards the void. Instantly, the rain coalesced into a 7-foot-long sword that surged towards Ye Chen. The rain, imbued with layers of sword intent, melded with the 7-foot blade and swiftly approached him. The unparalleled sword energy, rife with intent, pierced towards Ye Chen's brow. The speed of this strike was blinding, leaving Ye Chen no choice but to confront it head-on. Xiantian sword cannon. Ye Chen's golden sword swept forth, unleashing a whirlpool of sword energy that collided with the rain sword in midair. A thunderous roar erupted, and countless strands of sword energy dispersed, transforming the sky into a deluge of blades, ravaging everything around them. The humble tavern crumbled under the onslaught of sword energy. Standing amidst the rain, blood flowed down Ye Chen's body. Though he had braced himself for the blow, he had sustained severe injuries. His opponent was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the innate realm, possessing extraordinary strength. While Ye Chen wielded a king-level battle body and bloodline, enabling him to challenge adversaries beyond his rank, this woman before him was no less a master of martial arts. Indeed, to withstand my sword intent with her cultivation at the 4th level of the innate realm is impressive. A faint expression of surprise flickered across the face of the woman in red. In the next moment, the oiled paper umbrella in her hand began to rotate slowly. As the umbrella turned, a chilling aura of sword energy emanated from the tips of each rib, and soon, a torrent of sword intent surged forth from within the umbrella, pouring out like a deluge. The ground and everything upon it were mercilessly cleaved into countless fragments under the onslaught of this relentless sword energy. An infinite array of sword strikes, imbued with an unparalleled intent, surged towards Ye Chen from various directions. Faced with the overwhelming wave of sword energy, Ye Chen closed his eyes. Brother Chen, let me out. I cannot bear to watch you suffer. Tears welled up in Ye Linger's eyes as she cried out from within the 9 dragons' fire shield, an unprecedented sense of helplessness blossoming in her heart. Ye Chen was her universe, her everything. He was her sole anchor in this world, and she could not bear the thought of losing someone so vital to her existence. Desperately, she struggled to escape, but the 9 dragons' fire shield completely isolated her from the outside world. Although she could see everything beyond, all was rendered silent and still. Likewise, the outside world remained oblivious to her cries for help. Just as despair enveloped her, Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant white light surged forth from him, soaring into the heavens. This radiant light transformed into a silver longsword. An overwhelming sword intent radiated from the blade, sweeping away the myriad sword strikes unleashed by the woman in red. This was the clarity of the sword heart. Ye Chen had, astonishingly, attained a profound understanding of the sword path. How could this be possible? Witnessing the silver longsword materialize in the void, a deep astonishment washed over the woman in red. Indeed, Ye Chen had not closed his eyes in resignation, but rather, in that life and death moment, he had comprehended the realm of the sword, the clarity of the sword heart. For practitioners of the sword, the first realm is to let the sword follow the heart, while the second realm is the clarity of the sword heart. Despite having yet to enter the first realm, Ye Chen had directly attained the second through enlightenment. How could the woman in red not be shocked by such formidable insight? Humph. Even if you possess the clarity of the sword heart, what does it matter? Before me, the outcome remains unchanged. The astonishment on her face evaporated in an instant. At that moment, her form began to twist, splitting into 2, then 4, and subsequently 8. Finally, 16 figures emerged in the void. Illusions. The assassins of the Black Market's first-class hall were indeed extraordinary. Upon witnessing the illusions before him, Ye Chen's expression grew grave. Among these 16 figures, only one was the true form of the woman in red. Moreover, this illusion was a manifestation of the virtual and the real, where the illusory could become tangible, and the tangible could become illusory. What began as an illusionary assault could instantaneously transform into a genuine attack. This is the innate phantom magic skill of the Black Market's Supreme Hall, a technique that can only be cultivated by those who have made remarkable contributions to the organization. Clearly, the woman in red holds a prestigious position within the Supreme Hall. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's sword soared forth, slicing through a phantom 10 meters away. In an instant, the phantom was cleaved in 2. Yet, the next moment, another phantom emerged from the woman in red. Ye Chen moved with agility, thrusting his sword towards her true form. However, her real body transformed into an illusion. In an instant, a phantom behind Ye Chen became her true self. The tip of her umbrella aimed menacingly at his back. At that moment, the remaining 15 phantoms lunged towards him from various directions, targeting his brow, throat, abdomen, dantian, and crown. The prowess of the innate phantom magic skill from the Supreme Hall was indeed formidable. Ye Chen's expression tightened as he traced a semicircle with his golden sword, unleashing a vast vortex of sword energy that radiated outward from his center. In the void, the 15 phantoms shattered under the onslaught of his sword energy vortex. The woman in red twirled her umbrella again, releasing a torrent of blade energy from its depths. She was not merely a master of the sword, but also a formidable practitioner of the blade. Observing Ye Chen's advancement, she swiftly adjusted her tactics. The clarity of sword intent could only influence sword energy and will, leaving blade energy unaffected. At such close range, even a martial king might struggle to react to so many blades. Yet, Ye Chen moved. Drawing his blade, he executed the 5th level, transitory slash. His form seemed to teleport, carving a half circle as he appeared behind the woman in red, and then he struck with a single slash. With a powerful cut, he cleaved her in 2, crimson blood mingling with the falling rain. Indeed, the woman's presence had impacted the speed of his draw. Gazing at the fallen figure of the woman in red, Ye Chen sighed. Previously, it had taken him half an hour to draw his blade. Now it was reduced to merely 3 seconds. Was this progress or regression? Ye Chen found himself at a loss. Brother, I thought I would lose you and never see you again. Yi Linger emerged from the 9-dragon fire shield, immediately throwing herself into Ye Chen's embrace, weeping heart-wrenchingly. With such a caring sister, how could he bear to abandon her or face defeat? As he caressed Yi Linger's silky black hair, warmth blossomed within him. In this world, having someone who cares brings a semblance of warmth to life. I knew Brother Chen would never abandon me. Yi Linger, wiping her tears, smiled through her sorrow. Brother Chen, I will train diligently, and one day, I will protect you. Very well, I shall await that day, Ye Chen replied gently, stroking Yi Linger's little head. The bond between siblings is profound, yet I find myself unable to contain my emotions any longer. I must weep. Julie Fei Huang covered her eyes with her wings, feigning tears, though not a single drop fell from her small eyes. Enough of the pretense. Who was it that just proclaimed that if Ye Chen were to falter, they would return to Gao Laozhuang and marry the daughter of the local gentry? Bai Di, who cast a disdainful glance at Julie Fei Huang. Nonsense. Have I ever uttered such words? What manner of being am I to speak thus? Ye Chen, you must not heed this fox's words. Remember, foxes are known deceivers. While the benevolent emperor I am will never mislead you. Ye Chen, however, held no belief in Julie Fei Huang's claims, a cold smile gracing his face as he inquired. Is that so? You truly do not deceive me? Faced with Ye Chen's scrutiny, Julie Fei Huang felt a pang of guilt, stroking her feathers as she continued. Ye Chen, I assure you with all sincerity, I genuinely hoped for your victory. Flapping her wings and shaking her little head, she added, after all, as my attendant, should you lose, it would reflect poorly upon me. Ye Chen replied, there exists a method to ascertain the truth of your words. Julie Fei Huang retorted, Ye Chen, I tell you, true gold fears no fire, and genuine hearts withstand scrutiny. Gao Laozhuang is my birthplace from a millennium ago. The gentry's daughter has long since become dust. Why would I desire her? Ah, Ye Chen, what are you doing? Release me. Before Julie Fei Huang could say more, Ye Chen had seized her. To determine if you have lied, I shall examine your heart. If you speak true, I shall return it. Considering your phoenix lineage, such an injury should be recoverable. With that, Ye Chen brandished a knife in one hand while preparing to pluck feathers with the other. In an instant, a sizable handful of feathers from Jili Fei Huang's chest were torn away. Ye Chen, you are excessively cruel. No, you are treating me with utter disdain. I am Jioli Fei Huang, one of the most esteemed lineages of the Phoenix clan. Each feather I possess is of immeasurable worth, and you dare to pluck them. Ye Chen, for every feather you remove today, you shall owe me 100-fold recompense. Jioli Fei Huang struggled fiercely, even issuing threats, yet found that Ye Chen remained undeterred in his actions. Moreover, she noticed that the knife in Ye Chen's hand began to hover ominously over her chest, as if he contemplated how best to strike. Ye Chen, though the Phoenix bloodline is formidable, my current cultivation is merely at the second tier. Panic began to set in for Jili Fei Huang, and she hastily pleaded. With the recovery ability of a second-tier spirit beast, should my heart be extracted, I shall surely perish. Then, it would be just right to stew you. Ye Chen's knife was poised to descend. Ah, Yiling save me. Your brother seeks to slay me. Jili Fei Huang trembled uncontrollably, her earlier bravado evaporating. Indeed, Yiling intervened just in time to halt Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I must condemn you, and I shall draw a circle to curse you. In the realm of magnificent beasts, each one is pampered with lavish feasts and attended to by beautiful maidens who offer massages and soothing comforts. Yet, you find yourself pondering how to consume this emperor. This emperor feels a deep sorrow, and the consequences may be dire. The nine-leaf phoenix, enveloped in melancholy, took flight to a solitary rooftop, shedding silent tears. This time, her grief was genuine. Chapter 029. The Small Universe in the City of Ziyun County. Within the elegant confines of the Yunluo Merchant Association, sat the breathtakingly beautiful Ye Chen, gracefully savoring her tea at a table. Opposite her was a middle-aged woman clad in a purple Taoist robe. Though not as stunning as Ye Chen, this woman possessed a mature charm that was equally captivating. The woman quietly enjoyed her tea, exuding an air of elegance. She turned her gaze towards Ye Chen and, with a gentle smile, inquired, Chen, have you located that man? Ye Chen shook her head lightly, a hint of anger gracing her exquisite features as she replied, I have yet to find him. But I do have a question that I hope you can clarify, and, oh, what is your inquiry? The woman's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Fully aware of Ye Chen's thoughts, yet choosing not to confront them directly, Ye Chen continued, when the imperial ancestor left his legacy, he proclaimed that I, Ye Chen, would lead the Yi family of the Eastern Domain to greatness. Is this truly the case? The woman nodded with a smile, taking Ye Chen's hand in hers. Indeed, Chen. I was present when the imperial ancestor made the proclamation. He was a man of immeasurable power, capable of traversing heaven and earth, and his predictions never falter. After a brief pause, she added, the imperial ancestor's foresight is infallible. However, there is another prophecy of his that you, dear Chen, may find difficult to accept. Ye Chen clenched her fist, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. The imperial ancestor stated that the first man to behold my figure would be my destined one. How could that man possibly be a practitioner of innate strength? One cannot be so certain, the woman responded thoughtfully. Throughout the history of the divine martial continent, there have been warriors graced by fortune who, though seemingly ordinary at first, ultimately ascend to great heights. Some, like Ouyang Lan, remain unnoticed until they suddenly rise to prominence after the age of 40, achieving the status of a semi-saint. The Taoist-robed woman offered words of comfort to Ye Chen, and, if he is truly an ordinary person, what then shall I do? A look of concern crossed Ye Chen's face. In truth, as a martial king, even if Ye Chen possessed the extraordinary 9 Dragon's Li shield, she could easily vanquish him. Yet, bound by the imperial ancestor's teachings, Ye Chen merely tested Ye Chen's strength, refraining from taking lethal action. Now, she found herself in a quandary. It would be simpler if Ye Chen were indeed her destined partner. But if he was not, should she strike him down? The woman smiled knowingly. Understanding Ye Chen's inner turmoil, merely speculating here serves little purpose. It would be more prudent to assess him using the martial Dao chessboard. And, you have brought the martial Dao chessboard with you this time? Ye Chen's exquisite visage bore a hint of astonishment. The martial Dao chessboard is a peerless treasure. Through the mere act of playing a game, one can discern the opponent's potential achievements in martial arts and the ultimate realm they may attain. Moreover, the chessboard boasts an accuracy rate exceeding 90%, rendering it nearly infallible. The woman in the Dao robe nodded slightly and produced a chessboard crafted from white jade, stating, we shall test him with the martial Dao chessboard. Should his resolve be unwavering and his future potential boundless, he is undoubtedly your destined one. After a pause, Her gaze grew icily resolute as she added, "If he is not your destined one, then he must be eliminated. System, activate the small Qianquan world." Ye Chen commanded the system. In the next moment, a swirling black vortex materialized before him. Grasping Yi Linger's hand, he stepped into the small Qianquan world. The White Emperor Fox and the Nine-Leaf Phoenix followed closely behind, entering the realm simultaneously. As the name suggests, the small Qianquan world is an independent miniature realm, a space beyond the divine martial continent. Within this space, myriad entities may coexist, indistinguishable from the true world. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the area of the small Qianquan world is countless times smaller than that of the actual divine martial continent. Whoosh! The sound of 2 gusts of wind echoed as Ye Chen and Yi Linger appeared out of thin air in this ethereal realm. The small world was suffused with spiritual energy, featuring mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies in abundance. Indeed, this small Qianquan world is as expansive as Tsangyue City. Although it is several million times smaller than the world I once created, the spirit of this Qianquan world seems quite commendable, remarked the Nine-Leaf Phoenix, hands clasped behind his back in a leisurely manner. The White Emperor Fox smirked coldly, retorting, "You think you, a mere fledgling, could establish a Qianquan world? Huh. With my prowess, not only could I create a small Qianquan world, but even a grand one, akin to a low-tier realm, would pose no challenge." The Nine-Leaf Phoenix, adjusting his hairstyle, felt a surge of self-satisfaction. The White Emperor Fox continued, "Then enlighten me. How many Tao principles and temporal nodes are required to create a small Qianquan world? Such inquiries are fundamental. If you fail to grasp this, how dare you approach me? A being of my caliber would never divulge such information to you, and even if I did, you would not comprehend it." The Nine-Leaf Phoenix raised an eyebrow, casting a somewhat sheepish glance at the White Emperor Fox. "You 3 shall remain in the small Qianquan world for the time being. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly." With that, Ye Chen departed from the small Qianquan world. System, employ all Dragon Guard summoning orders. Ye Chen commanded, and in the next instant, the system's distinctive voice resonated. Beep. Successfully utilized 1 Dragon Guard summoning order. Summoning a Dragon Clan Shadow Guard of the 9th tier of the acquired realm. Beep. Successfully utilized 1 Dragon Guard summoning order. Summoning a Dragon Clan Shadow Guard of the 9th tier of the acquired realm. Beep. Successfully using a Dragon Guardian summoning token. 1 summoned a Dark Sentinel of the Dragon Clan, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. Ding. Upon utilizing 100 Dragon Guardian summoning tokens consecutively, an additional 5 captains of the Dragon Clan were obtained, each at the 2nd layer of the innate realm. After Ye Chen had exhausted all the Dragon Guardian summoning tokens, numerous youths clad in black scaled armor materialized around him. Each youth emanated an overwhelming aura. Target the Mo family and the Princess residence of Ziyun. Eliminate them all without leaving a single soul behind. Gazing towards the Mo family's direction in the night, Ye Chen issued a command to the multitude of youths beside him. Subsequently, all the youths adorned in black scaled armor vanished from their positions. Chapter 030, Storage Ring in the city of Ziyun, at the Silver Moon Tavern, a youth clad entirely in black scaled armor, his head adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, stood before the counter. The tavern keeper promptly approached, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Sir, do you require lodging or a meal?" The youth, with dark golden eyes, regarded the tavern keeper with a chilling, merciless gaze, replying, "Neither is necessary." "Then what brings you to my Silver Moon Tavern?" The tavern keeper chuckled coldly. "It is a rarity to see someone enter a tavern without the intent to eat or stay. Naturally, it is for your life." As the words fell, the youth's sword pierced the tavern keeper's brow. In the next instant, the youth's figure vanished into the shadows. A similar scene unfolded at both the Mo family and the princess residence of Ziyun. Within the Mo family's conference hall, a dozen youths clad in black-scaled armor, with dark golden pupils, stood amidst a sea of bloody corpses. "Who are you?" "The Mo family bears no enmity with you. Why do you seek to slay my kin?" The head of the Mo family, Mo Yunhai, found himself cornered. "No enmity, you say? How audacious of you to utter such words." Dressed in white and wielding a radiant golden sword, Ye Chen approached Mo Yunhai with an expression of icy indifference. "Ye Chen, it's you?" The 10th-ranked assassin of the Black Market's elite hall, and 5 others, could not bring you to your demise. At that moment, Mo Yunhai's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his face. The Ziyun princess residence and the Mo family had long conspired to eliminate Ye Chen, employing the experts from the Black Market's elite hall as part of their strategy. Could it be that the elite of the black market had failed? The thought drained color from Mo Yunhai's face. Generally, the experts of the black market refrained from taking action unless assured of a fatal outcome. The current results were evident. The assassins had failed, not only surviving the encounter, but being slain by Ye Chen instead. The 10th ranked. With the cultivation of the 7th layer of the innate realm and the 5th ranked at the 9th layer of the innate realm, two such formidable beings had perished at Ye Chen's hands. What was Ye Chen's strength now? Had his cultivation reached the 9th layer of the innate realm, capable of vanquishing even the crimson-clad woman? Ye Chen, the Mo family should not have treated you in such a manner. For the sake of our past connections, spare me. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. If you let me go, they are yours. Taking a deep breath, Mo Yunhai produced a pitch-black ring adorned with peculiar patterns and placed it before Ye Chen. Is this a spatial storage ring? Upon beholding this obsidian ring, Ye Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What is a spatial storage ring? It is a realm separate from the divine martial continent. Inside every spatial storage ring lies a confined space capable of accommodating a certain quantity of items. Judging by the storage ring presented by Mo Yunhai, it appears to belong to the lowest tier of storage artifacts, with its capacity equivalent to that of a small room. Ye Chen calculated that such a space could indeed contain 100,000 spirit stones. Mo Yunhai, are you not aware that should I choose to eliminate you, I could still obtain those 100,000 spirit stones? Ye Chen smirked coldly as a faint sword aura enveloped the golden sword in his hand. Ye Chen, you are so despicable. I plead earnestly, yet you continue to press me so ruthlessly. Since you refuse to grant me any path to survival, let us be annihilated together. A frenzied expression flickered across Mo Yunhai's face as, in the next instant, a black talisman materialized in the air. For golden glimmers began to pulse above the talisman. Just as Mo Yunhai was about to activate this spirit talisman, Ye Chen's sword struck toward his arm. In that moment, Mo Yunhai lost his connection to the destructive talisman, and the 4 golden glimmers dimmed once more. A 4th-tier destructive talisman, capable of instantaneously slaying any being at the innate level, is valued at 500,000 spirit stones. Holding the talisman in his possession, Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he remarked, "The Mo family is indeed extravagant to afford such a 4th-tier talisman. However, if we are to speak of despicability, I cannot compare to your infinitesimal fraction." With a thrust, Ye Chen pierced Mo Yunhai's heart, freezing the expression on his face in a tableau of regret and resentment as he collapsed into a pool of blood. This ring is indeed suspicious. After slaying Mo Yunhai, Ye Chen picked up the storage ring from the ground. As he infused his spiritual energy into the ring, he discovered that the spatial artifact concealed a hidden trap. Within the ring was a miniature mental attack formation. A ring imbued with a mental attack formation signifies that it is a claimed possession, aside from Mo Yunhai. No other individual could unlock it. Had Ye Chen attempted to probe the ring with his spiritual energy, he would not only have failed to secure the 100,000 spirit stones, but he would also have fallen victim to the mental assault, potentially resulting in severe spiritual injury. During that interval, Mo Yunhai could have easily replenished his 4th-tier destructive talisman, and even with Ye Chen's royal-grade dragon blood battle body, he would ultimately succumb to Mo Yunhai's might. Ye Chen concentrated his spiritual energy into the depths of the spatial ring. Mo Yunhai has fallen, and his ring has become a forsaken object. The formation for the mental attack has naturally ceased to function. As Ye Chen channeled his mental energy into the storage ring, he discovered an array of exquisite treasures inside. In addition to 100,000 spirit stones, there were also rare gemstones, agates, and pearls. Coupled with the value of the spatial ring, the total worth of all the items amounted to approximately 200,000 spirit stones. Leave 5 individuals to plunder the Mo family's treasury. The rest shall accompany me to the Ziyun Duke's residence. In the rain, as Ye Chen gazed towards the Ziyun Duke's mansion, his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the youths clad in black scales also disappeared from the Mo family. The Ziyun Duke's residence stood tall with an octagonal pavilion. In the rain, the pavilion appeared both imposing and dignified. Within one of the rooms at the pinnacle of the pavilion, a mist swirled. Chu Yunshan held a breathtaking woman in his embrace, leisurely engaged in a game of chess. Opposite him sat an elderly man clad in a black robe. The old man held a white piece in his hand, momentarily at a loss for his next move. Eventually, the old man set down the piece, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he remarked, "Your Highness's chess skills are unparalleled. I have no pieces left to play. It seems I have lost. Ha ha ha, having no pieces left to play is precisely what I desire." Chu Yunshan's voice rang out with arrogance as he pinched the woman beside him, saying, "Playing chess on a rainy night has its own unique charm. Yet given the current situation, the outcome is already predetermined. Ye Chen's demise is inevitable." Chu Yunshan set aside his black piece, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he declared, "With just Ye Chen, he dares to contend with the Ziyun Duke's residence. It is nothing but the folly of a dreamer." Suddenly, the black piece on the board exploded, shattering into two halves. This chessboard was no ordinary board, but rather a tool for divining fate. The black pieces represented unpredictability. Their fracture signified a dispersal of fortune. How can this be? The black piece shattered. Could it be that the black market's elite haul has failed? Chu Yunchen rose abruptly, his expression turning grave. Crack, crack, crack. The black pieces he cast forth all detonated in that moment, each fragment turning to dust. The entire chessboard transformed entirely into white pieces. Thud. A bloodied head rolled before Chu Yunchen at that instant. It was the head of Mo Yunhai. Chapter 031. The Thrill of Plundering an Enemy, Mo Yunhai. The head of the Mo family was a formidable figure at the first level of the innate realm. Such a powerful individual was slain by a single sword. Who could be the perpetrator? Chu Yunchen scanned his surroundings with vigilance, and just as he prepared to seek out the source, a sword gleaming with golden light was already pressed against his back. Kulao, what are you doing? Why do you not make your move? Chu Yunchen questioned in a low voice. However, after a prolonged silence, the old man remained motionless. When Chu Yunchen turned his gaze to the black-robed elder, his expression changed drastically. The once vibrant figure of the black-robed elder now lay lifeless, his throat pierced by a single sword, the vitality within him completely extinguished. At that moment, the head of the cloaked elder fell silently, only to land amidst a pool of blood moments later. Hiss! How could this be possible? Chiyun took a deep breath, astonished. To kill so stealthily, to approach from behind without a sound, no one in the city of Ziyun County possessed such ability. Not even the formidable figures from the Black Market Ye Chen Hall could achieve this. Who could it be? Who could approach me so quietly? Chu Yun. Before you meet your demise, I shall reveal my true identity to you. The golden sword in Ye Chen's hand shifted away from Chu Yun's back. As Chu Yun slowly turned around and beheld the white-clad youth before him, disbelief washed over his face. You are Ye Chen. How could the person before him possibly be Ye Chen? Ye Chen, merely a lowly commoner from Tsan City, had infiltrated the royal residence to assassinate him? A profound sense of incredulity gripped Chu Yun. His entire royal estate was fortified with the utmost vigilance. Even a mere bird would find it impossible to enter. Moreover, there were over a dozen innate realm experts within the palace, all seasoned warriors of remarkable prowess. Each of these innate experts possessed acute discernment. To stealthily evade their notice and reach this octagonal pavilion was nearly an impossible feat indeed. It is I, Chu Yun. You conspired with the Mo family and summoned assassins from the Ye Chen Hall to kill me, yet here I stand before you, unscathed. Ye Chen's sword was pointed directly at Chu Yun, yet he refrained from launching an attack. In that moment, killing Chu Yun would have been as effortless as turning his hand, yet he chose not to act. I never anticipated that you, a lowly commoner, would still be alive. It seems I have miscalculated. However, since you have dared to enter the royal residence today, do not expect to leave alive. Chu Yun's gaze turned icy as he crushed a piece of yellow jade. A silent wave of energy emanated from the octagonal pavilion, spreading throughout the entire royal estate. The yellow jade was a communication stone. Once Chu Yun shattered it, everyone within the royal residence would locate his position and rush to his aid. However, after waiting for a full 5 minutes, the Ziyun County royal estate remained utterly silent. Why is there no response? Could it be that my communication stone has failed? A look of disbelief crossed Chu Yun's face as he produced another communication stone and crushed it. Chu Yun, do not struggle. All the inhabitants of your royal estate have already been eliminated by my hand. Observing Chu Yun's panicked demeanor, Ye Chen smirked coldly, saying, Your communication talisman will not reach anyone now. How could this be? You single-handedly annihilated all of my people in the Ziyun County royal estate. Chu Yun's complexion turned pale, his breath becoming labored. He found it hard to accept that a mere commoner from Tsan City could wield such immense power. Could it be that this lowly commoner was backed by a fearsome force? With my solitary strength, it is certainly impossible to silently extinguish an entire royal manor. Ye Chen waved his hand, and soon, phantoms clad in scaled armor emerged from the void. Within a mere minute, 100 formidable beings at the 9th level of the acquired realm materialized within the octagonal pavilion. How could Ye Chen possibly command such powerful allies? Chu Yun's breath caught in his throat. 100 uniformly 9th level acquired realm experts. Such a formidable lineup could not even be summoned by his own Ziyun Duke Manor. It is essential to recognize that cultivating a single 9th level acquired realm expert demands resources equivalent to an entire year's income of the Duke Manor. These experts collectively represent a century's worth of accumulation for the manor. When did Ye Chen amass such extraordinary power? Could it be that he is backed by a terrifying force? Chu Yun, I, Ye Chen, have come here today to inform you that the divine martial continent is vast, and your Ziyun Duke Manor is not invincible. It is not a daunting task for me to annihilate your manor. Ye Chen's sword twirled slightly, and, in the next moment, swept across Chu Yun's neck. A resounding thud echoed as the bloodied head fell to the ground. Chu Yun of the Ziyun Duke Manor was slain by a single stroke. In total, 1,500,000 spirit stones. While strolling through the streets of Tsangyue City, Ye Chen began to tally his gains. After pillaging the treasury of the Ziyun Duke Manor, he amassed a fortune of 1,500,000 spirit stones. And with the additional spirit stones acquired from the Mo family, his total wealth reached 2 million. The exhilaration of looting a rival and acquiring wealth was truly delightful. Ye Chen contentedly stored this wealth within his system space. As carriages flowed like water and horses galloped like dragons, the bustling city thrived with a continual ebb and flow of people, time weaving swiftly. Ye Chen wandered aimlessly through the streets of Ziyun Duke City, and before long, he found himself at the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce. Located in the heart of Ziyun Duke City, the grand edifice soared hundreds of meters high, exuding an air of solemnity and dominance. Atop the building stood a distinctive structure, a black longsword piercing through a cloud, symbolizing the will to conquer the heavens and sever the clouds. As Ye Chen gazed upward at the emblem of the Yunluo chamber, a tall woman clad in a black gown emerged from within. She glided gracefully toward him and inquired, "May I ask if you are Ye Chen?" "Indeed. I am Ye Chen," he replied, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face before it transformed into calm composure. During his time in Ziyun Duke City, he had acted rather conspicuously, first engaging with the formidable experts of the black market's Yipentang, and then annihilating the Mo family and the Ziyun Duke Manor. While these actions may have escaped the notice of other factions, they had not eluded the keen eyes of the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce, which surely regarded Ye Chen's every move with utmost importance. Since the Yuluo Chamber had revealed his true name, there was no longer any need for him to conceal his identity. "Our esteemed manager from the Yuluo Chamber wishes to meet you. Might you honor us with your presence?" The woman said respectfully with a slight nod. "Lead the way," he replied. Ye Chen did not decline the invitation of Manager Yi. In his view, the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce must have a reason for seeking him out. Furthermore, he was curious to see how the chamber would respond to his obliteration of the Ziyun County Royal Mansion. In Chapter 032, Yilingxiu, a stunning middle-aged woman clad in purple garments, sat within a chamber adorned with violet gauze. With lips delicately parted, she savored a sip of tea, her jade-like fingers gracefully turning the pages of a book, engrossed in its contents. She exuded an aura of warmth and elegance, her figure charming and her crescent-shaped eyes captivating. While her beauty may not rival that of Yi Shan, it was nonetheless breathtaking, imbued with a subtle, wise demeanor. "Manager Yi, I have brought him," announced a woman in a black formal gown, leading Ye Chen into the room before respectfully withdrawing. "Are you Ye Chen?" Yilingxiu glanced at the youth beside her, then returned her gaze to the book. A hint of disappointment crossed her features as she shook her head. The undying bloodline and dragon blood battle body, though both royal tier, possessed limited potential for growth. While they might be significant in Ziyun County, in the realm of the sacred lands, they would be merely ordinary stars. "Indeed. I am Ye Chen. May I inquire what guidance Manager Yi has for me?" Ye Chen asked, as he assessed Yilingxiu with equal scrutiny. He found her strength somewhat inscrutable, yet he could discern aspects of her constitution. The aura surrounding Yilingxiu radiated a coolness, and Ye Chen noticed that conversing with her alleviated the restlessness within him. "This is the ice crystal heart." Ye Chen reaffirmed his conviction. Women possessing the ice crystal heart are often extraordinarily astute, harboring unique insights into various matters. To be in the company of such individuals is akin to entering a fragrant chamber. Moreover, their comprehension of martial arts is typically profound, promising boundless future achievements. "What brings you here?" Yilingxiu inquired. "You have annihilated the entire Mo family in the Ziyun County Royal Mansion, while other factions may remain oblivious. The Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is acutely aware of your actions." After taking a sip of tea, she continued coldly, "I present you with two choices. The first is to submit to the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce, and the second is death. What if I choose neither?" Ye Chen countered. Yilingxiu flipped through the pages of her book, her expression unfazed as she replied, "You have no choice. Both the Ziyun County Royal Mansion and the Mo family are connected to the Imperial family. Should the royal family learn of your destruction of two clans, would they spare you? If you willingly submit to the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce and become its shadow, we can conceal the matters concerning the Ziyun County Royal Mansion and the Mo family. Bear in mind, the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce exists above the Imperial dynasty. If the chamber allows you to live, you shall live. If it decrees your death, your fate is sealed." Closing the book, Yilingxiu fixed her gaze upon Ye Chen, meticulously observing his expressions. However, Yilingxiu was somewhat taken aback to discover that Ye Chen remained unmoved by her words. In fact, Ye Chen exhibited no inclination towards submitting to the Yunluo Merchant Association. Instead, his demeanor was resolutely steadfast as he gently shook his head and declared, I, Ye Chen, shall not alter my name nor my lineage. To become a nameless shadow is beyond my capacity. Moreover, my annihilation of the Mo clan and the Prince of Xian's residence stems from their transgressions against my bottom line. I may disregard the slights, insults, and defamations from the world, but should anyone dare to harm my sister, no matter if it be the Prince of Ziyun or even the highest imperial authority, they shall find themselves beneath my feet. What, then, is a shadow? It is akin to the assassins and dark guardians, an existence shrouded in obscurity. Furthermore, to become a shadow for the Yunluo Merchant Association entails not only the forsaking of one's identity, but also the binding of oneself to a master-servant contract, relinquishing all hope of freedom for life. Yi Lingxiu inquired, what if one day it is the Yunluo Merchant Association that provokes your ire? With unwavering conviction, Ye Chen replied, if the Yunluo Merchant Association dares to cross my line, I shall uproot it entirely. Although the Yunluo Merchant Association stands as a formidable power overshadowing the major dynasties, and its backing is shrouded in mystery, Ye Chen possesses an infinite signing system. With such a system at his disposal, the destruction of the Yunluo Merchant Association would not pose a great challenge. Perhaps, to others, the Yunluo Merchant Association appears invincible, an insurmountable chasm. Yet, in Ye Chen's eyes, no force in the divine martial continent is beyond reach. To uproot the Yunluo Merchant Association, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Yi Lingxiu maintained a placid expression, yet her heart was tumultuous. What kind of entity is the Yunluo Merchant Association? Not only within the major dynasties, but anywhere on the divine martial continent. It is a dominant force. The East Domain alone boasts no fewer than 20 martial emperor-level experts within the Yunluo Merchant Association, including 3 martial sovereigns stationed there. Ye Chen, a solitary figure devoid of any backing, audaciously professed his intent to eradicate the Yunluo Merchant Association. Unbeknownst to him, his proclamation stirred profound turbulence within Yi Lingxiu. He continued, I am merely stating a fact. Ye Chen, do you realize that by uttering such words, you have sealed your fate within the Yunluo Merchant Association? Yi Lingxiu savored a sip of tea, a sudden surge of murderous intent enveloping her. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As for my life or death, the Yunluo Merchant Association may not have the power to dictate. With a flourish, 9 flames ignited within the room, forming serpentine fire dragons that enveloped Ye Chen entirely. With the protection of the 9 dragon flame shield, Ye Chen could withstand the might of a peak martial king for a considerable time. Subsequently, he grasped 3 entirely black talismans, each adorned with 5 swirling golden lines. A 5th-tier spirit destruction talisman, potent enough to instantly obliterate a martial king, lay in his hand. This is the 5th-tier spirit extinguishing talisman that Ye Chen previously obtained through his sign-in. If he were to draw 3 spirit extinguishing talismans consecutively, the enchanting Yi Lingxiu before him might not withstand the onslaught. Unless Yi Lingxiu is a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign level, capable of vanquishing him in an instant, she would surely perish beneath the weight of his 3 talismans. The room was enveloped in a profound silence akin to death itself. Yi Lingxiu gazed at Ye Chen, who in turn returned her stare, both their eyes reflecting an undercurrent of murderous intent. Moments later, the ferocity in Yi Lingxiu's gaze began to wane. Oh, dear friend Ye Chen, there is no need for alarm. My previous actions were merely a test, she said, a subtle smile gracing her features. The purpose of your invitation today is simply to forge a friendship with you. Nothing more. Just a friendship? Ye Chen gradually eased his wariness. If the Cloud All Merchant Association truly sought only to befriend him, then her earlier test made sense. Ye Chen, you must understand that the Cloudfall Merchant Association has a presence throughout the divine martial continent, boasting countless heroes under its banner. If you were one who feared for your life and trembled before the might of authority, why would the Cloudfall Merchant Association seek to ally with you? Chapter 033. The Martial Dao Chessboard. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Ye Chen, Yi Lingxiu produced a chessboard crafted from white jade. The jade chessboard was of standard size, flanked by black and white pieces. While the board appeared ordinary, the pieces contained an extraordinary energy within. Yi Lingxiu poured Ye Chen a cup of tea and remarked, I have 2 great passions in life. One is to befriend the world's heroes, and the other is to play chess. Would you do me the honor of partaking in a game? To play chess? Certainly. Ye Chen did not decline her invitation, for he had once been the chess champion of Huagua. Chess was among his most proficient skills. Ye Chen took the black pieces while Yi Lingxiu took the white. The energy of the chessboard was remarkably intricate, seemingly embodying certain grand principles, and even the pieces felt as if they were mysteriously connected to him. Upon grasping the piece, a hint of astonishment flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of black and white pieces striking the board resonated in succession. As Ye Lingxiu and Ye Chen engaged in their strategic battle, Ye Chen discerned that the seemingly simple board was imbued with profound principles. Each move he made appeared to intertwine with these grand laws. What was presented as a game of chess was, in truth, a contest of their martial hearts. A measure of whose resolve was more steadfast. The game was not merely about chess, but a clash of their martial will and vision. Suddenly, a radiant white light emerged, and a white dragon materialized upon the board. This dragon embodied Ye Lingxiu's martial will and potential. As it took form, it charged towards Ye Chen's black pieces with ferocity. Under the assault of the white dragon, Ye Chen's black pieces began to falter. How could such a person be destined for Qingshan? Ye Lingxiu shook her head slightly as she observed Ye Chen's martial heart and vision crumble before her. It seems that playing chess with Ye Chen is merely a waste of one's time. Disappointment clouded Ye Lingxiu's gaze. Yet, something felt amiss. Just as her contempt began to surface, she realized that her white dragon had already been encircled by Ye Chen's black pieces. In the next moment, a formidable sword intent surged above all the black pieces. Dozens of sword intents struck from various angles, descending upon the white dragon. Crack! Countless white pieces shattered. At that moment, all the black pieces on the board coalesced into a pitch-black long sword, piercing into the abyss and severing the connection between Ye Lingxiu and the martial arts chessboard. In the first round, Ye Lingxiu faced defeat. Her entire body trembled, her internal energy thrown into disarray. The loss on the martial arts chessboard affected her considerably. One more game. After stabilizing her internal energy, a grave expression appeared on Ye Lingxiu's face as she reactivated the martial arts chessboard. This time, holding the black pieces, a black pagoda emerged on the board, charging towards Ye Chen's white pieces. Initially, Ye Lingxiu held a decisive advantage, but as time progressed, Ye Chen grew ever bolder, ultimately launching a counterattack against her. Thud! Ye Chen's white piece landed in the center of the board. This move was a masterstroke. Ye Chen, you must ponder this carefully. Are you certain you wish to take this step? Observing Ye Chen's piece fall at the center, Ye Lingxiu shook her head slightly. Were it her, she would have proceeded gradually instead of taking such a risk. Should Ye Chen's path be severed, not only would he be left with no options, but his prior efforts would also be rendered futile. In the realm of martial arts, Ye Chen's chosen path was perilously treacherous should it be cut off. Not only would his martial heart shatter, but his entire cultivation would be obliterated, leaving no possibility of resurgence in this lifetime. Ye Chen declared, once a piece is placed, there is no regret. It is your turn. To act without regret. What audacity. What a remarkable state of being. Before her stood a youth. Was he merely a brash novice, or a martial arts master with grand aspirations? Ye Lingxiu found herself unable to fully discern Ye Chen's intentions. Thus, she concluded, this round is mine. The black piece in Ye Lingxiu's hand descended, completely blocking Ye Chen's path. Crack! In that moment, all the white pieces shattered. However, to Ye Lingxiu's astonishment, upon the shattering of the white pieces, she did not achieve victory in this match. Instead, the previously shattered white pieces reassembled into a colossal white piece. Boom! The gigantic white piece collided with Ye Lingxiu's pagoda. She shuddered, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dizziness. The martial heart nearly shattered under the impact of this white piece. Subsequently, the tower on the chessboard was reduced to ruins, vanishing from sight. Was this a case of destruction leading to rebirth? Upon regaining her composure, Ye Lingxiu felt a profound shock within her heart. Destruction leads to rebirth. Without destruction, there can be no establishment. Often, annihilation does not signify death, but rather a new beginning. She had witnessed many unparalleled geniuses and formidable dominators in her time. Yet, I have never witnessed such unwavering resolve in an individual, nor have I encountered a martial spirit so formidable. A true warrior, even when faced with adversity, can rise once more to become the most resplendent figure in a crowd. It is evident that through the trials of the martial chessboard, Ye Chen embodies this essence. Such a person, even if his martial heart were to shatter, would undoubtedly emerge even stronger and more resolute. Perhaps one might obliterate Ye Chen's martial physique, yet they could never undermine his martial spirit. Let us engage in another match. Ye Lingxiu began to adopt a serious demeanor. In the first game, she exerted 30% of her strength, in the second, 50%. In this round, she resolved to unleash her full power to test Ye Chen's martial heart and vision. As the match commenced, Ye Lingxiu played with the white pieces while Ye Chen took the black. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. After making a move, Ye Lingxiu inquired, Ye Chen, What do you believe martial cultivation truly entails? Martial cultivation begins with the mastery of the mind, followed by the enhancement of martial prowess. While strength can be easily augmented and solidified, the realm of the mind is an entirely different matter. Mastering the mind entails conquering various demons, ultimately achieving enlightenment. The demons within are often projections of oneself. Only by wielding the sharpest sword in the world can one vanquish both internal and external demons. As Ye Chen calmly continued to play, he replied, "The path of martial arts is merely a journey from certainty to doubt, and from doubt back to certainty. Through this cyclical process, one attains unwavering conviction. Martial cultivation is also a journey of validating one's path and heart. Each individual's path may differ, yet all converge upon the great way." A youth of merely a decade or so has such profound insights into martial arts. Ye Lingxiu's gaze was filled with disbelief. Such a level of understanding she had only witnessed in those above the imperial realm. With his handsome visage complemented by an air of effortless grace, Ye Chen exuded a quality that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Even her heart fluttered slightly. How delightful it would be to cultivate alongside such a man. What am I thinking? Ye Lingxiu suddenly felt her cheeks flush and quickly dismissed her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she posed a question to Ye Chen. If before you stood a deity commanding your submission, what would you choose? The jade may shatter, yet its purity remains untainted. The bamboo may burn, yet its integrity cannot be destroyed. To kill me may be easy, but to compel my submission is utterly impossible. Ye Chen spoke with a measured tone, yet his words were imbued with an indescribable sense of determination. Such a formidable martial heart. Ye Lingxiu was astounded by the energy emanating from Ye Chen. What? I have lost again. Upon regaining her composure, she found herself with no pieces left to play. She had suffered yet another defeat. The previous exchange, seemingly simple, was in fact a test of Ye Chen's martial heart and vision. To her astonishment, in less than 3 seconds, she had succumbed to his prowess. A small victory in the first round, a complete triumph in the second, and in the third. I was afforded no opportunity to play. Ye Lingxiu took a deep breath, grappling with the weight of this reality. After 3 consecutive matches, she faced defeat thrice. Ye Lingxiu, renowned as the little chess saint of the Eastern Domain, had never known defeat before. Yet, here she was, losing 3 times in a row on the martial arts chessboard. It seemed that this young man before her possessed the potential for greatness in the future. Ye Lingxiu gathered her scattered thoughts and made a judgment. Ye Chen, this is the amethyst black card from our Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, valid at all branches across the divine martial continent. With this card, you will enjoy a 50% discount on all future expenditures at our chamber, with fingers as delicate as green onions. She placed a black card embedded with amethyst before Ye Chen. Thank you, Manager Yi. Ye Chen accepted the amethyst card, chatted with Ye Lingxiu for a while, and then departed from the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. I finally understand. As she watched Ye Chen's retreating figure, Ye Lingxiu recalled a phrase spoken by the emperor ancestor before his departure. Shower, if one day someone can defeat you 3 times on the martial arts chessboard, that person will be your support in breaking through to the emperor's realm. Chapter 034. The relic of the Buddha Emperor rain pattered softly, continuing until the dawn of the next morning when it finally ceased. A ray of sunlight broke through the eastern horizon. Inside a quaint tavern, Ye Chen awakened from his meditative state. Yi Linger still lay beside him, fast asleep. The white emperor fox and that chicken also slumbered peacefully. System. Utilize 100 white jade perch. Ding. The host successfully used 100 white jade perch. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the 5th layer of the innate realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the 6th layer of the innate realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the 7th layer of the innate realm. 7th layer of innate. At this moment, the power within Ye Chen surged exponentially, transforming the capacity of spiritual energy in his dantian from that of a water tank to a vast lake. With his current strength, should he encounter a formidable opponent like the woman in red again, he could easily annihilate them in an instant. System, sign in. Ding. The host is located in Ziyun County City. Sign in level 3. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 7th layer of the innate realm, today's sign-in count is 185 times. Ding. The host's first sign-in successful, gaining 10 with spirit chi. Ding. The host's second sign-in successful, gaining 10 fire spirit chi. Ding. The host's third sign-in successful, gaining 10 with spirit chi. Ding. The host's fourth sign-in successful, gaining 10 fire spirit chi. Ding. The host's 182nd sign-in successful, gaining 10 with spirit essence. Ding. The host's 183rd sign-in successful, gaining 10 fire spirit essence. Ding. The host's 184th sign-in successful, gaining 100 bottles of innate true spirit liquid. Ding. The host's 185th sign-in successful, gaining a divine artifact, relic of the Buddha Emperor. Item, relic of the Buddha Emperor, divine level. To have obtained a divine level relic of the Buddha Emperor. Upon seeing the rewards, Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. After signing in hundreds of times, he had assumed he was destined to remain distant from divine level items. Little did he expect that this time, he would actually acquire one. With the divine relic of the Buddha Emperor at his disposal, Ye Chen has acquired yet another formidable means of offense and defense. Esteemed guest, your meal is ready. As soon as Ye Chen completed his registration, the voice of the waiter resonated. Opening the door, a young server clad in simple linen approached, carrying a wooden tray. He placed the dishes inside the room, and after cautiously testing the food with a silver needle to ensure it was free of poison, Ye Chen summoned Ye Linger. At this moment, 2 imperial-grade spirit beasts were relishing the meal. Within a mere 5 minutes, the food in the room was devoured entirely. Not bad, not bad. It has been ages since I, the Emperor, have enjoyed a proper meal, remarked the 9-leaf phoenix, reclining in a seat, still savoring the remnants of a lamb leg. Ye Chen, I find this lamb leg to be exquisite. Remember to pack 100 portions for me to take away. The 9-leaf phoenix, feeling quite satisfied, patted its little belly and continued, and this spicy and sour fish is delightful as well. Make sure to pack 10 portions of that too. Ye Chen, I am speaking to you, yet you are gazing out the door. Do you not know how impolite that is? The 9-leaf phoenix discovered that Ye Chen had not heeded a single word, his attention fixated on the entrance. What are you looking at the door for? Is there someone outside? Thus, the 9-leaf phoenix boldly approached the door and swung it open. Upon opening the door, the waiter appeared, carrying a selection of beverages. Oh, it is you, dear waiter. Just when I needed some drinks, you arrive with them. The 9-leaf phoenix praised. Your service is exceedingly considerate. I have decided to reward you with 10 spirit stones. You may collect them from my subordinate, Ye Chen, later. Wait, this chicken can speak? A look of astonishment flickered in the waiter's eyes. However, this surprise bore a certain numbness, resembling a dead person's demeanor. Oh no, I have spoken too much. The 9-leaf phoenix hurriedly covered its mouth, panic evident in its small eyes. No, you have not spoken too much at all. My corruption demon art has just reached the 9th level. Killing you and absorbing your essence will perfectly aid my breakthrough to the 10th level. A strange smile crept across the waiter's face as swollen, pus-filled bumps appeared all over his body. Thick, foul-smelling liquid began to ooze from him, filling the air with a noxious stench, while layers of toxic mist materialized in the void. In the next moment, a pair of decaying hands reached out from the waiter, lunging towards the 9-leaf phoenix. Caw, I'm being hunted. Ye Chen, hurry and save me. The 9-leaf phoenix leapt to a height of 5 meters, attempting to escape the grasp of the rotting hands, only to realize that they were approaching ever closer. Just as the decaying hands were about to seize the 9-leaf phoenix, a flash of golden sword light sliced through the air. The golden longsword descended upon these decaying hands. With a sharp crack, the radiant blade severed them. The putrid hands fell to the ground, transforming into a thick pool of blood. Beneath this eerie crimson liquid, the earth began to dissolve, forming a depression an inch deep. How is this possible? Your strength has ascended to the 7th level of the innate realm, breaking through 3 levels in a single night? As Ye Chen's sword cleaved through the shopkeeper's hands, a chilling incredulity flickered in his eyes. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. The golden sword in Ye Chen's grip thrust towards the shopkeeper's brow. With a swift thrust, the unmatched sword energy pierced through the shopkeeper's skull. A surge of bright red blood erupted from the wound. Subsequently, the shopkeeper's body collapsed straight down. Ye Chen, be cautious. The shopkeeper is not yet dead, shouted Jiu Li Fei Huang from atop a wardrobe. Indeed, at her warning, the shopkeeper's corpse contorted, and a diminutive figure, barely half a meter tall, emerged from within. In the next moment, the little figure retreated at an astonishing speed, swiftly escaping the tavern. The corpse left behind erupted, releasing a bizarre green toxic mist that enveloped Ye Chen and the others. The Bai Di Fox radiated an extraordinary green luminescence, enveloping herself and Ye Linger to shield them from the noxious fog. A flicker of flame emerged from Jiu Li Fei Huang, incinerating the strange poison. A palm strike erupted from Ye Chen's hand. However, he was astonished to find that the peculiar fog penetrated his spiritual energy, swiftly creeping up his arm and, within a fleeting second, infiltrated his body. Realizing the futility of defense against the toxic mist, Ye Chen abandoned his protective stance and swiftly moved to the window. Outside, the diminutive figure, standing a meter tall, transformed into a gust of wind, racing away and nearly vanishing from Ye Chen's sight. Thinking to escape? It shall not be so simple. The golden sword in Ye Chen's hand soared forth, catching up to the figure within mere breaths. The fierce sword intent pierced the void, pinning the individual to the streets of Ziyun County. Chapter 035. The corrupted demon bursting from the tavern, Ye Chen approached the corpse of the diminutive figure. After a brief search, he discovered a token adorned with a demonic emblem. Engraved upon it were the words Black Market First Class Hall. On the reverse side, it bore the inscription, third on the Xian ranking, corrupted demon. The third-ranked assassin of the Black Market's Xian ranking had been vanquished by Ye Chen's sword in an instant. Though this individual held the third rank, his strength was not significantly greater than that of the red-clad woman. Had Ye Chen still been at the fourth level of the innate realm, he might have suffered at the hands of the corrupted demon. However, at the seventh level, he was more than capable of dispatching such a formidable foe. Henceforth, it would be nearly impossible for the Black Market First Class Hall to send an assassin from the Xian ranking after him. After collecting the token, Ye Chen returned to the tavern. Brother Chen, I just saw that you were poisoned. Are you all right? Ye Lingo approached Ye Chen, her face etched with concern. She then intended to examine Ye Chen's injuries, but he stopped her. Linger, this minor poison is nothing to your brother. Do not touch it, or you risk infection. Brother, have you forgotten that I possess a celestial body? This poison is trivial to me. A profound sense of happiness welled up within Ye Linger. Despite her possessing an imperial physique, Ye Chen still viewed her as the delicate little girl she once was. Even with your celestial battle body, I cannot allow you to come into contact with this poison. Ye Chen pinched Ye Linger's cheek gently and began to channel his spiritual energy to refine the toxin. However, after 5 minutes of effort, he realized that this poison could not be resolved through spiritual energy. This poison was unlike ordinary toxins. It bore the characteristics of a particularly sinister corpse poison. Ye Chen was certain that this toxin would not only corrode spiritual energy but would also spread throughout his body over time. If left untreated, even a warrior of the King's realm could lose their life to it. No wonder the corruption demon ranked third on the assassin Xian list. Their mastery of toxins was indeed formidable. Upon discovering that spiritual energy was ineffective against this toxin, Ye Chen's expression grew grave. After attempting several methods without success, he concluded that he was afflicted not by a mere corpse poison, but rather by an unusual cursed toxin. It seemed that only the Buddha Emperor's relic could provide a solution. Utilizing the pure energy of the Buddha Emperor's relic, he hoped to purify the cursed toxin. As he summoned the energy, a wave of pristine, boundless power surged into his body. Indeed, under the purifying influence of the Buddha Emperor's relic, the toxins within Ye Chen swiftly dissipated. Ye Chen, I was overly anxious just now. Otherwise, with my capabilities, I could have easily defeated that person. After witnessing Ye Chen dispel the toxins, Jiu Li Fei Huang approached him, expressing a hint of self-reproach. After all, Ye Chen had been poisoned while trying to save him. Initially, Jiu Li Fei Huang had looked down on Ye Chen, deeming him an innate realm warrior unworthy of an imperial spirit beast like himself. However, as time passed, he recognized a remarkable truth. Although Ye Chen's strength was not overwhelmingly extraordinary, he was a person of deep loyalty and affection, particularly towards Ye Linger, whom he cherished dearly. In fact, he was willing to confront the Prince of Ziyun County for her sake. Moreover, for Jiu Li Fei Huang, the most significant aspect was Ye Chen's air of mystery. To Jiu Li Fei Huang's eyes, Ye Chen seemed to ascend in strength without encountering any bottlenecks, appearing to break through 3 minor realms every day. Could it be that Ye Chen harbored some extraordinary fortune? Or could it be true, as Ye Chen claimed, that he possessed an inexhaustible treasure trove? This is precisely one of the reasons why the Ninely Phoenix is willing to remain by Ye Chen's side. I do not hold you accountable for the recent events. After all, your true prowess is merely at the 2nd tier, equivalent to that of a human in the Foundation establishment stage. It is indeed improbable for you to contend against a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the innate realm. Ye Chen offered some words of comfort to the Ninely Phoenix and subsequently placed 10 exquisite white jade vials, containing wood spirit chi and fire spirit chi, beside him. This is wood spirit chi, and this is fire spirit chi, sufficient to elevate you to the realm of 3rd-tier spirit beasts. He instructed the White Emperor Fox and the Ninely Phoenix. Having completed these tasks, Ye Chen withdrew a spatial ring and handed it to Ye Linger, stating, "This is a spatial ring containing 100 vials of innate true spirit liquid, ample to elevate your strength to the late Foundation establishment stage in a short time. For now, you shall reside in the little Qian Kuan world to cultivate. Once your cultivation reaches the late Foundation establishment stage in the 3rd tier, I will allow you to emerge." With a wave of his hand, a void passage materialized before Ye Linger and the 2 Imperial tier spirit beasts. In the next moment, Ye Linger and the 2 Imperial tier spirit beasts vanished from Ye Chen's sight. Have you heard? Last night, the Mo family in Ziyun County was ruthlessly slaughtered by a mysterious force, leaving no survivors. Not only the Mo family, but even the Duke's residence was leveled overnight by this enigmatic power. I also heard that the head of the Mo family, Mo Yunhai, was slain with a single sword strike. One must understand that Mo Yunhai is a formidable warrior at the first level of the innate realm. What kind of terrifying strength could accomplish such a feat? Not only Mo Yunhai, but even Chu Yunshin fell victim to a single sword strike. According to those from the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, it seems both families were annihilated by a master of swordsmanship. A master of swordsmanship? Both the Duke's residence and the Mo family have engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. It is conceivable that retribution from a sword master has befallen them. Every wicked act eventually faces justice. The Mo family and the Duke's residence have never regarded us as equals. Their destruction may indeed serve to appease the public's grievances. As Ye Chen walked through the streets of Ziyun County, an endless stream of martial artists surrounded him. Almost everyone was engrossed in discussions regarding the demise of the Mo family and the Duke's residence. Both the Duke's residence and the Mo family have committed countless wrongs. Ye Chen's actions against them could be considered a benevolent deed, perhaps. Contemplating this, Ye Chen felt at ease. In the largest square of Ziyun County. Today marked the enrollment day for the 9 Li Sacred Land, and the square was already a sea of people. In the central area of the square stood 10 towering stone tablets, shaped like swords. These sword-shaped tablets served as aptitude assessment stones. Anyone capable of resonating with the stone tablets would qualify for selection by the Sacred Land. Once chosen, they would gain the opportunity to become a member of the Sacred Land. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in the sky, landing in the midst of the square. The man began to announce, "We, the 9 Li Sacred Land, are not like those inferior sects that accept anyone. Those who have not attained the late foundation establishment stage by the age of 16 shall not be accepted in the realm of mundane bloodlines and ordinary physiques. The Sacred Land does not accept those of inferior lineage or martial bodies. Only those who meet the aforementioned criteria can activate the 3 sword marks on the sword-shaped stone tablet, thereby qualifying for entry into the Sacred Land. The assessment begins." Chapter 036. The Sacred Land Examination. Upon announcing the rules, the man observed that several individuals had already chosen to withdraw. The Sacred Land's evaluation demands exceedingly high standards. The requirement to attain the peak of the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16 alone dissuaded many martial artists. Nevertheless, numerous aspirants still gathered in the square, attempting the challenge. Many had already begun to channel their spiritual energy into the sword-shaped stone tablet. This stone tablet serves as a test for martial aptitude. The stronger one's martial talent, the greater the response elicited from the tablet. Conversely, those lacking in strength would find it unresponsive. Amidst the throng of candidates in the square, the stone tablet remained utterly silent, prompting many to shake their heads and depart. It seemed that this year's talent from the Ziyun County city was rather scarce. Seated in the main area of the square were 2 examiners. The man, handsome and striking, had sharp brows and bright eyes, while the woman, clad in a black iron mask, concealed her true appearance. Feeling somewhat bored, the man initiated a conversation. After an hour passed without any change from the stone tablet, Ye Chen exhibited signs of fatigue, propping her chin on one hand and remarking, "In previous years, Ziyun County filled all 5 slots, but given the current situation, it seems unlikely we will fulfill the task set by our master." Ye Yunlong nodded in silent agreement, then turned his gaze towards Ye Qingshan's mask, astonished. "Sister Qishan, why are you wearing a mask today?" "To avoid unnecessary trouble," Ye Qingshan replied calmly. Despite her words, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Had it not been for Ye Chen using the 9 Dragons fire shield to scorch her face, leaving her too embarrassed to show herself, she would not have resorted to donning a mask. "Humph. After this assessment, I shall not let you off easily." Ye Qingshan's eyes scanned the crowd, quickly locating Ye Chen. At that moment, her gaze was icy as she regarded him. "You dared to look upon my figure, yet you simply walked away? Such fortune does not come easily." Gripping her sword, a subtle sword intent began to swirl around her. Were it not for the ongoing examination, she would have already confronted Ye Chen to demand an explanation. Such potent sword intent. In the crowd, Ye Chen felt a sharp and piercing sword aura directed at him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Why did the masked examiner from the Geo Li Sacred Land harbor such animosity towards him? Could it be that this examiner was affiliated with the Black Market's elite hall? After some contemplation, Ye Chen deemed this unlikely. If she were indeed an assassin from the elite hall, how could she possibly reveal her identity beforehand? What is an assassin? A being that lurks in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. If the target becomes aware of an impending assassination, the assassin forfeits the advantage of surprise, which is a cardinal sin for one of their kind. After pondering for a considerable time, Ye Chen could not fathom why the assessment officer of the Holy Land exhibited such profound animosity towards him. Furthermore, he had scarcely even glanced at her. Indeed, With the beauty of Sister Qing Shan, it was only natural that she would captivate many onlookers. Yu Yunlong cast a sidelong glance at Ye Qing Shan and, with an awkward smile, remarked, "Brother Yu, you know I am most averse to trouble." Ye Qing Shan responded, directing her gaze into the throng. Suddenly, a youth clad in a yellow martial robe stepped forward to the testing spirit monument, placing both hands upon it. The sword-shaped stone tablet trembled slightly, emanating 3 yellow sword marks. Li Qing, the scion of the Li family, had astonishingly activated 3 sword marks. Li Qing, a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, possessed the Earth-grade Songfeng battle physique, and with the activation of 3 sword marks, he was destined to become a disciple of the Holy Land. I envy young Master Li Qing. How wonderful it would be if I possessed such talent. Indeed, my son Li Qing is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy, a worthy son of the Li family. Congratulations, Brother Li, should you enter the Holy Land for cultivation. Do extend your favor to my Chen family, and my Zhao family too. This is but a small token. Please accept it, Brother Li. Upon witnessing the results displayed on the sword-shaped stone tablet, the young men of his age wore expressions of envy. Many noble families from Ziyun County had begun to court favor with the Li family, not for any other reason than Li Qing's potential admission to the Holy Land. Once a descendant from a family entered the Holy Land, the entire family's status would ascend to prominence. Such is the nature of the phrase, one person's success elevates all. Rest assured, once I, Li Qing, join the Holy Land, I shall not forget to look after you all, Li Qing replied with feigned reverence. Though internally he held them in contempt. Once he entered the Holy Land for cultivation, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a martial king. If all went well, he would never again cross paths with these individuals. As for extending favors, that was utterly out of the question. Though Li Qing was deemed a minor genius in Ziyun County, he would pale in comparison within the Holy Land. In the crowd, Ye Chen glanced at Li Qing and promptly lost interest. With Li Qing's qualifications, he would merely exist at the lowest echelons of the Holy Land, perhaps becoming merely an outer disciple, or worse, a menial disciple if fortune did not favor him. As Ye Chen contemplated, a woman entirely shrouded in white fabric approached the sword-shaped spirit monument and placed her hands upon it. 7 purple sword marks emerged upon the stone tablet, arranged like 7 purple stars, shimmering with radiant light in the void. A powerful pressure radiated from her, enveloping the entire square. Some weaker cultivators found themselves overwhelmed by a feeling of reverent worship. My heavens! She possesses the 7-star sword intent. Who on earth is she? Such formidable potential. I recognize this woman. Her name is Gu Qiuzi, the heir of the Heavenly Sword Manor. The Heavenly Sword Manor? Is that not one of the most enigmatic entities within our Longke dynasty? Should not the heir of the Heavenly Sword Manor inherit its legacy? Why then does she come to compete with us for a place in the Sacred Land? The Sacred Land only accepts 5 candidates from within the city of Ziyun. Thus, upon witnessing the astonishing talent displayed by Gu Qiuzi, many participants in the Sacred Land assessment expressed their admiration, as well as some murmurs of discontent. This young woman is indeed exceptional. Ye Chen's gaze fell upon Gu Qiuzi. Although her cultivation was at the late stage of the innate realm, her body seemed to harbor an inexhaustible sword intent. Undoubtedly, Gu Qiuzi possessed an innate sword heart. Those endowed with such a heart experience tremendous growth in the sword arts. Not only is their potential vast, but their rate of progress in the sword path surpasses that of ordinary individuals by more than 10-fold. Moreover, Ye Chen noticed something peculiar about the white fabric enveloping Gu Qiuzi. This fabric, akin to an impenetrable barrier, not only perfectly showcased Gu Qiuzi's form, but also enveloped her entirely, providing formidable protection. Additionally, Ye Chen observed that this seamless garment possessed a strange energy, seemingly governed by the principles of some grand Tao. It has long been said that the Heavenly Sword Manor boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years, and today's encounter certainly affirms that notion. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with a gleam reminiscent of discovering a hidden treasure. However, this behavior did not escape Ye Qingshan's notice. Indeed, a lecherous man, unable to divert his gaze from a beautiful woman. Ye Qingshan scrutinized Ye Chen's every move, and upon witnessing his rapt attention on Gu Qiuzi's figure, her impression of him deteriorated further. Chapter 037. 13 sword imprints. If previously Ye Chen had garnered a score of 30 in Ye Qingshan's eyes, he had now plummeted to a mere 0. This was not for any other reason, but due to Ye Chen's furtive, roguish demeanor. The more she observed, the more she concluded that he was a debauched scoundrel, prompting her to avert her gaze. A long while passed without any candidate meeting the Sacred Land standards. Until dusk descended, 2 stone tablets in the shape of swords emitted 3 orange sword imprints. Long Haochen of the Long family and Qin Feng of the Qin family successfully passed the Sacred Land assessment. Ye Chen, seated at the main dais, glanced at the sun on the horizon, which now clung to the last vestiges of daylight, preparing to set. She scanned the crowd and noticed that Ye Chen remained unmoving, causing her brow to furrow in concern. This rascally fellow is at the innate realm, more than capable of entering the sacred land. Why does he not make a move? After waiting for a quarter of an hour, and with the sun having fully descended, Ye Chen resolved to wait no longer. Turning to her companion, Ye Yunlong, she instructed, "Announce the results." Ye Yunlong nodded silently and proclaimed, "Since no one else has come forth, this year's assessment for the Julie Sacred Land is concluded." Wait. Just as Ye Yunlong was announcing the results, a voice interrupted him. Dressed in a white robe and bearing a golden sword upon his back, Ye Chen strode toward the plaza, step by step. Who is this person? At this moment of entry, could it be an attempt to make a grand finale? A dramatic appearance, perhaps? It seems more like a comical entrance, doesn't it? This individual, despite appearing somewhat respectable, clearly intends to waste everyone's time. If he possessed any real capability, he would have emerged long ago. It is evident he seeks to exploit the exhaustion of the assessors, hoping to slip through undetected. Young man, I observe no remarkable traits in you. It would be wise to concede. We are destined for the sacred grounds, and every second you delay us is a squandered moment of our lives. Indeed, we are the celestial sun and moon, while you are merely an ant upon the earth. Our respective time costs are not comparable. Do you understand? Upon the appearance of Ye Chen, numerous martial artists began to mock him scornfully. Even those who had completed the assessment regarded him with a condescending demeanor. Yet, Ye Chen paid no mind to these jeers and approached the sword-shaped stone tablet, pressing his hands upon it. However, a long while passed without any response. "You see, I told you this person is worthless, attempting to deceive his way through. It is evident now. Young man, I still advise you to withdraw. A place like the sacred grounds is not meant for you." Observing that Ye Chen's touch on the stone tablet elicited no reaction, the onlookers unanimously deemed him a failure. Annie had claimed Ye Chen possessed the potential for sanctity, but it seems she overestimated him. On the main seat, Ye Chen, upon witnessing Ye Chen's demeanor, could not help but furrow her brows, subsequently shaking her head in disappointment. The sword-shaped stone tablet serves as a test of a martial artist's comprehensive abilities, and Ye Chen's prolonged silence signified that, although he was of innate realm, his talents were not particularly outstanding. Perhaps the previous assessment on the martial arts chessboard was flawed after all? Just as the disappointment in Ye Chen's heart had yet to fully dissipate, 3 golden rays of light suddenly surged forth from the sword-shaped stone tablet. Ye Chen activated 3 sword marks upon the tablet. These 3 sword marks merely signify a meager qualification for entry into the sacred grounds. However, the gap to true sanctity is vast and insurmountable. A flicker of fluctuation passed through Ye Chen's gaze, only to be quickly subdued. Martial artists capable of activating 3 sword marks are akin to grains of sand in a river within the sacred grounds. This suggests that Ye Chen's innate talent and potential for future development may not be particularly promising. Suddenly, for sword marks, 5 sword marks, 6 sword marks. Just as Ye Chen believed Ye Chen's display of talent had reached its limit, yet another 3 sword marks manifested in the void. What is happening? A total of 6 sword marks. Ye Chen was taken aback. All present were equally astonished, staring in disbelief at this spectacle. Just moments ago, they had been ridiculing Ye Chen as worthless, yet now they found themselves awestruck by the power he exhibited. It is important to note that while the sword-shaped stone tablet does not require complete mastery of sword intent to activate, it does necessitate that a martial artist possesses a certain level of strength and aptitude to resonate with the sword stone tablet. For an ordinary talent to activate a single sword mark is already commendable. A somewhat more exceptional talent might manage to activate 2 or 3 marks. In the present day, Ye Chen has remarkably activated 6 sword seals, achieving results that rival those of Gu Qiuzi, a disciple of the esteemed Sword Mountain. Ye Chen's talent appears to be commendable. Upon witnessing the 6 sword seals emanating from the sword monument, Ye Chen, seated in the main seat, displayed a subtle expression of astonishment. Initially, she believed that Ye Chen merely possessed a slightly elevated strength, never anticipating that he would suddenly activate 6 sword seals. However, just as Ye Chen's surprise began to dissipate, an immense surge of energy emanated once more from the sword monument. The 6 sword seals momentarily quieted, only to be followed by the emergence of 7 additional sword seals in the void. In total, there were 13 sword seals. The 13 seals hovered in the air, causing the testing spirit monument to tremble violently. All martial artists gathered in the center of the plaza felt their swords quiver involuntarily, producing a series of soft chimes. At that moment, all the spiritual energy coalesced into a long sword, swirling around the monument. The very void beneath the monument quaked incessantly. 13 sword seals, such extraordinary talent could scarcely be believed. Could it be that he possesses a celestial body, or perhaps even a royal body? I had asserted that this individual harbored formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he have been the grand finale? Who was it that labeled him as inconsequential? Hoping to slip by unnoticed? Now, how does it feel to have one's face stung by reality? A chorus of astonished voices emerged from the central plaza. Ye Chen, now standing, was filled with incredulity in her beautiful eyes. 13 sword seals, let alone in Ziyun County. Even among the princes of various dynasties and the youthful elite of third-rate families in sacred lands, achieving 13 sword seals would be a rare feat. Could it be that Ye Chen truly possesses the potential of a sage? Upon witnessing Ye Chen's profound reaction, Yu Yunlong, seated beside her, expressed his surprise, asking, Sister Qingshan, why such a strong reaction? It's nothing. I am merely astonished as such extraordinary talent has not graced Ziyun County in many years, Yu Qishan replied, calming herself before resuming her seat, striving to maintain a facade of composure. However, this scene did not escape Yu Yunlong's notice. He merely offered a faint smile. Choosing not to comment further, the 13 sword intents remained steadfast in the void, and Yu Yunlong announced, Ye Chen, with 13 sword seals. You are officially accepted as a disciple of the sacred land. Wait. At that moment, Ye Chen interrupted Yu Yunlong. His interruption was unexpected. Did Ye Chen intend to reject the offer? Given the 13 sword seals, he was more than qualified to join the sacred land. The crowd gazed at Ye Chen in disbelief. Ye Chen, are you truly going to refuse the opportunity to join the sacred land? Yu Yunlong's face bore a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated Ye Chen would interject at this juncture. Could it be that he genuinely wished to decline? Ye Chen replied, I interrupt my esteemed senior not to refuse the sacred land, but to clarify that 13 sword seals are not my ultimate limit. What? 13 sword seals are not the limit? How many sword marks are deemed sufficient? Chapter 038. The sage ancestors' teachings. All present held their breath, gazing intently at Ye Chen. Initially, they believed that Ye Chen was already an exceptional talent, yet they were astounded to discover that he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Elder brother, bear witness. These 13 sword marks are merely the beginning. With a swift motion, Ye Chen pressed his palm against the stone tablet, and 8 additional sword marks emerged from the void. The vast square became adorned with 21 sword marks, radiating an unparalleled and terrifying aura of sword intent that surged through the air. Every martial artist present felt their swords drawn towards the void by a mysterious force. The essence of the sword became transparent. Upon witnessing the realm that Ye Chen manifested, Ye Chen could no longer remain seated. The armrest she gripped shattered under her tension. What does it mean to have a transparent sword heart? It represents a state of being within the sword path, a level that most sword practitioners never attain in their lifetimes. Not to mention the transparent sword heart. Even achieving the state where the sword follows one's heart could fend off the vast majority of sword masters. Upon entering the realm of a transparent sword heart, a practitioner comprehends their pursuit of the sword path with absolute clarity, even reaching the point where the sword and self become one. If Ye Chen were to cultivate for a year within the sacred grounds, his growth in the sword arts would likely propel him onto the sacred realm's celestial rankings. Ye Qingshan's conviction began to waver. Could it be that Ye Chen is indeed the one destined for her? Yet, this was not the end. 6 more sword marks surged forth from the void, totaling 27. Clang. A peculiar ripple emanated outward. An ancient, desolate, and distant chime resonated, swiftly extending for 100 miles. This was the chaotic celestial sound concealed within the sword path stone tablet, a sound that could only be awakened by those with extraordinary talent. Summoning a toll of the bell. Did Ye Chen truly possess such remarkable gifts? Ye Qingshan was nearly brought to her knees by the sound of the bell. Meanwhile, Yu Yunlong was also affected. The sound emanating from the chaotic bell instilled within him an overwhelming urge to submit and worship. He could only barely channel his internal energy to withstand the pressure. Clang, clang, clang. Yet it did not end there. 9 consecutive bell chimes resonated. The entire realm was enveloped by a powerful energy. From the sword-shaped stone tablet, a brilliant golden light radiated. Subsequently, phantoms began to emerge from within the sword path stone tablet, clad in golden armor. Each phantom held a milky white book in one hand and a white longsword in the other. Strange, ethereal sounds emanated from the phantoms, as if they were recounting tales or imparting wisdom. The vast, elusive, and peculiar sounds penetrated the minds of everyone present. This was the sage ancestors' teachings. Ye Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Under her watchful gaze, an almost imperceptible river flowed from the sword-shaped stone tablet to hover above Ye Chen's head. What does it mean to receive the teachings of the sage ancestor? Within each sword-shaped stone tablet lies the essence of the venerable ancestors of the Jioli sacred land. It encompasses their martial knowledge and insights into the path of martial arts. In essence, the teachings of the sacred ancestors serve as both a spiritual baptism and a legacy from the revered ancestors of the sacred land. Historically, every warrior who has experienced the sacred ancestors' teachings possesses the potential of a sovereign, with most destined to attain the formidable realm of martial emperor. Although it may not be evident that Ye Chen possesses the innate qualities of a sacred realm practitioner, the experience of receiving the sacred ancestors' teachings alone signifies that he at least harbors the potential to become a martial emperor. Ding. Listening to the sacred ancestors' teachings grants the Jioli sacred land's technique. Jioli Tianong Gong Ding. Listening to the sacred ancestors' teachings grants the Jioli sacred land's martial skill. Jioli Shinsha Palm Ding. Listening to the sacred ancestors' teachings grants the Jioli sacred land's martial skill. Xian Wang Shirsen Sword Qi Ding. Listening to the sacred ancestors' teachings grants the Jioli Sword Saint Volume. Jioli Sword Saint Volume chronicles the journey to becoming a sword saint and the essential prerequisites, a series of system notifications echoed in Ye Chen's mind, revealing various techniques, martial skills, and insights into martial arts. Even the existence of the Jioli Sword Saint Volume emerged, granting Ye Chen a fresh perspective on martial knowledge. The path ahead is long and arduous, particularly in the pursuit of becoming a sword saint. A sword saint, a paragon of swordsmanship. Mastery of the sword also entails cultivating the heart. While Ye Chen possesses a system that can elevate him to the imperial realm, or even the sacred realm, the cultivation of the heart is beyond the system's assistance. The path to becoming a sword saint is the most challenging, with perhaps only one among a billion achieving it. It is truly unexpected that within the city of Ziyun, there exists someone capable of invoking the sacred ancestors' teachings. Suddenly, a ripple of energy resonated through the void. An intricately designed scroll materialized at the center of the square, unfurling to reveal an elderly man riding a water magic ox. This scroll serves as a teleportation vessel, capable of creating a passage that can transport a warrior across vast distances. Heavens, that is a water magic ox, a fifth or spiritual beast. Who is this elder that can tame such a creature as his steed? The elder's accent suggests he hails from the Jioli sacred land. The onlookers in the square were all astounded, gazing at the descending figure. Salutations, master. Upon the elder's arrival, Yu Qingshan bowed in reverence. Greetings, master uncle, echoed Yu Yunlong, who also offered a respectful gesture to the elder. The elder, riding the water magic ox, is none other than Yi Qingshan's mentor, Wang Qingfeng. You too may rise. Wang Qifeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh as the water magic ox halted at the center of the square. Casting a glance at Ye Chen, he remarked, I never expected that my magic sword peak, long shrouded in silence, would finally witness the emergence of a remarkable prodigy. Qishan, this youth named Ye Chen shall henceforth be my direct disciple. I have resolved to bring him under the banner of the magic sword peak. The elder gazed contentedly at Ye Chen, who sat cross-legged in the distance. The magic sword peak? Could it be that this venerable elder is Wang Qifeng, the master of the purple magic sword peak of the Ninely Sacred Land? What? Wang Qifeng, a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm, has deigned to visit the city of Ziyun County for the sake of a mere junior? The prodigious talent exhibited by this youth, Ye Chen, has indeed attracted the attention of Wang Qingfeng. Murmurs of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. Wang Qingfeng, the master of the purple magic sword peak, is also one of the esteemed leaders of the sacred land. Such an eminent figure, with a mere stamp of his foot, could cause the Dragon Sparrow dynasty to tremble. Yet, this illustrious individual has come to Ziyun County for Ye Chen? I shall abide by my master's arrangements. Yu Qingshan nodded silently. Thereafter, Wang Qifeng turned his gaze upon Ye Chen and inquired, Ye Chen, do you wish to join my magic sword peak and follow me in the pursuit of swordsmanship? At that moment, all eyes fell upon Ye Chen. The invitation from Wang Qingfeng, the master of the purple magic sword peak, is an opportunity that one could seldom hope to encounter. Ye Chen replied, if it is the invitation of a senior, I would naturally be willing, but I must decline. What? Ye Chen actually refused. Disbelief spread across the faces of everyone present. Chapter 039. Accompaniment of cultivation in Ziyun County, around the sword-shaped stone tablet. All eyes were fixed upon Ye Chen. No one expected that he would decline the invitation of Wang Qingfeng. It must be noted that Wang Qifeng is the master of the magic sword peak of the Ninely Sacred Land, a powerful warrior of the martial sovereign realm. Such a figure is a paragon among the outer disciples of the Ninely Sacred Land. Furthermore, Wang Qingfeng is one of the few swordsmanship masters within the Sacred Land. Should Ye Chen become Wang Qingfeng's disciple, he would undoubtedly receive considerable attention and training in terms of cultivation resources and swordsmanship advancement. Given Ye Chen's aptitude, he would surely rise swiftly to prominence within the sacred land. No one could have anticipated that he would spurn such favorable conditions. My master has come to you in humility, and yet you refuse his invitation. Ye Chen, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A fiery indignation surged within Ye Chen, and she raised her sword, poised to confront Ye Chen. Beside her, Wang Qifeng gestured for her to restrain her impulses and then asked, "Young friend Ye Chen, you must understand that while the magic sword peak may not be the strongest among the outer sects, it possesses numerous sword cultivation methods that are particularly suited to you." Ye Chen responded, "It is not impossible for me to join the magic sword peak, but I have a condition to propose." The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. To become Wang Qingfeng's disciple is a dream cherished by many, let alone to make demands. Most would, in such circumstances, immediately acquiesce, bowing and scraping in gratitude. How could Ye Chen possess such lofty self-regard? Riding atop the water demon ox, Wang Qifeng maintained a serene demeanor. It is often said that geniuses tend to have an inflated sense of self-worth, and thus, it is not unreasonable for them to set forth conditions. However, Wang Qifeng was curious to ascertain the nature of these stipulations. With this thought in mind, he smiled lightly and inquired, "Oh, what sort of conditions do you wish to propose?" Ye Chen replied, "I have a younger sister, whose talents are modest at best. I hope she can accompany me to the sacred land and become my companion in cultivation." The term companion in cultivation momentarily stunned all present. To possess a companion in the sacred land requires two prerequisites. Firstly, one must either belong to a prestigious family of the sacred land or be a descendant of a prominent family from the eastern region. Secondly, there must be a disciple of the sacred land within one's own family. However, Ye Chen satisfied neither of these conditions. As the leader of the Demon Sword Peak, Wang Qifeng held certain privileges, yet he was still deliberating. Ye Chen's talent was sufficient to attract the attention of the sacred ancestors' teachings, but within the sacred land, he could only be regarded as above average, not extraordinary. Dear young friend Ye Chen, if you wish to bring a companion in cultivation, you may only temporarily join the Demon Sword Peak. Should you fail to attain the Martial King realm within 6 months, you will have to depart from the peak. If you find this agreeable, I will consent to your joining the Demon Sword Peak, Wang Qifeng ultimately replied after careful consideration. To elevate 3 minor realms within 6 months might seem daunting to many, yet for Ye Chen, it was a task of relative ease. Moreover, achieving the Martial King realm would grant Yu Ling a status within the sacred land. Though she would be recognized as his companion in cultivation, she would be able to remain by his side. The resources at Ye Chen's disposal would undoubtedly facilitate Yi Ling's rapid ascent. With this thought, Ye Chen addressed Wang Qifeng, "Very well, I accept this condition. In that case, I shall return to the sacred land." Wang Qifeng nodded, and then mounted his azure ox, vanishing into the scroll. At the banks of the Bin River in Ziyun County, a colossal cloud ship began to ascend slowly. Towering nearly 100 meters and stretching over 1,000 meters in length, it was adorned with various pavilions and celestial abodes, exuding an aura of grandeur. Atop the cloud ship was a distinctive emblem, a sword piercing the sky, cleaving through the clouds. The cloud ship belonged to the Yunluo Merchant Association, a vessel capable of traversing both water and air at remarkable speeds. This unique means of transport allowed the Yunluo Merchant Association to significantly enhance the efficiency of trade across nations and regions, ultimately leading to its status as a power rivaling nations. On the deck of the cloud ship, Ye Chen gazed down upon the mountains and rivers below. Those once majestic and formidable landscapes now appeared diminutive from his vantage point. The grand cities, viewed from above, resembled mere grains of sand in the vast expanse of the world. This perspective, imbued with clarity, instilled in Ye Chen a sense of enlightenment and a feeling of having transcended the mundane. Perhaps the journey of martial arts is akin to this? In the eyes of others, the martial sovereign, even the martial emperor and martial saint, seem unattainable. However, once your own stature rises, you will come to realize that the martial emperor and martial saint are merely grains of sand within the vast universe. When your perspective transforms, the entire world appears altered. This young gentleman, could he be named Ye Chen? A maiden clad in red approached Ye Chen, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Ye Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am Ye Chen. Our esteemed manager Yi of the Yunluo Merchant Association is also aboard this cloud vessel. She has instructed us to extend the finest hospitality to you. Here is the premium black card within the vessel, which allows you to select the best accommodations available." The young lady courteously handed a black card to Ye Chen, her smile unwavering. Moreover, this black card grants complimentary access to all high-end delicacies aboard the cloud vessel, with no charges incurred during your stay. Please convey my gratitude to Manager Yi. Her kindness shall not be forgotten. Ye Chen accepted the black card and subsequently departed from the deck of the cloud vessel. He entered the opulent quarters, placing the card upon the sensing area of the door. It swung open to reveal an extraordinarily lavish scene. The floor was adorned with rare beast hide, while the bed and furnishings were crafted from exquisite jade, each piece varying in color and imbued with a peculiar energy. Spending merely a short while within this room, one could feel the spiritual energy within becoming significantly more condensed. The bedding was fashioned from a rare velvet, and even the pillows were stitched from the feathers of the fire crow. Above, a crystal chandelier radiated a pure and gentle luminosity. Indeed, Sister Lingxiu has gone to great lengths, Ye Chen remarked, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he surveyed the room. While this accommodation might not hold great significance for him, he knew that Linger would surely delight in it. With a flick of his finger towards the void, Ye Chen vanished from the room, reappearing within the realm of the small universe. Ding. The level of the small universe has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. With the upgrade to level 2, the flow of time is now at a ratio of 10 to 1. Ding. The trial space has been activated due to the elevation to level 2. Upon entering the small universe, Ye Chen discovered that everything had undergone a transformation. The area of the small universe had more than doubled, and numerous structures had emerged within. The Lotus Courtyard had been completely constructed, now expanded to more than 3 times its original size, presenting a more pleasing atmosphere. The Nine-Leaf Phoenix and the White Emperor Fox had both ascended to the 3rd tier of spirit beasts. Lingo had also advanced to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, endowed with the heavenly grade Silver Moon battle body. She should be capable of contending with some first-stage postnatal powerhouses. Ye Chen, how has this minuscule world of Qianquan been transformed by this emperor? The Nine-Leaf Phoenix, with hands clasped behind its back, approached Ye Chen with a sense of pride evident on its face. Ye Chen, displaying a rare expression of astonishment, remarked, I never anticipated that you, this fowl, could alter the small Qianquan world. It seems sparing your life was indeed a judicious choice. Flattered by Ye Chen's praise, the Nine-Leaf Phoenix swelled with even greater pride, waving its hand dismissively. Ye Chen, let me assure you, these are mere trifles. Given sufficient time, I can undoubtedly create for you an inferior illusory realm. Your audacity is astounding. This Qianquan world flourishes autonomously, and your meddling has little to do with it. Retorted the White Emperor Fox with a scoff, its eyes brimming with disdain. Ah, how I detest hearing such words. The Nine-Leaf Phoenix, exposed for its deceit, became incensed, a faint crimson flame igniting around it. Were it not for my assistance in refining the soil with 9-leaf flames, would the walls you constructed be so resilient? Assistance? You were merely causing chaos. The White Emperor Fox shot back, a radiant green aura emanating from its form. Since you find me so disagreeable, let us engage in combat. The Nine-Leaf Phoenix declared defiantly, its small wings flaring as flames surged, launching itself at the White Emperor Fox. The latter's brilliance intensified as they clashed. In less than a minute, the skirmish concluded, resulting in the defeat of the weaker opponent. The vanquished, battered and bruised, hovered atop a house, taunting, if you dare. Come up here. Humph. Worthless. If you have the courage, come down and face me. The White Emperor Fox, lacking the ability to fly, gazed coldly at the Nine-Leaf Phoenix. Do you expect me to descend just because you say so? That would be utterly humiliating. The Nine-Leaf Phoenix concealed itself atop the roof, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Enough of this bickering, you two. Ye Chen interjected, producing a plethora of fire and with spirit energy, stating, currently, the time ratio in the Qianquan world is 10 to 1, for every 10 days that pass within. Only 1 day elapses outside. Utilize these cultivation resources to enhance yourselves, striving to reach the mid-stage of the 3rd tier before entering the sacred grounds. Upon reaching this level, both the White Emperor Fox and the Nine-Leaf Phoenix will experience significant power boosts. While they may not compare to the prodigies of the Nine-Leaf Sacred Land, they will possess the ability to defend themselves against weaker adversaries. System, activate the trial space. Ye Chen commanded, and in an instant, a stone chamber of over 100 square meters materialized within the Qianquan world. Ye Chen's form twisted and vanished into the void, only to reappear inside the stone chamber. Ding. The host is now within the trial space. All skill cultivation speeds are increased tenfold. Ding. The trial space can summon practice shadows. Would you like to summon them? Immediately summon. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen summoned his training shadow. What is the most swift and effective way to enhance martial skills? Undoubtedly, it is through engaging in combat with adversaries. Previously, when Ye Chen confronted 2 formidable opponents from the black market's first-class hall, his lack of extensive battle experience led to his injuries. With the system at his disposal, as long as he accumulates sufficient sign-in rewards, he can acquire a wealth of combat experience from powerful warriors. However, the experience of others is never quite the same as one's own. Since Ye Chen has chosen the path of the Sword Saint, it is imperative that he first refines his own heart of the sword. Swish. A ripple in the void heralded the appearance of a shadowy figure before Ye Chen. Subsequently, the shadow lunged at him with a sword. In response, Ye Chen wielded his golden sword, unleashing a wave of pale yellow sword energy. As the spiritual energy surged within him, it coalesced above his head, forming a crown-shaped vortex. With a flurry of movements, Ye Chen engaged in combat with the shadow. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi grants 10 experience points. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi grants 10 experience points. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi grants 10 experience points. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi grants 10 experience points. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi successfully breaks through a layer, condensing a strand of sword energy. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi successfully breaks through 200 layers, condensing 200 strands of sword energy. In the trial space, Ye Chen trained diligently for an entire day. By the time his spiritual energy was fully depleted, he had mastered the Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi, surpassing 200 layers. This day of training yielded profound insights for Ye Chen. Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi. Divine level. Level. 200 billion. What defines a sword saint? It is the accumulation from 0 to hundreds of millions. What is the Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi? It is the culmination of that vast accumulation, ultimately manifesting the Xianhuang energy within, enabling one to slay the divine. Yet, the Xianhuang energy remains a distant aspiration for Ye Chen at this moment. Currently, his most pressing objective is to cultivate the Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi to the 10th layer. This would allow him to unleash 1,000 strands of sword energy, providing him with an additional means to vanquish foes. After consuming several restorative pills, Ye Chen closed his eyes, quietly reflecting on the recent battle. Gradually, fragments of combat experience began to coalesce within him. Once more, Ye Chen's golden sword danced, the pale yellow sword energy enveloping the blade, while the crown-shaped vortex above his head grew denser. Waves of terrifying sword energy surged within the trial space. Ding. The Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi condenses to 1,000 layers. Xianhuang Shirshan Sword Qi. Divine level. Level. 1,000 billion. 3 days later, Ye Chen ceased his training. He then resumed his study of the Xiantian sword cannon and the drawn sword technique. Both martial skills progressed significantly with his efforts. Ding. The drawn sword technique has reached perfection. Ding. The Xiantian sword cannon has reached perfection. After 2 additional days of training, the system notifications rang out once more. Ye Chen emerged from the cultivation space. Chapter 041. The 9th Prince the Yunjian of the Yuluo commerce sailed through the clouds, approaching the imperial city that lay within arm's reach. Inside the opulent chamber, Ye Chen and Yi Ling appeared simultaneously. Brother Chen. This is the first time I have seen such a magnificent room. It is simply stunning. Yi Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. However, a shadow of concern swiftly crossed her petite face as she added, Brother Chen, a room like this must be quite expensive for just one night, right? Ye Chen affectionately ruffled Yi Ling's hair, replying with a smile, whether it is expensive or not, I cannot say, but this room is free for me. Oh my, it's free? Brother Chen, you must be honest with me. Did you sacrifice your looks to obtain it? Yi Ling regarded him with a peculiar expression. What do you take me for? Ye Chen teased, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger. Brother Chen, that hurts. Yi Ling pouted, covering her forehead with a look of feigned sorrow. After spending some time in the room and enjoying a sumptuous meal provided by the Yunluo commerce, Ye Chen took Yi Ling to the deck of the Yunjian. Gazing down at the landscape from the deck was a unique experience. Wow, looking at the world from such a height feels so strange. Yi Ling marveled at the mountains, rivers, and the cities that vanished from sight below them, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ye Chen, recognizing that this was her first time aboard the Yunjian, smiled and asked, what is so strange? Yi Ling replied, I used to think Songyue City was immense, but now I realize it is merely a grain of sand in comparison to this vast world. Once you travel to other places, you may find that even the Longke dynasty could be considered a mere speck in the ocean, Ye Chen remarked. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Yi Ling asked, is the Longke dynasty really just a speck? Brother Chen, is the Jiuli sacred land an even more expansive world? Ye Chen nodded, his gaze filled with yearning as he replied, indeed. The Jiuli sacred land is a far more extensive region. From what Ye Chen understood, the Longke dynasty was but a barren land within the entire divine martial continent. The eastern domain, where the sacred land was located, was a realm of greater magnitude. In comparison to the eastern domain, the Longke dynasty was exceedingly diminutive. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air as the Yunjian began to vibrate after sailing for a quarter of an hour. The vessel slowed its pace, gradually descending until it came to rest upon a river before the imperial city. Before them flowed the mighty Luo River, while behind them loomed the imperial city. its towers piercing the heavens. The elegant pavilions, ethereal structures, and uniquely designed buildings gave the imperial city a breathtaking allure. Common folk, step aside swiftly. Do not obstruct the path of the ninth prince. A battalion of silver-armored guards appeared before the Luo River. The silver-armored guards bore an intricate design of a dragon and a sparrow upon their chests, signifying the imperial forbidden army of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. Presently, this elite force was tasked with escorting the ninth prince, along with the nobility of the imperial city. Among the silver-armored sentinels stood the distinguished offspring of the capital's elite, all of whom were disciples recruited by the Jiuli Sacred Land. Not far from these privileged youths were two young men clad in the garments of the Jiuli Sacred Land, serving as assessors for the upcoming imperial examinations. Brother Shenhe, as the son of the general of the West, I shall rely heavily upon you once I enter the sacred land, remarked one noble. Brother Yamushin, as the son of this prince, I too shall require your attentive care. The surrounding nobility encircled the two assessors, their faces adorned with sycophantic expressions. Several discreetly offered spatial rings to the officials as tokens of goodwill. Rest assured, your progeny are all disciples of our sacred land, and we shall fulfill our responsibilities as senior brothers. The two assessors nodded silently, accepting the offerings. Without further ado, the sacred land awaits our prompt departure. Brother Shenhe gestured respectfully to the gathering of nobles before making his way toward the cloud vessel. One by one, the scions of the elite began to board the vessel. Before long, the craft emitted a resounding roar and ascended into the heavens. The noble youths of the imperial city made their way to the deck. Everyone, clear the way. The ninth prince wishes to witness the sunrise aboard this cloud vessel, shouted a eunuch with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, admonishing those standing on the deck. Why should we move? This cloud vessel does not belong to the royal family, came a retort. Indeed, this is the cloud vessel of the Yuluo commerce, not constructed by your royals. Why should we vacate? Ninth prince, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. This is the cloud vessel of Yunluo commerce, not the imperial city. Voices of dissent arose, fueled by the ninth prince's arrogance. Beside him, Ye Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of indignation at the ninth prince's haughtiness. Why should we yield? You are all nothing but the lowest of commoners. The ninth prince scoffed disdainfully, addressing the assembly. What right do you lowly peasants have to share the same scenery as this prince? If you wish to avoid calamity, you'd best vacate the premises. Ninth prince, why waste words on these commoners? Merely strip them of their powers and cast them aside. A chilling voice emerged from among the silver-armored guards. A towering guard, muscular and imposing, wielded a 9-section whip and approached with a sinister smile, advancing through the throng of nobles. Monty, you truly are a loyal hound of our royal family. Well aware of this prince's intentions, the ninth prince remarked, his smirk deepening upon seeing the guard. You may proceed to incapacitate these commoners. Anyone daring to challenge this prince shall be reduced to the most wretched of pariahs. Understood, my lord. Meng Xiu bowed to the ninth prince, then turned around swiftly, unleashing the 9-section whip in his hand, striking a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Crack! The warrior's arm shattered upon impact. Subsequently, the whip's tail pierced directly into the opponent's dantian, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. The ninth prince's ruthless display caused a palpable shift among everyone present on the deck. No one anticipated that he would dare to act so brazenly aboard the Cloudfall Chamber of Commerce's ship. How tyrannical can the ninth prince be? A loud crack echoed as a cultivator at the first level of the acquired realm attempted to confront the ninth prince, only to be met with the swift strike of the 9-section whip. With a single blow, the bones of the acquired realm cultivator were instantly fractured. Crack! Yet, the assault was far from over. Clad in silver armor, Meng Xiu appeared before the acquired realm warrior in an instant, and with a forceful stomp, he shattered the man's dantian. The warrior's eyes widened in shock before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The onlookers on the deck collectively gasped, having anticipated the ninth prince's arrogance. Yet none could have imagined it would manifest so brutally. How could he so easily incapacitate others aboard the Cloudfall ship? Did the ninth prince have no regard for the rules of the Cloudfall chamber? After a brief silence on the deck, a youth bearing a black longsword stepped forward. With a disdainful glance at the youth, the ninth prince coldly retorted, "The Cloudfall chamber merely forbids murder aboard the ship, not the act of combat itself. What consequence is there for me if I render you commoners powerless?" He then cast a frigid gaze around, warning, "Remember, those who dare to oppose me shall meet a dire fate." With a sudden movement, the ninth prince swiftly approached the youth and delivered a kick to his dantian. The youth, possessing only the Foundation Establishment level of cultivation, stood no chance against the ninth prince, a late-stage expert of the innate realm. In an instant, the youth was sent flying, and upon hitting the ground, his cultivation was entirely dissipated, leaving him a mere invalid. Your actions are despicable, Ninth Prince. Do you not understand the hardships of the cultivation path? Blood streamed from the youth's mouth, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. The hardships of cultivation? The Ninth Prince laughed heartily. As a royal scion, I indulge in both play and training, and I have already achieved the 9th level of the innate realm. Your so-called struggles are beyond my comprehension. This Ninth Prince is indeed ruthless. We must depart swiftly. His prowess at the 9th level of the innate realm is beyond our capacity to confront. There is no need to provoke such a person over trivial matters. Let us leave. A group of warriors standing on the deck, upon witnessing the ruthlessness of the Ninth Prince, changed their expressions and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, all the silver-armored guards closed in. Ninth Prince, what are you intending to do? The countenance of everyone darkened. They had decided to leave. Yet the Ninth Prince obstructed their exit. You lowly peasants, you have delayed this prince from witnessing the sunrise, and you think you can simply walk away? The Ninth Prince cast a glance at the eastern horizon, where the sun had begun to rise above the clouds, illuminating the world with radiant beams of light. Having missed the moment of dawn, the Ninth Prince's expression turned grim as he declared, I am a prince of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. Even if I desire the sun and moon, there must be someone to fetch them for me. How dare you, a band of peasants, thwart my endeavors? Mengxiu, incapacitate these wretches. Understood, Ninth Prince. A sinister smile crept upon Mengxiu's lips as he gestured to the numerous silver-armored guards beside him. Subsequently, the guards began to assault the crowd on the deck, unleashing a cacophony of screams. Those weak warriors were swiftly overpowered and had their powers rendered useless. How dare you two lowly peasants linger here? Do you wish for death? A silver-armored guard, whose cultivation was at the first level of the post-heaven stage, approached the Ye siblings. The guard's blade was thrust forward, imbued with a surge of spiritual energy, aimed at Ye Linger, seeking death. At that moment, Ye Chen's fury ignited. A terrifying aura of murderous intent surged from him. Every vein in his body boiled with energy, erupting like a series of volcanoes. His skin split open, revealing blood-red scales, while vicious barbs emerged from his elbows, forehead, and legs. With dark golden eyes and blood-red scales, Ye Chen resembled a fearsome deity of death. Boom. A violent surge of spiritual power emanated from Ye Chen's palm, which he then directed toward the incoming blade. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the blade shattered in an instant. Ye Chen's force remained undiminished as his hand struck the silver-armored guard. When the guard hit the ground, his bones shattered, his body caved in, and his eyes widened in shock, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. The expressions of all the silver-armored royal guards darkened. The royal guards represented the imperial authority. How dared anyone challenge them? They were accustomed to being the ones who eliminated others. Never had a lowly peasant dared to slay a royal guard. Peasant, you dare to kill our royal guards? Today, you shall meet your end. In the next moment, 2 more silver-armored guards advanced toward Ye Chen, their blades drawn. A fierce wave of blade energy surged forth, slicing toward Ye Chen with overwhelming force. Do you two worthless fools truly believe you can kill me? A crisp sound resonated. In that instant, Ye Chen's palm struck out decisively. 2 terrifying energies surged forth, shattering the blade aura in the void. Subsequently, the 2 waves of palm power descended upon the 2 silver-armored guards. Each guard's body bore a colossal indentation, contorted by the force of the palm prince. The 2 silver-armored guards, both at the first level of the acquired realm, were instantly subdued by Ye Chen. How dare you? A mere commoner. Slay 3 of my silver-armored elite. If you are not eliminated today, what face will the royal family have left? Mengxiu's eyes darkened, his 9-section whip swirling with a potent spiritual energy as he aimed it at Ye Chen. The air twisted violently, sending tremors through the entire cloud ship. A resounding crack echoed. Ye Chen, with a single palm, snatched the 9-section whip back, striking Mengxiu in the process. The whip inflicted grievous wounds, leaving Mengxiu's face marred and bloodied, fragments of bone and shattered teeth flying from his visage. How dare you strike me? Mengxiu bellowed in fury, preparing to lash out again. Yet, Ye Chen had already closed the distance, and in the next moment, a loud explosion reverberated as Ye Chen's foot connected with Mengxiu's dantian, rendering him incapacitated. When Mengxiu collapsed, he was utterly unconscious. You dare to cripple my captain of the elite guard? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? The 9th Prince's expression darkened profoundly upon witnessing Mengxiu's downfall. Originally, the 9th Prince had presumed that these commoners were entirely within his grasp. He had not anticipated that among them would emerge a figure like Ye Chen. Even more shocking was the audacity of this individual to commit murder aboard the Cloudfall Merchant Association's vessel. Did he not regard the rules of the association? You, a mere commoner, so casually sever the cultivation of others? Are you unaware of the arduous path of cultivation? The ninth prince inhaled deeply, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Ye Chen. The arduous path of cultivation? Ye Chen chuckled derisively at the ninth prince's words. In less than 10 days, I ascended from the first level of the opening veins realm to the 7th level of the innate realm. As for the hardships you speak of, I cannot relate. Do you take me for a fool? The ninth prince's face flushed crimson with rage, an overwhelming wrath surging within him. You, a lowly commoner, dare to indiscriminately slay my royal guards. Do you even grasp the gravity of your crimes? Dare to harm my sister? Do not think that even the royal guards or a formidable warrior of the martial king realm can escape my wrath. Ye Chen's eyes blazed a crimson red as a surge of overwhelming murderous intent emanated from his being, enveloping him in a dense aura of vitality that conjured a demonic silhouette in the void. The boundless killing intent compelled the silver-armored guards to hesitate, afraid to take another step forward. Such audacity! I shall witness how you intend to vanquish a martial king. At this moment, the elderly eunuch beside the ninth prince approached Ye Chen with a shadowy gaze. He held a small alchemical furnace, within which a peculiar azure flame flickered. Suddenly, the flames surged up, enveloping the eunuch's hands. A ferocious aura of fire materialized in the air. The eunuch then extended his hands, summoning a massive flame-infused hand, 1/2 meter in size, ablaze with roaring fire, which descended upon Ye Chen with oppressive force. Foolish creature, seeking your own demise. A tempest of cutthroat energy manifested in the void as Ye Chen drew his blade. The sword unsheathed, a single strike determined the fate of life and death. Wind swept through the skies like a tempest, as if the heavens themselves were cleaved in twain. The clouds in the void shattered in an instant. The unmatched blade energy enveloped the flames conjured by the elder, and then the relentless blade descended upon him. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from the elder's body. A being of the first level in the martial king realm was slain in an instant by Ye Chen's strike. How could this be? You, a mere commoner, have killed Elder Chen with a single blow. The ninth prince's face was painted with disbelief. As a ninth-layer innate expert, he could only boast of defeating Elder Chen within 10 moves. A single instant kill was beyond his capabilities. So, is this your final proclamation? Ye Chen's murderous intent surged, layers of crimson vitality coalescing upon his great blade as the sweeping blade energy surged forth. The blade aimed for the ninth prince's waist. A crisp sound echoed. The blade, which should have cleaved the ninth prince in two, was thwarted by an enigmatic force. A layer of emerald-glazed armor materialized around the ninth prince, revealing the royal artifact he donned, the emerald-glazed armor. You shall not kill me, commoner. The ninth prince's eyes froze with a chilling glare, as an aura of terrifying frost emanated from him. In his grasp, a spear formed purely from condensed frost emerged. As the frost spear materialized, the air became suffused with an oppressive chill, and silent snowflakes began to drift down from the void. Is this the heavenly grade frost war body? The ninth prince possesses such formidable prowess. Not only does he wield an ice attribute war body, but he also carries the bloodline of ice within him. The combination of both enhances his power to terrifying levels. The heavenly grade ice attribute war body, coupled with the royal family's unique technique, the dragon sparrow art, enables the formation of a miniature domain. Within this sphere, the ninth prince can command everything. This youth before him is surely doomed. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, the ninth prince's countenance was etched with astonishment as he heard the praises and gasps from the crowd. A cold smirk crept across his face as he directed his words towards Ye Chen. You insolent wretch, relinquish your cultivation now and kneel before me to apologize. I might consider granting you a complete corpse. To demand my submission, you garbage? Ye Chen's internal blood surged violently, and the dragon scales adorning his body stood erect. With a decisive step, he launched a fist towards the ninth prince. How dare you, lowly commoner, take the initiative to attack? The ninth prince's eyes flickered with malice as ethereal figures of a dragon and a phoenix emerged from him, enveloping a 100-meter radius and forming a diminutive realm. The dragon phoenix manifestation, combined with the ninth prince's ice attribute bloodline and battle body, significantly hampered Ye Chen's mobility. The ninth prince retreated a half-step, thrusting his frost spear towards Ye Chen. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as Ye Chen was pierced by the frost spear. However, his fist struck the ninth prince squarely in the chest. With a thunderous impact, the ninth prince was sent crashing to the ground, leaving a long gash across the earth. In an instant, Ye Chen appeared before the fallen prince, delivering another powerful blow. You reckless commoner, are you seeking death? The ninth prince's eyes widened in horror, realizing that Ye Chen was engaging in a perilous exchange of blows. Ignoring his own grievous wounds, Ye Chen was determined to retaliate. The ninth prince thrust his spear once more toward Ye Chen's body, but Ye Chen disregarded him entirely, landing an elbow strike to the prince's chest. Crack. A fissure appeared on the emerald glass armor. Ye Chen's elbow spike penetrated the ninth prince's flesh. How is this possible? I wear the emerald glass armor. Unless you possess a royal-grade battle body and bloodline, you cannot breach my defenses. The ninth prince's face contorted in disbelief. At that moment, he fully comprehended Ye Chen's terrifying prowess. Moreover, he realized that Ye Chen was not engaging in a life-for-life exchange. Ye Chen's previous injuries had completely healed, suggesting that his bloodline had restorative properties. Crack, crack, crack. The ninth prince found himself pinned to the ground, as Ye Chen methodically shattered his prized emerald glass armor with each elbow strike. Fragments of the armor embedded themselves into his flesh, merging with his very being. Chapter 44. The Fall of the Ninth Prince. On the deck of the cloud ship, a crowd of over 100 had gathered, all gazing in shock at the unfolding scene. The ninth prince, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the innate realm, endowed with a heavenly ice battle body and bloodline, was being mercilessly subdued by a mere commoner, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. With a resounding boom, Ye Chen's fist struck the ninth prince, shattering the emerald glass armor that adorned him. Subsequently, Ye Chen's fist was unleashed, aimed directly at the ninth prince's Dantian Chi Si. Hiss. Was he intent on crippling the ninth prince? As they beheld Ye Chen's actions, the onlookers collectively held their breath. You shall not cripple this prince. The ninth prince's expression darkened with a fierce resolve, and a pitch-black talisman materialized from his hand. Etched upon the talisman were 5 golden runes, crowned by a serpentine emblem. This was the Golden Serpent Extermination Talisman, capable of tracking a martial artist before detonating. As a 5th-tier talisman, it was a guaranteed means to obliterate an adversary. Once locked onto, escape was virtually impossible. Even formidable warriors of the martial king realm would meet their demise before the might of the 5th-tier Golden Serpent Talisman. Upon witnessing this talisman, Ye Chen's gaze turned frigid as he transformed his hand into a blade, slicing toward the ninth prince's arm. Thud. Stripped of the protection of his emerald armor, the ninth prince's body was now exceedingly vulnerable. Under Ye Chen's strike, the ninth prince's arm was instantly severed. The Golden Serpent Extermination Talisman then lost its control, falling to the ground. Without delay, Ye Chen raised his fist once more, adopting a swifter and more ferocious stance, aimed at the ninth prince's Dantian Chi Si. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth from the ninth prince's Dantian, the ninth prince of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. A powerhouse at the ninth level of the innate realm, was rendered powerless by Ye Chen, destined to become a mere shadow of his former self. Ye Chen's overwhelming strength in incapacitating the ninth prince left all spectators in astonishment. No one had anticipated such decisiveness from Ye Chen. It was important to note that the ninth prince was a royal of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. Incapacitating him equated to declaring enmity with the entire dynasty. The audacity of this youth was astonishing. Ye Chen, how dare you commit murder aboard the Cloudfall Merchant Association's vessel? Do you disregard the rules of the association? An elderly man clad in a black martial robe appeared on the deck at that moment. In his hand, he wielded a slender silver thread, a manifestation of his prowess as a martial king. Boom. At that instant, the 9-dragon fire shield was propelled from Ye Chen's grasp. The 9-dragon fire shield, imbued with immense force, charged toward the black-robed elder. The elder was instantaneously hurled away by the impact, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Subsequently, the 9-dragon fire shield expanded into a colossal 50-meter radius, enclosing both Ye Chen and the elder within its confines. In Ye Chen's hand appeared a golden relic, the divine treasure he had acquired during his previous sign-in, the Buddha Emperor's relic. Holding the Buddha Emperor's relic, Ye Chen infused it with spiritual energy. A cascade of resounding Buddhist chants emanated from the heavens, and golden seals emerged from the relic, enveloping Ye Chen's entire being. A formidable, oceanic wave of energy surged into Ye Chen's limbs and vital organs. Ye Chen's prowess ascended to a terrifying pinnacle at this moment. How could the Yunluo Merchant Association remain indifferent when the ninth prince incapacitated so many? When he struck my sister, where was your concern? And when he employed the Golden Serpent Extermination Talisman, why did you not intervene? With each utterance, Ye Chen's fist swung towards the elder's form. In an instant, the elder, unable to retaliate, found himself gravely wounded by Ye Chen's assault. The next moment, he spewed blood and was propelled backward. Ye Chen, you are audacious. First, you incapacitate the ninth prince, and now you dare to attack the Yunluo Merchant Association. This is no place for your tyranny. A middle-aged man clad in a red robe, wielding a battle staff and flanked by 2 sword-wielding warriors, approached Ye Chen. Both the red-robed man and the swordsman exuded the formidable strength of the martial king realm. What of the ninth prince? What of the Yunluo Merchant Association? If anyone dares to harm my sister, even the emperor himself would not escape my wrath. Ye Chen exchanged his blade for a resplendent long sword, its surface shimmering with a golden hue. Waves of pale yellow sword energy surged forth, emanating from the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi. Cultivating this sword qi to 1,000 layers could effortlessly annihilate those at the early stages of the Martial King realm. Though the 3 warriors before Ye Chen were indeed at the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, they paled in comparison to him. Let me see your true strength. You who claim to vanquish even the Emperor. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the red-robed man's eyes as he swung his battle staff, which shimmered with layers of light, manifesting an ethereal martial intent. It descended upon Ye Chen's head like a weighty force. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ye Chen's sword cleaved through the air, the pale yellow sword energy colliding with the battle staff in the void. In an instant, the staff was severed in twain. The red-robed man swiftly evaded the sword energy, repositioning himself to strike at Ye Chen once more. Ye Chen's hand shot out, seizing the staff firmly, and with a twist of his wrist, the staff contorted in his grasp. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, under the astonished gaze of onlookers. The staff was rendered to scrap metal in Ye Chen's grip. This is impossible. My weapon is of earthly quality. While I could accept it if Ye Chen had destroyed my staff with his weapon, how could he shatter it barehanded? The red-robed man was overwhelmed with disbelief and humiliation. He had never heard of such a feat. Boom. In the moment of the red-robed man's stupor, Ye Chen had already closed the distance, delivering a punch that struck the middle-aged man squarely. An agonizing pain coursed through the man's body. Subsequently, the middle-aged man collapsed onto the ground. Although Ye Chen did not entirely strip him of his cultivation, he rendered him devoid of combat capability. Ye Chen, how dare you injure 2 of our Yuluo Chamber of Commerce's martial artists consecutively? You shall perish today. 2 warriors, brandishing longswords, charged towards Ye Chen, their blades surging with a formidable sword aura aimed directly at his brow. Do you think you can kill me with such worthless trash? In that moment, Ye Chen's sword soared forth. The golden light sword cleaved through the air with an unstoppable force, targeting the 2 martial artists. Crack! The 2 warriors attempted to defend themselves, only to find their swords shatter in an instant. Yet, the momentum of Ye Chen's golden light sword remained unyielding, descending upon their necks. Astonishingly, these 2 formidable warriors at the 3rd level of the Martial King realm were no match for Ye Chen's single strike. Their eyes reflected a mix of horror and profound unwillingness. Just as the golden light sword was about to strike down upon the 2 martial artists of the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, a white chess piece fell from the sky, forming a tawny barrier that shielded against the sword's descent. The force of the golden light sword breached the tawny barrier but ultimately failed to penetrate it. Enough. This matter ends here today. A middle-aged woman clad in a Taoist robe descended onto the deck of the Yun ship. Chapter 045. Members of the Heroic Hall, is that not Ye Zongguan? She has intervened to halt this conflict? The presence of Ye Zongguan, a figure of immense stature, raised questions among the members of the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce. The onlookers, including an elderly man in a black robe and a middle-aged man in red, exhibited expressions of disbelief. To outsiders, Ye Zongguan might appear merely as a steward of the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, her position seemingly not particularly elevated. However, they understood that her identity was anything but ordinary. Ye Zongguan maintained close ties with a prominent family from the eastern region, where the Yi family wielded considerable influence within the upper echelons of the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, she was acquainted with nearly 90% of the elite warriors in the eastern region. This implied that within the Yunluo Chamber, although Yi Lingxiu held the title of steward, her authority rivaled that of some chamber presidents elsewhere. Ye Zongguan, your words are displeasing to me. The Yunluo Chamber of Commerce forbids murder aboard the Yun ship. Yet Ye Chen has not only slain members of our imperial city's guard, but also killed one of my personal eunuchs. How shall we account for this? The 9th prince clutched his shattered dantian, his eyes ablaze with fury. With his dantian destroyed, even with a celestial-grade battle physique and bloodline, he would inevitably lose his prowess and become utterly incapacitated. It was crucial to note that he was a prince, the offspring of the Longke dynasty. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Yi Lingxiu cast a cold glance at the 9th prince, her demeanor unyielding. While our Yun ship may not overtly prohibit harm, in over a century no one has dared to raise a hand aboard. You, 9th prince, are the first to do so. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Yi Lingxiu's words resonated with authority. Upon hearing them, the 9th prince's complexion drained of color, as an intangible pressure surged within him. Yi Lingxiu's message was unmistakably clear. The fault lay with the 9th prince himself, who had transgressed the unspoken rules of the Yunluo Merchant Association. Should there be an inquiry, the association would undoubtedly hold the 9th prince accountable first. The 9th prince's expression darkened. for he had not anticipated Ye Lingxiu's favoritism towards Ye Chen. Although he was known for his arrogance, he was still reliant on the Dragon Sparrow dynasty. He was acutely aware that, despite the strength of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty, it was but an insignificant ant in the face of the Yunluo Merchant Association. The association could annihilate the dynasty in an instant. With a grim countenance, the ninth prince addressed Ye Lingxiu, stating, "Director Ye, while I acknowledge my wrongdoing in injuring someone aboard the cloud ship, Ye Chen's assault on a powerful figure of the Yunluo Merchant Association cannot escape the death penalty." Upon uttering these words, a shadow of malice flickered across his darkened face. He was determined to exact revenge for the destruction of his Dantian by Ye Chen. And this was a perfect opportunity to wield another S-blade. The Yunluo Merchant Association had a strict code. Anyone who committed murder on the cloud ship or attacked its warriors would be deemed an enemy of the entire association. As the first avenue proved futile, the ninth prince was resolute in exploring the second. From what he knew of the Dragon Sparrow dynasty's history, those who dared to strike against the Yunluo Merchant Association aboard the cloud ship had never met a favorable end. Those who offended the association were invariably eradicated. Ninth prince, this matter is an internal affair of the Yunluo Merchant Association. There is no need for your concern. Ye Lingxiu shot the ninth prince a frigid glance, her eyes betraying a hint of lethal intent. The ninth prince felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. How could he not perceive the murderous aura emanating from her? Yet, a sense of defiance lingered within him, and he forced a wan smile, saying, "Director Ye Chen is merely an outsider. How can this be deemed an internal matter of the Yunluo Merchant Association?" With a swift motion, Ye Lingxiu summoned a surge of spiritual energy, pressing her palm into the air. The imprint of her hand swiftly reached the ninth prince, striking him squarely in the chest. Blood burst forth from his lips. Ye Chen is one of the formidable members of our Yunluo Merchant Association's elite hall. Speak further, and you shall face death. Ye Lingxiu retracted her hand, casting a dispassionate glance at the ninth prince. What? Ye Chen is actually a powerful member of the elite hall? The ninth prince's expression turned as repugnant as if he had swallowed a fly. What was the elite hall? It was the embodiment of the Yunluo Merchant Association's quest to gather extraordinary talents from across the realm. Anyone who joined the elite hall effectively became part of the Yunluo Merchant Association. If Ye Chen had indeed injured several of the association's powerful figures, how could this not be an internal matter? If Ye Chen were truly a member of the elite hall, then the ninth prince had unwittingly struck a formidable obstacle. In the heart of the ninth prince, there lingered feelings of resentment, regret, and an unexpressed fury. He pondered to himself, no wonder Ye Lingxiu shows favoritism towards Ye Chen. It seems that all of this is not without reason. The ninth prince's complexion darkened as he realized he had no choice but to accept his fate. If he were to pursue this matter further, Ye Chen would face no repercussions, while he, the ninth prince, would be ruthlessly suppressed. With this thought weighing heavily on him, the ninth prince, his face clouded with displeasure, addressed Ye Lingxiu. This matter stems from my ignorance. Having offended the Yunluo Merchant Association, I ask for your forgiveness. Following this, the ninth prince, accompanied by a contingent of silver-armored guards and other noble youths, departed from the deck. The onlookers dispersed at that moment. Although the ninth prince left the deck along with several nobles from the imperial city, the members of the Yunluo Merchant Association remained where they stood, not departing immediately. Both the cloaked elder and the middle-aged man in red displayed expressions of deep discontent. Suddenly, an invisible pressure emanated from Ye Lingxiu, enveloping and suppressing the two men. Under this overwhelming force, both the cloaked elder and the middle-aged man found themselves kneeling upon the deck. You have done well to completely disregard my previous instructions. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ye Lingxiu's gaze. We would never dare to overlook the instructions of Manager Ye, responded the cloaked elder, though his face bore a hint of anger. However, Ye Chen, as a member of the heroic hall, not only failed to adhere to the rules of the Yun ship, but also dared to strike at the ninth prince. For this alone, he deserves to be subdued. The middle-aged man in red, harboring his own indignation, retorted, Manager Ye Chen has openly violated the rules of the Yun ship by attacking a member of the royal family. Royal family? Ye Lingxiu's expression turned even more severe, and the pressure radiating from her intensified. When did the Yunluo Merchant Association become beholden to the whims of the Longke dynasty? The terrifying pressure surged forth, causing both the cloaked elder and the middle-aged man to feel as if a mountain had descended upon them, their bones cracking under the strain. Inch by inch, their very spiritual bones shattered, and even the spiritual energy within their dantians was forcibly stripped away by an enigmatic power. Ye Lingxiu's strength was indeed terrifying. How could this be possible? Both the cloaked elder and the middle-aged man wore expressions of sheer astonishment. In their understanding, Ye Lingxiu was merely a martial king-level cultivator, who had attained her current position in the Yunluo Merchant Association solely due to her identity and connections. Yet, they had not anticipated that not only did she possess an impressive background, but her prowess was also extraordinarily formidable. Return to the Jiang nation from this day forth. You shall not step foot outside its borders. The pressure exerted by Ye Lingxiu then dissipated, as Ye Lingxiu withdrew her power. Both the cloaked elder and the man in red gasped for breath, their chests heaving heavily. With merely the aura emanating from her, Ye Lingxiu possessed the ability to cripple their spiritual roots and obliterate their cultivation. It seemed that her prowess had ascended to the realm of martial sovereigns. With such formidable strength, she could effortlessly annihilate them, but chose only to diminish their abilities. The two men were engulfed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Chief Ye, did you just suggest that we return to the Jiang kingdom? The expression of the elder in the black robe darkened. Beside him, the middle-aged man in the red robe also wore a somber countenance. What was the Jiang kingdom, after all? Merely one of the most impoverished nations, comparable to a mere county under the auspices of a powerful dynasty like the Longke Empire. Originally, they were to accompany the cloud ship to serve in the sacred land, where their futures would have been bright and promising. Now, not only had Ye Lingxiu stripped them of their cultivation, but they were also to be relegated to the Jiang kingdom, all because they had offended this youth before them, named Ye Chen. You have offended someone you should not have. Sending you to the Jiang kingdom is already the greatest leniency I can afford you. Ye Lingxiu remarked coldly as she cast a glance at the two men, before gracefully approaching Ye Chen, a serene smile gracing her lips. Young friend Ye Chen, are you satisfied with this course of action? Ye Chen replied, Chief Ye's decision is beyond reproach. What? Ye Lingxiu was actually seeking Ye Chen's opinion? Who exactly was this youth that commanded such humility and respect from someone like Ye Lingxiu? Had they truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle? The two young men wielding longswords felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Not only had they attacked Ye Chen, but they had also threatened his life. How would Ye Lingxiu deal with them? You two will return to the law enforcement office in Ziyun County to receive your punishment. Ye Lingxiu glanced at the two sword practitioners, then turned her attention back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. With that, Ye Lingxiu beckoned Ye Chen and proceeded into the depths of the cloud ship. What? We are to return to the law enforcement office to face punishment. The two sword-wielding martial artists collapsed onto the ground. They realized that facing the law enforcement office's consequences was far more daunting than being dispatched to the Jiang kingdom. Had they known this, they would never have dared to lay hands on that young man. Regret and a tinge of despair welled up in the eyes of the two sword practitioners. Within the lavish confines of the cloud ship, Ye Lingxiu sat before Ye Chen, presenting a radiant green gem. The gem was surrounded by sparkling diamonds, with a delicate white silk threaded from heavenly silkworms cascading behind it. This was an emerald pendant, imbued with a potent life force. Ye Lingxiu placed the pendant before Ye Chen, a gentle smile illuminating her face. This is the 5-tier defensive treasure of our Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, Tier of Extremity. With it, one can withstand 100 attacks from a martial king. Moreover, this gem can be upgraded, with a maximum tier of imperial rank. It is a rare treasure indeed, cherished by our Yunluo Chamber of Commerce. Ye Lingxiu glanced at Ye Chen's companion, Ye Linger, and remarked, this gem possesses significant protective qualities for your sister. It is a gift I have prepared for her, and I hope you will not decline it. In this world, opportunities that seem too good to be true rarely come without a cost. Speak. What must I offer in return? Ye Lingxiu's fervor left Ye Chen somewhat taken aback. He was a proponent of equitable exchange and could not naively believe that Ye Lingxiu would bestow such a valuable item without expectation. The precious tiers of extreme, capable of elevating one to the 7th tier, was exceedingly rare even within the Yunluo Trading Association. To receive this pendant, what must I provide? Am I perceived as so mercenary in your eyes? Ye Lingxiu's expression bore a rare hint of reproach. Forgive me, but if no exchange is required, I cannot accept this gem. In truth, Ye Chen was quite enamored with the gem. It could ensure Ye Linger's safety, granting him peace of mind. However, he was acutely aware that equitable exchange is an inevitable law. No one would bestow such a grand favor without seeking something in return. Even one's biological parents cannot always be so selfless. Ye Lingxiu shot Ye Chen an exasperated glance and said, It seems I cannot hide this from you. I wish to borrow something from you. Ye Chen inquired, What is it? Ye Lingxiu replied, The relic you possess. Instantly, Ye Chen's expression turned icy. A powerful aura surged from him. The Buddha Emperor's relic is an item of divine rank, and it was Ye Chen's only trump card. Such an object could not possibly be lent to another. The mere thought of relinquishing the relic was out of the question. Not only was there a torrent of spiritual energy emanating from Ye Chen, but an overwhelming intent to kill also radiated from him. The Buddha Emperor's relic. Being a divine artifact, could incite chaos and bloodshed in the outside world. Now that Ye Lingxiu recognized the might of the relic, it was highly probable that she would attempt to seize it. Moreover, though she claimed to borrow it, who could guarantee she would not abscond with it once in her possession? Faced with Ye Chen's murderous intent, Ye Lingxiu remained unperturbed and smiled. I only require your relic for a day. I need it to accomplish a task, and once completed, I shall promptly return it to you. Ye Chen's face was filled with cold disdain as he retorted, why should I trust you? Ye Lingxiu responded, Ye Chen, rest assured. While I am indeed fascinated by treasures such as the relic, I adhere to my own principles and boundaries in my endeavors. I would not take your relic and disappear, nor would I attempt to seize it. Why should I trust you? Ye Chen repeated, his murderous intent intensifying. Though Ye Lingxiu spoke of borrowing the Buddha Emperor's relic for merely a day, once she departed, who could assure that she would not claim the relic as her own? It is essential to recognize that the Buddha Emperor's relic is a divine artifact, one that would tempt even the most virtuous of beings. He did not believe Ye Lingxiu would be devoid of any possessive desire. Furthermore, Ye Lingxiu holds a relatively high position within the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce. Given her influence, acquiring the Buddha Emperor's relic and subsequently silencing any witnesses would be a trivial task for her. Since Ye Lingxiu has uttered such words, Ye Chen realizes that he must take the initiative and eliminate her. I knew you would not easily place your trust in others. Ye Lingxiu smiled faintly, seemingly discerning Ye Chen's thoughts. She then waved her hand, revealing a black orb, a soul pearl. This is my soul pearl. As long as you shatter it, I will instantly perish, no matter where I am in the divine martial continent. Does this assure you? Chapter 047. The heart of the mechanism. The soul pearl is a manifestation formed by the soul growth of a martial king realm expert. Holding a person's soul pearl grants one dominion over their life and death. Ye Chen's murderous intent waned, and the spiritual energy within him gradually receded. Since Ye Lingxiu intends to entrust the soul pearl to him, it indicates she possesses at least a modicum of sincerity. However, Ye Chen remains resolute in refusing to lend her the Buddha Emperor's relic. Our relationship is not one of deep ties. It is impossible for me to lend you the relic. Ye Chen chooses to decline Ye Lingxiu. Their interaction is primarily one of mutual benefit, not genuine friendship. The risk of lending the Buddha Emperor's relic to her is simply too great. Moreover, Ye Lingxiu is merely a martial king realm expert. If she were to present his relic to higher-ups in the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, what would it matter if he eliminated her? Alternatively, if Ye Lingxiu handed the relic over to other factions, killing her would not allow him to reclaim it. With the infinite sign-in system at his disposal, treasures like the Tear of Extremity will eventually be within his grasp. Although he deeply cares for Ye Linger's safety, losing the Buddha Emperor's relic would mean forfeiting a crucial advantage. In such a scenario, he would be even less capable of ensuring Ye Linger's protection. Ye Lingxiu remarked, since you are unwilling to lend me the Buddha Emperor's relic, so be it. However, I have something to discuss with you. Ye Chen inquired, what is it? The sacred land holds a new student hunt annually. By incapacitating the 9th prince, you have offended all the noble offspring of the Long Ke dynasty, which may render you a target during the hunt. Ye Lingxiu smiled gently, took a sip of tea, and continued, additionally, the black market's Yipentang has also infiltrated the sacred land with many operatives. Having slain 2 of their Xianbang experts will inevitably lead to retaliation. Ye Lingxiu seemed to imply something deeper. Ye Chen, however, was not fond of engaging in ambiguous speculation. It was not that he could not deduce Ye Lingxiu's intentions, but rather that he did not wish to squander time on conjecture. Thus, Ye Chen straightforwardly asked, what exactly do you wish to convey? Ye Lingxiu produced a red, beast-skin tome, delicately flipping through its pages, and then retrieved a golden leaf engraved with clouds. The leaf exuded a potent wave of spiritual energy. Presenting a golden leaf before Ye Chen, Ye Lingxiu remarked, within the 9 sacred land, there are formidable individuals affiliated with the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce. This golden leaf will grant you the means to connect with those individuals. Ye Chen accepted the golden leaf. Fully grasping Ye Lingxiu's intent, within the 9 sacred land, there exist members of the Yunluo Chamber, and Ye Chen would need to leverage their strength to contend with the formidable powers of the black market's Yiping Hall and the royal family. However, it was clear that Ye Chen would also need to contribute to the Yunluo Chamber's endeavors. With this golden leaf, you shall no longer be a solitary figure, but rather stand shoulder to shoulder with the strong of the chamber, she continued. Closing her book, a subtle glimmer danced in her beautiful eyes as she stated, during the upcoming freshman hunt, I hope you can assist me by collecting 10 hearts from the automata within the 9 sacred land. Automata hearts? What purpose do you have for such items? Ye Chen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Ye Lingxiu explained, The story is rather lengthy. After conversing with Ye Lingxiu for a considerable time, Ye Chen finally comprehended why the Yunluo chamber held such interest in the hearts of the automata. What exactly are automata? They are essentially rudimentary puppet-like machines, crafted entirely from iron, with an intricate internal design. Each automaton possesses its own consciousness. Throughout the Eastern domain, various factions are engaged in the study of automata. While many factions can create them, few can produce automata as exquisitely designed as those from the Nine-Li sacred land. The essence of an automaton lies in the heart, which serves as the conduit for spiritual energy. Thus, every year, the Yunluo Chamber and the Black Market's Yipin Hall send their formidable members into the Nine-Li sacred land, seeking to pilfer the spiritual energy conduits from these automata. Yet they have consistently met with failure. Ye Chen, you must understand that there exists a significant conflict between the Black Market's Yipin Hall and the Yunluo Chamber. They have previously clashed in several fierce battles, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides, which is why open hostilities have temporarily ceased. Ye Lingxiu continued. Automata are primarily forged from steel, augmented with spiritual energy control. Whosoever first succeeds in the research of automata will significantly reduce casualties in future conflicts, thus gaining the upper hand. Ye Lingxiu then added, please accept this tier of extremity as compensation for your service to the chamber. Ye Chen's face registered surprise as he remarked, is the remuneration for serving the Yunluo chamber truly so generous? Not quite, Ye Lingxiu admitted, realizing she could not conceal the truth from Ye Chen. The compensation for working with the Yunluo chamber is far less than this. This is merely a token of my appreciation. Understood. I shall take care of the matter regarding the automaton hearts. Ye Chen declined the tier of extremity, leading Ye Ling out of the room. System, sign in. Upon returning to his quarters, Ye Chen issued a command to the system. Ding. The host is located at Shitzi Ridge in the Eastern Domain. Sign in level 4. Ding. As the host's cultivation level has reached the 7th layer of the innate realm. Today's sign-in count is 185 times. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the first time, receiving 10 sun crystals. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the second time, receiving 10 sun crystals. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the third time, receiving 10 true spirit liquids of the Great Path. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the fourth time, receiving 10 true spirit liquids of the Great Path. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 183rd time, receiving 1 piece of Xuanwu armor. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 184th time, receiving 1 killing sword. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 185th time, obtaining an item, a Hans cabin, workshop. The items acquired this time are quite commendable, particularly the last few check-ins, which have left Ye Chen feeling rather satisfied. Item, Xuanwu armor, 5th tier, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for upgrades. Item, Killing Sword, Divine Tier. Killing Sword. The stronger the intent to kill, the greater the sword's power. Hans Cabin. Workshop can be constructed within the small universe world, producing 1,000 bottles of Hans Cabin daily. Hans Cabin contains potent and pure spiritual energy, an unparalleled choice for enhancing martial arts realms. This Hans Cabin workshop seems intriguing. Shall we attempt to construct it? With a swift wave of his hand, Ye Chen activated the small universe world. Subsequently, Ye Chen and his sister entered the realm together. Chapter 048. The effects of the cabin. Ye Chen and Ye Lingo found themselves in the small universe world. However, the sight before them left both in utter bewilderment. The once serene lotus courtyard had now transformed into a structure resembling a desolate island. Why was this the case? Because within 100 meters of the lotus courtyard, all the soil had completely vanished. The entire small universe world lay in ruins. As they surveyed the desolate landscape, the ground was riddled with pits, and many areas had been scorched to barren earth. These disastrous alterations were likely the handiwork of that troublesome chicken. Ye Chen directed his gaze to the far end of the small universe world, where a fiery red shadow flickered up and down. Grasping Ye Linger's hand, he surged towards the distant horizon. Stinky fox, my power now reaches the heavens and the earth. I am invincible. Do you dare to challenge me? Are you seeking death? Pathetic creature, what are you in the skies? If you possess any courage, descend and see if I do not slay you. Ah, with your mid-third tier strength. You wish to kill me? You cannot even touch a single feather of mine. To think you could threaten me is but a delusion. Once I reach the 4th tier, slaying you will be as effortless as killing a chicken. The White Emperor Fox and the 9-Li Flying Phoenix stood off against each other atop a mountain, neither willing to yield. Occasionally, they erupted into fierce combat. What are you two doing? As the two spirit beasts exchanged fiery words, Ye Chen had already approached their side. Ye Chen, your arrival is quite timely. Please adjudicate this matter for me. I merely remarked that this fox is not as handsome as I am, and it retaliated fiercely, even leveling the soil around the lotus courtyard. The nine-leaf phoenix perched atop a tree on the mountain, her small eyes reflecting a hint of indignation, continued, Ye Chen, observe the wounds upon my body. They are all the handiwork of this fox. Speak, how shall you punish it? Some fowl truly excel at casting the first stone while labeling themselves as the nine-leaf phoenix. If you are indeed the nine-leaf phoenix, you would be insulting the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. The White Emperor Fox's gaze held a trace of disdain as it turned to Ye Chen, continuing. The soil near the lotus courtyard was indeed leveled by me, but it was to draw forth the spirit river from beneath the earth for the construction of an underwater estate. As for the other damage, it is you, this fowl, who has deliberately caused destruction and seeks to frame me. The tone of the White Emperor Fox grew notably colder. How dare you bully me so, Fox? I have shown you repeated leniency, yet you become increasingly aggressive. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? The nine-leaf phoenix, her lies exposed, was seething with fury, an incredible aura surging within her. Each of her feathers unfurled magnificently, and vibrant flames erupted above them. As these flames appeared, the temperature surged dramatically within a 50-meter radius of the nine-leaf phoenix. The ground cracked open, and the trees nearby ignited rapidly under the searing heat. Oh, your strength has increased remarkably, has it? Ye Chen remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his face upon witnessing the nine-leaf phoenix's display of power. To be honest, I have now cultivated the first layer of the nine-leaf spirit flame, which can incinerate all things in this world. I am now invincible. The flames enveloping the nine-leaf phoenix blazed even more fiercely. In the next moment, she lunged directly at the White Emperor Fox. The air crackled with sounds as the flames blazed, and the soil below transformed into a river of molten lava. The nine-leaf phoenix's might was now comparable to that of a ninth-tier postnatal powerhouse. However, in the next instant, the White Emperor Fox seized her neck with its claws, extinguishing the flames. How infuriating! If I could refine my skills further, I would undoubtedly defeat you in one blow. The nine-leaf phoenix's eyes brimmed with resentment as she struggled against the grip of the White Emperor Fox. Alas, your cultivation will never catch up to mine. The White Emperor Fox smirked coldly, then flung the nine-leaf phoenix away. Since you have lost, you shall diligently restore this ground, or you shall never leave this small world of Qian-Kuan, Ye Chen said, casting a glance at the nine-leaf phoenix. The traces within the realm of the little universe are unmistakably the handiwork of the nine-leaf phoenix. In the present moment, having suffered defeat in battle, there is little more to say. The phoenix, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her diminutive eyes, lamented, You are mistreating this emperor. Unperturbed, Ye Chen pressed on. Channel the spiritual river from beneath the earth into the lotus courtyard. Otherwise, do not expect to acquire any resources for cultivation. You are mistreating this emperor. I shall draw a circle to curse you. With a sense of unwillingness, the nine-leaf phoenix departed from Ye Chen's side. Subsequently, she commenced the restoration of the destruction, effortlessly leveling the depressions and craters in the ground. In the vicinity of Hans's wooden cottage workshop, Ye Chen discovered a flat area and promptly established the workshop. Before him, a small workshop of 200 square meters materialized. Ding! The Hans's wooden cottage workshop has been successfully constructed. The workshop is at level 1, and 10 goblin brewers have been summoned. Accompanied by the system's announcement, 10 diminutive, green-skinned beings appeared before Ye Chen. Esteemed Master, I am Brewer Fengxian. For the modest fee of 1 spiritual stone per day, I can brew the most exquisite pineapple beer in the world for you. A goblin, standing at a height of 1.6 meters, approached Ye Chen with utmost respect. Here are 30 spiritual stones, sufficient for this month's wages. Let the brewing commence. Ye Chen replied, handing over the stones to Fengxian. Let us get to work. Upon receiving the 30 spiritual stones, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Fengxian's eyes as he instructed the other goblins. Soon, all the workshop workers engaged in the professional brewing process. Before long, 100 bottles of Hans's wooden cottage beer were crafted. Opening a glass bottle, Ye Chen savored a sip. The taste was sweet and familiar, albeit with a slightly elevated alcohol content. In a word, delightful. He continued to drink several more sips, rapidly finishing a bottle of Hans's wooden cottage. Boom! At that moment, an explosive sound resonated within his dantian, followed by a torrent of violent spiritual energy emanating from his lower abdomen, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. Was his martial arts realm truly breaking through at this moment? Not only did his martial arts realm advance, but his dantian was also undergoing a form of transcendence. Within 5 seconds, Ye Chen's ordinary dantian remarkably ascended to the spiritual grade. A single bottle of the wooden cottage had elevated him by an entire realm, enhancing the quality of his dantian. Realizing the boost to his martial prowess, Ye Chen's expression transformed dramatically. Chapter 049. Truly delightful. The efficacy of Hans's wooden cottage left Ye Chen's eyes gleaming with excitement. With such a workshop at his disposal, he could harvest 1,000 bottles daily, each capable of significantly enhancing his martial strength, and this improvement bore no adverse effects. Moreover, it seemed the daily consumption limit for Hans's wooden cottage was 100 bottles. If one were to claim that they consume 100 bottles daily, their cultivation and power would undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge. Whether harnessing this spiritual energy to enhance one's abilities or to strengthen their physique and bloodline, it remains an excellent choice. Brother Chun, is this truly the legendary Hans cabin? It tastes absolutely delightful, Ye Linger exclaimed, taking a small sip from a bottle, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from her body. Subsequently, her cultivation astonishingly broke through, elevating her to the realm of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Brother Chen, what exactly is this cabin? How can it cause such an immediate increase in my power? Ye Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to drink heartily. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Layers of spiritual energy emanated from Ye Linger, her strength rapidly escalating to the 3rd layer of post-heaven realm within a brief period. One bottle of the cabin had propelled her to the 3rd layer of post-heaven realm. Such an enhancement surpasses even the most precious of heavenly treasures. This legendary cabin is truly extraordinary. I must also partake. The White Emperor Fox's emerald eyes glinted with surprise as it embraced a bottle of the cabin and began to drink. Boom. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from the White Emperor Fox. Originally at the mid-3rd stage, its power instantly soared to the 9th layer of post-heaven realm. Just a step away from entering the innate realm, Ye Chen, Ye Linger, and the White Emperor Fox began to leisurely enjoy the cabin, their powers swiftly ascending. Ye Chen devoted all the acquired spiritual energy to enhancing his Ice Dragon bloodline. Ding! The Ice Dragon bloodline was elevated to the heavenly tier. Upon consuming 50 bottles of the cabin, Ye Chen's Ice Dragon bloodline had ascended to the level of heavenly tier. Ding! The Ice Dragon bloodline was upgraded to the royal tier. After consuming 100 bottles of the cabin, Ye Chen's Ice Dragon bloodline remarkably reached the royal tier. Ice blue dragon shadows materialized around Ye Chen, and a colossal ice dragon, spanning 100 feet, coiled in the void, enveloping the entire microcosm with an imposing chill. Ye Chen, how dare you indulge in this treasure behind my back? I also deserve a share of these wonders. The 9-leaf phoenix was not naive. It had sensed something amiss during Ye Chen's breakthrough, and, after observing discreetly, discovered that they were consuming a marvelous spiritual liquid known as the cabin. Transforming into a streak of fire, the 9-leaf phoenix rushed toward the workshop. However, just as it was about to seize the cabin, Ye Chen swiftly grasped its neck and declared, "Fill those pits completely, or there will be no drinking. Can I perhaps drink this cabin first and then fill in the pits?" The 9-leaf phoenix asked, a hint of flattery in its voice. Ye Chen coldly replied, "No. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately," the 9-leaf phoenix said, its eyes revealing a faint sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, it reluctantly began to mend the large pits. System. Utilize 100 white jade perch. Ye Chen utilized the exquisite white jade perch from within the system's space. Ding. The host's realm ascended to the 9th heaven of the innate realm. Ding. The host's realm elevated to the 1st heaven of the martial king realm. When his cultivation reached the 1st heaven of the martial king realm, Ye Chen's progress came to a halt. The martial king realm, a wholly new echelon. Ye Chen could perceive the spiritual energy within him becoming increasingly refined in a certain manner. Every strand of spiritual energy grew more resilient and potent. Additionally, Ye Chen discovered a newfound sense of control over each fragment of spiritual energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi. Indeed, a martial king possesses a qualitative enhancement in their mastery over spiritual power. Feeling the solid and concentrated spiritual energy within, Ye Chen waved his hand, conjuring a silvery thread of energy. This transformation of Qi into thread was emblematic of a martial king. Whoosh! The silvery thread fell into the void, cleaving the entire firmament as if severed by an immense force, sending forth a colossal wave of spiritual energy that swirled in the emptiness, enduring and unyielding. Ye Chen was exceedingly pleased with this silvery thread. With such a technique at his disposal, he could effortlessly subdue early-stage martial kings without invoking his battle body or bloodline powers. The enhancement of his Dantian's quality rendered his transformation of Qi into thread even more formidable. Theoretically, this transformation compresses spiritual energy to its utmost limit, resulting in a singular thread. The spiritual energy harbored within his superior Dantian is exponentially denser than that of an ordinary Dantian. Consequently, the potency of his Qi transformation reaches a new zenith. Ye Chen beckoned, Let this emperor also indulge in the delights of this Han's little cabin. The ninely phoenix rushed out in a frenzy, promptly diving into a pile of wine bottles, seizing one and drinking heartily. Before long, the entire bottle was consumed. Satisfied, the ninely phoenix patted its belly and remarked, "Not bad. This little cabin's brew rivals some of the fine wines I have tasted in the divine realm." With that, it continued to drink. Boom. Waves of violent spiritual energy surged within the ninely phoenix. Just one bottle had propelled its strength directly to the late stage of the third tier. Feeling the relentless influx of spiritual power within, the ninely phoenix's eyes shimmered with shock and disbelief. Soon after, it downed several more bottles. Boom. A tremendous energy erupted from the ninely phoenix. Ascending into the clouds, a phoenix silhouette, ablaze with 9 colored flames, manifested in the void. The entire cosmos resonated with a terrifying fiery energy. This little cabin proved to be extraordinarily potent. The ninely phoenix's eyes gleamed with fervor. In the span of just 1 hour, its strength surged from the mid-third tier to the 4th tier. Remarkably, this enhancement left no adverse effects. If I were to consume these little cabins daily, could I reclaim my imperial throne within a year? Indeed, how delightful. Ye Chen, I always knew my judgment was impeccable, and it has indeed proven true. After consuming over 50 bottles, the strength of Jiao Li Fei Huang has ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, leaving her swaying unsteadily, her steps faltering. Who was it that previously refused to utilize Ye Chen's cultivation resources, only to now proclaim their worth? Who once deemed Ye Chen, this innate realm trash, unworthy of their pursuit, yet now asserts that they did not err in their choice? By D, whose gaze was laced with subtle sarcasm. Jiao Li Fei Huang's actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face. I am inebriated and have no desire to engage in idle chatter with a mere fox. Jiao Li Fei Huang, her steps unsteady, approached Ye Chen, tears unexpectedly streaming from her small eyes. "Oh, Ye Chen, I suddenly feel so distressed. Do you know what I have endured?" Ye Chen's expression was one of bemusement as he inquired, "What have you experienced?" Jiao Li Fei Huang wept even more violently. Convulsing as she recounted, "I once devoted my heart and soul to a female phoenix, offering her the finest cultivation resources, even bestowing upon her the treasured phoenix essence. To my utter astonishment, she betrayed me, aligning herself with another phoenix clan's powerful being." Ye Chen was taken aback. This chicken had a tale to tell? Chapter 050. The Spirit of the World by D, who ceased her cultivation, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Jiao Li Fei Huang. Nearby, Yilinger leaned in, her small head cocked in rapt attention as she asked, "And then what happened?" With snot and tears, Jiao Li Fei Huang lamented. "She allied with another, and while I bear no grudge against her for that, why did she conspire with another phoenix to plot my demise and seize the imperial elixir I painstakingly accumulated?" Upon hearing Jiao Li Fei Huang's words, a look of sympathy emerged in Yilinger's small eyes as she remarked, "You had a wretched previous life." Wretched is an understatement. Can you comprehend the feeling of sincere affection misallocated? Perhaps not. You are merely a little girl. Jiao Li Fei Huang then turned her gaze towards Ye Chen, pleading, "Ye Chen, do you understand the heartaches of a grown man? No, you cannot. How could a mere child grasp my sentiments? I know you all fail to comprehend me. I am weary. I wish to be alone," she declared, waving her hand before lying down on the ground, succumbing to sleep. Tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. This chicken is indeed peculiar. Ye Chen's expression was one of astonishment. He had never imagined that a chicken could possess such depth of emotion. Was this chicken truly a creature of stories? However, the matter of unreciprocated affection is inherently complex. Whether man or woman, relationships are a delicate dance of mutual bargaining. Anyone will weigh the pros and cons, and if one party feels shortchanged, they will naturally choose to depart. Nevertheless, Jiao Li Fei Huang's plight is undeniably tragic, reminiscent of Ye Chen's own past experiences. In a world so vast, one shall never be devoid of women like Mo Yenyu. Yet, this world also abounds with exceptional and benevolent women, clearing the emotions from his heart. Ye Chen entered the trial space. He then began to cultivate the Xian Wang Shirshan Sword Qi. Ding! Xian Wang Shirshan Sword Qi has been upgraded to level 2000. Xian Wang Shirshan Sword Qi, level 200 billion. He proceeded to practice the Jiao Li Tianyang technique. Ding! The host has successfully cultivated the Jiao Li Tianyang technique. Jiao Li Tianyang technique, divine rank, level 100 million. He then trained in the Jiao Li Shen Demon Palm. Ding! The host has successfully cultivated the Jiao Li Shen Demon Palm. Jiao Li Shen Demon Palm, divine rank, level 100 million. Both divine ranked skills appeared in Ye Chen's mind. The Jiao Li Tianyang technique is renowned for its masculine dominance, and when cultivated to its peak, it can contend with divine beings using the physical body. The Jiao Li Shen Demon Palm, simultaneously practicing both demonic and divine paths, fuses the two techniques into one, unleashing unparalleled combat strength. Both the Jiuli Tianyang technique and the Jiuli Shindiman Palm are extraordinarily formidable skills. With the infinite sign-in system at his disposal, it would not be a challenge for Ye Chen to elevate these divine-ranked skills to their utmost potential. If the Xianwang Shishin Sword Qi can sever Earth-tier battle weapons at level 2000, what might the power of the Jiuli Shindiman Palm and Jiuli Tianyang technique be? Ye Chen felt a profound anticipation within. Subsequently, Ye Chen commenced training in the two skills within the trial space. Ding. Jiuli Shindiman Palm has been upgraded to level 2000. Jiuli Shindiman Palm, divine rank, level 200 billion. Ding. Jiuli Tianyang technique has been upgraded to level 2000. Jiuli Tianyang technique, divine rank, level 200 billion. After approximately 10 days of training in the trial space, both of Ye Chen's skills experienced a qualitative enhancement. Upon returning to the small Qiankuan world, he discovered that it had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once quaint lotus courtyard had now evolved into a waterborne estate. Furthermore, within the small Qiankuan world, the soil was infused with a faint spiritual energy, and clusters of spiritual essence flourished upon the ground. Even the air had become remarkably purified. What is this? Ye Chen's gaze settled in the center of the small Qiankuan world, his expression tinged with astonishment. In the central region, a towering ancient pine, standing 100 meters tall, thrived, surrounded by layers of ethereal mist. Spirit of the world, level 1, spiritual energy coverage, 5,000 meters. Growth space. Unknown, as Ye Chen observed. The data of the ancient pine materialized before his eyes. No wonder spiritual essence was abundant within the 5,000-meter radius. It was the awakening of the spirit of the world. Upon seeing this set of data, Ye Chen comprehended the situation. What is the spirit of the world? It is the very soul of this material realm. The more powerful the spirit of the world, the more stable the structure of this material world becomes. Moreover, as the spirit of the world grows stronger, the spiritual energy within this realm will become increasingly dense. The spirit of the little universe, under the command of Ye Chen, possesses the remarkable ability to grow stronger alongside his ascending levels and martial will. Should Ye Chen attain the status of a sage one day, this spirit will transform into a sacred tree, nourishing the world with its divine essence. However, the mysteries surrounding this spirit extend far beyond these revelations. It is only as Ye Chen's powers continue to evolve that the enigmas of the spirit will gradually unfold. Ye Chen, quickly take me out of this confined little universe. I feel as though I am suffocating. A majestic fire phoenix, measuring several meters in height, soared toward Ye Chen. Upon its back sat a petite girl and a white fox. Is this the Jiuli Fei Huang? Ye Chen felt a subtle astonishment as he beheld the magnificent fire phoenix. The current Jiuli Fei Huang has undergone a complete transformation. Truly deserving of the title of phoenix. In every regard, its present form is a significant improvement over its previous lackluster appearance. Ye Chen, do you not think I look quite magnificent in my current form? Upon landing, the Jiuli Fei Huang spoke to Ye Chen with a hint of pride. I have now reached the mid-phase of the 4th rank. If it weren't for Feng Xian obstructing my progress, I would have already ascended to the 5th rank as a spirit beast. Ye Chen replied, Indeed, you have experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. However, we must proceed to the holy ground. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be wise for you to revert to your former appearance. Indeed, those unworldly individuals at the holy ground would surely be astonished by my striking appearance, the Jiuli Fei Huang mused, stroking its forehead in self-admiration before gradually shrinking back to its previous form. Ye Chen, along with Yinling, a fox, and a chicken, departed the little universe and arrived on the deck of the cloud ship. Below the cloud ship, towering edifices pierced the clouds, revealing a cluster of palatial structures to Ye Chen and his companions. Is this the holy ground? The multitude of martial artists aboard the cloud ship gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery below. Even from such an altitude, the holy ground radiated an immense presence, exuding an air of majesty. One peak of the holy ground rivaled the size of a city, while some of the palaces were comparable to grand royal residences. Chapter 051. The 3 rankings of the holy ground as figures emerged beside the cloud ship. It was revealed to be Ye Qishan, Ye Yunlong, and Shinhe. Ye Qishan addressed the disciples, stating, Below lies the Jiuli Holy Ground, a venerable establishment dating back 100,000 years, rich in history and profound in heritage. It was here that 3 deities once appeared. Ye Yunlong nodded in agreement, adding, In terms of history, our Jiuli Holy Ground undoubtedly surpasses the other 2 holy grounds. Apart from the 3 deities, Jiuli has also witnessed the emergence of over 10,000 imperial-level powerhouses, dozens of sages, and 10 great emperors. Pausing momentarily, Ye Yunlong continued. Do you see the 3 stone towers within the holy ground? They represent the earth ranking, the heaven ranking, and the divine ranking. Senior brother, what exactly do these 3 rankings signify? A newly initiated disciple inquired, to which Yu Yunlong responded calmly, the Earth ranking is the outer sect's wind and cloud ranking. A comprehensive assessment of the outer sect disciple's abilities. The heaven ranking pertains to the inner sect disciple's standings. As for the God ranking, only 1,000 names have been inscribed upon it since the establishment of the Jioli sacred land. I am determined to become a formidable presence on the God ranking and bring glory to the sacred land. Indeed, to live as a remarkable person and to die as a heroic spirit is my ambition. Having joined the sacred land, I must strive to be a powerful figure on the God ranking. The new disciples gazed at the towering stone spire with fervent glimmers in their eyes. Huh. You lot from Ziyun County dare to aspire to the God ranking? What an outrageous jest. Sneered Shinhe, clad in a blue martial robe, his expression tinged with disdain. Indeed, in the 10,000 years of the God ranking, only 1,000 have ever ascended it. Do not presume that mere fortunate circumstances and a boost in strength will render you invincible within the sacred land. Yao Muxin, donned in white, cast a dark, sweeping glance over the assembly, his gaze particularly fixated on Ye Chen, a sinister smile curling at his lips. The expression of Yao Muxin caused Ye Chen to furrow his brow slightly. He sensed that their words held deeper implications. Senior brother, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion. The ability to ascend the God ranking is not contingent upon one's geographical origins. As history recalls, there was a warrior from the Jiang kingdom who ultimately became a sage at the Jioli sacred land and ascended the God ranking, Ye Chen remarked, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yao Muxin. Yao Muxin, however, retorted coldly, it is exceedingly rare for a powerful sage to emerge among millions. With your meager talents and capabilities, you are leagues away from being a sage. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, is having talent a guarantee for achieving sagehood and ascending the God ranking? Yao Muxin's smile turned icier, the mockery on his face intensifying. Indeed. Warriors from small locales often lack vision. I shan't waste further words on you. Ye Chen countered with equal coldness. Is it that you are reluctant to speak? Or simply have no words to offer? How dare you speak back? Today, I shall teach you the ways of humility. Yao Muxin was provoked, unleashing a silver streak of energy towards Ye Chen. Although aware that Ye Chen was affiliated with the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, he recognized that this was the domain of the sacred land. Yao Muxin understood that while the Yunluo Chamber might dismiss the Longke dynasty, they would never underestimate the sacred land. Thus, he believed that even if he engaged Ye Chen, the Yunluo Chamber would not intervene. Seeking death, Ye Chen's gaze turned frigid as he condensed his spiritual energy into a silver thread. Just as he prepared to retaliate against Yu Muxin, Ye Chen stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him, her silver thread slicing through the air. In an instant, Ye Chen's silver thread severed Yao Muxin's attack. Subsequently, the silver streak of energy aimed straight for Yao Muxin's arm, resulting in a torrent of blood cascading to the ground as Yu Muxin's entire arm was severed by her strike. Ye Chen, have you lost your mind? I was merely disciplining a new disciple, and you dare to interfere? Yao Muxin gazed at Ye Chen with incredulity etched upon his face. Yao Muxin, do you dare to harm my husband? No. Do you dare to harm my junior brother from the Demon Sword Peak? This matter is my concern. And even if I intervene, what will you do? The silver long thread in Ye Chen's hand danced like a sharp ribbon, creating faint cracks in the air under its piercing aura. You have reached the 9th layer of the Martial King realm, Ye Chen. How is it possible that your strength has ascended to such heights? Yao Muxin's eyes were filled with disbelief, for his cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of the Martial King realm, rendering him inferior to Ye Chen in every aspect. Engaging with her would undoubtedly lead to his swift demise. With gritted teeth, Yao Muxin declared, Ye Chen, I shall remember this. I vow not to be considered human until I repay this grudge. Do you wish for me to sever your other arm? The aura of the ribbon in Ye Chen's hand began to whirl with intensity. Ye Chen, wait for me. I shall return. Upon witnessing the swirling ribbon, Yao Muxin was struck with fear and fled without hesitation. Coward! Ye Chen scoffed derisively at the sight of Yao Muxin's retreat. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude to his senior sister. He had not anticipated that Ye Chen would come to his aid, and thus approached her to convey his thanks. There is no need for thanks, though an apology would be acceptable, Ye Chen replied as she slowly removed the mask from her face, unveiling an enchanting beauty that could captivate kingdoms. Her complexion was as flawless as white jade, delicate to the touch. Her cherry lips were a vibrant red, and her phoenix-like eyes sparkled like divine artistry adorning her visage. Everyone stood transfixed, never having encountered such a breathtaking woman. Ye Chen, too, was momentarily stunned, though his expression quickly morphed into one of astonishment. Was this not the same woman he encountered in the Silver Moon Tavern S-Room 1? No wonder she had mentioned an apology. My apologies, senior sister. The events of that night were entirely a misunderstanding, Ye Chen said, a bittersweet smile gracing his face as he rapidly offered his apology. What occurred that night? Murmurs of intrigue swept through the crowd. All eyes fixed on Ye Chen and Ye Chen. Ye Chen seemed unfazed by their astonished expressions, instead smiling warmly at Ye Chen. A true man stands tall. If certain actions have been taken, one must take responsibility rather than flee. Would you not agree? The weight of Ye Chen's words sent ripples of shock through the hearts of all present. Their gazes turned to Ye Chen, filled with confusion, surprise, and increasingly, anger. Who was Ye Chen to have a tale with Ye Chen? Those enamored with Ye Chen felt their fury begin to morph into a subtle intent to kill. Had Ye Chen ensnared herself with him? Ye Chen sighed in resignation, producing a pitch-black space ring and offering it to Ye Chen. Having wronged you, senior sister, it is only fitting that I make amends. This is a gesture of my sincerity, hoping to mend our relationship. Is it merely some elixirs? Ye Chen received the ring, nearly bursting into laughter. Was this meager offering of medicinal pills truly an adequate apology from Ye Chen? It was well known that she hailed from a distinguished lineage, with financial resources that could sustain her for a lifetime. If she desired medicinal pills, acquiring them would be a trivial matter. Moreover, the pills presented by Ye Chen did not appear to be particularly valuable. Such ordinary pills held little worth in the sacred grounds, and with her current wealth, she could easily purchase millions. Could it be that my future husband is utterly impoverished? After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen deemed this a distinct possibility. Considering Ye Chen's origins from Songyue City, a region under the jurisdiction of Ziyun Prefecture, known for its desolation and lack of resources, he might only be able to afford a few pills. Very well, I shall grant you a temporary pardon. Initially, Ye Chen intended to make things difficult for Ye Chen, but upon witnessing his apparent poverty, she adopted a gracious demeanor and accepted the ring he offered. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the cloud ship gradually descended. More than 20 disciples from Ziyun Prefecture and the Imperial City arrived at the central plaza of the sacred grounds. At that moment, the plaza was teeming with new arrivals, with at least tens of thousands of newcomers present. Additionally, an unending stream of cloud ships arrived from all directions, bringing in batch after batch of fresh faces. Junior Yi, the new student hunt will commence shortly. As for the rules of participation, an elder will explain them in detail, so we shall not linger here, instructed Yu Yunlong. Before departing with Ye Chen, barely had Yu Yunlong and Ye Chen left when a group of young men, clad in the attire of the sacred grounds disciples and around 20 years of age, appeared before Ye Chen and his companions. This group of outer disciples wore unfriendly expressions, and some even displayed open hostility in their eyes. Among these youths, the leader was a slender, sallow-skinned warrior wielding a war hammer. He stood beside Ye Chen and coldly inquired, "Are you Ye Chen?" With a sardonic smile, Ye Chen retorted, "I am not Ye Chen. Perhaps you seek your father instead?" The youth with the war hammer, his gaze tinged with malice yet restrained, replied, "Heh, you certainly have a sharp tongue. The 8th prince has sent me with a message. Be cautious during the new student hunt, and do your utmost to avoid crossing paths with him." Upon hearing the youth's words, Ye Chen's realization dawned. The 8th prince of the Longke dynasty was intent on avenging his younger brother, the 9th prince. The Longke dynasty boasted 10 princes, each separated by a notable age gap, with the 9th prince being 5 to 6 years younger than the 8th prince. The 8th prince had long since entered the sacred grounds for cultivation. However, despite the 8th prince's considerable talent within the royal family, he paled in comparison to others within the sacred grounds. As an outer disciple, he had spent many years striving without managing to break through to the late martial king stage. It was precisely this reason that compelled the 8th prince to participate in the new student hunt. In the sacred land of Jiuli, during the new disciple hunt, the neophyte disciples are categorized based on their performance and rankings into auxiliary disciples, outer disciples, and direct disciples. Among the outer disciples, those who have not entered the late stage of the martial king realm by the age of 20 will be sent to the new disciple hunting grounds to undergo evaluations alongside newcomers. Should they pass, these elder disciples may continue their cultivation in the sacred land. Failure, however, will necessitate their departure. Moreover, convey a message to him. When the new disciple hunt commences, he should take a detour to avoid encountering me. Otherwise, he may not witness the dawn of the next day. Ye Chen issued a warning to the individual before departing with Yi Linger and others. Was Ye Chen truly defying common sense? The frail youth wielding a war hammer stood there, astonished. Initially, it was he, the 8th prince, who warned Ye Chen. Now, the tables had turned, with the 8th prince being the one cautioned. Who, after all, is the prey and who the hunter? Under the shade of a tree, Ye Chen and his companion stood, and soon after, another outer disciple clad in black robes approached Ye Chen. The black-robed man addressed Ye Chen. "You must be Ye Chen, right? I am Shen Chen, the peak master of Tianjin Peak." Please accompany me. He wishes to speak with you. The Peak Master of Tianjin Peak, Ye Chen? Lead the way. Upon hearing this name, Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed peculiar for Ye Chen to seek him out at this moment. Yet he resolved to meet him nonetheless. The black-robed youth halted before an ancient tree, beside which stood an elderly man dressed in a silver martial robe. His hair and beard all white. This elder's gaze hinted at a certain shadowiness, and upon seeing Ye Chen approach, he wore a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, saying, "Young friend Ye Chen, I am Ye Chen, the master of Tianjin Peak. I have heard of your exploits in Ziyun County. Considering your talent, it would be a shame for you to cultivate at Majin Peak. Might you contemplate joining my Tianjin Peak as my direct disciple?" Joining Tianjin Peak? A hint of surprise crossed Ye Chen's face. He had already been singled out by Wang Qingfeng to become a direct disciple, and now someone was attempting to lure him away. Did Ye Chen truly disregard Wang Qingfeng so brazenly? Indeed, young friend Ye Chen's aptitude aligns far better with my Tianjin Peak's Tianjin sword technique, and moreover, Tianjin Peak ranks second among the 9 peaks, whereas Majin Peak languishes at the bottom. Remaining there would not be conducive to your development, Ye Chen expounded, further enticing him. Additionally, within Tianjin Peak, there are 10 swords of royal quality. Should you agree to join, you may select one, and you will be prioritized for cultivation. Royal-grade weapons. Coupled with the status of a direct disciple and being a focus of training, such terms are undeniably alluring. However, Ye Chen sensed an underlying disquiet and cautiously inquired, "What if I refuse?" "What? You dare to refuse?" Ye Chen's expression darkened instantly, the shadowy depths he had previously concealed resurfacing in his eyes. Coldly, he spoke, "Ye Chen, I invited you to join the Heavenly Sword Peak because I recognized your potential. Do not be ungrateful. You must understand that I am not negotiating with you." Having failed to entice him, Ye Chen resorted to intimidation. Ye Chen regarded the swiftness of Ye Chen's change in demeanor with newfound respect. A cold smile graced his lips as he replied, "I am curious to know what you would do if I firmly refuse to join the Heavenly Sword Peak. If you do not join the Heavenly Sword Peak, then I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise for that which I cannot possess. Neither shall others." A glimmer of icy malice flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. "Do you intend to act against me here?" Ye Chen glanced around at the throngs of people, well aware that Ye Chen likely lacked the audacity to act openly against him. Ye Chen, with a frosty gaze, retorted, "Here, I cannot harm you. But once we enter the newcomer hunting ground, I possess 100 ways to ensure your demise. Furthermore, as long as you remain in the sacred land, you will face my relentless retaliation." Ye Chen made a gesture across his throat, mimicking the act of slitting a chicken's neck, before departing with the young man in the black robe. Upon returning to Yilinger, Ye Chen noticed 2 beautiful women approaching him. One, tall and elegant, exuded an air of aloofness, while the other, in stark contrast, possessed lively eyes filled with a sparkling vivacity. "Hello, I am Sidu Qinglan, a newcomer disciple at the first level of the innate realm. May I inquire if we can form a team?" The composed young woman asked Ye Chen. "Greetings. I am Lin Qi-man, also a newcomer disciple at the first level of the innate realm. This is my cousin, Sidu Qinglan. May we join your party?" "Since you have chosen not to speak, I shall take that as your consent," Lin Qi-man declared, pulling Sidu Qinglan to her side as they followed Ye Chen. "Really? Did you even give me a chance to respond?" Ye Chen shot a discontented glance at Lin Qi-man and raised his hands in exasperation. "I care not for that. My cousin and I are joining your team. Since you remained silent, it is as if you agreed," Lin Qi-man said cheerfully, persisting in her determination. Moreover, wherever Ye Chen went, these 2 would follow. "Brother Chen, let them both join the team," Yilingo interjected, surveying the 2 women. "Besides, they do not seem like bad people." "I concur. They do not appear malicious," Ye Chen replied with a resigned smile. "While they may not seem harmful, they were nonetheless 2 burdens. Furthermore, what business did these 2 women at the first level of the innate realm have following him? Especially when he was to confront formidable enemies at the martial king level, he did not wish to witness their demise before him. Nor did he desire to see them trembling in fear, seeking refuge in his embrace. He was even less inclined to witness the scene of 2 women offering themselves to him after he had gallantly rescued them. After all, Ye Chen considered himself a man of honor, cherishing the delicate and fair. Such shameless conduct was something he would never indulge in, even once. If he were to engage in such behavior, it would be 1,000 times over. "Qi-man, Qinglan, were you not planning to team up with us? Why choose others?" Just as Lin Qi-man and Situ Qinglan clung to Ye Chen, 3 young men clad in black martial robes approached from the crowd. Ye Chen glanced at them. The leader was a formidable individual at the first level of the innate realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th and 8th levels of the acquired realm, respectively. Among the new disciples, their strength could be considered mediocre, yet as a team, Their combat prowess would be respectable, and gaining entry as outer disciples should pose no issue. It's because he is handsome that my cousin and I chose him, Lin Qingman remarked with a light laugh, glancing between the three and then at Ye Chen's face. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. What good is good looks if not accompanied by power? Among the three, Wang Hai, possessing the first level of the innate realm, bore a subtle look of resentment as he turned to Situ Qinglan and asked, Lan why did you decide to team up with this person? Situ Qinglan replied earnestly, it's because he is handsome. If Lin Qingman had initially stated that her choice was based on Ye Chen's looks, they might have been skeptical. However, hearing the typically aloof Situ Qinglan echo the sentiment left them somewhat incredulous. Lan let me tell you, the new disciple hunt is of utmost importance. It determines your qualification as an outer disciple of the Holy Land. If you make a poor choice, you might end up as a mere servant disciple or a registered disciple. And even if he is slightly more handsome than us, does he possess our strength? I assure you, he does not. Wang Hai exclaimed passionately, diverting his gaze from Ye Chen's face. The reason for his avoidance was clear. Ye Chen's looks indeed made him feel somewhat inferior. My cousin and I both stand at the first level of the innate realm. Even if we don't become formal disciples in this assessment, we can still prove ourselves in the future and gain formal status. However, who knows when we might encounter such a handsome individual again? Lin Qingman gazed at Ye Chen with the eyes of an infatuated admirer. Qingman, you must understand who my father is. He is Wang the wealthiest man in the entire Qingfeng dynasty. He tells me that there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a gold mine. If one isn't enough, then two will surely suffice. Beside Wang Hai, another youth, Wang Yucheng, addressed the two girls, Qingman, Lan as long as you continue to team up with us. Tomorrow I'll have my father gift you with our family's mine. But your father may not have been entirely truthful. There are many things in this world that money cannot buy, Situ Qinglan remarked, casting a sorrowful glance at the three young men. Another youth named Wang Ximing, upon noticing the indifference of the two young women, shifted his gaze towards Ye Chen, regarding him with a malevolent expression and declaring, I advise you to promptly return Lan Mei and Qingman to us, or we shall not hesitate to take action. As you can see, it is they who wish to remain with me, not I who have compelled them to stay, Ye Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Even if you intend to team up with Lan Mei, you should first assess your own strength. We cannot allow someone of your ilk, a mere scrounger, to be by her side. With that, Wang Ximing unleashed the full extent of his prowess, reaching the 8th level of the acquired realm, and advanced step by step towards Ye Chen. A flurry of pristine white feathers manifested around him, accompanied by the sound of wind reverberating in his vicinity. This was the bloodline of the white feather iron eagle. Upon witnessing the potent bloodline energy emanating from Wang Ximing, Ye Chen's expression reflected rare astonishment. He had encountered numerous physical bloodlines and battle bodies, as well as many terrestrial spirit beasts, but the white feather iron eagle bloodline was a first for him. The white feather iron eagle, a 4th-tier spirit beast, has the potential to awaken its bloodline, which is of earth-grade quality. Knowing this is the white feather iron eagle bloodline, you should realize that you cannot hope to defeat me. A cold smile played upon Wang Ximing's lips as he lunged forward, his hand transforming into a claw aimed at Ye Chen. To touch Ye Chen, you must first surpass this emperor. Just as Wang Ximing's claw was about to strike Ye Chen, a chicken suddenly soared from Ye Linger's embrace, delivering a kick straight to Wang Ximing's chest. Boom! A massive cyclone erupted upon impact with Wang Ximing, who, despite his 8th-level strength, was sent tumbling over 10 meters away, landing heavily on the ground, gravely injured. Damn it, Brother Hai, I was struck by a chicken, Wang Ximing exclaimed, rising from the ground, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Nearby, Wang Hai and Wang Yucheng also wore expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that a mere chicken accompanying Ye Chen could vanquish them. Their shock was mirrored by Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, who, unable to fathom the chicken's unbelievable power, exchanged incredulous glances. After all, these two had based their team formation solely on appearance. Yet they found themselves awestruck by the formidable prowess of a chicken at Ye Chen's side. As both Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman gazed at Ye Chen, sparkling admiration began to glimmer in their eyes. They even began to ponder if Ye Chen's chicken could defeat a formidable opponent of the acquired realm. How formidable must Ye Chen himself be? Could he possibly be a mid-tier innate realm expert? Damn it, how audacious of this chicken to strike my younger brother! Wang Yucheng exclaimed, as he summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a cloud-shaped palm imprint that surged forth from his hand towards the 9-leaf phoenix. Such trifling skills dared to flaunt before this emperor. With a mere flick of the 9-leaf phoenix's wings, a surge of crimson flames erupted forth, swiftly engulfing the cloud-shaped palm imprint. In an instant, The flames transformed into a roaring inferno, descending upon Wang Yuqing. His garments were instantly incinerated, leaving his hair disheveled and wild. What is this situation? The freshman assessment conference has unexpectedly revealed a spectacle. When did our sacred grounds trials devolve into a contest of size? By heavens, a disciple of the sacred ground. Standing at a mere 2 centimeters, such an opportunity shall not be missed. I shall ensure this news graces the Eastern Domain's wind and cloud report. As Wang Yucheng was charred to a crisp by the 9-leaf phoenix, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. By heavens, I have brought disgrace upon myself. Spitting out blood, Wang Yucheng fainted from the ordeal. This audacious chicken shall pay dearly. Mark my words, if I do not avenge this. I shall not be called Wang Hai. Casting a furious glance at the creature, Wang Hai, accompanied by 2 brothers, vanished like the wind. Wasn't he seeking vengeance? Why did he flee? The 9-leaf phoenix crossed its arms with an air of smugness. The youth before her, known as Ye Chen, appeared not only handsome but undoubtedly possessed formidable martial prowess. Otherwise, why would this phoenix choose to follow him? Witnessing Wang Yucheng's utter lack of resistance against the flames, Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman became even more convinced that Ye Chen was an extraordinary individual. Consequently, their resolve to remain by his side strengthened. However, when Lin Qiman turned her gaze towards the 9-leaf phoenix, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Do you know who Wang Hai is? He hails from the prestigious Wang family of the sacred ground. The 9-leaf phoenix patted Ye Chen's shoulder and replied, What of the Wang family? Do you know who my elder brother Ye Chen truly is? The revelation would surely astound you. With my brother's lineage and background, even the Wang family of the Eastern Domain would not deter me. I would confront them without hesitation. Ye Chen, pray tell, what is your true identity? Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman directed their curious gazes at him, their eyes reflecting intrigue. Especially Lin Qiman, who seemed eager to uncover every secret about Ye Chen. Do not heed this chicken's fanciful tales. I possess no notable identity or background. Ye Chen shrugged, resigned. Women are notoriously curious beings. And the more the phoenix spoke in riddles, the more it piqued their interest. We find it hard to believe. In fact, we suspect this chicken's words may hold some truth. Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman exchanged doubtful glances. Oh, what do you believe my identity and background to be? Ye Chen retorted. In this day and age, truth is often met with skepticism, while falsehoods garner unwavering belief. Lin Qiman responded, Given your demeanor and appearance, you should resemble a prodigy from a superpower. Honestly, are you here for a trial? Indeed, my elder brother Ye Chen has emerged for his trials. Are you aware of the formidable force that supports him? It is none other than the legendary Xianhuang sword sect. Just as Ye Chen was about to assert that he was not a descendant of a superpower, the Jili Fei Huang beside him interrupted his words. Situ Qinglan, taken aback, remarked, Isn't the Xianhuang sword sect said to have perished over 100,000 years ago? One of its branches entered the Jili sacred land. Could it truly still exist? Jili Fei Huang proudly patted her chest and declared, Of course. How could the Xianhuang sword sect have fallen? It has merely concealed itself. And are you aware of a great emperor from the Eastern Domain? He is but a follower of my elder brother Ye Chen. Lin Qiman, her face aglow with astonishment, exclaimed, What? An emperor is merely a follower of Ye Chen? Where might this emperor be? Could we perhaps meet him? At this, Jili Fei Huang faltered for a moment, her small eyes darting about, and she replied, This emperor has been assigned by my elder brother to perform duties elsewhere and cannot meet you at this time. However, do you know why I am so powerful? Why? The 2 women inquired. Jili Fei Huang glanced at them before continuing. In the past, I delved deep into enemy territory, entering and exiting 7 times, leaving no trace of the adversary behind. Do you know what martial arts my elder brother Ye Chen imparted to me? Lin Qiman and Situ Qinglan, their eyes shimmering with curiosity, asked, What martial arts? I have mastered the way of the spear, Jili Fei Huang proclaimed. In the past, I wielded the dragon god overlord spear, conquering the realm of emperors. Even some empresses have knelt in surrender before my overwhelming spear techniques. Wow, is it truly that formidable? Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman gazed at Jili Fei Huang with even greater admiration. Do you know what the way of the spear entails? Jili Fei Huang fluttered her small wings, raising her head with pride, and explained, The way of the spear is marked by a flash of cold light, followed by a spear that strikes like a dragon. The domineering spear techniques are characterized by the most vigorous and masculine energy crashing upon the enemy, truly deserving of the word domineering. Jili Fei Huang continued, Moreover, the essence of the spear lies in its endurance, dominance, and persistence, capable of annihilating anything within 3 minutes. I can't shake the feeling that this chicken is rather unorthodox. When did I ever teach you such a domineering spear technique? I don't recall doing so, Ye Chen thought to himself as he glanced at the peculiar creature. Ye Chen, Could you impart this domineering spear technique to us? Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman beseeched, their faces reflecting eagerness. This technique is traditionally passed down only to males, but when I find the time, I may allow you to experience the might of the domineering spear technique. Ye Chen replied with a gesture of his hands. Excellent. After the new student hunt, my cousin Qinglan and I shall certainly test the power of your domineering spear technique, Lin Qingman said, tugging at Situ Qinglan's hand. A gentle smile gracing her features. Suddenly, a fierce pressure descended from the heavens, silencing the previously boisterous central plaza in an instant. An elder clad in purple martial robes descended from above. I am the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, Xiao He, here to oversee the new student hunt. The assessment will commence now and last for 3 days. In the assessment arena, slaying spirit beasts or collecting spirit herbs grants points, with higher scores leading to superior ranks. The top 1,000 points qualify one as a direct disciple. Those scoring between 1,000 and 10,000 become core disciples, while scores from 10,000 to 20,000 designate one as a first-class outer disciple, and scores from 20,000 to 50,000 categorize one as an ordinary outer disciple. The remainder are designated as registered or auxiliary disciples. The new student hunt is now commencing. The Grand Elder, Xiao He, pointed into the void, and a pitch-black passageway materialized before the crowd. Chapter 55. Ye Chen schemed the obsidian passageway, serves as a teleportation conduit. A spatial pathway that significantly reduces the distance between two locations. The new student hunting ground of Jili Sacred Land is not situated within the sacred grounds, but rather in the dark night forest of the wild ancient domain. Utilizing the spatial teleportation passage drastically minimizes travel time. Rush forth. I must secure first place and bring glory to my family. I am determined to become a core disciple and achieve renown in the Eastern Domain. I aspire to be a direct disciple and marry the lovely Cuihua from next door. Crowds of disciples surged towards the teleportation passage, eager not to lag behind. In less than a quarter of an hour, the once thronged square of tens of thousands dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Ye Chen did not immediately enter the teleportation passage, but instead observed the gathering with quiet contemplation. Not far from him, many were sizing him up. Among them stood Ye Chen, the leader of Tianjian Peak, surrounded by several senior disciples. Ye Chen, engaged in conversation with his peers, cast a gaze upon Ye Chen filled with palpable intent to kill. The senior disciples also turned their scrutinizing eyes towards Ye Chen, their expressions far from friendly. Elsewhere, a young man clad in a black martial robe, bearing a scar across his face, was also watching Ye Chen, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. Accompanying the scarred youth were several senior disciples, all assessing Ye Chen with keen interest. Have you remembered? When you enter the new student hunting ground, stay close to Ye Chen and ensure he doesn't kill a single spirit beast. If he falls to the status of an auxiliary disciple, I, the Peak Master, can dispose of him at any moment. Ye Chen's eyes glinted with sharpness as he continued. If Ye Chen manages to slay any spirit beasts despite your blockade, we will enact the second plan. Once at Magic Moon Harbor, we shall eliminate him. As for the 2 female disciples by his side, you may deal with them as you wish. Deal with them as you wish. A chorus of cold laughter arose from the group of senior disciples as they turned their gaze upon the exquisite faces of Situ, Qinglan, and Lin Qingman. Their eyes roamed over the figures of the 2 women, and some of the senior disciples could not suppress their salivation. If Magic Moon Harbor has not yet extinguished him, we shall proceed to the 3rd phase of the plan, directly act against Ye Chen, and then control that little girl beside him to threaten him. A sinister smile crept across Ye Chen's face as he declared, once we have control over that little girl, eliminating Ye Chen will be as easy as pie. The leader's brilliance is indeed remarkable. We shall handle this matter and ensure that Ye Chen cannot escape the night forest alive. A sinister smile crept across the faces of the group. Let us proceed into the new hunting grounds. Ye Chen etched the appearances of these individuals into his memory. Then, accompanied by Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, they made their way towards the teleportation passage. The moment they entered the passage, an overwhelming force enveloped their bodies, propelling them forward at a speed akin to a meteor striking the earth. A minute later, they arrived at the exit of the spatial conduit. Strangely, above the forest hung an unusual silver moon, while outside its perimeter, a sun illuminated the sky. Legend has it that the night forest is perpetually shrouded in darkness, with only 1 day of daylight each year. It seems this is indeed the case. Lin Qingman gazed at the celestial bodies with a hint of surprise glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Situ Qinglan nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is said that powerful spirit beasts dwell deep within the night forest, making this assessment perilous. I wonder why the sacred ground has chosen such a location for evaluating newcomers this year. Lin Qingman replied, "It is difficult to say. The sacred ground must have its own reasons." As they conversed, a group of soldiers clad in silver armor, adorned with the carving of a 9-leaf sacred tree on their chests, approached Ye Chen and his companions. These soldiers offered them white jade stones, known as teleportation stones. Should they encounter insurmountable danger during the assessment, they could crush the stones to return to the plaza of the sacred ground. However, shattering the teleportation stone would signify the forfeiture of their rank in contention, and their points would remain stagnant indefinitely. The foremost silver-armored soldier addressed Ye Chen with a command. "Thank you, senior brother," Ye Chen replied with a respectful gesture. The soldier exhibited a faint look of surprise, scrutinizing Ye Chen for a full minute before turning to depart. "The night forest is engulfed in darkness, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering danger. You too must remain vigilant," Ye Chen cautioned the two women beside him. "I did not expect the sacred ground to select the night forest as the assessment site this year, but with you by our side, we feel quite secure," Lin Qingman said with a cheerful smile. "Do you truly place such trust in me?" Ye Chen inquired. "Of course, we believe in you," Situ Qinglan said, gracefully stepping closer to Ye Chen. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, her figure was elegantly enveloped, accentuating her every curve before Ye Chen's gaze. A radiant smile, akin to an ice mountain melting, graced Situ Qinglan's exquisite face as she affirmed, "Ye Chen, my cousin, and I trust our judgment. We do not mistake our choice of ally." "You may have indeed chosen the wrong companion," Ye Chen replied with a slight shake of his head, realizing that accompanying him was not a favorable prospect. Furthermore, he sensed that several individuals were trailing behind him, each emanating a subtle yet palpable aura of malice. "Rest assured, if it comes to that, my sister and I can protect you," Lin Qingman said with a certain frankness. This was indeed a feasible option. Ye Chen nodded silently. After all, he was meant to make a grand entrance, and he could leave the dangers they encountered along the way to Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan. Moreover, this would serve as a valuable training opportunity for the two women. If the first assessment of the Julie sacred land tested the disciples' innate talents, then the second assessment was a measure of their practical combat abilities. The enduring prestige of the sacred land stemmed from its rigorous evaluation standards. It did not accept talentless individuals, nor would it ever admit those lacking combat prowess. While Ye Chen could lead them to victory effortlessly, he also needed to grant them the chance to hone their skills. "Be cautious." As they traversed the dark night forest, Situ Qinglan suddenly uttered a soft warning, drawing her sword in an instant and thrusting it towards the underbrush ahead. A streak of sword energy pierced through the foliage, impaling a magical wolf's body. The dark night magical wolf, a third-tier spiritual beast within the forest. Upon seeing the lifeless form of the wolf, Situ Qinglan let out a sigh of relief. In the vicinity of Ye Chen and his companions, several figures cloaked in black concealed themselves within a thicket. Witnessing Ye Chen and Situ Qinglan slay the third-tier dark night magical wolf, their expressions soured. "I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent." Ye Chen actually sends his two female cousins ahead to clear the path. Isn't he the epitome of a pretty boy? Wang Hai see that at the scene unfolding before him. Gnashing his teeth, "I see that Ye Chen is nothing without his little hen. Without it, he is utterly insignificant." Wang Youqing's face, dark as night, blended seamlessly with the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light as he remarked, "What a pity that such a splendid figure is wasted on a pretty boy. Does charm even matter? My father always said that there is nothing a gold mine cannot accomplish in this world. If one isn't enough, then two will do. Your father must have deceived you. 2 gold mines would not be sufficient to win over your cousin's heart. I believe 3 would be necessary." Wang Ximing stated with unwavering certainty, "Let us remain hidden here, and when our cousins find themselves in peril, we shall spring into action, orchestrating a heroic rescue." Another youth in white, Wang Bai, clapped his companions on the shoulders, saying, "Soon, the 4 heavenly kings shall win the affection of our cousins with our prowess, and then present them with 2 gold mines. They shall surely be devoted to us." Wang Youqing wholeheartedly endorsed Wang Bai's words, affirming, "Indeed. My father said that girls must be moved by sincerity. As long as we demonstrate ample sincerity, we shall certainly win our cousins back." Elsewhere in the thicket, "So Ye Chen is merely a man living off the kindness of others." Shen Yuan, accompanied by a group of outer disciples, looked on with scorn as he observed Ye Chen being shielded by the 2 female disciples, a contemptuous sneer adorning his face. "The Peak Master has overestimated Ye Chen. Is such trash truly worthy of our attention? Indeed, this waste of space only hides behind women, trembling in fear. He is the fighter among the refuse." Beside Shen Yuan, a group of over a dozen disciples donned in martial robes squatted, their faces adorned with disdainful smiles as they witnessed Ye Chen being shielded by two female disciples. The outskirts of the Dark Night Forest had seen most spirit beasts hunted down by other disciples, making it a formidable challenge for Ye Chen to accrue any points. I am eager to observe how Ye Chen, reliant on two women, intends to penetrate the ranks of the top 50,000. However, to ensure our success, we must restrain Ye Chen, preventing him from earning even a modicum of points. A cold smile curled at the corners of Shun Yuanyi's lips as he addressed a young man in black robes nearby. Zhang Cheng, go entangle Ye Chen. With your strength at the third level of the Martial King realm, neither Ye Chen nor those two women will be able to seize spirit beasts from you. In another thicket, the eighth prince, clad in white-scaled armor, held a verdant bone flute in hand. As he parted his lips, he gently played the flute, sending forth a series of enchanting melodies that resonated through the air. Soon, various poisonous snakes and peculiar insects from the Dark Night Forest began to converge, forming a veritable army of serpents and insects, advancing towards Ye Chen and his companions. Cousin Qinglan, since you choose not to intervene, I shall take the spirit beast core from the Dark Night Demon Wolf, Lin Qingman declared, producing a dagger to extract a fist-sized, pale blue crystal core from the creature's body. Very well, you may have this crystal core, C2 Qinglan assented, shifting her gaze towards Ye Chen. I have no objections. Ye Chen responded. After dealing with the corpse of the Dark Night Demon Wolf, the trio ventured deeper into the forest. Ahead, several figures darted about. These were the disciples participating in the new student assessment. In their wake, only the corpses of spirit beasts remained. Our current points tally stands at 300. Ranking us at 59, 331. Lin Qingman activated a white jade orb, and a luminous screen materialized in the void. This screen displayed the rankings and point totals of various martial artists. Presently, the top contender was a disciple named Feng Qingling, with a staggering 700 points. In second place was Zhang Yunfan, with 500 points, and in third, Chen Chuchu, with 3,000 points. C2 Qinglan languished at 59, 331, with a mere 300 points. Being ranked outside the top 50,000 made it all too likely that she would become a servant disciple. At least I am not at the very bottom. C2 Qinglan sighed in relief. Beside her, Lin Qingman nodded in agreement, stating, even if we were to become servant disciples, we should strive to be the best among them. Is that truly your sentiment? Ye Chen mused inwardly, astonished by the lofty aspirations of these two women. If it were anyone else, they would have already been fiercely competing for spirit beasts, yet these two appeared utterly unconcerned. Becoming a servant disciple seemed a lamentable fate. It would be more advantageous for me to join their ranks, ensuring their elevation to formal outer disciples. A slightly chilling voice emerged as Zhang Cheng, clad in a black martial robe, stepped out from the thicket. An outer sect elder disciple, a formidable warrior at the third level of the Martial King realm. Upon witnessing Zhang Cheng's arrival, Lin Qingman's expression momentarily froze. With a cold tone, Situ Qinglan addressed Zhang Cheng, I apologize, but our team does not welcome you. Beside her, Ye Chen scrutinized Zhang Cheng carefully, recognizing him as someone who had previously interacted with Xin Chun. Moreover, Ye Chen sensed a faint aura of malice emanating from him, although the hostility was well concealed. Ye Chen's keen instincts detected it. He shook his head slightly and spoke, Brother, I kindly ask you to join another team. Ours is already at full capacity and cannot accommodate newcomers. Regrettably, I have taken a liking to you few newcomers and insist on joining your team. Zhang Cheng replied with a faint smile. Ye Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It was evident that Zhang Cheng was intent on entangling himself with them. With Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman present, Ye Chen felt somewhat constrained in extricating himself from Zhang Cheng's grasp. You clearly do not possess good intentions. Brother Chen, let us depart and ignore him, urged Yi Linger, tugging at Ye Chen's arm as they ventured deeper into the Dark Night Forest. Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan exchanged a glance with Zhang Cheng, their eyes conveying a subtle indifference. How infuriating. Once I eliminate Ye Chen, I shall make you two wretched women kneel and sing my praises. And you, little girl, I will ensure your mouth pays dearly. A glint of malice flickered across Zhang Cheng's face before being replaced by a smile as he pursued Ye Chen and the others. Little sister, your words are rather misguided. As the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. How can one discern between good and evil based solely on appearances? Regardless, you are indeed a villain. Yi Lingo asserted with unwavering conviction. Zhang Cheng's countenance darkened in an instant. This little girl was remarkably obstinate. Whether one is good or bad can only be determined by subsequent actions, Situ Qinglan remarked coldly. With that, they continued deeper into the Dark Night Forest. Wait. Upon reaching a massive circular stone, Situ Qinglan halted, her expression alert as she scrutinized the stone. Ye Chen directed his gaze toward the stone, discovering that it harbored a formidable presence within. It was evident that this was not merely a stone, but rather a spirit beast lying in wait. A low, resonant voice emanated from above the black stone, followed by the emergence of 6 thumb-sized purple eyes, appearing one by one. With a swish, the black stone rose, revealing a 1-meter-high spider before Ye Chen and the others. The spider was entirely black, its eyes gleaming with a dark purple hue, while its 8 legs shimmered with a sharp, white, jade-like luster. A third-tier spirit beast, the purple-eyed white jade spider. Upon sighting this creature, a hint of astonishment flickered in Situ Qinglan's eyes. This third-tier spirit beast was at its peak, presenting a formidable challenge. Rest assured, my cousin, our combined strength is more than sufficient to vanquish this spider. Lin Qingman twisted her body, her foot shattering the ground beneath her, as she surged forward like a gust of wind toward the purple-eyed white jade spider. Mountain-splitting fist, Lin Qingman exclaimed, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surging into her hands as she struck at the purple-eyed white jade spider. Squeak! The spider emitted a peculiar cry, releasing a faint purple liquid that rushed toward Lin Qingman's body. A formidable corrosive power manifested in the air, causing the flowers and trees on the ground to wither rapidly in the presence of this purple liquid. Just as the liquid was about to hit Lin Qingman, her body twisted and she deftly evaded the spider's attack. Subsequently, the mountain-splitting fist, imbued with unparalleled force, struck the purple-eyed white jade spider. Boom! The spider contorted under the impact of the mountain-splitting fist, spewing a large volume of venom. Defeating this white jade spider would yield an additional 300 points. Situ Qinglan was instantly elated, her sword carving a marvelous arc as she lunged toward the spider's head. However, just as Situ Qinglan's sword was about to land upon the purple-eyed white jade spider, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Zhang Cheng's hand. His strike preempted Situ Qinglan's and landed squarely on the spider, slaying it. What are you doing? Upon witnessing Zhang Cheng eliminate the spider before her, a chill swept across Situ Qinglan's delicate features. After slaying a spiritual beast, one could acquire corresponding points. Now, the points that she and Lin Qingman had jointly earned from wounding the beast were seized by Zhang Cheng. There was no doubt that these 300 points had become his. I apologize, junior sister, but I feared the purple-eyed white jade spider might retaliate in its dying moments, hence I acted. However, I shall safeguard these 300 points for you. And before the hunt concludes, I can share a portion of the points I possess with you, Zhang Cheng said, a disingenuous smile gracing his face. Afraid of the spider's dying counterattack? Brother, your excuse seems rather flimsy, Ye Chen remarked, directing a cold smile at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng maintained his insincere grin, responding, are you implying that I would brazenly seize something? That is hardly conceivable. All disciples of the Outer Gate know who I, Zhang Cheng, am. And I would never stoop to covet a mere purple-eyed white jade spider. This man is quite the master of disguise. Ye Chen thought to himself, suppressing his disdain. However, lacking concrete evidence of Zhang Cheng's blatant theft, he replied with a smile, indeed, with your standing, brother, how could you possibly deign to steal something so lowly? Would that not tarnish your reputation, rendering you no better than the beasts? You are courting death. Zhang Cheng seethed internally. Yet he suppressed his anger and smiled at Ye Chen, saying, junior brother, your words are misplaced. As a senior of the sacred grounds, it is entirely natural to look after newcomers. I merely acted in the heat of the moment. Why must you be so aggressive? Ye Chen retorted, as the senior brother. Should you not be contemplating how to accumulate your own points to remain in the sacred grounds after the assessment? With a derisive chuckle, Zhang Cheng replied, the realm I possess is beyond your comprehension. Aware that he could not best Ye Chen in a debate, he distanced himself. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a 3-meter-tall, bronze-colored savage bull emerged from the forest. Its large eyes glinted with ferocity as it fixated on Ye Chen and his companions. This was a third-tier spirit beast, the rampaging savage bull, known for its formidable defense and strength, boasting combat prowess nearly comparable to a 4th-tier early-stage spirit beast. Upon sighting the bronze bull, Situ Qinglan's expression turned astonished. Beside her, Lin Qingman gravely remarked, the rampaging savage bull possesses immense power. Slaying it will require considerable effort. Just as Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan prepared to confront the rampaging savage bull, Zhang Cheng swiftly moved, appearing in front of the beast in an instant. He unleashed a sweeping palm strike towards the creature. Boom! The bull's mountainous form crashed to the ground, subdued by Zhang Cheng's single blow, a display of peak 3rd-tier strength. What is the purpose of this spirit beast hunt? Situ Qinglan's gaze was icy as she regarded Zhang Cheng. With an indifferent smile, Zhang Cheng replied, The rampaging savage bull is comparable to a fourth-tier spirit beast. As your senior brother, it is only natural I assist in eliminating these threats. Lin Qi-man, her expression somber, retorted, we never requested your assistance. Are you not infringing upon our points? Think as you wish. In any case, I am merely looking after you newcomers. Zhang Cheng's demeanor remained cold. Even if he acknowledged it, what of it? With Ye Chen and these two weaker women, how could they pose a threat to him? If you are so keen on hunting spirit beasts, then I entrust the beasts we encounter along the way to you, Ye Chen said with a calm smile. Your sentiments are quite astute, junior brother. Zhang Cheng's eyes glimmered with mockery. His cultivation was at the third level of the Martial King realm. Unless he ventured into the perilous regions like Demon Moon Harbor, no spirit beast would pose a threat to him. Before reaching Demon Moon Harbor, as long as he remained near Ye Chen, his opponents would gain not a single point. What was Ye Chen planning? A look of surprise crossed Si Tu Qinglan and Lin Qingman's faces. Though unsure, they decided to place their trust in Ye Chen. At that moment, a rustling noise emanated from the nearby bushes. A whole horde of spirit beasts? I cannot allow Ye Chen to claim these points. A cold smile crept across Zhang Cheng's face as he dashed towards the underbrush. However, in the next instant, countless thumb-sized venomous insects surged from the grass, swarming over Zhang Cheng. Additionally, dozens of venomous snakes emerged from various directions, striking at his body. What in the world are these? Zhang Cheng's horrified screams echoed through the air. Chapter 058. The fear of these venomous creatures. Although Zhang Cheng was a formidable warrior at the Martial King realm, capable of effortlessly dealing with powerful spirit beasts, he found himself at a disadvantage against these diminutive venomous insects and snakes. They were so small that he could not even activate his protective spiritual energy before they launched their attack. Boom! A fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhang Cheng, sending the venomous creatures sprawling. All the insects and snakes were vanquished under his onslaught. However, he himself had succumbed to the deep venom from their bites. Within mere seconds, his body began to numb, and even his vision started to fade. In a desperate attempt, he hastily swallowed some detoxification pills, striving to absorb their energy. Yet, he soon realized that these remedies had little effect against the potent toxins. Before long, Zhang Cheng was overwhelmed by the venom coursing through his veins. Help me! His voice cried out as he reached a trembling hand toward Ye Chen and the others. However, midway through his plea, his arm fell limply to his side. The existence of a martial king at the third level had perished in that moment. How fearsome could these venomous creatures and snakes be? Witnessing Zhang Cheng's tragic demise left Lin Qingman pale with shock. Meanwhile, Si Tu Qinglan's expression grew grave. It was a startling revelation that these third-tier spirit beasts of the Dark Night Forest could take down a martial king. Indeed, astonishingly, there are 45,000 points of merit. Ye Chen noted with an air of calmness, devoid of surprise, as he crouched down to retrieve the orb from Zhang Cheng's lifeless grasp. He then promptly transferred all the merit points contained within it, transforming from a 0-point novice into a wealthy individual boasting an impressive 45,000 points. Suddenly, a white shadow swept through the air. A soldier clad in silver armor approached Zhang Cheng's corpse. How peculiar, to perish from the bites of hundreds of venomous insects. The armored soldier remarked, inspecting the body before fixing his gaze on Ye Chen. In the new disciples hunting assessment, mutual killings among disciples are strictly forbidden. Those who are caught will face immediate execution by the law enforcement team. His voice rang with authority. The silver-armored soldier scrutinized Ye Chen for a full 10 seconds before diverting his gaze. He then hoisted Zhang Cheng's body and departed the scene. The silver-armored soldier was a member of the Sacred Lands law enforcement team, each one a top-tier powerhouse. It was precisely due to the presence of such enforcers that few dared to act brazenly during the new disciples' hunt. The depth of the soldier's cultivation was unfathomable, and a subtle surprise flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as he observed this member of the law enforcement team. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since Zhang Cheng's demise. Yet the presence of the Sacred Lands enforcer underscored the terrifying strength they possessed. Ye Chen, you exhibit an unsettling calmness. Are you truly unperturbed by these venomous insects and serpents? After the law enforcement team departed, Lin Qingman surveyed the ground littered with insect corpses. Her hand pressed against her chest, revealing a visage still shaken by fear. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, what is there to fear? After all, you two are here to protect me. The expressions on the faces of Si Tu Qinglan reflected a bittersweet smile as she remarked, Ye Chen, while we would face ferocious bulls or the violet-eyed jade spiders without hesitation, these little bugs and snakes instill a certain trepidation in us. Indeed, it is these very creatures that we dread the most. Lin Qingman nodded vigorously and suggested, Ye Chen, how about you protect us from these insects and snakes should we encounter them again? Ye Chen confessed, truth be told, I harbor a fear of these venomous creatures as well. Goodness, Ye Chen is utterly unashamed. Cousin, have you yet to see through this person? Wang Hai, concealed nearby, spoke with a tone of exasperation. Wang Bai asserted, I believe it is time for the four heavenly kings to take action. We must accompany our cousin and ensure she is not blinded by ill-intentioned individuals. Indeed, if Ye Chen proves ineffectual, we shall be the ones to safeguard our cousin. Wang Xinming and Wang Yuqing nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute. Subsequently, the quartet, led by Wang Bai, approached Ye Chen and Lin Qingman. Are there more people coming? Ye Chen glanced towards the thicket behind him, noticing four youths advancing in their direction. Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan also turned their gazes towards the four. What brings you four here? Situ Qinglan's countenance was somewhat indifferent as she shot a glance at Wang Bai, stating, Did I not instruct you not to follow? Why have you come? Wang Bai casually picked his nose, adjusting his hairstyle as he responded, Cousin, my friends and I believe that following Ye Chen may not be entirely safe. Hence we have come to offer our protection. Protection? Your cultivation levels barely surpass the first stage of innate realm, and you have 2 additional burdens of acquired realm. How can you protect us? Lin Qingman shot an irritable glance at Wang Bai and his companions, continuing, rather than protecting us, please refrain from causing us further trouble. I would consider that a blessing. Wang Bai's face brightened as he exclaimed, Does this mean you consent to our joining your group? I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Lin Qingman furrowed her brows. When did I agree to that? Let them join for now. Ye Chen interjected, fully aware that these 4 individuals were not easily dissuaded. Even if he were to reject them, they would inevitably cling to him like shadows. Rather than squander time in futile resistance, it would be more prudent to allow them to join. Since you have spoken, we shall permit your temporary inclusion in our party, Situ Qinglan remarked, casting a glance at Wang Bai and his companions with a calm demeanor. Cousin has actually consented. This is splendid. A glimmer of relief washed over the faces of Wang Bai and his companions. Yet as they turned their attention to Ye Chen, a subtle animosity brewed within their hearts. Why does Ye Chen's word hold such sway? Why do Ye Chen's 2 cousins show him such profound respect? Is it merely due to his handsome appearance? Within the great hall of Tianjian Peak at the Jiuli Sacred Land, the Peak Master, Shen Chun, reclines in a grand chair, savoring a fine cup of Longjing tea. Indeed, my nephew Shen Yuan has proven to be quite reliable. Nearly a day has passed, yet Ye Chen's score remains at a dismal 0. If nothing unexpected occurs, it seems Ye Chen is destined to become a mere servant disciple. A cold smile flickers across Shen Chen's face as he envisions the scene of Ye Chen kneeling before him, begging for mercy once he falls to the status of a servant disciple. However, just as the smile graces his features, it freezes in place. Ye Chen's score has skyrocketed from 0 to an astonishing 45,000 points. Chapter 059. Demon Moon Harbor. Once at the bottom of the leaderboard, Ye Chen now ranks 3rd. What on earth are these useless individuals doing? How could they allow Ye Chen's score to soar to 45,000 points? In the Great Hall, Shen Chen's expression darkens. With a deafening crack, the cup in his hand shatters under a tremendous force, his countenance turning grim. You too. Find a way to send a message to Shen Yuan. Tomorrow at Demon Moon Harbor, I want Ye Chen dead. Shen Yuan commands the 2 disciples beside him before crushing a white jade stone. A beam of light emerges from the void, swiftly darting into the distance. The silver moon blankets the dark forest, casting a serene yet eerie atmosphere over Demon Moon Harbor at night. Strange sounds emanate from the sandy ground near the beach, where peculiar-shaped tombstones begin to rise from beneath the earth. Surrounding these tombstones is an aura of death, and everything around is desolate and shrouded in darkness. Golden inscriptions adorn the tops of the tombstones, seemingly weathered by the passage of time, their brilliance dimmed and obscured. After a millennium of silence, I have finally awakened. A somber voice resonates from the depths of the sandy sea as the golden symbols atop the tombstones shatter. As if breaking free from some confinement, the tombstones crack open, releasing eerie demonic energy from deep within the earth. System, sign in. On a peak within the dark forest, Ye Chen sits cross-legged, addressing the system. Ding. The host is located in the Jiuli Sacred Land. Sign in level 5. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 1st heaven of the Martial King realm. Today a sign-in count is 205. Ding. The host's first sign-in is successful. You have obtained 10 units of solar essence. Ding. The host's second sign-in is successful. You have obtained 10 units of lunar essence. Ding. The host's third sign-in is successful. You have obtained 10 units of solar essence. Ding. The host's fourth sign-in is successful. You have obtained 10 units of lunar essence. Ding. Host's 203rd successful check-in. Awarded 1 treasure enhancement pill. Ding. Host's 204th successful check-in. Awarded 12 skill scrolls. Ding. Host's 205th successful check-in. Awarded the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. Ding. Due to the host's cumulative check-in exceeding 1,000 times. Reward. Maid. Ye Chen Empress. 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. Divine Grade. Function. Capable of refining anything into pure 8 Desolations Chi. Another divine grade item. The system's prompt elicited a faint smile from Ye Chen. With the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle in his possession, he now possessed the strength to refine a martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Ye Chen Empress, the foremost empress of the Eastern region, level, Holy Grade, a Holy Grade Maid, the Ye Chen Empress. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Yower, come and massage my legs, Ye Chen mused, nearly bursting into laughter at the thought. Some individuals could still find amusement in such matters, their audacity, quite remarkable. Wang Hai gazed at Ye Chen with a mix of envy and resentment. Beside Ye Chen, 2 cousins were doting on him, a sight that stirred feelings of jealousy within Wang Hai. Nearby, Wang Bai and Wang Yuqing were on the verge of tears. In their minds, the 2 cousins were typically aloof. They had never witnessed them so submissive before a man. What puzzled them further was that these cousins were not from humble backgrounds. Sidu Qinglan and Lin Qingman had encountered handsome men before. Why were they so attentive to Ye Chen? Skill Scroll. Can elevate any skill by 10 levels. Using more than 5 consecutively greatly increases the chance of elevating the skill to Imperial Grade. Could this skill scroll directly enhance the levels of the Blade Draw and the Xiantian Sword Classic? Fixating on the skill scroll, Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement and promptly declared, System, use 10 skill scrolls to elevate the Blade Draw level. Ding. Consumed 10 skill scrolls. Blade Draw elevated to Imperial Grade. Indeed, it could be elevated to Imperial Grade. Elated by the system's notification, Ye Chen used 6 more skill scrolls to enhance the Xiantian Sword Classic. Ding. Consumed 6 skill scrolls. Xiantian Sword Classic elevated to Imperial Grade. Thanks to the enhancement from the skill scrolls, both the Xiantian Sword Classic and the Blade Draw had increased in power severfold. Particularly the Blade Draw. This technique was a momentary explosion of martial prowess, and after Ye Chen elevated it to Imperial Grade, its potency was beyond measure. He could not ascertain just how formidable the Blade Draw had become, but he was certain that an ordinary martial king would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a single strike from him. Throughout their journey, Ye Chen and his companions vanquished numerous spirit beasts. By the following day, they arrived at Magic Moon Harbor. Magic Moon Harbor was a vast abandoned port, spanning hundreds of miles. Once the most prosperous area, it had become a forbidden zone due to the emergence of the Dark Night Forest. Within this region, countless spirit beasts roamed freely. In comparison to the periphery of the Twilight Forest, the level of the spirit beasts will experience a significant elevation, with even some 5th-tier spirit beasts concealed within the depths of the Twilight Harbor. Serving as the second trial for newcomers, the Twilight Harbor is also the most perilous stage. Here, novice disciples are perpetually at risk of being overpowered by spirit beasts. Consequently, the majority of these fledgling practitioners confine their endeavors to the outskirts of the Twilight Harbor, engaging in training and hunting spirit beasts, rather than venturing into the darker recesses of the Twilight Forest. However, some self-assured newcomers dare to delve into the depths of the harbor. As for the seasoned disciples, they eagerly make their way to the Twilight Harbor, penetrating into its innermost depths without hesitation. Their motivation is singular, to hunt more spirit beasts within the harbor, thereby enhancing their rankings and ensuring their continued presence in the sacred land. The Twilight Harbor, though seemingly tranquil, is fraught with lurking dangers. Observing the harbor from the mountainside, Ye Chen wore a grave expression. The terrain of the Twilight Harbor is intricate, shrouded in dense white mist that limits visibility to less than 30 meters. The Twilight Forest, already enveloped in darkness, is further obscured by this fog, increasing the likelihood of encountering peril. Moreover, the mist obscures the view of the sky, thus, should a murder occur within the harbor, even the enforcement team of the sacred land may not discern it immediately. Furthermore, should they be detected, one could easily conceal themselves amidst the fog. Ye Chen shifted his gaze toward the forest behind him, sensing a palpable aura of hostility surrounding him. This indicated that upon entering the Twilight Harbor, these individuals would not hesitate to strike. However, this also simplified matters for Ye Chen, sparing him the need to seek them out individually. Let us proceed into the Twilight Harbor, Ye Chen proclaimed to his companions, Sidu Qinglan and others. As he made his way toward the harbor, Wang Bai and his 3 companions hesitated momentarily at the entrance of the Twilight Harbor, their apprehension palpable in light of the evident dangers. Yet, upon witnessing their 2 female cousins resolutely following Ye Chen, they steeled their resolve and followed suit. Inside the Twilight Harbor, the mist swirled ominously. Amidst the vast expanse of the harbor, skirmishes erupted intermittently, accompanied by anguished cries. You older disciples have gone too far. These points are the fruits of our hard work. By what right do you seize them? 3 injured novice disciples found themselves ensnared by a group of older disciples in front of a dilapidated building. Each newcomer bore a countenance marked by indignation. The older disciples responded with a cold smirk. By what right? Simply by the strength of my fist. You boom. A figure was hurled backward. Enough of your prattle. Hand over all your points, or face death. An older disciple clad in a crimson martial robe revealed a chilling smile, his blade emanating a faint, menacing aura. You're ruthless. I will remember you. One of the novice disciples retorted, flinging a bead from his hand. The remaining 2 freshman disciples cast their beads into the air. Several senior disciples seized the beads and swiftly drained the points contained within. However, after extracting the points, one disciple clad in a crimson robe swept his blade across the head of a freshman disciple. In the next instant, a bloodied head soared into the air. We have surrendered our points to you. Why resort to murder? A look of shock and disbelief filled the eyes of one freshman disciple. Why murder? Because you spoke out of turn. A cold smile curled at the lips of the red-robed youth as his blade danced once more. The freshman disciple's body was severed in 2, a cascade of crimson staining the ground. Is there no fear of the enforcement team amidst such wanton slaughter? The face of the young man, witnessing the demise of his companions, bore an expression of profound hatred. The red-robed youth retorted mockingly, apologies, but in this place, the enforcement team cannot protect you. I'll fight you to the death. The young man's face contorted with madness, akin to a cornered beast. As he charged at the red-robed youth, a surge of ferocious energy erupted from his dantian. If you wish to self-destruct, you ought to consider who stands before you. The red-robed youth's eyes gleamed with amusement as he swung his blade again, with a sickening sound. The young man's dantian had yet to explode when his body was shredded by the blade's energy, reduced to mere fragments. Come, let us seek our next target. The youth remarked with a chilling smile, preparing to delve deeper into the heart of MOU port. Boom. Just as the red-robed youth took a step forward, a colossal energy enveloped him. An unseen force crushed his body, ultimately transforming him into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist dispersed, drifting towards the innermost depths of MOU port. Who could possess such power to eliminate their leader in an instant? The remaining 2 warriors of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm exchanged wary glances, acutely aware that their leader was a formidable 6th level Martial King, now slain before their eyes without the slightest glimpse of his assailant. Boom. Another surge of overwhelming energy emerged. The 2 Martial King warriors attempted to resist, only to be horrified to discover that the power within them was utterly suppressed, leaving them without the means to fight back. Soon, these 2 Martial King warriors too dissolved into blood mist, drawn into the depths of MOU port. Within the depths of MOU port, on a stretch of beach, endless blood mist swirled from all directions, merging into the tombstones embedded in the sand. Powerful energy surged forth from within these tombstones. Crack. The tombstones erupted with explosive sounds, revealing larger fissures. In no more than a day, I shall awaken, and then the entire world shall bow beneath my feet. A chilling, hoarse voice emanated from the base of the tombstone. Boom. A violent wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Before a warehouse in Magic Moon Harbor, a formidable 4th-tier magic wolf was vanquished by the combined efforts of Lin Qingman and her companions. Ultimately, the 4th-tier magic wolf was reduced to a value of 1,000 points. Cousin, did you witness our formidable prowess? Had it not been for the intervention of the 4 heavenly kings, this 4th-tier magic wolf would not have been subdued so easily. Wang Bai, with a hint of pride, cast a glance at Sidu Qinlan and Lin Qingman before crouching down to extract the magic wolf's spirit core. Here, cousin. Hold on to this beast core. With a beaming smile, Wang Bai presented the core before Sidu Qinlan. Without my assistance, could you have so effortlessly slain this magic wolf? Jiu Li Fei Huang regarded the group with disdain, aware that he had exerted the most effort in the slaying of this spirit beast. Moreover, the spirit core was to be taken by others? Were it not for Ye Chen's intervention, he would have already seized the core for himself. You mere bird, have only struck once, whereas the 4 heavenly kings have unleashed their might over 40 times. The source of our success is unmistakable. How absurd. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. Jiu Li Fei Huang seethed with anger. Had it not been for Ye Chen and Yi Linger restraining him, he would have already confronted Wang Bai and the others. Wang Bai, nonchalantly digging at his nostrils and adjusting his hairstyle, remarked, Today you have witnessed it. Suddenly, as Wang Bai's words trailed off, a shimmering arrow imbued with lightning surged forth from behind a nearby building. The lightning-laden arrow, the thunderbolt arrow, aimed directly at Wang Bai's brow. Capable of slaying a martial king-level expert, this fifth-tier energy arrow left everyone, save for Ye Chen, momentarily frozen in shock. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt arrow was but inches from Wang Bai's forehead. Situ Qinglan and Lin Qimin found themselves in a daze. Although they harbored some disdain for Wang Bai and his companions, they did not wish to witness his demise before their eyes. Yet, the speed of the thunderbolt arrow was simply too formidable. With their cultivation levels, they were incapable of intercepting it. This is the end for me. A profound dread of death enveloped Wang Bai. Just as the thunderbolt arrow was about to pierce Wang Bai's brow, Ye Chen sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Bai, extending a finger towards the arrow in midair. With a resounding explosion, the fifth-tier thunderbolt arrow shattered at his touch. The ferocious energy of the lightning dissipated, yet was contained by an overwhelming force of spiritual energy, vanishing into nothingness. Impressive. Wang Bai, who had been on the brink of death, gasped for breath, casting a look of astonishment at Ye Chen. The contempt he once harbored transformed into an uncommon respect. The other three among the four heavenly kings were equally taken aback. Gradually, their gazes towards Ye Chen began to shift. They had long believed Ye Chen to be merely a man living off others, yet they were unprepared for the revelation of his formidable prowess. Capable of shattering the thunder arrow with a mere finger, this was not just strong, it was exceptionally powerful. Both Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman felt a change in their expressions. The speed of the thunder arrow was such that even some mid-stage martial kings would struggle to intercept it. Yet, Ye Chen had managed to completely block the thunder arrow without sustaining a scratch. What else could this be but extraordinary strength? Could it be that Ye Chen's abilities had reached a level where he could rival late-stage martial kings? Such doubts arose in the minds of both Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince, clad in white dragon-scaled armor, emerged from behind various structures in the Demon Moon port, accompanied by a cadre of martial kings. Ye Chen, he called, his voice laced with malice. I previously sent word for you to be cautious during the new student hunting assessment. It seems you have chosen to disregard my advice. Grasping a dark-hued warhammer, the eighth prince glared coldly at Ye Chen. The eighth prince, Ye Chen replied lazily, raising an eyebrow and stifling a yawn. A lion does not turn back at the barking of a dog. Why should I take a fool's words to heart? Moreover, should I give heed to a dog barking at me, it would only diminish my own stature. He regarded the eighth prince with a bemused smile. You have quite the audacious tongue for a lowly peasant. A flicker of anger flashed in the eighth prince's eyes, though he refrained from fully unleashing his wrath. Ye Chen's ability to shatter the thunder arrow with a single finger had already demonstrated the terrifying nature of his strength. The eighth prince was no fool. He understood that if he could eliminate Ye Chen by other means, he would not risk his own safety. With a swift motion, the eighth prince summoned 8 battle flags that appeared before him. These flags were positioned in various directions, forming a unique formation that ensnared Ye Chen and Situ Qinglan among others. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the flags, bearing down upon Ye Chen and his companions. Faced with this terrifying force, Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman felt their bodies resonate with sharp, crisp sounds as their bones creaked under the immense strain. Wang Bai and Wang Hai each coughed up blood, their faces paling instantaneously. The weaker Wang Xinming and Wang Yuqing fell to their knees, bloodshot eyes reflecting their distress. This is the 5th-grade Slaughter King battle array. Within this formation, your combat effectiveness will be suppressed by at least 50%. With so many martial kings at our disposal, it would take but a moment to end your life. The 8th prince regarded Ye Chen with a mocking expression, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surging within him. Ye Chen, I offer you a chance. Relinquish these 2 women and kneel to plead for mercy. I, the prince, may consider sparing your life. Surrounding the 8th prince stood no fewer than a dozen formidable warriors, each at least at the 3rd level of the martial king realm. While the strongest among them was at the mid-stage of the martial king realm. Though Ye Chen was powerful, he could not be certain of overcoming the multitude of martial kings by the 8th prince's side. At this moment, both Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman turned their gazes towards Ye Chen, as did Wang Bai and the others, their faces etched with grave concern. Would Ye Chen surrender the women to the 8th prince in a bid to save his own life? They awaited his response. 8th prince, you may be underestimating me. Ye Chen, I would rather perish than hand over the women beside me. That is utterly inconceivable. Moreover, intellect is a valuable asset. Yet some individuals are regrettably devoid of it. Ye Chen cast a sardonic glance at the surrounding battle standards, gently shaking his head. What gives you the audacity to believe that these pitiful battle flags can subdue us? Stubborn as a dead duck. I shall witness what means you possess to break my 5th-tier Blood King battle formation. Enraged by Ye Chen's words, the 8th prince's eyes turned icy. Attack. Annihilate this trash completely. With a flurry of movements, punches, palm strikes, finger seals, and sword energies surged from various directions towards Ye Chen and his companions. The very fabric of the battlefield twisted under the weight of such immense power, compressing the air into a solid state. Wang Bai and the others, witnessing the onslaught of simultaneous attacks, felt despair wash over their faces. Situ Qinglan and Lin Qiman, too, sensed an unparalleled pressure. Yet, both women turned their attention to Ye Chen, inexplicably feeling that this man was a reliable figure to depend upon. Though seemingly impossible, they held on to the belief that Ye Chen could neutralize the impending assault. Just as the attacks from the 8th prince and his entourage were about to descend upon Ye Chen and Situ Qinglan, a wave of intense heat erupted within the formation. A blue shield, adorned with 9 divine dragons, materialized in Ye Chen's grasp. He hurled the 9-dragon fire shield forth, enveloping Situ Qinglan and the others instantly. Subsequently, the 9 fire dragons etched upon the shield surged in different directions, colliding with the attacks in the void. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds resonated. In an instant, the 9 fire dragons obliterated the assaults unleashed by the 8th prince and his followers, reducing them to nothingness. Then, the massive dragons, ablaze with roaring flames, surged into the ranks of the 8th prince's forces. What in the world is this monstrous entity? Cries of terror erupted. By the heavens, I'm being scorched by a fire dragon. Help me, save me. The 9 formidable warriors of the prince's retinue, each at the initial stage of the martial king realm, were ensnared by the fiery dragon, only to be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, 9 of the martial king warriors perished, leaving the prince's entourage in disarray. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the crowd as their eyes widened in horror, fixated on Ye Chen. Both the prince and his companions turned pale, utterly astonished that a martial artist from such humble origins could wield a treasure as formidable as the 9-dragon flame shield, and even more so, that Ye Chen could unleash its full power. Retreat, swiftly, cried one of the martial king warriors, his voice trembling as he witnessed Ye Chen's terrifying strength. He darted away, prompting the others in the prince's entourage to reconsider their allegiance. They were not devoted followers of the prince, but rather his acquaintances, having merely sought to gain favor for their own purposes. They had mistakenly believed Ye Chen would be an easy target, only to find themselves facing an insurmountable obstacle. Just as apprehensions began to take hold, a chilling scream pierced the mist, followed by a bloodied head that tumbled forth, landing at the feet of the prince and his companions. The head belonged to the very martial king warrior who had attempted to flee. Ye Chen, have you contacted the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce? The prince's expression darkened ominously upon witnessing the severed head, as a realization dawned on him. You permit your group to strike, yet deny me the right to summon aid? Ye Chen regarded the prince with a sardonic smile. Chapter 62. Slaying the prince amidst the fog of Magic Moon Harbor, a cadre of youths clad in scaled armor emerged, their dark golden eyes radiating an indescribable aura of menace. The Dragon Clan's Shadow Guards, having honed their skills in the trial space for an extended period and imbibed from the Han's small cabin, had now ascended to the martial king realm, each one a formidable mid-stage warrior. The sight of these armored youths drained the color from the prince's face, for there were at least a dozen hidden within the mist, each capable of effortlessly overpowering them. Prince, did you not claim that Ye Chen was merely an ordinary person? How could he possibly be connected to the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce? The assembled martial king warriors confronted the prince with indignation. Faced with their inquiries, the prince remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. What was the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, if not a force comparable to a holy land, perhaps even more powerful? The caliber of individuals it could attract was far from ordinary. Ye Chen, I was merely deceived by the 8th prince, which compelled me to act against you. I beseech you to show mercy and spare me. The actions taken against you were forced upon us by the 8th prince, not of my own volition. If you grant me clemency, I would willingly serve you like a beast of burden in the future. Upon hearing the name of the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, those formidable warriors of the martial king realm were struck with terror. Had the 8th prince informed them beforehand that the target was the members of the Yunluo Chamber, no amount of inducement would have persuaded them to act on his behalf. With a swift motion, Ye Chen unleashed his golden sword, slicing toward one of the martial king warriors. The warrior's eyes widened in horror as an intense sword aura surged from his blade to intercept Ye Chen's golden sword. Yet, in an instant, the warrior's sword aura was rent asunder by Ye Chen's weapon. Subsequently, the golden sword found its mark, cleaving the warrior in two, a crimson arc of blood painting the ground. What worth has one who cannot even adhere to their own convictions to claim the title of a master of the sword? Ye Chen cast a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground before swiftly advancing toward the eighth prince. A formidable force gathering in his palm as he pressed forward. You wretched commoner, dare you strike first? If you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. Fury flickered across the eighth prince's countenance, and with a flourish, his obsidian warhammer surged with a myriad of electric arcs, coalescing into a colossal sphere of lightning before him. The sheer size of the sphere shattered the surrounding air, creating a crater of scalding earth within a 50-meter radius. With a decisive swing of the obsidian hammer, empowered by the lightning sphere, he aimed to crush Ye Chen's palm with a force akin to a mountain. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a violent wave of energy between Ye Chen and the eighth prince. The ground within 100 meters buckled and cracked, as rocks splintered and towering trees were uprooted by the overwhelming force. However, the clash between Ye Chen and the eighth prince momentarily held in a stalemate before the victor became clear. Pff. The eighth prince coughed up a mouthful of blood. Propelled backward by Ye Chen's assault, his warhammer sent flying from his grasp. In this confrontation, the eighth prince not only sustained internal injuries but also found his entire arm contorted. How could this be? This commoner has somehow reached the martial king realm. The eighth prince's eyes widened in disbelief. According to his intelligence, Ye Chen was merely a late-stage innate realm warrior, yet he had seemingly ascended 3 levels overnight. Just as the eighth prince was engulfed in shock, a figure clad in a white martial robe appeared before him. 2 swirling vortices, one black and one white, coalesced in front of Ye Chen's palm, and he thrust forward, aiming for the eighth prince's chest. The entire world dimmed for a fleeting moment. The eighth prince, in a state of resistance, was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters had been entirely drained. Within this 100-meter range, a vacuum was instantaneously created. Dragon and sparrow technique. He bellowed, as 2 ethereal forms, a dragon and a sparrow, circled around his arm. These 2 phantoms transformed into swirling vortices, colliding with the palm technique unleashed by Ye Chen. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted in an instant. The eighth prince's dragon and sparrow technique was shattered by Ye Chen's palm strike. Subsequently, the eighth prince was sent flying several dozen yards away by Ye Chen. Upon crashing to the ground, every bone in his body was fractured, and his skin bore numerous cracks. Blood gushed forth from his wounds, leaving him in a state of utter desolation, clinging to life by a thread. A golden sword shot forth, piercing the eighth prince's heart, pinning him to the ground. Was Ye Chen's power truly this terrifying? The faces of the martial kings turned ashen. They had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing they could escape Ye Chen's grasp. However, witnessing his formidable strength extinguished that notion entirely. It was not merely the young man clad in scaled armor who could effortlessly dispatch them. Even Ye Chen, a mere first-tier martial king, could eliminate them with ease. You few, take your own lives, Ye Chen declared, his gaze icy as he surveyed the martial kings before him. Damn it, we have already pleaded for mercy, yet you still seek to annihilate us. They cried. Ye Chen, your heart is exceedingly cruel. I have never encountered such a cold-blooded individual. Brothers, if Ye Chen offers us no path to survival, then let us fight him. Surely, we are numerous enough to contend with a mere first-tier martial king. The remaining martial kings, fueled by rage, exchanged glances of determination. Attack, they shouted in unison, charging toward Ye Chen with a silent agreement. Fingerprints, palm strikes, and sword energies surged forth, distorting the very air around them. Eliminate them all. Ye Chen commanded the hidden guards of the Dragon Clan nearby. No sooner had his words left his lips than the Dragon Clan's shadowy sentinels appeared beside the martial kings as if by teleportation. The sounds of piercing echoed as numerous bodies fell. Several Dragon Clan guards materialized before the martial kings, their swords precisely targeting the vital points of these warriors. A number of mid-tier martial kings were swiftly dispatched. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood, Ye Chen's eyes reflected not a shred of sympathy or pity. Had the tables been turned today, and he the one vanquished, his fate would have been far more tragic than theirs. At that moment, a series of resounding applause broke the silence. Ye Chen, we truly underestimated you. Clad in a dark robe, Xin Yuan emerged from a narrow path, accompanied by a group of formidable warriors. Chapter 063, The Bloodthirsty Demon Serpent. Xin Yuan exuded a grave aura, radiating an intense sense of peril. The many martial artists surrounding him were also enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable killing intent. Clearly, both Xin Yuan and his companions were paragons among the martial kings, operating on an entirely different echelon compared to the eighth prince and his entourage. Observing Xin Yuan, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You were sent by Xin Chen, weren't you? It seems you possess some awareness. Understanding that I am the assassin dispatched by the peak master Xin Chen to eliminate you." Xin Yuan momentarily taken aback by Ye Chen's words, soon let out a cold laugh, stating, "In that case, allow me to inform you that all those by my side are formidable practitioners from the outer sect's earth ranking." Ye Chen inquired, "And what of it? Thus, you shall surely meet your demise today. Ye Chen, the moment you declined to join the Heavenly Sword Peak. It was fated that you would find eternal rest within the Dark Night Forest." Shen Yuanyi declared coldly, "Attack." Upon his command, the martial kings at Shen Yuanyi's side unleashed their battle forms, engaging fiercely with the Dragon Clan's shadowy guardians. Vajra technique. Shen Yuanyi bellowed, conjuring a 7-foot-long golden whip in his hand, which soon became infused with a torrent of violent spiritual energy. A potent aura emanated from the whip, causing the surrounding air to erupt. With an overwhelming momentum, the golden whip surged towards Ye Chen, intent on subduing him. "Draw the blade and slash." A pitch-black long knife appeared in Ye Chen's grasp, unleashing a ferocious blade aura that distorted the very fabric of reality. With a resounding crack, the force of Ye Chen's slash effortlessly shattered the golden whip in Shen Yuanyi's hand, then, with devastating might, struck down upon Shen Yuanyi's arm. How could this be? Ye Chen's power is extraordinary. Shen Yuanyi's expression turned ashen, fully aware that he possessed a celestial-grade battle body and bloodline. Yet he was outmatched by Ye Chen's single strike. In a desperate bid, Shen Yuanyi unleashed a talisman, instantly accelerating his speed. Clutching his severed arm, he attempted to flee into the distance. Thinking to escape? Is it not too late? Ye Chen pointed towards the void, releasing an immensely powerful finger imprint that traversed 100 meters, striking Shen Yuanyi directly. With a sickening thud, a gaping wound appeared upon Shen Yuanyi, blood gushing forth in torrents. At that moment, his balance faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Ye Chen swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick towards Shen Yuanyi. Boom. Shen Yuanyi sought to resist, but soon realized that his strength paled in comparison to Ye Chen's, as he was forcefully pressed into the earth. Crack. Shen Yuanyi's martial body emitted a sharp sound as his dantian shattered into chaos. Centered around Shen Yuanyi, the ground suddenly cracked, creating a deep chasm that stretched for dozens of meters. At the end of the chasm, spiderweb-like fissures emerged. "Ye Chen, how dare you cripple my cultivation?" Shen Yuanyi's eyes were filled with shock and fury. "Today, not only will I strip you of your powers, but I shall also send you to the underworld." With a resounding whoosh, a palm imprint materialized in the void, carrying an immense pressure aimed at suppressing Shen Yuanyi. Just as Ye Chen's palm imprint was about to crush Shen Yuanyi, a shadow darted out, neutralizing the attack. From Shen Yuanyi's sleeve, 2 small black serpents appeared, their eyes glimmering with a faint crimson sheen. Is that a bloodthirsty demon serpent, a 6th-tier spiritual beast? Upon witnessing the demon serpent summoned by Shen Yuanyi, Ye Chen's eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment. The bloodthirsty demon serpent, being of the 6th tier, possessed strength comparable to that of a martial sovereign and reveled in devouring the vital essence of warriors. A bite from such a serpent would surely spell doom. Knowing that this is a bloodthirsty demon serpent, you shall meet your end. Shen Yuanyi sneered as the 2 serpents soared from his sleeves. Hey, at that moment, Ye Chen let out a cold chuckle. What are you laughing at? Shen Yuanyi felt a sinking sensation in his heart, a foreboding creeping in. I laugh at you for providing me with experience. A hint of mockery shone in Ye Chen's gaze. Suddenly, a jade-green vial appeared in the air. Before the demon serpents could reach Ye Chen, they were enveloped by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, their bodies shattered and transformed into pure energy, entering the 8 Desolation Refining God Vial. You dare to kill my bloodthirsty demon serpents. Shen Yuanyi's gaze fixed upon the 8 Desolation Refining God Vial. Astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. The reason he had the audacity to confront Ye Chen after witnessing the defeat of the 8th Prince was not only due to his confidence in his own strength but also because of the 2 bloodthirsty demon serpents. Now that the serpents had been vanquished by Ye Chen, Shen Yuanyi's confidence waned, replaced by an inexplicable panic. Is this your trump card? Ye Chen shook his head slightly and charged towards Shen Yuanyi. Ninely Divine Demon Palm. A black and white vortex materialized before Ye Chen's palm. Boom. Shen Yuanyi raised his arm to block Ye Chen's attack. A colossal energy manifested in the void. The ground within a radius of 150 meters instantly caved in, with countless cracks resembling spiderwebs spreading out, extending dozens of meters away. The Ninely Divine Demon Palm concentrated 2,000 of Ye Chen's palm imprints, infused with an immense understanding of the palm technique. In the briefest moment of contact, Shen Yuanyi's arm exploded. Blood spewed from his mouth as his internal organs twisted in agony. Ye Chen, I am from the esteemed Shen family of the Holy Land. I advise you not to push too far, or else the members of my family will surely exact a frenzied revenge. As Ye Chen approached, Shen Yuanyi's complexion instantly turned pale, a wave of terror stemming from the specter of death spreading within him. The sacred land of the Shen clan? Is it truly that formidable? Suddenly, Ye Chen's sword cleaved through the air. In an instant, Shen Yuan-Yi's head was severed from his body. Retreat. As they witnessed Shen Yuan-Yi being slain by Ye Chen's blade, a profound fear enveloped the hearts of the martial kings present. No one had anticipated Ye Chen's strength to be so formidable. No one could fathom that he would dare to kill Shen Yuan-Yi directly, especially at the moment when Shen's name was invoked. Although the Shen clan was merely a third-rate family within the sacred land, its foundation was remarkably deep. It is essential to note that even the most insignificant family from the sacred land far surpasses the might of the strongest dynasty by 100-fold. If Ye Chen could slay Shen Yuan-Yi without a second thought, would he not also act with impunity against them? Was it too late to contemplate retreat now? A cold smile graced Ye Chen's face as a verdant bottle materialized in his hand. Soon after, an unparalleled force of suction emerged from the void, enveloping all martial kings within its grasp. In the next moment, all the martial kings vanished from their locations, drawn into the 8 desolations refining divine bottle. Chapter 064. The 9-Li Peach. Only the whisper of the wind remained in the void. When a group of law enforcement warriors clad in silver armor descended upon the warehouse, Ye Chen and his companions had long since disappeared without a trace. A silver-armored soldier knelt to examine the corpses on the ground, his expression grave as he remarked, "The magic moonport is an exceedingly peculiar place. Even if someone were to commit murder within, our enforcement team would not be able to detect it immediately. I truly wonder why the sacred land chose to place this year's assessment in the Dark Night Forest." Another silver-armored soldier glanced at him and stated, "Captain Longxian, I have heard that the sacred land decided on the Dark Night Forest for this year's assessment because deep within lies a relic. Are you referring to the Demon King's secret realm?" Longxian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious as he continued, "Within the Demon King's secret realm, there exists a royal-level demonic cultivation technique. It appears the sacred land is preparing to ensnare its quarry." "What does ensnare entail?" queried the silver-armored soldier beside Longxian, his face displaying surprise. Longxian explained, "They plan to use the royal-level demonic cultivation technique as bait to lure out the blood demon sex experts hidden within the sacred land, along with the powerful figures from the black market's first-class hall, and then eliminate them entirely. A staggering total of 150,000 points." Within a house at the magic moonport, Ye Chen gazed at the luminous screen before him, a faint smile gracing his features. By slaying the 8th prince and his entourage, Ye Chen had amassed 30,000 points. The demise of Shen Yuan-Yi and others had granted him over 70,000 points. Now, with a total of 150,000 points, Ye Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred land's rankings, far surpassing the scores of the 2nd and 3rd place contenders. Second place, Feng Qingling, with a score of 69,000 points. Third place, Zhang Yunfan, with a score of 53,000 points. Fourth place, Chen Chuchu, with a score of 47,000 points. Ye Chen, you are truly remarkable. Do you still accept younger brothers? Wang Bai approached with a broad smile, exuding an air of sycophancy. Just a moment ago, someone remarked that my brother is living off others. A faint trace of anger appeared on Yi Linger's delicate face. Indeed, this little girl remained steadfast in defending her brother in the presence of others. Observing Yi Linger standing beside him, Ye Chen smiled serenely and politely declined Wang Bai and the others, stating, "I do not have the habit of accepting younger brothers." Wang Bai chuckled awkwardly. "Little sister, it was the 4 of us, the 4 great kings, who misspoke. We are the ones living off others. While your brother is charming and graceful, a man of both strength and elegance. That is more like it. However, there is no one in this world more handsome than my brother Chen, nor anyone more formidable." Yilingo gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After casting a glance at Wang Bai and the others, she added, "However, if you wish to be my brother's younger brothers, I fear your abilities might be insufficient." Wang Bai replied, "Little sister, we 4 great kings may not boast much, but we guarantee unwavering loyalty to your brother, never betraying him." Nearby, Jiu Li Feihuang scoffed coldly. "You 4 possess a thickness of skin that even I would envy. With your paltry innate strength, you are but the lowest of the low in this sacred land. Besides loyalty, what else do you have to offer? Aside from loyalty, we also have mines at home. My father says there is no problem that a mine cannot solve. If one isn't enough, then 2 will do." Wang Yuqing exclaimed, pulling a rabbit leg from his pack and devouring it while addressing Jiu Li Feihuang. Ye Chen smiled lightly. Having a mine indeed provides a sense of assurance. Wang Yuqing replied, "Indeed. In the entire Qingfeng dynasty, only our Wang family possesses abundant mines. My father asserts that controlling the mines of the world equates to controlling half the realm. Your father did not deceive you." Ye Chen smiled calmly. "Wherever one may be, Controlling the economy is tantamount to wielding power over half the kingdom. For instance, in his past life in the land of pickled vegetables, certain chaebols in the beautiful nation operated in this manner. Wang Yucheng took a hearty bite from the rabbit leg and continued, Brother Ye Chen, if you agree to accept us as younger brothers, I shall have my father send 2 mines over tomorrow. Let me be frank. My elder brother Ye Chen lacks for nothing in gold mines. To be my elder brother, Ye Chen's younger brothers, you 4 have yet to earn your place. Jiu Li Fei Huang waved her hand, raising her chin with a hint of pride as she looked at Wang Bai and the others. However, if you wish to be my younger brothers, I might just consider it. Wang Bai interjected, becoming a younger brother to you, a mere chicken, seems rather disadvantageous. Given your only 4th-tier strength, which is not much stronger than ours. Wang Ximing nodded in agreement, addressing Jiu Li Fei Huang with a serious expression. Indeed. While you do possess some merit, you fall short of being the elder sibling to the 4 great kings. With the current strength of this emperor, it is impossible to assume the role of your leader. However, do not forget one thing. This emperor is destined to become a formidable figure of the imperial tier. An imperial tier powerhouse possesses the ability to obliterate worlds and is omnipotent. Once this emperor rises, he shall undoubtedly care for each of you. After a moment of boasting, Jiu Li Fei Huang glanced at Ye Chen and proclaimed, Moreover, Ye Chen is my elder brother. Thus, my brother is your brother. Your brother is indeed my brother? That seems quite reasonable. Upon reflecting on Jiu Li Fei Huang's words, Wang Bai suddenly realized and tapped his forehead, saying, if that is the case, then it is settled. This peculiar creature truly knows how to wield authority. It has just acquired 4 little brothers. Ye Chen cast a strange glance at Jiu Li Fei Huang. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through MOU Port, causing the entire Dark Night Forest to tremble. Within MOU Port, numerous towering red pillars of light surged skyward. Inside the port, several 100-foot-tall peach trees emanated waves of ethereal energy, dispersing the mist and revealing themselves to the gazes of many disciples of the Holy Lands. The trunks of these peach trees gleamed like white jade, while their leaves resembled shimmering emeralds, radiating bursts of spiritual light. Above the branches of the peach trees hung crystal peaches, each the size of a basin. These crystal peaches exuded a torrent of magnificent energy. They were the Jiu Li Pan peaches. Remarkably, the Jiu Li Pan peaches of the Dark Night Forest bear fruit only once every 300 years, yet they have ripened at this moment. Each Jiu Li Pan peach is equivalent to 100,000 bottles of spirit-quenched liquid. Consuming just one would elevate a martial king to the martial sovereign realm. The commotion astonished all warriors within MOU Port, drawing their gazes toward the distant spectacle several dozen miles away. Each peach tree towered hundreds of feet high. Even shrouded in mist, the spiritual light emanating from them was discernible. Upon spotting the Jiu Li Pan peaches amidst the fog, all warriors in MOU Port began to rush toward the nearest peach tree. Even those powerful figures from the Blood Demon sect and the Black Market's Yi Pin Tang, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer restrain themselves and surged toward the location of the Jiu Li Pan peach trees. On a beach within MOU Port, a crisp cracking sound echoed above a tombstone. Boom. In the next instant, the entire tombstone shattered. A corpse, towering over 10 feet and enveloped in demonic energy, emerged from the sand. At the moment the demonic corpse appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward it with frenzied intensity. In almost an instant, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was entirely absorbed by the demonic corpse. The ripening of the Jiu Li Pan peaches at this moment is indeed a stroke of divine fortune. This emperor is destined to rise again with overwhelming strength, and the eastern region shall tremble beneath my feet. Hee. The demonic corpse emitted a series of low, chilling laughs. Swish. The demonic corpse moved swiftly, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. Within a few breaths, it arrived before a Jiu Li Pan peach tree. Before the 9-Li peach tree, the air was thick with the sounds of a fierce battle. A throng of formidable warriors, all at the martial king realm, surged madly towards the tree's apex. In the tumultuous scramble, bodies continued to plummet from the branches of the 9-Li peach tree. However, just as these martial king experts were on the verge of reaching the summit, their bodies suddenly froze in place. Subsequently, the bodies of dozens of martial kings erupted violently. A dense mist of blood materialized in the void, coalescing towards the figure of a demonic corpse. How could a formidable being at the martial emperor realm manifest in this new hunting ground? The group of martial kings who had rushed to the peach tree witnessed several senior disciples being instantaneously vanquished, their expressions morphing into horror as they cast their gazes towards the demonic corpse suspended in the void. Chapter 065. 675 Peaches in the Void. The towering demonic corpse bore a glint of crimson in its gaze. The martial kings who had arrived at the 9-leaf peach tree found themselves entranced, locked in a moment of stillness as they made eye contact with the demoness eyes. Subsequently, their expressions turned vacant. A wisp of demonic energy emanated from their bodies, and an eerie smile began to creep across each of their faces. It was a soul-snatching technique. Flee at once. Those martial artists who were still several meters away from the peach tree turned pale upon witnessing this spectacle and hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, before they could take a single step, their bodies became rigid, rooted to the spot. Soon, their eyes too became hollow, and an unsettling, frigid smile adorned their faces. Become the servant of this emperor, and with the infusion of my demonic energy, you shall rival even the strongest at the 9th heaven of the martial king realm. Go forth and slay. More kills yield greater rewards. Collect their essence and return it to me. The towering demonic corpse conjured dozens of luminous orbs, which transformed into peachwood jars, landing in the hands of these warriors. Yes, master. The group of martial kings knelt before the demonic figure, their faces twisted with an unnatural grin as they surged into the mist. This is a perfect opportunity to utilize the 9-leaf peaches to restore my demonic form. The demon's hand waved, summoning hundreds of peaches that transformed into surging spiritual energy, surging towards its heart. Not far from a 9-leaf peach tree, Ye Chen and his companions halted their steps. Brother Ye Chen, it is said that the spiritual energy contained within a single peach is equivalent to 100,000 bottles of spirit refinement elixir. If we consume one, we might even ascend to the martial sovereign realm, Wang Bai remarked, his eyes glinting with avarice as he gazed at the 9-leaf peach tree in the distance. So, it seems the 9-leaf peach is indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth? Ye Chen's face also betrayed a flicker of desire as he regarded the peach tree, several hundred meters away. Although he possessed treasures like the white jade perch and Han's cabin, it was evident that none could compare to the allure of the 9-leaf peach. A single Jioli Pan peach is equivalent to 100,000 bottles of essence elixir. Before me stands a Jioli Pan peach tree, bearing no less than 100 peaches. Should these peaches be refined, to what extraordinary heights would Ye Chen's strength, bloodline, and combat physique ascend? Situ Qinglan remarked. Indeed, the Jioli Pan peach is a rather precious treasure. However, the vast expanse of the eastern region is replete with such treasures. There are countless spiritual fruits and herbs, some even more exceptional than the Jioli Pan peach tree itself. Pausing for a moment, Situ Qinglan continued, take the Jioli sacred land. For instance, it houses numerous spiritual trees akin to the Pan peach tree. Within the secret realms of the Jioli sacred land, there exist sacred medicines and sacred trees. But only the core disciples of the inner sect are privileged enough to access them. Indeed, the eastern region is the very cradle of heavenly spiritual roots. It is only in a place like the eastern region that rare spiritual entities, such as the Jioli Pan peach tree, can come into being. Upon hearing Situ Qinglan's words, Ye Chen felt a profound shock stir within him. Alongside this astonishment, he gained a fresh perspective on the eastern region. Its vastness is such that ordinary individuals could never traverse it in a lifetime. Even the mightiest of warriors would require an extensive period to explore its breadth. The enormity of the eastern region has given rise to innumerable rare treasures, countless earthly spirits, and prodigies. While the Pan peach tree is undeniably precious, it pales in comparison to sacred medicines and fruits. Ding. Detection of the sign and location. Jioli Pan peach tree. The host can sign in at the Jioli Pan peach tree to receive 5-fold Pan peach fruits. 5-fold fruits. The system's notification left Ye Chen momentarily astounded. It is known that the Pan peach tree bears over 130 peaches. If he signs in beneath the tree, he stands to gain 5 times the fruit. That amounts to over 650 peaches. Ye Chen's spirit soared. With such a bounty, his martial physique, bloodline, and overall strength would undergo a significant enhancement. He could potentially elevate both his martial physique and bloodline to the imperial tier with the energy from these peaches. Brother Ye Chen, shall we rush over and compete for the peaches now? Wang Bai exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the peach tree several hundred meters away, nearly drooling with anticipation. Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at Wang Bai and replied, the Jioli Pan peach tree is fiercely contested. With your current strength, it would be impossible to vie for the peaches. You would only meet a swift demise. Brother Ye Chen, while it may be beyond us 4 kings to contend for those peaches, your strength, however, is formidable. Although we cannot assist you, we can cheer you on from the sidelines. Wang Bai said, scratching his nose and fixing his hair. In the end, we can take just 1 peach each, and the rest will belong to you. What do you think? I think that is of little significance, Ye Chen replied, glancing at Wang Bai with indifference. I believe that whoever seizes the peaches rightfully claims them. With that, Ye Chen's figure surged forward, darting towards the Geely Pan peach tree. The emperor had never encountered such unabashed individuals, who cheered from the sidelines and yet succeeded in their endeavors. Wang Bai remarked, "Today, you have witnessed it." The ninely phoenix, irritated, kicked Wang Bai's behind and declared, "Let me inform you, after this is accomplished, you shall not lay claim to even a single peach." Upon finishing her words, the ninely phoenix soared towards the peach tree. Wang Bai, along with Sidu Qinglan, Lin Qingman, and others, hastened towards the direction of the peach tree. System, sign in. Upon arriving beneath the peach tree, Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Received 1 ninely peach. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Received 2 ninely peaches. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Received 3 ninely peaches. Ding. Host has exhausted today's sign-in attempts. Total of 675 ninely peaches acquired. A total of 675 ninely peaches. What a fortune. Observing the multitude of peaches suspended in the system space, a smile of joy illuminated Ye Chen's face. Kid, this ninely peach tree has been claimed by my elder brother, Xiaozhan. If you wish to live, you'd best scram. As Ye Chen stood alone beneath the ninely peach tree, a scarred man with a single eye and an eye patch approached him. Above the ninely peach tree, a dozen martial kings gazed at Ye Chen with murderous intent. Chapter 066, Fusion Battle Array standing beneath the ninely peach tree. Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the group of martial kings. Among them, the most formidable possessed merely the 6th level of the martial king realm, while the weakest was the scarred man, only at the 1st level of the martial king realm. Truth be told, the strength of these individuals hardly justified their occupation of a ninely peach tree. Moreover, with Ye Chen's capabilities, seizing this peach tree would be a trivial endeavor. What do you intend? Are you attempting to bully my elder brother? Do you think we are without allies? The ninely phoenix's flames surged, as she shouted at the scarred man, yet concealed herself behind Ye Chen. "Ah, it is you, the chicken." The scarred man expressed surprise upon seeing the ninely phoenix, then shifted his gaze to scrutinize Ye Chen, stating, "You are the person that Master Shinshin Feng specifically wants dead, aren't you?" "Indeed, that is I," Ye Chen replied with a tranquil smile. After appraising Ye Chen, the scarred man sneered. "Ye Chen, I advise you to kneel and end your own life, lest I be compelled to act. We, the 4 great kings, are not to be trifled with. If you wish to lay hands on my brother, you must first consider whether we, the 4 great kings, consent to it." Wang Bai and the others, accompanied by Lin Qingman and Yi Ling approached the peach tree. "How absurd. Do you truly believe that we, mere innate realm trash, would dare to engage with me?" The scarred man's eyes glinted with menace as he brandished a double-bladed battle axe, pointing it at the 4 great kings. "Will it be you who strikes first, or you?" Wang Bai and his companions, intimidated by the scarred man's imposing aura, instinctively retreated behind Ye Chen. As Wang Yuqing savored a rabbit leg, he turned to the scarred man and remarked, "My father always said that there is no problem in this world that cannot be resolved with a mine. If one mine isn't enough, then 2 will suffice. I offer you 2 mines in exchange for those Geely peach trees. What do you say? Huh? You've made me laugh so hard." Upon hearing Wang Yuqing's words, the scarred man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. His battle axe pointed menacingly at Wang Yuqing. "You foolish jester, you truly are amusing. I almost hesitate to end your life. However, since you dare covet the Geely peach trees, I cannot allow you to live." With that declaration, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the battle axe, which began to whirl towards Wang Yuqing. "Run, their brother." Wang Hai's expression changed dramatically as he hurled Wang Yuqing away, exposing himself to the oncoming axe. In the blink of an eye, the axe was upon Wang Hai, aimed to cleave him in 2. Just as the axe was about to descend upon Wang Hai, Ye Chen sprang into action. A torrent of even more ferocious spiritual energy surged from Ye Chen's palm, manifesting as immense pressure that bore down upon the axe. With a thunderous roar, the axe was sent spiraling back by Ye Chen's forceful strike. The scarred man's expression shifted as frost-covered gloves appeared on his hands. Layers of chilling energy radiated from the gloves, freezing the air around them and significantly slowing the axe's rotational speed. Reaching into the void, the scarred man grasped the axe, but his arms erupted in a web of cracks under the strain. In an instant, Ye Chen materialized behind the scarred man, his blade poised to strike. The scarred man's form blurred as he narrowly evaded, raising his axe to parry Ye Chen's attack. Yet, with a swift motion, Ye Chen's blade shattered the axe, and in a subsequent strike, cleaved through the scarred man's body. Crimson blood splattered onto the ground, igniting the nerves of those present. "Damn it, I almost met my end at the hands of that scarred man," Wang Hai exclaimed, visibly shaken. Just as the dread in Wang Hai's heart began to dissipate, a long sword sliced through the mist, aimed directly at his brow. Ye Chen pointed a finger into the void, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy upon the sword. The weapon then soared back to the Jioli peach tree, targeting a powerful warrior of the Martial King realm. With a single strike, a torrent of blood erupted as the Martial King was slain, his lifeless body falling silently to the ground. Ye Chen is indeed formidable. We must first eliminate him before harvesting the peaches. Witnessing Ye Chen's overwhelming prowess, the remaining Martial Kings leaped down from the peach tree, converging upon Ye Chen and his companions. Let us strike together. A multitude of formidable warriors, each at the pinnacle of the Martial King realm, emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Golden sword chi flickered around each individual, coalescing into a singular, radiant force that surged toward Ye Chen. This golden essence not only amalgamated the spiritual energy within each warrior, but also incorporated the sword intent they each possessed. The very fabric of the void distorted under its presence, fissures appearing in intricate patterns. The earth and all its creations bore witness to this moment, marked by neat, linear sword scars. Towering trees succumbed to the sharpness of this sword chi, splintering and crashing to the ground. It was a fusion battle formation. This strike was immensely powerful, capable of annihilating even a peak Martial King. Upon witnessing the collective assault of the Martial Kings, Ye Chen's expression turned grave. A torrent of ferocious spiritual energy coalesced within him, and in that fleeting moment, he drew his sword. A blade aura, extending several hundred meters, manifested before him. With a thunderous roar, the void itself seemed to solidify. The might of his sword strike instantaneously rent through the onslaught of the Martial King's attacks. Defensive talismans erupted from their hands, manifesting earthen-hued barriers in the air, absorbing much of the force of Ye Chen's strike. Yet a portion of this formidable energy, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, descended upon 3 of the Martial Kings. The sheer power of Ye Chen's strike overwhelmed them, devastating their bodies. A thick mist of blood wafted through the air. Was Ye Chen's strength truly so formidable? The remaining warriors, upon witnessing his overwhelming prowess, could not conceal their dismay. Are you not disciples of the sacred land? Ye Chen's gaze remained steely as he scrutinized the martial artists before him. If they were indeed seasoned disciples of the sacred land, their combat capabilities would not be so formidable, nor would their survival tactics be so numerous. Ah, you've deduced our true identities. A figure clad in golden martial robes emerged from the crowd, a sneer playing upon his lips. Since you have discerned that we are not disciples of the sacred land, we shall send you to the depths of hell. With a flourish, he produced a flower engulfed in violet flames, which rapidly soared toward Ye Chen. The flaming blossom, devoid of warmth yet ablaze with fire, approached him in the blink of an eye. Observing the violet flower, Ye Chen swung his blade toward the void, unleashing a torrent of destructive sword chi aimed at the fiery bloom. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The blade energy, capable of effortlessly slaying a Martial King, passed straight through the flower. A peculiar wave emanated from the flower, and suddenly, everyone felt a searing pain resonate within their minds. Ye Chen's consciousness momentarily lapsed into a void, yet within this fleeting interlude, Xiao Zhan's figure materialized before him, thrusting his sword towards Ye Chen's brow. In a critical moment, Ye Chen extended his palm into the void, conjuring 2 swirling vortices, one black and one white, before him. A crisp crack resonated through the air as the formidable might of the 9-lead divine demon palm collided with Xiao Zhan's sword technique, dimming the very fabric of the void. The celestial bodies above lost their luster, overshadowed by the overwhelming force of the 9-lead divine demon palm, which obliterated the weapon in Xiao Zhan's grasp. Subsequently, an immense surge of power struck Xiao Zhan squarely in the chest. With a gasp, Xiao Zhan expelled a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in under the impact. However, Ye Chen was relentless. He instantly closed the distance to Xiao Zhan's side, unleashing a torrent of savage blade energy aimed at him. Xiao Zhan's gaze was filled with terror as he crushed the assessment orb in his hand. Before the full force of Ye Chen's strike could reach him, a spatial portal began to materialize. Ye Chen, I shall remember you, from the Drunken Moon Tower. A powerful force enveloped Xiao Zhan's body, drawing him into the spatial transfer. Withdraw from the Night Forest. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's departure, the remaining warriors of the Martial King realm retrieved their orbs, poised to shatter them. Yet, in the next instant, the air within the void solidified entirely. The spiritual energy within the bodies of all those from the Drunken Moon Tower was suppressed by a peculiar force. Ye Chen and his companions found themselves immobilized under this overwhelming pressure. Drip, drop, raindrops echoed as they struck the water's surface. Near the 9-leaf peach tree, the sound permeated the minds of all present. The patter of raindrops grew louder as a towering demon corpse, standing several dozen feet high, approached the 9-leaf peach tree. An endless torrent of blood surged forth from the demon corpse, forming a river of demonic blood that rushed towards Ye Chen and his companions. Glorious droplets, each the size of a thumb, cascaded down from the corpse and merged into the river below. With each advancing step of the demon corpse, the pressure on everyone intensified. This aura was formidable enough to rival that of a martial emperor. Why would such a presence manifest at the assessment site of the Nine-Li sacred land? Observing the demon corpse in the void, one of the warriors from the Drunken Moon Tower was struck with dread. The expressions of the remaining members turned ashen, as they found themselves unable to flee or even shatter their assessment orbs. Suddenly, a fierce and overwhelming aura surged from the river of demonic blood, sweeping towards the dozen or so warriors of the Drunken Moon Tower. A dozen formidable warriors from the Drunken Moon Tower were enveloped by this ominous aura, subsequently transforming into a swirling mist of blood, merging into the river of demonic blood, becoming an integral part of its current. With a flourish of the demonic corpse's hand, the hundreds of peaches adorning the Nine-Li peach tree transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy flowing into its heart. As a result, the demonic corpse's power surged, reaching the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. How intriguing! Within the outer sanctum of the Nine-Li Holy Land, there exists someone who harbors such a formidable Dao heart. Once the demonic corpse stabilized its realm, its gaze fell upon Ye Chen, a peculiar glimmer flickering in its eyes, proclaiming, "Submit or perish." The voice resonated like a great bell, causing the ground within a 1,000-meter radius of the peach tree to tremble. Situ Qinglan, Lin Qingman, and the four great kings were directly overwhelmed by this pressure, collapsing to their knees, some even suffering the shattering of bones and the twisting of their internal organs. The martial emperor, the sovereign of the realms, a monarch who dominates the world and gazes down upon all living beings. Upon entering the martial emperor realm, an enigmatic aura envelopes one, potent enough to suppress any existence beneath this level. A martial emperor, with not but a single utterance, can annihilate weaker practitioners. Under the oppressive aura emitted by the demonic corpse, Ye Chen's internal organs began to crack, blood streaming from his orifices. Despite the immense pressure and the grievous injuries to his body, Ye Chen remained resolute and standing tall. Your silence denotes refusal. Since you reject this emperor, then death shall be your fate. The demonic corpse unleashed a torrent of dark energy towards Ye Chen and his companions, intending to crush them. The world of the small universe unfurled. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying presence of the demonic corpse, Ye Chen immediately activated the small universe. A spatial passageway emerged, enveloping Yi Linger, Situ Qinglan, and the others within its confines. Did you seek to enter the small universe without this emperor's consent? The blood river beside the demonic corpse formed a chain of blood, snaking toward Yi Linger and the others. With a resounding thud, the blood chains descended upon the group. Yet the White Emperor Fox and the Nine-Li Phoenix erupted with unmatched energy, shattering the chains to pieces. The Nine-Li Phoenix ignited in a blaze of 9-colored flames, evaporating the river of demonic blood in its wake. Behind the White Emperor Fox, 9 white tails sprouted, surging forth with radiant light into the blood river. The once mighty blood river was sent reeling back into the demonic corpse's body under the combined assault of the Nine-Li Phoenix and the White Emperor Fox. How remarkable! 2 imperial tier spirit beasts? By devouring your flesh and blood, this emperor shall swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. A cold smile graced the demonic corpse's face as it beheld the abilities exhibited by the Nine-Li Phoenix and the White Emperor Fox. With a flourish, a torrent of dark energy surged from the hands of the demonic corpse, once more descending upon Ye Chen and the others in an attempt to suppress them. Chapter 68. The terrifying intent to kill the Nine-Li Phoenix ignited anew, enveloped in a resplendent 9-colored flame, surging forth to confront the demonic energy unleashed by the corpse. The White Emperor Fox, too, summoned its utmost strength, fiercely resisting the onslaught. Should you both possess the complete imperial body and the might of the imperial tier, I would find it challenging to subdue you. Yet, you are merely reincarnated imperial tier spirit beasts now. How could you possibly contend with me? Furthermore, I have spent a millennium in the darkness, conserving my energy. You dare to challenge me relying on the potential of your imperial bodies? Such audacity is nothing short of wishful thinking. As the Nine-Li Phoenix and the White Emperor Fox fought valiantly against the impending doom, a cold smirk crept across the demonic corpse's visage. With renewed ferocity, a surge of even more rampant demonic energy erupted from its hands, hurtling towards the Nine-Li Phoenix. Despite their desperate defense, the duo could barely withstand the onslaught for 3 seconds before they were overwhelmed. Yet, within those fleeting moments, they managed to dissipate 99% of the demonic corpse's attack. The remaining 1%, however, found its mark squarely upon Yi Linger. In a flash, The White Emperor Fox darted towards Ye Linger, its body engulfed by the demonic energy's assault. One side shattered before it was flung away. Xiaobai. Ye Linger's eyes flared with fury, layers of silver moonlight emanating from her form. Yet, the demonic corpse, a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, unleashed an attack far beyond what a girl like her could hope to withstand. Crack. In an instant, the demonic energy breached Ye Linger's battle form, sending her hurtling backward, enveloped in layers of dark energy. Struck by the overwhelming force of the demonic corpse, her life essence began to wane rapidly. Time seemed to stand still, and Ye Chen's mind was engulfed in a void. Brother Chen, I had a dream yesterday. Can you guess what it was about? Brother Chen, you can't guess? Should I tell you? You're so silly, you never get it right. I dreamt of a beautiful white fox. Brother, a room like this must be quite expensive to stay in for a day, right? Whether it's expensive, I don't know, but for me, this room is free. Goodness. It's free. Honestly, Brother Chen, did you sacrifice your charm? How dare you insinuate that about me? Ouch, it hurts. Fragments of memories flooded Ye Chen's mind. He vividly recalled every smile and expression of Ye Linger. Watching her slowly lose her vitality pierced his heart like 1,000 daggers, the agony coursing through every nerve. Kill. Kill, kill. A tide of terrifying murderous intent surged within Ye Chen's heart. Ding. The host has successfully used 679 Li Peaches. Ding. The Dragon Blood battle body has been elevated to the Imperial tier. Ding. The Undying bloodline has ascended to the Imperial tier. Ding. The Ice Dragon bloodline has been raised to the Imperial tier. Ding. The quality of the Dantian has been elevated to the Imperial tier. Ding. The host's cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm, unlocking hidden realms. Ding. The hidden realm ascends to the 10th level. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. A frenzied, boundless intent to kill spreads through the void. Within Ye Chen, the bloodline surges, awakening the latent potential of every cell. In the emptiness, boundless spiritual energy is siphoned by Ye Chen, transforming into a demonic specter. Such terrifying murderous intent, yet the chasm between us is akin to that of mortals and deities. To slay a god with a mortal frame? A fanciful dream. The gaze of the demonic corpse is filled with endless mockery as a torrent of dark energy surges from its palm, pressing down upon Ye Chen. The ground within 1,000 meters instantaneously collapses and fractures. If you are the heavens, I shall extinguish them. If you are a god, I shall slay you. Ye Chen roars, and a blood-red longsword materializes in his grasp. The ceaseless bloodlust envelopes the sword, causing a mesmerizing crimson aura to emanate from its blade, while a multitude of sinister eyes slowly open above it. Each eye resembles that of a god of slaughter, transcending time itself, bearing an indelible intent to kill. The sword of slaughter unleashes a blood-red beam stretching hundreds of meters. The stronger the murderous intent, the mightier the sword. The bloodlust radiating from Ye Chen now causes the very fabric of the magic moon harbor to spiral. Break. With a thunderous cry, he swings the sword, cleaving the heavens and rendering the earth to naught. The palm imprint cast by the demonic corpse is instantaneously shattered beneath the might of Ye Chen's sword light. Following this, an overwhelmingly powerful sword ray descends, striking the demonic corpse's arm. With a sickening sound, the arm of the demonic corpse is severed, and torrents of dark blood cascade from the void. How is this possible? You dare to sever an arm of this emperor with a single strike. The voice of the demonic corpse is filled with shock and disbelief. It is this sword. Its gaze fixates upon the slaughter sword in Ye Chen's hand, dread seeping into its very essence. In all its years of dominance over the eastern domain, it had never encountered such a terrifying blade. This sword seems capable of annihilating all, as if it could extinguish every living being in existence, especially the myriad eyes upon the sword's body, resembling an endless abyss, tugging at its very soul, as though it were on the verge of being torn apart. Today, I concede defeat. I shall remember you. The debt for this severed arm will be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A look of profound humiliation crosses the face of the demonic corpse. It reaches out with its remaining arm to grasp the severed limb, preparing to retreat into the depths of the mist. Suddenly, a verdant bottle appears in the void. The 8 Desolation Divine Refining Bottle, capable of refining all. The torrent of demonic blood is enveloped by a powerful energy before being drawn into the 8 Desolation Divine Refining Bottle. Particularly at the wound of the demonic corpse, an incessant stream of demonic blood flowed into the 8 Desolation Divine Refining Bottle. At that moment, the severed arm of the corpse detached itself and was drawn into the interior of the 8 Desolation Divine Refining Bottle. The vendetta for the severed arm is etched in the annals of my memory. A furious roar erupted from the mouth of the demonic corpse, which then transformed into a torrent of demonic energy, retreating into the distance. With a swift motion, the slaughtering sword in my hand surged forth, emanating a blood-red sword light stretching 1,000 meters. Subsequently, this formidable sword light pursued the rolling demonic energy, piercing directly into its depths. With a resounding blast, the anguished cries of the demonic corpse echoed amidst the surging demonic energy. Following this, a vast quantity of demonic blood cascaded down, entering the 8 Desolation Divine Refining Bottle. Once I regain my imperial strength, I shall return to exact my vengeance upon you. A chilling scream resonated through the swirling demonic clouds. Alas, you shall never have the chance for revenge. Ye Chen's gaze was cold and profound. In the next moment, a woman clad in a crimson imperial robe appeared seemingly out of thin air. With a wave of her hand, the space surrounding the demonic corpse was completely sealed. A Saint Realm powerhouse. The demonic corpse turned to gaze into the void, its eyes widening in horror as they fell upon the woman in the crimson imperial robe. You are the Ye Chen Empress. Chapter 069, Godslaying. The Ye Chen Empress, the foremost empress of the eastern region. Such a formidable figure, unexpectedly appearing in the newborn hunting ground. And even aiding Ye Chen? The expressions of those present were filled with profound astonishment. With a graceful gesture, the Ye Chen Empress extended her jade-like fingers toward the void, then drew back. The demonic corpse, ensnared by a mysterious force, was thrust backward, appearing 100 meters away from Ye Chen and his companions. You are not mistaken. It is indeed I. The Ye Chen Empress emanated an aura of unrivaled dominance, casting a detached glance at the demonic corpse. She then knelt before Ye Chen and said, Master, Yao has already subdued this scoundrel. How shall we proceed? Take care of my sister. Leave the rest to me. Today, I shall slay gods with a mortal body. Ye Chen wielded the slaughtering sword and stepped into the confined void. With each step he took, his murderous intent intensified. Upon entering the sealed area, the malevolence radiating from him rendered the very heavens and earth dim. Spare me, I can submit. The eyes of the demonic corpse were wide with terror as it hastily knelt before Ye Chen. Now you wish to beg for mercy? It is far too late. In an instant, the sword in Ye Chen's hand slashed forth, a blood-red sword light aimed at the demonic corpse's remaining arm. You are truly overstepping your bounds. I have chosen to submit, yet you wish to slay me. If so, I shall perish alongside you. A frenzied glint flickered in the eyes of the demonic corpse as black marks emerged upon its body, with magical patterns materializing above it. It did not fear Ye Chen, but rather the Ye Chen Empress beside him. She was capable of annihilating him in an instant, leaving no room for negotiation. The Xianhuang God-slaying sword Qi. Faced with the onslaught of the demonic corpse, Ye Chen's gaze intensified with murderous intent, and the brilliance of his slaughtering sword became even sharper. Coupled with a layer of the Xianhuang divine slaying sword Qi, Ye Chen's attack reached a level of sheer terror. Boom! The assault of the demonic corpse collided with Ye Chen's sword aura. The very fabric of the world above Magic Moon Harbor began to whirl. And within a kilometer radius of Ye Chen, the ground shattered, obliterated, and then dissolved into nothingness. This sword strike was an expression of transcendent might. This sword strike aimed to extinguish all life. Everything within the kilometer radius shattered, reduced to ashes beneath Ye Chen's slaughtering sword. The demonic corpse before Ye Chen was sent flying by this strike, with a sound reminiscent of a rending object. The demonic corpse's other arm was severed by Ye Chen's slaughtering sword, and torrents of demonic blood cascaded down from its body. Subsequently, a powerful suction emanated from the 8 Desolations Refining Divine Bottle, drawing the flowing demonic blood into its depths. How could this be possible? Even when I activated the power of my demonic body, I could not withstand the attack of a mere martial king, unless you possess an imperial-grade battle physique and bloodline. The expression of the demonic corpse was filled with shock and disbelief. It had never anticipated that during the new assessment in the sacred land of Jiuli, an imperial-grade battle physique and bloodline would manifest. No, merely possessing an imperial-grade battle physique and bloodline would not suffice to breach my demonic body. Unless your Dantian quality has reached the imperial level. The horror in the demonic corpse's eyes deepened. An imperial-grade Dantian's Qi possesses a quality that surpasses ordinary Dantians by millions of times, with a concentration of spiritual energy that could only be described as terrifying. This formidable spiritual energy, compressed into a singular line, unleashed an instantaneous, explosive power capable of effortlessly severing its arm. You guessed correctly. I possess an imperial-grade battle physique, imperial-grade bloodline, and an imperial-grade Dantian. So, is this your final word? Ye Chen slaughtering sword from his hand, then descended upon the demonic corpse's head. A silvery white sword intent took shape upon the slaughtering sword, shattering the void itself. With clarity of sword heart, he wielded his intent to command the blade. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's display of prowess, the demonic corpse's eyes narrowed, and the fear within it peaked. If ordinary martial artists wield their swords through spiritual energy, true sword cultivators channel their formidable sword intent to drive their weapons, maximizing their attack power. Desolation step. An ominous voice erupted from the demonic corpse, as surging demonic energy emanated from its feet, propelling it forward into the void. Boom. The desolation step collided with Ye Chen's slaughtering sword, leading to a moment of silence in the void, before an explosion of terrifying energy erupted forth. Ye Chen's slaughtering sword cleaved through the desolation step, and a sword aura hundreds of meters long struck the demonic corpse's foot. Puff. The sword aura pierced through the demonic corpse's foot, spilling forth a torrent of demonic blood. And then, the entirety of its leg shattered like splintering bamboo. Damn it. I had thought I could rise within this dark forest, only to find myself up against an immovable obstacle. A furious voice emanated from the mouth of the demonic corpse, as the vital essence coursing through its body ignited in a tumultuous blaze. The surging demonic blood transformed into a formidable energy, surging towards the region where the Empress of the Yaoqi was confined. How dare you attempt to break the bonds of this emperor? The Empress of the Yaoqi regarded him with an icy gaze, pressing her palm into the void, causing the relentless demonic energy to dissipate into nothingness. Cursed be this moment. Were it not for the Empress of the Yaoqi's presence, this emperor would not be rendered utterly devoid of even the chance to escape. A glimmer of despair flickered in the demonic corpse's eyes. Suddenly, the sword of slaughter swept through once more, imbued with an overwhelming murderous intent, slicing towards another leg of the demonic corpse. The corpse attempted to retreat, only to realize it was left with but a single leg, far too slow to match the swiftness of the sword. At that moment, the demonic corpse leapt into the air, preparing to flee towards the distant heavens. However, Ye Chen's sword of slaughter pursued him with even greater speed, aiming for his last remaining leg. A torrent of demonic blood spilled forth, flowing into the 8 Desolations refining god bottle. The final leg of the demon was severed by Ye Chen. In that moment, the 2 severed legs were drawn into the 8 Desolations refining god bottle. I am a demon emperor. How could I have ever endured such humiliation? A strong sense of resentment lingered in the demonic corpse's gaze, gradually morphing into a maddening fury. An overwhelming aura surged forth from the corpse. Yet, at that precise moment, the sword of slaughter pierced the heavens, embedding itself into the demonic corpse's dantian, pinning it firmly to the ground thousands of meters away. The previously rampant spiritual energy within the corpse subsided in that instant. If you wish to self-destruct, you must first consider my consent. Ye Chen crossed the void, stepping closer to the demonic corpse, lifting his foot slowly, and locking eyes with the corpse as he declared, "Gods are but this. Boy, do you know what entity lurks behind me? If you dare to kill me, you shall face relentless vengeance for eternity." The demonic corpse issued a furious warning. "I care not for what lies behind you. If you dare to harm my sister, I shall send you to hell." Boom. In the next instant, Ye Chen's foot descended, crushing the demonic corpse's massive head into the earth, causing it to shatter into fragments. Chapter 070. A man's tears are not shed lightly. Can mere mortals slay gods? Both Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, as well as the 4 great kings, stood frozen in place. They had anticipated Ye Chen's terrifying prowess, yet they had not fathomed the extent of his strength. For them, a martial emperor was akin to a divine being. Initially, they believed Ye Chen would surely perish at the hands of the demonic corpse, yet they were astounded to witness him achieve what was deemed impossible. With a mortal body, he had slain a god. At this moment, the power Ye Chen displayed was no longer worthy of mere respect. It compelled all to gaze upon him in awe, even reverence. The might of Ye Chen was unparalleled. The 4 great kings should indeed learn from him and aspire to slay gods. Following a figure as esteemed as Ye Chen, does that not mean we can stride confidently through the sacred land in the future? The 4 great kings, including Wang Bai, spoke with admiration and pride. Suddenly, the 8 Desolations divine refining bottle in the void erupted with an unparalleled force of attraction, drawing the demonic corpses from the ground into the air. Subsequently, the corpses were shredded by the power of the 8 Desolations divine refining bottle and were drawn into its interior. After all this, the killing intent emanating from Ye Chen gradually dissipated until it ultimately fell into complete silence. With a sudden movement, Ye Chen tore through the void, vanishing from Demon Moon Harbor and appearing within the realm of the small universe. At this moment, Yilinger, the White Emperor Fox, and the 9-leaf Phoenix were all present as the spirits of the world enveloped them in a protective embrace formed by the trunk of the world spirit, nurturing them with a potent life force. Ye Chen hurried forward to assess Yilinger's injuries. Although she had sustained severe wounds, a faint life force still lingered, indicating she was not in immediate danger. However, the condition of the White Emperor Fox was more dire. Its body was riddled with wounds, and its life force was rapidly waning, The world spirit was only barely maintaining the last remnants of its vitality. Without intervention, the White Emperor Fox might not survive for long. Master can use the Buddha Emperor's relic to save it, spoke the Ye Empress, adorned in a crimson imperial robe. As she approached Ye Chen, Buddha Emperor's relic? Ye Chen was taken aback, then retrieved the relic and infused it with spiritual power. Waves of profound and resonant Buddhist chants echoed throughout the realm of the small universe. Subsequently, a divine radiance enveloped the White Emperor Fox, dispelling the demonic energy surrounding it. The wounds on the White Emperor Fox began to heal gradually. Indeed, the Buddha Emperor's relic proved its efficacy. Ye Chen then released the essence of the relic, surrounding Ye Ling's body. Under the illuminating glow of the relic, the demonic energy rapidly dissipated and her injuries began to visibly mend. Following this, Ye Chen employed the same method to heal the nine-leaf phoenix. I'm still alive? Shortly thereafter, the White Emperor Fox opened its eyes, a look of confusion within them, before shifting its gaze to Ye Ling, exclaiming, Ye Chen, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly check if Ye Ling is unharmed. Such unwavering loyalty from the White Emperor Fox? Even on the brink of demise, its thoughts were still with Ye Ling. White Emperor Fox, your fidelity to my sister Ye Ling shall not go unrewarded, Ye Chen vowed. Recalling the moment when the White Emperor Fox selflessly shielded Ye Ling from the demonic corpses, fully aware of the peril it faced. It is only right to do all this for Ye Ling. After all, her status is one I must revere, the White Emperor Fox replied. Ye Chen's face reflected a hint of confusion as he pondered, what is Ye Ling's status? No, what I meant to convey is that we, the Bai Di Fox, revere the moon goddess, and Ye Ling, possessing the silver moon battle body, is a symbol of my faith. A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the Bai Di Fox, as it nearly let slip its secret. This notion was unprecedented to hear. Ye Chen gently shook his head, directing his gaze toward Ye Ling. Brother Chen, Ye Ling's eyes slowly opened, revealing a faint trace of frailty upon her face. Lingo, I am relieved that you are safe. It is my fault. I should never have allowed you to venture into the dark night forest. I truly am despicable. Witnessing Ye Ling's weakened state filled Ye Chen with profound guilt, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. A man does not shed tears lightly. Yet his heart must be touched. Ye Chen had never cried for anyone before, neither in his past life nor in this one. Ye Ling was the first to bring tears to his eyes. His heart, once hardened, softened slightly during the time spent with her. One could say that Ye Ling was the person he was determined to protect at all costs. Brother Chen, do not blame yourself. It is my fault. If only my strength were sufficient, you would not have to worry. Tears trickled down Ye Ling's delicate face, and witnessing Ye Chen's anguish pained her heart deeply. No, Ling, this is not your fault. I swear, in this life and the next, I shall not allow you to suffer even a modicum of harm. Such an incident must never occur again. Ye Chen embraced Ye Ling, his heart filled with love and tenderness. Yes, Ling believes in Brother Chen, she softly murmured, burying her head in his embrace. Ye Ling was immensely important to Ye Chen, just as he was her pillar of strength. For Ye Ling, Ye Chen was her sky, her earth, her everything. As long as Ye Chen found happiness, her world would be filled with sunshine. Previously, you risked damaging your imperial bodies to protect Ye Ling. Accept these cultivation materials. They will not only restore your imperial forms, but also significantly enhance your strength. Ye Chen retrieved a substantial collection of elixirs and materials from the system space and distributed them to the two spirit beasts. The wood spirit essence, fire spirit essence, along with wood spirit concentrate and fire spirit concentrate, not to mention some true spirit liquid. Furthermore, there were 2 nine-leaf peaches. Truly, my imperial eye did not deceive me. The nine-leaf phoenix, adorned with a pair of small wings, displayed excitement in its little eyes. With these cultivation resources, not only could it restore its imperial form, but its martial prowess could also ascend to the 6th tier. It is worth noting that the 6th tier is comparable to the might of a martial sovereign. The Bai Di Fox cast a sidelong glance at the nine-leaf phoenix and remarked, hee, I wonder who it was that spoke of seeking out the neighbor's Tsui Hua. How absurd. Who do you think I am? If I were to favor anyone, it would be the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, not the neighbor's Tsui. A flicker of indignation sparkled in the eyes of the nine-leaf phoenix. The Bai Di Fox continued, that night, that rainy evening, someone was hanging clothes at the window of Tsui Hua's house. Who hangs clothes on a rainy day? Moreover, do you possess your own garments? Goodness. You audacious fox dare to unveil the privacy of this emperor. I engaged in battle with the White Emperor Fox and the nine-leaf phoenix, amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds resonating through the void. At the port of Demon Moon, beneath the canopy of a nine-leaf peach tree, silhouettes clad in silver armor emerged. Each of these silver-armored soldiers was a formidable warrior at the martial respect level, with their leader having ascended to the martial emperor realm. A multitude of powerful beings descended near the peach tree, their expressions imbued with gravity. The ground within a several thousand-meter radius was shattered and ravaged, creating depressions hundreds of meters deep. Everything within that expanse was laid waste. No living creature remained. This place bore the scars of a battle fought by a martial emperor. The leading martial emperor surveyed the terrain with a solemn gaze, scrutinizing the residual aura embedded in the soil. A martial emperor? This was the newly emerged hunting ground. How could a martial emperor have appeared here? One of the silver-armored soldiers was filled with astonishment. A martial emperor is a paragon even in the Eastern Domain. Within the sacred lands, the number of martial emperors worthy of note barely exceeds a few dozen. Indeed, the aura confirms it is a martial emperor. And there exists a palpable trace of demonic energy in the earth. The leader of the martial emperor, his expression grave. Remarked, the reason the Dark Night Forest remains perpetually shrouded in darkness is that it once served as a passage to the Dark Realm. The emergence of demonic energy indicates that the seals in certain areas have begun to weaken. This matter must be reported to the Holy Lord. With a swift motion, a pale purple stream of light surged from the hand of the martial emperor. Subsequently, the violet light shattered the void, entering the sacred domain, specifically a golden hall. Chapter 071. Hidden Realm Level 30 at the port of Demon Moon. Amidst the mist, a verdant bottle floated in the ether. Below this emerald vessel, the four heavenly kings, along with Lin Qing Man and Sidu Qing Lan, sat cross-legged. The Ninely Phoenix, White Emperor Fox, and Yi Linger were also seated in meditation at that moment. A stream of pure energy flowed forth from the interior of the Eight Desolations refining God bottle, potent yet gentle, infusing the bodies of those present, nurturing their martial physiques. The Eight Desolations refining God bottle thoroughly refined the energy of the demonic corpse, and the surging spiritual essence contained within could only be described as terrifying. Under the influence of this spiritual essence, the strength of Yi Linger and her companions began to ascend. Within just an hour, their prowess had elevated to the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. Lin Qi-Man and Sidu Qing Lan had both advanced to the 3rd layer of the Martial King realm. While the strength of the four heavenly kings, aside from Wang Bai and Wang Hai who reached the 3rd layer, saw the other two attain the 1st layer of the Martial King realm. Not only their strength, but the resilience of their martial bodies and bloodlines also experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Ding. Host's hidden realm level has risen to the 11th layer. Ding. The host's hidden realm has ascended to the 12th level. Ding. The host's hidden realm has risen to the 13th level. Ding. The host's hidden realm has advanced to the 30th level. Within the chaotic refining divine bottle, a substantial portion of energy has been refined by Ye Chen. The hidden realm, a unique dimension, enhances the comprehensive combat prowess of martial artists. At the 9th level of the Martial King realm, one may choose to unlock the hidden realm to accumulate strength or directly transition to the martial sovereign realm. Now, Ye Chen has activated the 30th level of the hidden realm, significantly boosting his combat capability, coupled with his royal-grade battle physique and bloodline. He can easily vanquish formidable opponents like Shinshin, a martial sovereign. Should he elevate the hidden realm to 100 levels, Ye Chen would attain the pinnacle of the Martial King realm, enabling him to slay adversaries at the 1st level of the Martial Emperor realm, without the assistance of the Sword of Slaughter. If he were to elevate his strength to the peak of the Martial King realm and wield the Sword of Slaughter, his power would suffice to annihilate mid-tier Martial Emperor foes. Ye Chen has tested the sword's might multiple times in the trial space, yet it has not unleashed the same lethal force as when battling the Demon Corpse. Although the Demon Corpse possessed only royal-grade power, it was a true imperial body, illustrating the ferocity of Ye Chen's intent when he defeated it. The Sword of Slaughter can only manifest its true potency when Ye Chen's killing intent is sufficiently intense. Presently, even brandishing the Sword of Slaughter, he could at most defeat a 1st-level Martial Emperor. He mused, I'm still too weak. I must swiftly elevate my strength to the peak of the Martial King realm. Following Ye Chen, there is sustenance. Wang Bai awakened from his meditative state, a smile of joy gracing his features as he felt the enhancement of his power and martial physique. Wang Yuqing, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Boss Ye Chen, when I return to inherit the assets of the Qifeng dynasty, I will certainly share half of the gold mine with you. My brother does not like your gold mines. And as for who claimed my brother lives off others, they are mistaken. A slight frown appeared on Yi Linger's delicate face. Oh, you little lowly bear a grudge quite well. Brother Cheng will not retract his words, unless you can subdue me. Before Wang Yucheng could finish, a silver moon appeared in his line of sight. This celestial orb, imbued with boundless spiritual energy, descended upon him. Boom. Wang Yucheng attempted to resist, only to discover with horror that the force of the silver moon utterly overwhelmed him. He was launched away. Hai Go. I cannot believe I was bested by this little lowly. Wang Yucheng exclaimed, bewildered, considering he possessed the prowess of a 1st-level martial king, yet was no match for Yi Lingo's single strike. This little lowly is remarkably powerful. Wang Hai's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Ye Linger, seemingly harmless, possessed such formidable combat strength? Once again, a silver moon emerged, manifesting from Ye Linger and then directing its force towards Wang Yuqing. Brother Hai, save me. A flicker of despair crossed Wang Yuqing's face as he sought assistance. Damn it, why did you provoke her of all people? Don't you realize she is a fervent protector? Beside them, Wang Hai tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the heavens. Pretending not to hear Wang Yuqing's plea, boom, Wang Yuqing was hurled through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. His body feeling as though it had been shattered into pieces. Swish. Another silver moon rose. Stop, stop, stop. I admit my fault. I am the one who relies on others. Wang Yuqing looked at the silver moon in the void with a bittersweet expression, adding, however, your strikes are rather excessive. Ah? Did you not say that if I wanted you to retract your words, I would have to subdue you? Ye Linger's innocent expression bore a hint of naivety. Little sister, you are rather straightforward, Wang Yuqing remarked, rubbing his head, bruised and battered, almost on the verge of tears. Cousin, I told you Ye Chen was not to be underestimated. Do you believe me now? Lin Qiman, feeling the surge of power within her, said with a hint of pride to Sita Qinglan beside her. Sita Qinglan, displaying a trace of astonishment, replied, at first, I was somewhat skeptical, but now I am at a loss for words. How did you discern Ye Chen's formidable strength? Of course, it is through appearance. You must understand I never misjudge others. Lin Qiman twirled her hair, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As long as we are with Ye Chen, we are bound to become female saints in the future. Why will we become female saints in the future? Sita Qinglan's face revealed a hint of surprise. Lin Qiman explained, the road ahead is long and winding. Only by being with Ye Chen day after day can we seize some of his opportunities, thus allowing us to attain the status of female saints. Sita Qinglan exhibited a look of partial understanding, saying, I think I am beginning to grasp it. These two women had crafted quite the clever scheme. Whether they would become female saints by following him remained uncertain. However, one thing was certain, they would undoubtedly encounter treasures along the way. Glancing at Lin Qingman and Sita Qinglan, Ye Chen chuckled helplessly. Are you intending to cling to me? Not quite, Sita Qinglan replied, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Rest assured, we will not cling to you. We will merely follow quietly by your side. Ye Chen remarked, wow. A ray of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire dark forest. Subsequently, a grand golden hall appeared before their eyes. This was the location of the final challenge, the Sanyan Hall. Chapter 072. The Abyss of Life and Death. The golden hall stood magnificently, resembling a towering mountain before all. Above the hall, intricate mystical patterns were carved, with spectral forms of spiritual beasts flickering in and out of sight. As the golden hall emerged, a sense of astonishment filled the eyes of Ye Chen and the others. As everyone gazed skyward, a shadow emerged from the mist, swiftly appearing behind Ye Linger. Ye Chen attempted to intervene, only to find the shadow sword poised against Linger's throat. It was a disciple from Tianjin Peak, having cultivated to a concealed realm. Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the shadow's chest, where an azure longsword was embroidered, an emblem of Tianjin Peak. Ye Chen, your sister is in my grasp. If you wish to keep her safe, come to the life and death gorge. The shadow restrained Linger, then twisted and vanished into the fog. It was Ye Chen again. Watching the direction in which the shadow had departed, Ye Chen's expression turned cold and profound. To cultivate to a concealed realm, one must reach the 9th level of the Martial King realm. It was evident that this individual was strategically placed by Ye Chen, deliberately targeting Ye Chen. While he had hoped for a tranquil existence, free from strife, certain individuals insisted on disturbing his peace. Thus, he resolved to eradicate them. A wave of murderous intent surged within Ye Chen as he began to stride toward the shadow's retreating form. You cannot go to the life and death gorge. If you do, you will surely perish. Sita Qinglan barred Ye Chen's path, her face etched with concern. At that moment, Lin Qiman also stepped forward to obstruct Ye Chen, stating, Ye Chen, do you understand what the life and death gorge entails? Within it lies a terrifying set of principles. Even a martial emperor could fall victim to its merciless grasp. Why must you stop me? If it were your sister who had been captured today, would you not venture to the life and death gorge? Ye Chen's resolve was unwavering. Do not speak of certain death, even if it meant facing 100 deaths. Ye Chen would challenge it for my sister. A formidable aura emanated from Ye Chen, pushing Sita Qinglan and Lin Qingman aside. These individuals clearly wish for your demise. Lin Qingman's gaze reflected her concern as she watched Ye Chen's departing figure. Come, cousin. We, the 4 great kings, have benefited greatly from Ye Chen. We must assist him now. Wang Bai patted Lin Qingman's shoulder, producing a white jade pendant adorned with a demonic design, infusing it with spiritual energy. The pendant transformed into waves of mysterious energy, entering Wang Bai's brow. Wang Hai, Wang Ximing, and Wang Yuqing also retrieved 3 uniquely shaped white jade pendants, which transformed into strange energies that flowed into their bodies. In the gorge nestled between 2 towering mountains, Yilingo was bound atop a great tree. Beneath her, a tumultuous mountain stream roared, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Below the rushing waters, Ye Chen approached, bearing a sword of slaughter upon his back. Ye Chen, if you can ascend the river from below the life and death gorge and reach my position, I shall release your sister. The shadow's voice echoed with a chilling laughter. Brother Chen, please do not concern yourself with me, nor venture into the abyss of life and death on my account. Tears welled in Yilingo's eyes, as she could not bear the thought of Ye Chen risking his life for her. Although Yilingo had only attained the 9th level of the Martial King realm, she sensed the terrifying energy lurking within the abyss. Should Ye Chen step into that perilous domain, he would surely face certain demise. Linger for you. I would not hesitate to enter the abyss of life and death, and if need be, I would brave the 18 layers of hell without a moment's hesitation. A resolute gleam shone in Ye Chen's eyes. With tears brimming, Yilingo implored, Brother Chen, your sacrifices for me are unwarranted. Do not speak such foolishness. You are the most significant person in my heart. Not even the entire world could compare to your worth. Everything I do for you is worthwhile. Ye Chen's heart was filled with boundless affection and unwavering determination. Quickly, enter the abyss, or I shall slay this little girl. A sword in the shadowy figure's hand glimmered ominously. Very well, I shall enter the abyss, Ye Chen declared with unwavering resolve, stepping purposefully toward the chasm. As he walked, he proclaimed, Abyss of life and death, shall it be life or death? Today, I, Ye Chen, shall not only survive but also unravel the mysteries of this abyss. With a bold laugh, he strode into the abyss without a hint of hesitation. Brother Chen, I cannot bear to witness your suffering. At that moment, Yilingo's vision blurred, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. To enter the abyss as a mere mortal was tantamount to courting death. The shadowy figure sneered as he observed Ye Chen below. Boom. At that instant, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from within Ye Chen's body. Ding. The host has been impacted by the laws of the abyss of life and death, comprehending 1 law. Ding. The host has been impacted by the laws of the abyss of life and death, comprehending 2 laws. Ding. The host has been impacted by the laws of the abyss of life and death, comprehending 3 laws. Ding. The host has been impacted by the laws of the abyss of life and death, comprehending 10 laws. Buzz. Upon mastering 10 laws, a thunderous sound reverberated within Ye Chen's mind. An understanding of water manifested in his consciousness. Water, though gentle, possesses an unyielding essence. Water is both firm and supple, tangible yet intangible, and shrouded in mystery. The laws of water are capricious, and when integrated into the sword technique, they yield boundless transformations. Congeal. Ye Chen uttered a soft command, and in response, the water within the abyss solidified, ceasing to flow even a fraction. The laws within the abyss shattered instantaneously. Subsequently, droplets from the mountain stream coalesced into a water sword, darting towards the shadowy figure in the void. The water sword, seemingly slow yet swift, reached the figure in an instant, piercing through his brow. Indeed, the laws of water are profoundly mysterious. A hint of surprise flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. If I grant you life, you shall live. If I decree your death, you must perish. This is the power of the law. Mastering the principles equates to brushing against the fringes of the grand path. In an instant, Ye Chen's figure appeared beside the great tree, and with his sword of slaughter, he severed the rope suspended in the void, cradling Yilingo in his arms. Brother Chen, you shouldn't have come. Why are you being so foolish? Yilingo's eyes brimmed with concern. I am aware that they have laid out a grand formation around us and set ambushes, but so what? You are my sister, my only kin in this world. If I do not protect you, who will? Ye Chen gently wiped away Yilingo's tears. Ah, what a pair of unfortunate siblings. Above the ravine, a soldier clad in silver armor coldly regarded Ye Chen. Ye Chen, since you have ventured into this abyss of life and death, do not expect to leave alive today. It seems the enforcement team is willing to serve as the lapdogs of Shenzhen. Observing the silver-armored soldier, Ye Chen's gaze turned frosty. It appeared that within the sacred grounds, the enforcement team did not signify absolute justice. Ye Chen, have you ever heard the saying that money can make a ghost push a millstone? Being a lackey brings benefits. Is that not a form of joy? The silver-armored soldier wore a chilling smile, waving his hand to send a stream of silver light into the depths of the ravine. Simultaneously, figures clad in black martial robes appeared amidst the peaks surrounding the ravine, each unleashing a glimmer of silver light. As these silver beams converged in the void, a vast bowl-shaped light curtain emerged above the abyss of life and death. This is a 6-tier battle formation. Upon witnessing the formation in the void, a glint of coldness flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. A formidable energy surged within the formation, instilling an overwhelming pressure throughout the ravine. The Peak Master has issued an order. Whoever kills Ye Chen will be rewarded with a 6th-tier breakthrough pill. The silver-armored soldier commanded the crowd. What? A 6th-tier breakthrough pill? That is a potion capable of propelling one to the martial sovereign realm. Shocked exclamations arose. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly eliminate Ye Chen. A powerful warrior at the 9th level of the martial king realm prepared to channel his strength into the formation. Just then, a stream of water light surged forth from Ye Chen's sword. Contained within this water light was a terrifying sword in tint that instantly cleaved towards the head of the martial king warrior. The formidable warrior, boasting the 9th level of the martial king realm, froze in place as his head fell silently to the ground. Chapter 073. The 3 Combined Divine Demon Transformation. Ye Chen's strength is astonishing. He actually managed to slay a 9th level martial king warrior with a single strike from afar, and that warrior even possessed a concealed realm. The faces of the numerous powerful beings within the ravine displayed expressions of disbelief. With a series of piercing sounds, more warriors met their demise. Young men clad in black-scaled armor emerged above the ravine. Each time a black-scaled youth struck with his sword, a lifeless body was left behind. As the disciples of the sacred land sought to retaliate, the young man clad in black-scaled armor twisted and vanished into the void. The sound of piercing flesh echoed, followed by the gruesome sight of bloodied corpses tumbling from the mountain gorge. These lifeless bodies plunged into the ravine, staining its waters crimson. With a flourish of his hand, Ye Chen unleashed a torrent of water sword chi, directing it towards various angles within the life and death gorge. The formidable warriors of the martial king realm, unable to activate the array's power in time, found their foreheads pierced by the water sword chi. Another wave of corpses rolled down from the gorge. Activate the array. Today, we must subdue Ye Chen at all costs. The soldier in silver armor glared icily at Ye Chen, channeling his strength into the array to set it in motion. Damn it! Do you think to operate the array without consulting the opinions of the 4 great kings? At that moment, the figures of Wang Bai and his companions appeared atop the trees by the gorge. Huh? Do you truly believe that a few worthless souls like you can compel me to cease? A cold smile crept across the face of the silver-armored soldier. As the saying goes, do not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its measuring cup. How can you assess the 4 great kings merely by our exterior? At that moment, the 4 great kings each held a rabbit leg, their bodies merging into one, transforming into a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Previously, each of the 4 great kings held the strength of the martial king realm, but they now surged into the late martial sovereign realm. This was the triune demonic transformation. Such an art is the true legacy of the demonic palace. How could you 4 possibly attain its inheritance? The silver-armored soldier's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the display of power from Wang Bai and the others. You need not concern yourself with how the 4 great kings acquired the legacy of the demonic palace. Simply know that next year on this day will mark your demise. With that proclamation, the aura of the 4 great kings surged, advancing upon the silver-armored soldier with overwhelming force. Boom! The air resonated with the sounds of battle. The 3-headed, 6-armed figure exhibited no vulnerabilities in either offense or defense. Indeed, the triune demonic transformation not only perfectly fused their powers but also compounded their speed, making them formidable adversaries. The silver-armored soldier, increasingly astonished, found himself retreating under the relentless assault of the 4 great kings. Boom! Their fists struck him with such force that he spat blood and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Ye Chen opened the small universe realm, allowing Yi Linger to enter. He then brandished the sword of slaughter and struck towards the array in the void. Boom! A blade of light, hundreds of meters long, surged from the tip of the sword of slaughter, cleaving toward the grand formation. A 6th-tier array was capable of slaying martial sovereign realm warriors. And even peak martial sovereigns could be temporarily ensnared. Yet, how could Ye Chen's combat prowess be compared to that of a martial sovereign? Boom! The sword of slaughter, imbued with the essence of sword intent and a trace of Taoist power, made contact with the grand formation. The entire firmament trembled, and in an instant, the half-bowl-shaped array shattered. A single strike shattered a 6th-tier formation. Ye Chen had indeed broken the array we had set in the abyss of life and death. Could it be that his strength had reached a level comparable to that of the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm? Only a martial sovereign at the pinnacle could breach such formations. Witnessing Ye Chen's sword slice through the array, a chorus of astonished and incredulous voices erupted. The expressions of all present turned grave. Without the formation, they had effectively lost their means to subdue Ye Chen. Regarding the matter of capturing your sister, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. Why not seek reconciliation? A youth clad in a dark robe emerged from behind a tree in the ravine. Observing the youth, Ye Chen replied coldly, "Reconciliation? Do you think that is possible? I am Su Zhang, ranked 184 on the Earth ranking, the heir of the Su family, one of the illustrious families of the Holy Land. If you are willing to seek peace, I shall apologize and make amends. The young man's face bore a subtle smile, brimming with confidence, as he believed that upon hearing the name of the Su family from the Holy Land, Ye Chen would surely opt for reconciliation. Though the Su family was not among the 5 great families, its foundations were profoundly deep, with 2 martial emperor realm experts and 1 martial sovereign realm expert stationed within. How could a warrior from a humble place like Ziyun County possibly refuse to seek peace? Once you engaged in the plot to harm my sister, you sealed your fate to pay for your actions. With that, as soon as Ye Chen's words fell, he appeared 100 meters away. Subsequently, 2 spirals of energy, one black and one white, manifested in the palms of Ye Chen. The world dimmed for a moment as a torrent of violent energy surged forth, striking Su Zhang. Before he could even react, Su Zhang was struck by Ye Chen's 9-ly divine demon palm. Crack! Su Zhang's martial body shattered instantly, and he was sent flying, subsequently embedded into the mountainside by immense force. How is this possible? Your speed and power are terrifying, comparable to the top 10 on the Earth ranking. Su Zhang, his entire body racked with broken bones, was overwhelmed by shock. Is this your final plea? Ye Chen, shrouded in an aura of unending slaughter, advanced step by step towards Su Zhang. Ye Chen, though I participated in the scheme against your sister, I have never harmed her. Spare me. And I assure you that our Su family will not seek revenge against you in the future. Su Zhang, now terrified, had encountered ruthless individuals before, yet none compared to Ye Chen. The indifference Ye Chen displayed upon hearing the Su family's name was beyond his comprehension. Have you ever heard the saying? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. A faint crimson light enveloped the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's hand, and he thrust the blade towards Su Zhang's brow. Ye Chen, are you not afraid of the Su family's retribution? As Ye Chen's sword struck, Su Zhang's eyes were filled with confusion, rage, and profound shock in his final moments. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me may be tolerated, but if they harm my sister, even the heavens themselves shall tremble before my wrath. With a cold, indifferent glance at Su Zhang's lifeless body, I commanded the remaining ones to be eradicated without exception. Ye Chen issued a directive to the Dragon Clan's Dark Guards. Chapter 074, Mechanized Beings in the Death Gorge. Soldiers clad in silver armor descended from the heavens. The ground was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. This was a one-sided massacre. Even formidable figures like Su Zhang were effortlessly subdued. Team leader Long Xian knelt down to examine the aura emanating from the soil, his expression grave as he remarked, "The presence in this death gorge is akin to that which we encountered previously at Demon Moon Harbor." Long Xian posited that a warrior of the martial emperor realm might have infiltrated the new student's hunting assessment. A member of the enforcement team displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face. If a martial emperor were indeed among us, we would have discovered it by now. I surmise that this is a prodigious genius, one capable of contending with martial emperor-level prowess. Long Xian inhaled deeply, a troubled expression settling on his features. What perplexes me is how someone like Su Zhang could infiltrate the new student hunting grounds. A silver-armored soldier interjected. Access to the new student hunting grounds is typically reserved for peak leaders and elders. The Council of Elders would not permit such an occurrence, suggesting that Su Zhang may have been sent in by a certain peak leader. Then let us keep this matter under wraps for the time being, and declare that these individuals perished at the hands of spirit beasts, Long Xian decreed. The silver-armored soldier nodded and darted off into the distance. I have a strong inkling of who this prodigious genius may be. After decades of silence, the Yunluo Merchant Association has finally birthed a worthy talent. A gossamer leaf of gold, delicate as a cicada's wing, materialized in Long Xian's hand. Humph. The Yunluo Merchant Association has produced talents far superior to this one over the decades. Your praise seems rather exaggerated. Suddenly, the space beside Long Xian distorted, and an elder clad in black martial robes appeared out of thin air. Long Xian asserted, "I trust my instincts." Instincts. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Long Xian. Do not forget, the last genius you favored turned out to be a treacherous wolf, costing the Yunluo Merchant Association dearly. This time, I shall not err in my judgment. However, as long as the Yunluo Merchant Association does not encroach upon his limits, he shall inevitably become our adversary. The black-robed elder questioned, "What, pray tell, are his limits?" Long Xian replied, "If I am not mistaken, it pertains to that little girl." "Let us hope you are not mistaken," the black-robed elder remarked, casting a final glance at Long Xian before vanishing into the void. In the dark night forest, at the Tsangyan Hall. The Tsangyan Hall was immensely grand, rivaling the might of a great mountain. Its doors towered dozens of feet high, adorned with carvings of the 9-leaf sacred tree. Though merely an illustration, it emanated an aura of terrifying pressure. Outside the Grand Hall, Ye Chen and his companions stood in awe. But Songyan Hall was truly magnificent. It seemed that even if all the gold mines of the Wang family were pooled together, they could never construct such an edifice. Wang Yucheng, standing beside the hall, was filled with astonishment. Wang Bai, nearby, curled his lips and remarked, "Even if all your family's gold mines were combined, they would barely suffice to build half of this hall. Come, let us enter the Songyan Hall." Ye Chen did not linger to admire the hall's exterior, but instead strode confidently into its depths. Upon reaching the first level, he was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The vast expanse of the hall stretched for thousands of meters, within which stood numerous automata forged from steel. These mechanical beings were engaged in battle with several disciples from the sacred grounds, showing no signs of inferiority. To Ye Chen's surprise, he discerned that these automata possessed a semblance of intelligence. Even more astonishing was the revelation that when their internal energy was depleted, they would cease fighting, seeking a secure location to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore their strength. No wonder the automatons of the Jiuli sacred ground were heralded as the strongest. Witnessing this spectacle filled Ye Chen with incredulity. It is worth noting that endowing automatons with even a modicum of intelligence is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, one that no one in his previous life on Blue Star had accomplished. Moreover, the fact that these automatons could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of their surroundings to replenish their energy was remarkable. Typically, normal automatons, once issued a combat order, would fight relentlessly until their last breath. In contrast, those endowed with intelligence could devise flexible combat strategies based on the enemy's strength rather than engaging in mindless combat. Furthermore, ordinary automatons required spirit stones to replenish their energy once depleted, presenting a significant drawback. If their energy ran out, they would need to seek spirit stones, during which time enemies might already be upon them, ready to inflict severe damage or even deliver a fatal blow. Conversely, intelligent automatons could absorb spiritual energy from the environment and even draw upon spirit stones to replenish their expended energy. Such automatons bore a striking resemblance to living beings. Not only would the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce be intrigued by these, but I myself find them exceedingly fascinating. As Ye Chen surveyed the multitude of automatons within the Grand Hall, a glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes. However, he dismissed the ordinary automatons, setting his sights on the ones clad in crimson armor deep within the hall. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Ye Chen's being. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before the automaton in red armor. "How dare you lay hands on me? You seek death." A chilling laughter escaped the mechanical being's lips as it pressed its palm towards the void, manifesting a violent palm imprint that surged towards Ye Chen's chest. However, Ye Chen's figure evaded the mechanical entity's assault with the agility of an eel, instantly dodging the attack. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a strike aimed at the mechanical being's head. Boom! Under the immense force, the mechanical figure was sent sprawling backward, its head flattened by Ye Chen's blow. Yet, astonishingly, the mechanical being did not succumb. Instead, a more formidable power emerged from within, pressing down upon Ye Chen. Truly, this mechanical entity was no ordinary foe. A flicker of astonishment glinted in Ye Chen's eyes. Typically, when a mechanical being's head is shattered, it loses its combat capability. But the mechanical beings of the Ninely Sacred Land still possess the strength to counterattack? This was highly unusual. In an instant, Ye Chen appeared before the mechanical entity, his hands twisting towards its neck. The massive head of the mechanical being rolled to the ground. Ding! Acquired 1 mechanical being blueprint. Ding! Acquired 1 mechanical heart. Chapter 075. The Scroll of Martial Intent. 2 system notifications echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Mechanical blueprint. 1 star. Mechanical heart. 1 star. Information regarding the 2 items materialized in Ye Chen's consciousness. Both were 1-star materials, indicating a rather low level. Although Ye Chen found the mechanical beings intriguing, they seemed somewhat feeble. He then cast his gaze deeper into the Grand Hall, where more robust mechanical beings awaited. "You are the ones." Upon sighting these formidable mechanical beings, Ye Chen's figure teleported forward, arriving before them in the blink of an eye, and with a swift motion, he severed the head of one of the beings. Who is this? How could he be so formidable? Beside Ye Chen, an elder disciple at the Martial King level watched in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He had battled the mechanical being for a full 30 minutes and could not subdue it, yet Ye Chen had effortlessly dispatched one with a single strike. This individual is simply monstrous. It's truly disheartening to witness such disparity. Ye Chen cast a helpless glance at the fallen mechanical being. The invisible arrogance was most excruciating. It felt as if his pride had sustained a significant blow. Another Martial King expert, hearing Ye Chen's words, nearly succumbed to his anger. Ding. Acquired mechanical blueprint. 2 stars. Ding. Acquired mechanical heart. 2 stars. Indeed, after defeating these 2 mechanical beings, the blueprints and hearts acquired were evidently of a higher caliber. After examining the mechanical heart and blueprint, Ye Chen once again propelled himself deeper into the Grand Hall. Crack. 2 more mechanical beings fell victim to Ye Chen's prowess as he swiftly twisted their necks. Who is this young man? Could he possibly be among the top 100 on the Earth ranking? Observing Ye Chen's remarkable display of skill, countless senior disciples of the Sacred Land were left utterly astonished. How could one who is not a formidable figure on the Earth ranking so effortlessly annihilate these automatons? A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the first level of the Tsangyan Palace, as dozens of automatons simultaneously had their heads shattered, collapsing to the ground as mere scrap metal. Goodness, such speed and power could rival those within the top 10 of the Earth ranking. How could such an extraordinary talent emerge among the new disciples of our sacred land? Is he perhaps a prodigious genius from one of the noble families? That seems improbable. We have heard of many prodigies from the noble families, yet none have ever been mentioned in relation to someone like him. After witnessing Ye Chen's prowess, everyone was left utterly speechless. In a swift motion, Ye Chen advanced into the second level of the Tsangyan Palace. The second level, equal in size to the first, also housed a multitude of automatons. These automatons, whether in terms of strength or speed, were significantly more formidable than those on the first level. However, before Ye Chen's extraordinary abilities, these automatons could not escape their fate of being swiftly vanquished. As he progressed, the path behind him was strewn with the corpses of automatons. Before long, Ye Chen reached the end of the second level. At the terminus of the second level, 5 small chambers awaited, each containing a scroll. These scrolls pertain to the realm of martial arts. By infusing one's consciousness into them, one could comprehend the essence contained within. The extent of understanding, however, depended on the practitioner's own insight. Ye Chen focused his gaze upon the scrolls, noticing that 3 of the chambers had scrolls that were withered and devoid of luster. It was evident that someone had arrived before him and deciphered the contents. With a flourish, Ye Chen unleashed the 9 Dragons' fire cloak, enveloping himself entirely, and then settled into a meditative posture to delve into the scroll's teachings. As his consciousness entered the scroll, he beheld figures clad in golden armor, each demonstrating various martial techniques. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 1. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gain Palm Dao Insight 1. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 1. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gain Palm Dao Insight 1. Moments later, the scroll of martial arts insight beside Ye Chen lost its luster, and he awoke from his meditative state. Having comprehended the martial arts scroll, Ye Chen gained a profound understanding of both the Palm Dao and Sword Dao. His mastery over the essence of these arts had notably elevated to a higher echelon. The Tsangyan Palace, teeming with countless automatons, served to evaluate the disciples' combat prowess and martial potential. Those who could pass the trials would earn the opportunity to comprehend the martial arts realm. It remains uncertain whether each level contains a martial arts realm scroll. Upon this realization, Ye Chen's figure swiftly darted forth once more, ascending to the 3rd level. In the 3rd level, he effortlessly crushed the mechanical guardians and reached the far end of the Grand Hall. There, 5 exquisite scrolls still hung gracefully. Ye Chen immersed himself in contemplation once again. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 2. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Palm Dao Insight 2. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 2. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Palm Dao Insight 2. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Chen emerged from his state of enlightenment, having enhanced his understanding of martial arts to a new echelon. With a swift motion, he pressed his palm into the void. Before him, a faint dragon-shaped imprint materialized. The manifestation of insight, albeit in its nascent form, signified that his comprehension of the Palm Dao had reached its preliminary stage. Sensing the terrifying essence contained within the palm imprint hovering in the air, anticipation surged within Ye Chen. Should he manage to grasp the insights of each level, to what formidable heights would his Palm Dao and Sword Dao ascend? With a flicker of movement, he proceeded to the 4th level. Upon arriving at the 4th level of the Tsangyan Hall, Ye Chen encountered a group of senior disciples from the sacred ground. These seasoned practitioners were entangled in a fierce battle with a swarm of mechanical beings, the outcome hanging in the balance. Before the martial arts insight scrolls, several senior disciples furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, yet yielded no results. Engaging with the martial Dao scrolls required a certain fortuity. Mere intellect was insufficient to grasp the legacies contained within. One must resonate sufficiently with the scrolls to unlock their wisdom. However, Ye Chen was an exception, possessing an infinite signing-in system. Whenever he chose to comprehend a scroll, he would inevitably extract its teachings. Some senior disciples, observing Ye Chen's attempts to fathom the scrolls, were expressions of derision. This youth appears to be a mere novice. Does he truly believe he can unravel the insights within the scroll? One scoffed. Even our brother Qin has failed. I cannot fathom how he could succeed. Just then, a surge of white luminescence erupted from the martial Dao insight scroll, penetrating Ye Chen's mind. Chapter 076, Robbery with an Educational Twist? The reaction from the martial Dao insight scroll left the senior disciples in a state of astonishment. No one anticipated that a novice disciple could so effortlessly comprehend the scroll, claiming its legacy. They were distinguished among their peers, some even being top-tier experts, and yet they had been bested by a newcomer. Such a revelation was difficult for many to accept. Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 3 Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Palm Dao Insight 3 Ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao Insight Scroll. Gain Sword Dao Insight 3 Ding. The host successfully comprehended the Martial Dao's Artistic Conception Scroll. Attaining mastery of the Dao of Control. The echoes of the system's notifications resonated within Ye Chen's mind. Subsequently, his understanding of both the Dao of Control and the Sword Dao saw significant enhancement. Young man, what insights have you gleaned from the Martial Dao's Artistic Conception Scroll? A group of senior disciples approached Ye Chen with unfriendly expressions. Ye Chen replied, I have nothing to divulge. Listen, I advise you to obediently share your insights with us. We might consider showing leniency. One of the youths clad in a crimson martial robe sneered at Ye Chen. Observing the group before him, Ye Chen expressed his astonishment. Do you dare to commit such brazen acts of robbery within the Tsongyan Hall? Are you not afraid of the enforcement team from the Holy Land? Within the Tsongyan Hall, the enforcement team pays no heed to us, as long as no lives are lost and no one is crippled. Everything we do is justified, understand? The senior disciple in the red robe smile grew even colder. I see. If that is the case, then the ensuing events will be much simpler. A mischievous grin spread across Ye Chen's face as he strode toward the group of senior disciples. What do you intend to do? The red-robed disciple felt an ominous premonition at the sight of Ye Chen's grin. What am I going to do? Why, I am here to rob you. Hand over all your valuables. Ye Chen advanced step by step toward the red-robed youth and his companions. You think you can simply rob us, the Black Dragon Gang? The red-robed youth momentarily froze before a mocking smile crept across his face. Slap. Before the smile could fully fade, it was frozen in place. Ye Chen's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, and with a resounding slap, he struck the red-robed youth's face. You dare to hit me? Slap. Before the red-robed youth could finish his retort, Ye Chen delivered another slap. Blood spewed from the youth's mouth as he was sent flying. Do you understand who the Black Dragon Gang is within the Holy Land? My elder brother, the Black Dragon, is a formidable figure on the heavenly ranking of the inner sanctum. You dare strike me, crack. Another slap landed on the red-robed youth's face. You have gone too far. How dare you strike a member of the Black Dragon Gang? Are you not afraid? The red-robed youth was sent flying once more, crashing violently into the ground of the hall, shattering the stones beneath him. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how their leader had been so easily bested by a mere newcomer. Shouldn't the narrative dictate that the newcomer be the one to suffer and relinquish all possessions and insights into the martial Dao? How had the story taken such an unexpected turn? This cannot stand. The scriptwriter must be sent a warning. Young man, please, stop. I will surrender my valuables. The red-robed youth attempted to plead further, but upon seeing Ye Chen's raised hand, he cowered immediately. Everyone remained frozen, bewildered. What was happening? Their leader had been utterly intimidated? The opportunity to send a blade to the screenwriter has vanished. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and hand over everything of value. The young man in the red robe bellowed at several formidable warriors of the Martial King realm beside him. Reluctantly, a few of the Martial Kings produced their storage rings and bags, presenting them to Ye Chen. We have surrendered all our valuables. Can we leave now? The young man in red demanded. His face darkened as he addressed Ye Chen. I mean all valuables, Ye Chen replied, his gaze fixating on a white jade pendant gleaming with an unusual luster at the young man's waist. Absolutely not. This pendant is my token of affection with the lovely Tsue Hua next door. I cannot part with it. The young man pleaded. Bah, a man of honor, born into this world, should not dwell on Tsue Hua every day. What of your martial arts? What of your ambitions? Ye Chen retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the young man's face. Take my advice. Tsue Hua is not suitable for you. You ought to possess a broader vision. It is not cruelty that drives me to separate you, but rather the understanding that you belong to entirely different worlds. With that, Ye Chen took the pendant without hesitation. The young man's complexion shifted from green to purple. What audacity! I have seen robberies before, but never one so brazen. And what is this? Robbery with a dose of moral education? He nearly spat blood in disbelief. Can we leave now? He inquired, struggling to suppress his fury as he looked at Ye Chen. Leave? I have yet to finish speaking. Ye Chen exclaimed. You enter the sacred land to train, yet your mind wanders to Tsue Hua. Squandering your parents' hard-earned money while living in a daze. Does your conscience not ache? Is there not a shred of remorse within you? Ye Chen stepped closer to the young man, scrutinizing him. Your actions are no different from those of a beast in human clothing. To liberate you from this wickedness, leave your clothes behind and depart. Bandit, beast, if we hand over our clothes, we will be left with nothing but our undergarments. The young man nearly erupted in rage. Slap. A resounding crack echoed once more, and the young man's face swelled like that of a pig. Do you take issue with my words? And no, brother. I wholeheartedly agree with you. We will sincerely repent and ensure we never repeat our mistakes. The young man lamented, surrendering his garments. The rest, with faces full of resentment, followed suit, relinquishing their clothing. Get out of my sight and don't let me see you again, Ye Chen commanded. Yes, dear brother, we shall take our leave. The young man replied with a mournful expression as he soared toward the lower part of the Tsangyan Palace. The others, equally grim-faced, followed suit. Ye Chen shouted, for goodness sake. Run properly and don't prance around. What an affront. The group momentarily halted, their faces flushed, nearly choking on blood in indignation. Subsequently, several individuals hastened past the Tsangyan Palace below with remarkable speed. Ah, ruffians. Ah, the sacred land assessment. Why must it attract such scoundrels? By heavens. The sacred land examination has unveiled a man in undergarments. I must ensure this incident graces the Eastern Domain Wind and Cloud report. Alas, the young men in crimson robes could no longer contain their humiliation and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 077. Successfully captured Sister's attention. The Eastern Domain Wind and Cloud report featured numerous headlines trending across the region. Youngsters throughout the Eastern Domain held a gem in their hands, gazing at the text and images projected from within. My goodness. The prodigy Ji Wuye of the Eastern Domain has indeed slain an imperial-grade dragon, using its blood to refine his body and significantly enhance his martial prowess. The Eastern Domain's Sacred King's residence and the Yunluo Merchant Association's commercial cloud ship were ambushed, their cargo completely plundered, with the Black Market's Epine Hall declaring responsibility for the incident. The Moonflower Divine Palace has launched a new version of the Moonlight Divine Dew. Priced at 1 million spirit stones per bottle, the premier choice for beauty and detoxification. Oh, the Jioli Sacred Land has also made headlines. Sacred Land Assessment reveals a 2-centimeter phenomenon. The Sacred Land Assessment unveils a man in undergarments. Good heavens, have the disciples of the Jioli Sacred Land truly become this unrestrained? Such scenes unfolded across various locales in the Eastern Domain. The popularity of the Jioli Sacred Land surged to the forefront due to the events surrounding this new student assessment. In the Tai Sacred Land, within the Tai Hall, the Sacred Master Li Maqian observed the contents of the Eastern Domain Wind and Cloud report, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, the Jioli Sacred Land has truly fallen from grace, accepting such disciples. No wonder they linger at the bottom among the 3 great sacred lands. Over the years, the Jioli Sacred Land has not produced any prodigies of note, so it is only natural that they would gather such mediocre disciples. Standing beside Li Maqian was an elderly man clad in gray robes, who sneered, in due time. The Qinglong Void Realm shall open, and the past grievances will be settled once and for all. Among the youth of the Jioli Sacred Land, fewer than 100 are listed on the Earth and Heaven rankings. They no longer possess the means to contend with the younger generation of my Tai Sacred Land. Li Maqian nodded, a cruel smile gracing his face as he declared, once the Qinglong Void Realm is opened, the so-called geniuses of the Jioli Sacred Land will be utterly annihilated by my Tai Sacred Land. The elder in black robes chuckled coldly. The Jioli Sacred Land is destined for decline. In another sacred land, the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, the Sacred Master Gu Qiansheng held a curved blade in hand, meticulously carving a wooden puppet. After a considerable time, he ceased his work, fixating on the puppet and reciting, the essence of heaven and earth is exquisite, embodying the elegance of mountains and waters. Alas, though you may know me, I remain unrecognized. Our reunion now only stirs longing. As he stared blankly at the puppet, an elder clad in a purple martial robe emerged from the shadows, stating, Sacred Master, the Qinglong Void Realm will soon open. And I have heard that the Tai Sacred Land will take action. Should our Jiuxiu Sacred Land also move against the Jioli Sacred Land? The gaze of Gu Qiansheng turned icy as he remarked, Humph. Our nine heavens holy land shall not only take action but also ensure that the Jioli holy land pays a heavy price. The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. Has the holy master plotted for so many years merely for the events of the past? Events of the past? A pained smile flickered across Gu Qianqing's face as he replied, Are you aware that when Yi Inghao abandoned Xiao'er, the enmity between us could only be resolved through life and death? Casting a glance at Gu Qianqing, the elder hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words. I understand what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I can distinguish between the future of the nine heavens holy land and my personal grievances. Gu Qianqing meticulously carved the puppet in his hands, stepping deeper into the grand hall. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Sword Dao Realm 9. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Palm Dao Realm 9. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Sword Dao Realm 9. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Palm Dao Realm 9. Having swept through the mechanical beings, Ye Chen arrived at the 9th level. Upon completing his insights at this level, Ye Chen's martial arts realm saw a significant elevation. If his previous understanding of martial arts was akin to a drop of water, then his current comprehension was comparable to a bowl of water, representing an immeasurable difference. Upon reaching the 10th level, Ye Chen discovered 5 individuals standing before the martial arts realm scroll, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader among them was a tall woman, and Ye Chen cast his gaze upon her with keen interest. The woman possessed dark golden pupils and her body was adorned with scales reminiscent of a dragon. These scales did not appear cumbersome, rather, they accentuated her figure, showcasing alluring curves. This was indeed the royal grade flame dragon battle body and flame dragon bloodline, truly. The Holy Land was a cradle of exceptional talent. Sensing the immense energy contained within the woman, a faint look of surprise crossed Ye Chen's face. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he shifted his focus back to the martial arts realm scroll. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended martial arts realm scroll. Gaining Sword Dao Realm 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Palm Dao Realm 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Sword Dao Realm 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended Martial Arts Realm Scroll. Gaining Palm Dao Realm 10. Ye Chen opened his eyes. Powerful energies of the realm swirling around him. The woman possessing the flame dragon battle body suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Ye Chen with astonishment and disbelief. This person has completely grasped the concepts within the scroll in less than 5 minutes. Seemingly oblivious to the surprise etched on her face, Ye Chen turned to leave. Please, wait. The woman, with a gentle smile, halted him. I am Feng Qiling from the Holy Land. Ye Chen appeared slightly perplexed and inquired, What brings you here? Nothing of great importance, merely a desire to befriend you, Feng Qiling replied. Her golden eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. As a prodigious talent from a prestigious family, she possessed considerable confidence in her own understanding. However, she did not anticipate being overshadowed by Ye Chen's remarkable insight, which had successfully captured her attention. Would you, perhaps, consider being my friend? Feng Qiling inquired with a serene smile, a smile that could captivate nations. Very well, Ye Chen nodded at Feng Qiling before turning to depart. The time allotted for the opening of the Tsunyan Hall was limited, and he aimed to comprehend as many martial artistic concepts as possible within that time frame. Thus, he had no intention of wasting excessive time on Feng Qiling. Is that all? Just 3 words, and you leave? As she watched Ye Chen vanish from her sight, a look of astonishment crossed Feng Qingling's delicate features. Could it be that this young man was unaware of the influence of the Feng family? Did he not recognize that he stood before one of the 10 beauties of the Holy Land? Feng Qingling? How could he disregard her beauty, figure, and prowess? Feng Qingling was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went, and countless scions of noble families would eagerly seek her companionship, even to the extent of fawning over her. Yet, this boy had completely overlooked her. For the first time, she experienced the sensation of being underestimated. Young man, you have certainly captured my attention, Feng Qingling mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she redirected her focus to the scroll above. Suddenly, a powerful wave of intent emanated from her. Upon reaching the 11th level of the Tsunyan Hall, Ye Chen discovered that the mechanical beings here were markedly different. Whereas the previous automatons were merely a fusion of steel and spiritual energy, these new constructs exhibited not only spiritual fluctuations, but also a faint essence of the 5 elements. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Chen summoned a surge of light and struck at one of the mechanical beings before him. You seek your doom by daring to attack me. The automaton sneered, its entire form glimmering with a subtle metallic sheen. It then unleashed a torrent of gold-infused spiritual energy towards Ye Chen's palm strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Ye Chen's palm strike connected with the automaton's chest. Yet he was astonished to find that, with the enhancement of gold energy, the automaton's defenses had increased severalfold. Despite his strength, the impact only caused a slight indentation in its body. With a swift motion, Ye Chen closed the distance and twisted the automaton's head off. Ding! Acquired a blueprint for the automaton, level 11 star. Ding! Acquired a clockwork heart, level 11 stars. 2 system notifications resonated, and within Ye Chen's system space, 2 items materialized. Although he had already received a clockwork heart from the system, the one before him could not be overlooked. With this thought, Ye Chen bent down, preparing to retrieve the clockwork heart. However, a formidable resistance manifested in the void. Inside the Tsunyan Hall, clockwork hearts above level 10 were prohibited from being taken away. An ancient voice echoed in Ye Chen's mind, revealing that clockwork hearts of such high caliber could not be removed. It appeared that the Jiuli sacred land held a strong protective stance regarding the clockwork beings. Nonetheless, this was advantageous for me. When the Yuluo Chamber of Commerce convened, I could present the lowest tier clockwork heart to Yilingxiu, while retaining the superior ones for myself. Additionally, possessing clockwork hearts above level 10 would enable me to forge an army of clockwork warriors. With this in mind, Ye Chen's figure darted toward the area of the martial Dao intent scroll. Crack! After dispatching several obstructing clockwork beings, Ye Chen once again arrived beneath the martial Dao intent scroll. Ding! Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao intent scroll. Obtaining sword Dao intent 11. Ding! Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao intent scroll. Obtaining palm Dao intent 11. Ding! Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao intent scroll. Obtaining sword Dao intent 11. Ding! Host successfully comprehended. Martial Dao intent scroll. Obtaining palm Dao intent 11. A series of system notifications reverberated, elevating Ye Chen's martial Dao intent to a new echelon. In the Jiuli sacred land, within the Elder Hall, a majestic golden palace, standing 10 meters high, floated at the center of the hall. The golden palace was constructed in exact proportion to the Tsunyan Hall, comprising 30 layers in total. Currently, on the 29th layer of the golden palace, 3 golden glows flickered. This signified that 3 individuals had comprehended the contents of the martial Dao intent scroll on the 29th layer. Li Tianyi of the Li family, Zhao Feng of the Zhao family, and Wang Munin of the Wang family. It appeared that these individuals had a promising chance of reaching the pinnacle this year. Should they succeed, they would reap unforeseen benefits. These disciples had restrained their cultivation at the 6th level of the martial king realm to seize the opportunities hidden within the Tsunyan Hall. It seemed that this year, 3 extraordinary prodigies would emerge from the Jiuli sacred land. Several elders focused their attention on the pinnacle of the Tsunyan Hall, where a pale purple orb levitated in the void. As they gazed at the orb, a fervent glint shone in each elder's eyes. Oh, what was that silver light below? Among the new disciples, someone had actually reached the 10th layer so swiftly? The Grand Elder Xiao He and the Second Elder Chu Yunfeng exchanged surprised glances as they observed the shimmering silver lights flickering on the 10th and 11th layers. This signifies that there are 2 individuals who have comprehended the profound layers of the artistic scroll. Indeed, 2 new disciples have ascended to the 10th level. An elder, clad in a black martial robe, bore a look of astonishment and remarked, "One of them must be Feng Qiling from the Feng family." While the identity of the other remains unknown, another elder expressed, "Feng Qiling possesses an imperial tier battle physique and bloodline, given her talent and comprehension. Her arrival at the 10th level is hardly surprising. However, the other individual has not drawn much attention from the Holy Land, suggesting he does not hail from the eastern region." The Grand Elder, Xiaohe, interjected, "Oh, not from the eastern region? It is remarkable that such a prodigious talent could arise from those uncivilized lands." The Second Elder, Chu Yunfeng, commented, "Perhaps he is one of the chosen ones. After all, our holy land of Jiuli has seen a sage from the state of Jiang in its history." Suddenly, he paused. "Wait, something feels amiss." The speed of this youth appears rather extraordinary. Indeed, while Feng Qiling pondered at the 10th level, this young man had already ascended to the 12th level, having spent merely 2 minutes at the 11th level. What? 2 minutes to comprehend a level? Such speed surpasses even our holy master, Yinghao, in his youth. The numerous elders of the Holy Land gazed at the golden hall before them, their expressions rife with astonishment. Wait, this youth has accelerated again. Now it appears he is advancing 1 level per minute. Such velocity is beyond what even the Holy Master could compare. The Grand Elder, Xiaohe, narrowed his eyes, filled with disbelief. The Second Elder, Chu Yunfeng, took a deep breath and continued, "It seems we must pay close attention to this young man." Inside the Tsunyan Hall, At the 30th level, Li Tianyi, Wang Yunan, and Zhao Feng were engrossed in comprehending the martial artistic scroll before them. At that moment, Ye Chen's figure materialized at the 29th level. A new disciple had actually reached the 29th level? Upon seeing Ye Chen, Wang Yunan and the others displayed expressions of surprise. The three scrutinized Ye Chen, while he, in turn, examined them. The trio of disciples before Ye Chen were all at the 6th tier of the martial king realm, endowed with imperial physiques and bloodlines. Coupled with their accumulation of martial knowledge, their current combat prowess could be likened to mid-stage martial venerates. Presently, at the 29th level of the Canyon Hall, there existed only 3 martial artistic scrolls. Ye Chen's arrival undoubtedly posed a threat to the trio. Whosoever could first grasp the essence within the scroll would seize the opportunities it contained. Moreover, at the rear of the scroll, there stood a bronze gate intricately carved with the Jioli sacred tree. Although the bronze gate had yet to open, a terrifying aura emanated from within, hinting at the formidable power contained therein. Clearly, whoever could first comprehend this essence would gain entry through the bronze gate and secure a portion of the opportunities within. Young man, this martial artistic scroll has already been reserved by us 3. I advise you to leave promptly. Zhao Feng, clad in a blue martial robe, approached Ye Chen with an unfriendly demeanor. Hey, when did the ethereal scroll within the sacred land transform into your private possession? A cold smirk appeared on Ye Chen's face. If you wish to comprehend this scroll, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength. Dressed in a blue martial robe, Zhao Feng's gaze was icy as he hurled a punch at Ye Chen. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. Before Zhao Feng's attack could land, Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, a terrifying palm imprint descended upon Zhao Feng's chest. He was sent flying, and when he crashed to the ground, his bones were shattered, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. How could this be possible? Within the Grand Hall, voices of shock erupted. It is essential to note that the 3 individuals present were by no means weak. Each possessed an imperial-grade combat physique, an imperial-grade bloodline, and even extensive combat experience. Such beings were unexpectedly no match for Ye Chen in a single blow? Now, I can surely comprehend the martial artistic scroll, can't I? Ye Chen cast a sweeping glance at Zhao Feng and the others before stepping purposefully towards the martial artistic scroll. Beside him, Wang Yunan and Li Tianyi gazed at Ye Chen with frosty expressions, yet none dared to impede his progress. Understanding the martial artistic scroll relies on enlightenment, not mere martial prowess. I do not believe you can decipher its contents. Zhao Feng slowly rose from the ground, a faint hint of derision in his eyes. Beside him, Li Tianyi scoffed, saying, "We are scions of the sacred land as esteemed families, trained from a young age by specialists in enlightenment. If even we cannot grasp the scroll's contents, how could you possibly succeed? Indeed, the insights of the scroll on the 29th layer cannot be so easily comprehended." Wang Yunan concurred, believing that Ye Chen could not possibly decipher its essence. However, in the next moment, a formidable aura of enlightenment surged from Ye Chen's being. Zhao Feng and his companions' expressions froze, undoubtedly stung by this revelation. No one anticipated that Ye Chen's comprehension would be so astonishing. He had only taken half a minute to grasp the essence contained within the martial artistic scroll. Host successfully comprehended. Martial artistic scroll, acquired sword path insight 29 ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial artistic scroll, acquired palm path insight 29 ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial artistic scroll, acquired sword path insight 29 ding. Host successfully comprehended. Martial artistic scroll, acquired palm path insight 29. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Ye Chen felt his martial artistic enlightenment elevate significantly. If Ye Chen's martial artistic insight had previously been likened to a bowl, it had now grown to the size of a massive water tank. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the bronze door opening resonated, revealing a faintly purple orb, entwined with spiritual energy, materializing in the void. This was the Imperial Dan of the Canyon Emperor. The Canyon Grand Hall was founded by the Canyon Emperor, who, in his lifetime, possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor at the 9th level. His Imperial Dan not only encapsulated a significant portion of his cultivation but also embodied the Canyon Emperor's profound understanding of martial arts. If one could absorb even a fraction of the Celestial Emperor's Dan, it would equate to an opportunity to enter the realm of emperors. Upon gazing at the pale purple orb suspended in the void, Zhao Feng and his companions were momentarily stunned, their eyes soon glinting with a flicker of avarice. This greed gradually morphed into a fervent madness. Just as Zhao Feng and his companions were about to surge towards the bronze door, 3 beams of light erupted from the void, crashing into their bodies. The trio expelled blood and was sent reeling backward. To ascend to the pinnacle of the Celestial Cloud Palace, one must comprehend the martial Dao's artistic scroll. any further transgression would result in execution. An ancient voice resonated from the hall's apex, penetrating the minds of all present. "My apologies, Elder, it was our indiscretion." Zhao Feng and his companions bowed towards the void, their eyes gradually calming from their earlier frenzy and greed. However, when they glanced at Ye Chen, their gazes were laced with profound envy and jealousy. Absorbing the Emperor's dance signified an enhanced chance of becoming a formidable Emperor-level warrior. In other words, Ye Chen now possessed a significantly higher probability of attaining the martial Emperor realm. With a thunderous sound, the bronze door sealed shut. Seated cross-legged on the 30th level, Ye Chen directed his consciousness into the orb suspended in the void. Although the Emperor's Dan was merely the size of a fist, the energy contained within was vast as an ocean. Ye Chen's consciousness drifted within the Dan, absorbing its potent energy. Ding. Successfully absorbed a strand of Emperor's Dan energy. Hidden realm elevated to level 31. Ding. Successfully absorbed a strand of Emperor's Dan energy. Hidden realm elevated to level 32. Ding. Successfully absorbed a strand of Emperor's Dan energy. Hidden realm elevated to level 33. Ding. Successfully absorbed a strand of Emperor's Dan energy. Hidden realm elevated to level 100. Ding. Host cultivation realm elevated to the peak of Martial King realm. The peak of the Martial King realm, a wholly new dimension. As the hidden realm ascended to level 100, Ye Chen felt as if his entire being were being forged by hammers, initiating a profound metamorphosis. Within Ye Chen's martial body, a towering crimson dragon silhouette materialized. This blood-red dragon, a manifestation of Ye Chen's breakthrough into the peak of the Martial King realm, represented the culmination of his martial prowess and bloodline power. Coalescing into a realm of ultimate potential, the ultimate realm harbored an overwhelming aura, granting the martial artist an indisputable advantage in battle. Furthermore, the blood dragon within Ye Chen's ultimate realm could unleash tremendous offensive power to vanquish foes. With a resounding whoosh, a surge of formidable energy emanated from the blood-red dragon. Layers of energy from the Emperor's Dan in the void flowed into the blood dragon. After absorbing this energy, Ye Chen's ultimate realm began to strengthen rapidly. Ding. Ultimate realm, level 1. Ding. Ultimate realm, level 1. Ding. Ultimate realm, level 1. Ding. Ultimate realm elevated to the pinnacle, crack. As the realm of utmost excellence ascended to its pinnacle, cracks began to form in the purple Imperial Dan within the void. Subsequently, the energy was depleted, shattering into a cascade of ashes. With the realm of utmost excellence, coupled with my martial intent, even without wielding the sword of slaughter, I could effortlessly subdue mid-stage martial emperors. A gentle joy blossomed within Ye Chen's heart. Suddenly, 2 violet points of light materialized at the apex of the chamber. Then entered Ye Chen's brow. These represented 2 profound laws. Sensing the energy of the 2 laws, Ye Chen waved his hand, and 2 flames of violet hue took shape in the void. These were 2 flames of the law of fire, one of the fundamental laws. Young man, I am the Tsongyan Emperor. Your ability to absorb my Imperial Dan signifies a fateful connection between us. These 2 laws are a gift from me to you. May you contribute to the sacred land in the future. A hazy elder's apparition emerged from the void. Thank you for your legacy, esteemed elder. Ye Chen bowed respectfully to the elder's figure in the void. Indeed, the youth is teachable. The elder nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his hand through the void, forming a pitch-black passage within the Grand Hall. Your score and overall ranking are both first. You may enter the 3rd space of the Jiuli Sacred Tree for cultivation. Ye Chen, slightly perplexed, inquired, what is the 3rd space of the Jiuli Sacred Tree? The Jiuli Sacred Tree is the foundation of my Jiuli Sacred Land. Within the sacred tree lies the essence of temporal and spatial rules. The cultivation time ratio in the 3rd space is 30:1, meaning that while 1 day passes outside, 30 days elapse within the sacred tree. Young man, I can assist you no further. With these words, the elder's figure vanished completely from the void. With a rush, Ye Chen stepped into the transport passage within the void, disappearing from the Grand Hall. This time, I must seize the energy of the Imperial Dan before that young man. Just as Ye Chen's figure faded from the Grand Hall, Zhao Feng and his companions appeared in quick succession. However, as they prepared to absorb the Imperial Dan, they found the vast chamber utterly empty, devoid of even a trace of a Dan. Chapter 080. 100-fold cultivation speed. Both Zhao Feng and Wang Munen's expressions darkened. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen's strength was so formidable that he had effortlessly consumed the Imperial Dan. We truly underestimated this young man. Since he has taken the Imperial Dan, we shall not be merciful. A cold glint flickered in Li Tiany's eyes. Zhao Feng, slightly taken aback, inquired, Brother Tiany, do you intend to take action against this young man? We have prepared for years to seize the opportunities within the Imperial Dan, only to have it snatched away by an unknown youth. He has stolen our chance, and he must pay the price. Li Tiany's gaze was icy, his voice grave. In due time, The day of the Qinglong Void's opening will arrive. If that young man dares to enter the Qinglong Void, it will be his moment of demise. Hee. When the time comes to eliminate this young man, we shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. A cold smirk graced the faces of Wang Munin and Zhao Feng. Beneath an expansive and boundless starry sky, Ye Chen gazed upward at the myriad of celestial bodies. Initially, he had presumed that the Jiuli sacred tree resided within the heart of the Jiuli sacred land. However, he was taken aback to discover that it existed within a realm of cosmic dimensions. The starry expanse before him constituted the firmament of this world. Upon entering the Jiuli sacred tree, Ye Chen chose not to engage in immediate cultivation, but instead, he meticulously observed the spatial architecture within the tree. Within the Jiuli sacred tree, potent temporal and spatial laws governed all existence, constraining everything within their grasp. Particularly, the stars above seemed to operate according to some esoteric principle, revealing a unique temporal structure. The profundity of the path of time and space was astonishing. He pondered when he might grasp such power. As he sensed the force of time and space, a deep yearning welled up within Ye Chen. He spent an entire day and night within the Jiuli sacred tree, yet he failed to comprehend the subtleties of its temporal mysteries, despite possessing an infinite signing and system that could aid in his understanding of all things. The essence of time and space proved to be too intricate for him to decipher at present. Resolving to abandon his attempts to fathom the power of time and space, Ye Chen subsequently activated his small cosmic realm. Upon entering this miniature cosmos, Ye Chen was astonished to witness profound transformations. 8 broad spiritual rivers, each several dozen meters wide, converged from all directions around his lotus flower courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard, a plethora of high-level spiritual plants flourished, and under the nourishing influence of potent spiritual energy, numerous king-tier spiritual herbs emerged. Upon soaring to the zenith of his small cosmic realm, Ye Chen discovered that its expanse had magnified beyond measure, stretching over 1,000 miles. Notably, the spirit of the world had ascended to royal status, with trees soaring into the clouds, their heights unfathomable. Furthermore, the area enveloped by the spirit's energy now surpassed 100 miles. Within this radius, all flora had evolved into high-grade spiritual essences and herbs. Ding. The small cosmic realm has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. In the small cosmic realm, the flow of time is at a ratio of 60:1. Ding. The trial space has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. The cultivation speed in the trial space has increased 100-fold. The time flow within the small cosmic realm was 60 times faster, while that within the Jiuli sacred tree was 30 times faster, yielding an overall time ratio of 90. After accounting for a day's worth of wasted time, Ye Chen realized he had a substantial 89 days available for cultivation. His countenance brightened as he stepped into the trial space. Ding. Xianhuang Shattering Godsword Qi, level 100. Ding. Xianhuang Shattering Godsword Qi, level 100. Ding. Jiuli Divine Demon Palm, level 100. Ding. Jiuli Divine Demon Palm, level 100. Ding. Jiuli Heavenly Sun Technique, level 100. Ding. Jiuli Heavenly Sun Technique, level 100. Within the trial space, Ye Chen commenced an intense period of cultivation, activating the Jiuli Heavenly Sun Technique while simultaneously honing the Xianhuang Shattering Godsword Qi and the Jiuli Divine Demon Palm. Following the recent encounter with the demonic corpse, Ye Chen realized his strength remained insufficient. To safeguard Yilinger, Ye Chen must cultivate greater strength. He continues to elevate his prowess, repeatedly drawing and sheathing his sword in relentless practice. Time flows like a stream, and before he realizes it, it quietly slips away. Ding. 9 Li Divine Demon Palm, level 100, currently at 10 million level. Ding. Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Qi, level 100, currently at 10 million level. Ding. 9 Li Sun Technique, level 100, currently at 10 million level. After 90 days, Ye Chen emerges from his state of cultivation. At this moment, both the Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Qi and the 9 Li Divine Demon Palm, as well as the 9 Li Sun Technique, have all been cultivated to the 10 million level. Although this is merely 1/10 of the 100 million level, it marks a significant achievement in mastering the 3 divine techniques. Now, beneath the Imperial tier, I am invincible. I even possess the strength to contend with Imperial level warriors. A profound confidence swells within Ye Chen. An indescribable aura emanates from him, signifying his transformation over these 90 days of training, both in demeanor and in strength. With a whoosh, Ye Chen's figure materializes outside the trial space. He steps forward steadily, and the air around him shimmers with faint sword-shaped phantoms, embodying a terrifying essence of swordsmanship. Whoosh! A scorching wave of energy manifests in the void, followed by the appearance of a colossal phoenix, 100 meters in size, engulfed in 9 colored flames. Through these days of training, Ye Chen's strength has ascended to the first realm of martial emperor, rendering him invincible. Just as Ye Chen exits the trial space, a streak of fire blazes across the heavens. Ye Chen, today I shall challenge you. Terrifying flames surge from the body of the nine-leaf phoenix. As they rush towards Ye Chen with oppressive force, the fearsome flames form a phoenix-shaped illusion that descends upon Ye Chen. However, to the astonishment of the nine-leaf phoenix, Ye Chen does not evade. He allows the flames to strike him directly. Instantly, the nine-colored flames extinguish and dissolve into nothingness. Ye Chen did not remain idle. He utilized the nine-leaf sun technique to directly counter the attack of the nine-leaf phoenix. Despite the formidable combat prowess of the nine-leaf phoenix, it could not even harm a single hair on Ye Chen. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the nine-leaf sun technique. How can this be? I have cultivated the nine-leaf imperial flame, yet I cannot even harm a single hair of yours. This is impossible. The eyes of the nine-leaf phoenix glimmer with disbelief, and its flames surge fiercely as it lunges toward Ye Chen. Whoosh! Ye Chen's palm presses towards the void, and a terrifying imprint of his hand materializes, striking down upon the flames unleashed by the nine-leaf phoenix. The flames generated by the nine-leaf phoenix are completely shattered at this moment. Subsequently, the imprint descended with a force of immense magnitude upon the chest of the nine-leaf phoenix. With a gasp, a stream of blood erupted from the phoenix's mouth, as it was violently hurled back several hundred zhang by Ye Chen's palm. By the time it landed, its entire skeletal structure had been utterly shattered. At this moment, the nine-leaf phoenix had lost all semblance of combat capability. Are you convinced? Ye Chen's figure swiftly traversed 1,000 meters, arriving before the nine-leaf phoenix, his golden sword poised against its neck. Indeed, I am convinced, Ye Chen. This time, I truly submit, the nine-leaf phoenix replied, its small eyes drooping. Truly submit? A wave of overwhelming sword intent surged forth from the golden sword in Ye Chen's grasp. Ye Chen, I am wholeheartedly convinced of your prowess. From now on, whatever you command, I shall obey. Should you bid me to head east, I would not dare venture west. Should you instruct me to pet a dog, I would not dare to steal a chicken. Chapter 081. Shattered Star Steps. That is well. Ye Chen's hand paused in the void. Instantly, he traversed another 1,000 meters, arriving at the lotus flower courtyard. Damn, the sword intent Ye Chen exhibited earlier could have slain me 100 times over. When did his strength become so terrifying? The nine-leaf phoenix, still shaken, patted its small chest, saying, "It seems I must remain more discreet in Ye Chen's presence from now on." Within the lotus flower courtyard, Ye Linger was diligently cultivating. While Ye Chen was honing his skills in the trial space, Ye Linger had not been idle, striving to enhance her own strength within the courtyard. Surrounded by 8 spiritual rivers, the concentration of spiritual energy in the lotus flower courtyard was tenfold that of other locations. Through relentless practice, augmented by the enhancements of Han's little wooden house, Ye Linger had reached the later stages of the martial sovereign realm. Her silver moon battle body had also attained the pinnacle of the celestial tier. I trust you will take good care of my sister, Ye Linger, during my absence. As Ye Linger continued her training, Ye Chen chose not to disturb her, instead issuing a command to the Bai fox beside him before departing the small universe. Ye Chen returned to the space within the nine-leaf sacred tree. At that moment, he gazed upward at the stars. Is there a figure among the stars? Just as Ye Chen was preparing to leave, he noticed a young man clad in a white martial robe, with silver hair, striding through the void amidst the endless starry expanse. The youth's form fluctuated between reality and illusion, at times moving with the slowness of a tortoise, and at others with the swiftness of thunder. His steps seemed to harbor a fragment of temporal power, and the trajectory of his movements bore a resemblance to the arrangement of the celestial bodies above. Ye Chen found himself entranced by the figure in the void. Ding! Successfully comprehended the movement technique. Shattered Star Steps, Sacred Tier. A quarter of an hour later, a system notification resonated within Ye Chen's mind, awakening within him a profound understanding of the Shattered Star Steps. This technique was derived from the celestial bodies above. Embodying an essence of both reality and illusion, its movements were indistinguishable, elusive, and enigmatic. As for the name of the star fragment step, Ye Chen discovered that it bears a significant meaning. Time is fragmented, rather than a fixed norm. Perhaps the person you see is near at hand, yet may well be in existence from tens of thousands of years ago. This notion, Ye Chen has already been able to substantiate. Take, for instance, the brilliance of the stars. The light we perceive today may very well have been emitted tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, existing within the same space-time, yet occupying different temporal dimensions. That is the profound mystery of time and space. Thus, the white-robed man's steps, fluctuating between rapidity and slowness, embody this essence. The star fragment step transcends mere martial technique. It is a form of movement intricately intertwined with the powers of time and space. After mastering the star fragment step, Ye Chen's comprehension of martial arts ascended to a higher dimension. With a swift motion, Ye Chen stepped into the void. What appeared to be a mere step propelled his figure 1,000 meters away. Subsequently, he continued to traverse the emptiness, his silhouette becoming a blend of reality and illusion, seemingly existing within this realm, yet also transcending it. The power of the star fragment step, indeed, is enigmatic. Ye Chen halted, his figure returning to the spot he occupied 2 seconds prior. This indicates that, by virtue of the star fragment step, Ye Chen can manipulate the rules of time and space to rewind to 2 seconds earlier. However, he can only utilize the time-space rules without mastering or comprehending the mysteries of temporal power. In combat, employing the star fragment step would allow him to revert 2 seconds back, catching his adversaries off guard and overwhelming them. A subtle joy graced Ye Chen's visage as he directed his gaze skyward. The white figure had long since vanished, seemingly never to have existed. He offered a gentle bow to the void and proclaimed, "System, sign in. Ding. The host is located within the 9-leaf sacred tree, sign in level 8. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm, today's sign-in count is 295. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Received 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Received 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. Host's third sign-in successful. Received 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. Host's fourth sign-in successful. Received 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. Host's 295th sign-in successful. Received the Godly Whip. Item: Godly Whip, Divine Grade. Effect: harnessing divine power, it can inspire others, enhancing their martial ascension. The Godly Whip seems rather promising. Yaoer appears to have hit a bottleneck in her cultivation. I wonder if this whip could elevate her strength? Glancing at the effects of the Godly Whip, Ye Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, a woman clad in a crimson imperial robe appeared within the confines of the 9-leaf sacred tree. The Empress of the Yao Pool, a formidable being of the sacred realm. As she materialized, an ethereal celestial expanse in the Yao Pool emerged behind her, along with the shimmering silhouettes of divine statues. A vast and imposing aura emanated from the Empress of the Yao Pool, spreading invisibly around her. The crimson imperial robe, though somewhat loose, still revealed the exquisite beauty of the Empress of the Yao Qi. Master, may I inquire why you summoned Yaoer? The Empress bowed her head respectfully before Ye Chen. Ye Chen inquired, Yaoer, how long have you remained in the late stage of the sacred realm? To speak candidly, it has been over a millennium, the Empress replied, her gaze fixed on the divine script in Ye Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. May I ask, Master, what is the purpose of your inquiry regarding my cultivation level? Her expression was peculiar, unable to fully discern Ye Chen's intentions. However, she thought to herself, as a servant, it is my duty to comply with all of Ye Chen's requests. Ye Chen continued, Yaoer, I intend to guide you in your cultivation, which will enhance your strength. Are you willing to accept this? Yaoer hesitated for a moment before affirmatively responding, of course. I am willing. The Empress of the Yao Qi nodded gently. That is splendid. Ye Chen acknowledged, as a pure and sacred aura emanated from the divine script and surged towards the Empress's palm. With a sharp sound, a crimson mark appeared on her hand. The sacred energy intertwined with the divine script enveloped her, unleashing a vast ocean of sacred power that flowed into her being. The stagnation of the Empress's cultivation, held for over a millennium, began to loosen. The swift enhancement of her martial prowess left her feeling a warm sensation throughout her body, akin to the diligent cultivation she had endured for centuries. Master, please continue to spur Yaoer in her training, she urged. Chapter 082. Ascending the Heavenly Sword Peak, it appears that the divine script holds some efficacy. Since Yaoer enjoys being encouraged, Ye Chen resolved to guide her diligently. After all, the divine script could significantly assist in elevating her martial prowess. The entire process felt akin to a rebirth from a cocoon. The Empress bore an indescribable expression, comparing her experience to the trials of cultivation. Initially, the journey was fraught with hardship. Gradually, as her strength incrementally grew, the martial artist began to relish the pain intertwined with the thrill of enhancement, particularly during the elevation of their martial realm, where warmth and euphoria permeated their entire beings, leaving them yearning for more. A sudden explosion reverberated through the air. With the aid of the divine script, the Empress's cultivation surged instantaneously. Master, I wish to continue advancing my martial strength, she declared, stretching leisurely. The divine script permits only 10 encouragements per day for an individual, a matter to be addressed at a later time. Ye Chen stored the divine script away, and subsequently departed from the space of the Geely sacred tree. Yaoer hoped the dawn would arrive swiftly. A glimmer of anticipation danced in the Empress's eyes. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized in the central square of the Geely sacred land. Ye Chen was transported to the heart of the Geely sacred land, where Wang Bai and his companions, along with Sidu Qinglan and Lin Qingman, awaited his arrival. Following the recent evaluations, Wang Bai and his companions have gained certain opportunities, and their strength has now ascended to the martial sovereign level. Brother Ye Chen, we have received the points you bestowed upon us and have now become core disciples of the sacred land. Shall we indulge ourselves at the Drunken Moon Pavilion for a bit of relaxation? Wang Bai said as he jogged to Ye Chen's side. Relaxation can wait for another day. Dare you join me in assaulting the Sky Sword Peak? Ye Chen's gaze held a subtle, yet palpable intent to kill. Assault the Sky Sword Peak. Wang Bai was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. The Peak Master, Chen, had sent someone to harm Yilinger during the new disciple hunting grounds, undoubtedly provoking Ye Chen's ire. Given Ye Chen's temperament, how could he simply let it slide? Brother Ye Chen, Yilinger is your sister, and thus she is also a sister to us four great kings. Since Chen has bullied our sister, we must strike at the Sky Sword Peak and eliminate this scoundrel. Wang Bai readily concurred. Ye Chen cautioned, do not be hasty in your agreement. You must understand that Chen is a peak master of the sacred land. Killing him may force us to leave the sacred land. Do you still wish to follow me? Wang Bai replied, what of leaving the sacred land? We four great kings cannot abide scoundrels like Chen who abuse their power. And we too, Lin Qingman added, shaking her small fist, cannot be absent from this assault on the Sky Sword Peak. Very well. Then let us together assault the Sky Sword Peak. With that, Ye Chen moved swiftly toward the Sky Sword Peak, located several thousand meters away. Minutes later, they arrived at the foot of the Sky Sword Peak. Chen, come out and face your demise. Ye Chen's thunderous roar reverberated, sending powerful sound waves that engulfed the entire Sky Sword Peak. The mountain resonated with the echo of Ye Chen's voice, causing the great hall atop the peak to tremble violently. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Sky Sword Peak? The peak, renowned as the second peak among the outer gates, was known for its wealth of talent and numerous strong individuals. Who would dare insult the Peak Master? Chen is the master of my Sky Sword Peak. Such disrespect must be punished with death. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, a wave of anger surged among the disciples of the Sky Sword Peak, and even some of the more formidable disciples felt a deep-seated murderous intent arise within them. Disciples practicing at the Sky Sword Peak emerged from their residences, all wearing expressions of fury. From a distance, the entire Sky Sword Peak appeared packed with people, numbering at least in the thousands. A group of new disciples had the audacity to provoke the Sky Sword Peak. Who granted them such courage? Was it Teacher Liangru? A large crowd began to encircle Ye Chen and his companions, all gazing at him with astonished expressions. Ye Chen's voice had not only reverberated through the Sky Sword Peak, but had also caught the attention of disciples nearby, as well as members of the law enforcement team. By now, the onlookers had grown to over 100. Impudence! Who dares to create a ruckus at my Sky Sword Peak? A youth clad in a black martial robe descended from the Sky Sword Peak, riding upon his sword. The young man exuded an aura of sharpness, complemented by his cultivation at the first level of the Martial King realm, presenting an extraordinary demeanor. Today, I have come to the Sword Peak solely to eliminate Chen. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Ye Chen cast a cold glance at the youth, then resolutely advanced toward the Sword Peak step by step. Those who obstruct me shall perish? Everyone stood frozen in place. A mere newcomer, accompanied by a few feeble warriors, dared to challenge the entire Sword Peak? Moreover, he boldly proclaimed his intent to kill. The onlookers were not the only ones astonished. Even the disciples of the Sword Peak were equally taken aback. However, after their initial surprise, disdain soon appeared on the faces of each disciple. How dare a worthless newcomer challenge the entire Sword Peak? It is well known that the Sword Peak is the second peak of the outer sect, teeming with prodigies, including the top-ranked Zhao Xiaoyao, who is also a disciple of the Sword Peak. The audacity of Ye Chen to ascend the Sword Peak with such intentions was nothing short of a delusion. Humph. Do you truly believe that with your pitiful strength, you can conquer the Sword Peak? The youth, riding on his sword, bore a somewhat frigid gaze. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged from Ye Chen, crashing toward the young man. The youth attempted to resist, only to be horrified to discover that his own strength was utterly insignificant in the face of this overwhelming force. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of shattering bones echoed from the young man's body. Subsequently, he exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated into the void. What? This individual actually vanquished a warrior at the first level of the Martial King realm with a single strike? Could it be that his strength is already comparable to that of the earth-ranking experts? At the foot of the sword peak, hundreds of disciples had gathered. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's astonishing prowess, they were left speechless. The expressions of the sword peak disciples turned grim. Ye Chen's swift elimination of a sword peak expert was undoubtedly a resounding slap to their faces, and a particularly loud one at that. How audacious of you to dare kill within my sword peak. A youth clad in purple descended from the sword peak, emanating arcs of purple lightning. In the area where the purple lightning danced, all things quietly turned to scorched earth. This was the Thunderstorm combat body, an exceedingly rare lightning attribute combat body, whose fighting capabilities surpassed that of ordinary lightning attribute combat bodies by several folds. Could this person be one of the geniuses of the Shen family, Shen Su? Upon seeing the purple-clad youth, many disciples of the sacred land looked on with a sense of reverence. It is well known that Shen Su is a figure who has ascended the earth ranking. Such an individual should be capable of subduing Ye Chen, right? Since you are a member of the Shen family, prepare to meet your end. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he pressed his palm toward the void, unleashing a terrifying vortex that swept toward Shen Su. Humph, with your insignificant power, do you think you can kill? Shen Su's expression turned cold, and terrifying arcs of lightning surged from his fists. Pff. A faint explosion echoed. Shen Su's words were abruptly cut short. In the next moment, the violent vortex shattered Shen Su's attack. Shen Su's form came to a halt, then transformed into a torrent of blood mist that scattered in all directions. Another instant kill. Shen Su, a formidable warrior at the 4th level of the Martial King realm and a strong contender on the Earth ranking, was effortlessly vanquished with a single strike, as if slicing through vegetables. Chapter 083. You law enforcement team are unworthy. The surrounding martial artists stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Ye Chen's martial prowess would be so formidable, dispatching Shen Su in an instant. Shen Su? Truly, he lives up to his name. Ye Chen shook his head slightly, directing his gaze toward the peak of the heavenly sword, declaring, "Send forth your strongest. Do not waste my time." What? To slay the disciples of the heavenly sword peak is a waste of time? Is Ye Chen merely posturing? All the disciples of the heavenly sword peak seethed with anger, their humiliation deepening with each effortless kill of their comrades. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's sword cleaved through the air, eliminating a disciple who dared to obstruct his path. A good dog doesn't block the road, either step aside or face death. Ye Chen advanced toward the heavenly sword peak amidst the furious glares of its disciples. The disciples beside him burned with an intense desire to kill Ye Chen, yet none dared to act. Their eyes were filled with rage. If glances could kill, Ye Chen would have perished countless times over. You dare to insult the heavenly sword peak? I shall end you now. A young man wielding a dark long spear descended from above, exuding a sharp, menacing aura. Another formidable contender on the earth ranking, at the 6th level of the Martial King realm. With a mere flick of his finger, Ye Chen unleashed a powerful finger imprint that pierced the young man's brow, causing a spray of blood to erupt into the air. The spear-wielding youth fell silently to the ground. Once again, a 6th-level Martial King had been dispatched in an instant. The disciples of the heavenly sword peak grew increasingly pallid, some teetering on the brink of hysteria. Ye Chen, you have the audacity to brazenly kill within the heavenly sword peak, disregarding the sacred rules of our domain. A soldier clad in silver armor descended before Ye Chen and his companions, the law enforcement team of the sacred land. Upon seeing the soldier in silver armor, the faces of many sacred land disciples darkened. The law enforcement team represented the pinnacle of strength within the sacred land, each member possessing at least late-stage Martial King cultivation. The disciples of the heavenly sword peak wore expressions of cold derision. They believed that even without their intervention, the law enforcement team could easily suppress Ye Chen with a single hand. By what right should I adhere to the rules of the sacred land? And what authority does your law enforcement team possess to dictate terms before me? Ye Chen, you are unworthy to lecture me. With each utterance, Ye Chen's aura intensified, enveloping the law enforcement team's strongman and suppressing the power within him completely. Boom. As the law enforcement member stood before Ye Chen, he was violently propelled backward by a surge of ferocity. The silver armor crumpled under the force, and the member was sent flying dozens of yards, landing with a cacophony of shattered bones. Gasp. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. No one could have anticipated that Ye Chen would be so formidable, disregarding even the law enforcement team. What was even more astonishing was his audacity to openly confront them. It is well known that assaulting the law enforcement team signifies a challenge to the rules of the sacred land. I urge you, law enforcement team, to refrain from involving yourselves in this matter, lest you suffer the consequences. Ye Chen cast a glance at the silver-armored soldiers several dozen feet away, a dark and chilling glimmer dancing in his eyes. Are the disciples of Tianjin Peak merely a bunch of ineffectual beings, only daring to obstruct, yet hesitant to take action? Either engage in battle or step aside. Do not squander my time. Ye Chen's voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Do you truly believe that the disciples of Tianjin Peak are mere pushovers? A group of dozens of youths wielding battle staves surged forth from Tianjin Peak. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped each one, their energies intertwining to forge an immensely formidable force. In the void, a battle staff measuring 100 meters materialized, bearing down upon Ye Chen with the weight of a mountain. This was a combined battle formation, an assault from a cohort of martial kings, potent enough to rival early-stage martial sovereigns. Witnessing the fusion formation unleashed by these youths, the onlookers were struck with awe. Boom! Ye Chen's palm pressed into the void, shattering the fusion formation in an instant. Waves of energy dissipated as his formidable palm force struck the group of Tianjin Peak disciples, sending them hurtling backwards, blood spewing from their mouths. By the time they hit the ground, these disciples had already met their demise. A profound silence enveloped the air. The elite disciples of Tianjin Peak were effortlessly dispatched by Ye Chen's single palm strike, akin to squashing a swarm of ants. Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of all present. Let us strike together and eliminate Ye Chen. Dozens of powerful martial kings, all at the 9th level, brandished their spirit swords and charged at Ye Chen. Each sword radiated with surging sword intent, and a formidable aura emanated from each individual. The sword path practitioners were the pinnacle of strength at Tianjin Peak. As these 9th level martial kings launched their coordinated assault, their overwhelming presence rivaled that of late-stage martial sovereigns. Whoosh! Ye Chen's golden sword flew forth, decapitating the first 5 sword masters who charged at him. Following this, the golden sword spun once more, cleaving the 5 9th level martial kings in half. The fusion formation was obliterated. The remaining martial kings surged with wild sword energy. Their powers coalesced, forming a spectral sword of spirit energy in the void, sharp enough to sever anything in its path as it descended upon Ye Chen. Whoosh! Ye Chen's figure instantly appeared before the blade of sword energy, his palm gently striking the void, unleashing a formidable palm imprint that surged forward. The sword energy, formed by dozens of formidable martial kings, was shattered by Ye Chen with a single palm strike. Subsequently, the overwhelming force of his hand descended upon these warriors, twisting their bodies, which then transformed into a swirling mist of blood, dissipating into the void. With a single strike, he had annihilated numerous martial kings. The might of his palm was comparable to that of a pinnacle martial sovereign. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. The disciples on Tianjin Peak felt the weight of the moment, their breaths turning heavy. The onlookers could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before them. Ye Chen's prowess was indeed monstrous. Perhaps our presence here was somewhat superfluous? A bitter smile appeared on Wang Bai's face. Lin Qingman remarked, indeed. We hardly had the chance to intervene. Boom. Just as Ye Chen dispatched the last of the martial kings at the 9th level, a resounding roar echoed from Tianjin Peak. In the grand hall, Shen Chen, donned in dark martial robes, appeared with a furious shout. Ye Chen, how dare you commit such wanton slaughter on my Tianjin Peak? I shall ensure your demise this very day. Shen Chen's gaze was icy and profound as he crushed a white jade orb in his hand. At that moment, a tempestuous surge of energy erupted above the hall. Golden glimmers flickered in the air, each beam infusing a disciple of the 9th level martial king with newfound strength. Each of these disciples was a master of the sword. Upon receiving the baptism of the golden light, their powers surged, momentarily elevating their might to that of a martial sovereign. The swords in their hands shimmered with a faint golden hue, suffused with an overwhelming sword intent. Ye Chen, no matter how strong you are, I do not believe you can contend against 2 major realms. Today, your challenge to my Tianjin Peak seals your fate. Shen Chun cast a cold glance at Ye Chen, who was positioned halfway up the mountain. Together, let us strike and eliminate him. Tianjin sword formation. Over 100 sword masters simultaneously unleashed their blades, their formidable sword intents merging and charging towards Ye Chen. Do you think these mere trash can kill me? Ye Chen laughed, his eyes devoid of warmth. In the next instant, his figure darted forward. Ye Chen twisted his body 9 times, executing his sword techniques in rapid succession, before returning to his original stance with a remarkable grace. On Tianjin Peak, the bodies of over 100 9th level martial kings froze in place. In the following moment, all their heads fell simultaneously, devoid of sound. Chapter 084. First on the Earth ranking, instantaneous kill. With every 10 steps, he claimed a life. The sword energy condensed like ice. Drawing and sheathing the sword, it was a seamless flow. In the span of a second, Ye Chen had unleashed his blade over 100 times. All the 9th level martial kings had been swiftly vanquished by him. These individuals were all top-tier warriors, bolstered by the golden aura of Tianjin Peak, their sword formations rivaling the attacks of a first-level martial emperor. How could they have been so effortlessly dispatched by Ye Chen? Witnessing the myriad of bodies sprawled across the ground, Ye Chen's expression turned exceedingly grim. Initially, one might have assumed that Ye Chen was merely a novice. However, it has become evident that he is, in fact, a formidable champion. The multitude of swordsmanship experts present, representing the second strongest force of the Heavenly Sword Peak, possess combat prowess comparable to that of the first level of the martial emperor realm. Ye Chen's ability to dispatch them in an instant attests to his combat strength, which is at least on par with that of a martial emperor, although Ye Chen's actual strength resides within the martial king realm. If his combat power aligns with that of a martial emperor, does this not imply that he is a prodigious talent of the second tier? Such prodigiousness is typically reserved for the top 5 on the Earth ranking. In stark contrast to Ye Chen's grim demeanor, the assembled onlookers erupted with excitement. Ye Chen, it appears the Peak Master has underestimated you. As Ye Chen approached him step by step, Ye Chen inhaled deeply to steady his tumultuous emotions and subsequently produced a black orb. With a flourish, a wave of dark radiance emanated from above the grand hall. You wretched creature, employing this tactic again? Is it the case that everyone from the Heavenly Sword Peak is named Shinsu? Ye Chen remarked with a cold smile. Ye Chen, the Heavenly Sword Peak is a prestigious entity. How dare you, a mere wretch, defame it? A young man clad in a crimson martial robe, enveloped in a shroud of black light, appeared above the Heavenly Sword Peak. This red-robed youth emanated a powerful aura of fire energy, with flames swirling around him like auspicious clouds. This individual was none other than Zhao Xiaoyao, the top contender on the Earth ranking. Zhao Xiaoyao. Is he not the one endowed with an imperial-grade battle physique, an imperial bloodline, and a glimmer of understanding of the path of fire? Indeed. This was the same Zhao Xiaoyao who had previously clashed with mid-stage martial emperors without faltering. The appearance of the red-robed youth sent shockwaves through all disciples. If there were one figure revered as a deity in the eyes of the outer disciples, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Xiaoyao. After all, being the first on the Earth ranking signifies true strength, a level that some may never attain in their lifetimes. Young man, I advise you to kneel and surrender. The chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth, Zhao Xiaoyao declared. Yet before he could finish his statement, Ye Chen had already appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Following this, a terrifying palm imprint took shape from Ye Chen's hand and struck toward Zhao Xiaoyao's chest. Cloud Dragon Technique. Zhao Xiaoyao bellowed, unleashing torrents of powerful fire energy from within. As a formidable force of the Tao spread through the void. Crack. The sound of shattering resonated through the air as Zhao Xiaoyao's counterattack was completely subdued by Ye Chen. Even the slightest trace of the fire Tao crumbled under Ye Chen's assault, dissolving into nothingness. Boom. Ye Chen's attack, unrelenting, collided with Zhao Xiaoyao. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhao Xiaoyao was sent hurtling backward by Ye Chen's palm. Subsequently, he was driven into the earth, creating a deep crater hundreds of meters in depth at the foot of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Countless fissures spread outward like a spider's web from the site of the impact. What? Zhao Xiaoyao has actually been defeated. The top of the Earth ranking, Zhao Xiaoyao, has been vanquished by a single blow? Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, their faces painted with expressions of incredulity. In the hearts of many, Zhao Xiaoyao is a revered figure, an existence they deeply admire. Today, however, he has been vanquished by a single strike. Moments ago, Zhao Xiaoyao boasted of the chasm between himself and Ye Chen's, and it is evident that such a disparity exists. Yet, it is Zhao Xiaoyao who embodies the mud of the earth, while Ye Chen ascends as the cloud that all must gaze upon in awe. The Sword Peak has been subdued by a cadre of new disciples, and even the top contender of the Earth ranking has been swiftly defeated. The future of Sword Peak is undoubtedly poised to become the jest of the entire sacred realm. Who could argue otherwise? It is likely that, after today, no one will wish to join Sword Peak again. Once a myth of the Earth ranking, it now stands as a farce. All disciples in the outer sect were expressions of derision upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyao's downfall. The disciples of Sword Peak fell silent as they beheld Zhao Xiaoyao being subdued by Ye Chen. Zhao Xiaoyao was not merely a figurehead for Sword Peak. He epitomized the greatest combat prowess among the outer disciples of the sacred realm. Now, having been obliterated by Ye Chen's hand, and in an instant no less, the pride of all Sword Peak disciples has been shattered. Shinshun, I would advise you to cease your futile struggles. After dispatching Zhao Xiaoyao, Ye Chen, accompanied by Wang Bai and the others, ascended to the summit of Sword Peak. Ye Chen, if you seek to harm my esteemed elders of the Shin clan, you must first consider my consent. A figure clad in a blue martial robe, at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, approached Ye Chen. In an instant, Ye Chen's golden sword soared forth, cleaving towards the disciple in blue. A crimson arc trailed through the air as the Shin clan disciple's head was severed, leading to his immediate demise. The golden sword then traced a semicircular path, targeting another disciple, Shen He. Within less than a second, both Shin clan disciples fell beneath Ye Chen's blade. Ye. Witnessing the tragic fate of his kin, Shin Chen's eyes bulged with fury. Ye Chen, how dare you recklessly slay my clan's disciples? I shall strike you down this very moment. At the peak of Sword Peak, Shin Chen's voice erupted in an enraged roar. Powerful energy surged from within him, his aura soaring to the early stage of the martial emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, Shin Chen appeared before Ye Chen, a black longsword materializing in his grasp, emanating a formidable sword intent that surged forth. The longsword left behind a series of afterimages, swiftly reaching Ye Chen and aiming to strike. With a fierce concentration, Ye Chen summoned a torrent of overwhelming palm power, dimming the very heavens in that instant. To his left, a grotesque, demonic shadow loomed, while to his right, a divine spirit manifested. Two palm imprints, infused with an aura of unfathomable might, descended upon Shin Chen's longsword. A tremendous force erupted, and for a fleeting moment, the two powers clashed before Shin Chen's sword technique was utterly obliterated by Ye Chen's palm strength. Not only that, but even the black longsword in Shin Chen's hand was torn apart by an overwhelming force at that moment. Subsequently, the ninely divine demon palm, imbued with unparalleled strength, struck Shin Chen's Dantian sea of energy. Crack! Shin Chen's Dantian was shattered by Ye Chen's palm. Following this, Shin Chen's entire being was thrust into the inner wall of the heavenly sword peak by Ye Chen's powerful strike. Ye Chen advanced step by step towards Shin Chen, with an indomitable sword radiance erupting from his golden sword. At this moment, dozens of figures clad in silver armor swooped down from the heavens. Each individual possessed a cultivation level of at least the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Halt! A voice resonant like a great bell exploded in the void. Then, the formidable sound transformed into a sharp sound wave, piercing towards Ye Chen. Get lost! Ye Chen bellowed, and the powerful sound wave was instantly shattered by his voice. Following this, a faint yellow aura emanated from the golden sword in Ye Chen's hand as it slashed towards the figure in the void. Thud! The golden sword struck a member of the enforcement team, severing the warrior's arm, and a copious amount of blood rained down from the void. Ye Chen, you have audacity to attack the enforcement team. Striking a member of the enforcement team warrants immediate execution. A golden-haired youth, wielding a golden spear, emanated a tyrannical aura of spear intent into the void. Then, the spear transformed into a streak of golden light, lunging towards Ye Chen. You think you can kill me with such rubbish? Ye Chen's golden sword twirled, releasing a wave of faint yellow sword energy, which then cut towards the spear. Thud! Under the might of the Xianwang god-slaying sword qi, the golden spear was cleaved in two. Unyieldingly, the golden sword continued its trajectory, reaching the golden-haired youth in the blink of an eye, piercing into the youth's dantian. The youth's body was sent flying several hundred meters, pinned against a massive boulder on Heavenly Sword Peak by the golden sword. Chapter 085. Ye Chen is the sword's sovereign. All present gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Members of the enforcement team were formidable beings, among the rarest elites within the sacred grounds. The enforcement team represented one of the strongest combat forces of the sacred land. And although the golden-haired youth was merely a mid-stage martial emperor, his strength was comparable to that of a late-stage martial emperor. No one anticipated that he would not even be Ye Chen's match in a single exchange. Now, he was pinned to the giant rock by Ye Chen's sword. Ye Chen, do you understand what it means to lay hands on my enforcement team? A towering youth, clad in black combat attire, emanated a chilling killing intent from his eyes. First, I warned you, the enforcement team, not to meddle in this matter. Second, I have already shown mercy toward your enforcement team. Had my sword been aimed at his brow, he would have perished long ago. Ye Chen's gaze was cold and profound as he pointed a finger towards the void, sending a pitch-black finger imprint piercing towards Shin Chen's brow. Ye Chen, how dare you? A young man clad in black attire unleashed a furious roar. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura surged from his being. Yet, Ye Chen showed no sign of retreat. His handprint descended with astonishing speed upon Shin Chen's brow. In an instant, Shin Chen's head erupted, rendering him a headless corpse. Ye Chen, how audacious you are to disregard my words so brazenly. The young man in black felt a faint demonic energy envelop him, as a sinister apparition manifested behind him. This was the innate demonic vein. Witnessing the bloodline aura exhibited by the young man, all present were struck with astonishment and hastily retreated from the vicinity. Transform into the Azure Gale. The four great kings wore grave expressions, each gnawing on a rabbit leg before merging their powers, their auras soaring to the early stages of the martial emperor realm. Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan each drew forth a gleaming silver longsword, imbued with a profound essence of swordsmanship. The combined essence of Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan rendered their combat prowess comparable to that of the early martial emperor realm. Were those beside Ye Chen equally formidable? Perched upon an ancient tree, a young maiden clad in a silver moonlit gown, possessing breathtaking beauty, gazed towards Ye Chen in the distance, her eyes sparkling like stars. The flowing hem of her gown exuded a delicate fragrance that wafted gently in the breeze. "Qing Ling, you have never cared for anyone as deeply as this," remarked Feng Qingyang, who stood by her side, burdened with a heavy sword, his brow slightly furrowed. "That is because he is unlike anyone else." Feng Qingling replied with a serene smile. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed through the void as the young man in black was sent flying by Ye Chen's palm. Soon after, a fierce battle erupted in the air. Ye Chen, the four great kings, along with Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan, clashed with numerous powerful members of the enforcement team. Swish. Before Ye Chen, two shadows appeared, one a terrifying and grotesque demon, the other a sacred and divine apparition. For a fleeting moment, the world dimmed. Two whirlwinds converged simultaneously, descending upon the young man in black. Boom. The young man, endowed with the innate demonic vein, was forced back by Ye Chen's assault. How is this possible? I possess the innate demonic vein, my combat prowess rivaling that of a martial sovereign. Yet this youth can contend with me. The young man's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Swish. Ye Chen transformed into a streak of silver light, brandishing a blood-red longsword. With an overwhelming sword intent bearing down upon the young man. Ninely Overlord Fist. The young man bellowed, unleashing a terrifying fist imprint infused with tumultuous demonic energy towards Ye Chen's deadly sword. However, despite the might of the Ninely Overlord Fist, it crumbled before Ye Chen's slaughterous blade as if made of paper. In an instant, the fist imprint conjured by the young man was shattered by Ye Chen's sword. Subsequently, the youth's fist shattered, his entire arm severed beneath Ye Chen's sword. Even his demonic body was nearly cleaved in two by the sword of slaughter. Let us strike together. Observing Ye Chen's formidable prowess, the members of the enforcement team exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Three martial emperors unleashed their palm imprints, launching an assault towards Ye Chen. With a whoosh, the sword of slaughter flew from Ye Chen's grasp, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that surged forth, targeting the three martial emperors. The palm imprints they had conjured instantly crumbled as the sword of slaughter aimed at their legs. The three martial emperors found their legs severed by Ye Chen's strike, their bodies plummeting from the void. Let us all engage. The remaining martial emperors revealed a glint of murderous intent in their eyes, a golden sheen enveloping their forms, their energies intertwining. "Second brother, I beseech you to assist this individual," implored Feng Qingling, adorned in a silver moon robe, as she turned to Feng Qingyang. To request aid from the Feng family, given the talent and strength this young man had displayed, was still insufficient. Feng Qingyang responded with calm rationality. It is far from enough. Yet, Feng Qingling disregarded his counsel and soared towards Ye Chen. "You." Feng Qingyang's face contorted into a wry smile as he hurried after her. "Ye Chen, how dare you injure a member of my enforcement team? Today, you shall meet your demise." In the void, dozens of figures unleashed their powers to the utmost, conjuring a colossal palm imprint towering 100 feet, directed at Ye Chen. Unable to win in a duel, you resort to a gang assault? Ye Chen scoffed, as a blood-red dragon silhouette materialized in the void. A tremendous force enveloped everything within a kilometer radius. In the realm of ultimate extremes, Ye Chen reigned supreme. As he manifested the domain, the powers within the martial emperors were thoroughly suppressed. Ye Chen then twisted his form 9 times before returning to his original position. Drawing and sheathing his sword in one fluid motion, he executed dozens of strikes within a mere second. In the next moment, the bodies of the enforcement team members froze in midair, their legs fracturing simultaneously. Boom. A formidable aura erupted within the domain of ultimate extremes, enveloping the dozens of martial emperors. They sank deep into the soil of Tianjin Peak, buried hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Sword Sovereign. Has Ye Chen's strength truly ascended to that of a sword sovereign? The 4 demon kings, transformed by their might, gazed in astonishment. Lin Qingman remarked, "Be confident. Remove the word perhaps. Ye Chen is indeed a sword sovereign." Chapter 086. The might of a sword. The astonishment was not confined to Lin Qingman and the 4 demon kings. Even the disciples of the Holy Land nearby bore expressions of sheer shock. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen's combat prowess would be so extraordinary. At the outset, when Ye Chen challenged the Tianjin Peak, he was met with condescension from all. However, following his consecutive slayings of 2 formidable warriors at the martial king level, the demeanor of the onlookers shifted to one of astonishment. Subsequently, when Ye Chen single-handedly subdued the Tianjin Peak, vanquishing dozens of martial king sword cultivators, the respect for him grew immensely. Now, with nothing but his sword, Ye Chen possesses the strength to contend against the entire enforcement team of the sacred land. This transformation in perception has left everyone in awe of Ye Chen. Presently, gazes directed at him are filled with reverence. Those who dare to harm my enforcement team shall meet their demise. Xiao Zhentian, the vice captain of the enforcement team, clad in blood-red armor, descended from the distant horizon. His icy gaze fixed upon Ye Chen below. Xiao Zhentian, a first-tier martial emperor, possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a mid-tier martial emperor. Suddenly, a blood-red palm print surged forth from his hand, aiming to suppress Ye Chen. Just as the crimson imprint was about to descend upon Ye Chen, a figure bearing a massive sword appeared before him, swiftly cleaving towards the blood-red palm print in the void. Boom! The space quaked as the blood-red palm print and sword energy collided, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Feng Qingyang, how dare you obstruct me? Xiao Zhentian bellowed, seething with rage. Feng Qingyang responded, this person, Ye Chen, is under the protection of my Feng family. Is your Feng family truly willing to stand against my sacred land? The fury in Xiao Zhentian's tiger-like eyes was akin to a volcano ready to erupt, as if he could tear Feng Qingyang apart with his glare. I have stated, Ye Chen is under the protection of my Feng family. Feng Qingyang's gaze was equally piercing, unwavering in the face of Xiao Zhentian's wrath. Feng Qingyang, do you comprehend what it means to strike at me? Xiao Zhentian warned, your Feng family lacks the strength to oppose the entire sacred land. If the Feng family cannot do so, what of my Long family? A figure clad in silver armor, Long Xian, materialized from the heavens. Long Xian, you too shall intervene to protect Ye Chen? Xiao Zhentian's voice faltered, filled with unbridled anger. As the vice captain of the enforcement team, he had never been this enraged before. Ye Chen had not only killed the peak master Shinshin before the enforcement team's eyes, but also severely injured all the martial emperor-level warriors within the team. Logically, Xiao Zhentian should have been compelled to eliminate Ye Chen. Yet, he did not anticipate that both Feng Qingyang and Long Xian would rise in unison to defend him. Just how immense is Ye Chen's influence to warrant the joint protection of two prominent families from the sacred land? I extend my gratitude to both of you. This matter is solely my undertaking. I, Ye Chen, shall resolve it myself. However, I will forever remember the favor bestowed upon me today. Ye Chen expressed his thanks to Feng Qingyang and Long Xian. Despite being strangers, they chose to intervene on his behalf. And Ye Chen deemed it unnecessary to involve them further. Feng Qingyang, Long Xian, if you cease your actions now, I can overlook what has transpired. In Xiao Zhentian's hand manifested a long spear, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, adorned with glimmering golden runes along its shaft. A massive energy, resembling a silk ribbon stretching hundreds of meters, surged forth from the spear's tip. Both the void and the earth trembled beneath the might of this weapon. Ye Chen, are you certain you do not require our assistance? Feng Qingyang inquired tentatively. After all, pitting the entire Feng clan against the sacred land for the sake of one Ye Chen seemed rather unwise. This matter, I can resolve on my own. There is no need for you both to concern yourselves, Ye Chen replied, clasping his fists in respect to Feng Qingyang and Feng Xian before turning to face the formidable Xiao Zhentian suspended in the air. Boom! In the next instant, Ye Chen shattered the ground beneath him, causing the earth within a radius of hundreds of meters to sink, and then charged towards Xiao Zhentian, seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Zhentian's fierce eyes as the energy, now hundreds of meters long, lunged towards Ye Chen's heart. Swish! Ye Chen activated his ultimate domain, enveloping a kilometer-wide area in a blood-red dragon silhouette. Everything within the confines of Ye Chen's domain was instantly suppressed by its overwhelming force. Boom! The spear in Xiao Zhentian's grasp struck Ye Chen, yet his figure remained utterly unyielding, withstanding the full force of Xiao Zhentian's assault. Remarkably, not a single injury marred Ye Chen's form. How could this be? Ye Chen, with mere flesh and blood, had thwarted Xiao Zhentian's attack? It must be noted that Xiao Zhentian was a formidable martial emperor. Was it you who had become unsteady, or I who could not wield my blade? This was utterly unfathomable. All disciples of the sacred land stood in stunned silence. Such a domineering spear technique had failed to breach Ye Chen's defenses? Could it be that Ye Chen was divine, capable of disregarding the onslaught of an emperor-level powerhouse? Was this young man's strength truly so monstrous? Feng Qingyang and Long Xian bore expressions of astonishment. Although they possessed the strength to contend with Xiao Zhentian, they would never dare to stand idle and allow him to strike. In stark contrast to the astonished expressions of Feng Qingyang and Long Xian, Feng Qiling, adorned in a silver moon gown, looked on with eyes brimming with admiration. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Ye Chen, she had felt an undeniable attraction. And now, witnessing him match wits with a martial emperor, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Such a man was truly worthy of her existence. Crack! As the crowd remained in disbelief, a resounding explosion echoed through the void. There stood Ye Chen, wielding the sword of slaughter, unleashing a blade of intertwined red and yellow light that struck down upon Xiao Zhentian's spear. In an instant, the weapon in Xiao Zhentian's hand shattered, and the formidable sword energy raked across his body. Xiao Zhentian employed a peculiar movement technique, distorting his form to evade most of the sword's fury. Nevertheless, his armor shattered instantaneously, and even Xiao Zhentian's imperial physique nearly succumbed to Ye Chen's strike, leaving a cascade of blood to rain down from the heavens. The might of a single sword nearly subdued Xiao Zhentian, its aura unyielding as it descended upon the peak of the heavenly sword. The terrifying sword energy tore through the mountain structure, revealing a chasm stretching 1,000 meters above the summit. Within this crevice lay an overwhelming sword intent, persistent and potent, casting an ominous presence that lingered within its depths. Could this individual truly possess such formidable strength? Xiao Zhentian's eyes brimmed with fury as he hastily consumed a healing elixir, channeling his inner spiritual energy to refine its power. Boom! As Xiao Zhentian gasped for breath, Ye Chen's figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, appearing before him in an instant, delivering a vicious kick aimed at Xiao Zhentian's chest. Chapter 087. A true man should be like this. Xiao Zhentian's eyes widened in shock as he thrust his palm into the void. A torrent of violent energy erupted from him, crashing against Ye Chen's foot. Crack! Yet, Xiao Zhentian's counterattack proved utterly ineffective against Ye Chen's onslaught. In a single exchange, Xiao Zhentian was sent reeling backward, crashing into the earth and creating a deep crater several hundred meters wide at the heavenly sword peak. Ye Chen had thrust Xiao Zhentian into the ground with a single kick. Indeed, I underestimated you. Xiao Zhentian, drenched in blood, unsteadily rose from the ground. It seems that without mastering the heavenly step, I am unable to subdue my foes. Disappointment flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as he failed to vanquish Xiao Zhentian with that strike. Crack! Xiao Zhentian produced a pearl and crushed it, summoning forth a pitch-black portal from the void. An elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe materialized within this space. It was the leader of the Enforcement Corps, Lu Youlian. Could it be Lu Youlian? He is a late-stage martial emperor on the brink of ascension to the semi-holy realm. With Lu Youlian's arrival, Ye Chen's demise seemed imminent. The assembled experts from the Holy Lands gazed at the elder in awe, many regarding him with reverence. Ye Chen, why did you attempt to kill the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak and assault the members of the Enforcement Corps? Lu Youlian regarded Ye Chen with a cold, indifferent gaze and continued, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you on the spot. For no reason? Only because Shun Chun has repeatedly conspired against me during the freshman hunt and even laid hands on my sister. My sister, Yi Linger, is my greatest weakness. Not even Shin Chen, nor the Heavenly Emperor himself, could harm her without facing my wrath. An aura of boundless killing intent emanated from Ye Chen. But do you have any evidence? Lu Youlian's voice remained frosty. If you possess proof, the Enforcement Corps will conduct a fair investigation. Crack! Ye Chen shattered a white pearl, and an image materialized in the void. If you do not join the Heavenly Sword Peak, I can only send you to your demise, for what I cannot possess. Neither shall others. Ye Chen, upon entering the freshman hunt, the master of this peak has 100 ways to eliminate you. Crack! Ye Chen crushed yet another orb, and instantly a series of images materialized before him. These visions chronicled how Shin Chen had meticulously plotted against Ye Chen. Such treachery was astonishing. Shin Chen, the peak master, had indeed executed his schemes with remarkable finesse. Lu Youlian's expression darkened considerably. It was no wonder that Ye Chen would resort to violence against Shin Chen, given the latter's overt hostility. However, as a member of the Sacred Lands Enforcement Team, some matters could be adjudicated with fairness, while others could not. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Youlian spoke. Ye Chen, the grievances between you and Shun Chun have been settled, yet you have slain numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak and injured all members of the enforcement team. Are you aware that such an occurrence has never transpired within the Sacred Land? Ye Chen replied, what are you implying? Lu Youlian continued. What I wish to convey is this. Even with your imperial bloodline and your perfected royal battle body, you have committed a grave error that cannot absolve you from your fate. His eyes glinted with an icy demeanor, and layers of faint azure serpent phantoms emerged around him. The serpent bore 50 crimson scales and exuded a subtle imperial aura. He had reached the 5th layer of the hidden realm within the martial emperor realm. With the emperor's physique and bloodline, coupled with the enhancement of the hidden realm, Lu Youlian's combat prowess could rival that of a semi-holy being. Old dog, is this what you call fairness within your enforcement team? Ye Chen observed Lu Youlian in the void, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. If Shun Chen seeks my life, then I shall take his. If the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak aim to kill me, I shall retaliate against them. The only mercy I have shown has been towards your enforcement team, and it seems I have been too lenient. Lu Yolan's gaze turned even colder. Within the sacred land, the enforcement team is the epitome of fairness, and you shall not question it here. Therefore you must die? Must die? You think you can vanquish me with your pitiful strength? Ye Chen laughed, a chilling sound. How audacious could he be? Who had bestowed upon him such courage? Was it Master Liangru? To contend against a peak emperor with the strength of a ninth-layer martial king and expect to prevail? Did Ye Chen believe himself to be a deity? All the disciples of the sacred land looked down upon Ye Chen, considering him to be merely boasting. Was he arrogant or excessively confident? Even Feng Qingyang and Long Xian were momentarily taken aback. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen would dare to speak in such a manner. A true man must be like this. In Feng Qingling's beautiful eyes, admiration blossomed, and she felt an overwhelming sense of reverence towards Ye Chen. Most would have crumbled under Lu Yolan's formidable presence. Yet Ye Chen dared to meet Lu Yolan's gaze and challenge him. Truth be told, this sheer audacity had already captivated Feng Qingling's heart. Ye Chen, you are excessively arrogant. I shall see how you cannot be slain today. Lu Yolan, incensed by Ye Chen's words, was furious, after all. He was among the top 100 combatants of the sacred land, yet Ye Chen had the audacity to disregard him. In a flash, he erupted with fury. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from him, while the azure serpent behind Lu Yolian darted forth. In that instant, the world dimmed momentarily, transforming the surroundings of the Sword Peak into a realm of darkness. System, utilize 109 Li sacred fruits. Ye Chen commanded. Ding. The host has successfully consumed 109 Li sacred fruits. Ding. Dragon blood battle body elevated to the imperial level. Ding. Undying bloodline elevated to the imperial level. Ding. Ice dragon bloodline elevated to the imperial level. Ding. The host's cultivation has reached the third heaven of the martial sovereign realm. As a succession of system notifications echoed, Ye Chen's battle body and bloodlines ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial level, a mere step away from the sacred level. At that moment, Ye Chen's strength broke through. Entering the realm of the martial sovereign, his power had multiplied immensely. Profound Emperor's God-slaying sword Qi. Ye Chen unleashed his sword of slaughter, unleashing a blend of red and yellow sword radiance. The red hue signified a surge in murderous intent, while the yellow represented the profound Emperor's God-slaying sword Qi. These two formidable forces converged, slicing towards the azure serpent in the void. With a resounding explosion, the sword of slaughter, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness, swiftly severed the serpent's head. Subsequently, the unmatched sword energy surged toward Lu Yolian. Lu Yolian's body manifested numerous azure scales, and his gaze shimmered with layers of crimson light. With a swift motion of both hands towards the void, a pitch-black palm imprint materialized before him. Within this imprint, waves of energy surged, each more powerful than the last. Lu Yolian's palm strike was not only overwhelmingly potent, but also carried an immense momentum, shattering the very fabric of space. His palm imprint harbored the might of the imperial realm, and how could Ye Chen's attack lack such power? Having absorbed the imperial pill of the Zhangyan Emperor, Ye Chen's mindset transcended that of ordinary beings, his essence now a vast ocean of imperial might. At this moment, he was most abundant in the essence of the imperial realm. With a mere contact, the sword of slaughter shattered Lu Yolian's palm imprint, and the formidable sword force sent Lu Yolian's body flying. Yet, the sword's momentum did not wane. It surged forward with even greater speed and strength towards Lu Yolian. Another palm imprint emerged. In the void, Lu Yolian attempted to use force against force, retreating swiftly to evade the sword of slaughter. However, at that moment, a terrifyingly frigid aura enveloped the heavens. A towering ice dragon apparition, hundreds of feet high, materialized in the void, freezing everything within a kilometer radius, including Lu Yolian's body, which was encased in ice. Boom. The sword of slaughter erupted with hundreds of meters of sword light, piercing Lu Yolian's body and pinning him against a millennia-old tree. The entire battle transpired within a mere 3 seconds. Lu Yolian was defeated. Chapter 088. Do you have any objections? The entire arena was engulfed in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Lu Yolian would falter after merely 3 seconds. A being of Lu Yolian's caliber, comparable to a semi-saint powerhouse, had been vanquished by a mere freshman disciple. Moreover, the defeat was utterly decisive. Historically, freshman disciples were often subdued and overwhelmed, yet here stood Ye Chen, an extraordinary talent who not only swept through the Tianjin Peak but also the law enforcement corps. Astonishingly, he had triumphed over Lu Yolian in a mere 3 seconds. Clearly, we had underestimated Ye Chen. A faint smile of resignation crossed Feng Qingyang's face. Initially, he had little faith in Ye Chen, believing he would inevitably succumb, perhaps even be crushed outright. However, He had not anticipated that Ye Chen would create a miracle by defeating Lu Yulian. Indeed, we had misjudged Ye Chen. After a brief pause, a glimmer of relief appeared in Long Xian's eyes as he continued. Nevertheless, we have now aligned ourselves with Ye Chen's remarkable ascent. Indeed, Feng Qingyang silently agreed. It was evident that with the talent Ye Chen had displayed, he had already emerged as one of the foremost figures among the younger generation within the sacred land. Furthermore, they sensed an imperial aura surrounding him. The height of a fountain cannot exceed its source. Possessing such imperial momentum implied that as long as Ye Chen did not perish, he was destined to become an emperor. Ye Chen's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be monumental, likely surpassing the realm of the emperor. Currently, Ye Chen's martial prowess was sufficient to contend with Lu Yulian. So one could only wonder if, upon attaining true imperial status, he would be capable of obliterating semi-saints. To be frank, Feng Qingyang found himself growing increasingly anticipatory. He even cast a glance at his sister, Feng Qingling, suddenly realizing that she had made the wisest decision. Sister, tonight I shall prepare the dowry and bring Ye Chen over for marriage. Feng Qingyang found himself increasingly enamored with Ye Chen. Brother, how can you be so forward? Feng Qingling shyly lowered her head, her thoughts drifting to certain romantic scenarios, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. It could be said that Ye Chen was the first man to ignite fantasies within her. All right, sister. I see now that you have genuinely taken a liking to this lad. Amidst all the extraordinary talents in the sacred land, you have overlooked them all, yet hold unique sentiments for Ye Chen. Truly, the girl must not be kept. Feng Qingyang shook his head, somewhat helplessly, as he regarded Feng Qingling. Suddenly, a formidable aura of calm intent surged forth. Beside the ancient 1,000-year-old tree, Ye Chen stood suspended in midair, with ethereal images of deities and demons manifesting at the tips of his fingers. Subsequently, the divine shadows, imbued with overwhelming might, pressed toward Lu Yulian's chest. Ye Chen, do you comprehend the peril of your actions? Lu Yulian's aged eyes were aflame with fury. He could scarcely believe that Ye Chen possessed such formidable strength. Nor could he fathom that Ye Chen would dare to strike at him. Attempting to resist, Lu Yulian was horrified to discover a powerful force emanating from the Sword of Slaughter, completely suppressing his own power. I once exhibited leniency towards your enforcement team, but that shall no longer be the case. With a resounding crash, Ye Chen's 9-li divine demonic palm struck Lu Yulian, whose imperial body fell silent for a moment before erupting violently. Hiss. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment. No one anticipated Ye Chen's overwhelming might. Decisively vanquishing Lu Yulian, it is essential to recognize that Lu Yulian is the leader of the enforcement team, second only to the elders. And Ye Chen would dare to eliminate such a figure without a second thought? Buzz. A peculiar wave of energy rippled through the void, as a massive black hand tore through the fabric of reality. Subsequently, a towering figure, enveloped in swirling demonic aura and standing 3 meters tall, emerged from the void. It was the elder of the enforcement team, Yuan Shi. Upon his arrival, everyone was momentarily paralyzed with shock. An elder of the enforcement team, a semi-holy realm powerhouse. His combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. With his emergence, Ye Chen's death seemed inevitable. Ye Chen, you dare to slay Lu Yulian? Today, no one can save you. Yuan Shi's voice, thick with demonic energy, resonated as layers of holy pressure cascaded down upon Ye Chen. The very heavens dimmed in his presence. The soil of Tianjian Peak buckled beneath the weight of the holy might, cracking and splintering. Whoosh! A powerful surge of energy manifested in the void, as a woman adorned in a crimson imperial robe materialized. It was the Celestial Empress, a being of the holy realm. The instant she appeared, a celestial expanse, Yaoqi, and even ethereal statues emerged behind her. An overwhelming and majestic aura radiated from the Celestial Empress. Crack! Without lifting a finger, the holy pressure emanating from the Celestial Empress shattered the oppressive force in the void. In that moment, Yuan Shi was sent hurtling backward, deeply embedded into the rock face. You claimed that no one could save him. I, the Empress, shall intervene. Do you have any objections? The Celestial Empress, embodying infinite imperial authority, stood suspended in the void, resembling the very center of the universe. Celestial Empress, is it you? Do you realize, boom? Speaking out implies dissent, which is punishable. An immensely powerful imperial pressure erupted from the Celestial Empress. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated. Yuan Shi, a semi-holy realm powerhouse, was obliterated by the Celestial Empress's decisive strike. Such was the nature of the Empress, unyielding in her judgment. The Celestial Empress stood tall and proud, resembling a mountain amidst the chaos. All present were rendered speechless by her overwhelming presence, too afraid to even breathe. At that moment, a shadow streaked across the horizon. Greetings, Empress. I am Lu Dong. the Grand Elder of the enforcement team. An elder clad in dark robes stepped forth from the void. Begone! You lack the privilege to address me. Summon your holy master. The Ye Empress waved her jade hand, conjuring a celestial holy elephant that surged towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong's eyes widened in terror as a water buffalo-shaped holy figure materialized around him. Crack! However, the sacred buffalo manifestation lasted merely half a second before it was shattered. Subsequently, the celestial aura descended upon Lu Dong. Boom! The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Corps, Lu Dong, was suppressed by the Empress of the Yaotai with a single hand. Immediately after, Lu Dong was sent reeling back several thousand meters, crashing against the apex of the Grand Hall of the Holy Land. This was the Sanctuary Hall, the place where the Holy Lord, Ye Inghao, conducted his affairs and practiced. How audacious! Who dares to lay hands on the Sanctuary Hall? Do they seek death? The Holy Lord Ye Inghao, donned in resplendent golden armor and wielding a golden sacred sword, approached with an aura of deadly intent directed towards the sword peak, yet suspended in midair. All murderous intent dissipated from Ye Inghao. He was utterly cowed. The Empress of the Yaodai, how could it be you? Indeed, it is I, Ye Inghao. I have slain 2 of your Holy Land sages. Do you have any objections? The Empress of the Yaotai, her gaze frosty and her entire being exuding an ethereal quality untouched by the mundane, radiated an overwhelming pressure. The Holy Lord has no objections. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on Ye Inghao's brow. This Empress of the Yaotai is the foremost power in the Eastern Domain. Her energy potent enough to obliterate the entire Jiuli Holy Land. How could he dare voice any dissent? Chapter 089. Are you questioning me? Before the Empress of the Yaotai, Ye Inghao was drenched, not from excitement, but from profound fear of her. Did you just say I seek death? A chilling aura emanated from the Empress of the Yaodai. Boom. In the next moment, Ye Inghao found himself enveloped by an overwhelming imperial might. The sage level Ye Inghao was forced back by her imperial aura. He was then propelled across thousands of meters, crashing into the apex of the Sanctuary Hall. The roof of the Sanctuary Hall was left with a massive dent. Think carefully, and consider what you should say when you come before me. The Empress of the Yaodai remarked coldly, gazing at Ye Inghao from 10,000 meters away. How is this possible? The Empress of the Yaotai's power has escalated to such terrifying heights. Before her, I am but an ant. Ye Inghao exclaimed in utter shock. My strength has grown, and I owe it to the master's whip and prodding. The Empress of the Yaotai mused inwardly, casting a glance at Ye Chen beside her. A faint blush crept onto her exquisite visage. However, this scene did not escape the eyes of countless powerful figures from the Holy Land. All present began speculating about the relationship between Ye Chen and the Empress of the Yaodai. Some even pondered whether Ye Chen was the Empress's consort. Empress, this incident was indeed a fault of our Holy Land. I, Ye Inghao, offer my apologies to Ye Chen and implore the Empress to spare our Holy Land. Ye Inghao approached the Empress, a bitter smile on his face after traversing thousands of meters. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to apologize in front of countless disciples of the Holy Land. Who could blame him when the one before him was the Empress of the Yaodai? What? Is your Holy Land no longer seeking revenge? The Empress of the Yaodai replied with a cold smile. Rest assured, Empress. This matter is indeed our Holy Land's fault and has nothing to do with young friend Ye Chen. I merely seek peace. Ye Inghao said with a broad grin, lowering his stance significantly. The resolution or lack thereof does not solely rest in the hands of this emperor. It also requires the assent of my master. The Empress of the Yao Pool addressed Ye Inghao. Master, whether to reconcile or not, I shall heed your command entirely. Should you choose not to reconcile, then I shall eradicate this 9-li holy land. The Empress of the Yao Pool knelt before Ye Chen, her expression one of profound reverence. What? Ye Chen is actually the master of the Empress of the Yao Pool. A deafening shockwave rippled through the entire Holy Land. All disciples gazed at Ye Chen with incredulity. None had anticipated that Ye Chen's true identity was that of the master of the Yao Pool Empress. They had speculated before. Some thought he might be her favored companion, others her disciple, and some even considered him a close kin. They had explored every conceivable relationship. Yet no one had fathomed that Ye Chen could be the master of the Yao Pool Empress. The Empress, renowned throughout the Eastern Domain, unmatched in her prowess. To think such a formidable figure would willingly serve as Ye Chen's attendant. What has become of this world? Everyone was left in utter astonishment by this revelation. How could Ye Chen command the fealty of an empress? On a rocky outcrop, Ye Shan, adorned in a crimson gown, gazed into the distance at the young man, her heart brimming with disbelief. Initially, she had believed that Ye Chen was the only one worthy of her within the Holy Land. Yet, she had not anticipated his enigmatic strength. Even a powerhouse like the Empress of the Yao Pool was willing to serve as his attendant. If an empress could only be a handmaiden to Ye Chen, what then of her, Ye Chen? Was she even worthy of being a mere attendant? For the first time, Ye Chen felt the vast chasm between herself and Ye Chen widen immeasurably, inevitably succumbing to a sense of despondency. An empress? How could she possibly be reduced to the status of Ye Chen's servant? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Ye Hao's smile froze upon his face. Do you dare to question this, Emperor? The voice of the Empress resonated with an unassailable authority. This holy master would not presume. At that moment, Ye Hao was utterly despondent. He had believed Ye Chen merely a subordinate of the Empress, never suspecting that he was, in fact, her master. In truth, Ye Hao had been aware of the events unfolding within the Holy Land from the outset, yet he had remained indifferent towards Ye Chen. It was not just Ye Hao. All the higher-ups in the Holy Land had disregarded Ye Chen. The moment the enforcement team of the Holy Land appeared, Ye Hao ceased to pay attention to the happenings at Tianjin Peak, convinced that a newcomer like Ye Chen, no matter how powerful, would inevitably fall to the hands of the enforcement team. Now, Ye Hao was consumed by endless regret. Had he acted sooner to halt this unfolding drama, he could have not only allied with Ye Chen, but also garnered the favor of the Empress of the Yaopool. In turn, this could have provided the Nine-Li Holy Land with an opportunity to rise again, surpassing the other two Holy Lands and unlocking limitless potential. Yet the harsh reality remained. Ye Hao had failed to seize this opportunity. In the sacred land of Jiuli, not only had Ye Chen completely offended them, but he had also provoked the Empress of Yachi. Ye Chen, this matter was indeed a mistake on the part of the sacred land. I implore you to forgive us. I assure you that incidents like today will never occur again. Ye Hao spoke earnestly to Ye Chen. I will consider it, Ye Chen replied, fixing his gaze upon Ye Hao without immediately providing an answer. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, with all eyes drawn to Ye Chen. Whether it was the elders of the sacred land or the disciples, their breaths grew heavy with tension. Before Ye Chen, Ye Hao was drenched in cold sweat. Time passed slowly, yet Ye Chen remained silent. The pressure in Ye Hao's heart intensified with each fleeting moment. A sword that kills is not truly terrifying. It is the suspended sword that is most fearsome and torturous. The sensation of having one's fate controlled by another was profoundly uncomfortable for Ye Hao. I can forgive the sacred land, but the third space of the Jiuli sacred tree must be reopened for me once more. After a quarter of an hour, Ye Chen finally responded. With a sigh of relief, Ye Hao exhaled a heavy breath, feeling as if all his energy had been drained away. Although Ye Hao was a formidable figure in the sacred realm with a strong will, the stakes involved the very survival of the sacred land. Faced with such matters, he was not immune to anxiety. The space of the Jiuli sacred tree could only be opened 10 times a month, and the authority to do so did not lie within the hands of the current lord. I must consult the Sword Saint. Ye Hao activated a communication talisman, which transformed into a point of light and sped toward the depths of the Jiuli sacred land. Moments later, a communication talisman returned from the depths. Ye Hao grasped the talisman in his hand and then looked at Ye Chen, saying, "The Sword Saint has agreed to open the third space of the Jiuli sacred tree, and he wishes to meet you in person." Thunderous. The Sword Saint of Jiuli is personally meeting Ye Chen? This had not occurred in decades. All the disciples of the sacred land gazed at Ye Chen with envy. It is known that the Sword Saint of Jiuli is the strongest being in the Jiuli sacred land, having lived for over 3,000 years. With an understanding of martial arts that far surpasses that of ordinary people, to have an audience with the Sword Saint is an immense opportunity. It is said that decades ago, when the Sword Saint met Ye Hao, he merely imparted some martial wisdom, which enabled Ye Hao to become a powerful figure in the sacred realm. With the Sword Saint's guidance, Ye Hao fought for the title of the Sacred Son and eventually succeeded to inherit the Jiuli sacred land. An audience with the Sword Saint. Ye Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Now that Ye Chen was to meet the Jiuli Sword Saint, he would undoubtedly become a sage in the future. The gap between them would be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a green leaf fell from the void. Above the leaf, an aura of the sacred path emanated. The green leaf twisted in the air several times before transforming into a massive cloud ship, 100 meters in size. Ye Chen, this is the exclusive cloud vessel of the Sword Saint of Jiuli. Your master awaits you by the Jiuli sacred tree. Ye Hao respectfully saluted Ye Chen. Come, let us meet the Sword Saint of Jiuli. With a wave of his hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Ye Chen. Subsequently, the 4 heavenly kings, Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, were enveloped by his aura and escorted onto the cloud vessel. With a flourish, Ye Chen conjured a staircase of spiritual energy that cascaded down from the cloud vessel, extending to the feet of Feng Qingling. "Then I shall not be courteous," she remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips as she ascended the ethereal staircase step by step. Ye Chen had brought 7 individuals to meet the Sword Saint of Jiuli. which meant they all had the opportunity to heed the Saint's teachings. With the Sword Saint's enlightenment, it would be tantamount to possessing a chance to step into the sacred realm. Such an opportunity is a rare treasure, sought after yet seldom found. All eyes were on Feng Qingling and her companions, their ascent to the cloud vessel eliciting an indescribable envy. Linger, your choice was indeed wise. Feng Qingyang, shouldering a massive sword, bore a fervent glimmer in his gaze. Ye Chen's decision to bring Feng Qingling to meet the Sword Saint underscored his gratitude, marking a monumental event for both Feng Qingling and the Feng family. Why was it not I who ascended the cloud vessel? Observing Feng Qingling calmly and gracefully ascend the staircase, Ye Chen felt a profound jealousy welling within her. After all, she had known Ye Chen the longest. Had the imperial ancestor not proclaimed that Ye Chen was her destined one? The cloud vessel traversed the void, eventually entering a grand mountain within the Jiuli sacred land. As it collided with the mountain's rocky face, it seemed as though disaster loomed. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a ripple akin to water emerged upon the rocky surface. Soon, the vessel entered an expansive, boundless realm. In this space, countless mountains soared into the heavens, and wide rivers of spiritual energy flowed. 8 colossal waterfalls cascaded from above, pouring into the rivers below. The entire area was suffused with a sacred aura, dotted with numerous royal-grade spiritual herbs. Even some imperial-grade spiritual herbs and plants were not considered rare. Within this realm, one could also find an array of sacred medicines. At the heart of this domain stood a towering sacred tree, 100 feet in girth, reaching towards the clouds. From the essence of the tree, Ye Chen discerned that it was the Jiuli sacred tree. The Jiuli sacred tree boasted 12 branches, of which 9 were withered, leaving only 3 flourishing with jade-like leaves. Beneath the leaves, a few golden sacred fruits could be faintly seen. In this world of creation, while there were numerous sacred herbs and plants, none could compare to the Jiuli sacred tree. Young friend Ye Chen, this saint has awaited your arrival for quite some time. An elderly man, his beard as white as snow, brandished a golden holy sword as he soared towards Ye Chen. We pay homage to the Sword Saint. The 4 great kings, along with Sidu Qinglan and others, knelt before the Jiuli Sword Saint. Only Feng Qingling and Ye Chen remained standing. Rise, commanded the Jiuli Sword Saint, raising his hand slightly. Your talents and opportunities are commendable. But do you comprehend the disparity between yourselves and Ye Chen, as well as the younger generation of the Feng family? Wang Yucheng, gnawing on a rabbit leg, spoke to the Jiuli Sword Saint. I do not discern the difference. My father once said that any problem that money can solve is not truly a problem. As long as the Sword Saint is willing to impart martial knowledge to us, my family's goldmine. Wang Bai swiftly covered Wang Yuchen's mouth, chuckling. My brother is overly ignorant. I beg your pardon if he has offended the Sword Saint. The Jiuli Sword Saint, wiping the sweat from his brow, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yuchen's words. Even his indomitable spirit was shaken. However, this emotion quickly subsided. His mind became as calm as an ancient well. The fact that neither Ye Chen nor the younger members of the Feng family had knelt before him indicated their unwavering resolve, a refusal to submit to anyone. The words of the Sword Saint have illuminated our understanding, exclaimed Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, their eyes reflecting admiration. Feng Qingling and Ye Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the Jiuli Sword Saint. Sword Saint, if my Wang family possessed as many spiritual minds as the Feng family, I would not fear you. Wang Yucheng boldly declared once more, only to be silenced again by Wang Hai. What a talent! In the future, do not ever claim that I, Jiuli Sword Saint, have guided your martial path. It would be a source of great embarrassment for me. The Jiuli Sword Saint felt a tinge of embarrassment, but with Ye Chen present, he refrained from further comment. Thus, the Jiuli Sword Saint shifted his focus to Ye Chen and Feng Qingling, smiling as he said, You are both exceptional talents within my holy land, and your future accomplishments shall be boundless. Allow me to impart some knowledge regarding martial arts. The Jiuli Sword Saint then began to teach Ye Chen and Feng Qingling. What I share with you will provide ample material for contemplation for a considerable time. Given your talents, it is inevitable that you will become saints in the future. Now, I shall demonstrate a technique. Ensure you observe closely. The Jiuli Sword Saint's holy sword emanated a brilliant golden light before striking a mountain thousands of miles away. The mountain was enveloped by a sacred rule, shattering into fragments. Rocks, trees, and the spiritual beasts within the mountain were obliterated in that instant, transforming into uniform particles. With a sweep of the Jiuli Sword Saint's holy sword, it flew towards the vast expanse, cutting through a waterfall hundreds of feet wide. The waterfall ceased its flow, morphing into identical droplets suspended in the void. Both the mountain before them and the river in the air disintegrated into countless particles under the power of the sword's aura. A single particle, neither more nor less. Precisely 40 million minuscule fragments. Moreover, their shapes are impeccably uniform, devoid of any discrepancies. This strike is undeniably formidable. Witnessing the sword technique executed by the sword saint of Jioli, Ye Chen's countenance displayed a hint of astonishment. To cleave mountains and rivers with a single stroke may appear effortless, yet mastering the control of such power to this exquisite degree is exceedingly challenging. It is, one might say, nearly unattainable. Ding. Successfully comprehended, Sword Dao Insight 1000. Ding. Successfully comprehended, Sword Dao Insight 1000. Ding. Successfully comprehended, Sword Dao Insight 1000. Ding. Successfully comprehended. Sword Dao Insight 1000. With a flourish, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged forth from Ye Chen. Chapter 091. The principles of Kunlun realm, the resonant notifications echoed within Ye Chen's mind. Subsequently, his swordsmanship ascended instantaneously, reaching the later stages of sword heart clarity. Although Ye Chen was still unable to directly grasp the sacred Tao principles, he was capable of intuitively understanding the sword intent manifested by the sword saint of Jioli. At present, the sword intent encapsulated within Ye Chen's being could only be described as terrifying. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's sword soared forth, striking a massive boulder of 100 feet in size. The formidable sword intent descended upon the colossal rock, which subsequently shattered into uniformly sized fragments no larger than a thumb, cascading to the ground. Each piece was identical, exhibiting no variation. By heavens! This young one's comprehension is astonishingly profound, instantly grasping the essence of my sword intent. The sword saint of Jiuli, his face awash with shock, could not restrain an expletive. Sword saint, you just uttered a curse, Wang Yuqing remarked, gnawing on a rabbit leg. You heard that? The sword saint of Jioli was taken aback, his face flushing crimson as he replied, Ahem, I must admit, I lost my composure. Yet Ye Chen's insight is indeed extraordinary, something I could never have anticipated. It is the sword saint's teachings that are truly remarkable, Ye Chen responded humbly. Ah, the youth is indeed worthy of instruction. However, this strike of mine encompasses far more than this. With that, the sword saint waved his hand, causing the 40 million particles in the void to merge and reconstitute into a majestic mountain. The mountain remained the same, the trees upon it untouched, and all existence within it persisted as before. It was as if that previous strike had never been unleashed at all. What is happening? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, including Ye Chen, who was equally perplexed. The sword saint of Jioli stroked his beard and inquired, Ye Chen, I ask you, did my previous strike sever the mountain? Did it extinguish the lives upon it? Ye Chen replied, it seems it did, yet it also seems it did not. This, in truth, embodies the power of the Tao. What is the Tao? I grant you life, and you shall live. I decree your demise, and you shall perish. When your strength is sufficiently formidable, you become the Tao itself. Those who conform shall flourish, while those who resist shall meet their end. The nine-li sword saint retracted the sacred sword and continued, the mountain that was just destroyed has merely been restored by the laws of the Tao. In other words, our world has indeed experienced destruction, it has simply been rejuvenated by the Tao afterwards. This phenomenon is imperceptible to ordinary individuals, comprehensible only to those powerful enough to transcend the sacred realm. The voice of the nine-li sword saint resonated in every ear present. The four great kings, munching on rabbit legs, wore expressions of bewilderment. Although Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman shared a similar look of confusion, they seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Only Feng Qinling and Ye Chen fully comprehended the words of the nine-li sword saint. This prompted a thought in me. Could it be that on the blue star of my previous life, the rumored apocalypses were not merely tales, but rather events that transpired and were subsequently mended by some form of Tao? Destruction followed by rebirth. Yet, in this current temporal junction, it remains unfelt. After absorbing the nine-li sword saint's words, Ye Chen experienced an epiphany. The nine-li sword saint inquired, Ye Chen, do you know why the nine-li sacred tree has 12 branches and why 9 of them have withered? Ye Chen, puzzled, asked, why? Because the number 12 embodies the great Tao of the entire Kunlun realm. Any martial technique or cultivation method, once pushed to the 12th iteration, reaches its zenith. For instance, the pinnacle technique of sword cultivation, the wordless sword cannon, consists of 12 layers of swordplay. Similarly, the Qinglei Sword Immortal's Qinglei Sword Song is also a 12-layered sword technique. It is not that one cannot surpass 12. Rather, 12 is the essence of the Tao. Only by aligning with the Tao can one unleash their power to its fullest potential. The nine-li sword saint patiently elucidated this to Ye Chen. 12 is indeed the Tao. Furthermore, only by resonating with the heavenly principles can one attain fortune and maximize their strength. 12 is also the most profound number in the Kunlun realm. Can these truths truly not be unraveled? Contemplating this, Ye Chen asked, is there truly no way to change this? The nine-li sword saint replied, As I previously stated, as long as you grow stronger, you embody the Tao. If one day you can supplant the Tao of the Kunlun realm, you shall become the architect of all rules. However, this is no small feat. Then why are there 9 withered branches on the 9-leaf sacred tree? Ye Chen recognized that his knowledge was still insufficient to engage in a philosophical debate with the 9-leaf sword saint, prompting him to cease this line of inquiry. As I mentioned earlier, this world has not evaded destruction. Rather, it has experienced it 9 times, with someone severing the 9 rules of the Kunlun realm. Only by restoring the 9 great laws of Kunlun can we rekindle its former glory. It is precisely for this reason that I remain stuck at the saintly level. Unable to ascend, the 9-leaf sword saint imparted much wisdom to Ye Chen, leading to significant shifts in his worldview. His perspective expanded from that of a sacred land to encompass the entirety of the Kunlun realm. That is all I shall share with you today. As for the knowledge of martial arts, you must seek to comprehend it on your own. With a wave of his hand, the 9-leaf sword saint conjured a swirling vortex of darkness. The teachings of the sword saint today shall be engraved in Ye Chen's heart. He bowed respectfully to the sword saint of Jiu Li and, accompanied by his companions, entered the realm of the Jiu Li sacred tree. Within this space, time flows at a ratio of 301, making it an exceptional environment for cultivation, both for the 4 great kings and for Feng Qingling. With a flourish of his hand, Ye Chen conjured a dark passageway. Subsequently, he stepped into the realm of the small universe. The fact that Ye Chen possesses a small universe is indeed enigmatic. As Feng Qingling observed Ye Chen dissipate into the void, a glimmer of light danced in her beautiful eyes. Ding. Small universe upgraded to level 4. Ding. Time flow in the small universe at 901. Ding. Trial space upgraded to level 4. Ding. Cultivation speed in the trial space increased by 200 times. The time flow within the small universe is at 90 times. Combined with the 3rd space of the Jiu Li sacred tree, totaling a remarkable 120 times the usual rate. This implies that I have a total of 120 days for cultivation. I wonder how powerful my Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Chi and Jiu Li Divine Demon Palm will become after this period of training. With this thought, Ye Chen stepped into the trial space. Palm seals and Sword Chi sword within the trial space, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Ding. Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Chi. Level 200. Ding. Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Chi. Level 200. Ding. Jiu Li Divine Demon Palm. Level 200. Ding. Jiu Li Divine Demon Palm. Level 200. Ye Chen's cultivation speed skyrocketed. Chapter 092. Wild motorcycle in the trial space. Ye Chen fervently honed his martial skills and techniques. 120 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Chi. Level 200. Current level 37 million. Ding. Jiu Li Divine Demon Palm. Level 200. Current level 37 million. Ding. Jiu Li Tian Yang Technique. Level 200. Current level 37 million. A series of system notifications echoed in the air. After 120 days of rigorous training, Ye Chen's power surged remarkably. Both the Jiu Li Divine Demon Palm and Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Chi advanced to a significant new stage. At this moment, Ye Chen's strength could effortlessly annihilate Lu Youlian. It is essential to note that defeating an opponent with ease and annihilating them are 2 distinct concepts. Ye Chen has grown powerful enough to rival a half-saint. Martial Sovereign. Martial Emperor, half-saint. Ye Chen can now battle across 3 realms. With a sweep of his figure, Ye Chen emerged from the trial space. He felt an overwhelming sensation of clarity coursing through his entire being, even perceiving the subtle influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into his martial body. Ye Chen, your strength has indeed increased once more. To test the fruits of your labor, I shall sacrifice my own interests to experiment with you. The Jiu Li Phoenix. Engulfed in blazing flames, charged toward Ye Chen. The sword of golden light in Ye Chen's hand soared forth. Its formidable sword intent piercing through the body of the 9-leaf phoenix in an instant. Subsequently, it impaled the 9-leaf phoenix onto a rock 1,000 meters away. How is this possible? Ye Chen, I have already ascended to the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Yet I am not even a match for you in a single strike? The eyes of the 9-leaf phoenix were filled with terror and disbelief. It never crossed his mind that Ye Chen could suppress him with just one sword. With a flourish, Ye Chen's golden sword unleashed an overwhelming sword intent, cleaving the 9-leaf phoenix into thousands of fragments. These myriad particles hovered in the void before reassembling into the phoenix's true form. Ye Chen, you dare to kill me? The 9-leaf phoenix was seized by a sense of lingering fear. The might of that previous strike was unmistakable. Had Ye Chen not shown mercy and restored his true form, he would have already perished. Killing you requires but a moment. If I wish for you to live, you shall live. If I desire your death, you shall die. Do you submit? The golden sword of Ye Chen radiated an unparalleled sword intent. I submit. This time, I truly submit. The nine-leaf phoenix was completely subdued by Ye Chen. If he had harbored any lingering hope before, it had now vanished entirely. He was utterly convinced of Ye Chen's supremacy and would no longer entertain any thoughts of rebellion. With a flourish, Ye Chen retracted his golden sword and crossed 1,000 meters to arrive in the Lotus courtyard. Brother Chen. Ye Ling rushed out from the courtyard and leaped into Ye Chen's embrace. During his cultivation, Ye Chen had not seen Ye Ling for 4 months, and their reunion was marked by significant changes in both. Ye Ling was enveloped in a swirl of spiritual energy, her eyes shimmering with ethereal light. Her delicate face was as pure as jade, unmarred by any trace of dust. Notably, Ye Ling had grown considerably, transforming from the previous petite girl of 1.2 meters to a now graceful young lady of 1.4 meters, her physique having developed splendidly. Now, her strength had reached the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm, with a faint aura of the Qian emperor swirling within her. Brother Chen, it is rather dull in this small world of Qiankuan. Ling wishes to visit the holy city in the sacred land to unwind. Ye Ling clung to Ye Chen's neck, appearing as a charming little bird. We can go to the holy city, but you must heed my words and stay by my side at all times, understand? Ye Chen recognized that this little girl, Ye Ling, had grown restless in the small world of Qiankuan. Thus, he felt reluctant to let her continue her solitary cultivation, as relentless training could be rather monotonous. All right, Ling promises to stay by Brother Chen's side always. Ye Ling nodded obediently. System, utilize the treasured enhancement pill to elevate the level of the Xuanwu armor. Ding. Successfully used the treasured enhancement pill. Ding. The level of the Xuanwu armor has been raised to Imperial Grade 2. System notification sounds echoed. The Xuanwu armor was elevated to the Imperial tier by Ye Chen. With a swift motion of his hand, the Xuanwu armor transformed into a streak of luminous energy, enveloping Ye Ling within its embrace. A delicate layer of earthy yellow aura emerged upon Ye Ling's skin, characteristic of the Xuanwu armor. Having completed this, Ye Chen departed the realm of the Little Qiankuan, accompanied by Ye Ling and the White Emperor Fox. Meanwhile, Wang Bai and his companions, including Sidu Qinglan and Lin Qiman, were seated in meditation, deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Feng Qiling gazed skyward, her eyes fixed upon the constellations, seemingly in contemplation of some profound insight. System, sign in. Ding. The host is situated within the 9-leaf sacred tree, sign in level 8. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 3rd tier of martial sovereign, today's sign-in count is 315 times. Ding. The host's first sign-in successful, rewarded with 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. The host's second sign-in successful, rewarded with 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. The host's third sign-in successful, rewarded with 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. The host's fourth sign-in successful, rewarded with 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. The host's 314th sign-in successful, rewarded with 10 9-leaf sacred fruits. Ding. Ding. The host's 315th sign-in successful, rewarded with the divine artifact, wild motorcycle. Item, wild motorcycle, divine tier. To his astonishment, this sign-in yielded the divine artifact, wild motorcycle. In the future, I shall wield the green dragon crescent blade in my left hand and ride the wild motorcycle in my right, vanquishing foes with stealth. Ye Chen chuckled at the sight of the wild motorcycle. Just when he needed a means to enjoy the breeze, this wish had come to fruition. I wish to invite you to ride on my wild motorcycle, to feast and drink with abandon. Linger, would you be willing to join me on my wild motorcycle? Before him appeared a magnificent motorcycle, encased entirely in dragon scales, emanating a faint flicker of flame from its body. At the rear, 8 jet nozzles projected an imposing aura. Although Linger was unfamiliar with what a wild motorcycle entailed, she would never refuse an invitation from her brother Chen. She climbed onto the motorcycle, wrapping her arms around Ye Chen's waist. In the void, a black vortex materialized, propelling Ye Chen's motorcycle forward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the dragon-shaped motorcycle unleashed an unparalleled surge of power, with 8 streams of pale blue flames gushing from its exhausts. Well, what is this? It's absolutely stunning. How could such an extraordinary war vehicle exist within the Holy Land? The speed is astonishing. The wild motorcycle soared through the heavens, leaving a long trail of flames as it vanished from the Holy Land. Chapter 093. The Undying Blood Clan. The wild motorcycle raced with incredible speed, covering thousands of meters in a mere second. The cities above in the sky disappeared at a pace visible to the naked eye. Mountains and oceans appeared minuscule in the vastness of the void. After a minute, Ye Ling and Ye Chen arrived at the edge of a beach, where starlight twinkled, and strange streams of light danced above the shoreline. The shimmering lights are emanated by some bioluminescent creatures known as lantern jellyfish in the ocean, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. In Yiling's eyes, there sparkled a dreamlike radiance. To be candid, such a scene would evoke excitement in any girl. It was the perfect occasion for a barbecue on this beach. After speaking, Ye Chen began to lay the foundation, and soon, a barbecue grill was assembled. Lazy bones. Stop loafing around and ignite the fire, Ye Chen urged as he brought out some skewered meat, freshly hunted from the new hunting grounds. How lamentable it is that the dignified nine-leaf phoenix must stoop to being a fire attendant. The nine-leaf phoenix, somewhat reluctant, released its royal flames to roast the meat on the grill. In a short while, a lavish spread of barbecued delicacies was prepared by Ye Chen. Wow, Brother Chen, your barbecue skills are simply exceptional, Ye Linger exclaimed, one hand clutching a skewer of lamb, and the other a small wooden house from Hans, reveling in delight. I have never tasted such barbecue. Even the top chefs under the moon goddess could not create something so delectable. The White Emperor Fox also indulged heartily, relishing the barbecue while sipping from the Hans wooden house, almost wishing for a cigarette to accompany the feast. This is simply too delicious, moon goddess, the White Emperor Fox exclaimed as it devoured another 2 skewers. The nine-leaf phoenix kicked the White Emperor Fox lightly and said sternly, "Have you drunk too much? You cunning fox? What stature does the moon goddess possess that she would recognize you?" "Ahem, it is I who has overindulged," the White Emperor Fox confessed, swallowing back its words, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. Ye Chen glanced at both the White Emperor Fox and the nine-leaf phoenix, sensing that these 2 imperial beasts were concealing something from him, yet he could not articulate what it was. "Ye Chen, I must commend you. Your barbecue technique is indeed first-rate. Did you learn from Lan Xiang?" the nine-leaf phoenix remarked while savoring a skewer of lamb. "However, I do not comprehend why there is kidney meat included." "To enhance the martial physique," Ye Chen replied. "What do you mean by enhancing the martial physique?" the nine-leaf phoenix inquired. "It refers to strengthening one's foundational physique." Casting a glance at Ye Linger, Ye Chen felt somewhat helpless. He could not reveal the truth in her presence, for he could not lead her astray. "You cannot deceive me, Ye Chen. With my knowledge, I am well aware that this substance cannot enhance the martial physique. Moreover, you have already reached the pinnacle of the imperial body, just a step away from entering the sacred body." The nine-leaf phoenix's small eyes glimmered with annoyance, and a burst of 9-colored flames erupted from its wings, cascading towards the ocean ahead. Boom! Hundreds of feet of seawater were instantly vaporized by the royal flames. Crack! Subsequently, a sound of a shattered seal resonated through the air. Beneath the ocean, a powerful aura of an array surged forth. "Goodness, it seems I have stirred up trouble," the nine-leaf phoenix remarked, sensing something amiss, its eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "You have not merely caused trouble. You have unleashed a catastrophe." Ye Chen too felt the immense energy from the depths of the sea. Deep beneath the ocean, it seemed that some creatures were sealed away, or perhaps imprisoned. However, the seal here, due to the passage of time, has nearly succumbed to decay. Yet, with the assault of the nine-leaf phoenix, this seal was prematurely breached. As Ye Chen perceived, from the depths of the ocean, an unfathomable number of formidable auras began to awaken. These auras numbered in the tens of thousands, with several embodying the realm of martial emperors, and even some comparable to martial saints. Boom! Countless shadowy figures surged forth from the ocean's depths, dispersing in all directions. Haha! After being imprisoned for a millennium, this emperor shall finally emerge from this damned abyss, roared a figure, exulting in newfound freedom. "From this day forth, who in the eastern domain can stand against me?" A being, entirely crimson and adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, emerged from the ground. Its visage bore semblance to that of a normal human, yet elongated fangs protruded from its mouth. The Undying Blood Clan. Ye Chen's expression shifted subtly upon witnessing this blood-red, winged entity. It was said that the Undying Blood Clan thrived by devouring the blood of humanity. As long as they were nourished by a continuous flow of blood, they could attain immortality and experience a qualitative leap in martial prowess. Historical texts that Ye Chen had perused indicated that the Undying Blood Clan existed since the dawn of creation, 100,000 years prior. The main forces of the Undying Blood Clan were sealed away by 12 divine beings. Weaker members of the clan were also sealed by human saints across various realms of Kunlun. Now, with the seal shattered, these creatures of the Undying Blood Clan had re-emerged. There are actually 2 Imperial tier spirit beasts, and 2 human prodigies here? The Undying Blood Clan warrior, upon spotting Ye Chen and his companions, exhibited a glimmer of greed in its eyes. "What perfect prey to replenish my essence!" With a flourish, the Undying Blood Clan warrior conjured a crimson mist before transforming it into 4 blood arrows, which hurtled toward Ye Chen and his companions. Seeking death, Ye Chen uttered a sharp cry as his slaughtering sword soared forth. A multitude of sinister eyes gradually opened above the sword, each resembling an eye of annihilation. imbued with an indelible intent to kill that transcended time itself. The 4 blood arrows in the void were drawn apart by the sword's power and subsequently shattered. Following this, the slaughtering sword, with an unstoppable momentum, cleaved toward the undying Blood Clan warrior. With a resounding explosion, the warrior's massive head was severed and sent flying. Ye Chen had slain this undying Blood Clan warrior in an instant. An Imperial Realm late-stage warrior, dispatched with a single strike? The shadows that had surged from the ocean's depths were taken aback by Ye Chen's overwhelming combat prowess, their expression shifting to one of astonishment as they hastened their retreat. However, just as these shadows believed they were on the brink of escape, their forms abruptly halted, subsequently torn asunder by an immensely powerful sword intent. You dare to slay a member of the Undying Blood Clan? Do you not fear a retribution? An elderly figure clad in a white martial robe surged forth from the depths of the earth, suspended in the void. The Undying Blood Clan, upon attaining the realm of semi-saint, can manifest in human form. It was evident that the elder before Ye Chen had already reached the semi-saint level. Without uttering a word, Ye Chen unleashed his sword of slaughter. The Undying Blood Clan warrior twisted his form to evade a fatal strike, but his entire arm was severed by Ye Chen's blade. Chapter 094. Invincible Defense. Powerful waves of energy erupted. From the depths of the ocean, numerous shadows seized the fleeting moment to dart away, vanishing into the horizon. Some Undying Blood Clan warriors lingered on the beach. Youngster, whether in ancient times or now, our Undying Blood Clan remains an unrivaled force within the same realm. Not only have you harmed our kin, but you also dare to slay us. Today, you shall meet your demise. Dozens of Undying Blood Clan warriors, adorned with fleshly wings, exhibited a glimmer of crimson in their eyes, each harboring a profound intent to kill. What of the Undying Blood Clan? Today, I shall witness how invincible you truly are. The 9-leaf phoenix surged, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix, its form stretching 100 meters, engulfed in vibrant flames that reached hundreds of feet. Subsequently, the multicolored flames cascaded downwards towards the Undying Blood Clan below, with a series of explosive sounds. The bodies of weaker Undying Blood warriors erupted under the might of the 9-leaf royal flame, dissipating into clouds of blood mist. Is this the extent of your combat prowess, daring to pose before me? A hint of pride shimmered in the eyes of the 9-leaf phoenix. But this smugness was soon replaced by astonishment. The blood mist in the void reformed, and those Undying Blood warriors vanquished by the 9-leaf royal flame reverted to their original forms, their auras slightly diminished but otherwise unchanged. What sorcery is this? I have never encountered such a bizarre entity, not even within the divine realm, exclaimed the 9-leaf phoenix, astounded. Boom. In the next moment, all the Undying Blood warriors erupted with formidable energy. The overwhelming force struck the 9-leaf phoenix, sending it hurtling away. Ye Chen vanished from his spot, only to reappear after a series of 9 distortions. When he returned, apart from the semi-saint warrior, all others of the Undying Blood Clan had been cleaved in twain by the sword of slaughter, transforming into torrents of blood mist that scattered into the ether. Do you think our Undying Blood warriors are so easily slain? The semi-saint warrior, whose arm had been severed by Ye Chen, grew a new limb and glared coldly at him. Perhaps before others, you Undying Blood Clan are invincible, but in my presence, you are but refuse. A spectral blood dragon materialized around Ye Chen. Extreme realm. Everything within a kilometer was subdued. Ye Chen's figure swiftly darted out, the sword of slaughter poised at the brow of the semi-holy realm expert. Damn it, were it not for my prolonged seal, causing the sacred energy and the rules of the sacred path within me to nearly dissipate, I would not perish beneath your blade. The body of the semi-holy expert rapidly withered under the blade of slaughter, his life force completely vanishing. The sword of slaughter grew ever more potent with each act of violence. Each life taken allowed it to absorb the blood of its victims, thereby enhancing its might. However, Ye Chen had never employed this technique before. Now, confronted with the Undying Blood Clan, he felt no need for mercy. How is this possible? My blood, as a member of the Undying Blood Clan, is being absorbed by this sword. Could it be the Blood Lotus sword? Impossible. The Blood Demon sect is merely a pawn of my clan. Moreover, our lineage cannot be absorbed by the Blood Lotus sword. This blade is truly terrifying. The expressions of the Undying Blood Clan experts turned to sheer horror upon witnessing Ye Chen's display of power. What are you afraid of? With me here. How can a mere martial respect realm expert turn the tide? A youth clad in purple, enveloped by a torrent of life force, materialized in the void. His gaze was otherworldly, resembling a black hole capable of ensnaring one's very soul. A holy realm expert, though only a novice saint. This individual was imbued with countless sacred path rules. Ye Chen, despite his ability to transcend 3 major realms and challenge semi-holy experts, was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating semi-holy beings from true saints. A genuine saint possesses sanctified might, myriad rules, and a sacred manifestation. It could be said that until Ye Chen ascended to the martial emperor realm, he would lack the capacity to contend with a true saint. Although Ye Chen could momentarily withstand a saint's attack using the 9-Li Heavenly Yang technique, the Xianhuang God-slaying sword Qi had not yet been bolstered by the Xianhuang energy, preventing him from truly slaying a saint. Suddenly, the Undying Blood Clan's holy expert advanced, appearing before Ye Chen and his companions in an instant. A blood-red spear surged forth from his grasp, its formidable life force piercing the heavens and aimed directly at Ye Chen's heart. Clang! A metallic clash resonated from Ye Chen's form. The full-force strike of the holy expert inflicted not a single wound upon him. How is this possible? A human martial respect realm expert can withstand my full power? Even some princes of my Undying Blood Clan possess no greater strength. The holy expert's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. So, these are your final words? Ye Chen sneered coldly. In the next moment, the void twisted, and a woman clad in a crimson imperial robe appeared. The Celestial Empress, a holy realm expert. As she emerged, celestial realms and the Yaoqi appeared behind her, along with the ethereal silhouettes of divine statues. The vast and imposing aura emanated from the Empress of the Yaoqi, spreading invisibly around her. With a flourish of her hand, a spectral image of the celestial expanse surged forth. This ethereal silhouette advanced menacingly towards the saint of the Undying Blood Clan, shattering the void in its wake. Upon witnessing the figure of the Yaoqi Empress, the Undying Blood Clan warrior's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Yet, the celestial shadow released by the Empress pursued with an even swifter and more potent resolve. In an instant, the Undying Blood warrior's body erupted, transforming into a billowing mist of crimson. This enmity shall not go unavenged by the Undying Blood Clan. A voice of fury resonated from within the swirling blood mist, which then fragmented into countless segments, dispersing in all directions. At that moment, a verdant bottle materialized in the void, emanating an unparalleled gravitational force. Is that the 8 Desolation Refining God bottle? How could you possibly possess such a treasure? A wailing cry erupted from the crimson mist, which was subsequently wholly absorbed by the 8 Desolation Refining God bottle. Retreat. The remaining Undying Blood Clan warriors, witnessing the instantaneous demise of their saint, were stricken with terror and hastily fled into the distance. However, at that juncture, Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight. He twisted through the void, executing a series of 9 rotations. Drawing and sheathing his sword in seamless succession, within a mere second, Ye Chen had unleashed his blade over 100 times. The Undying Blood warriors found themselves frozen in place, with 20 martial emperors and 2 semi-saints rendered immobile. Soon after, the heads of these Undying Blood warriors fell silently to the ground in perfect unison. Within the 8 Desolation Refining God bottle, a powerful force emerged, drawing these Undying Blood warriors inside. Chapter 095, The Power of the Wild Motorcycle. All the Undying Blood warriors were astounded by the might of the 8 Desolation Refining God bottle. In a frenzy, they fled into the distance. Yower, would you care to join me on my wild motorcycle and plunge into the depths of the sea? Though it may be somewhat bumpy, I assure you will experience an exhilarating thrill. Ye Chen infused his spiritual energy into the motorcycle, unleashing a thunderous roar. Yower readily acquiesced. The Empress of the Yaoqi seated herself behind Ye Chen, her delicate hand gently encircling his waist, her cheek resting against his back, enveloped in a faint, intoxicating fragrance. With a mighty roar, the wild motorcycle surged forward into the underwater cavern. Powerful forces erupted above the motorcycle, which was indeed a divine-class vehicle, racing with incredible speed and destructive capability. In an instant, the Undying Blood warriors lurking in the depths of the sea were overwhelmed by the motorcycle's aura. Ye Chen pressed the accelerator, charging forward relentlessly. Countless Undying Blood warriors met their demise, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. What manner of contraption is this? It can annihilate even the Imperial warriors of my Undying Blood Clan in a heartbeat. This war chariot, unlike any I have ever encountered, not only possesses astonishing speed but also exudes an overwhelming aura, capable of annihilating my undead bloodline warriors without leaving a trace. Within the depths of the sealed area, there remain at least 10,000 undead bloodline warriors. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's wild motorcycle, the expressions of these undead warriors shifted dramatically. Hundreds of Imperial Realm warriors, filled with terror, gathered together, forming a battle formation in an attempt to counter Ye Chen's assault. With a flourish, a swirling mass of blood mist emerged in the void. As the auras of the hundreds of Imperial undead warriors harmonized, a colossal blood demon phantom, towering several hundred feet, materialized in the air. The The blood demon swept its hand towards Ye Chen's form. Did they truly believe such a feeble attack could rival my wild motorcycle? Ye Chen tilted his body, executing a swift drift on his motorcycle, unleashing an unparalleled might from its frame. The collision force of the motorcycle, combined with Ye Chen's Jiu Li Tian Yang technique, achieved a level of perfection in both offense and defense. Boom. The blood demon phantom was obliterated upon mere contact with Ye Chen's motorcycle. Subsequently, 8 jet ports on the motorcycle expelled ethereal silver dragon apparitions. These silver dragons, propelled by unmatched speed, crashed into the ranks of the undead bloodline warriors. In an instant, the bodies of those warriors shattered. With a single strike, at least dozens of Imperial Realm undead warriors fell to Ye Chen's might. In the next moment, the Empress of Yaodi reversed her palm, summoning a colossal palm print thousands of meters wide, which manifested in the void. The immense palm print, imbued with formidable power, descended upon the remaining undead bloodline warriors. The remaining warriors' bodies erupted, transforming into a swirling mist of blood that scattered in all directions. In the void, a bottle of pure emerald green appeared. Immediately, a powerful gravitational force emanated from the Ba Huang Lianshan bottle, enveloping the crimson mist within. After a minute, Ye Chen and the Empress of Yaodi collaborated to eliminate all the undead bloodline warriors and other creatures in the vicinity. All the energy was absorbed into the interior of the Ba Huang Lianshan bottle. With a rush, the motorcycle burst forth from the seabed. In Ye Chen's line of sight, numerous dark figures darted into the distance. He understood that it was impossible to intercept all the fleeing undead bloodline warriors, even with the Empress of Yaodi by his side. Among those escaping was an Imperial Realm warrior, a matter that needed to be reported in the Dongyu Fengdian newspaper. Ye Chen took out a pearl and promptly disseminated everything that transpired here. However, 2 headlines caught his attention. A 2-centimeter phenomenon surfaces in Jiu Li's sacred land assessment, and underwear man emerges in Jiu Li's sacred land assessment. These 2 pieces of news sparked widespread discussion throughout the entire Dongyu. Who could be so heartless as to publish such trivial matters in the Dongyu Fengdian newspaper? Ye Chen could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Ye Chen, I assure you with utmost sincerity that it was never my intention to release these individuals. The 9-leaf phoenix stood atop a millennia-old tree, gazing at Ye Chen with a hint of trepidation in her small eyes. Come down. And I promise not to harm you, Ye Chen remarked with a cold smile. The 9-leaf phoenix flapped her diminutive wings and replied, if I descend at your behest. It would be quite undignified, wouldn't it? In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, enveloping the 9-leaf phoenix in a surge of spiritual energy. And she reappeared right before Ye Chen. Ahem. Well, I believe that matters of dignity are not of paramount importance, especially since, I have just been threatened. Yi Linger, your brother intends to slay me. The 9-leaf phoenix flailed her little wings in desperation. Yet she realized that Yu Lingo was not coming to her rescue as before. Thus, a profound despair began to take root in her heart. In the past, Ye Chen might have spared her, but the current Ye Chen was a fearsome harbinger of death. He would not only slay her, but might very well roast her for a feast. Images of a sumptuous banquet flashed through the 9-leaf phoenix's mind. The very thought of Ye Chen's exceptional grilling skills sent chills down her spine. Particularly, the gaze of that fox upon her was laced with sinister intentions. I am far too handsome to perish, and I must not fall victim to that fox, she resolved. Indeed, I cannot allow that fox to succeed. With this thought, the 9-leaf phoenix struggled fiercely, her voice tinged with urgency. Ye Chen, I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you for a second chance. Oh, and where did you err? Ye Chen inquired, holding the 9-leaf phoenix in a manner reminiscent of an interrogation. My fault lies in having slipped laxatives into the meals of the neighbor, old Wang, and in pilfering the garments from the home of the neighbor, Sui Hua. Most egregiously, I should never have stolen the dog from the house of Gotzi on the eastern edge of the village. The 9-leaf phoenix blinked rapidly, her breaths growing shallow. You, a mere fowl, have committed such heinous acts. What a distortion of humanity, what a decline of morality, Ye Chen mused, taken aback by the sheer volume of her misdeeds. The gravest of your offenses was to inflate the little cow from the landlord's estate into the sky in one breath, the White Emperor Fox remarked, casting a glance of schadenfreude at the 9-leaf phoenix. Curse you, foul fox. I confided my little secret to you, and you have betrayed me by making it public. I am enraged, and the consequences shall be dire. The 9-leaf phoenix ignited with a blaze of 9-colored flames and charged at the White Emperor Fox. The 2 imperial tier spirit beasts clashed fiercely, their battle raging without a clear victor. After a protracted struggle, the confrontation subsided. Boom. Ye Chen's motorcycle roared to life, once more. Heading toward the sacred land, mountains, rivers, and cities faded from Ye Chen's view. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Chen returned to the 9-leaf sacred land. and the group materialized at the Demon Sword Peak. Ye Chen, you have returned? Upon witnessing the descending motorcycle, Ye Chen, present at the Demon Sword Peak, wore a subtle smile of delight and rushed toward the vehicle. Chapter 096, The Flower Fairy. Though the Demon Sword Peak ranks as the penultimate peak, it boasts an expansive area. Ye Chen had previously obtained the Disciple token for the Demon Sword Peak, yet he chose not to ascend immediately. Now, with his strength sufficient to enter the inner sect, he opted instead to remain in the outer sect for the time being. Before a rather splendid hall at the Demon Sword Peak, Ye Chen placed his Disciple token into the recess of the grand door. Gradually, the door creaked open. Junior brother Ye. Emerging from a nearby forest path was Ye Chen, adorned in a resplendent red dress, whose beauty could rival that of the most enchanting figures in the realm. She gracefully styled her long hair and adjusted her attire, striving to present herself in the most elegant manner. Is there something you need, senior sister? Ye Chen inquired with a composed tone. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Ye Chen's calm demeanor. Although she was not among the top 10 beauties of the sacred land, she was undeniably captivating. Despite Ye Chen's association with the ethereal Celestial Empress as a maid, was it not too much to expect him to at least glance her way? His words created an insurmountable chasm between them. In that moment, Ye Chen realized her place. Before Ye Chen, she was merely a stranger. This evening, the Flower Fairy's floral vessel will pass through the holy city, and I wish to invite you to join me, she proposed, still unwilling to concede. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Ye Chen. Senior sister Ye, I shall attend the Flower Fairy's vessel, but I already have companions. Ye Chen's rejection was unequivocal. Yao and Lingo are my companions. I kindly ask you to return. Please return, senior sister? Ye Chen's delicate form trembled slightly as she forced a smile. Since junior brother Ye has companions, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. A sense of disappointment and regret welled within her. Why had she once underestimated Ye Chen? Why had she not placed all her bets on him? Would the outcome have been different if she had stood by his side, as Feng Qingxing did, without reservation? Even during their first encounter, had she offered herself? But in this world, how could there be so many what-ifs? Ye Chen shook her head gently. Some encounters, once missed, are lost forever. A brush of shoulders might signify a lifetime of separation. Yet, why had the ancestor emperor claimed that those who beheld her figure were destined to be her fated ones? Ye Chen's delicate hands clenched tightly together. Suddenly, a vibrant cascade of colors descended from the heavens. In the distance, a floral vessel shimmering with hues of the rainbow approached the sacred land. The multicolored ship illuminated the entire holy city. My heavens, it is the Flower Fairy's vessel. The Flower Fairy's vessel has truly descended upon the holy city. The enchanting Flower Fairy, renowned for her beauty, serves as the contemporary saintess of the Moonflower Divine Palace. It is said that she has cultivated the sacred body of 100 flowers, drawing upon the myriad blossoms of the world to forge her own sacred path. Yet, her talents do not end there. Through her practice of the sacred path of flowers, she has also condensed the essence of floral fragrances within her being. Rumor has it that even a mere wisp of her sacred aura could command a price exceeding 1,000,000 spirit stones, with demand far surpassing supply. Moreover, the Flower Fairy is exceptionally formidable in martial arts. Though she stands as an initial stage saint, she has managed to manifest the sacred image of 100 flowers, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers in the same realm. Within the ninely sacred land, countless disciples gazed skyward in astonishment upon the sight of the Flower Fairy's floral vessel, their faces reflecting sheer awe, and some even exhibiting a glimmer of yearning. If Feng Qiling is one of the 10 most beautiful women of the sacred land, then the Flower Fairy undoubtedly ranks among the 10 most stunning maidens of the Divine Martial Continent. The Divine Martial Continent is divided into 5 major regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, with Central being the most powerful. Even more formidable than Central is the middle divine state of the Kunlun realm, the true gathering ground for the strong. As the Flower Fairy's vessel passed by the ninely sacred land, waves of magnificent sacred aura emanated from it. Upon contact with the air, the sacred floral essence transformed into delicate petals, gently cascading from the heavens. In an instant, the entire ninely sacred land was enveloped in a rich, floral fragrance. Endless petals descended from the sky, each imbued with pure sacred energy and the unique scent of the Flower Fairy. All the disciples of the sacred land were driven to madness by this spectacle. These petals, born of the fairy's fragrant essence, I must cherish for a lifetime. With the fairy's scent accompanying me, what harm is there in remaining single forever? Countless male disciples frantically vied for the falling petals, and many even resorted to brawls to secure them. The allure of the enchanting Flower Fairy was undeniably potent. Observing the frenzy within the sacred land, Ye Chen could not help but be astounded. To gain entry into the sacred land signifies that these individuals possess martial will and talents beyond the ordinary. Almost without exception, they found themselves enamored by the flower fairy, captivated by her charm. It was evident that she possessed remarkable allure. As Ye Chen watched, the flower fairy's vessel came to a halt beside the Luo River, which flows through the divine martial continent, with the 9 sacred land conveniently situated alongside it. After resting for a moment in his quarters, Ye Chen felt a disturbance outside his room. Feng Qiling, clad in a silver moon gown, descended gracefully before him. The gown swayed with the breeze, revealing ethereal scenes of shifting moonlight upon its fabric. Ye Chen, would you like to accompany me to admire the flower fairy's vessel? With her long hair flowing like silk and the moon above intertwining with the changing phases of her gown, Feng Qingling's allure was undeniably heightened, captivating even Ye Chen's attention. We can visit the flower boat together, but both of you must wear veils, Ye Chen said to the Empress of Yuqi and Feng Qiling. The reason for the veils was that both women were exceptionally beautiful, and their presence would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, especially the Empress of Yaoqi, who would attract a multitude of attention. Indeed, with the elegance of both the Empress and myself, we might overshadow even the renowned Hua Qinsheng. Feng Qiling produced a white veil to conceal her stunning visage, aiming to prevent any unnecessary commotion. The Empress of Yaoqi also retrieved a pale purple veil to shroud her unparalleled beauty. With a roar, Ye Chen activated his wild motorcycle and set off towards the banks of the Luo River, accompanied by Yi Linger, the Empress of Yaoqi, and Feng Qiling. Upon their arrival at the riverbank, a throng of people had already gathered around the flower boat. A chime echoed, announcing, "Sign in at the 100 Flower Fairies flower boat to receive 1,000 bottles of Moonlight Divine Dew." At that moment, the system's notification resonated. Chapter 97, The 100 Flower Fairies Dress. Moonlight Divine Dew. Initially, Ye Chen intended merely to observe the festivities by the flower boat, but he had not anticipated the emergence of a sign and task. It is worth noting that Moonlight Divine Dew is a premium spiritual liquid, significantly beneficial for enhancing the cultivation of female warriors. Moreover, it has detoxifying and beautifying properties. Although Ye Chen himself had no use for these precious elixirs, he could share them with his sister, Yaoer, as well as with Feng Qiling. After all, despite their unfamiliarity, she had bravely stood against the entire law enforcement team for his sake. This kindness would not be forgotten by Ye Chen. Suddenly, a gleam of golden light appeared in the void. A lion, engulfed in golden flames, pulled a cloud carriage and advanced toward the holy city. Above the cloud carriage stood a middle-aged man clad in a white martial robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This was the Golden Saint Lion, comparable to a human semi-saint level powerhouse. Could it be that the one behind the Golden Saint Lion was Ouyang Lan, the heir of the Ouyang family from the eastern region? Upon witnessing this golden lion, all martial artists in the sacred land were stirred into a frenzy. Who is Ouyang Lan? He is a legendary figure from the eastern region, and the fact that someone of his caliber traveled such a distance for the 100 Flower Fairy speaks volumes about her allure. Just as the crowd marveled at Ouyang Lan's arrival, another powerful surge rippled through the void. A deep ink-colored azure dragon approached the flower boat of the 100 Flower Fairy. Standing atop the dragon was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an overwhelming electric potential. The winds and clouds in the void were drawn into a dance of lightning by an unseen force. The left azure dragon, the right white tiger, the northern son of heaven, the southern polar light, the overlord of the central domain, Wan Zhonglo. The man commanding the azure dragon must be the foremost talent of the eastern region, Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang, it is said, attained the status of a half-saint by the age of 35, and now at the age of 45, has recently experienced a breakthrough, emerging as a formidable saint. The sight of Lu Wushuang, riding the azure dragon, ignited a fervor among the populace of the holy city. The mere appearance of Ouyang Lan was already earth-shattering, and now, with Lu Wushuang's emergence, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Ha! In such a momentous occasion, how could the illustrious young master Kangxiu, Shintoji, refrain from making an entrance? As his voice resonated, 4 ethereal beauties clad in flowing white gowns appeared, carrying a palanquin with an open top, soaring through the air. What? It is indeed the illustrious young master Kangxiu, Shintoji, known for his innate emptiness, who frequently requires the company of enchanting maidens. But what is it about these maidens that sets them apart? Each of the 4 maidens not only possesses cultivation at the Emperor realm, but has also reached the pinnacle of the Martial King realm, their combat prowess rivaling that of half-saint experts. With such formidable attendants, one might wonder if young Master Kangxiu has reached the saint realm himself. Indeed, he has attained the later stage of the saint realm, and he is a renowned figure in the central region, rumored to have even ascended the saint ranking. Upon Shun Toji's arrival, the crowd erupted once more, with many eyes turning enviously towards the beauties by his side. Fairy, I am Ouyang Lan from the Ouyang family of the Eastern region, and I humbly request an audience. Fairy, I am Lu Wushuang from the Holy King's palace of the Eastern region, and I humbly request an audience. Fairy, I am young Master Kangxiu, Shintoji, and I humbly request an audience. Shintoji, Lu Wushuang, and Ouyang Lan spoke with utmost reverence beneath the flower boat. Despite their formidable strength, they refrained from intruding into the inner chamber of the flower boat. The first reason was their desire to leave a favorable impression in the heart of the 100 Flowers Fairy. The second was due to the protective wards and formations established aboard the flower boat, while it was easy to approach. Entering the fairy's chamber without her consent was an impossibility. Suddenly, radiant beams of holy light manifested upon the flower boat of the 100 Flowers Fairy. The holy light formed cascading floral stairways that extended downward, landing at the feet of Ouyang Lan and the others. Thank you, Fairy. Ouyang Lan and the others bowed respectfully towards the chamber at the top of the flower boat, then ascended the staircase. System, sign in. Ye Chen arrived atop the flower boat and commanded the system. Ding. Sign in successful. The host receives 1,000 bottles of Moonlight Divine Dew. Ding. As the host signed in aboard the flower boat of the 100 Flowers Fairy, an additional reward of 300 Flowers Fairy skirts is granted. 100 Flowers Fairy skirt, Saint Grade. Crafted from 100 sacred flowers, its defensive capability rivals that of a sacred artifact, capable of withstanding attacks from saints. This sign-in proved to be quite fortuitous. Not only did I acquire 1,000 bottles of Moonlight Divine Dew, but I also obtained the 100 Flowers Fairy skirts. Currently, Ye Ling possesses the Xuanwu armor, which is a form-fitting soft armor capable of upgrading. Now, the 100 Flowers Fairy skirt can be worn over it, providing not only aesthetic appeal but also dual protection for Ye Linger. From this point forward, as long as Ye Linger does not encounter an overwhelmingly powerful saint-level expert, she is essentially devoid of any danger. With a flourish of his hand, Ye Chen elegantly draped the 100-flower fairy dress upon Ye Linger. Adorned with hundreds of sacred floral patterns, the dress displayed an exquisite harmony, seamlessly blending colors that radiated a gentle allure. The reason this splendid gown was not bestowed upon the Celestial Empress or Feng Qiling was due to their surpassing beauty and grace, which would eclipse even that of Hua Qingqing. Ye Chen wished to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from their presence. My heavens! This enchanting little girl is adorned in the most exquisite dress, featuring an array of over 100 flowers, yet it appears utterly harmonious. The little girl, already a vision of stunning beauty, now appeared ethereal in her celestial gown, reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens. Husband, I too desire this gown. You must procure it for me from the Yunluo merchants today, even if it means depleting our fortune. Initially unnoticed, Ye Linger became the center of attention the moment she donned the 100-flower fairy dress. All gazes converged upon her, even drawing the fleeting interest of Hua Qingqing, who stood above on the flower boat. This woman, adorned with a purple veil, seems oddly familiar, Hua Qingqing mused, casting a glance at the Celestial Empress, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. Having encountered countless individuals, it was not unusual for a few faces to seem recognizable. Young man, is this little girl your sister? I shall purchase that dress. A robust, middle-aged man, with a powerful build and dual blades at his side, approached Ye Chen, accompanied by a woman clad in a crimson gown. The woman exuded an air of arrogance, her presence imbued with a faint imperial aura, clearly having attained the martial emperor realm. Apologies, but that dress is not for sale. Ye Chen firmly declined, not even allowing the man to state a price. Without even hearing the price, you refuse to sell? Clearly, you lack discernment. I will offer 1 million spirit stones for it, or perhaps even 2 million. The woman's tone was unwavering, effectively blocking Ye Chen and his companion's path. Chapter 098. I am not your father. Observing this, all eyes turned to Ye Chen. This man was none other than Lei Qianin, the scion of the Lei family, a prominent household in the central domain. The woman accompanying Lei Qianin was none other than Shen Mingru, a young lady from the esteemed Shen family of the central domain. With the pressure of these two influential families, it seemed inevitable that Ye Chen would part with the dress. This was certainly going to be an entertaining spectacle. Oh, if only I possessed that gown. I would wear it secretly for my husband, never revealing it in such a public setting. To be forced to sell it would be quite the predicament. Most individuals aboard the flower boat wore expressions of mockery, while a select few regarded Ye Chen and his companions with sympathy. I have stated, the dress is not for sale, and even if it were, you could not afford it, Ye Chen declared, turning to leave. Was it merely about gathering more spirit stones? Must it be couched in such flattering terms? I have encountered many like you commoners. Moreover, given the financial prowess and influence of my family, the Shun clan, It is not merely a matter of purchasing this garment for your sister. Even acquiring your sister herself would be within my means. At that moment, the woman in red intercepted Ye Chen once more, her expression radiating haughtiness as she proclaimed, "Furthermore, a fine saddle must accompany a fine horse. Exquisite garments are only befitting of those of noble birth. This celestial skirt, adorned upon such a little girl, is a gross misuse. Do you comprehend? Is it not a waste when draped upon you?" Wen Qiling interjected with a cold laugh. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Shen Mingru's gaze turned frigid as she struck out her palm, poised to land a blow upon Wen Qingling's face. Ah, Ye Chen shook his head slightly, pondering how some individuals, having lived comfortably for too long, seek out torment. "Allow me to enlighten you on my identity." Wen Qingling aimed to retaliate, only to discover that Ye Chen had anticipated her move, stepping forward. Slap. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Just as everyone presumed Wen Qingling would be sent flying by the force of the strike, they witnessed Shen Mingru, clad in her crimson attire, stagger as if unbalanced. "You lowly peasant, you dare strike me? You are courting death." Shen Mingru, reeling from Ye Chen's slap, wore an expression of fury. A powerful aura surged within her, and her hand shot out with increased speed and ferocity toward Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen stepped forward, seizing Shen Mingru's wrist. Slap, slap, slap. His hand moved like the wind, infused with immense strength, striking her face repeatedly. In a short span, Shen Mingru's visage was adorned with vivid crimson handprints. "You dare to strike me?" Shen Mingru, bewildered by the unexpected blow, was engulfed in a sea of wrath. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner throughout her life. "Do you consider yourself noble? I'm afraid that in the outside world, no one regards you as anything but another scion of a prominent family. Perhaps within the central domain, the Shen clan holds great stature, but what of it? Devoid of the Shen clan's protection, you, Shen Mingru, are but the most ordinary of weeds. Before true power, you are inconsequential." Boom. In the next moment, Ye Chen hurled Shen Mingru away, sending her crashing through a multitude of potted plants before she finally came to a halt. "By what right do you chastise me?" A profound humiliation surged within Shen Mingru, and a hint of electric energy began to manifest around her. A colossal phantom of a thunderbird materialized behind her. This was the domain of the martial king's pinnacle. Crack. Shen Mingru aimed to utilize her domain to suppress Ye Chen. However, at that moment, Ye Chen surged forward, slapping his palm against her domain. The thunderbird in the void shattered explosively, enveloped by an overwhelming spiritual force, dissipating into nothingness. "Chastise you? You are mistaken. I am not your father. I hold no such obligation. I merely wish to convey that your so-called nobility is nothing more than a figment of your imagination. And nothing beyond that." Boom. In the next moment, Ye Chen's palm struck Shen Mingru's face, sending her tumbling from the flower boat. Such audacity. He dared to reprimand even Shen Mingru? Witnessing Ye Chen's actions, the expressions of those aboard the flower boat shifted dramatically. The Shen family of the central domain was renowned. Yet Shen Mingru was not only slapped repeatedly, but also cast off the boat. Everyone stood momentarily stunned. The unfolding events were entirely beyond their expectations. The typical narrative should have seen Ye Chen and his companions subjected to Shen Mingru's humiliation, perhaps compelled to sell the 100 flowers fairy skirt or even beg for mercy. "You dare to lay a hand on Mingru? You are courting death." Lei Qianin seethed with righteous fury. They were scions of prominent families in the central domain. Their cultivation at the early stages of the martial sovereign realm, their combat prowess rivaling that of late-stage martial sovereigns. They were accustomed to bullying others, to overpowering their peers. When had it ever been their turn to be vanquished? With a sudden surge of formidable energy, Lei Qianin unleashed a powerful aura, summoning a violet wolf eagle that materialized in the void. It was the realm of the martial king. Everything within a kilometer was crushed beneath the weight of the wolf eagle's presence. "Boy, having offended my Lei family, you shall pay dearly." Before Lei Qianin could finish his threat, Ye Chen vanished from sight. Subsequently, torrents of violent spiritual energy erupted from his being, crashing against Lei Qianin's face. The extreme realm Lei Qianin had conjured shattered instantly, and he was sent flying by a single slap from Ye Chen. Boom. Lei Qianin's figure hurtled away, crashing into a flower stand, his facial bones fracturing upon impact. How could this be possible? This boy is merely a martial sovereign, yet possesses an aura akin to that of an emperor, and I had no means to resist that slap. Lei Qianin's countenance darkened in an instant. Not only he, but the numerous formidable figures on the flower boat were also taken aback. No one had anticipated that someone like Lei Qianin could be bested by Ye Chen with a single strike. Those who had mocked Ye Chen moments before now fell silent. "You have audacity indeed, daring to harm the descendants of the Shen and Lei families." Two old men clad in dark robes descended beside the flower boat. One elder, with wrinkled skin resembling gnarled roots and deeply sunken eyes, exuded a terrifying imperial majesty. The other, stout of build, bore a glint of sharpness in his brow. Both were peak martial emperors. Clearly, both Ye Chen and Shunmingru had powerful family members secretly guarding them. But what of it? Ye Chen replied coldly. Harming my family's descendants naturally warrants death. The expressions of the two elders grew stern as they unleashed their imperial auras, striking forth with terrifying palm imprints aimed at Ye Chen. You guardians are woefully inadequate. How can your young ones grow if they cannot withstand even a modicum of adversity? Ye Chen retorted with a frigid smile, brandishing the sword of slaughter as he prepared to confront them. The faint yellow aura suffused the blade of the sword of slaughter, and in that moment, the very void seemed on the verge of being rent asunder by the sword's energy. Cease this at once. How dare you act so recklessly against the flower boat of the flower fairy? A gentle admonition resonated from within the flower boat. Following this, a surge of sacred energy emanated from the vessel, rendering the attacks of Ye Chen and the two ancient emperors utterly ineffective. Chapter 099, Emperor Realm, One Sword to Annihilate. It was only upon the intervention of the enchanting flower fairy, Hua Qingqing, that the two emperor-level beings chose to withdraw. We harbor no intention of offense. We beseech the fairy's forgiveness, murmured the emaciated elder, bowing slightly toward the flower boat. He then turned his gaze toward Ye Chen, warning, the fairy may shield you temporarily, but can she protect you for eternity? When you disembark from the flower boat, your demise shall be at hand. That is splendid. I had no intention of letting this matter rest, Ye Chen replied, taking a slight step forward and leaping down from the flower boat. The two elders were taken aback, as they had presumed that Ye Chen would be filled with trepidation, too intimidated to leave the vessel. Yet, to their astonishment, he descended voluntarily. At that moment, Ye Chen's eyes radiated an ominous and formidable killing intent, instilling within them a profound sense of peril. If gazes could utter words, Ye Chen's would proclaim annihilation. Nevertheless, as seasoned emperor-level cultivators, their mental fortitude was not easily shaken. In no time, the two elders steadied their composure. However, just as they regained their tranquility, Ye Chen's figure vanished from their sight. How dare he initiate an attack? The two elders exclaimed in disbelief. They were at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, their combat prowess rivaling that of semi-saint beings. The audacity of Ye Chen to challenge them was tantamount to courting death. With a frigid gaze, the withered elder manifested a war spear in his grasp. The spear emitted a faint aura of demonic energy, coalescing into a colossal shadow of a demon king that loomed ominously, shaking the very fabric of the void. Subsequently, the demon king's shadow, imbued with cataclysmic might, surged toward Ye Chen. In the face of such an assault, Ye Chen did not flinch. He remained steadfast as the demon king's shadow advanced upon him. Armed with the formidable defensive capabilities of the nine-li heavenly sun art, he knew that the shadow could not inflict even a single hair's worth of harm upon him. Is this boy truly so foolish as to remain stationary? Perhaps he is simply paralyzed with fear, mused the onlookers. The assault of an emperor-level cultivator is not something of this caliber can withstand, especially one at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. They all believed that Ye Chen's fate was sealed. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous roar erupted. The powerful attack from the demon shadow collided with Ye Chen, and astonishingly, instead of inflicting any injury, it was the massive shadow that was repelled with great force. Could it be that I did not see incorrectly? The young man stood motionless, allowing a peak martial emperor to launch an attack, yet he remained unscathed. How could this be? A peak martial emperor possesses strength that rivals that of a half-saint, and yet this formidable opponent could not even harm a hair on him. Was this martial emperor merely a fade? The mocking expressions on everyone's faces fell into silence, replaced by sheer astonishment as they gazed at Ye Chen. How could this be possible? My attack was effortlessly disregarded. The emaciated elder attempted to utter more words, but before him, a shadow flickered, and in the next instant, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. A moment later, the world spun around him, and his head fell silently to the ground. A martial emperor had been slain in an instant by Ye Chen's sword. With a thunderous crash, the elder's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground, rolling to a halt before Shunmingru. Blood gushed forth, staining the streets of the holy city crimson. Shunmingru and Ye Chen looked on in horror at the fallen martial emperor. Such a powerful being would be considered top tier even in the central region. Yet he was effortlessly dispatched by Ye Chen. Young man, shall we not come to an understanding? The Lei family of the central region offers our sincerest apologies, seeking only for you to show mercy. The remaining martial emperor's face drained of color as he witnessed Ye Chen's swift execution of his companion. He had sensed something amiss about Ye Chen, yet he never anticipated the extent of his terrifying prowess, so formidable that he could vanquish an emperor-level warrior with a single strike. Without a hint of negotiation, Are you not here to kill me? Have you lost your nerve? Ye Chen wiped the blood from his sword, his murderous intent intensifying. Ahem. I apologize for my earlier offense. The Lei family is willing to compensate you with 10 million spirit stones as a gesture of reconciliation. What say you? The elder lowered himself dramatically. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, never having imagined such a reversal of fortunes. Yet, they could not have foreseen that Ye Chen would make his move at that very moment. The sword of slaughter in his hand surged with a 1,000-meter-long blade of light, cleaving toward the elder's form. A powerful wave of energy erupted from within the elder, and grotesque hairs burst forth from his skin. With fangs bared, claws extended, and blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity, the elder resembled a ravenous wolf, exuding an aura of menace. Alongside him, a towering phantom of a gray wolf materialized, its form adorned with 50 strands of red fur, clearly a manifestation of the elder's entry into the hidden realm of the 50-fold martial sovereign stage. With a resounding explosion, Ye Chen's sword of slaughter pierced through the gray wolf phantom in an instant. Subsequently, the phantom's head was severed by the blade, which continued unabated, splitting the elder's body into two. A deluge of blood rained down from the void. Another peak emperor-level warrior had been slain in a heartbeat. The gazes directed at Ye Chen transformed dramatically, particularly those of Shen Mengru. She had never anticipated that Ye Chen would possess such formidable strength, effortlessly slaying an emperor-level expert as if he were merely chopping vegetables. At that moment, she began to comprehend the essence of Ye Chen's earlier words. Her sense of superiority had, in truth, been built upon the foundation of the Shen family. In the central domain, any mistakes made could be rectified by one's family. But outside, no one would indulge you. Would he truly kill me? Shen Mengru gazed at Ye Chen, her complexion ashen and her breath becoming increasingly labored. Ye Chen stood with his back to her, neither moving nor departing. Shen Mengru felt as though a mountain pressed upon her heart, her entire being drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a staircase formed from layers of blooming flowers extended from above the flower boat, reaching toward Ye Chen's feet. Young friend, the flower fairy invites you to join her. A stunning maiden announced, standing beside the flower boat and addressing Ye Chen. Thank you, he replied, stepping purposefully toward the uppermost deck of the flower boat. What an intimidating presence he possesses. It was only after Ye Chen had moved away that Shen Mengru could finally breathe freely, as if releasing all the burdens she had carried. Chapter 100. Bu Jingyan, the flower fairy's boat, featured a unique structure. It appeared to be a small chamber. Yet upon entry, it revealed a world of wonders. Within, it was not merely a room, but a microcosmic realm. This microcosmic world encompassed rivers, mountains, and lakes, offering an abundance of natural beauty. Additionally, within this realm existed a spirit of the world, embodied as an unusually tall flowering tree. This tree towered hundreds of feet, adorned with blossoms of various shapes and colors. In the heart of a serene estate situated on a lake, lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing numerous figures bustling about. Hua Qingqing sat in the courtyard of the estate, flanked by Ouyang Lan, Lu Wushuang, and the enigmatic young master Kongxiu. Accompanying the four was a youth clad in simple linen attire. Welcome to my sacred microcosmic world, Hua Qingqing declared, her hand waving gracefully as lotus leaves emerged, forming a path upon the lake's surface, beckoning Ye Chen to approach. Ye Chen walked upon the lotus leaves and soon arrived at the gathering of Hua Qingqing and the others. I am Ye Chen, he introduced himself, offering a respectful nod to the assembly of powerful figures before taking a seat. Young Master Yi, at such a tender age, you have already slain an emperor-level expert. Your formidable aura earlier was truly impressive, Hua Qingqing praised as she poured a cup of wine. This is my personally crafted 100-flower brew, made from the essences of countless sacred flowers. I hope you will indulge. Then I must express my gratitude. Fairy, Ye Chen replied, lifting the cup and savoring the brew in one swift motion. A delicate floral fragrance enveloped his palate before flowing into his being. After consuming the drink, Ye Chen felt a warm sensation permeate his body, nourished by a pure, sacred energy. It could be said that a single cup of 100-flower brew was equivalent to the energy of several 9-leaf peaches. Young friend Yi, as we meet for the first time, I have nothing of significance to gift you, but let us proceed in this manner. Lu Wushuang inclined his body in a respectful gesture towards Ye Chen, then produced a white jade token, sliding it across the table before him. This is the heir token of the Holy King's manor in the eastern region. With this token in hand, you may enjoy the highest privileges within our manor and come and go freely. I express my gratitude for this. Ye Chen accepted the token, recognizing Lu Wushuang's intention to forge a connection. After all, Lu Wushuang was a sage and the foremost of the younger generation in the eastern region. Cultivating an acquaintance was far more advantageous than incurring another adversary. However, While Lu Wushuang sought to befriend Ye Chen, the other two individuals exhibited indifference. Ouyang Lan and the Son of the Void harbored a sense of hostility. As for the youth clad in coarse linen, his gaze was piercing, akin to a sharpened blade that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. You possess considerable strength, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, far surpassing your peers. Yet, in my estimation, it remains insufficient. The youth in linen maintained a sharp stare at Ye Chen, his tone laced with a hint of indifference. He then produced a cloth to wipe down his sword. Strangely enough, the sword in his possession was merely a wooden one, blunt and easily breakable. Such a choice was unprecedented for Ye Chen. Indeed, not only Ye Chen but also the others were momentarily taken aback. This youth was known as Bu Jingyun, a prodigy of swordsmanship from the central region, albeit not one for idle chatter, as Hua Qingqing introduced him to the assembly. Your sword, is it truly a wooden one? Lu Wushuang chuckled, having never encountered such an oddity. A heavy sword may lack an edge, and a delicate sword may possess no form. Why bother with the tangible? If it is a sword that can kill, it is a good sword. Bu Jingyun's expression remained placid, devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations. To kill with a wooden sword? I have never heard of such a thing, Lu Wushuang remarked, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. Suddenly, the wooden sword in the youth's hand sliced through the air, severing a strand of Lu Wushuang's hair without the latter registering any reaction. The timing, angle, and speed of the strike were executed with remarkable precision, rendering it nearly flawless. This young man possesses some intrigue, Ye Chen mused, casting a glance at Bu Jingyun in his coarse attire, previously underestimating him. Yet now, a measure of respect began to blossom. Though the sword was made of wood, it could still serve as an instrument of death. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Bu Jingyun was of mortal physique and lineage. Your sword is swift, but not without its limitations, Ye Chen remarked with a calm smile, conjuring a red-oiled paper umbrella in his hand. Since you assert that my attack has vulnerabilities, I shall suppress my cultivation to the martial sovereign realm to engage you in battle. As his words concluded, Bu Jingyun's sword moved with a flourish. With a swift motion, Ye Chen launched the oiled paper umbrella, unleashing layers of sword energy infused with intent that cascaded forth from the umbrella. The sword in Bu Jingyun's hand struck towards Ye Chen's arm with swifter and more ferocious angles. With a swift motion, Ye Chen distanced himself from Bu Jingyun. Subsequently, the oiled paper umbrella spun in the air, splitting into dozens of whirlwinds that appeared at various positions around Bu Jingyun. The whirlwinds collided with Bu Jingyun's body, yet he remained unscathed. The sword in Bu Jingyun's grasp halted merely an inch away from Ye Chen. The outcome was already evident. Despite Bu Jingyun's strength at the half-saint level, Ye Chen's attack had landed first. Were they to engage in battle at the same realm, Bu Jingyun would have met his demise beneath Ye Chen's sword. Your sword is swift and powerful. In a one-on-one duel, you would find few rivals. However, should you encounter someone swifter, equipped with a greater array of offensive techniques, you would inevitably face defeat. Ye Chen closed the oiled paper umbrella and returned to his seat. Thank you for the guidance, he remarked. Bu Jingyun paused before adding, had I wielded a true sword just now, the one who would have fallen might well have been you. Ye Chen nodded slightly. Bu Jingyun's assertion undoubtedly held merit. Moreover, Ye Chen sensed a peculiar energy emanating from Bu Jingyun, reminiscent of the presence he encountered during the examination in Xian County when he met the heir of Tianjian Mountain Manor, Gu Qiuzi. Gu Qiuzi possessed an innate sword heart. As long as one harbors a pursuit of the sword path, their achievements therein would be monumental. Now, Ye Chen perceived a similar aura in Bu Jingyun. Yet, intertwined with this aura was an energy that instilled a sense of trepidation within Ye Chen. The nature of this energy remained uncertain to him at present. The recent contest served merely as entertainment for this fairy. All present are extraordinary talents, favored by me. Should you all tread into the central divine land and establish your foothold, do not forget this fairy. Hua Qingqing spoke with ease and grace, her charm boundless. As the fragrance of flowers wafted around her, captivating all, cups of fine flower wine were poured by Hua Qingqing, and she raised a glass to drink with the others. Chapter 101. The thoughts of Hua Qingqing after engaging in lively conversation with everyone. Ye Chen discovered that Hua Qingqing possessed remarkable skills in winning hearts. Furthermore, her emotional intelligence was exceedingly high, enabling her to endear herself to others. However, one thing Ye Chen understood profoundly. Hua Qingqing relied on her beauty and background to cultivate relationships with the world's heroes with a straightforward purpose. Firstly, she sought to gather exceptional talents to serve her. Secondly, among the many prodigies, she aimed to select the most promising and strongest individual to become her future husband. Hua Qingqing would not overlook any genius, yet she refrained from sending clear signals. In other words, Hua Qingqing was fishing for talents. In truth, it was not only Hua Qingqing, the other 10 beauties of the divine martial continent operated similarly. In the realm of reality as the saintess of the Moonflower Divine Palace, Hua Qingqing was destined to succeed the Moonflower Divine Palace. In her pursuit to elevate the Moonflower Divine Palace and the illustrious Hua family, Hua Qingqing must discern the finest choice among a multitude of prodigies and formidable beings. This optimal selection encompasses not only prowess but also lineage and, indeed, the individual's vision. As for the man's fidelity to Hua Qingqing, that consideration is but a secondary thought. After all, being born into the Hua family and becoming the saintess of the Moonflower Divine Palace is beyond her choice. She is destined to spend her life apart from her beloved. Such is her fate. Unless, one day, Hua Qingqing rises to prominence and attains the status of a great sage, she may only then hope to break free from these chains. Above the martial emperor realm lies the half-saint, the saint king, and the great saint. Beyond the great saint exists the divine. Currently, the Celestial Empress, who follows Ye Chen, is merely at the early stage of the great saint realm. Suddenly, a myriad of white jade vials materialized within the void. The 100 Flowers fairy gracefully waved her delicate hands, arranging these vials upon the table, which quickly became laden with them, over 100 in total, of various sizes. Esteemed guests, this floral essence was crafted by my revered master, the 100 Flowers Saint King. Many years ago, each vial consumed ensures eternal youth for 200 years, preserving one's appearance at the age of 20. Hua Qingqing presented the vials before the assembly with fervent enthusiasm, continuing, as esteemed warriors of the divine martial continent, each of you surely has numerous beloveds by your side. Though these treasures cannot extend your lifespan, they will preserve the youth of your wives and concubines. Such a precious creation, personally brewed by the 100 Flowers Saint King. How could we dare to accept it? Ouyang Lan protested. Lu Wushuang, Kongshu Young Master, and Bu Jingzhen also hesitated to accept the floral essence at first. It is merely a small token of our meeting. I implore you to accept, Hua Qingqing insisted again. Thus, the others acquiesced to receive the floral essence. Though Ye Chen and Bu Jingyan refrained from taking any, Hua Qingqing glanced at the two but chose to remain silent. Years ago, I heard that my master, the 100 Flowers Saint King, had reached the peak of the early Saint King realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Is that true? Lu Wushuang inquired. Hua Qingqing sighed. Alas, my master's time is drawing near. It seems unlikely that a breakthrough will occur. I lament my own powerlessness. Is there anything troubling the fairy? Do not hesitate to speak. If I can assist, I shall not turn away, Lu Wushuang declared with unwavering resolve. Ouyang Lan and Kongshu Young Master quickly expressed their willingness to aid Hua Qingqing as well. The only thing that can save my master's life is the essence of the true dragon, which can only be found in the Azure Dragon Void. This realm opens once every 100 years, and this upcoming occasion will undoubtedly attract powerful beings from all realms. However, only those of the half-saint realm and below may enter. So I fear you cannot assist me in this endeavor, Hua Qingqing lamented, graciously declining several offers of help. Indeed, Hua Qingqing possesses remarkable qualities. Beside him, Ye Chen observed Hua Qingqing, who skillfully steered the conversation towards the revered 100 Flowers Saint King, and subsequently shifted the focus to the Azure Dragon Void. It must be acknowledged that this 100 Flowers fairy displayed remarkable wisdom. She did not directly mention her need for the essence of the true dragon, but rather seized the opportunity to introduce the topic. Therefore, in Ye Chen's eyes, it was evident that the 100 Flowers fairy's visit to the Eastern Domain had been meticulously planned in advance. It was not merely the Eastern Domain she had targeted. It was likely that she had traversed numerous locales. If someone can procure enough true dragon essence for this fairy, and once it successfully cures my master, the 100 Flowers Saint King, I shall propose a betrothal to him on behalf of that individual. Hua Qingqing dropped yet another bombshell. Given that only those powerful below the Holy Realm could access the Azure Dragon Void, I, Ouyang Lan, shall undoubtedly retrieve the true dragon essence for the fairy. The semi-holy Ouyang Lan boldly volunteered, his promise perhaps influenced by the effects of alcohol. As the saying goes, a hero acts for the sake of beauty. Despite having wives and concubines, Ouyang Lan was still willing to dedicate himself to Hua Qingqing. Through this interaction, Ye Chen discerned that the 100 Flowers fairy possessed a strong sense of purpose and employed intricate strategies. Hua Qingqing merely suggested proposing a betrothal to the 100 Flowers Saint King, without committing to the engagement. What if the 100 Flowers Saint King were to disapprove? Would the matter simply be dismissed? Or might there be additional conditions imposed later? Ye Chen felt that Hua Qingqing's tactics were too profound, and it would be wise to maintain a distance from her in the future. Ouyang Lan, there is no need for you to feel obligated. Qingqing does not wish for you to venture into the Azure Dragon Void. It is fraught with peril, and I do not want to cause you trouble. Hua Qingqing politely declined Ouyang Lan's offer. Since I, Ouyang Lan, have pledged to the fairy to journey to the Azure Dragon Void, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. All present may bear witness to my commitment, Ouyang Lan proclaimed with great bravado, exuding confidence in his own strength. He had recently solidified his saint body and opened the holy pill, meaning he could navigate the semi-holy realm with assurance. Even when facing some semi-holy powers from the central domain, he believed he could hold his own. Then, Qiqing will await good news from young Master Ouyang, Hua Qiqing said. Her face illuminated by a breathtaking smile as she approached Ouyang Lan to fill his cup with wine. The fragrant scent of flowers emanated from her, intoxicating the senses. Indeed, Brother Ouyang's courage is commendable. We are humbled by such spirit, Lu Wushuang said with utmost respect, bowing slightly to Ouyang Lan. The young Master Kongshu merely shook his head. Thinking Ouyang Lan was overly intoxicated, Ye Chen and Bu Jingyun remained silent, saying little. Chapter 102. Confronting young Master Kongshu having departed from the Hundred Flowers Fairy's flower boat. It was now midnight. The vessel of the Hundred Flowers Fairy had drifted far from the holy city. Ye Chen, accompanied by the Empress of Ye Chen and Feng Qiling, prepared to return to the Jiuli Holy Land when a young man clad in white suddenly blocked their path. The youth before us is none other than the elusive young master, who had previously crossed paths with Ye Chen aboard the flower boat. Ye Chen, I possess two great passions in life, the first being the pursuit of swordsmanship, and the second, an admiration for exquisite beauty. The two enchanting ladies by your side, though veiled, are undeniably of unmatched allure. Ahem, I must apologize. I am feeling a bit under the weather, so please bear with me. The young master, Shen Tuaji, coughed up traces of blood, his complexion slightly pale as he spoke. Shifting his gaze to Feng Qingling and the Empress of the Yao Pool, Shen Tuaji remarked, a man without fault bears the burden of a precious jewel. Ye Chen, with two stunning beauties by your side, why not grant me one? Oh, which one do you desire? Before Ye Chen could respond, the Empress of the Yao Pool, a hint of amusement gracing her lips, gazed curiously at Shen Tuaji. Of course, I refer to the lady clad in the silver moon gown, Shen Tuaji stated, his eyes reflecting admiration as he regarded Feng Qingling, devoid of any disrespectful intent. Am I not beautiful enough? The Empress of the Yao Pool replied with a serene smile. Shen Tuaji looked at the purple veil adorning her face and chuckled. Although I am unaware of your esteemed identity, I recognize that you are beyond my grasp. I am self-aware enough to acknowledge this. Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tuaji. Despite his physical exhaustion, his intellect remained sharp. Had he foolishly chosen the Empress of the Yao Pool, he would likely have been subdued by her strength by now. It must be said, he was quite astute. However, the notion of Shen Tuaji taking Feng Qingling from him was utterly inconceivable. Coughing lightly again, Shen Tuaji turned his attention back to Feng Qingling and asked, would you be willing to become my sword attendant? Sword attendant? Upon hearing these words, Feng Qingling furrowed her brow. Do you truly believe it possible for me to serve as your sword attendant? Not everyone is worthy of your favor. At this declaration, the expressions of the stunning maidens beside Shen Tuaji shifted to one of subtle displeasure. Each of the four was a follower of Shen Tui, possessing at least royal-tier combat bodies and bloodlines, with formidable swordsmanship talent, having reached the level of martial emperor. In their eyes, Feng Qingling was not fit to aspire to the role of Shen Tuaji's sword attendant. Should you acquiesce immediately, my interest in you would dissipate. Shen Tuaji mused, unfazed by Feng Qingling's rejection. After all, his current sword attendants had initially mirrored Feng Qingling's attitude. Each of them, daughters of prestigious families, had once been equally proud, yet ultimately succumbed to Shen Tuaji's martial prowess. He believed that Feng Qingling would follow suit. With a confident smile, Shen Tuaji continued, each of my companions here is a lady from a sacred family, yet they willingly serve as my attendants. I am patient enough to grant you a month to contemplate. Young master, that will not be necessary. Firstly, Feng Qingling is the woman by Ye Chen's side. Regardless of whether she will ultimately become his, she is undeniably a part of his life, and Ye Chen would never relinquish her to you. Secondly, though you, Lord Xiankong, may possess considerable strength as an early-stage saint, in a month's time, you will find yourself merely gazing up at Feng Qingling. Ye Chen's voice, though not loud, resounded with conviction. To think that I would be reduced to looking up at Feng Qingling in a month's time? Lord Xiankong was taken aback, finding the notion utterly ludicrous. Ye Chen was merely a formidable martial venerable. How could he possibly warrant such respect? It is essential to note that even the so-called progenies of destiny cannot ascend to the realm of saints within a month. Furthermore, only those in the latter stages of sainthood or those above the Saint King realm, could inspire such admiration. What if I were to seize Feng Qiling today? A fierce glint ignited in Lord Xuankong's eyes as waves of sword intent surged around him like the ocean. The surroundings seemed to be suppressed by an enigmatic force. An apparition of a shadowy figure crowned with a diadem emerged beside Lord Xiankong, adorned with 100 crimson gems. The martial emperor's pinnacle. It was evident that Lord Xiankong had reached the utmost limit of the martial emperor realm. Upon activating his martial emperor's peak, a terrifying momentum enveloped him, rendering Ye Chen nearly obliterated in its presence. To attempt to snatch Feng Qiling before me is beyond your capabilities, Lord Xiankong. A blood-red longsword materialized in Ye Chen's grasp, exuding a terrifying murderous intent that swirled around him. Countless blood-red eyes opened above the sword. Each eye resembled that of a deity of slaughter, imbued with an eternal, indelible malice. Ye Chen declared, I shall suppress my strength to the martial venerable realm. Should you be defeated, I will take Feng Qiling with me. Lord Xiankong conjured a silver longsword, a chilling aura emanating from it. Subsequently, the momentum surrounding him fused with the sword. Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed through the void. The space beside the Luo River began to distort under the weight of Lord Xuankong's sword. Kill, kill, kill. Ye Chen's murderous intent surged fiercely, his battle spirit more terrifying than ever. A blood-red sword light stretching over 1,000 meters intertwined with a 1,000-meter-long yellow sword aura, distorting the space around Ye Chen. Boom! The clash between Lord Xuankong's swordplay and Ye Chen's slaughtering sword reverberated through the void. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. Both Ye Chen and Lord Xiankong were propelled backward after their blades met, only halting their retreat after several thousand meters. How could this be? Ye Chen actually withstood my invincible first sword strike. The expression in Lord Xuankong's eyes was one of utter astonishment. He had initially believed that Ye Chen would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm beneath his strike. To his astonishment, Ye Chen not only managed to withstand the formidable attack, but also fought to a standstill. Not far from him, Ye Chen was equally taken aback, his surprise rivaling that of the empty void young master. Although the empty void young master had unleashed but a single sword strike, it encompassed myriad rule variations and an unfathomable sword intent. Moreover, this strike was imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Had Ye Chen not possessed the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi, he might have already faced defeat. Again, the empty void young master bellowed as he surged toward Ye Chen, a more terrifying momentum emanating from his being. Chapter 103. The defeat of the empty void young master. The empty void young master's unparalleled sword technique was derived from the wordless sword manual. Furthermore, at least 30% of the world's top sword cultivators were studying this invincible sword art. However, each individual interpreted the Tao in their own unique way. With a whoosh, another strike rent the very fabric of the void. Wherever the silver longsword traversed, the emptiness shattered. Kill. Fight. In that moment, Ye Chen's murderous intent surged to extraordinary heights, his combat spirit equally formidable. Both the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi and his killing intent had been significantly enhanced. Previously, the empty void young master had held back, and so had Ye Chen. The greater the strength of the empty void young master, the more it ignited Ye Chen's fighting prowess. Boom! Crimson and golden sword radiance erupted from Ye Chen's slaughtering sword, colliding fiercely with that of the empty void young master. A moment of silence enveloped the void, soon followed by a tumult of chaotic energy flooding the space within 1,000 meters. Both Ye Chen and the empty void young master were violently thrust backward, the latter's internal organs twisting painfully. Blood spewed forth from the empty void young master's mouth. Whoosh! Employing a swift movement technique, the empty void young master managed to evade the majority of the damage inflicted by Ye Chen's slaughtering sword. However, a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Ye Chen's arm. Shortly thereafter, the power of his immortal bloodline activated, restoring his injured arm to its former state. Indeed, the empty void young master, a formidable presence from the central domain, could likely contend with some late-stage saints. Upon witnessing the true might of the empty void young master, a grave expression flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Though he appeared ethereal, the empty void young master was a genuine powerhouse. Boom! In the next instant, Ye Chen found himself before the empty void young master once more, his slaughtering sword poised to strike again. Sword 3. The silver longsword in the empty void young master's hand shot forth. A powerful, oceanic sword intent surged, causing the entire silver longsword to emit a series of delicate chimes. With clarity of thought, he wielded the sword with intention. The formidable sword intent, intertwined with a terrifying sword momentum, cleaved toward Ye Chen. Within the sword, myriad Tao rules were in operation. Delightful. Ye Chen let out a hearty laugh. And as he gripped the slaughtering sword, crimson eyes erupted with a sinister bloodlight. The ominous bloodlight spread across a vast expanse, enveloping the entire Luo River within its sinister embrace. At that moment, the waters of the river transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue, and subsequently, numerous water-shaped sword energies took form in the void, hurtling fiercely towards the Void Prince. Boom! The air once again resonated with a deafening explosion. Under the onslaught of Ye Chen's slaughtering sword, the Void Prince was violently propelled away. Following this, countless water-shaped sword energies surged after him. This was the Tao of Water, a manifestation of the elemental principles, and to think you have comprehended over a dozen aspects of the Tao of Water at the martial sovereign realm. The Void Prince's eyes were filled with astonishment as delicate sword shadows materialized around him. These intricate sword shadows soon collided with the Tao of Water, unleashing a terrifying and chaotic sword energy. The very fabric of space distorted under the force. The waters of the Luo River momentarily stilled for half a second beneath the clash of their sword energies. With a swish, Ye Chen's figure darted forward, the sanguine radiance of his slaughtering sword eclipsing the heavens. The blood-red luminescence loomed like a resplendent mountain, towering in the void. Then, the Crimson Mountain bore down upon the Void Prince. A surge of formidable energy erupted from within the Void Prince's body, elevating his previously suppressed power to the martial emperor realm. His sword flew forth, colliding with Ye Chen's slaughtering sword. A soft chime emanated from Ye Chen's weapon, exuding an overwhelming aura. In that instant, the Void Prince's silver longsword shattered into fragments. Ye Chen's figure twisted several times, arriving before the Void Prince. The sword light of his slaughtering blade now poised against the Void Prince's chest. I have lost. Despite possessing a sacred body, sacred veins, and the advantages of the Tao, I am still no match for you. The Void Prince felt a mixture of disappointment and shock. The disappointment stemmed from his innate emptiness, leading him to believe he had no rivals in the sword path, hence his self-styled title of Void Prince. The shock arose from the realization that Ye Chen could defeat him without the aid of those Taoic powers, compelling him to unleash his martial emperor's strength. The Void Prince was not without the means to evade Ye Chen's strike. Rather, he discerned no purpose in continuing the battle. After all, he had already elevated his strength to the martial emperor realm. This indicated that through their recent exchange, the Void Prince had recognized the significant gap between himself and Ye Chen. Should Ye Chen cultivate sufficient Taoic principles and elevate his strength to the half-saint realm, he would be capable of effortlessly defeating him. Since I, the Void Prince, have been bested, I shall honor our agreement and refrain from taking your woman today. However, I shall seek you out for another duel in a month's time, hoping that by then you have mastered a greater number of Taoic principles. With a wave of his hand, the Void Prince summoned a floral palanquin into the void. Subsequently, he ascended the palanquin with 4 maidens in attendance. Before departing, the enigmatic young master cast a glance at Ye Chen and remarked, Ye Chen, although your prowess in swordsmanship is formidable, there lie vulnerabilities within. Should you enhance your mental fortitude and cultivate the formless sword technique, your swordsmanship could attain even greater heights. With that, the young master guided his floral carriage upstream along the Luo River. Thank you for the advice. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude as he observed the departing figure of the young master. The concepts of the formless sword technique and mental fortitude were etched in his mind. Though he was unaware of the true power of the formless sword technique, he had heard its name on multiple occasions. It appeared that to become a top-tier sword cultivator in this realm, one must master the formless sword technique. Moreover, the aspect of mental fortitude indeed represented a flaw in Ye Chen's capabilities. Previously, during the freshman hunting grounds, he had encountered a formidable opponent from the Drunken Moon Tower and had narrowly escaped demise due to the purple flames. At present, Ye Chen's martial prowess was commendable, yet he had not placed sufficient emphasis on his mental fortitude. Given the current strength of his mental energy, should he encounter individuals skilled in mental assaults, he would undoubtedly be swiftly defeated. It seemed that his future cultivation path must encompass both mental fortitude and martial arts. Through his battle with the young master, Ye Chen recognized the paramount importance of both principles and mental strength. His ability to withstand the young master's sword techniques was largely attributed to his possession of the Sword of Slaughter and the Xian Wang Divine Sword Qi. Without the support of such overwhelming power, it was likely that he would have faced defeat. This battle proved to be immensely rewarding for him. You Drunken Moon Pavilion have gone too far. A voice thundered in fury, capturing Ye Chen's attention. Ascending into the air, he beheld an elderly man with disheveled hair encircled by a group of warriors. What of it? This is the holy city. You, an ordinary person, feasted upon our Drunken Moon Pavilion's exquisite offerings and wish to leave with merely a few spirit stones? The warriors of the Drunken Moon Pavilion, each possessing the strength of a martial king, towered over the elderly man, who was merely an ordinary martial artist. Ding. System task initiated. Assist the elderly man in seeking justice. Task completion reward. 1 volume of the Xian Shui Supreme Diagram. The system's notification reverberated in his mind. Initially, Ye Chen intended to assist the elderly man, and now with the task at hand, he felt compelled to act. In an instant, Ye Chen vanished from his location. You shall not leave my drunken moon pavilion without 100 spirit stones, a warrior clad in a crimson robe declared, brandishing a war staff with an imposing demeanor. What? 100 spirit stones? Wasn't it stated that only a few spirit stones were required? The elderly man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Moreover, you have also marked the prices. I merely ordered a plate of shrimp. The young man with the war staff, his eyes gleaming with derision, retorted. I'm afraid it's not a few spirit stones for a plate of shrimp, but rather a few spirit stones for each shrimp. I truly have no money left. The elderly man's gaze was filled with a plea for mercy. Then it appears I shall have to remove a leg. A young man wielding a battle staff, with a chilling gaze, was poised to swing the weapon towards the elder. Halt. At that moment, Ye Chen's figure descended upon the Zuiyu Pavilion, standing before the formidable warriors of the Martial King realm. Upon seeing Ye Chen's silhouette, everyone was momentarily taken aback, particularly the martial artists of Zuiyu Pavilion, whose faces displayed a look of astonishment. The depth of Zuiyu Pavilion's foundation was profound, boasting several martial emperor realm strongholds even in the eastern region. How dare this youth? Ignorant of Zuiyu Pavilion's power, meddle in its affairs? You dare intervene in Zuiyu Pavilion's matters? Exclaimed a warrior clad in a red martial robe, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, the red-robed warrior refrained from attacking immediately, for Ye Chen was, after all, a disciple of the sacred land. You sell mere shrimp for several spirit stones. What manner of shrimp is so precious? Ye Chen disregarded their threats, a mocking smile adorning his face as he regarded the group. What shrimp? Do I need to converse with scum like you? If you wish to live, then step aside. The youth in the red robe ignited flames around his battle staff, conjuring a phantasmal image of the weapon that extended several dozen meters, illuminating the entire street. Witnessing the fierce aura exuded by the young man, onlookers began to retreat, fearing the repercussions of the impending clash. My young friend, this matter does not concern you. You cannot contend with Zuiyu Pavilion alone. It is wise for you to leave. Observing that Ye Chen did not retreat, but instead confronted the warriors of Zuiyu Pavilion, an elder nearby felt a twinge of guilt. If Ye Chen were to leave now, he might spare his life. Rest assured, old sir. This matter is one I shall handle, Ye Chen declared, stepping deliberately towards the youth wielding the battle staff. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant your wish. Perish. The red-robed youth's eyes glinted with a frigid smile, and he swung the fiery staff towards Ye Chen's head. The very air around them distorted at that instant, as roaring flames, infused with tremendous force, descended upon Ye Chen. Yet, Ye Chen stood his ground, unmoving. This individual, clad in the garb of a sacred land outer disciple, seemed to be merely a local warrior, his cultivation surely not exceeding that of the Martial King realm. My brother's strength resides in the 9th layer of the Martial King realm, his combat prowess rivaling that of early martial sovereign realm warriors, with a single strike. He could obliterate this fool. He, daring to offend Zuiyu Pavilion. Your fate is sealed. As they observed Ye Chen's unyielding stance, the faces of the Zuiyu Pavilion warriors contorted with derision. Though they were not particularly strong within the eastern region, they possessed the capability to bully a disciple of the sacred land. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Just as everyone anticipated Ye Chen's demise at the hands of the red-robed warrior, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The battle staff in the youth's hand halted before Ye Chen, twisting and shattering into fragments. After the battle staff shattered, a formidable force surged into the body of a warrior from the Zuiyu Exuan. This practitioner, at the pinnacle of the Martial King realm, staggered momentarily before crashing to the ground. Crimson blood flowed from his body, an image that sent shockwaves through everyone present. How could this be? My brother's strength had reached the zenith of the Martial King realm. Yet he was vanquished in a single blow by this youth? The ability to dispatch my brother implies this young man possesses at least the power of a martial sovereign. Have we truly encountered an insurmountable adversary? All the warriors of Zuiyu Exuan gazed at Ye Chen in astonishment. A few martial kings trembled, nearly collapsing in fear. How audacious you are to dare slay within my Zuiyu Exuan, declared a late-stage martial sovereign, wielding a silver warhammer, as he appeared in the street. In an instant, his head flew from his shoulders, and his body plummeted from the void. Another instant kill. This was a late-stage martial sovereign. The atmosphere became tense among all the warriors of Zuiyu Exuan. You, how dare you resist when we, the warriors of Zuiyu Exuan, Take action. An elder clad in a black martial robe materialized in the air, exuding an aura of imperial might. Clearly, this elder had reached the early stages of the martial emperor realm. Am I to stand idly by while your warriors from Ziyuexuan murder me? Ye Chen replied with a cold smile. You must be the steward of Ziyuexuan. Your arrogance in exploiting your power truly is exceptional. Now tell me, how do we resolve the matter of the exorbitantly priced shrimp? Resolve? The elder, possessing the strength of a martial emperor, laughed derisively, his demeanor steeped in contempt. In this sacred city, apart from the Jiuli sacred ground and the Yunluo Chamber of Commerce, Ziyuexuan ranks third. Whatever price we set, you shall pay. Our words are the law. We are indeed the bullies here. To bully others indiscriminately? I see. You have no intention of resolving this. A gleaming long sword materialized in Ye Chen's hand, and he swung it towards the elder. Seeking death, the elder's eyes turned icy as he concentrated his imperial aura, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. This energy combined with his momentum to form an ominous dark palm print that surged towards Ye Chen. With a decisive strike, Ye Chen shattered the palm print with his sword. The golden blade then sliced through the elder's body, leaving a trail of blood in the air. The martial emperor of Ziyuexuan found his body momentarily frozen before it was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. How could this be? A martial emperor was slain in a single stroke. Both the warriors of Ziyuexuan and the onlookers were engulfed in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen's power was so terrifying, so formidable that he could eliminate a martial emperor with but one sword. Wasn't Ye Chen merely a disciple from the outer sect of the sacred ground? Ye Chen's sword was poised at the brow of a martial king-level warrior. Please, do not kill me. The warrior, under the threat of Ye Chen's blade, was filled with terror, his face as pale as parchment. Summon the strongest from your drunken moon pavilion. The sword in Ye Chen's grasp radiated with a surging sword energy. Could it be that Ye Chen was merely posturing? Though the martial king-level warrior felt a surge of indignation, he dared not defy Ye Chen's command and promptly crushed a white orb in his hand. Crack! The white orb transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing in an instant. Before long, dark clouds began to gather above the drunken moon pavilion. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his features sharp and chiseled, emerged from the swirling clouds, enveloped in mist. Chapter 105, The 10th Master, a late-stage martial emperor. Upon the appearance of this middle-aged figure, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. The late-stage martial emperor was an entirely different concept compared to the early-stage martial emperor. I am Mo Xiaochen, the steward of Drunken Moon Pavilion. Pray tell, young friend, how can this matter be resolved? Mo Xiaochen surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Ye Chen's ability to dispatch their early-stage martial emperor with ease indicated that his strength was formidable, capable of contending with him at the very least. It is quite simple. Extend an apology to this elder and compensate him with 10,000 spirit stones. Ye Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of everyone present. An apology would carry significant weight for the Drunken Moon Pavilion. All eyes turned to Mo Xiaochen, eager to see how he would respond. Do you think it possible for the Drunken Moon Pavilion to apologize? A chilling glint flashed in Mo Xiaochen's eyes. Setting aside the question of whether the Drunken Moon Pavilion was at fault, an apology would cement the notion of their bullying behavior. If word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the pavilion's reputation and affect its operations in the sacred land. At that point, the Drunken Moon Pavilion would find it difficult to maintain its standing, and its share would be appropriated by rival factions. As long as the pavilion refrained from apologizing, there remained a possibility for redemption. After all, how could the truth of the matter be established, if not by the words of the Drunken Moon Pavilion? Swish! Ye Chen's golden sword surged forward at that moment. An immensely powerful sword radiance erupted from the blade, infused with boundless sword intent, as it hurtled toward the late-stage martial emperor. Humph! You dare to strike at this emperor with such filth? The late-stage martial emperor's eyes brimmed with disdain. Layers of turbulent spirit energy manifested around him, forming a pitch-black finger imprint in the void, which then advanced toward Ye Chen's golden sword. Thud! A crisp sound rang out as the dark finger imprint was instantly torn apart by Ye Chen's golden sword. Subsequently, the golden sword, exuding an unparalleled aura, cleaved towards the arm of the martial emperor realm expert. The formidable warrior attempted to evade, only to be horrified to discover that his speed was akin to that of a tortoise in comparison to the swift flight of the golden sword. In an instant, the sword caught up to his pace and severed one of his arms. How could this be? You are merely a trifling existence at the third level of martial sovereign. Yet you possess the ability to cleave my arm with a single strike. The martial emperor's eyes were filled with shock. He had never anticipated that Ye Chen's prowess would be so formidable. Initially, he believed that Ye Chen, no matter how strong, could only match him in battle. Yet he never imagined that Ye Chen could so effortlessly sever his arm. Moreover, throughout the entire ordeal, he offered no resistance whatsoever. This leaves two possibilities. The first is that Ye Chen's mental prowess has reached a terrifying level, augmenting the sword's strength and speed to an alarming degree. The second possibility is that Ye Chen possesses an extraordinarily powerful sword intent. Only such a potent sword intent could propel the battle sword, amplifying its force and velocity to such an appalling extent. Apologize or perish. Ye Chen's gaze was chillingly cold. The middle-aged man fell silent. This matter was beyond his capacity to decide, as the operations of the Drunken Moon Pavilion in the Holy Land encompassed a third of the eastern region. Should the layout of the Drunken Moon Pavilion here be disrupted, it would spell catastrophic repercussions for the entire organization. It seems you are unable to make a decision. Summon someone who can represent the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Ye Chen thrust his sword forward, piercing the energy sea of Mo Xiaoqin's dantian. Mo Xiaoqin attempted to dodge, yet felt a sharp pain emanating from the location of his dantian. Subsequently, he was hurled backward, impaled upon the plaque of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. This scene was profoundly ironic. The countenance of all present at the Drunken Moon Pavilion darkened. Ye Chen's actions were clearly intended to insult the pavilion. Offending me. The Drunken Moon Pavilion will lead to your demise. Mo Xiaoqin's eyes turned icy as he conjured a pale purple orb in his hand, subsequently shattering it. The purple orb transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. With a sudden burst, an overwhelming wave of sword chi surged forth from Ye Chen's golden sword. Under this onslaught, Mo Xiaoqin's body was rendered into fragments. A late-stage martial emperor was annihilated by a single stroke. Moreover, there was not a hint of negotiation. Ye Chen's decisive ruthlessness caused all present to gasp in astonishment. Just as the late-stage martial emperor fell to Ye Chen's sword, ripples akin to water waves emanated through the void. Soon, a young man clad in a dragon robe emerged from the emptiness, accompanied by two stunning women wielding pipa. I am the master of the 10th floor of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Do you truly intend to offend us to the fullest today? The man clad in the dragon robe gazed at Ye Chen with a smile plastered across his face. However, beneath that veneer lay an abyss of murderous intent. Particularly concerning were the two women beside the young man, each poised with their hands resting upon the strings of their pipa, powerful energy swirling within the instruments. Hee. Master of the 10th floor, I, Ye Chen, am a man who treasures beauty. I advise you to dismiss these two ladies, otherwise, swords may strike indiscriminately. Ye Chen regarded the master of the 10th floor with a semblance of a smile. Are you afraid? The corners of the master's mouth curled slightly upward. The two women beside him were adept at mental assaults, and their pipa had undoubtedly claimed countless lives, particularly of men enamored by beauty. They were, without a doubt, elite assassins. Fear is not present. Rather, it is merely a matter of evaluating the prowess of those concealed behind women. Ye Chen chuckled, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. A blood-red longsword materialized in his grasp, a surging intent to kill enveloping the blade. The crimson sword light appeared, as if it were rending the very fabric of the void. Seeking death, the two women's expressions turned icy in an instant, and the sound of the pipa resonated through the air. With each pluck of the strings, countless sound waves erupted forth. These waves not only bore mental attacks but also harbored layers of terrifying sword intent. This assault was a hybrid of physical and mental prowess, a formidable combination. Truth be told, any ordinary individual facing such an offensive would likely find themselves at a loss. But Ye Chen was no ordinary man. With a flourish, the realm of ultimate boundaries materialized within the void. The entirety of the space was suppressed by Ye Chen's domain. In that moment, the sound waves faltered and subsequently shattered. Ye Chen's form twisted, evading the mental assaults, and in an instant, he appeared beside one of the women wielding the pipa. If you wish to kill them, you must first consider my consent. The young man's gaze turned steely, a potent domain power manifesting around him. A black serpent took shape in the void, adorned with 30 red gems atop its head, signifying that he had entered the realm of martial sovereign and reached the hidden level of the martial emperor realm. The forces of their domains collided. A resounding boom echoed through the void as the young man's ultimate domain was directly crushed by Ye Chen's, shattering in the process. How could this be? My domain is that of the martial sovereign, while yours is merely that of the martial king. How can I possibly be your match? The young man uttered in astonishment. He never anticipated that his prideful domain would be so easily dismantled before Ye Chen. He had been utterly defeated, instantaneously. As the young man stood shocked, Ye Chen's sword of slaughter descended upon his arm, severing it cleanly, sending it flying. At that moment, two women, each holding a pipa, gracefully moved their jade-like hands, and the enchanting sounds of the pipa spread out from their presence. The terrifying sound waves, intertwined with sword intent and mental assaults, surged towards Ye Chen. A sharp pain pierced through Ye Chen's mind, rendering his consciousness momentarily dazed. In the next instant, he pivoted and reappeared behind the two women, extending his fingers to touch them. Waves of formidable power flowed from his fingertips, sealing the strength within the women temporarily. Suddenly, a youth's figure appeared behind Ye Chen, transforming his hand into a blade and slashing towards Ye Chen's neck. At this moment, Ye Chen faced away from the youth. Should he evade, the two women would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The youth, fully aware that he might inadvertently harm the women, continued his attack, indicating that their lives held little significance in his eyes. It could even be said that, when necessary, they would be sacrificed without hesitation. Ye Chen shook his head slightly, turning to face the youth and striking out with his palm. The youth's hand landed on him simultaneously. Crack! The youth was sent flying, his bones fracturing upon impact. While Ye Chen remained unscathed, with the Nine Li Heavenly Yang technique, he was impervious to harm, even from a saint, let alone a mere early-stage martial emperor. Ye Chen approached the youth step by step, his sword of slaughter emanating a terrifying aura. Are you truly overstepping your bounds? At that moment, an elder of mid-martial emperor rank emerged from the rear of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Upon sighting this formidable figure, the expressions of all present turned grave. This mid-martial emperor was none other than the renowned expert of the Drunken Moon Pavilion, Qin Shi, who also held a place on the emperor's list. Oh, I am overstepping my bounds. Did not your Drunken Moon Pavilion claim it would do so? Today, I, Ye Chen, shall indeed take advantage of my position. What can you do about it? Ye Chen responded with chilling indifference. Initially, Ye Chen sought merely to acquire a technique but was unprepared for the overwhelming arrogance of the Drunken Moon Pavilion, which not only refused to acknowledge its mistakes, but boldly declared its intent to exploit its power. Consequently, Ye Chen decided to turn the tables and wield power in return. How laughable! The Drunken Moon Pavilion has stood for thousands of years, its foundation and heritage profoundly deep. You, a mere disciple of a sacred land, dare to brazenly declare you can bully my Drunken Moon Pavilion? I shall see whose power you are relying upon. The elder brandished a large blade, stars twinkling along its blade, with 7 golden iron rings on the back producing a crisp sound. A shimmering silver light enveloped the top of the large blade, forming a close connection with the stars above in the sky, resembling a collection of glistening silver stars. Above the blade, an overwhelming force began to surge forth. This formidable momentum was harnessed from the celestial bodies above, imbuing the old man's weapon with an inexhaustible and insurmountable aura. Subsequently, this momentum melded with the blade's essence and intent, shrouding the entire firmament as it cleaved towards Ye Chen. Mere starlight dared to rival the brilliance of the sun and moon. A glint of indifference flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as a crimson sword light, stretching 1,000 meters, erupted from the sword of slaughter in his grasp. Within this crimson glow surged a torrent of vibrant yellow sword energy. The intertwining red and yellow radiance collided with the old man's descending blade. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the void. In an instant, the old man's blade energy was shattered by Ye Chen's strike. Following this, the old man was propelled backwards several hundred meters before he could regain his footing. At this moment, the celestial blade in his hands lay fractured, cleaved in two by Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. A celestial armor adorned his chest, marred by a grievous wound that penetrated to the bone. How could this be? I am of the imperial body, the imperial lineage, and possess the imperial-grade celestial armor alongside the imperial-grade celestial blade, all imbued with such immense power, yet I find myself unable to contend with you. The old man's gaze was filled with incredulity. It is known that he was a prominent figure on the imperial rankings, wielding sufficient strength to rival even half-saint level experts. Yet, here he stood, vanquished by a mere youth, and a new disciple of a sacred land at that. Indeed, with imperial-level prowess. You are the first to withstand my sword's might. Ye Chen felt a twinge of astonishment, but swiftly regained his composure. Whether it be the Shenhuang god-slaying sword Qi or the sword of slaughter, both exhibited extraordinary combat power. Against ordinary warriors, Ye Chen could undoubtedly achieve swift victory. However, facing an imperial-ranked expert, he found peace in the realization. The rankings of the Eastern Domain differ from those of the Longke dynasty. The Earth ranking corresponds to martial kings, while the Heaven ranking pertains to martial sovereigns. The remaining rankings include the Emperor, Imperial, Half-Saint, and Saint rankings. The Emperor ranking is present across various domains, but the Imperial ranking above it represents the standings of the entire divine martial continent. It is essential to note that fewer than 10,000 individuals possess imperial strength across the continent, making the rankings a true reflection of prowess. Young one, Though you possess great strength, you shall surely perish today. The old man consumed a healing elixir, and waves of celestial radiance surged forth from within him. This celestial luminescence transformed into a river of stars, cascading towards Ye Chen. Your ultimate domain is indeed the river of stars. Ye Chen's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing the celestial river before him. Indeed, my river of stars resonates perfectly with the celestial river above, originally. This was my concealed strategy, but I never anticipated it would be forced out of me. It shall be your honor to perish within my ultimate domain today. The old man's gaze turned frigid, and the brilliance of the stars upon him intensified. Your domain of the galaxy, though formidable, is incomplete. You have yet to fully comprehend the path of the stars, rendering its power insufficient. Ye Chen gently shook his head, stepping deliberately toward the old man's celestial realm. Seeking death, daring to intrude upon my domain. A murderous intent surged within the old man's heart, and the rushing streams of starlight lunged toward Ye Chen. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As Ye Chen's feet met the starlit currents, they not only failed to injure him, but disintegrated in his wake. His steps, varying in tempo, seemed to embody an extraordinary rhythm. Underfoot, the stars shattered and vanished, dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 107. The Sword Deity's command. How can this be? My celestial domain cannot harm you. It even gives way. The unfolding scene was so unfathomable that it left the old man in disbelief. He had immense confidence in his celestial realm, yet found himself utterly powerless before Ye Chen. Moreover, it seemed as if the celestial domain feared Ye Chen, retreating in his presence. Without the path of the stars to bolster it, your celestial realm amounts to nothing. Ye Chen's foot struck the ground, dimming even the stars that adorned the old man. The stellar shatter step he executed possessed not only overwhelming strength but also encompassed the essence of the starry path. In contrast, the old man's celestial domain was merely a trivial aspect of the grand design. The disparity in their heights was palpable. As Ye Chen's prowess utterly obliterated the old man's domain, rendering his power impotent. With a swift motion, Ye Chen positioned his sword against the old man's throat. Very well. I, Ye Chen, apologize. The old man uttered begrudgingly, a flicker of anger simmering within him. Clearly, he was reluctant to compel Ye Chen to apologize. Yet, he sensed that Ye Chen would not relent easily. Once he intervened, he would see it through to the end. Furthermore, he discerned that the enigmatic woman shrouded in a purple veil beside Ye Chen was no ordinary figure. Her presence instilled a sense of profound unease, a far greater danger than Ye Chen himself. Thus, he chose to acquiesce and admit his fault. I apologize, venerable elder. I, Ye Chen, have erred. In the future, do visit us at Ye Chen for a meal. While I cannot make promises, I assure you, the shrimp will be plentiful. The martial emperor of Ye Chen wore a smile as he addressed the old man before him. Very well, since you, Ye Chen, have chosen to apologize, I shall forgive you. However, I dare say I shan't return to your establishment for shrimp again. The old man, stooped and slightly trembling in awe, cast a respectful glance at the group from Ye Chen before turning to stand beside Ye Chen. In a moment of exploration, the elderly man placed before Ye Chen a token, entirely azure and enveloped in a flickering brown flame. Above the token, a prominent character for sword was inscribed. This token, the old man explained with utmost sincerity, was an unexpected acquisition he had intended to auction at the Yunluo Merchant Association. However, upon witnessing the young friend's willingness to assist, he decided to bestow this token upon him. The azure token, adorned with a sword emblem, could it possibly belong to the Sword God Palace? The Sword God Palace, a formidable force founded by the Sword God in the Central Land, is indeed an unbeatable existence in that realm. The Sword God has established branches of the palace across various continents. This token, known as the Sword God token, is rumored to be cast into the world annually by the Sword God himself, granting those who are fated to receive it the opportunity to join the ranks of the Sword God Palace. Upon the revelation of this token, the crowd erupted in fervor. No one had anticipated that a seemingly ordinary old man would possess a Sword God token. Particularly, the warriors from the Zuiyu Pavilion were struck with regret as they realized their earlier misjudgment. Had they known the old man wielded such a token, their demeanor would have been entirely different. Now, not only had they lost the Sword God token, but they had also incurred significant losses to the Zuiyu Pavilion. The folly of the Zuiyu Pavilion was evident, having missed the opportunity to claim a Sword God token. Who could argue otherwise? The pavilion would surely become the subject of ridicule across the realm. The glances directed at the Zuiyu Pavilion's members were laced with mockery. Laughter echoed among the crowd, while an elder of martial emperor cultivation, standing nearby, laughed boisterously. What brings you such amusement? Ye Chen inquired, furrowing his brow at the man. I find your folly amusing. If I were in your position, I would have sought a different venue to present the sword god token. The elder conjured a resplendent sword, shimmering with the light of stars. Do you not realize that even holy realm experts covet this sword god token? Acquiring it would render all arrangements in this holy city inconsequential, and the Zuiyu Pavilion would profit immensely. As he laughed, he crushed a starry orb in his hand, declaring, Ye Chen, though your combat prowess is formidable, can you surpass a half-saint? Can you rival a saint? You cannot. The expressions of those present froze in disbelief. The onlookers were equally astonished, never expecting such a dramatic turn of events stemming from a single sword god token. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and figures clad in golden holy garments materialized above the Zuiyu Pavilion. Chinchua, shall we lend our assistance to Ye Chen? Suspended in the ethereal heights, a magnificent ice castle floated amidst a sea of frozen landscapes. Below, the vast expanse lay encased in ice, and the winds carried snow from 1,000 mountains. Holding the Qianque's sword, Mu Qianque gazed down at the Jiuli sacred land, her silence profound. Behind Mu Qianque, the ethereal silhouettes of towering snow-capped mountains emerged, each more formidable than the last, embodying the sacred symbol, Jieshan Snow. In this frigid void, the sacred rules within Mu Qianque's being gradually ascended with each passing moment. Although this youth had acquired the sword god token, he had yet to become an official member of my sword god hall. Nevertheless, his righteous actions had garnered my admiration, prompting me to instruct a holy being to descend and provide him with assistance. However, before Mu Qianque could finish her words, she hesitated, as if realizing that our intervention was no longer necessary. At the entrance of the Drunken Moon Pavilion in the Jiuli Holy Land, at least 5 holy beings had already arrived, accompanied by no fewer than 10 semi-holy warriors. These 5 holy beings and the numerous semi-holy warriors represented the entirety of the Drunken Moon Pavilion's arrangements within the central domain. In this moment, all members of the Drunken Moon Pavilion were driven to madness by the sword god token. Boom! 8 golden chains surged forth from the bodies of these holy beings. The chains intertwined, sealing off the entire surrounding space of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Within this confined space, no one could escape, suppressed by the sacred aura emanating from the golden chains. Those outside found it exceedingly difficult to enter this area at once. Your Drunken Moon Pavilion has indeed made a grand move, Ye Chen remarked, casting a cold glance at the several holy beings and the multitude of semi-holy warriors in the void. Such a display, in pursuit of the sword god token, was not insignificant. The leader, an elderly man with purple hair, whose cultivation was at the late stage of the holy realm, narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, You have slain several powerful members of my Drunken Moon Pavilion. Today, we shall surely bring you to justice. No one can save you. This holy realm expert swung his palm toward the void. A terrifying aura of a palm print tore through the air, imbued with overwhelming sacred rules, hurtling toward Ye Chen. Boom. Just then, the void erupted with a thunderous roar. The pitch-black palm print shattered in the air, and a formidable sacred might surged forth from the body of the Celestial Empress. This terrifying sacred power descended like a colossal mountain upon the holy being. Boom. The elder was instantly sent flying, and in the next moment, he was struck with such force that his bones shattered. The sacred body and sacred bones crumbled under the pressure of the Celestial Empress's might. Chapter 108. The 3,000 Celestial Forbidden Army, a holy realm expert? How is this possible? The elder's eyes widened in horror as he gazed upon the Celestial Empress, his face paling drastically. Who are you? The Celestial Empress removed the purple veil from her face, revealing a countenance of unmatched beauty. The Celestial Empress was a powerful being of the great holy realm. At the moment she unveiled her visage, a celestial expanse appeared behind her, alongside the Yaoqi and the silhouettes of divine statues. An overwhelming and dignified aura radiated from the Celestial Empress, enveloping the entire void in an oppressive and terrifying sacred presence, causing every member of the Drunken Moon Pavilion to crumble under the immense pressure. The Empress of the Yaopool, how could it possibly be you? The voices of astonishment echoed incessantly. Every breath was suspended in that moment. No one could have anticipated that the woman standing beside Ye Chen, adorned in a purple veil and uttering not a single word, was indeed the Empress of the Yaopool. It is well known that the Empress commands formidable power in the eastern region. Among those who have fallen to her might, there are not merely a few, but at least 8 out of 10. You just declared that no one could protect him today, and yet, how shall this Empress ensure his safety? The Empress of the Yaopool regarded the powerful figures of the Drunken Moon Pavilion with a smile that resembled the Grim Reaper's grin. Although she had not yet made her move, all the saints present sensed that a sword was poised above their heads. Each individual was enveloped in an inexplicable dread of death. Your Highness, this matter is a fault of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. I beseech you, please forgive us. One saint attempted to apologize to the Empress, only to let out a cry of despair the next moment. His head flew off, and the entire process transpired so swiftly that they could not discern how the Empress had struck. "Did I permit you to speak?" The Empress cast a glance at the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, her eyes devoid of any compassion. A collective gasp arose as cold sweat began to bead on every forehead. They had heard of the Empress's might, yet they were utterly unprepared for the extent of her ferocity. "Now, tell me, where did the drunken moon pavilion air?" The sacred energy within the Empress coalesced into a radiant sword, which she pointed at a powerful martial saint. The targeted saint felt his heart plummet, succumbing to a profound silence. It was not that he could not speak, but rather that he feared uttering the wrong words. With a swift motion, the head of the martial saint was severed. "I shall ask a question, and you will answer." "My patience is finite," the Empress declared, casting not a glance at the fallen figure. Subsequently, she directed her sword at another saint's throat. Is the Empress not excessively domineering? Not only is she commanding, but her strength is also astonishingly overwhelming, able to dispatch a saint with a single strike. Did these saints not comprehend the notion of resistance? They had employed sacred locks to seal this space. Resistance? You are likely unaware of the true terror that a great saint embodies before such a being. Saints are but insignificant insects, and as for those sacred locks, they are as flimsy as paper in the presence of a great saint. The martial artists trapped near the drunken moon pavilion were unable to restrain their discussions upon witnessing the Empress's ruthless decisiveness. "Now, you tell me, where did the drunken moon pavilion air?" The sword in the Empress's hand radiated an aura of terrifying sacred energy. The saint nearly lost control of himself in fear. Trembling as he stammered, "The fault of the drunken moon pavilion lies in taking advantage of our esteemed guests and seizing the sword goddess decree." "Incorrect." With a swift motion, the Empress's sword swept across the saint's neck. Subsequently, the head of the saint was sent flying. With another stroke of the sword, a formidable saint was dispatched as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, slain by the Empress of the Yaoqi. "Pray tell, where did you, the Ziyu pavilion air?" The sword held by the Empress pointed towards another saint. "Empress, I beseech you to spare my life. I truly do not comprehend our transgressions," pleaded the second saint, trembling as he knelt in supplication. "Unaware of your faults, the Ziyu pavilion is indeed beyond redemption." The Empress of Yaoqi shook her head slightly and pierced the brow of this saint with her sword. A deluge of sacred blood spilled forth as the saint's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. "Empress, are you not being excessively tyrannical? We have already begged for mercy, yet you seek to eradicate us entirely." The final saint's eyes glimmered with indignation. "The saints of Ziyu Pavilion are all extraordinary figures from the central domain. They have always been the ones who wield power over others. When has it been their turn to be treated in such a manner?" The Empress of Yaoqi did not merely slay these saints. She shattered the pride that resided within their hearts with each strike. "Is it not your Ziyu Pavilion that relishes in oppression? Today, I shall embody that very tyranny. Thus, do you submit to the Ziyu Pavilion?" The Empress transformed her sacred sword into a flurry of shimmering lights, each beam piercing the brows of the Ziyu Pavilion strongmen. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several half-saint realm warriors exploded, leaving behind mere corpses. In less than a second, an entire cadre of half-saint warriors was obliterated. Such a scene could only be described as a dimensional assault. "Empress of Yaoqi, your ruthlessness is beyond measure." The saint's gaze was filled with coldness and palpable hatred. "Ruthless? It is precisely this ruthlessness that has elevated me to the foremost power in the Eastern Domain. Since you of the Ziyu Pavilion deem me cruel, I shall oblige." With those words, the Empress shattered a white orb. As she did so, ripples akin to water appeared in the void. Subsequently, numerous warriors clad in purple gold armor materialized. Upon closer inspection, there were over 3,000 of them. Among this formidable assembly were 300 martial emperors, 100 half-saint realm warriors, and 30 saints. The remainder consisted entirely of martial kings. An unparalleled sacred aura enveloped the sky, filled with imperial and royal might that obscured the sun. The purple gold glazed armor belonged to the 3,000 imperial guards of Yaoqi. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment flooded the eyes of all present, particularly the saint from Ziyu Pavilion, who was overtaken by a profound sense of despair. 3,000 Yaoqi imperial guards, heed my command. All of you shall engage the Ziyu Pavilion. I intend to obliterate Ziyu Pavilion from the Eastern Domain entirely." The Empress's gaze turned exceedingly fierce. "Furthermore, I do not wish to see any establishment of Ziyu Pavilion still in operation by tomorrow." Chapter 109, The Domain of the Two-Headed Dragon. The following morning, the Eastern Domain's wind and cloud report erupted into a frenzy. In the Eastern Domain wind and cloud report, numerous headlines have emerged, among which are the tales of the 100-Flower Fairy and several remarkable figures from the Eastern Domain. However, The most captivating news remains the sudden obliteration of the Drunken Moon Pavilion, which vanished overnight. The entire establishment disappeared from the Eastern Domain, and the name of the Ye Chen Empress ascended to the forefront of the report. The very individual responsible for the destruction of the Drunken Moon Pavilion was none other than the Ye Chen Empress herself. Furthermore, the news of the Sword God Order has also spread widely. Ye Chen, a disciple from the Holy Land, acquired a Sword God Order, drawing the envy of countless individuals. With the Sword God Order in hand, one can gain entry into the Sword God Hall. It is noteworthy that even formidable beings from the Sacred Realm are greatly tempted by the prospect of joining the Sword God Hall. In an instant, various factions began to take notice of Ye Chen. Within the outer sect of the Holy Land, at the demonic sword peak, in Ye Chen's cultivation courtyard, he sat cross-legged in his chamber. In his hands, a water-shaped scroll materialized. The scroll itself resembled water, imbued with the turbulent essence of the aquatic element, while above it, a series of mystical runes were arranged. Within these runes lay a wondrous power. This water attribute scroll was none other than the mysterious Water Supreme diagram, obtained by Ye Chen upon completing a system task. The mysterious Water Supreme diagram is a cultivation method that harmonizes mental prowess with martial arts. Each level of enhancement elevates the practitioner's mental capacity by a tier. As for the advancement of martial strength, it primarily involves cultivating layers of mysterious water power within the martial body, thereby augmenting the warrior's offensive and defensive capabilities. Ding. The system detected that the host possesses a divine-level cultivation technique, Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Would you like to utilize it? Immediately use it. Ding. Host successfully utilized Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level 100 million. It is evidently a technique of 100 million levels. Clearly, the worth of the Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram surpasses that of the 9 Heavenly Sun technique. This scroll not only enhances mental capacity, but also bolsters a warrior's defense and attack power. Henceforth, the primary focus shall be the Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Ye Chen's figure vanished from the room, only to reappear in the small universe realm. At the earliest opportunity, he entered the trial space. Ding. Host successfully cultivated Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level 200. Ding. Host successfully cultivated Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level 200. Ding. Host successfully cultivated Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level 200. Ding. Host successfully cultivated Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level 200. Ding. Host successfully cultivated Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram. Level upgraded to 37 million. When the level of the Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram reached 37 million, a layer of mysterious water power circulated throughout Ye Chen's body, and a faint mysterious water armor became discernible around him. The Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram significantly enhanced Ye Chen's defensive capabilities. While not as substantial as that granted by the 9 Heavenly Sun technique, it was nonetheless formidable. Presently, Ye Chen was sufficiently empowered by the Mysterious Water Supreme Diagram and the 9 Heavenly Sun technique to contend with ordinary sacred ones in a brief confrontation. System. Utilize 109 sacred fruits. Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. The host has successfully utilized 109 holy fruits. Ding. The Dragon Blood Battle body has ascended to the holy tier. Ding. The Undying Bloodline has elevated to the holy tier. Ding. The Ice Dragon Bloodline has been upgraded to the holy tier. Ding. The quality of the Dantian has advanced to the holy tier. Ding. The host's cultivation has progressed to the 4th heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the 5th heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Ding. The host has unlocked the hidden realm, which has now been elevated to the 100-fold. A continuous series of system prompts resounded within Ye Chen's mind. Upon entering the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, Ye Chen acquired a new domain, the Ice Dragon Domain. The power of the extreme domain was unleashed, revealing 2 dragon-shaped phantoms, one red and one blue, coiling in the void. The overwhelming and magnificent might of the dragon spread, permeating the entire miniature universe. Damn, Ye Chen is extraordinarily formidable. His strength has surged once more, and he has entered the 2nd pinnacle. The 9 Phoenix, in the midst of her cultivation, was jolted awake, her small eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld the 2 dragon phantoms in the void. Such a terrifying enhancement in Ye Chen's power was something she had never witnessed even in the divine realm. Even some reincarnated deities had never experienced such a miraculous rate of ascension as Ye Chen. Furthermore, this enhancement left no adverse effects whatsoever. This madman, Ye Chen, could now easily crush ordinary semi-holy realm experts. It seems that in the future, this emperor must remain humble in front of Ye Chen, the madman, she mused. In the trial space where Ye Chen resided, the two dragon phantoms, one red and one blue, intertwined in the void before merging into a singular entity. A brand new dragon phantom emerged beside Ye Chen, adorned with two dragon heads, one crimson and the other deep blue. The dual-headed dragon domain. Upon its manifestation, a ferocious power suppressed everything within a 1,000-meter radius, enveloping the area in an aura of extreme cold. This domain not only exerted a forceful suppression and formidable offensive capability, but also had a deceleration effect. It could be said that once this domain was activated, Ye Chen would be nearly invincible beneath the Holy Realm experts. It is indeed a fusion domain. The nine-leaf phoenix gazed in awe. Such a fusion domain could only manifest within the divine realm. Never did she expect that Ye Chen could merge two domains. In truth, it seems that following Ye Chen is proving to be a great fortune for this emperor, she pondered, ultimately smiling to herself. Ah, this is delightful. I knew that following Ye Chen would surely lead to prosperity. Heh, who was it that once claimed that even if this emperor were to be slain, he would never yield? A mocking cold laugh escaped the lips of the white emperor fox. The nine-leaf phoenix fluttered her small wings and retorted, "You, fox, clearly lack the intellect of this emperor. Their essay saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Besides, is there any comparison between the former Ye Chen and the current Ye Chen? I observed a certain chicken, which seemed to have been subdued." The white emperor fox shook its head slightly and departed from the location. Within the trial space, a strand of formidable energy entered Ye Chen's martial body, gradually stabilizing. Upon reaching the pinnacle of martial sovereign, Ye Chen's mastery over spiritual energy and his command of the extreme realm advanced significantly. At this moment, he could effortlessly overpower those at the half-saint level. With a whoosh, he reappeared in the lotus flower courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Yi Lingu, Feng Qiling, and the Empress of the Yaoqi were all seated in meditation. Upon sensing Ye Chen's arrival, the Empress of the Yaoqi opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze reflecting a faint joy. "My master," she said. Next, the whip and the urging for Yaoer. Chapter 110. Ox-headed and horse-faced the Empress of the Yaoqi, after her cultivation was enhanced by the divine whip, could not help but dwell on it. She contemplated daily on how to elevate her strength. Without hesitation, she prostrated herself on the stone table. Upon witnessing her actions, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The divine whip was capable of enhancing a saint's martial prowess. Previously, the Empress of the Yaoqi had been struck by him 10 times, elevating her from the pinnacle of the Saint King realm to the Great Saint realm. If she were to gain further strength now, she should be able to stabilize her realm at the first level of the Great Saint realm. At that point, with Ye Chen's daily urging, Yaoer would likely rise rapidly due to her innate talent and foundation, possibly reaching the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm, or even ascending to divinity. Thus, the weapon in Ye Chen's hand began to dance. Soon, the Empress of the Yaoqi was defeated, yet the power of the divine whip caused her cultivation to soar. Not only did it solidify her saintly realm, but it also significantly enhanced her physical constitution. "Ye Chen, this weapon has dramatically increased her cultivation. I wish to try it as well," Feng Qingling exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. "This weapon is a divine artifact, far too domineering. You, a mere girl, must not attempt it," Ye Chen quickly interjected, interrupting Feng Qingling's perilous thoughts. Women are creatures driven by overwhelming curiosity, eager to experience every novelty, especially Feng Qingling, who had yet to condense her saint body. Not to mention the saint body, she hadn't even developed her emperor body. How could she possibly withstand the might of the divine whip? It was likely that under Ye Chen's urging, Feng Qingling's martial body would shatter. "Although I cannot urge you to cultivate, these 40 holy fruits may aid you in your training and should elevate your martial body to the emperor tier." Ye Chen placed 40 shimmering, golden 9-leaf holy fruits before Feng Qiling. "Wow, these are holy fruits," Feng Qiling exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. In the 9-leaf sacred land and throughout the eastern region, while various major factions cultivated holy trees, these holy fruits were limited in number. Not everyone could obtain them. The Wind family, where Feng Qingling resides, naturally possesses a sacred tree. However, there are individuals of even greater merit above her. Thus, the sacred fruits are seldom bestowed upon her. Even if she were to receive some, it would be but a mere fraction. Having never encountered such a multitude of sacred fruits, Feng Qingling found herself momentarily bewildered. "Ye Chen, I cannot accept these sacred fruits. They are far too precious." She instinctively declined. "Rest assured, these sacred fruits hold no exceptional value to me. Moreover, during our time at the Sword Peak, you stood resolutely by my side. Consider these fruits a token of my gratitude," Ye Chen replied with a serene smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This scene captivated Feng Qingling to an extent. She had encountered numerous scions of sacred families, even princes from the Holy King's manor in the eastern region. Yet, none possessed the effortless grace that Ye Chen exuded. As if all things in the world lay within his control. Within that demeanor, there was a unique charm that deeply enthralled Feng Qingling. Then I shall not be polite, she declared, accepting the 40 sacred fruits. However, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Would repaying a kindness with sacred fruits mean that her future with Ye Chen would be devoid of possibilities? Would they be destined to part ways? No. She resolved to become more exceptional, so as to be worthy of Ye Chen. Even if she fell short, she would strive to keep pace with him. Standing by his side, determined, Feng Qingling committed herself to diligent cultivation. Boom. In the central region of the divine martial continent, a meteor engulfed in violet flames plummeted from the heavens, crashing into a vast lake beside the carefree sword sect. In an instant, the waters of the lake evaporated, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The grand formation of the carefree sword sect was directly shattered at that moment. Countless structures, buildings, and mountains were laid to waste under the onslaught of the tremendous shockwave. Within the sect, apart from the sect leader Chu Yunfan and a cadre of exceptionally skilled elders and disciples, all others were annihilated by the residual waves of the meteor. This meteor harbored a formidable sacred might, at least on par with that of a holy king. A holy king's presence? Could it be that a holy king has turned their ire upon the carefree sword sect? This seems implausible. We have always been a peaceful sect, never seeking conflict. How could we have offended a holy king? Chu Yunfan and the disciples, along with the elders of the carefree sword sect, gazed in horror at the gaping chasm in the lake. Within the depths of that pit, flames roared fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds resonated from within the depths of the pit. Two beings with animal heads and human forms emerged step by step. One bore the head of a bull, while the other had the visage of a horse, descending before the multitude of powerful figures at the carefree sword sect. The bull-headed creature's head was entirely black, adorned with two demonic horns, from which a dense aura of malevolence emanated. The visage of the horse-faced man appeared extraordinarily pale, particularly around the eyelids, which exhibited an exquisite whiteness. However, whether it be the bull-headed man or the horse-faced man, one commonality remained. Both exuded an aura of fierce malevolence, their mouths adorned with sharp, menacing fangs. Are you certain there has been no misperception? That chicken, along with that fox, truly resides in the divine martial continent? From the bull-headed man's nostrils, dark, ominous energy surged forth, his copper-sized eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. The horse-faced man nodded slightly, his expression chillingly cold as he affirmed. Indeed, that chicken and that fox, upon their rebirth, have descended into the divine martial continent. I cannot be mistaken in this. After a brief pause, he continued, last time, our preparations were inadequate. I did not anticipate that wretched Phoenix matriarch would hold back, allowing that chicken to be reborn in the divine martial continent. The bull-headed man's eyes darkened with a fierce glint as he exhaled a foul breath, declaring, allowing these two wretches to escape has already incited the displeasure of the evil god. The evil god has decreed that this time there shall be no glimmer of hope. With the sacred artifact bestowed by the evil god, unforeseen events shall not occur again. The horse-faced man's demeanor grew even colder as he took a single step into the void. Though merely a step, it traversed several thousand meters. In the next moment, the horse-faced man's figure materialized within the inner sanctum of the Tranquil Sword sect. The entire sect was enveloped in an overwhelming, terrifying sacred pressure. How could a being of the sacred realm emanate such dreadful might? The sect leader, Chu Yunfan, was filled with horror, falling to his knees as he implored, esteemed one. Our Tranquil Sword sect seeks no conflict. Please grant us mercy. Chapter 111. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Although Chu Yunfan possessed the cultivation of the sacred realm, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from the horse-faced man. He dared not even entertain thoughts of resistance. The elders and disciples of the Tranquil Sword sect also knelt in submission, trembling in fear. As long as you answer one question, I may consider sparing your lives, the horse-faced man proclaimed, producing an image of Ye Chen that materialized before the gathered crowd of the Tranquil Sword sect. With a frigid tone, he inquired, do you recognize this person? The elders of the Tranquil Sword sect were about to respond, stating that they did not know him, when suddenly, the horse-faced man unleashed a black chain from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the chain pierced through the elder's body. The once vibrant elder began to dissolve into nothingness, as if reduced to sand, vanishing into the void. A gasp of horror echoed through the crowd. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Such a death was utterly bizarre, unlike anything they had ever encountered. The disciples of the Tranquil Sword sect were equally astonished. They understood that while the elder may not have possessed the strength of the sect leader, he was nonetheless a formidable being of the sacred realm. To witness a sacred realm expert fall in an instant was unfathomable. It dawned on the disciples why their leader and elders had adopted such a submissive demeanor. My time is exceedingly precious. I have no desire to hear your trivialities. The gaze of the horse-faced man was imbued with indifference, as if the life he had just extinguished belonged not to a human, but to a mere insect. My lord, this individual is clad in the disciples' attire of the Jiuli sacred land, undoubtedly one of their disciples, Chu Yunfan reported, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Steeling himself to speak. Jiuli sacred land? Which way? The horse-faced man's eyes reflected a hint of impatience. That way. Chu Yunfan pointed toward the direction of the Jiuli sacred land, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. In swift motion, the horse-faced figure surged toward the Jiuli sacred land. The ox-headed man followed closely behind. Ding. 30-star automatons have been successfully created. Ding. 30-star automatons have been successfully created. Ding. 30-star automatons have been successfully created. Within the confines of the small universe, a multitude of automatons materialized before Ye Chen. The 30-star automatons were equivalent to formidable warriors of the martial sovereign realm, each possessing a random elemental attribute from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Before Ye Chen stood over 100 such automatons. Their strength was more than sufficient to contend with ordinary martial sovereigns of the 9th layer. Upon successfully summoning these automatons, Ye Chen departed from the small universe. At the Jiuli sacred land, today marked the day of the opening of the Qinglong. In the central square of the Jiuli sacred land, all the elite disciples from the inner sect had gathered. From a distance, the square was a sea of people. Ye Chen estimated that there were over 10,000 individuals present. Most were martial sovereigns, with a handful of martial emperors, martial kings, and even semi-saints among them. Perched atop a towering ancient tree, Ye Chen surveyed the assembly below, analyzing the depth of the Jiuli sacred land. He meticulously counted 2 semi-saints, 10 martial emperors, and 30 martial kings. These semi-saints represented a fifth of the sacred land's foundation. As for the other powerful beings, Ye Chen could not ascertain their numbers. Nevertheless, the martial kings and martial emperors among them were the elite of the elite. Notably, each martial emperor's strength was comparable to that of Lu Yulin, whom Ye Chen had previously defeated. In addition to these martial kings and emperors, Ye Chen discerned that the martial sovereign disciples were also exceptional. A significant number of elite martial sovereigns had mobilized, forming 3 groups. The first comprised 1,000 first-tier experts, the second consisted of 60 second-tier experts, and the third included 10 third-tier experts. The remaining inner sect disciples stood scattered in disarray. Indeed, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Even a waning sacred land retains a formidable presence that is awe-inspiring. Observing the array presented by the Jiuli sacred land, Ye Chen felt a twinge of astonishment. Silence. The sovereign, Ye Yinghao, clad in golden battle armor and wielding a sacred sword, descended from the heavens. A vast aura of sanctity emanated from Ye Yinghao, suppressing all disciples of the sacred land. The once tumultuous central square fell into an instantaneous silence. Today marks the day of the opening of the Azure Dragon Void Realm, a domain whose history requires no elaborate introduction. As a lower-tier void realm, it opens once every century, governed by the Dragon Clan, and brimming with countless rare treasures. It can be said that each opening of the Azure Dragon Void Realm heralds a multitude of fortuitous encounters. Every 100 years, the 3 great sacred lands dispatch disciples to enter the realm for training. Thus, this entry into the Azure Dragon Void Realm is not solely about personal cultivation or the pursuit of opportunities. It is also a chance to compete with the youth of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land and the Tai Sacred Land. Ye Yinghao's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire sacred square, instilling a sense of reverence in every disciple's heart. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the inner sect, Xiao Dong, stepped forward to address the crowd, saying, "In the Azure Dragon Void Realm, there are no rules to govern. Anything that transpires within is deemed normal. Therefore, I urge you all to safeguard yourselves while in the realm." The Lord, Ye Yinghao, nodded, directing his gaze towards the front where a man and a woman stood. The man, approximately 25 years of age, possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, his countenance stern and taut, exuding an air of remarkable vigor. A palpable wave of sacred energy emanated from him. Beside him stood a woman clad in a yellow lotus skirt, whose beauty could rival that of a goddess. Her expression was frosty, with an air of pride etched across her features. She too radiated a sacred energy comparable to that of the man, indicating they were of equal prowess. Casting a glance at the pair, Ye Yinghao introduced them to the assembled disciples. These two are the Holy Son Yi Changsheng and the Holy Maiden Li Yingxian of our Jiuli sacred land. Both the Holy Son and Holy Maiden are half-saint level powerhouses, their combat prowess akin to that of ordinary saints. upon entering the Azure Dragon Void realm. They possess the authority to command any of you. Should there be any dissent, the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden have the right to execute such individuals. After finishing his address, Ye Hao gestured, and two resplendent golden holy swords materialized in the hands of Ye Changxing and Li Yingxian. We thank the Lord. Both Ye Changxing and Li Yingxian displayed expressions of pride upon receiving the holy swords. The sensation of being second to none elevated their arrogance to its zenith. As they surveyed the disciples, their gazes bore an imposing demeanor. Chapter 112. Ye Changxing's warning. Li Yingxian and Ye Changxing's expressions did not escape Ye Chen's notice. At that moment, Ye Chen shook his head slightly, perceiving that the temperaments of the two were still too impetuous. Holding the holy sword signified wielding the power of life and death. Authority, it can be said, is a coveted possession. Yet, this power was merely bestowed upon them by Ye Hao. Furthermore, the true forces entering the Azure Dragon Void realm extend beyond just the Jioli sacred land. At that moment, relying solely on the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, it seemed unlikely they could contend with those formidable forces. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds echoed through the void. Above the sacred land, several cloud ships approached, making their way towards the center square of the Holy Land. The cloud ships of the Yunluo Merchant Guild arrived at this pivotal location. The Grand Elder of the inner sect, Xiao Dong, observed the descending vessels and remarked, "Next, the cloud ships of the Yunluo Merchant Guild will transport our disciples to the Wanjie Tavern, as it is the only gateway to enter the Qingsong illusory realm." The disciples understood. The Wanjie Tavern was a unique establishment that controlled the teleportation passages to various realms, allowing entry upon payment of a requisite fee. As the cloud ships of the Yunluo Merchant Guild settled on the ground, the disciples of the Holy Land began to board the vessels in succession. "Come, let us also embark on the cloud ship," Ye Chen urged, accompanied by Feng Qingling and the four great kings as they made their way toward the vessel. Situ Qinlan and Lin Qiman followed closely behind. "Ye Chen, please wait," called the Holy Sun Ye Changxing, brandishing a holy sword as he approached Ye Chen. With a calm demeanor, Ye Chen inquired, "Does the Holy Sun have something to discuss?" Ye Changxing replied, "I wish to inform you that the journey to the Qingsong illusory realm is fraught with peril. No beings above the half-saint realm can appear within the realm, lest they be vanquished by its laws." A hint of arrogance graced Ye Changxing's countenance, suggesting there was more to his words. Ye Chen furrowed his brow. What is it that the Holy Sun wishes to convey? Ye Changxing continued, "I possess an innate sword heart and an innate sword vein, and I have condensed a 7-step holy body. Coupled with this holy sword, I can be considered invincible within the same realm." Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the 7-step holy body. Before attaining the holy realm, one must condense holy energy within their body 10 times to forge a holy body. The 7-step holy body was merely a partial manifestation of the holy body. Ye Chen pondered where Ye Changxing derived such confidence to proclaim himself invincible within the same realm. Moreover, he remained perplexed as to the purpose of Ye Changxing's discourse. "Is it necessary for the Holy Sun to inform me of his invincibility?" Ye Chen replied with a nonchalant smile. Ye Changxing's expression turned icy. "I am destined to achieve merit for the Jiuli Holy Land in the Qingsong illusory realm and become a figure on the divine list. I merely wish to remind you to understand your position and recognize your place." "Oh, have you, Holy Sun, truly discerned your own position?" Ye Chen chuckled, realizing that Ye Changxing was concerned about losing his spotlight as the Holy Sun. However, the divine list held no allure for Ye Chen. Ye Chen, my position is not for you to speculate upon. You must understand that I wield the holy sword." Ye Changxing's words were laden with a threatening undertone, indicating that holding the holy sword equated to possessing the power of life and death. Since Ye Hao has spoken, all disciples of the sacred land may be summoned by the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Thus, if Ye Chen disobeys Ye Changxing's directives, Ye Changxing possesses the authority to execute him. Although Ye Changxing did not articulate this explicitly, the implication was unmistakably clear. The inability of the Empress of the Jade Pool to descend upon the Azure Dragon Void signifies that Ye Chen has lost the protection of the Empress. It is utterly impossible for Ye Chen to vie for merits. Ye Changxing is indeed overly confident. Observing Ye Changxing ascend the cloud ship, Feng Qingling's eyes revealed a subtle chill. Beside her, Feng Qingyang, wielding a massive sword, remarked nonchalantly, "Though the Holy Sun is a close relative of Ye Hao and possesses commendable talent, his character has not been adequately cultivated. As he ventures into the Azure Dragon Void, will it be a blessing or a curse?" Wang Yucheng, gnawing on a rabbit leg, scoffed, "I wager a gold mine that once the Holy Sun enters the Azure Dragon Void, he will surely be brought to tears." At that moment, the cloud ship ascended into the sky. Ye Chen, Situ Qing Lan, Feng Qingling, and others boarded the vessel, gazing down at the world below. Is this the esteemed Lord Ye Chen? Our chamber's manager Ye invites you all to the VIP room, announced a young lady in a black formal dress, her elegant steps leading her toward Ye Chen and his companions. Ye Chen recognized her as the personal maid of Yi Lingxiu, but her demeanor had markedly transformed. Previously marked by polite respect, her attitude now radiated genuine reverence. The Cloudfall Chamber's change in attitude towards me must stem from Yaoer having annihilated the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Ye Chen mused, feeling a sense of relief. After all, he was backed by a great sage, a being of unparalleled strength. Lead the way. Ye Chen nodded and followed her. In an opulent chamber, Yi Lingxiu, adorned in a white robe, stood respectfully at the entrance. Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence, she exclaimed, hurrying to greet Ye Chen and his companions with utmost respect and humility. Her address shifted from Ye Chen to Mr. Yi, signifying a significant change in her attitude. Why must Manager Yi wait for me? Ye Chen replied with a calm smile, genuinely enjoying this elevated status. Not at all, Mr. Yi. You are the most important guest of our Cloudfall Chamber. How could Lingxiu show any negligence? Yi Lingxiu personally poured a cup of tea for Ye Chen, presenting it to him with the grace of a servant. Everyone was taken aback, particularly Feng Qingling and Feng Qingyang. The siblings were well acquainted with Yi Lingxiu. Though she was the manager of the Cloudfall Chamber, her backing was of extraordinary standing, and she was familiar with over 90% of the powerful figures in the eastern region. Such a character willingly serves tea and water to Ye Chen. Moreover, their demeanor is so extraordinarily humble. Mr. Yi, Lingxiu has arranged the finest accommodations for you, prior to your visit to the Inn of 10,000 Realms. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with my Yuluo Merchants Association. Whatever is within our capabilities, Lingxiu will certainly oblige. Lingxiu's attitude has transitioned from mere humility to a fervent eagerness to please. Chapter 113. Yi Chongqing's decision. In truth, this reverence is not a facade put on by Lingxiu. It stems from a genuine fear of Ye Chen. She has come to comprehend the formidable nature of Ye Chen and his extraordinary potential. In just a few short days apart, Ye Chen's prowess has surged from his previous innate realm to the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Moreover, through her divinations, Lingxiu has discerned that Ye Chen has also entered the realms of martial king and martial sovereign. She has even learned of the formidable presence of the Celestial Empress by Ye Chen's side. Lingxiu now feels fortunate for her earlier decision not to act against Ye Chen. Had she chosen to eliminate him, it would have been the gravest of errors. Such an action could have invited the wrath of the Celestial Empress, leading to the obliteration of the entire Yuluo Merchants Association and the complete annihilation of her own Yi family. Furthermore, the aura left by Ye Chen on the martial Dao chessboard has begun to strengthen significantly. Given his current potential, it is evident that his aspirations extend far beyond mere sanctification. He may very well ascend to the status of a great sage or even a divine being. At this moment, Lingxiu gazes at Ye Chen with renewed awe and respect for his strength. With a flourish of her hand, Lingxiu summoned 3 spirit talismans, radiating a holy energy, onto the table. Intricate patterns adorn the surface of these talismans, imbued with the essence of sacred laws. These are 3 sacred image talismans, which, when activated, grant the user 30% of a Saint's power for a brief period. Our Yuluo Merchants Association offers these 3 talismans to you, Mr. Yi, free of charge. Lingxiu gently pushed the talismans toward Ye Chen, her demeanor exceedingly respectful throughout the process. Free of any conditions? Ye Chen inquired, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture, which starkly contrasted his previous impressions of Lingxiu. With a smile, Lingxiu affirmed, indeed, without any conditions. Then I am most grateful. Ye Chen replied, accepting the 3 sacred image talismans without further hesitation. After engaging in light conversation with Lingxiu, he entrusted her with a substantial number of heart cores from mechanical beings before departing with Feng Qingling and the others. Each of you shall take 10 sacred fruits and enter my small universe to enhance and stabilize your realms. Excluding Feng Qingyang, Ye Chen distributed 79 sacred fruits among the 7 individuals. The 4 heavenly kings promptly entered the small universe to commence their cultivation. Boom. A few hours later, the Yuluo Merchant Association's airship descended before the Inn of 10,000 Realms. Over 10,000 disciples from the 9 sacred land, led by the Grand Elder Xiaodong, arrived at the entrance of the inn. The Tavern of All Realms is a unique establishment. The entire tavern resembles the magnificent Songyun Palace of the Jiu sacred land, standing before all like a grand mountain. The entrance of the tavern towers to a height of 100 zhong, appearing as if forged from gold, exuding a sacred luster that glimmers. Inside the tavern, Countless seats occupy the first floor, where a diverse array of individuals are seated, including some peculiar beings from exotic races. To the surprise of Feng Qingling, disciples from the Jiuxiao and Tai Yi sacred lands have arrived ahead of time. Observing the tavern filled with patrons, Ye Chen shifted his gaze to the formidable figures from the other two sacred lands. He noted that both the Jiuxiao and Tai Yi sacred lands boasted a greater number of disciples compared to the Jiuli sacred land, each individual exhibiting superior strength. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen discerned a troubling fact. Although each of the major sacred lands had 1,000 unparalleled warriors at the martial sovereign realm, the Jiuxiao and Tai Yi sacred lands had 300 second-tier unparalleled warriors each, quintuple the number of the Jiuli sacred land. Furthermore, the count of third-tier unparalleled warriors in the other two sacred lands stood at 50, while the Jiuli sacred land only had 10. If the other two sacred lands were to unite against the disciples of the Jiuli sacred land, they would likely face total annihilation. Contemplating this possibility, Ye Chen's expression shifted slightly. He then directed his gaze toward the core disciples of the other two sacred lands. Realizing they had dispatched 3 times as many semi-saint realm experts as the Jiuli sacred land, this indicated that entering the Qinglong Void Realm posed a significant disadvantage for the Jiuli sacred land. The structure of the Qinglong Void Realm is quite simple. As the Saint Sun has meticulously studied it, there are 3 central locations: the Qinglong Sand Domain, the Sea of Buried Bones, and the Sacred Dragon's Nest. Saint Sun Yichangxing, along with a group of elite individuals, convened to deliberate the strategy for the Jiuli sacred land. He resolved to divide all elites into 3 groups. The first group, consisting of 1,000 unparalleled martial sovereign realm experts and 60 second-tier unparalleled warriors, would venture to the Qinglong Sand Domain in pursuit of opportunities, aiming to secure the Qinglong Seal. The second group would comprise 10 third-tier unparalleled warriors, 30 martial emperor realm experts, and 2 martial sovereign realm experts, tasked with seizing opportunities within the Sea of Buried Bones, striving to acquire the 100 Refinements Dragon Horn. The third group, led by myself and the Saintess, would consist of 8 martial emperor realm experts, heading to the Sacred Dragon's Nest to compete for the opportunities within. Yichangxing unfurled a scroll, annotating information at the top of each section. The numerous disciples of the Jiuli sacred land gazed at Yichangxing with admiration, recognizing not only his unparalleled strength but also his exceptional leadership abilities. Some infatuated admirers even cast flirtatious glances his way. However, the Saintess Li Yingxian beside him furrowed her brows and said, "Holy Son, the formidable powers of our Jiuli Holy Land are evidently not inferior to those of other sacred lands. If we do not unite our strengths, we risk being gradually consumed by them, and all our plans will inevitably be disrupted." Yi Changsheng, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "Oh, what do you suggest we do, Saintess?" Ling Xuan's brows knitted even tighter, yet she continued, "Perhaps we should relinquish the Sacred Dragon's Nest, consolidate all our forces, seize the opportunities within the Azure Dragon Sand Domain and the Sea of Buried Bones, and then, with our combined strength, advance upon the Sacred Dragon's Nest to reap the benefits? Such a narrow-minded view. Do you comprehend what abandoning the Sacred Dragon's Nest signifies for our Jiuli Holy Land? It means that for the next century, we will be unable to produce any saints and will be trampled by the other 2 sacred lands." Yichangxin's attitude was exceedingly proud as he outright rejected Li Yingxuan's suggestion, stating, "If our holy land does not fight for its dignity today, it will surely become the object of ridicule for countless others in the future." Yet, as Li Yingxian attempted to voice her thoughts, she was abruptly cut off by Yichangxin. He coldly smiled and said, "I urge the Saintess not to view the grand design of the Azure Dragon Void with such a limited perspective typical of women. I had thought the Saintess was different from others, but it seems she is equally short-sighted. Yichangxin, you must realize that your decision may very well bring ruin upon Jiuli Holy Land." Li Yingxian was infuriated, for as the Saintess, she had never been so belittled. Yichangxin arrogantly replied, "The Saintess is aware that this is a possibility? My decision may also lead Jiuli Holy Land towards glory." Li Yingxian trembled with rage. Her countenance flushed with indignation as she declared, "The Holy Lord granted me decision-making authority. This is not a dictatorship. Apologies, but according to the recent voting results, my supporters constitute 90%. It would be best for your highness the Saintess not to concern herself with this matter," Yichangxing said with a cold smile, his face laden with derision. The proclamation of 90% only deepened the sense of triumph within him. "I must report this to the Holy Lord." Seeing Yichangxing unmoved, Saintess Li Yingxian sent out a message through a communication talisman and stormed off in fury. Witnessing all of this, Ye Chen shook his head slightly. Initially, he had intended to counsel Yichangxing, but upon observing his unwavering confidence, he abandoned that thought. Women's perspectives, though often not leading to great successes, can indeed help in mitigating risks. It was undeniably true. Beside them, Feng Qingling's eyes glimmered with a wise light. Situ Qinglan nodded and remarked, "This Ye Chen, ignoring the saintess's counsel, is bound to create a calamity." Chapter 114. The disparity in strength after waiting an entire hour within the Tavern of All Realms. A number of elderly figures clad in starry garments appeared inside. These elders, dressed in such attire, were the staff of the Tavern of All Realms. The time for the opening of the Azure Dragon Void is now at hand, with a duration of 7 days. An elderly man adorned in a white robe embellished with celestial patterns, his skin parched and weathered, addressed the crowd with a solemn tone. Each individual who enters the Tavern of All Realms shall receive a token of the realms. This token serves to document your life and death status and facilitates your return to the teleportation point within the Azure Dragon Void, enabling you to traverse back to the Tavern of All Realms. However, heed this warning. Once you enter the Azure Dragon Void and the portal closes, you shall not be able to return to the tavern. Remember to return within 7 days before time elapses. In his hand, he brandished a staff embedded with a crystal sphere, pointing towards the void. An immense surge of temporal and spatial energy erupted within the tavern, coalescing into a vast passageway. The warriors within the tavern, a formidable assembly, surged into the teleportation portal. Ye Chen, Feng Qiling, and the 4 great kings followed suit, entering the passageway. Accompanied by the howling winds and a cacophony of sounds, Ye Chen and his companions found themselves in an endless desert. However, the 4 great kings were not teleported alongside them. Currently, only Lin Qingman, Situ Qinglan, and Feng Qingling remained by Ye Chen's side. The entire expanse of the Azure Dragon Void equated to the size of the Eastern Domain, teeming with countless formidable beings. The desert they inhabited was known as the Azure Dragon Sand Domain, where every grain of sand was infused with pure spiritual energy. The tempestuous winds of the void were imbued with lethal force, and the swirling sands, mingled with these fierce gales, formed a tempest of spiritual energy. Those who had not attained the Martial King realm would scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour amidst such ferocious winds. "Did our 4 cousins not accompany us in the teleportation?" Lin Qiman inquired. "It seems we have been scattered." The teleportation in the Azure Dragon Void must possess a degree of randomness, Ye Chen mused, casting a glance at the dark passageway behind them, which was gradually sealing shut. Indeed, the teleportation array of the Azure Dragon Void was intentionally random, designed to disperse the warriors from various sacred lands. Otherwise, chaos would ensue immediately upon arrival. Feng Qiling patiently elucidated, "Let us proceed. Their current strength has reached the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm, so they are unlikely to encounter significant danger. It won't be long before we reunite." With a wave of his hand, 4 mechanical beasts materialized beside Ye Chen. These constructs were created from the remnants of mechanical beings, enhanced with the hearts of other automatons. With the support of his system, crafting such mechanical beasts was a trivial endeavor for Ye Chen. "Are these mechanical beasts?" "Ye Chen, honestly, how many secrets do you harbor that we remain unaware of?" Lin Qingman's eyes sparkled with wonder, for Ye Chen was indeed an enigma, constantly surprising her. "Ye Chen, I must say, you are truly a mystery," remarked Situ Qinglan, alongside Feng Qingling, both gazing at him with admiration. "Seeing that you are so intrigued by me, shall we engage in a profound exchange another day?" Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly, seated upon the mechanical beast, as they ventured deeper into the Azure Dragon Sand Domain. "A profound exchange, you say? I find that agreeable," Lin Qiman replied with excitement, tightening her small fist before leaping onto the mechanical beast's back. The remaining women were somewhat taken aback, feeling a slight warmth on their cheeks. In truth, a profound exchange was not entirely out of the question. The group soon found solace in their thoughts. The mechanical beast, towering at 3 meters, was forged entirely from steel, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Galloping through the desert, its speed rivaled that of a peak martial sovereign. Seated atop the mechanical beast, Ye Chen and his companions sped towards the heart of the Azure Dragon Sand Domain. Before a desert castle in the Azure Dragon Sand Domain, 100 disciples clad in the garb of the Jioli sacred land congregated outside the fortress, encircling it completely. Outside the castle lay a dozen bloody corpses, each adorned in animal skins, with a dragon scale protruding from their foreheads. Is this the extent of the indigenous people of the Azure Dragon Void, to dare proclaim themselves a royal palace? A disciple from the Jioli sacred land, dressed in a dark robe, gazed disdainfully at the fallen natives of the Azure Dragon Void, his eyes filled with contempt. "These natives are mere trash, hardly sufficient to serve as a warm-up for our brother Xiaobing, who dispatched these palace guards in less than 5 minutes. The task of plundering the palace will rest entirely on brother Xiaobing's capable shoulders." Countless elite disciples of the sacred land encircled Xiao Bing, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery. "No matter, we shall equally divide the treasures obtained within," he boomed with a haughty laugh, though his mirth abruptly ceased. Suddenly, Xiao Bing felt a sharp pain as a sword severed his arm, which flew away from his body. "Who dares?" he exclaimed, realizing it was the trash of the Jili sacred land. Surrounding Xiao Bing and his companions were over 200 figures, all elite warriors. Among them were disciples from the Jiuxiao sacred land and the Tai sacred land. Leading this group was a disciple clad in a red martial robe, wielding a battle staff. Although his cultivation was at the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm, his aura was comparable to that of a late-stage martial emperor. Clearly, he was a dual elite warrior. Moreover, several other dual elite warriors stood beside this red-robed fighter. "You dare to insult my Jiuli sacred land? You seek death," exclaimed a Jiuli sacred land disciple, fury etched across his face. As a disciple of the Jiuli sacred land, he had long regarded it as the most sacred entity in his heart, and he would not tolerate any affront. To insult the Jiuli sacred land was to defame what he held most sacred. Thus, this disciple charged towards the Tai sacred land warrior, ready to confront the affront. A torrent of sword energy coalesced in the hands of a disciple from the Nine Li sacred land, imbued with a terrifying aura of sword intent as it surged toward the red-robed warrior. However, before the disciple could unleash his attack, a battle staff swept forth, striking him on the head. The disciple of the Nine Li sacred land did not even graze the hem of his opponent's garment before being struck down. The disparity in strength between a first-tier expert and a second-tier expert was indeed staggering. Witnessing this scene, a sense of dread enveloped the hearts of all present. Chapter 115. The Undying Blood Clan strikes the countenance of all disciples from the Nine Li sacred land turned grim. Xiao Bing placed a healing pill in his mouth, channeling the energy within his body to refine it, and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of your actions, Tai sacred land and Jiuxiao sacred land? What does it mean?" "It means to annihilate your Nine Li sacred land. TSK, TSK, TSK. The leader of the red-robed disciples from Tai's sacred land revealed a glint of disdain in his gaze. Xiao Bing's expression darkened instantly, and the other disciples from the Nine Li sacred land also grew somber. What happened to the bravado just moments ago? Now, has everyone from the Nine Li sacred land turned into cowards? The red-robed disciple from Tai's sacred land mocked. "Impudent! My Nine Li sacred land is filled with formidable experts. How dare you look down upon us?" A fiery youth, brimming with murderous intent, charged at the red-robed warrior. "Humph! A mere starlight dares to contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon." The red-robed disciple from Tai's sacred land scoffed, twirling his battle staff before retracting it. The entire exchange transpired in less than a second, and the disciple from the Nine Li sacred land collapsed. Yet another first-tier expert felled in an instant. "It appears that the two great sacred lands have long conspired to attack my Nine Li sacred land. If that is the case, then we shall fight to the death." Xiao Bing's eyes turned crimson, and his bloodline ignited, transforming into a surge of martial potential that instantaneously enhanced his strength. Utilizing the blood-burning secret technique, "We shall fight to the death." The remaining disciples of the Nine Li sacred land were not fools. They quickly discerned the intentions of Tai's sacred land and Jiuxiao sacred land, igniting the power within their bloodlines. The momentum of the previously weakened disciples surged, closing the gap in strength with the disciples of the other two sacred lands. Kill, kill, kill. The disciples of the Nine Li sacred land surged forth like trapped tigers, fiercely charging at the disciples of the other two sacred lands. Hee, kill away. The more ferociously you fight, the more delighted the Undying Blood Clan will be. On a sand dune several hundred meters from the royal palace, figures clad in red robes descended upon the Azure Dragon Sand Domain. Each of these individuals radiated a terrifying and ferocious aura, and elongated fangs could be seen protruding from the corners of their mouths. However, all of this went unnoticed by the disciples of the three great sacred lands in the distance. The disciples of the three great sacred lands were embroiled in a fierce battle, their murderous intent palpable, and the sounds of combat deafening. Suddenly, a disciple from the Jiuli sacred land was pierced through the heart by a sword. Yet, a frenzied glint appeared in his eyes as he clutched the disciple from the Tai sacred land before him, unleashing a violent surge of energy. He detonated his Dantian's energy sea at such close proximity that, despite the overwhelming strength of his opponent, the catastrophic force of the explosion obliterated the Tai disciple. Even those who managed to survive the self-destruction would emerge grievously wounded. Witnessing this, countless disciples of Jiuli, while entangled in the fray until the final moment, seized the opportunity to self-destruct their Dantian energy sea. In this conflict, neither the Tai sacred land nor the Jiuxiao sacred land gained a significant advantage. Not long after, the leader of Jiuli, Xiao Bing, was struck by a crimson-robed warrior, his body exploding into a mangled ruin. Damn it. These Jiuli scum resorted to blood-burning secret techniques and self-detonation even in their dying moments. The red-robed man's eyes were shrouded in darkness. What was initially an inevitable and one-sided victory had unexpectedly come at a grievous cost, with at least 30 formidable experts lost and countless others severely injured. Our mission is complete. Let us tend to our wounds and regroup with the others, suggested another powerful figure from the Jiuxiao sacred land, clad in a dark robe. Tend to wounds? Wouldn't it be better to descend into hell directly? At that moment, a youth clad in a blood-red robe, with fangs protruding from his mouth, materialized in the void. Upon seeing this unexpected apparition, both the disciples of Tai and Jiuxiao felt a chill run through them, with many harboring murderous intent. Who are you to have such audacity as to send us to hell? Questioned the red-robed man, his gaze filled with disdain. He was a twofold expert. How dare the other party be so arrogant? I am from the Undying Blood Clan, an elite of the Qing Tian royal lineage, declared the youth in the blood-red robe, his crimson pupils gleaming with a sinister light. What? You are a warrior of the Undying Blood Clan. Upon hearing the name, the red-robed man's expression turned to one of horror as a white communication orb materialized in his hand. But before he could shatter the orb, the undying blood warrior appeared before him, his claw-like hand piercing into the red-robed man's heart. In an instant, the red-robed man's body withered visibly as his life essence became sustenance for the undying blood warrior. Indeed, a prodigy of the human race. The richness of this bloodline is truly delectable. This formidable undead blood clan warrior, having consumed the bloodline of the crimson-robed man, felt the eerie bloodlight in his eyes intensify. Retreat. Witnessing the strongest among them, the crimson-robed man, being vanquished in an instant, sent a chill through all present. Whether disciples of the Tai sacred land or those from the Jiuxiao sacred land, they all fled in various directions at once. To think of escaping from the grasp of this being was sheer folly. The undead blood clan warrior smirked slightly, as torrents of sanguine energy surged from his being, manifesting into crimson chains that pursued the fleeing martial artists in every direction. The air was soon filled with a series of explosive sounds, as the bodies of those attempting to escape froze in place. Subsequently, each individual appeared to lose all moisture, rapidly shriveling before the eyes of onlookers. Within less than a minute, their bloodline power was entirely drained. One by one, lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Having absorbed the bloodline strength of these individuals, the warrior's power would ascend to the martial emperor realm, enabling him to rival the early-stage semi-saints of the human race. A chilling laughter escaped the undead blood clan warrior's lips. Chapter 116, The Potent Bloodline Power. Not long after, the figures of Ye Chen and his companions appeared before the palace. In front of the palace lay a multitude of desiccated corpses. Each of these shriveled bodies had been devoid of their bloodline power, with even their vitality completely usurped. A fierce battle had recently transpired here, and it seemed that the disciples of the Jiuli sacred land had been ruthlessly slaughtered by those from the Jiuxiao and Tai sacred lands. Feng Qiling crouched down to examine the disciples of the Jiuli sacred land, as well as those from the other two sacred lands, and continued, however. The disciples from the other two sacred lands were annihilated by a particularly brutal method, likely the work of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect? Upon hearing the name, both Sidu Qinglan and Lin Qingman displayed expressions of deep hatred. The Blood Demon sect was not only notorious within the Longke dynasty, but also infamous across the eastern region. If one were to consider the top 3 evil sects, the Blood Demon sect would undoubtedly be among them. Yet, while the manner of death bore some resemblance to the methods of the Blood Demon sect, it was not their doing. I suspect it was the work of the undead blood clan. Ye Chen surveyed the sea of corpses, a look of grave concern dawning in his eyes. Only the undead blood clan could so thoroughly drain the life force and essence of blood from a person. In his view, although the Blood Demon sect possessed items like the Blood Lotus sword, such artifacts wasted a significant portion of the bloodline and life essence. When a Blood Demon sect warrior extracts a person's bloodline, a semblance of the body remains. The formidable beings of the Undying Blood Clan possess the ability to absorb an individual's bloodline and life essence, rendering that person nearly unrecognizable as a human. The reason Ye Chen and his companions could still discern that these individuals were disciples of the sacred land was due to the distinctive garments they wore. It was imperative to relay this information, to ensure that the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden were informed. Feng Qingling, standing beside Ye Chen, dispatched a communication talisman. Just then, a blood mist manifested in the void, intercepting the talisman. The communication talisman dissolved into nothingness amid the crimson haze. Shortly thereafter, an undying blood clan warrior, adorned with a pair of fleshly wings, descended before Ye Chen and his companions. This warrior was a formidable presence at the ninth heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Upon witnessing the undying blood clan warrior in the void, Feng Qingling's gaze narrowed slightly. Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman also wore solemn expressions. Previously, they had only encountered depictions of the undying blood clan in scrolls and tomes, never anticipating an actual encounter with one today. Although this undying blood clan warrior possessed merely ninth heaven strength, the terrifying aura emanating from him rivaled that of certain martial emperor entities. Clearly, he was among the elite of the undying blood clan, a being of exceptional prowess. Since you are aware of my status as an undying blood clan warrior, why do you not kneel before me? Should you amuse me, I might consider sparing your lives and allowing you to become my subservients. The undying blood clan warrior's voice dripped with cold laughter, particularly as his gaze roamed over Feng Qingling and her companions, his laughter growing increasingly sinister. Feng Qingling retorted with icy disdain, "You expect us to curry favor with you? You are rather overconfident, are you not?" Overconfident? The undying blood clan has always exuded confidence. To be frank, the Azure Dragon Void Realm is a dead end. However many of your kind come, they shall perish here, countless as they may be. I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy, becoming my humble servant, for that is the only way to preserve your pitiful existence. Do you understand? The undying blood clan warrior regarded Ye Chen and his companions with a condescending air. Such vile words are intolerable. I shall sever your tongue. Feng Qingling's eyes gleamed with determination as she activated her flame dragon bloodline and flame dragon battle body, unleashing her full power. A tempestuous aura enveloped her, and she charged at the undying blood clan warrior, her body cloaked in dragon scales. Ah, indeed a thorny rose. I have a particular fondness for women of your kind. The undying blood clan warrior sneered, engaging Feng Qingling in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The void reverberated with explosive sounds as Feng Qingling and the undying blood clan warrior engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to claim victory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More figures adorned with fleshly wings emerged from the void, drawn to the intense clash erupting around them. In less than a minute, dozens of formidable undead blood clan warriors congregated in this place, typically towering at around 2.5 meters. These beings exhibit a robust physique far more imposing than that of ordinary human warriors. Their muscular frames, adorned with sinewy muscles and blood-red eyes, exude an intangible pressure. You too, go and capture those two human women, particularly the one clad in the blue martial robe. I find her essence quite intriguing. Soon, I shall require her services," commanded a 3-meter-tall undead blood clan warrior, his gaze fixated on the figure of Situ Qinglan, a fervent gleam igniting within his eyes. The undead blood clan enhances its prowess by consuming human blood, resulting in an exceptionally potent bloodline. Due to their overwhelming vitality, they often struggle to maintain control when encountering human women. Captain has a keen eye. We shall promptly bring those two human women, several undead blood clan warriors, all at the 9th level of martial honor, surged towards Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, seeking death. Situ Qinglan's eyes turned icy as a serpent-shaped longsword materialized in her hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy akin to a water snake, slicing towards one of the undead blood clan warriors. Simultaneously, Lin Qingman, her aura surging, charged at another undead blood clan warrior. Her petite fists danced through the air, forming a shadow of a colossal fist that descended upon an undead blood clan warrior. With a resounding impact, 2 undead blood clan warriors were swiftly vanquished at the hands of Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman. One warrior was cleaved in twain by a single strike, while the other was obliterated into a mist of blood by Lin Qingman's punch. "You undead blood clan warriors are not so formidable after all," Lin Qingman began to taunt. But her words faltered. Before her, the slain undead blood clan warrior's body began to reassemble. Astonishingly, the blood mist in the air morphed into a humanoid form, resurrecting as another undead blood clan warrior. How is this possible? Lin Qingman's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 117. The 1,000-Pattern Destruction Technique. The undead blood clan warrior, once vanquished, now reformed before their very eyes. Such a bizarre scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan. Previously, they had perused various texts detailing much about the undead blood clan, yet none had recorded such a peculiar ability among these warriors. This spectacle was undeniably extraordinary. The 2 undead blood clan warriors, who should have been annihilated, were restored to their former selves. Apart from a slight diminishment in their aura, they exhibited no other deficiencies. This indicated that the undead blood clan could indeed achieve immortality. The immortality of my undead bloodline is beyond the comparison of mere human warriors. Since I, an immortal blood clan expert, have already laid out a grand scheme in this Azure Dragon Void realm, the human experts can only resign themselves to being crushed. A cold laugh escaped the lips of an immortal blood clan warrior as he charged towards Lin Chiman and Sita Qinglan. Layers of bloodthirsty energy erupted from these immortal blood clan warriors, their formidable combat prowess forcing Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan into a retreat. Ye Chen refrained from intervening to assist Situ Qinglan and Lin Qingman, nor did he extend his help to Feng Qingling. Although he had the capability to annihilate these immortal blood clan warriors in an instant, Ye Chen understood that one day he would depart from these individuals. When that time arrived, without his protection, how could they contend against the might of the immortal blood clan? Rather than intervene, it would be more beneficial for them to engage in battle with the immortal blood clan warriors to refine their martial arts. You worthless fool. Do you still have the audacity to watch the battle? Do you not realize that the beings before you are from the immortal blood clan? A warrior at the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm of the immortal blood clan cast his gaze upon Ye Chen. Upon noticing Ye Chen's utter lack of fear towards the immortal blood clan, he felt a surge of indignation. Shouldn't this child, upon witnessing the strength of the immortal blood clan, be trembling and kneeling in submission? With this thought, the immortal blood clan warrior began advancing towards Ye Chen, the bloodthirsty power within him swirling. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced the air. Before the 9th level martial sovereign of the immortal blood clan could even reach Ye Chen, his head was severed and sent flying. His body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. This child possesses some merit, capable of instantly slaying a supreme warrior of the immortal blood clan? Yet, what does it matter? The bloodline of the immortal blood clan is the strongest recovery bloodline in existence. As long as a trace of bloodline energy remains, the physical form can be restored. Several immortal blood clan warriors, initially taken aback by Ye Chen's swift kill, soon wore expressions of deep mockery. However, their derision gradually solidified into disbelief. For they observed the body of their fallen comrade, struck down by Ye Chen's sword, withering away before their very eyes. In mere moments, it had transformed into a desiccated corpse. How can this be possible? The bloodline power of the immortal blood clan is not invincible? Could it truly be drained? This child not only annihilated a member of the immortal blood clan, but also siphoned away the very essence of our bloodline. Such an extraordinary method is unprecedented. As the immortal blood clan warriors regarded Ye Chen anew, their expressions turned grave. All of them reigned in their contempt, channeling the bloodthirsty energy within them. With a whoosh, the air shimmered with a disturbance as Ye Chen's slaying sword descended upon the immortal blood clan warriors with a force capable of obliterating all. A line of crimson manifested within the void, and several immortal blood clan warriors found their bodies cleaved in twain by the sword of slaughter. In the subsequent moment, the bodies of all the undead bloodline warriors shriveled into a desiccated state within the span of a single breath. Their vital blood essence had been completely siphoned by Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. Above the sword of slaughter, the blood aura intensified dramatically. The more lives the sword claimed, the mightier it became. After consecutively slaying over a dozen undead bloodline warriors, Ye Chen could distinctly sense a significant augmentation in the sword's power. Though it did not constitute a qualitative leap, it represented a considerable enhancement. The undead bloodline warriors, having roamed the Kunlun realm for countless years, had never before encountered a weapon capable of countering their immortal lineage. The existence of such a weapon posed a grave threat to them. The leader, a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height and possessing the cultivation of a martial emperor, revealed a glint of coldness in his gaze. Externally composed, he felt a growing sense of dread within. The fear among all present undead bloodline warriors reached a pinnacle. In every battle, both in the external realm and the Azure Dragon Void realm, they had always dominated the human warriors. Now, for the first time, they faced an individual like Ye Chen, who not only could annihilate them in an instant, but also countered their immortal bloodline. We must act together and seize the sword from this boy. We cannot allow such a weapon to exist in the world. The leader of the undead bloodline warriors felt his blood energy surge, and a blood-red long sword materialized in his hand. This blood-colored sword emanated a terrifying sacred aura. Ye Chen gazed at the blood-red sword in the hands of the martial emperor with a hint of surprise. As he observed, 1,000 inscriptions manifested above the sacred sword, channeling a formidable power infused with the terrifying rules of the sacred path, piercing toward Ye Chen. Be cautious, that is the 1,000 pattern destruction force. Feng Qingling warned Ye Chen from the void. Just as her voice echoed, the force of the 1,000 pattern destruction struck before Ye Chen, aiming directly at his chest. Ye Chen did not evade. He sought to test whether his 9-Li celestial sun technique could withstand the 1,000-pattern destruction. Boom. The overwhelming sacred power collided with Ye Chen, shattering the void and the earth. The ground of the Azure Dragon Void Realm sank several hundred meters deep, creating a chasm thousands of meters long, while clouds of dust danced in the wind. The 1,000-pattern destruction was potent enough to annihilate a sacred realm warrior. Fortunately, the undead bloodline had meticulously planned. Otherwise, everyone would have perished at the hands of this boy today. The undead bloodline warrior wielding the blood-red sacred sword glanced indifferently at the depression in the ground. In his eyes, Ye Chen was already a dead man. No. This child is not yet dead. The immortal Blood Clan warrior, wielding the holy sword, suddenly sensed something amiss. In the next moment, a blood-red long sword pierced through the void and struck his brow. Subsequently, the immortal Blood Clan warrior's body rapidly shriveled, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Chapter 118. Willful and stubborn. The 1,000 patterns destruction technique seems rather ordinary. Ye Chen stepped lightly through the void, emerging leisurely from the deep pit. How is this possible? That was the 1,000 patterns destruction technique. How could this child remain unscathed? As all the immortal Blood Clan warriors witnessed Ye Chen stroll out of the chasm with such ease, gasps of astonishment erupted from their lips. Ye Chen's demeanor was as relaxed as if he were taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard. Moreover, there was not a single visible injury on him. At this sight, the expressions of all the immortal Blood Clan warriors were filled with shock. The 1,000 patterns destruction technique was capable of annihilating a saintly realm powerhouse. Yet Ye Chen had completely withstood it. What kind of prodigy is Ye Chen to defy the 1,000 patterns destruction technique? The immortal Blood Clan warriors found themselves momentarily dazed. Not only the immortal Blood Clan warriors, but Lin Qimand and Sida Qinglan were also left in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen could stand there alive after enduring a hit from the 1,000 patterns destruction technique. We must retreat. We must report this to His Highness the Prince. After witnessing Ye Chen's formidable prowess, the immortal Blood Clan warriors lost all will to continue fighting and fled in all directions. Just as the figures of these immortal Blood Clan warriors began to move, a double-headed dragon apparition emerged in the void. One head was crimson, and the other was ice blue. One exuded an overwhelming pressure, while the other emanated an extreme chill. These two contrasting energies surged from the double-headed dragon, causing all the immortal Blood Clan warriors to freeze in place. With a swift motion, Ye Chen vanished from his spot, twisting his body 7 times in quick succession. Drawing and sheathing his sword in one fluid motion, he struck dozens of times within a single second. The fleeing immortal Blood Clan warriors found their expressions frozen, only to have their massive heads topple from their necks. Ye Chen's sword energy swept like the wind, instantly slaying numerous immortal Blood Clan warriors. Subsequently, all those slain by Ye Chen shriveled into desiccated forms. Boom! Lin Qingman, Sida Qinglan, and Feng Qingling unleashed their full power, subduing the several immortal Blood Clan warriors with whom they were engaged in battle. The bodies of those immortal Blood Clan warriors burst apart, transforming into a mist of blood. Just as they attempted to escape, a bottle of radiant emerald hue appeared in the void. This is the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. How is this possible? How could you possess the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle? Amidst the billowing blood mist, faces filled with terror and unease emerged. As for that question, descend into hell and inquire of the underworld. Ye Chen chuckled coldly, and then a torrent of violent suction emanated from the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle, completely drawing in the life essence of those immortal Blood Clan warriors. Feng Qingling and Lin Qingman, along with others, unleashed their most formidable attacks, vanquishing the powerful undead Blood Clan adversaries before them. The tumultuous blood mist swirled into the 8 Desolation Refinement Divine Vessel. After a brief respite, Feng Qingling dispatched a communication talisman. Deep within the Azure Dragon Void, an immense dragon-shaped lair, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was nestled against a mountainside. Surrounding the dragon's den, ethereal sacred energy manifested in wisps. The colossal carcass of a sacred dragon, measuring thousands of miles, coiled within the lair, exuding boundless sacred might. This location represented the innermost sanctum of the Azure Dragon Void, the most enigmatic site, the sacred dragon lair. Presently, dozens of semi-holy realm experts had gathered around the sacred dragon lair. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rippled near Ye Changsheng and Li Yingxian. The holy son Ye Changsheng grasped the communication talisman, glanced at its contents, and a cold smirk appeared on his face before he crushed the luminous orb. Who sent the message? Li Yingxian inquired. Nothing of consequence, merely trivial matters. Let us await the disappearance of the sacred path rules surrounding the sacred dragon lair and enter at the first opportunity, Ye Changsheng replied, though internally he held profound disdain. The undead blood clan, that was a race sealed away for countless years. How could they possibly manifest in this realm? Furthermore, the individuals from the Myriad Realms Tavern were not fools. They would never allow the undead blood clan to infiltrate the Azure Dragon Void. Yu Chongqing believed Feng Qiling was exaggerating, clearly coveting his status as Holy Son and attempting to draw closer to him. But lacking a suitable topic resorted to such trivial tactics. My communication talisman has been shattered. In the Azure Dragon Sand domain. A look of astonishment crossed Feng Qingling's face as she furrowed her brows. Yu Chongqing was exceedingly overconfident. How could he disregard the matter of the undead blood clan? Upon hearing this news, Ye Chen's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Ye Chongqing, as the holy son of the sacred land, held himself in high esteem, perceiving his judgments and thoughts as the ultimate truth, dismissing any dissenting opinions. To put it kindly, Ye Chongqing was assertive. To put it bluntly, he was thoughtless and obstinate. How could such a holy son effectively manage the broader picture? Ye Chen shook his head slightly, feeling that Yu Chongqing was beyond redemption. Since Yu Chongqing refused to heed their counsel, they would have to rely on their own strength to rescue some disciples of the Ninely Sacred Land. Ye Chen made a resolute decision. With so many disciples of the Sacred Land dispersed throughout the Azure Dragon Void, can we truly save them? Feng Qingling questioned. Ye Chen sighed. Whatever we can save will have to suffice. Subsequently, Ye Chen steered the mechanical beast towards the heart of the Azure Dragon Sand domain, with Feng Qiling and the others closely following. Before a verdant oasis in the Azure Dragon Sand domain, the four great kings found themselves ensnared by a host of undead blood clan warriors, encircled at the edge of a lake. Presently, the four great kings bore numerous wounds. Their overall aura significantly diminished. Before several individuals lay the lifeless bodies of a few formidable undead blood clan warriors, utterly devoid of vitality. You four possess something remarkable. You have actually cultivated the triune demon transformation, siphoning the bloodline of my undead blood clan using demonic techniques. A towering figure, 3 meters in height with skin as dark as night, gazed solemnly at the four great kings. While you undead blood clan warriors may bully ordinary martial artists, to think you could contend with us, the four great kings, is sheer folly. Wang Bai produced a wine gourd and took a hearty swig, his heart brimming with bravado. The other 3 companions each retrieved a rabbit leg, savoring their meal with gusto. Just now, my undead blood clan was unable to match your strength. However, the duration of your triune demon transformation has ended. It is utterly impossible for you to employ such a technique again in a short span. Now, you 3 are merely lambs awaiting slaughter before my undead blood clan. I present you with 2 choices. First, submit and become our subservient companions. Second, face death. The dark-skinned undead blood clan warrior, possessing the cultivation of a martial emperor, regarded the four great kings with a frigid gaze. Choose your mother. We, the four great kings, shall never yield. There is only one word for us. Fight. Wang Bai bellowed, charging forth. Wang Hai and the other 2 also unleashed their formidable fighting spirit, engaging fiercely with the undead blood clan warriors. Chapter 119. From Hunters to Prey? Whether it was Wang Bai, Wang Hai, or Wang Yucheng and Wang Shiming, they all fought until exhaustion. The bloodline power within the undead blood clan warriors was overwhelmingly potent. Although the four great kings, bolstered by the strength of the triune demon transformation, could swiftly eliminate several undead blood clan warriors, they found themselves worn down by the relentless onslaught of these foes. Despite managing to slay a few of the elite undead blood clan members at critical moments using their demonic abilities, the spiritual energy and martial strength of the four great kings had been nearly depleted. It could be said that their continued fight was sustained solely by sheer willpower. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Wang Bai was struck by the palm of an undead blood clan warrior at the martial emperor level. The immense force propelled Wang Bai's body into the earth, creating a deep crater around him, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Cough, cough. It seems I may perish here today, but I fought valiantly, taking down several of your elite undead blood clan warriors. I deem it worthwhile. A resolute glint flashed in Wang Bai's eyes as a torrent of furious spiritual energy surged within him. How dare you attempt to self-destruct your Dantian? The undead blood clan warrior, his gaze turning icy, extended his fingers towards Wang Bai's Dantian, intent on incapacitating him before he could unleash his explosive power. At that moment, a longsword, enveloped in a crimson radiance, soared from afar, cleaving towards the head of the undead bloodline warrior. The warrior's head was severed, and his body shriveled instantly. It was none other than Master Ye Chen. Upon witnessing the gleaming, blood-colored blade, Wang Bai's eyes brimmed with hope, miraculously suppressing the power within his Dantian. By heavens, Master Ye Chen has arrived. Let us fight. Let us fight to the death. As the figure rushed forth from the distance, both Wang Bai and his companions erupted in fervor. An overwhelming tide of battle intent surged within each of them, intertwining their spirits and elevating their strength to new heights. The previously one-sided scenario began to shift. Wang Bai and his allies launched a counteroffensive against the undead bloodline warriors. Had they all gone mad? The undead warriors, taken aback by the fervent assault from Wang Bai and his companions, displayed expressions of shock. They had never witnessed such a scene from other human warriors before. In the past, before the undead bloodline warriors, all humans cowered in fear, even begging for mercy. When had there ever been such fervor? It was as though the undead bloodline warriors were not the aggressors, but rather the ones besieged. The hunters seemed to have transformed into the hunted, all due to the youth racing towards them from the distance. Suddenly, the mechanism beast descended upon the oasis. Cousins, I am coming to aid you. Lin Qing Man leaped down from the mechanism beast, charging towards the undead bloodline warriors. Situ Qinglan also soared through the air, wielding a serpentine longsword, rushing to engage the undead foes. Feng Qiling activated the Flame Dragon Battle Body and the Flame Dragon Bloodline, plunging into the battlefield and swiftly eliminating several weaker undead warriors. The bodies of the undead warriors exploded repeatedly, only to reconstitute and explode anew. Yet, the battle intent of the group remained unyielding. They faced death with courage, launching relentless assaults against the undead bloodline warriors. Ye Chen refrained from engaging the undead warriors directly. Instead, his gaze fixed upon a dark-skinned undead warrior, whose prowess reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Yet, his aura was comparable to that of a semi-saint. Clearly, this undead warrior was a formidable figure of the three absolutes. Young one, it seems you are a three-absolute warrior of the martial sovereign realm. No wonder these individuals take pride in you. In that case, I shall defeat you and trample you beneath my feet, so they may understand how feeble you truly are. A glint of murderous intent appeared in the undead warrior's eyes as torrents of violent blood energy surged from his ebony skin, coalescing into a scarlet handprint that surged towards Ye Chen. In that moment, the void fell into silence, only to twist shortly thereafter. With a sudden thrust, Ye Chen unleashed the Sword of Slaughter, shattering the blood-red palm imprint before him. How could he possibly tear apart my palm technique? The undead blood clan warrior narrowed his eyes, summoning a crimson longsword, a blood-colored holy sword. However, this particular holy sword was unlike any he had previously encountered. Adorned with over 1,000 intricate patterns, it emanated 10 distinct sacred auras. Behold the 10 holy blood swords of my undead blood clan, forged from the sacred powers of 10 saints. To slay you requires but a fleeting moment. A hint of derision flickered in the eyes of the undead warrior as 10 streams of sacred power surged forth from the blood sword in his grasp. These 10 auras represented the combined might of the 10 saints. With a swift motion, the 10 holy blood sword, imbued with all its formidable strength, cleaved toward Ye Chen's Sword of Slaughter. The combined forces of the saints possessed the capability to rend space asunder effortlessly. In that instant, the very fabric of the Azure Dragon Void was torn apart by this sacred power. Abyssal rifts in the space spread rapidly, extending over 100 meters in mere moments. Subsequently, the 10 sacred auras bore down upon Ye Chen. Boom! A tempestuous aura erupted from the Sword of Slaughter in Ye Chen's hand. Countless sinister eyes opened above the blade, each resembling the eye of a harbinger of death. Each eye seemed to transcend time, harboring an indelible intent to kill. As all the eyes upon the Sword of Slaughter fully opened, the 10 holy blood sword found itself momentarily frozen in place. The sword spirit of the 10 holy blood sword trembled as if confronted by a sovereign, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. In that instant, the power of the 10 holy blood sword was entirely suppressed, with the strength of the 10 sacred realm warriors retreating back into the sword. With a rustle, the sinister eyes turned their gaze toward the undead blood clan warrior. The skin of this prince's descendant, dark as night, began to fracture. Blood flowed from his body like a gentle stream, seeping into the Sword of Slaughter. Before long, the power of the sword had drained the prince's descendant, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. A gentle breeze swept by, reducing the once formidable undead warrior's body to grains of sand, vanishing into the air. Chapter 120. Azure Dragon Royal Court. The prince's descendant of the undead blood clan had perished in battle. All the undead warriors were left aghast. No one anticipated that Ye Chen would exhibit such overwhelming prowess, capable of effortlessly dispatching a warrior of the undead blood clan. Furthermore, that was the 10 holy blood sword. The sword, imbued with the might of 10 undead blood clan saints, had been effortlessly neutralized by Ye Chen's Sword of Slaughter? It was noteworthy that throughout the entire exchange, Ye Chen had not even lifted a finger. The sinister eyes seemed to draw not only the flesh and blood from their bodies, but also their very souls, as if they were an endless abyss. This instilled a sense of helplessness in the formidable beings of the Undying Blood Clan. A collective inclination to retreat arose within everyone. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's Sword of Slaughter pierced through the air, claiming the life of an Undying Blood Clan warrior at the Martial Emperor level. Unrelenting, the sword moved on, striking another Martial Emperor, impaling him through the Dantian and into his energy sea. This Undying Blood Clan warrior was pinned against an ancient tree, his life force and vitality drained entirely by the Sword of Slaughter. After consecutively slaying several Undying Blood Clan warriors, the power of Ye Chen's sword increased yet again. My Sword of Slaughter is a divine artifact, transcending even sacred weapons. However, merely vanquishing these weaker Undying Blood Clan members does not yield a substantial enhancement in its might. It appears that only by hunting the sacred warriors of the Undying Blood Clan can I elevate the sword's power more significantly, Ye Chen contemplated. Nevertheless, within the Qinglong Sand domain, numerous disciples from sacred lands remain, and for the time being, he cannot forsake them. Thus, the immediate mission is to annihilate the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land and the Tai Sacred Land, along with the Undying Blood Clan warriors. Only by eradicating these three factions can the disciples of the Jiuli Sacred Land be saved. With a swift motion, Ye Chen entered the ranks of Wang Bai and the others, and within a second, his Sword of Slaughter danced dozens of times. Scores of Undying Blood Clan warriors fell in that instant. Subsequently, the corpses of these warriors gradually shriveled, becoming nourishment for Ye Chen's Sword of Slaughter. Qinglong, you excel in swordsmanship. Take this 10 sacred blood sword for your use. Qingling, you shall wield this 1,000-patterned sacred sword. With your strength, combined with the Emperor Body and Emperor Vein, challenging a half-sacred warrior will be effortless. When you encounter the Undying Blood Clan warriors again, you should be able to slay them with ease. Ye Chen entrusted the 2 sacred swords to Situ Qinglan and Feng Qingling, respectively. Boss Ye Chen, what about our battle weapons? Wang Bai cast an envious glance at the sacred swords in the hands of Situ Qinglan and Feng Qingling. The Undying Blood Clan must have orchestrated a grand scheme, prepared over millennia. This time, they brought numerous sacred swords and other sacred artifacts to the Qinglong Void Realm, amounting to no less than 20. When we encounter the elite of the Undying Blood Clan again, the sacred artifacts we obtain will belong to you. Ye Chen released 2 mechanical beasts, which landed before the 4 great kings. Continuing, we must hasten to the center of the Qinglong Sand domain, where a great battle is likely erupting. We must arrive before the Undying Blood Clan makes their move. With that, Ye Chen placed a spirit stone into the body of the mechanical beast. Immediately, the beast's speed surged, propelling itself toward the heart of the Qinglong Sand domain. At the center of the Qinglong Sand domain stood the Qinglong Royal Court. The walls of the Royal Court towered dozens of feet high, and atop these walls stood rows of soldiers clad in dragon scales. These soldiers were the elite guards of the Qinglong Royal Court. However, the Imperial Guards of the Azure Dragon Palace have suffered devastating losses, with some of their warriors' bodies shattered beyond repair. The disciples from the Taichi Sacred Land, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, and half of the disciples from the Jiuli Sacred Land have converged upon the Azure Dragon Palace within the Azure Dragon Sand domain. The disciples of the 3 sacred lands have commenced a frenzied assault on the palace. Corpses are seen plummeting from above the Azure Dragon Palace. Audacious fools! How dare you brazenly slaughter the Imperial Guards of my Azure Dragon Palace? I shall ensure your demise today. A martial artist of Emperor rank stands atop the azure dome of the palace, brandishing a staff, his gaze aflame with fury directed at the disciples of the 3 sacred lands. This individual is none other than the Azure Dragon King. Thunder rumbles thrice. His voice resounds with wrath as the staff in his grasp flickers with arcs of lightning. Suddenly, layers of thunderclouds coalesce in the void above, followed by an onslaught of relentless thunder, imbued with cataclysmic power, raining down upon the disciples of the 3 sacred lands. With explosive force, the destructive energy erupts among the disciples, annihilating those of mere warrior rank, turning them to ash. In an instant, over 100 powerful warriors from the 3 sacred lands have perished. As the lightning strikes descend, several formidable warriors at the pinnacle of the imperial rank surge into the palace, unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at suppressing the Azure Dragon King. At this moment, the Azure Dragon King, his body shattered, falls victim to the overwhelming might of these elite warriors. Following the demise of the Azure Dragon King, the guards stationed at the Azure Dragon Palace are swiftly dispatched by the disciples of the 3 sacred lands within a mere minute. Once the imperial guards of the Azure Dragon Palace have been entirely obliterated, the warriors from the 3 sacred lands do not rush into the palace immediately. Instead, they designate representatives to enter the Azure Dragon Palace. The Taichi Sacred Land sends forth their eldest disciple, Xiaozhan. The 9 Heavens Sacred Land dispatches their eldest disciple, Cheng Yucheng, and the Jiuli Sacred Land presents their eldest disciple, Li Xiangang. All 3 eldest disciples possess cultivation at the pinnacle of the imperial rank and are renowned as elite warriors. In the interest of fairness, we shall draw lots to determine who shall claim the key to the treasure vault of the Azure Dragon King, proposes Cheng Yucheng. The eldest disciple of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, who is clad in a white martial robe, exuding a scholarly aura while wielding a folding fan adorned with picturesque landscapes. Cheng appears amiable, radiating an aura of harmlessness. Xiaozhan, the eldest disciple of the Taichi Sacred Land, grips a golden longsword with crimson grooves. His expression indifferent as he replies, "I have no objections." "Very well, let us commence the drawing," exclaims Li Xiangang, the eldest disciple of the Jiuli Sacred Land, his thick brows and large eyes reflecting his bold spirit. Suddenly, 3 luminous orbs materialize in the air, swirling gracefully. The trio reaches out, each seizing one of the orbs. Upon unveiling the orbs, a radiant golden glow emanates from one, while the other 2 reveal a soft blue luminescence within. Thus, "I shall take command of the key to the treasury of the Azure Dragon Palace." Li Xiangang discovered the treasury key on the person of the Azure Dragon King. However, just as he was about to conceal the key within his bosom, 2 formidable auras erupted from Xiaozhan and Cheng Yucheng. Chapter 121. Heavy losses. Cheng Yucheng's folding fan emanated 9 radiant beams that combined to create a terrifying pressure, directing its assault towards Li Xuangang's back. "You dare to launch a sneak attack," Li Xiangang exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. At such close proximity, and with an unexpected ambush, Li Xiangang was caught off guard and could only activate his snow ape battle body. Layers of snow white fur manifested above his martial physique. Simultaneously, he desperately channeled the techniques of the 9 Li Sacred Land, the 9 Li Iron Bones. In the blink of an eye, his defensive capabilities soared to their zenith. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as Li Xiangang was sent hurtling away by the tremendous force contained within the fan. Above his martial body, fissures, each a finger's width, began to appear. Meanwhile, the senior disciple of the Tai Sacred Land, Xiaozhan, instantly materialized before Li Xiangang, wielding an imperial-grade battle weapon imbued with unmatched strength. Striking towards Li Xuangang's form, a grave expression flickered in Li Xuangang's eyes. Evading this sword would prove exceedingly difficult, and should he mishandle it, he could very well be vanquished in a single blow. "Great strength, Diamond Palm," Li Xiangang bellowed, a powerful aura enveloping him, a resplendent golden light surging up his arm. He then thrust his palm towards the imperial-grade sword suspended in the void. Attempting to use force against force? Preposterous. Xiaozhan scoffed, observing Li Xiangang, who, suspended in midair, had no support to draw strength from. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded. Xiaozhan sidestepped, his sword slicing towards Li Xuangang's arm. Due to the hasty execution of the palm technique, the power of the great strength diamond palm met the sword in the void and was severed as easily as if it were made of paper. Cheng Yucheng's folding fan soared forth, revealing a landscape painting that manifested in the air, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that rained down upon Li Xiangang. Boom! Before Li Xiangang could regain his footing, he was struck again by the landscape, sending him flying. His body, battered and bloodied, was on the verge of annihilation under the relentless assault of the painting. Witnessing Li Xuangang's defeat, both the disciples of the Tai Sacred Land and those of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land erupted into frenzied cries, charging towards the disciples of the 9 Li Sacred Land. In an instant, the air filled with the sounds of battle, and under the relentless onslaught of the 2 major Sacred Land disciples, the disciples of the 9 Li Sacred Land began to retreat, bodies falling into pools of blood. Coughing, Li Xiangang spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze filled with rage as he confronted the 2. Why? How could the 2 great sacred lands unite? Not only Li Xiangang, but also the hundreds of disciples from the 9 Li Sacred Land felt their fury swell. No one anticipated that the 2 great sacred lands would unite. Do not blame me, the sacred land of Tai, nor the sacred land of Jiuxiao. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your arrogance, sacred land of Jiuli. Cheng Yucheng, wielding a folding fan, was filled with an intense hatred. A millennium ago, your sacred land of Jiuli had slaughtered the disciples of our 2 sacred lands just as mercilessly as you do today. This day marks the dawn of our vengeance. With a swift motion, the eldest disciple of the sacred land of Jiuxiao, Xiaozhan, swung his sword towards Li Xuangang's head. Yet, Just before the blade descended, it halted in the void. In that moment, Xiao Zhan felt a chill at his neck, and the entire world around him began to spin. A youth clad in scaled armor, with eyes of a dark golden hue, withdrew his sword. At that instant, Xiao Zhan's body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Cheng Youqing's cold smile froze in place. A long sword was now poised at his throat. Any movement on his part would result in his demise. How could such formidable assassins exist? Cheng Youqing's heart raced with terror. He prided himself on being well-versed in the ways of the world, yet had never encountered such an adept assassin with such extraordinary stealth capabilities. These assassins not only concealed themselves deeply, but also possessed terrifying speed and lethality. He had encountered numerous assassins from various factions across the eastern region. Yet even the strongest among them left behind some trace of their aura. How could they approach so silently? How could they kill without a sound? The fear within Cheng Youqing swelled to unimaginable proportions. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, one after another. The scaled assassins with dark golden eyes emerged among the disciples of the sacred lands. With each appearance of an assassin, a disciple from either the sacred land of Tai or the sacred land of Juxiao fell into a pool of blood. Whenever the disciples of the sacred lands attempted to retaliate, the Dragon Clan assassins vanished as if they had never existed. Help has arrived. We must annihilate these disciples of the sacred land of Tai and the sacred land of Juxiao without leaving a trace. Witnessing the Dragon Clan assassins in action, the previously despondent disciples of the sacred land of Juli began to fervently counterattack against the other two sacred lands. In less than a minute, over half of the disciples from the sacred land of Juxiao and the sacred land of Tai had perished. Among them, all those at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm were swiftly dispatched by the Dragon Clan assassins. A total of 300 peak martial sovereigns fell to their blades. With the demise of these 300 elite warriors, the disciples of the sacred land of Juli surged forward with overwhelming superiority, crushing the remaining disciples of the other two sacred lands. In less than half a minute, the remaining disciples of the sacred land of Jiuxiao and the sacred land of Tai were entirely annihilated. This battle inflicted catastrophic losses upon the sacred land of Juli. Out of 1,000 martial sovereigns at the peak level, only 300 remained, and among the martial sovereigns at the second tier, merely 20 survived. Nevertheless, the losses sustained by the Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Tai Holy Land were even more catastrophic. Collectively, these two realms suffered the demise of nearly 2,000 supreme warriors at the first level of the martial venerable realm, alongside 300 at the second level. As for the ordinary martial venerable warriors, thousands of them perished. It can be said that after this battle, nearly 99% of the supreme warriors from both the Nine Heavens and Tai Holy Lands fell here. With even more than half of the second-level supreme warriors lost, a powerful surge of energy waves approached from the distance. Ye Chen, along with Situ Qinglan and others, rode their mechanical beasts toward the royal court of the Qinglong Shayu. Upon their arrival, all the Dragon Clan's dark guards knelt on the ground, exuding an aura of submission. "Isn't that Ye Chen, our brother from the Holy Land?" they exclaimed. It turned out that brother Ye Chen had come with other disciples from the Holy Land to aid them. These dark guards, kneeling before brother Ye Chen, were evidently his loyal attendants. It goes without saying that with someone as formidable as the Empress of Yaoqi by his side, it was no surprise that he had such capable dark guards. Upon seeing Ye Chen and his companions, all the disciples of the Holy Land erupted in excitement, with many shedding tears of relief. Previously besieged by disciples from the two major Holy Lands, their hearts were filled with despair, and they were on the verge of surrender. Little did they expect such a multitude of Dragon Clan dark guards to emerge. Were it not for Ye Chen, they would likely have already become corpses. In this moment, all the disciples of the Holy Land regarded Ye Chen as a deity in their hearts. Our Nine Heavens Holy Land has suffered greatly. Cheng Youqing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known that a figure like Ye Chen existed within the Juli Holy Land, he would never have opposed them. Now, opposing the Juli Holy Land would only lead to his demise. "Thank you, Ye Chen, for your assistance," Li Xiangang said, having just placed a healing elixir in his mouth. Channeling his internal energy to refine its potency and barely halt his injuries. Dragging his weary body, he approached Ye Chen, his face filled with gratitude. "There is no need for thanks, as it is my duty as a disciple of the Juli Holy Land to assist," Ye Chen replied with a calm smile. In his hand appeared a scarlet golden relic. Subsequently, layers of Buddhist light emanated from the relic, enveloping Li Xiangang and the other disciples of the Holy Land. What would have taken several days to heal was restored in mere moments under the healing aura of the Buddhist relic. "Brother Ye Chen, truly, you are the mightiest among our Holy Land. Even your treasures possess such incredible power." The disciples of the Holy Land gazed at Ye Chen with excitement. I am merely an outer disciple. I do not deserve to be called brother, Ye Chen said modestly. Li Xiangang shook his head slightly and replied, No. You are deserving of that title. In our Julie Holy Land, there exists an unwritten rule. Only those with true strength are worthy of being called brother by others. Those who address you as brother do so willingly. Thus, I shall no longer hesitate. Ye Chen chuckled helplessly, even if he were to refuse. The numerous disciples of the sacred lands would still call him senior brother. Rather than engage in prolonged debates with these individuals, it would be more prudent to acquiesce to the wishes of the many disciples. Senior brother Ye Chen, since you have saved us all, let the treasures of the Azure Dragon Royal Court be determined by you. Indeed, senior brother Ye Chen, you may take the treasures here first, and we shall divide the remainder afterwards, allowing Ye Chen to take the treasures of the Azure Dragon Royal Court. Nearly all the disciples of the sacred lands had no objections. In that case, I shall not be polite. Ye Chen addressed the multitude of disciples, then, accompanied by Wang Bai and others, made his way toward the treasury of the Azure Dragon Royal Court. Upon arriving at the treasury, Ye Chen was astounded by the spectacle before him. The treasury was a vast expanse, measuring over 1,000 meters in diameter, filled with an array of resplendent jewels and artifacts. At the center of the Azure treasury floated an object resembling a dragon-shaped jade seal, entirely azure in hue. This must be the Azure Dragon Seal. As he beheld the azure seal suspended in the void, Ye Chen's eyes brightened. The eldest senior brother, Li Xiangang, nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, this is the Azure Seal. It is said that it has been sealed within the Azure Dragon Royal Court, and for generations. The monarchs of the Azure Dragon Royal Court have been unable to claim it as their own. Unable to claim it? No wonder the Azure Dragon King has not taken this seal out to suppress the disciples of the sacred lands. If the Azure Dragon King could control this seal, even a half-saint level expert would be unable to enter the depths of the Azure Dragon Royal Court. Although the Azure Seal cannot be claimed by others, it can certainly be taken away. The eldest senior brother, Li Xiangang, waved his hand, conjuring streams of energy that descended upon the Azure Seal. Subsequently, cracks appeared in the air surrounding the Azure Seal. In the next moment, the barrier encasing the Azure Seal shattered. With a flourish of his hand, Li Xiangang guided the Azure Seal to hover before Ye Chen. Ye Chen, this Azure Seal is one of the most precious items of the Azure Dragon Royal Court. Since you have protected our disciples with merit, it is yours to keep. Li Xiangang spoke respectfully to Ye Chen. Thank you, senior brother. Ye Chen accepted the Azure Seal and stored it within his system space. I must select a suitable weapon here. After securing the Azure Seal, Ye Chen began to browse the treasures within the Azure Dragon Royal Court's treasury. Before long, a massive blade, entirely azure and entwined with dragon motifs, caught his eye. Is this not the Azure Dragon Crescent blade? Upon seeing the blade, Ye Chen's gaze sparkled with excitement. Although this Azure Dragon Crescent blade was of royal grade, with the aid of the system, he could undoubtedly elevate its quality to that of a divine artifact in the future. With this Azure Dragon Crescent blade, could he not ride a wild motorcycle with one hand while unleashing formidable blade energy with the other to vanquish his foes? With that thought, Ye Chen claimed the Azure Dragon Crescent blade. Wang Bai and the others each selected a dragon-shaped wolf-toothed club. Feng Qingling, Situ Qinglan, and Lin Qingman each selected some imperial-grade soft armor nurtured by dragon energy. After Ye Chen and the others finished choosing their battle weapons and treasures, they departed from the royal treasury. Upon leaving the treasure vault of the Qinglong Royal Court, they arrived at a small courtyard to rest momentarily. Although the courtyard was modest in size, it boasted a petite lake within. The surface of the lake shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, exuding a dreamlike quality. System, sign in. Ding. The host is located in the Qinglong Royal Court, sign in level 6. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation level reaching the 9th layer of the martial sovereign realm. Today's sign-in count is 345 times. Ding. The host's first sign-in was successful, earning 10 true dragon chi. Ding. The host's second sign-in was successful, earning 10 true dragon chi. Ding. The host's third sign-in was successful, earning 10 true dragon chi. Ding. The host's 342nd sign-in was successful, earning 10 two-form teleportation arrays. Ding. The host's 343rd sign-in was successful, earning 10 holy stones. Ding. The host's 344th sign-in was successful, earning 4 Qinglong armors. Ding. The host's 345th sign-in was successful, earning 10 Qinglong guardian arrays. Item, Qinglong armor. Level, Imperial. Item, Qinglong guardian array, consumable. Level, Sacred. After completing 345 sign-ins, Ye Chen acquired 3440 true dragon chi and 4 Qinglong armors. The rewards from these sign-ins were indeed substantial. However, Considering that the sign-in level of the Qinglong Royal Court was merely level 6, Ye Chen felt a sense of anticipation. He pondered whether signing in at the sacred dragon nest would yield rewards of divine-grade items. A flicker of expectation blossomed within him. System, utilize all true dragon qi. Ye Chen commanded the system. Whoosh. As he expended all his true dragon qi, dragon scales suddenly emerged across his entire body. Strange patterns appeared atop the dragon scales, each imbued with potent dragon energy. With the enhancement from this true dragon qi, Ye Chen's dragon blood battle body saw a significant increase in power. Ye Chen, you are utterly extraordinary. In an instant, you have dramatically enhanced the strength of your martial body. Lin Qingman gazed at him with envy. This was the dragon pattern. If his entire body were adorned with these patterns, the power of his dragon blood battle body would double. Sidu Qinglan and Feng Qingling were equally astonished, particularly Feng Qingling, who was resolutely determined to exert herself further in martial arts, unwilling to lag behind Ye Chen. Chapter 123, Sacred Level Array. While Ye Chen and the others rested in the small courtyard, the skies outside the Qinglong Royal Court transformed dramatically. Dark clouds, vast enough to blanket the heavens, surged toward the Qinglong Royal Court. Every disciple of the sacred land within the Qinglong Royal Court turned pale with horror upon witnessing these ominous clouds. As the ominous clouds drew near the Azure Dragon Palace, the disciples of the Jiuli sacred land discerned that what hovered above was not mere cloud, but a vast expanse of blood-soaked sea. Emerging from this sanguine ocean were numerous formidable Undying Blood Clan warriors, each adorned with fleshly wings and towering over 2 meters in height. Some of the more powerful among them even reached a staggering height of 3 meters. Each Undying Blood Clan warrior radiated an aura of terrifying might. Alas, it was indeed the Undying Blood Clan. Their numbers exceeded 10,000. With such an overwhelming force, how could the disciples of Jiuli sacred land hope to survive? As they beheld the Undying Blood army in the void, despair engulfed the hearts of the thousands present, except for a few formidable 3 absolute experts. The rest crumbled under the weight of fear, for not all had witnessed such a harrowing scene before. Ha ha ha, you 3 sacred lands are indeed foolish. Engaging in mutual slaughter, allowing my Undying Blood Clan to seize the opportunity, proclaimed a towering figure among the Undying Blood warriors, standing at 4 meters tall with 2 pairs of crimson wings. Since you have cowered within the Azure Dragon Palace, I shall annihilate you. With that declaration, the boundless blood sea above transformed into a blood-red cage, ensnaring the Azure Dragon Palace. Everything beneath the oppressive force of the blood sea began to cave in and distort. Even some martial sovereigns found their bodies gradually succumbing to the crushing pressure. Do not panic. Form the Jiuli battle array, commanded the eldest disciple, Li Shangon, his voice resonating with authority as a powerful sound wave spread, reaching every ear. Yes, we still have the Jiuli battle array. Let us activate it together. Upon hearing Li Shangon's words, the spirits of the Jiuli disciples were rekindled, and they summoned the power within their bodies. Thousands of Jiuli disciples interconnected their energies, and miraculously, the once overwhelming blood sea that threatened to crush them was held at bay by their collective strength. Ah, impressive. Indeed, a sacred land possesses such profound heritage, capable of forming a battle array of thousands. But what of it? Before me, you are mere ants, sneered the leader of the Undying Blood Clan, who conjured a war hammer, entirely crimson and adorned with blood-like crystals. As this hammer materialized, the power of all Undying Blood warriors surged towards it. With a deafening roar, the hammer hurtled forth, transforming into a colossal shadow that descended upon the palace below. The impact was cataclysmic. The blood-red hammer effortlessly tore through the Jiuli battle array, scattering all disciples of the Jiuli sacred land. Each disciple was gravely wounded by the force of that single strike, rendered incapable of further resistance. Humph! A mere twinkling star dares to vie with the brilliance of the sun and moon. My might is beyond what you wretches can withstand. The immortal Blood Clan powerhouse wielded a war hammer, emanating a colossal crimson radiance, and hurled it downwards towards the disciples of the Jiuli Holy Land. Despair enveloped the disciples of Jiuli Holy Land. At that moment, an overwhelming thought surged in their hearts. Their lives were forfeit. Just as all the disciples resigned themselves to their fate, a vibrant Azure Dragon silhouette ascended from a secluded estate within the Azure Dragon Royal Court. An immense, sacred might shattered the crimson sea, and the ethereal dragon figure surged into the ranks of the immortal Blood Clan warriors, exploding upon impact. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Under the onslaught of the Azure Dragon apparition, thousands of immortal Blood Clan warriors were instantly obliterated, dissipating into clouds of blood mist that swirled in the void. It was indeed a sacred tear formation. The leading immortal Blood Clan warrior narrowed his eyes. A sacred tier formation possesses the power to rival even the strongest of divine entities, and though the Immortal Blood Clan's combat prowess is formidable, few can withstand the might of such a formation. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy manifested in the void. A bottle, entirely emerald in hue, materialized in the air. In the next instant, a powerful gravitational force erupted from the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle, enveloping all those transformed into blood mist. Subsequently, the bodies of these Immortal Blood Clan warriors were drawn into the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle in an instant. This was the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle. Upon sighting the green vessel, the leading martial emperor of the Immortal Blood Clan revealed a flicker of astonishment. The 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle is an artifact that has existed since the Primordial Era, a bane to the Immortal Blood Clan. Knowledge of the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle is recorded in every scroll of the Immortal Blood Clan. Thus, every warrior harbors a profound recollection of it. All began to retreat from the Azure Dragon Royal Court. The martial emperor of the Immortal Blood Clan, witnessing the simultaneous emergence of the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle and the Sacred Tier formation, issued a withdrawal command. All Immortal Blood Clan warriors retreated in an orderly fashion, while the most powerful among them remained behind to prevent the human warriors within the Azure Dragon Royal Court from counterattacking. "We must depart," commanded the leading Immortal Blood Clan warrior to those gathered around him. Just as the Immortal Blood Clan warriors prepared to leave, a motorcycle, entirely clad in dragon scales, burst forth from the Azure Dragon Royal Court. Riding the motorcycle was Ye Chen, one hand gripping the handlebars while the other brandished the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, charging towards the Immortal Blood Clan warriors. Behind Ye Chen, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon, the manifestation of the 4 heavenly kings, sat astride the motorcycle. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle unleashed tremendous force as it crashed into the ranks of the Immortal Blood Clan warriors, releasing an overwhelming aura that decimated a large contingent of them. In Ye Chen's grasp, the Azure Dragon Crescent blade surged forth with a vibrant dragon-shaped blade aura. This formidable aura extended over 1,000 meters, enveloping the entire firmament. And subsequently, with unparalleled might, it cleaved towards the Immortal Blood Clan warriors. The eyes of these warriors brimmed with terror as the boundless sea of blood around them, under their control, surged forth to intercept Ye Chen's Azure Dragon Crescent blade. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the endless sea of blood proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Ye Chen's weapon. One by one, the bodies of the Immortal Blood Clan warriors erupted. Chapter 124. The weakness of the Immortal Blood Clan. Ye Chen's blade felled over 100 of the elite Immortal Blood warriors. The endless blood mist was absorbed by the 8 Desolations Refining God vessel, which consumed 90% of it, while the remaining 10% was devoured by the demonic bodies of the 4 heavenly kings, nourishing their forms. The Immortal Blood Clan had never suffered such a tremendous loss. The leader of the Immortal Blood Clan seethed with rage, for it had always been they who hunted the human warriors. When had it become their turn to be slaughtered by humanity? In this moment, Ye Chen resembled a relentless killing machine, rampaging through the ranks of the Immortal Blood Clan, unstoppable in his path. With each strike, he not only annihilated their kin but also shattered the pride that resided within their hearts. At that instant, a blood-red sword light, stretching 1,000 meters, materialized. Under Ye Chen's mental command, the Sword of Slaughter surged forth towards the Immortal Blood Clan warriors. Ye Chen, multitasking, wielded his mental force to control the Sword of Slaughter, executing strikes upon the Immortal Blood warriors while simultaneously unleashing powerful attacks with the Azure Dragon Crescent blade. The Immortal Blood Clan warriors, under the onslaught of the Sword of Slaughter and the blade aura of the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, were continuously transformed into blood mist, which was then enveloped by the power of the 8 Desolations Refining God vessel. All the blood mist was absorbed by this vessel. "Retreat," bellowed the leader of the Immortal Blood Clan, his voice thick with anger, as he commanded all elite warriors to withdraw. "Planning to escape? Have you sought my consent?" Ye Chen replied coldly, a sinister smile gracing his lips as the Sword of Slaughter erupted with blinding brilliance. The blood-hued sheen upon the sword resembled a colossal mountain. With a thunderous roar, the Sword of Slaughter pierced through the void, reaching the leader of the Immortal Blood Clan in an instant, preparing to execute him. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-colored warhammer in the leader's hand manifested crystalline formations, and ethereal figures of saints appeared in the void. Exactly 10 saintly apparitions emerged, and above the warhammers, 1,000 intricate patterns materialized, signifying the 1,000 patterns of annihilation. With the presence of the 10 saintly apparitions and the power of the 1,000 patterns of annihilation, the entire void began to warp. Yet, as the 10 saintly apparitions made contact with the Sword of Slaughter, they were obliterated in an instant. The power of the 1,000 patterns of destruction was ruthlessly torn apart by the Sword of Slaughter. Following this, the Sword of Slaughter continued its relentless advance, cleaving the undead bloodline warrior in two. Strangely, within the blink of an eye, the severed halves transformed into two identical undead bloodline warriors, each fleeing in opposite directions. With a swift motion, the Sword of Slaughter shot forth and pinned one of the figures to the ground. The other figure, however, quickened its pace and frantically darted into the distance, covering thousands of meters in an instant. This grudge shall be avenged by the undead bloodline. The leading undead bloodline warrior exclaimed with a voice filled with fury as he sped away. Unfortunately, you shall have no opportunity for revenge. A cold laugh escaped Ye Chen's lips as he pointed a finger into the void, conjuring a bolt of lightning hundreds of feet wide that materialized in the air, descending upon the undead bloodline warrior with terrifying destructive force. How is this possible? You are still a semi-saint of spiritual power. The undead bloodline warrior's eyes were filled with disbelief and resentment. Crack! In the next moment, lightning shattered the body of the undead bloodline warrior, transforming him into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Strangely, after Ye Chen's mental assault obliterated the undead bloodline warrior, he did not regenerate. Despite the warrior's vitality still being robust, he was unable to return to form. Could it be that the weakness of the undead bloodline warriors lies in their mental fortitude? With this thought in mind, Ye Chen revved his motorcycle and surged forward, swiftly catching up to dozens of undead bloodline warriors. Then, from the center of his brow, dozens of lightning-shaped arcs burst forth, instantly engulfing the undead bloodline warriors. Puff, puff, puff. Under Ye Chen's mental assault, the bodies of those undead bloodline warriors exploded, their spirits utterly annihilated. Although these undead bloodline warriors still possessed vigorous vitality, without the support of their mental essence, they were effectively obliterated, leaving no chance for restoration. I understand now. The undead bloodline warriors are unable to effectively resist mental attacks. The reason these undead bloodline warriors could recover after their physical forms shattered was that, at the moment of their body's destruction, they dispersed their mental essence into the blood mist, allowing for regeneration post-destruction. Utilizing mental attacks completely erases their mental essence. And even with their robust vitality, they are left with no possibility of revival. After vanquishing these dozens of undead bloodline warriors, Ye Chen pursued the remaining ones on his motorcycle. After slaying over 1,000 undead bloodline warriors, Ye Chen confirmed his hypothesis. Every undead bloodline warrior he had subdued with his mental power had become, without exception, a lifeless corpse. Once the battlefield was cleared, Ye Chen's 8 Desolation Refining Divine Bottle was replenished with a substantial amount of energy. As for the formidable warriors of the Undying Blood Clan and their treasured artifacts, they were all divided among the disciples of the Holy Land. After accomplishing this, Ye Chen returned to his quaint abode within the Azure Dragon King's court. Seated cross-legged in the serene courtyard, he commenced his cultivation of the supreme diagram of mysterious water. The recent carnage had somewhat affected Ye Chen's state of mind, leading him to realize his growing thirst for bloodshed. Thus, he began to practice the supreme diagram of mysterious water, striving to cleanse the tumultuous thoughts within his heart. The sound of flowing water echoed around him as scrolls composed of mysterious water materialized in midair. Within these scrolls resided a terrifying martial intent and formidable spiritual power. Within Ye Chen's soul, clear streams of water surged, gradually washing away the chaotic thoughts that had taken root in his heart. His mind became tranquil once more. After the baptism of the supreme diagram of mysterious water, Ye Chen's spirit regained its clarity. Simultaneously, a faint connection with the great Tao began to stir within him. Suddenly, a surge of Taoist power descended from the heavens, enveloping Ye Chen. This power transformed into a cascading azure waterfall, entering his mind. Was this the path of water? Had Ye Chen merely toying with his cultivation led him to comprehend the Tao? Beside him, Wang Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ye Chen. Not only Wang Bai, but everyone around him found the situation hard to believe. The Tao is notoriously difficult to grasp for those beneath the saint realm. Comprehending the Tao poses an immense challenge, even for semi-saint level practitioners. No one had anticipated that Ye Chen could attain such understanding so effortlessly. Ding! The host has successfully comprehended the Tao of water. The quantity of water Tao is now 1. Ding! The host has successfully comprehended the Tao of water. The quantity of water Tao is now 1. Ding! The host has successfully comprehended the Tao of water. The quantity of water Tao is now 1. Ding! The host now possesses a total of 30 water Tao. Such a quantity of water Tao, even some martial emperors might struggle to achieve. With these 30 water Tao, Ye Chen could already sense a fragment of the power of the great Tao. Although he could not yet merge with this power, he was able to perceive its essence. This would greatly benefit Ye Chen's future martial advancement. With a wave of his hand, spectral sword shapes emerged upon the surface of the lake before him. each imbued with a terrifying sword and tint. There seems to be something peculiar about this lake. As he gazed into the water, a hint of perplexity flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. After practicing the supreme diagram of mysterious water, his mental acuity had transcended that of ordinary beings. His spiritual strength now rivaled that of a semi-saint. Any subtle presence was nearly impossible to elude his detection. Moreover, having comprehended 30 water daos significantly enhanced his sensitivity to the element of water. This is why Ye Chen had not sensed any anomalies within the lake prior. What peculiarity could there be upon its surface? It appeared rather ordinary. Feng Qi-ling, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, gazed intently at the lake, yet discerned nothing unusual. My father always said that regardless of the situation, one must remain calm. Simply placing 2 gold mines there will resolve everything. Wang Yucheng remarked nonchalantly while gnawing on a rabbit leg. Your father certainly has been entirely truthful. It should be that no matter who you encounter, you must remain unperturbed, and if you throw down 2 gold mines, the person will meet their demise. Wang Bai said with a serious expression. In that case, I would rather be crushed by the gold mines, Wang Yucheng replied, taking a hearty bite of his rabbit leg. Everyone, stay here and do not wander off it. I shall return shortly. With that, Ye Chen swiftly plunged into the depths of the lake. What appeared to be a simple lakebed was, in fact, unfathomably deep. After a minute of traversing the lakebed, he still had not reached its bottom. As time passed, the pressure in his heart intensified as he drew nearer to the lakebed. After 5 minutes, Ye Chen was compelled to activate the 9 Li Tianyang technique to withstand the aquatic pressure. 10 minutes later, a glimmer of light emerged before him. A dragon coffin, forged from ice, lay deep within the earth. Surrounding this coffin were 8 chains, each 3 meters thick, entwined around it. These chains served to conceal its aura, completely sealing the essence emanating from the frosty dragon coffin. Approaching the icy coffin, Ye Chen discovered a woman of exquisite beauty within. Her form flawless and beyond reproach. The sight of her left him awestruck. He felt that any praise in existence would pale in comparison to her radiance. Ye Chen had encountered Feng Qi-ling, Hua Qi-ching, and the Empress of the Yaoqi, yet none could compare to this woman before him. Who was sealed within this dragon coffin? He gazed at the woman inside, and although separated by the icy barrier, he could still sense an incredibly powerful energy emanating from her being. Both the frosty dragon coffin and the chains were artifacts designed to cloak their aura, which explained why Ye Chen had not detected the coffin's presence earlier. With a swift motion, he placed his palm upon the coffin and infused it with spiritual energy. However, the coffin remained unresponsive. Instead, an overwhelming force from within seemed to draw the life essence from his body toward it. In a mere 5 seconds, 10 years of vitality had been siphoned away. If this continued, he would surely perish within the hour. Alarmed, Ye Chen attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet the attraction was so potent that he found himself utterly unable to escape its grasp. In desperation, he resolved to open the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle. Within the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle, a formidable force of attraction surged forth, drawing towards the Frost Dragon coffin. It seemed that upon sensing the terrifying nature of the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle, the pull emanating from the Frost Dragon coffin began to diminish, ultimately releasing Ye Chen. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted above the Frost Dragon coffin. After Ye Chen liberated himself from its grasp, the coffin radiated a pure, pristine moonlight. Soon, multiple silver moons manifested around the Frost Dragon coffin. In a mere 5 seconds, a multitude of silver moon phantoms emerged in its vicinity. 100 moons graced the heavens. The sacred body. Observing the myriad silver moon phantoms in the void, Ye Chen's expression turned grave. The enigmatic woman before him was not only terrifying but also possessed the essence of a sacred body. Based on Ye Chen's experience, he surmised that this woman was no ordinary saint, but rather a formidable being of the caliber akin to the Yaoqi Empress. To Ye Chen's astonishment, the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle, a divine artifact, was unable to contend with the Frost Dragon coffin. The energies Ye Chen had refined from countless undead bloodline warriors within the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle were swiftly siphoned away by the Frost Dragon coffin. Subsequently, streams of light began to swirl across the surface of the coffin. Before long, the Frost Dragon coffin began to submerge. Ye Chen approached it once more. Extending his hand towards the Frost Dragon coffin, he discovered that this time it did not drain his vitality. The aura of the mysterious woman within the coffin had grown even stronger. A hint of rosy hue appeared on her visage, yet she remained in slumber. This mysterious woman was likely a great saint who, for some reason, had sealed herself within. Alas! Ye Chen lamented the depletion of the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated within the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. Observing the mysterious woman inside the Frost Dragon coffin, he felt a pang of regret. Over half of his spiritual energy had been absorbed, leaving him with scant reserves. Contemplating deeply, he pondered whether to take the frost dragon coffin with him. He was unaware of the true identity of this enigmatic woman, nor did he comprehend the nature of the frost dragon coffin. Would there be dire consequences should he choose to take her away? All of this remained unclear to him. Though I do not know who you are, our encounter seems fated. Let us first depart from this azure dragon void. After a considerable time, Ye Chen reached this resolution. With a wave of his hand, he transported the frost dragon coffin into the realm of small Qian Kuan. Upon entering this world, a chilling aura emanated forth from the frost dragon coffin. However, the frigid essence spread no more than 10 miles before being subdued by the power of the world spirit. Meanwhile, Yilinga was peacefully slumbering in her lotus flower courtyard, where she dreamed of being surrounded by 1,000 silver moons. She transformed from a petite girl into a tall, statuesque woman with long, elegant legs. Her grace captivated all realms, while her power commanded their submission. Although surrounded by countless individuals, she could not discern Ye Chen's presence. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept in, jolting Yilinga from her slumber. This dream felt exceedingly strange. As she touched her little head, she groggily opened her eyes. Brother Chen. With a swift motion, Yilinga appeared before Ye Chen, leaping into his embrace. This time, she clung to him for an extended period, reluctant to let go. Chapter 126. The Sea of Buried Bones. It was the first time Ye Chen witnessed Yilinga displaying such endearment in his presence. Although she had always been attached to him, she had never depended on him as she did today. Subsequently, Yilinga recounted everything from her dream to Ye Chen. Silly girl, everything in your dream is but an illusion. How could Brother Chen truly leave you? Ye Chen gently stroked her little head, comforting the young girl in his arms. Brother Chen, the dream felt so real. I thought I would never see you again. No matter how Ye Chen reassured her, Yilinga refused to release him. After soothing her for an entire day, Ye Chen finally calmed the little one's heart. Upon exiting the miniature world once more, Ye Chen arrived at the royal palace of the Azure Dragon King Court. Within the palace, Ye Chen, Feng Qingling, and others, including his senior brother Li Xiangang, gathered together. Ye Chen spoke. The Undying Blood Clan possesses formidable strength, compounded by the threats from the other two great sanctuaries in the outside world. I believe that all martial honor experts below the Dual Extremities realm should remain here. After the Azure Dragon Virtual Realms opening concludes, you may depart. Li Xiangang nodded in agreement. This place is protected by a sacred formation. Even if a saint from the Undying Blood Clan were to descend, they may not breach this great formation. I concur with you, Chen. Those of insufficient strength should stay behind to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. No. We cannot be like turtles withdrawing into their shells. We must take the initiative to strike against the Undying Blood Clan and the disciples from the other two sanctuaries. Avenging those who have perished, exclaimed some of the younger disciples, filled with youthful vigor. Revenge? To seek vengeance, one must consider their own strength. Without absolute power, one merely becomes cannon fodder. Li Xiangang scolded a disciple in anger. The chastised disciple fell silent. All those who had wished to take the offensive abandoned the thought. Li Xiangang was right. In the face of overwhelming power, numbers held no significance. The disciples of the Jiao Li Sanctuary could not affect the Undying Blood Clan or the other two sanctuaries. Rather, they might lead to their own annihilation. In such a case, the losses for the Jiao Li Sanctuary would be even more devastating. I will remain to guard this great formation. Ye Chen, you take the remaining elite disciples and swiftly head to the Sea of Buried Bones, Li Xiangang decided. The other disciples, witnessing their senior brother Li Xuangang's willingness to stay behind, refrained from voicing further objections. Well, I shall proceed to the Sea of Buried Bones with the remaining 20. Accompanied by two formidable beings, Ye Chen spoke briefly to Li Xiangang, then set forth with Feng Qingling and others, along with 20 elite members from the Jiao Li Sacred Land, toward the Sea of Buried Bones. This sea, vast and expansive, lies within the realm of the Azure Dragon. Within its depths dwell creatures whose power rivals that of the Martial Emperor realm, and some possess strength that has reached the semi-saint level. Above the waters of the Sea of Buried Bones, a multitude of ships can be seen. Among them are numerous vessels from Jiao Li Sacred Land, Jiao Sacred Land, and Tai Sacred Land. The remaining ships belong to various factions, all converging upon the Azure Dragon realm for training and treasure hunting. Long Xian and Feng Qingyang stood on the deck of one ship, each leading two elite members from Jiao Li Sacred Land. These two individuals boast the might of the Martial Emperor realm, accompanied by a third, who is a formidable being at the Martial Venerable level. Similarly, Jiao Sacred Land and Tai Sacred Land operate in groups of 3. However, in terms of numbers, both Jiao and Tai Sacred Lands outnumber Jiao Li Sacred Land by 5-fold, resulting in a stark disparity in strength, with a ratio of 10 to 1. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion reverberated through the void. From the depths of the sea of buried bones, a massive white flood dragon surged forth. Nearly 100 meters in length and as robust as a water tank, obstructing the path of all the ships. This white flood dragon possesses strength comparable to that of a human martial sovereign and is classified as a late-stage 7th-tier spiritual beast. With immense physical power and a remarkable aptitude for mental attacks, it poses a significant threat to human cultivators. Humans, you shall not tread upon this domain. The white flood dragon did not immediately attack. Instead, it issued a warning in human tongue, its eyes radiating a fierce glow. The scales on its body pulsed with a mysterious rhythm, indicating that it was prepared for battle, despite its initial restraint. How dare a mere dragon obstruct my path? A martial sovereign from Ye's sacred land manifested a resplendent golden blade, unleashing an overwhelming aura of power. The terrifying momentum of the blade surged forth, aimed directly at the white flood dragon. Seeking death, the flood dragon roared in fury, its colossal tail emerging from the depths to strike at the martial sovereign. The force of the dragon's tail obliterated the martial sovereign, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist that vanished into the void. In the next moment, the dragon's immense tail continued its onslaught, sweeping towards a ship belonging to Ye's sacred land. The vessel shattered under the force of the attack, and the two warriors aboard had no time to evade, falling victim to the dragon's lethal strike. Despite being a late-stage 7th-tier creature, this white flood dragon's combat prowess rivals that of an 8th-tier spiritual beast, capable of contending with human martial sovereigns. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess exhibited by the white dragon, a palpable astonishment flickered across the eyes of numerous powerful factions. Initially, this white dragon was dismissed, yet its combat capability proved to be extraordinarily fearsome. Those who dare to slay the strong of the Ye's sacred land shall inevitably pay the price. Two formidable warriors from the Ye's sacred land, both at the martial emperor realm, soared into the void. One wielded a black iron spear, the tip glimmering with a frost-like radiance, while the other brandished a double-bladed battle axe, emanating waves of earthy brilliance. One practiced the art of the spear, and the other with his dual axes, evidently trained in the earth attributes martial body and bloodline. If you wish for me to bear the consequences, let us see if you possess the capability. The white dragon scoffed disdainfully, and soon the surrounding sea began to churn as towering white dragons, each 100 meters in height, surged forth from the depths below. In the span of a mere minute, over 100 white dragons emerged above the bone-burying sea. The sight of such a multitude sent shivers down the spines of the assembled powerhouses. Spirit beasts inherently possessed combat prowess far superior to that of ordinary human warriors. Confronting a single white dragon was already a daunting task. Now, with the appearance of hundreds, the situation grew dire. Attack! The initial white dragon bellowed furiously, a formidable aura radiating from its form. Upon hearing this command, all the white dragons swept their tails in unison, striking the vessels upon the water's surface. Chapter 127. The mysterious dragon column. The ships upon the bone-burying sea erupted into chaos as the white dragons launched their assault. Several weaker martial sovereign warriors were instantly slain, while numerous martial emperor warriors found themselves overwhelmed, unable to react before being crushed by the dragon's might. In an instant, the human forces suffered catastrophic losses, with only half of the vessels remaining above the bone-burying sea. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle erupted in the void as all human warriors at the martial emperor realm and above began their counterattack against the white dragons. A human warrior was struck by one dragon's tail, his body cleaved in two. In another direction, a martial emperor wielding a long sword infused with a chilling light pierced through a white dragon's body. The boundless essence of the spear's path surged within the dragon, utterly annihilating its vitality. The corpses of the 100-meter dragons fell, while human warriors were bisected by their onslaught. Many human warriors, amidst close combat, fell victim to the dragon's mental assaults, their minds blanking before being mercilessly dispatched. The white dragons excelled not only in close quarters, but also in mental prowess. Though the human forces held numerical superiority, they faced devastating losses in a short time. An hour later, the battle concluded, culminating in a victory for the human race. Warriors from various factions began to harvest the battlefield, transferring the lifeless bodies of the white flood dragons into their storage rings. Above the graveyard sea in the Azure Dragon virtual realm, amidst the clouds soaring thousands of meters high, a gathering of blood mist coalesced. Above this sanguine haze, tens of thousands of undead Blood Clan warriors congregated. At the forefront of the blood mist stood an undead Blood Clan elite, adorned with 2 silver wings. This individual appeared to be around 20 years of age, exuding an elegant demeanor reminiscent of an otherworldly immortal untouched by mortal affairs. Despite the menacing blood spike protruding from his head, it did not impart any malevolence to the youth. Rather, it lent him an undeniable allure. Notably, an ethereal aura of sanctity emanated from him, evoking a sense of admiration in those who beheld him. Flanking the young man were 10 elite warriors clad in crimson armor, wielding blood-red spears. Although their cultivation was merely at the level of emperors, their true combat prowess was comparable to that of semi-holy beings. My lord, these human warriors are utterly exhausted from the previous battle. I suggest we strike now, catching them off guard. One of the elite, brandishing a blood-red spear, proposed to the two-winged undead blood clan leader. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? The elite with the spear retorted. But as soon as his words left his mouth, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain enveloped him. I do not dare. The spear-wielding elite responded gravely. At that moment, the young man transformed his hand into a blade and struck towards the undead blood clan elite. The latter attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by a peculiar energy. In the next instant, the young man's palm descended upon his neck. A wisp of blood mist emerged in the void. And at that moment, all the blood essence was absorbed into the young man's martial body, serving as sustenance. All present were stunned into silence by the young man's ruthless method, too intimidated to utter another word. You must remember, I am a descendant of the Azure Sky tribe, the Azure Sky Prince. In the Graveyard Sea, all decision-making power resides with me. Should anyone dare to question my authority again, the consequence shall be death. The youth declared coldly. In the central region of the Graveyard Sea, a colossal dragon pillar loomed over the waters. Intricate, enigmatic patterns were etched upon the pillar, radiant with golden holy light. This place marked the heart of the Graveyard Sea, renowned as the most perilous location within its expanse. As dawn broke on the second day, the three great holy lands and other powerful factions arrived here aboard their vessels. Ye Chen, Feng Qingling, and the four great kings also piloted their ship to the center of the Graveyard Sea. It is said that the Graveyard Sea of the Azure Dragon virtual realm conceals the remains of the Azure Dragon King, a being of sacred rank, whose legacy has remained unclaimed for thousands of years. Not merely the Azure Dragon King. It is said that whoever acquires the legacy of the Azure Dragon King shall gain an abundance of true dragon essence. At that moment, the energy derived from the true dragon essence alone would be sufficient to coalesce into an imperial body, perhaps even ascend to the realm of a demigod. Observing the towering dragon pillar in the central sea, countless powerful factions began to stir with excitement. Attaining the legacy of the Azure Dragon King signifies an opportunity to enter the demigod realm. If a demigod were to inherit the Azure Dragon King's legacy, it is conceivable that they might break through and become a true saint. Thus, it can be said that the legacy of the Azure Dragon King captivates the hearts of all. Ye Chen, Feng Qingling, and the four heavenly kings joined Feng Qingyang and Long Xian. Long Xian gazed at the dragon pillar suspended in the void and remarked, "It is said that this dragon pillar is the mysterious object that subdued the Azure Dragon King. This artifact has existed in the Azure Dragon Void for millennia, and despite extensive research by countless powerful beings, its true nature remains elusive." Feng Qingyang nodded. The dragon pillar is indeed enigmatic. It is rumored to be even more mysterious than the treasures within the sacred dragon's lair. One wonders why it has manifested in the Azure Dragon Void. Their conversation piqued Ye Chen's interest in the dragon pillar. Its profound mystery ignited within him a desire for exploration. After observing the dragon pillar, Ye Chen pondered, after all these years, has no one considered bringing the dragon pillar back to the Kunlun realm? There have been attempts, yet the dragon pillar is extraordinarily mysterious, governed by potent rules. Any who approach it, save for the natives of the Azure Dragon Void, will meet with inexplicable demise in a short time. Gazing at the dragon pillar, a flicker of fear crossed Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even some demigods could not withstand the mysterious power emanating from it. Could it be that even demigods are powerless against the forces of the dragon pillar? Ye Chen was profoundly astonished. If demigods could not approach the dragon pillar or transport it away, how could it ever be brought back to the Kunlun realm? With this thought, Ye Chen dismissed the notion of attempting to take the dragon pillar. Boom. Just as Ye Chen conversed with Feng Qingyang and the others, a resounding roar echoed through the void. A martial emperor attempted to enter the grave sea but was repelled by an overwhelming force. When this martial emperor fell to the ground, his bones shattered, nearly leading to his demise. Humph, you insignificant ants think you are worthy of the Azure Dragon King's legacy? At that moment, a fully azure creature with a pair of dragon horns, an azure flood dragon, surged forth from beneath the dragon pillar. Towering at a height of 200 meters, its body was significantly bulkier than that of the previous white flood dragon. Prominently displayed upon its forehead was a piece of azure scale, indicating its imminent ascent to the demigod realm. The 8th-tier Azure Flood Dragon possessed combat capabilities far superior to those of the previous 7th-tier White Flood Dragon. Moreover, this 8th-tier Azure Flood Dragon wielded a formidable mental attack, capable of obliterating a human warrior in an instant. The previous assault had merely served as a warning, not a lethal strike. Your bravado is excessively grand, is it not? When did we, the human race, become mere ants? The semi-saint Ouyang Lan emerged from a flower ship, wielding a silver dagger, his demeanor exuding pride as he gazed at the Azure Dragon in the void. Chapter 128. The Azure Dragon Ouyang Lan stood suspended in the air, akin to the very center of the universe. All eyes were fixed upon him. It was indeed Ouyang Lan, who had unexpectedly come to the Azure Dragon virtual realm, concealing himself aboard a ship in the Sea of Burial Bones. Ouyang Lan was a prodigy from the eastern region, and now his strength rivaled that of a saintly being. Such an individual should be vying for opportunities in the sacred dragon's lair, yet here he was in the Sea of Burial Bones. Upon the appearance of Ouyang Lan, a wave of excitement surged among the onlookers. No one had anticipated his arrival in the Sea of Burial Bones. Humph, an ant remains an ant. Regardless of your status as a semi-saint, today I shall slay you. The Azure Dragon sneered, its body radiating a luminous blue sheen. The azure horns atop its head shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, manifested in the void, accompanied by immense pressure. It struck towards Ouyang Lan. Boom! Ouyang Lan was struck by the lightning, his body fracturing, wide gashes appearing across his form. Mental assaults were swifter than martial attacks. And the Azure Dragon, a martial emperor, executed its strike with incredible speed, leaving Ouyang Lan little time to react. The lightning not only gravely injured Ouyang Lan's physical form, but also momentarily clouded his consciousness. Die! The Azure Dragon let out a chilling laugh as its massive tail descended from the air. The waters of the Sea of Burial Bones trembled, creating a depression dozens of meters deep, the surrounding waters roiling in turmoil. Just as the dragon's tail was about to collide with Ouyang Lan, he moved. The silver dagger in his hand emanated an overwhelming chill. In the next moment, boundless sword intent, sword energy, and sword momentum converged into one, slicing towards the tail in the void. Splurt! With a resounding explosion, the Azure Dragon's tail was cleaved in two beneath Ouyang Lan's dagger. Following this, Ouyang Lan's body surged forward with blinding speed, and with a sweeping motion of his blade, the immense head of the Azure Dragon fell. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the Azure Dragon's body plunged into the sea, sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high. All vessels were rocked by this upheaval, swaying precariously. Impudent! How dare you slay a member of the Azure Dragon clan? None shall leave the Sea of Burial Bones alive today. As the Azure Dragon was slain, an enraged voice resonated from the depths of the Sea of Burial Bones, followed by powerful auras surging forth from the ocean's depths. A ferocious dragon emerged from the water's surface, and within a brief span of time, its numbers escalated to over 50. Moreover, the count of these dragons continued to surge. All the dragons confronted Ouyang Lan and a multitude of human warriors, each dragon a formidable late-stage 8th rank. Witnessing this scene, both Ouyang Lan and the assembled human elites involuntarily gasped in astonishment. They had heard tales of the perilous graveyard sea within the Azure Dragon virtual realm, yet they had not anticipated its terrifying nature. Ouyang Lan, though formidable, felt the weight of the moment as he faced numerous Azure Dragons. Despite his prowess, he realized he could not easily withstand the onslaught of so many Azure Dragons. The Tai Sacred Land and the Jiuxiao Sacred Land each boasted 25 Martial Emperor-level warriors, while the Jiuli Sacred Land had 10, making a total of 60 Martial Emperors among the 3 Great Sacred Lands. The remaining factions, although numerous, possessed only half the strength of the 3 major Sacred Lands in terms of Martial Emperors. While they held numerical superiority, their lack of cohesion rendered them ineffective. Each fighting independently, a series of explosive attacks erupted from the Azure Dragons, bearing down upon Ouyang Lan. The tails of dozens of Azure Dragons lashed out in unison, completely sealing off his retreat. Silver thread blade technique. Ouyang Lan uttered with a sharp exclamation as streams of silvery energy emanated from his blade. This terrifying technique cleaved through the bodies of several Azure Dragons, causing them to collapse into pools of blood. Ouyang Lan swiftly changed his position, desperately attempting to evade the relentless attacks of the dragons. Yet, the ferocity of the assaults was overwhelming. Despite his efforts, several Azure Dragons struck him, leaving gaping wounds upon his sacred body and sending him hurtling backward. Again and again, the Azure Dragons unleashed their ferocious attacks. Ouyang Lan fought valiantly to defend himself, yet he found himself retreating further. Everyone, if I, Ouyang Lan, were to fall, your challenges in entering the graveyard sea would only intensify. Instead, Why not join forces to vanquish these azure dragons, so we may enter the graveyard sea together? As he retreated, Ouyang Lan's heart simmered with rage. For the onlookers remained idle, seemingly waiting for him to exhaust himself in a war of attrition against the azure dragons. It appeared they intended to strike only after he and the dragons had both suffered significant losses. Ouyang Lan's words resonated, yet few responded. In that moment, despair engulfed him. Suddenly, a shimmering layer of silver light enveloped his body. In an instant, his strength and speed surged dramatically, and his blade became as swift as lightning. Within mere breaths, several more azure dragon corpses lay before him. Yet, with a resounding crash, an azure dragon struck Ouyang Lan, sending him flying, breaking several of his sacred bones. Nevertheless, both the three great sacred lands and the other factions watched with cold indifference. Everyone harbors their own thoughts. Deep within the sea of buried bones, treasures and opportunities lie concealed. To expend one's strength prematurely in this realm would equate to forfeiting a portion of one's power in the ensuing contest for chance. Each individual contemplates how to preserve their strength. Who among them would truly dare to act? Suddenly, the azure scales on the foreheads of all the azure flood dragons shimmered with an exquisite brilliance. A terrifying wave of mental energy surged forth from each azure flood dragon. Humph, does a mere semi-holy think to contend with my multitude of azure flood dragons? Let him perish. The leader of the azure flood dragons glimmered with an intense hatred in his gaze. Subsequently, the aura of mental energy emanating from him transformed into a tempest, hurtling towards Ouyang Lan. In that very moment, all the azure flood dragons locked onto Ouyang Lan's form with their mental prowess. Heh, you lot. Witnessing my demise yet offering no aid, having resolved the azure flood dragons for you, you wish for me to expend my strength against them. If that is the case, let us perish together. Ouyang Lan's voice resonated with fury. He was no fool, fully aware of the intentions harbored by the various factions. In that instant, he darted toward the ships of the major powers. At this moment, all the mental assaults from the azure flood dragons rained down upon Ouyang Lan, while below him stood the formidable beings of numerous factions. Ouyang Lan, how dare you? A semi-holy powerhouse from the Tai Holy Land narrowed his gaze. A sacred sword materializing in his grasp, emanating a dreadful might. Just as this Tai expert prepared to thrust the sacred sword at Ouyang Lan, a blood-red longsword materialized behind the semi-holy figure, piercing through his skull. Shock and disbelief filled the eyes of the fallen semi-holy as his body slumped lifelessly. Chapter 129. Unmasking hostility. Ye Chen appeared beside the semi-holy expert, swiftly slaying him with a single stroke. Beneath Ye Chen's feet, the power of the stars swirled. Subsequently, before the onslaught of the azure flood dragons could land, Ye Chen vanished from sight, accompanied by the semi-holy Ouyang Lan. Boom, boom, boom. Devastating attacks erupted from the azure flood dragons, penetrating the heart of the Tai Holy Land disciples. In that moment, despair engulfed all the Tai Holy Land's powerhouses. 10 of the 25 martial emperors were slaughtered by the azure flood dragons, and even the 3 supreme martial sovereigns suffered significant losses. It can be said that the assault from the azure flood dragons decimated over half of the elite forces of the Tai Holy Land in an instant. Kill. Let us unite and slay these dragons. The multitude of Tai Holy Land powerhouses erupted in fury, charging toward the azure flood dragons. Some disciples from the Jioshu Holy Land attempted to assist, only to be intercepted by a nearby semi-holy powerhouse. Although the Nine Heavens Sacred Land has secretly colluded with the Tai Sacred Land, the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land harbor their own ulterior motives. The reason those semi-saints from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land intercepted the disciples was that they wished to leverage the power of the azure flood dragon to deplete the strength of the Tai Sacred Land. Though their alliance is temporary, once the Jioli Sacred Land is eradicated, the 2 sacred lands will become bitter enemies. If they do not take advantage of this moment to exact a heavy toll on the Tai Sacred Land, it will become increasingly difficult to suppress them in the future. Curse it, these individuals from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land actually intend to use the azure flood dragon against us. The powerful figures of the Tai Sacred Land are not fools. They quickly discern the intentions of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Consequently, all the formidable members of the Tai Sacred Land swiftly retreated, charging towards the formation of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. With a cacophony, more azure flood dragons surged from the depths of the water. Within a mere minute, their numbers had swelled to 100. The onslaught of the azure flood dragons intensified, mercilessly crushing both the disciples of the Tai Sacred Land and those of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land in that moment. How dare you, Tai Sacred Land, lure the azure flood dragons to our side? Such shamelessness is unprecedented. A semi-saint from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land exclaimed, retreating under the assault of the azure flood dragons. His face contorted with fury. Shameless? Were it not for your 9 heaven sacred land's initial intent to exhaust us, the situation would not have devolved into chaos, retorted a semi-saint of the Tai sacred land. Since you wish to utilize the Azure Flood Dragons to deplete our strength, why should we not employ them to annihilate your forces instead? Ultimately, it is your 9 heaven sacred land that has overcalculated. If that is the case, let us all perish together. A manic glint ignited in the eyes of the semi-saint from the Tai sacred land. By the heavens, if I do not fall today, I shall eradicate your Tai sacred land. The semi-saint from the 9 heaven sacred land was filled with murderous intent. The two sacred lands had torn off their masks, revealing their hypocritical faces. The atmosphere was tumultuous, with the continuous sounds of battle erupting above the sea of buried bones. All the powerful figures from various factions were engaged in combat with the Azure Flood Dragons. Meanwhile, on the vessels of the Jioli sacred land, there were no longer any figures. All the strong had been teleported to the Azure Dragon Royal Court by Ye Chen using the 2 instruments teleportation array. Following this, Ye Chen, Ouyang Lan, Feng Qingling, and others plunged into the depths of the sea of buried bones. Under Ye Chen's mental probing, there were no more spirit beasts like the Azure Flood Dragons around the Dragon Pillar. Nearly all of them were entangled in battle with the powerful figures above the sea of buried bones. Haha, splendid slaughter. The arrival of the Undying Blood Clan's forces is truly timely. Just as Ye Chen and his companions submerged into the depths, a strange voice echoed through the void. Subsequently, above the sea of buried bones, a vast expanse of crimson ocean materialized. Amidst the sanguine sea, numerous undead Blood Clan warriors, adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, emerged in the void. It was indeed the undead Blood Clan. How could such beings appear in the Azure Dragon's ethereal realm? Gazing at the multitude of undead Blood Clan warriors in the firmament, all human warriors stood in stunned silence. The Azure-scaled dragons also ceased their assault. Gazing upward at the blood sea above, both human warriors and Azure dragons found themselves overwhelmed by the endless crimson expanse in the sky. Let us descend swiftly into the depths, Ye Chen urged, swiftly moving with Feng Qingling toward the abyss of the sea of buried bones. Boom. The area above the sea of buried bones erupted into fierce combat. Ye Chen and his companions hastened their pace, reaching the seabed within 10 minutes. The sight before Ye Chen was astonishing. The seabed was littered with countless skeletons, including those of humans and various unknown creatures. The bones were scattered across the ocean floor, some mere meters long, while others appeared to stretch hundreds of meters. Among them, some peculiar skeletal formations loomed like mountains before their eyes. No wonder this place was named the Sea of Buried Bones. It was indeed a graveyard of innumerable corpses. Regaining his composure, Ye Chen turned his gaze toward the central region of the Sea of Buried Bones, where the dragon pillar stood. Beneath the dragon pillar lay a colossal dragon corpse, sprawling across the ground. Its surface was adorned with layers of azure dragon scales, from which a faint sacred aura radiated. However, the edges of some scales were marred by an unknown force, creating a passage that stood a man's height. These passages must have been left by warriors who once ventured into the Azure Dragon's ethereal realm. Ye Chen cast a glance at the dragon corpse before shifting his attention back to the Sea of Buried Bones above. The battle above had subsided. Deep within the Sea of Buried Bones, a dragon corpse lay, serving as a strategic advantage against the undead Blood Clan warriors. Nearly all forces had suffered devastating losses at the hands of the undead Blood Clan. The semi-saint level warriors and some martial emperors unleashed a barrage of talismanic attacks to fend off the undead Blood Clan's onslaught before darting toward the depths of the Sea of Buried Bones. In Ye Chen's perception, the talismans cast by the human warriors merely stalled the undead Blood Clan for an instant before being shattered. Some undead Blood Clan warriors swiftly closed the distance, and during their pursuit, numerous powerful beings fell. Countless undead Blood Clan warriors surged toward the abyss of the Sea of Buried Bones. Let us enter the dragon corpse, Ye Chen instructed his companions, leading the way into the interior of the dragon corpse. The dragon carcass was immense, stretching several tens of thousands of feet, and upon entering, Ye Chen and his companions discovered an endless corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity. Within this passage, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust permeated the air. Ye Chen declared, I shall embark on a quest to collect the essence of the true dragon, and in gratitude for your life-saving intervention, I shall repay you handsomely. With a swift motion, Ouyang Lan departed from Ye Chen and the others, dashing deeper into the corridor. Ye Chen paid little heed to her departure, for he surmised that the remains of the dragon still harbored a considerable amount of true dragon essence. It was only natural for Ouyang Lan to seek it out. As Ye Chen and his companions pressed onward, peculiar sounds echoed around them. Within the confines of the passage, giant crabs emerged, each the size of a person. These were dragon crabs. The sight of these numerous creatures sent a shiver down Ye Chen's spine. With a powerful incantation, Ye Chen unleashed the 9-lead divine demon palm. Two formidable energies surged forth from his hands. One exuded a fearsome, demonic visage, while the other radiated divine sanctity. The two forces intertwined and descended upon the dragon crabs. In that instant, all the dragon crabs were vanquished. Ye Chen activated the power of his small universe, drawing every last one of them into its depths. They fought fiercely, cleaving through countless dragon crabs that dared obstruct their path, each falling before Ye Chen's might. Soon, they reached the heart of the dragon's remains, where a multitude of lobsters stood, blocking their way. Each lobster towered over them, emanating a potent presence. With a resounding force, Ye Chen unleashed the 9-lead divine demon palm once more, obliterating the throngs of lobsters. Thousands of them were drawn into his small universe, where mountains of dragon crabs and lobsters now lay amassed. Suddenly, figures of the Undying Blood Clan materialized around Ye Chen, surrounding him. "Human, leave your women behind, and then take your own life," commanded a formidable Undying Blood Clan elite, standing in their path. Exuding the power of the 9th heaven of the martial sovereign realm, Feng Qingling, Lin Qingman, and Situ Qinglan were no ordinary women. Each possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. The gaze of the surrounding Undying Blood Clan warriors lingered on them, filled with avarice and desire. "What did you say?" Ye Chen's voice resonated deeply. "I said, surrender the women beside you for our Undying Blood Clan's amusement, and then you may meet your demise." The Undying Blood Clan warrior sneered at Ye Chen. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze in place as Ye Chen thrust the sword of slaughter, piercing the center of the warrior's brow. Almost instantly, the Undying Blood Clan warrior's body began to wither rapidly. Within mere breaths, he crumbled into dust, scattering across the ground. Subsequently, around Ye Chen, an array of water swords materialized, unleashing a torrential rain of blades that filled the entire passageway. In that instant, all the Immortal Blood Clan warriors were pierced, turning them into mere sieves. Countless blood mists spread throughout the void. Soon after, a formidable force of attraction emerged from the emptiness. All the shattered bodies of the Immortal Blood Clan warriors were enveloped by this overwhelming power. Within mere breaths, the blood mist in the void was drawn into the abyssal refining god vessel. Explosions of battle erupted continuously. Inside the dragon's corpse, the pathways were intricate and convoluted, causing numerous human warriors to lose their way upon entering. Consequently, these human fighters found themselves encircled by the Immortal Blood Clan. Some semi-holy warriors were even cornered by a large group of elite Immortal Blood Clan members. However, due to the spatial constraints within the dragon's corpse, the Immortal Blood Clan could not leverage their numerical superiority. Hence, the human warriors managed to hold their ground against the Immortal Blood Clan for the time being. With a swift thrust, the blade of slaughter pierced through a warrior of the Immortal Blood Clan at the Martial Emperor level. A flash of crimson light flickered across the blade, and upon absorbing the bloodline of the fallen warrior, Ye Chen's sword gained an additional surge in power. As they pressed forward, the path was littered with the lifeless bodies of the Immortal Blood Clan. Before Ye Chen lay the central region of the dragon's corpse, where hundreds of elite Immortal Blood Clan warriors congregated, including several martial emperors and semi-holy figures. Surrounding these Immortal Blood Clan warriors were the corpses of human fighters, each reduced to a desiccated state. At the center of these Immortal Blood Clan warriors stood a small altar, atop which rested a golden dragon horn emanating an immense holy aura. This dragon horn was said to be the Balian dragon horn, rumored to be the horn of a true dragon, refined over millennia through the essence of hundreds of dragon saints, now comparable to a 10,000 patterned holy artifact. Indeed, the Balian dragon horn was reputed to be indestructible, capable of breaking through holy-level formations. With it, the Immortal Blood Clan could reclaim the treasures sealed within the 3 sacred grounds. Upon seeing the dragon horn on the altar, the eyes of many Immortal Blood Clan warriors gleamed with fervent desire. "Forgive me, but this Balian dragon horn shall be mine," stated Ye Chen as he stepped forth from the passage. "Humph, who do you think you are to attempt to seize the Balian dragon horn from our Immortal Blood Clan?" A warrior of the Immortal Blood Clan, at the Martial Emperor level, sneered disdainfully upon noticing Ye Chen's cultivation at the 9th level of martial respect. The other Immortal Blood Clan warriors wore expressions of mockery. They all believed Ye Chen had lost his senses to dare challenge hundreds of their elite with his solitary strength. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed as a blood-red longsword shot forth, piercing through the brow of the Martial Emperor level warrior. Under the onslaught of Ye Chen's blade of slaughter, the Immortal Blood Clan warrior's body exploded into a torrent of blood mist. In the next moment, a torrent of blood mist surged into Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. How could this be possible? a formidable member of the Undying Blood clan, annihilated by a single sword strike, not merely a swift death, but even the vitality coursing through my veins was directly siphoned away. Such a peculiar method. The countenances of numerous Undying Blood clan warriors darkened as they witnessed the fall of this martial emperor. They no longer dared to underestimate Ye Chen. With a swift motion, Ye Chen darted forward, his steps oscillating between rapid and slow, as streaks of starlight intertwined. The Undying Blood clan warriors found their vision blurred, unable to discern Ye Chen's figure. In the next instant, Ye Chen distorted his form 9 times, infiltrating the ranks of the Undying Blood clan. As they launched their assaults at Ye Chen, they soon realized that all their strikes merely struck at illusory starry phantoms. With a fluid motion, Ye Chen drew and sheathed his sword seamlessly. Each step he took translated to dozens of sword strikes. After 9 movements, the blade in his hand had already sliced through the air over 100 times. Then, with another twist, Ye Chen returned to his original position. Over 100 Undying Blood clan warriors stood frozen, and soon, their large heads tumbled from their bodies. Blood gushed forth from the fallen warriors, cascading like rivers towards Ye Chen's instrument of slaughter. This sword was indeed terrifying. Gazing at the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp, several Undying Blood clan warriors of semi-saint caliber wore expressions of utter solemnity, each harboring an overwhelming sense of humiliation. They, the Undying Blood clan, had always existed at the apex of the food chain, tasked solely with hunting humanity. When had it ever been their turn to become the nourishment for human warriors? Chapter 131. The distinction of Undying Bloodlines. The expressions of all Undying Blood clan warriors were exceptionally grim. None had anticipated that Ye Chen could so effortlessly slay their elite, as easily as one might butcher a chicken. Let us all strike together, subdue this child, and seize that sword for myself, commanded a warrior adorned with silver-fleshed wings to his 9 elite companions. The 9 elite warriors of the Undying Blood clan manifested formidable spears imbued with rich sacred energy. Each spear summoned ethereal images of saints, augmenting its power and might. Each of the 9 spears bore 10 such saintly apparitions. The 10 Saint Blood spears possessed the capacity to annihilate ordinary sacred beings. In that moment, the collective might of the 10 Saint Blood spears shimmered ominously, aimed directly at Ye Chen. In this confined passage, Ye Chen had no avenue for evasion and could only brace himself against this terrifying onslaught. The powers of the 9 Li Heavenly Sun Art and the Xian Shui Supreme Diagram surged to their utmost limits. Boom, boom, boom. The reverberations of explosive sounds resonated, warping the very fabric of the void. Each elite warrior of the Undying Blood clan, despite their martial emperor cultivation, exhibited combat prowess rivaling that of semi-saint human warriors. With the 10 sacred blood spears in his possession, he was capable of annihilating certain beings of the sacred realm. It is crucial to understand that each 10 sacred blood spear embodies the might of 10 sacred beings. Thus, in a fleeting moment, Ye Chen withstood the onslaught of 90 sacred entities. Amidst such formidable assaults, Ye Chen's 9 Li Heavenly Sun technique and the supreme diagram of mysterious water endured wave after wave of impact. Crack. After absorbing the strikes of 50 sacred beings, the 9 Li Heavenly Sun technique twisted, shattered, and subsequently dissolved into nothingness. The power of the supreme diagram of mysterious water managed to fend off only 30 sacred attacks before the flowing armor surrounding Ye Chen's body manifested numerous fissures. Boom. In the next instant, the supreme diagram of mysterious water shattered. Subsequently, a dual-headed dragon domain emerged in the void, which was the extreme domain Ye Chen had unleashed. However, the extreme domain could only withstand for a brief moment before collapsing. In an instant, Ye Chen drew Feng Qi-Ling and several others into the realm of the little universe, then urged the powers of the sacred body and sacred veins to their utmost limit. The 9 Li Divine Demon Palm. 2 swirling vortices appeared in Ye Chen's hands. One side bore the ghastly visage of a demon, while the other radiated the divine essence of a celestial being. The 2 phantoms intertwined, generating an unfathomable might that pressed down upon the remaining sacred entities. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds resonated through the void. The 9 Li Divine Demon Palm mitigated a portion of the sacred realm's might, yet all the sacred attacks ultimately descended upon Ye Chen's martial body. Confronted with such overwhelming force, Ye Chen's martial form was violently hurled away, leaving him riddled with wounds. Streams of blood gushed forth from his body like torrents. At this moment, the 9 elite members of the Undying Blood clan found themselves utterly drained. Though the 10 sacred blood spears wielded immense power, they exacted a tremendous toll on spiritual energy. Had they not possessed imperial-grade dantians, they would have surely succumbed to the recoil of the 10 sacred blood spears, facing immediate demise. This single strike, while immensely powerful, had exhausted all their internal spiritual energy. Although they paid a hefty price to slay this youth, Every sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. A formidable Undying Blood Clan warrior, adorned with a pair of silver flesh wings, approached Ye Chen with icy resolve in his eyes. Just as this leading Undying Blood Clan warrior was about to reach Ye Chen, a spinning sword of slaughter from the ground hurled itself toward him. The Undying Blood Clan warrior was startled and swiftly dodged to the side. Although he evaded the lethal strike, his entire arm was severed by the sword of slaughter. Despite enduring such a barrage from sacred beings, he had not perished. Observing Ye Chen gradually rising from the ground, the Undying Blood Clan warrior's astonishment reached its zenith. Under his gaze, Ye Chen's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Within just 2 breaths, Ye Chen's wounds had fully mended. This was the essence of the Undying bloodline. Witnessing the rapid recovery of Ye Chen's injuries, the Immortal Blood Clan warrior found it difficult to believe. With a swift motion, Ye Chen did not respond to the warrior's words. Instead, the sword of slaughter in his hand erupted with a vivid crimson glow. Above the sword, a multitude of blood-red eyes slowly opened, each resembling the gaze of a deity of death, imbued with an eternal and indelible murderous intent that transcended time itself. As the eyes of the sword fully opened, the surrounding air became momentarily frozen, and the ocean's currents ceased their flow. Silence enveloped the scene. An absolute stillness that rendered the Immortal Blood Clan warriors almost deaf, leaving only an overwhelming blood-red hue in their sight. In the next instant, all Immortal Blood Clan warriors below the semi-saint realm experienced a catastrophic explosion of their bodies, including 9 elite warriors wielding the 10 sacred blood spears, who were instantly annihilated. A torrential mist of blood transformed into a potent energy that flowed into the sword of slaughter, nourishing it. Beside Ye Chen, the Immortal Blood Clan warrior summoned his powers as a blood-red armor materialized around him, adorned with 10 ethereal images of saints. The 10 sacred blood armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making it challenging for ordinary combatants to breach. Yet, the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp was no ordinary weapon. Layers of crimson patterns emerged above the sword, radiating a dazzling blood-red brilliance. Subsequently, a wave of destructive energy surged forth from the sword. With an overwhelming force, the sword descended upon the Immortal Blood Clan warrior. The sound of shattering echoed as the 10 sacred armor disintegrated beneath the sword's might. The warrior's form twisted as he employed an unusual technique to evade a fatal blow. However, despite his efforts, the sword still struck him, leaving a horrific gash running from shoulder to waist. Under Ye Chen's blade, the Immortal Blood Clan warrior nearly met his end. Young man, we both possess the immortal bloodline. Why not forge an alliance to unearth the treasures within the sea of buried bones? Faced with Ye Chen's terrifying prowess, the warrior, once dismissive, now pleaded for mercy. His spirit shattered. The immortal bloodline within you is unique to the Immortal Blood Clan, while the immortal bloodline within me derives from the immortal demon lineage. Though both are immortal bloodlines, they are fundamentally different. Your clan must consume humans and other races to enhance your power. But the immortal demons possess countless methods to increase their strength. You, as part of the Immortal Blood Clan, are destined to be the enemies of humanity and other races. Thus today, your demise is inevitable. Ye Chen raised the sword of slaughter high, prepared for the final strike. As a formidable warrior of the human race, Ye Chen is destined to eliminate all members of the Undying Blood Clan before him. In the present realm of the Azure Dragon, the conflict transcends merely the enmity among the 3 great sacred lands. It has evolved into a fierce contest between humanity and the Undying Blood Clan. The confrontation between these 2 factions is fated to be an unending struggle. Stop! Just as Ye Chen's sword was about to descend, an enraged voice echoed from a short distance away. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloping him. With no mercy, he brought his sword down. The Undying Blood Clan warrior before him had his life force drained by the slaughtering sword, rendering him a mere desiccated corpse. The entire void grew frigid. After slaying the Undying Blood Clan warrior, Ye Chen sensed a menacing aura, as formidable as a mountain, shrouding him. Under Ye Chen's gaze, a youth, towering at 3.5 meters with a pair of silver wings, regarded him with icy eyes. How dare you ignore the warnings of this saint? The youth exclaimed angrily. Ye Chen replied with a cold smirk. What are you? Why should Ye Chen heed your warnings? I am the descendant of the prince of the Azure Sky tribe, Ye Chen. You dare to disregard me and slay my brother? Today, you shall perish. As he spoke, a blood-red cross-scythe materialized in Ye Chen's hand, emanating an aura of terrifying divine might. I care not whether you are a prince's descendant, encounter me. And you are destined to become a cripple. Ye Chen's body brimmed with formidable power. Boom. In the next instant, he shattered the ground beneath him, launching himself at the youth like an arrow released from a bow. 2 swirling vortexes appeared in Ye Chen's hands, one exuding a fearsome demonic visage and the other embodying divine sanctity. These 2 phantoms intertwined, coalescing into an overwhelming force that surged toward Ye Chen. Humph. A mere star dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Luo Chun scoffed disdainfully. His cross scythe radiated with sacred energy, and powerful sacred rules surged above it. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as both Ye Chen and Luo Chun were sent reeling backward. The scythe left deep, bone-exposing gashes on Ye Chen's hands, while Luo Chun's arm throbbed with pain, nearly causing him to lose grip on the scythe. Your strength is astonishing. Luo Chun was taken aback after their confrontation. It was known that this attack could easily annihilate several semi-Holy Realm warriors, and even significantly injure weaker Holy Realm practitioners. Yet, Ye Chen had merely been pushed back by a scythe. You have cultivated 1,000 sacred rules? The wounds on Ye Chen's hands, empowered by the essence of the undying bloodline, healed instantly. At this moment, Ye Chen was filled with astonishment. Before him stood Lao Chun, a formidable being at the half-saint level, whose combat prowess rivaled that of a true saint. Ye Chen began to draw comparisons between Lao Chun and the elite members of the Undying Blood Clan he had encountered earlier. Although those elites wielded the 10 sacred blood spears, which bore the attacks of saint-level warriors, they lacked the essence of the Sacred Path's rules. Thus, Ye Chen could exert his full strength to withstand their assaults. In contrast, the attacks from Lao Chun were imbued with the power of the Sacred Path's rules, potent enough to penetrate Ye Chen's defenses. To the casual observer, it appeared as though the two were evenly matched, yet in reality, Ye Chen was at a disadvantage. With a series of crackling sounds, layers of blood-red dragon scales manifested upon Ye Chen's body, unleashing an overwhelming power from within him. The void itself began to warp at that very moment. Subsequently, a 10 sacred blood sword materialized in Ye Chen's grasp, accompanied by the ethereal forms of 10 saints that emerged in the void, exuding an immense sword intent and momentum aimed directly at Lao Chun. Is this the 10 sacred blood sword of my Undying Blood Clan? It seems that all those elite members who lost contact with us perished at your hands. Upon seeing the 10 sacred blood sword in Ye Chen's possession, a chilling glimmer flashed in Lao Chun's eyes. Soon after, the blood-red scythe in Lao Chun's hands erupted with a surge of black blood mist. This dark mist enveloped the scythe, manifesting a formidable devouring force that radiated around it. The overwhelming aura of the sacred combined with the devouring power merged with the scythe as it struck towards Ye Chen's 10 sacred blood sword. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying wave rippled through the void. In the next instant, both Ye Chen and Lao Chun were violently thrust backward. The space within the sea of buried bones twisted, revealing fissures in the fabric of reality. The Azure Dragon Void Realm was merely a lower-tier void, and its spatial structure lacked the stability of the Kunlun Realm. Thus, under the immense force of the Tao's power, the space nearly tore apart. Although the spatial fissures appeared for just a brief moment, they nonetheless inflicted harm upon both Ye Chen and Lao Chun, severing their bodies in two. However, in an instant, their martial forms reassembled, returning to their original state. With a swift motion, Ye Chen advanced towards Lao Chun, the 10 sacred blood sword in his hand once again radiating with sacred light. The ethereal figures of 10 saints emerged in the void, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged towards Lao Chun's form. Humph. You think you can take advantage of this moment to slay me? How naive. Lao Chun's blood-red scythe was enveloped once more in layers of black blood mist, its devouring power intensifying. Subsequently, the ethereal forms of the 10 saints began to blur under this devouring force, diminishing the strength of Ye Chen's 10 sacred blood sword by more than half. When the 10 sacred blood sword collided with Lao Chun's scythe, the power of the blood-red blade completely suppressed that of the 10 sacred blood sword. Ye Chen was instantly propelled backward, sent flying by the might of the blood-red scythe. Once again, several deep wounds appeared on Ye Chen's body. Yet, in the next instant, his injuries miraculously healed as if they had never existed. It seemed that without the enhancement of the Tao, it would be quite challenging to contend with you. Gripping the 10 holy blood sword, Ye Chen's expression grew solemn. It was not that he was incapable of defeating Lao Chun. Rather, he sought to gauge the disparity between himself and the formidable beings of the sacred realm. As it stands, lacking a sufficient number of sacred Tao rules, overcoming a sacred realm powerhouse remains an arduous task. At the very least, he had the qualification to stand toe-to-toe with a saint, yet he was still unable to annihilate one in an instant. I have already mastered 10,000 sacred Tao rules. Now that you comprehend the chasm between us, prepare to meet your demise. Lao Chun sneered, his scythe transforming into a vivid crimson hue. Waves of sacred Tao rules surged forth from Lao Chun's grasp, and the blood-red scythe in the void radiated a terrifying aura of sacred Tao, bearing down upon Ye Chen. This assault was undoubtedly Lao Chun's full force. The question of who would live and die was still premature. The 10 holy blood sword in Ye Chen's hand exuded an overwhelming presence, with streams of water Tao principles manifesting upon it. The essence of water Tao, the sword intent. And 10 phantoms of saints surged forth from the 10 holy blood sword. Subsequently, the sword cleaved towards the blood-colored scythe suspended in the void. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted in the air. Both Ye Chen and Lao Chen were hurled back. However, in the very moment Lao Chen was propelled away, he was pierced by a longsword forged from profound water. The profound water sword, imbued with a terrifying sword force, impaled Lao Chen directly against the upper passageway. Chapter 133. Using a knife to kill a mere water Dao principle dares to suppress me. The bloodline within Lao Chen surged, propelling the profound water sword away. Yet, the sword transformed its angle and lunged once more towards Lao Chen's corporeal form. What a peculiar sword! A look of astonishment crossed Lao Chen's face as the blood-red scythe in his hand erupted with a devouring force, aiming to envelop the profound water sword. However, before the devouring force could envelop the sword, it deftly evaded all of Lao Chen's attacks and lunged towards his heart. Such a trifling maneuver seeks to harm me? A cold laugh escaped Lao Chen's lips as he pressed his palm into the void, a crimson aura surging forth from within him. While these water Dao principles alone could not sever your life, Ye Chen smiled slightly as the 10 holy blood sword in his grasp soared forth. 10 terrifying phantoms of saints manifested in the void, infused with a dreadful sword intent and power, bearing down upon Lao Chen. You can consecutively summon the power of 10 saints within the 10 holy blood sword. How is this possible? Do you possess a sacred tear dantian? Lao Chen exclaimed in utter disbelief, as the scythe in his hand radiated a vast expanse of crimson light, cleaving towards Ye Chen's 10 holy blood sword. At that moment, a strange smile graced Ye Chen's lips. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the original spot, reappearing behind Lao Chen. A resplendent golden sword shot forth from Ye Chen's hand, piercing through Lao Chen's spine. At that moment, the power within Lao Chen dissipated entirely. Suddenly, a holy lock materialized from Ye Chen's grasp, binding Lao Chen's body. You dare to pierce the spine of this holy being. How despicable! Lao Chen's voice erupted with fury. Despicable? When it comes to the word deceitful, I, Ye Chen, am but a fraction of your unholy bloodline's treachery. Ye Chen hoisted Lao Chen into the air. The holy lock confined all the sacred energy and divine laws within Lao Chen, rendering him utterly powerless to escape. Ye Chen, why do you not slay me? Lao Chen howled in anguish as he was lifted. At this moment, he was both astonished and enraged. He was astounded by the strength of the holy lock, which completely suppressed his sacred energy. His anger surged as Ye Chen displayed him before the multitude of immortal bloodline warriors. After all, he was a prince of the immortal bloodline, possessing an extraordinarily noble lineage, now subjected to such humiliation by Ye Chen, especially in front of so many powerful beings. All you immortal bloodline warriors, stand down, or I shall slay your royal descendant. Ye Chen's voice boomed, resonating in the ears of all the immortal bloodline warriors. The previously engaged immortal bloodline warriors halted their actions. Ye Chen, release our royal descendant, or I will slay these human semi-saints. A robust immortal bloodline warrior, brimming with muscle, stepped forward from the crowd. Though his cultivation was at the semi-saint level, inferior to Lao Chen, he could easily dispatch several human semi-saints. Before this immortal bloodline warrior stood 6 human semi-saints, including Ouyang Lan and 3 others from the sacred grounds. Among the remaining 2, one was a semi-saint from the Yunluo Trading Association, while the other, shrouded in a chilling aura, likely belonged to the notorious black market. Release Lord Lao Chen, or I will slay this man. The powerful immortal bloodline warrior brandished his sword, directing it toward a semi-saint from the Tai sacred ground. Waves of sword energy emanating from it. Are you threatening me? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as he transformed his hand into a blade and struck at Lao Chen's head. With a resounding crack, Lao Chen's head was severed in midair, crimson blood cascading through the void. All the immortal bloodline warriors were momentarily stunned by Ye Chen's audacity. No one had anticipated that he would dare to take such drastic action against a royal descendant. Where did Ye Chen find such courage? Was it bestowed upon him by Master Liang Ru? Ye Chen, your audacity knows no bounds, daring to harm Lord Lao Chen of the Undying Blood Clan. Thus, I shall slay your human warriors. The leader of the Undying Blood Clan, a formidable character, swiftly drew his sword upon witnessing Ye Chen's aggression. With a swift motion, he mercilessly struck at the semi-saint of the Tai sacred land. The blade severed the head of the semi-saint with brutal efficiency, causing a torrent of blood to surge from the fallen warrior's body, nourishing the strength of the Undying Blood Clan's champion. Our Undying Blood Clan possesses formidable regenerative abilities. For each injury inflicted upon Lord Lao Chen, I shall extinguish the life of one of your semi-saints. Who among us has ever feared? The leader of the Undying Blood Clan fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon Ye Chen, his eyes seemingly capable of devouring him whole. A ruthless figure indeed. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If this was a ruthless individual, then the encounter promised to be intriguing. What Ye Chen feared most was that these Undying Blood Clan members might lack the requisite cruelty. With a decisive motion, Ye Chen's hand descended once more. Just as Lao Chun's head rejoined his body, it was swiftly severed again by Ye Chen's blade. "Seeking death," exclaimed the leader of the Undying Blood Clan, as his sword descended upon a semi-saint of the Jiuxiao sacred land. "Ye Chen, your treachery knows no limits. You exploit the Undying Blood Clan to avenge the grievances between our Jiuxiu sacred land and your Jiuli sacred land." The semi-saint's voice rang out with a final, bitter lament as he grasped the true extent of Ye Chen's insidious plan, using the Undying Blood Clan as instruments of his vengeance against the elites of Jiuxiao and Tai sacred lands. A resounding crack echoed as the semi-saint was beheaded by the Undying Blood Clan's warrior, whose sword exuded a powerful allure, draining the blood and spiritual energy from the fallen Jiuxiao semi-saint. "Very well, let us continue," Ye Chen replied with a chilling smile, placing his hands upon Lao Chun's severed head and twisting it violently. The sound of cracking bones filled the air. "Ah, Ye Chen, you shall pay for this. I will kill you." Lao Chun's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, his eyes wide open, resembling that of a dead fish, in a moment of extreme horror. Although the Undying Blood Clan possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, this does not render them immune to pain. In fact, they are far more sensitive to suffering than humans. Had Ye Chen merely cleaved Lao Chun's head from his body, the pain would have been less severe. Instead, Ye Chen had twisted his neck, amplifying his agony to unimaginable heights. On the other side, the leader of the Undying Blood Clan wielded his fist, striking at the nearby elite of the Black Market's first pavilion. Under the assault of this formidable Undying Blood warrior, the body of the Black Market elite shattered. Subsequently, a torrent of crimson mist surged forth into the void. A copious amount of sacred blood and divine energy was drawn into the body of the Undying Blood warrior. "Come, continue. I am eager to see if your human warriors possess the strength to face my might." The leader of the Undying Blood Clan wore a chilling smile as he seized Ouyang Lan by the throat. Then, with a mouth agape like a cavern, he lunged toward Ouyang Lan's head, intent on biting down. "My life is forfeit." Witnessing the approach of the Undying Blood warrior's jaws, despair enveloped Ouyang Lan's heart. At that moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he not ventured into the Azure Dragon Void, perhaps he would not meet his demise. Ouyang Lan prided himself on being a paragon, believing he could become invincible within the Azure Dragon Void, yet he had underestimated the machinations of the Undying Blood Clan. Now, he finally recognized the disparity in strength. In comparison to certain half-saints of the Undying Blood Clan, he felt as powerless as an infant. It was not that he was invincible at the half-saint level, but rather that the human warriors he faced were woefully inadequate. If given another chance, he would dedicate himself fervently to his cultivation, refusing to squander his life for a woman. Yet, this world offers no what-ifs. Resigned, Ouyang Lan shut his eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red sword pierced the void, impaling the Undying Blood warrior's head. Vivid crimson blood erupted from his body. Under Ouyang Lan's gaze, Ye Chen, clad in a white martial robe, resembled a celestial swordsman. He twisted his form 9 times, and in the blink of an eye, his sword had struck hundreds of times. Within the confines of the narrow passage, the figures of all the Undying Blood warriors froze in place. In unison, hundreds of colossal heads tumbled from the void. In a single second, 100 strikes. The drawing and sheathing of the sword were executed seamlessly. When Ye Chen returned to his original position, the bodies of the Undying Blood warriors had transformed into a peculiar, desiccated state. Subsequently, all of them disintegrated into grains of sand, vanishing into the depths of the Burying Bone Sea. "Quickly retreat. All of you, leave the Burying Bone Sea." The remaining Undying Blood warriors were struck with terror upon witnessing Ye Chen's ability to slay hundreds of their kin with a single strike. They frantically surged toward the exit. Yet, escaping was not so simple. Ye Chen's sword of slaughter flew forth, propelled by an overwhelming intent, charging straight through, like threading a candied hawthorn. The Undying Blood warriors within the passage were pierced through by Ye Chen's sword. In the next instant, their bodies transformed into a bizarre, withered state. With a swift change of direction, Ye Chen's sword of slaughter darted toward another passage. Within this passage, dozens of formidable immortals of the Blood Clan, possessing the strength of martial emperors and numerous others of martial kings, were present. These elite warriors of the immortal Blood Clan were swiftly vanquished by the sword of slaughter, reduced to a swirling mist of crimson. Subsequently, a resurgence of blood-red radiance emanated from above the sword of slaughter, its aura growing ever more potent. Was Ye Chen's technique and movement truly this enigmatic? Luo Chun's gaze was filled with astonishment. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of movement techniques, he could discern that Ye Chen's display was imbued with the force of time and space. It was not that Ye Chen's steps were excessively swift, but rather that the flow of time around them had decelerated, Had Ye Chen employed this technique against him in combat, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Ye Chen, I am grateful for your rescue. Ouyang Lan approached Ye Chen with utmost respect, expressing his gratitude. Previously, upon encountering Ye Chen aboard the flower boat of the Flower Fairy, Ouyang Lan had been exceedingly disdainful. However, after Ye Chen had saved him on 2 occasions, Ouyang Lan's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The fact that Ye Chen could effortlessly slay a semi-saint of the immortal blood clan, while he himself could not, was sufficient proof of Ye Chen's superior combat prowess. There is no need for thanks. We are both warriors of the human race. My assistance stems from a desire for your survival. So that you may contribute to the Eastern Domain, Ye Chen replied with serene indifference. Ouyang Lan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Chen would regard his act of salvation as merely trivial. This revelation elucidated the disparity between himself and Ye Chen. This gap was not solely one of strength, but also one of mindset. Thank you. I shall forever remember today's events. Ouyang Lan reiterated his gratitude with a bow. Some words ought not to be spoken by me, yet as a semi-saint of the Eastern Domain, a pillar of support, I must convey them, Ye Chen remarked. Casting a glance at Ouyang Lan, after a moment of silence, he continued, in the pursuit of martial arts, one must cultivate a clear heart. Your incessant pursuit of beauty will only lead to stagnation in your martial endeavors. Your defeat today was not due to the overwhelming strength of the immortal blood clan, but rather your fragile foundation. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Ouyang Lan was filled with astonishment. Despite the Ouyang family's profound heritage and abundant cultivation secrets, he had squandered his martial potential, failing to devote his entire energy to his training. Although Ye Chen did not know him well, he was able to articulate Ouyang Lan's true circumstances, further deepening Ouyang Lan's respect for him. Ye Chen continued, moreover, in this world, everything is conditional. To obtain something, one must offer a corresponding exchange. Put simply, one must possess sufficient value to attract the Flower Fairy. Although the Flower Fairy is indeed exceptional, what of it? Without the requisite value, even if you were to procure an abundance of true dragon essence for her, how could she ever reciprocate with sincerity? Ouyang Lan, you have already acquired numerous wives and concubines, so why pursue that which is unattainable? Rather than chasing after a single steed, it would be more prudent to invest the time in cultivating a pasture, which will eventually yield a multitude of horses for your selection. Similarly, you possess sufficient worth to attract others. Instead of relentlessly pursuing them, why not focus on self-improvement and refinement? If you aspire to become a sage king or a great sage in the future, will the allure of Hua Qingcheng still hold any significance for you? I hope my words resonate deeply within you. After imparting these heartfelt sentiments to Ouyang Lan, Ye Chen turned and departed. Chapter 135. The realm of the Sword Emperor. Investing the time spent in pursuit of a steed to cultivate a pasture will ultimately present you with a vast array of horses to choose from. Ouyang Lan stood in a daze. Having been born into the Ouyang family, he had never considered such matters. Ye Chen's words served as a clarion call to awaken him from his reverie. In the central area of the Dragon Corpse, with his mental prowess at the semi-saint level, Ye Chen effortlessly deciphered the inscriptions upon the altar. Ultimately, the altar's formation was shattered beneath the onslaught of the Sword of Slaughter. The 100 refined dragon horn appeared in Ye Chen's grasp, emanating an overwhelming radiance above its surface. This 100 refined dragon horn could be fashioned into a pair of gauntlets or a short sword. Ye Chen stored the 100 refined dragon horn within his small universe. Within the Dragon Corpse, in addition to the 100 refined dragon horn, there were other precious treasures, prompting Ouyang Lan and other human powerhouses to commence their search within the dragon's interior. Ye Chen, however, paused before the pitch-black underground passage. Before him lay an endless abyss of darkness. Through mental exploration, Ye Chen sensed faint waves of energy emanating from within this chasm. This energy was extraordinarily sacred, capturing Ye Chen's immediate attention. Let me venture in. Ye Chen glanced at the abyss before leaping down. As he traversed the dark corridor, he lost track of time while descending until a faint glimmer caught his eye. Under his gaze stood a towering crystal coral, reaching a height of 100 meters, adorned with pearl-sized crystal fruits above. These crystal fruits were imbued with an overwhelming surge of sacred energy. This was the crystal coral, a rare holy tree. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen's gaze grew fervent. Before him lay a bounty of over 100 crystal holy fruits, their sacred essence rivaling that of the 9 Li holy fruits. The sight of these holy fruits was incredibly enticing, igniting an impulse to dash forward. However, Ye Chen remained still, for the fruiting cycle of a holy tree is extensive, requiring several hundred years, while the opening of the Azure Dragon Void Realm occurs once every 100 years. Based on Ye Chen's assessment, this crystal coral holy tree bore no signs of prior harvest. This indicated that although many warriors had reached this place over the centuries, none had succeeded in claiming its sacred fruits. This indicates that the crystal coral sacred tree harbors a significant issue. Indeed, as I anticipated, the crystal coral sacred tree is but an illusion. Ye Chen directed his gaze above the crystal coral sacred fruit, employing his mental prowess to investigate, and soon discovered that the crystal coral sacred tree was merely a phantasmal shadow. The true essence of the crystal coral sacred fruit was a long-dead crystal coral, within which lay enshrined a crystal dragon coffin. As Ye Chen scrutinized the crystal dragon coffin, an overwhelming surge of sacred energy emanated from within, bearing down upon him with formidable pressure. A profound sense of impending crisis took root in Ye Chen's heart. System, utilize all 9 sacred fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen consumed all 9 sacred fruits. Ding. The dragon blood battle body ascended to the late stage of the sacred realm. Ding. The undying bloodline advanced to the late stage of the sacred realm. Ding. The ice dragon bloodline reached the late stage of the sacred realm. Ding. The Qi Sea of the Dantian elevated to the late stage of the sacred realm. Ding. The host's cultivation soared to the first layer of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host's cultivation ascended to the second layer of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host's cultivation achieved the 9th layer of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host unlocked the hidden realm, elevating the martial emperor's ultimate state to 100 layers. After consuming over 2,000 sacred fruits, Ye Chen's martial physique, bloodline, and overall power surged exponentially. Above his head, a crown-like vortex began to coalesce. An immense aura of the Xian Emperor surged forth from the heavens, traversing vast distances to enter Ye Chen's martial body. The Xian Emperor's energy, a dominion of unparalleled might, transformed Ye Chen's martial physique as if it had been reforged countless times, resulting in a formidable metamorphosis. Suddenly, an ethereal figure clad in a golden dragon robe, wielding a golden sacred sword, materialized in the void. The Sword Emperor domain. This marked the emergence of Ye Chen's 3rd domain. Upon its manifestation, the seabed of the Burying Bones Sea began to distort. Terrifying fissures radiated from the vicinity of the Sword Emperor domain, with spatial rifts spreading outward from Ye Chen's position. Xian Emperor slaying sword Qi. The sword of carnage in Ye Chen's grasp radiated a rich yellow luminescence, enveloping the entire seabed of the Burying Bones Sea. At this moment, Ye Chen was suffused with Xian Emperor's energy. With this enhancement, the potency of the Xian Emperor slaying sword Qi multiplied manifold. Now, Ye Chen alone, wielding the Xian Emperor slaying sword Qi, was capable of subduing even the sacred. With a resounding cry, Ye Chen's sword of slaughter, imbued with boundless might, cleaved downward toward the crystal dragon coffin. Presumptuous, how dare you strike at this emperor? An irate feminine voice echoed from within the dragon coffin, followed by a delicate hand piercing through the crystal coffin to confront Ye Chen. A torrent of terrifying sacred pathway rules surged forth from the woman's jade hand, colliding with Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. Boom. Deep within the Burying Bones Sea, the earth fractured, unleashing a torrent of molten lava from countless hidden volcanoes beneath the surface. Flames surged like rivers in the depths of the sea. Above the sea of buried bones, the entire ocean quaked, causing many weaker marine creatures to faint under the overwhelming aura. In the void before Ye Chen, countless spatial fissures manifested. An inexhaustible amount of seawater was directly devoured by these rifts, rendering the depths of the sea of buried bones into a state of vacuum. Ye Chen's confrontation with the enigmatic woman had already shattered the very fabric of space within the sea of buried bones. However, the Xian Wang god-slaying sword Qi in Ye Chen's hand tore through the woman's assault, and immediately thereafter, it, imbued with unparalleled might, cleaved toward the crystal dragon coffin. Boom. The crystal dragon coffin shattered, revealing a breathtaking woman clad in simple garments, standing before Ye Chen. Her legs were long and graceful, exuding an icy and noble aura. While she fell slightly short of the woman previously encased within the frost dragon coffin, her beauty remained breathtakingly exquisite. Is it not excessively cruel of you to set up illusions here, harming numerous strong human cultivators? Ye Chen's sword of slaughter emanated torrents of formidable energy, with 2 gleaming sword auras, one yellow and one red, intertwining upon the blade. At this moment, both the Xian Wang god-slaying sword Qi and the sanguine sheen of the sword of slaughter reached an extraordinarily potent level. Ye Chen was now capable of annihilating any semi-holy realm expert in an instant. Even those who had cultivated the holy Dao principles were no longer his match. Excessively cruel? You experts of the Kunlun realm have slaughtered the natives of the Azure Dragon Void and the dragon race. Is that not cruelty? The mysterious woman let out a cold laugh, her disdain palpable. Rather than labeling me as cruel, it is more accurate to say that these individuals are overly greedy. Had they not sought the holy fruit, How could they have fallen into my trap? Chapter 136. The 100 Refinements of the Sacred Blood Cocoon. This enigmatic woman possessed a silver tongue and was adept at shifting concepts. You argue unjustly. Were it not for your illusions, would these individuals have been ensnared? Furthermore, to use another's body to restore your own sacred body strength is rather despicable. Ye Chen scoffed coldly. The strength of the woman before him was merely at the initial stage of the holy realm. Yet the number of holy Tao principles within her was astonishingly high. Thus, her true cultivation level undoubtedly exceeded the holy realm. This individual must have sustained severe injuries to her martial body and was recuperating in this azure dragon void. In the martial world, the weak are destined to be mere ants. Only the strongest possess the right to control the lives of others. I am a saint, while others are but ants. In other words, I am the Tao. Those who follow prosper, while those who oppose perish. The Tao grants you life, and thus you live. The Tao decrees your death, and hence you must die. You mortals exist at a different height than I, and so I can govern your lives and deaths. The mysterious woman spoke with overwhelming dominance, her mocking laughter incessant. I believe the Tao is one of perpetual life, not one solely of destruction. The path you follow is one of annihilation, not the true Tao. Ye Chen found it difficult to accept the perspective of the mysterious woman, yet she merely laughed coldly. So do you consider me to be cruel? If that is the case, it is truly absurd. Allowing these weaklings to serve as nourishment for my empire is only natural. Do you know why? Ye Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, why? The enigmatic woman replied, weak beings still possess life, and even if they become extinct, they can be reborn. However, if the great Tao collapses, everything will vanish into oblivion. Hence, the great Tao is merciless, and it is beyond your capacity to alter. Enough of this. You wouldn't comprehend. This crystal dragon coffin is my sanctuary. Since you have destroyed it and thwarted my endeavors, I am left with no choice but to utilize the yin-yang restoration technique to regain my strength. As her words fell, a blood-red cocoon flew from the woman's hand, transforming into a crimson orb of light that enveloped both Ye Chen and the mysterious woman. Within the blood-red cocoon, the masculine energy within Ye Chen was gradually siphoned away by the enigmatic woman, nourishing her in the process. Ye Chen's consciousness began to waver, as a delicate crimson mist permeated the cocoon, effortlessly penetrating his being and coursing through his organs. The sanguine mist instilled in him a dreamlike sensation, causing his vital energy to surge tumultuously. You are merely one of the notable talents among humanity. Were you a martial emperor, I might have found it challenging to subdue you. Now that you have succumbed to my celestial poison, you are destined to drown in this illusion. The mysterious woman scoffed coldly. At that moment, torrents of profound water surged forth from Ye Chen's martial body. Having cultivated the supreme diagram of profound water, Ye Chen's mental strength was shielded by a layer of profound water, allowing him to awaken from his brief stupor. You are indeed a semi-saint of mental prowess. The woman's eyes were filled with astonishment. Boom. Ye Chen did not respond to her. Instead, a formidable mental pressure erupted in his mind, enveloping the woman's sea of consciousness. Though she possessed exceptional martial prowess, her mental strength was no match for Ye Chen's. After a brief stalemate, she succumbed. Roar. Blood-red scales emerged above Ye Chen's martial body as overwhelming vitality surged throughout the crimson cocoon. While he had regained his clarity of mind, the toxins within him remained unrelieved. His eyes burned with flames. Stop immediately. Panic filled the woman's gaze. Let us discuss this later. Ye Chen's eyes blazed crimson, devoid of rationality. Soon after, a fierce battle erupted within the blood-red cocoon, the tides rising and falling. After a day and night, the conflict between Ye Chen and the mysterious woman subsided. Submit or perish. Ye Chen pressed his sword of slaughter against the woman's neck, his dark golden pupils revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Why be so ruthless? Do you not understand the value of compassion? The mysterious woman gazed at Ye Chen with reproach, yet she held a golden serpent dagger against his Dantian energy sea. Submit or perish. Ye Chen did not alter his demeanor, had it not been for the formidable intensity of his mental prowess reaching the threshold of a semi-saint. Restoring a fragment of his rationality, he would have likely succumbed to the toxins emanating from the woman before him. It is likely that he would have already transformed into a lifeless corpse. To expect this emperor to submit is utterly impossible. As for death, given your current strength, you are incapable of slaying this emperor. A breathtaking smile graced the mysterious woman's visage, her eyes drawn perilously close to Ye Chen's. Close enough for them to hear each other's heartbeats. Completely subdued by Ye Chen's domineering imperial aura, the mysterious woman found herself powerless to resist. Her emotions were a tempest of complexity, laced with anxiety, a hint of murderous intent, and an undercurrent of exhilaration. It seemed that provoking Ye Chen would afford her considerable delight. "I shall see how you cannot be slain," Ye Chen declared, plunging the sword of slaughter downward. With a swift motion, Lu Ruming's form twisted, appearing several dozen meters away. In the next moment, she produced a spiritual talisman, shattering it, and vanished before Ye Chen's eyes. When she reappeared, she was already thousands of miles distant. Were it not for the constraints of the Azure Dragon Void Realm, which prevented the manifestation of strength beyond the semi-saint level, this emperor's prowess would have easily subdued her. The mysterious woman emitted a voice filled with fury. After all, she was a great emperor, possessing numerous techniques. Had she not feared being vanquished by the laws of the Azure Dragon Void Realm, she would have engaged Ye Chen long ago. After a fierce confrontation with this youth, the emperor's aura had remarkably recovered. Following her anger, a wave of astonishment surged within Lu Ruming. As she felt the surging holy energy within her, her expression turned peculiar. In their earlier battle, Ye Chen had infused much of his holy energy into her martial body, nourishing her sacred form. Although the ninely sacred fruit had elevated Ye Chen's dragon blood battle body, immortal bloodline, and ice dragon bloodline to the late stages of the sacred body, the majority of its energy still resided within Ye Chen's limbs and bones. Thus, the struggle between Ye Chen and Lu Ruming was essentially a war of attrition. Ye Chen had used his own strength to nourish Lu Ruming. The power of the 100 refinements sacred blood cocoon had been entirely absorbed by this emperor. As long as this emperor remained alive, within a month, he would return to the great sacred realm. Lu Ruming brimmed with confidence in her heart. When she regained her great sacred level of power, she would once again command the winds and clouds. In her mind, memories of Ye Chen's handsome and spirited countenance flashed, and Lu Ruming's anger diminished slightly. Perhaps this youth was not so inept after all? Should they cross paths again in the future, she would surely rekindle their connection. "I wish I could start over," Lu Ruming instinctively uttered. Yet, upon uttering those words, she startled herself. What was she thinking? This emperor is a great emperor destined to prove the divine path. The disparity between her and this youth is as vast as the heavens and the earth, having taken from this emperor the most precious thing in her life. The next time they meet, she would ensure he pays the price. Lu Ruming cast a glance at the distant sea of buried bones before her figure vanished from sight. Chapter 137, The Five Elements Chaotic Divine Tree at the bottom of the sea of buried bones in the Azure Dragon Void Realm. Ye Chen gazed at the vanishing figure of the woman, his expression somewhat peculiar. The vivid recollections of his battle with Lu Ruming from the previous day left him astounded. His dragon blood battle body had nearly been torn asunder by her might. Had it not been for the protection of his immortal bloodline, he would likely have perished at Lu Ruming's hands. Should they cross paths again in the future, would he have already attained great treasures? No. He must not act impulsively in the days to come. He must maintain his composure. With a slight shake of his head, Ye Chen cleared the tumultuous emotions from his mind. "System, sign in." Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. The host is located in the sea of buried bones. Sign in, level 7. Ding. As the host cultivation level has ascended to the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm, today's sign-in count is 395. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Acquired 10 true dragon essence. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Acquired 10 true dragon essence. Ding. Host's third sign-in successful. Acquired 10 true dragon essence. Ding. Host's 394th sign-in successful. Acquired 10 true dragon essence. Ding. Host's 395th sign-in successful. Acquired 1 Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree. Item: 5 Elements Chaos Divine Tree Divine Grade. The moment Ye Chen beheld the reward from his final sign-in, his heart trembled, and he could not suppress his overwhelming joy. Any item, technique, or entity associated with chaos is extraordinarily potent, and the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree, being a divine tree imbued with the essence of the 5 elements, was no exception. The essence of the 5 elements is exponentially more powerful than ordinary spiritual energy. With the existence of such a divine tree, Ye Chen would not only enable the continuous growth and evolution of his little Qianquan world, but would also carve out his own divine path. At that juncture, manifesting the divine path would merely be a matter of time. Ding. Detection of the host possessing the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree. Ding. The Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree can be substituted for the world spirit of the little Qianquan world. Would you like to proceed with the substitution? Immediately replace. Ye Chen declared without hesitation, directly substituting the world spirit of the little Qianquan world. With his words, a magnificent tree, resplendent in 5 colors and shimmering with divine light, materialized beside the lotus pond within his little Qianquan world. The five elements chaos divine tree is comprised of 5 main branches, with 1 principal trunk and 4 auxiliary limbs. The central trunk is forged from the power of chaos divine soil, while the 4 branches embody the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, and fire. These 4 elemental energies consist of chaos metal, chaos wood, chaos water, and chaos fire. A kaleidoscope of vibrant leaves unfurled across the chaos 5 elements divine tree, with the rich essence of the 5 elements swirling above it. The instant the 5 elements chaos divine tree emerged, the little Chinquan world underwent a monumental transformation. Surrounding the tree, all the land morphed into the holy soil of the 5 elements, spreading outward at a visibly rapid pace. Within the realm of the lesser universe, numerous spiritual essences and sacred trees flourished, nourished by the formidable energies of the 5 elements chaos. In an instant, they transformed into holy trees and sacred fruits. The rivers that converged in the lotus courtyard simultaneously became sacred rivers, their waters imbued with an ethereal aura of sanctity. At present, Ye Chen's lesser universe could truly be regarded as a celestial paradise. With a swift motion, Ye Chen ascended to the heights of 1,000 meters. Although the 5 elements chaos divine tree had yet to bear fruit, each leaf was adorned with droplets of divine dew. These droplets, varying in hue, were scattered across the foliage of the tree. As Ye Chen waved his hand, the 5 distinct colors of divine dew entered his martial body, with a resounding boom. Upon consuming the droplets, the divine essence within Ye Chen's dantian transformed into sacred energy, surging through his limbs and bones. Waves of fierce and pure sacred energy coursed through his being. At that moment, Ye Chen's sacred body, sacred veins, and sacred elixir were all elevated by a formidable force. Particularly within his meridians, a power of the 5 elements was in motion. Ding! The host has successfully condensed the 5 elements chaos body. 5 elements chaos body, imperial rank. Just a few drops of the divine trees do enable me to condense an imperial rank 5 elements chaos body. If the 5 elements chaos divine tree were to blossom and bear fruit in the future, would I not be able to directly forge the 5 elements chaos divine body? The thought left Ye Chen profoundly astonished. With another flourish of his hand, more droplets of divine dew cascaded from the leaves of the 5 elements chaos divine tree, forming a river of divine dew that converged towards Ye Chen. In that moment, his martial body and bloodline underwent a metamorphosis. Ding! The 5 elements chaos body has ascended to the sacred rank. A river of 5 elements chaos energy pierced the heavens, linking Ye Chen with the cosmos. The surface of Ye Chen's martial body shimmered with 5 distinct colors: red for fire, azure for water, green for wood, yellow for earth, and gold for metal. The 5 radiant hues of sacred energy manifested around Ye Chen, coalescing into a faint semblance of a sacred figure. Within this sacred figure, one could discern 5 intertwining patterns of varying colors, reminiscent of great trees. These patterns represented the laws of the great Tao. The sacred figure bore a striking resemblance to the 5 elements chaos divine tree. The trial space has been activated. Ye Chen swiftly moved to the threshold of the trial space and entered. Before him stood a figure clad in white garments, appearing somewhat ethereal. This individual was none other than the Void Young Master, whom Ye Chen had encountered previously. The trial space could simulate any opponent. Thus Ye Chen immediately conjured the image of the Void Young Master. Based on Ye Chen's assessment, the Void Young Master's strength was at least at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, prompting Ye Chen to test the potency of his sacred figure. With a flourish, multicolored lights emerged from within Ye Chen's body. 5 majestic avenues emerged within the interplay of light and shadow, embodying the nascent forms of the 5 elemental sacred symbols. Subsequently, these embryonic sacred symbols of the 5 elements advanced, imposing their presence upon the Void Prince. Sword 9. The countenance of the Void Prince grew grave as the silver longsword in his grasp manifested layers of formidable rules. The invincible sword technique, exuding an unparalleled momentum, could swallow mountains and rivers. This invincible swordsmanship aspired to unleash a single strike that annihilates all. The entire sword technique comprises 12 swords, each imbued with distinct sacred principles. And each sword is extraordinarily terrifying. As Sword 9 was unleashed, the very fabric of space before the Void Prince was rent asunder in that instant. A pitch-black fissure, interwoven with sacred principles, surged toward Ye Chen's embryonic form of the 5 elemental sacred symbols. Boom! Under the assault of the sacred symbols in Sword 9, the void shattered completely. Both Ye Chen and the Void Prince were violently propelled backward. With a whoosh, a dark, radiant light erupted from the body of the Void Prince. And in that moment, the fissures within the void were dissolved by a mysterious force, ultimately becoming nothingness. Above the head of the Void Prince, an ethereal sacred symbol materialized. The ethereal sacred symbol. Upon witnessing the sacred symbol hovering above the Void Prince, Ye Chen's expression turned solemn. It became clear that the Void Prince's mastery of the sword was merely a fade. His true trump card lay within the path of nothingness. It was no wonder that the Void Prince appeared insubstantial yet possessed formidable strength. Continuing the battle held no further significance. With a flourish of his hand, Ye Chen made the Void Prince vanish from the trial space. The Void Prince ranked among the top 10 on the Divine Sage list of the Central Region. Compelling him to employ Sword 9 and reveal the ethereal sacred symbol was already a commendable achievement. Furthermore, Ye Chen's current strength was merely at the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm. Should he elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Martial Sovereign realm, even the Void Prince, with his ethereal sacred symbol, would not stand a chance against him. Chapter 138. The 5 avenues seated cross-legged within the trial space. Ye Chen directed his focus into his spiritual consciousness, entering a state of introspection. The realm of spiritual consciousness is the abode of one's mental awareness. An endless ocean of thought. Above Ye Chen's spiritual sea flowed 5 rivers of avenues, ceaselessly rushing forth. These 5 rivers were birthed from the divine dew Ye Chen had ingested from the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree. The divine dew of the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree not only enhanced Ye Chen's physical prowess but also augmented his mental acuity. Presently, Ye Chen's mental strength rivaled that of a pinnacle semi-saint, and within his consciousness, he had already coalesced the embryonic forms of the 5 avenues. These 5 avenues would henceforth be the primary paths for Ye Chen's cultivation, at least until a path more potent than the Chaos 5 Elements path materializes. Ye Chen would dedicate himself to mastering these 5 avenues. As for the sword path, although Ye Chen harbored a profound passion for swordsmanship, he had yet to cultivate a true avenue. His Xianhuang Shi's God sword qi and other techniques, while powerful, merely grazed the surface of the path without yielding his own understanding. Thus, the road ahead is long and arduous. Ye Chen shall traverse the martial path extensively in the future, and he must not rush the journey. Continuing his cultivation, Ye Chen immersed himself in the art of swordsmanship, palm techniques, as well as the Jiuli Tianyang Gong and the Xian Shui Taishang diagram within the realm of the small universe. Ding. Xian Shui Taishang diagram, level 200. Ding. Jiuli Shimaguang palm, level 200. Ding. Jiuli Tianyang Gong, level 200. Ding. Xian Huang Shirsin sword qi, level 200. Time flowed like a gentle stream, gradually slipping away. Ding. Xian Shui Taishang diagram, level upgraded to 50 million. Ding. Jiuli Shimaguang palm, level upgraded to 50 million. Ding. Jiuli Tianyang Gong, level upgraded to 50 million. Ding. Xian Huang Shirsin sword qi, level upgraded to 50 million. After elevating his formidable skills to the 50 million mark, Ye Chen entered the trial space. Before him materialized a shadow, an imitation of the Void Young Master crafted by the trial space. Sword 9. The figure of the Void Young Master transformed into a beam of light, his silver longsword imbued with myriad principles, cutting towards Ye Chen's form. Originally, the Sword 9 of the Void Young Master was capable of slaying Ye Chen with a single strike. However, now, as the Sword 9 descended upon him, it merely broke through his Jiuli Tianyang Gong. The defenses constructed by the Xian Shui Taishang diagram remained largely intact, indicating that the combination of Jiuli Tianyang Gong and Xian Shui Taishang diagram allowed Ye Chen to withstand the Sword 9, albeit with considerable effort. At least, this was the Void Young Master's full-powered attack. At this moment, Ye Chen pondered his limited comprehension of the principles and speculated on the defensive capabilities that Jiuli Tianyang Gong and Xian Shui Taishang diagram might achieve with the enhancement of these principles. With these thoughts in mind, he departed from the trial space. With a swift motion, Ye Chen approached the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree and settled cross-legged beneath it. Channeling his mental energy into the 5 Elements Chaos Divine Tree, a subtle connection began to form between them, akin to a fish entering the vast ocean. In that instant, Ye Chen's soul and mental energy were illuminated by a sacred radiance, emitting a unique resonance. His body felt as though it were submerged in an ocean, while his spirit and soul basked in the warmth of sunlight. This profound sense of comfort emanating from his very essence was an experience Ye Chen had never encountered before. Subsequently, Ye Chen established a connection with the Chaos 5 Elements path. Waves of principles began to flourish within his heart. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the Chaos 5 Elements path. Internal principles. 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the Chaos 5 Elements path. Internal principles. 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the Chaos 5 Elements path. Internal principles. 10. Ding. The number of principles within the host has risen to 10,000. Upon grasping 10,000 principles, Ye Chen's understanding of the grand path ascended to an entirely new level. Within Ye Chen's spiritual sea, the 5 sacred rivers deepened in hue. their essence growing ever more potent. With a sudden awakening, Ye Chen opened his eyes, activating the powers of the Ninely Heavenly Sun technique and the supreme diagram of mysterious water, subsequently merging the strength of the Tao into his techniques. Both the supreme diagram of mysterious water and the Ninely Heavenly Sun technique experienced a significant enhancement in their defensive capabilities upon this fusion with the Tao. At this moment, Ye Chen distinctly felt that if he were to liken his two forms of defense to a sheet of paper prior to the infusion of the Tao, this paper possessed no resilience. However, with the Tao's blessing, this sheet gained a newfound flexibility, rendering it far less susceptible to rupture. The Void Prince, should he refrain from wielding the power of the Void Tao, would likely find it impossible to shatter both layers of my defense with a single strike of his sword 9 as before. To test his hypothesis, Ye Chen surged toward the trial space. Suddenly, the figure of the Void Prince materialized within the void. Sword 9. Without hesitation, the Void Prince unleashed his sword, leaving a cascade of afterimages as it hurtled toward Ye Chen. With a crack, the Ninely Heavenly Sun technique shattered. Yet, at that very moment, the Void Prince's sword 9 came to a halt. The defense conjured by Ye Chen's supreme diagram of mysterious water still retained a substantial half of its strength. As anticipated, the infusion of the Tao had indeed elevated my defensive prowess to new heights. A subtle joy blossomed within Ye Chen upon realizing that his defense had not been completely obliterated by the Void Prince's strike. It is worth noting that the Void Prince is a formidable figure among the Saint Realm, ranked among the top 10 on the Central Domain's Saint list. His sword 9 could easily annihilate late-stage Saint Realm experts. Therefore, Ye Chen successfully withstanding the Void Prince's assault signifies that his defense has reached an extraordinary level. Next, it was time to test the might of the sword arts. The Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Qi. With a flourish, Ye Chen grasped the 10 Saint Blood Sword, and a rich yellow sword aura manifested upon it. Enhanced by the essence of the Xianhuang, the God-Slaying Sword Qi's power surged, further amplified by Ye Chen's Tao strength, resulting in a formidable increase in potency. From behind Ye Chen, the silhouette of a sword emperor wielding a long sword emerged. The human emperor's gaze was a terrifying blend of red and blue, exuding an aura of dread. Sword 9. The silver long sword in the Void Prince's hand emanated a terrifying sword intent, accompanied by an intricate set of sword laws in motion. Boom. The Xianhuang God-Slaying Sword Qi clashed with the Void Prince's sword 9 amidst the void. Both figures were forced to retreat, resulting in a stalemate between Ye Chen and the Void Prince with this clash. Chapter 139. Saint Blood Goo Worm. Though the clash ended in a draw, the Void Prince refrained from unleashing his ultimate realm. This indicates that Ye Chen's combat prowess still lagged significantly behind that of the Void Prince. Nevertheless, it is essential to note that Ye Chen currently resides in the Martial Emperor realm. Should he elevate his strength to the Martial Sovereign realm, it is conceivable that the Void Prince may no longer stand as his equal. At present, Ye Chen has developed a clear understanding of his own combat prowess. He is now capable of vanquishing early-stage Sacred Realm warriors and can contend with those at the mid-stage. However, when it comes to late-stage Sacred Realm experts, Ye Chen finds himself unable to rival them. For now, he can only tenuously rely on the Ninely Heavenly Sun art and the mysterious Water Supreme diagram to preserve his life. Although his strength is ascending, the progress is somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, he must first attend to urgent matters. Ye Chen's figure flickers and vanishes within the confines of the small universe. In the Azure Dragon Void, at the Sacred Dragon's lair, a colossal dragon-shaped nest sprawls across the mountainside, extending for thousands of miles. Surrounding the lair, wisps of sacred energy emanate, creating an ethereal ambience. Within the Sacred Dragon's nest lies the immense corpse of a sacred dragon, exuding an aura of boundless sanctity. This location represents the innermost sanctum of the Azure Dragon Void, the most enigmatic site, the Sacred Dragon's lair. Originally, this place was expected to host dozens of human semi-saint warriors. However, now these semi-saint beings lie lifeless, sprawled in pools of their own blood. Some have met with gruesome fates, their bodies dismembered by extreme methods, while others bear the marks of their heads being crushed inward. Suspended above the dragon bones within the lair are the severed heads of semi-saint humans, preserved with a flicker of vitality. In the Kunlun realm, once martial artists reach the semi-saint level or above, they acquire an almost indestructible physique. Even if their heads are severed, they can survive for an extended period, unless their consciousness is obliterated at the moment of decapitation. Why do you not kill us? The semi-saint warriors hanging from the dragon bones are filled with an incandescent rage. These individuals were once among the pinnacle of human warriors, revered wherever they went. Now, they have been rendered helpless by the undead blood race, their bodies severed and displayed like trophies. This humiliation surpasses death itself. To slay you would be too merciful. The undead blood race leader scoffs. You human saints are so arrogant, are you not? I intend to torment you, so you may grasp who truly reigns supreme in this realm. Furthermore, I shall demonstrate to all the powerful beings of the Eastern Domain that you human warriors are not but mere dogs before the might of my undead blood race. Above the sacred dragon's lair sprawls a sea of blood, where over 100 undead blood race warriors stand. Each of these beings possesses strength at the semi-saint level, exuding an aura comparable to that of early-stage sacred realm warriors. Among them are 10 who stand at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, their power akin to mid-stage sacred realm experts. One undead blood race warrior, adorned with golden wings, gazes coldly at the floating heads of the human warriors, gripping 3 golden chains, sacred locks, within his hands. At the end of the 3 sacred chains, 3 illustrious holy maidens are bound. Originally, these noble maidens, exceptional talents among countless others, are now ensnared by the 3 sacred chains, appearing akin to true hounds. If you dare kill us, cried Ye Chen, the maiden of the Jiuli sacred land, her voice piercing and sharp, as she bit down hard, blood seeping from her lips. From childhood to adulthood, she had been revered like a celestial being, the foremost beauty among the 10 maidens of the sacred lands. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Zhao Shirua, the maiden of the Tai sacred land, and Ye Chen, the maiden of the Jiuxiu sacred land, also exhibited a glimmer of profound dignity in their eyes. Yet, unlike Ye Chen's hysterics, the 2 maidens maintained a semblance of composure. Crack! A whip infused with sacred energy struck Ye Chen brutally. Her holy body was lacerated, skin torn, and flesh exposed. Humph! You are the maidens of the 3 great sacred lands. The moment you fell into the hands of my undying blood clan, it was already decreed that you would suffer a fate worse than death. The undying blood clan warrior, adorned with golden wings, exuded an aura of chilling disdain. Before the eyes of outsiders, you are maidens. Before me, you are but a dog. If you are a dog, then you must possess the awareness of a dog. I refuse to submit. Ye Chen's martial body began to heal at a visible pace, even as she bit down hard, a pool of blood gathering in her mouth. Throughout her life, she had never faced such defeat. She had always dictated the fates of others, always stood above all. When had she ever been reduced to a humble prisoner? Crack! Another lash struck Ye Chen's holy body. This blow shattered her arm, fracturing several of her sacred bones. That strike obliterated every shred of pride within her. The title of Holy Maiden, the so-called superiority, all became illusions in the absence of Jiuli's sacred land's protection. Even if you are a demigod in this vast world, you are but a mere mortal. The undying blood clan warrior's eyes glinted with sharpness as he held a blood-colored goo worm in his hand, directly injecting it into Ye Chen's sacred core. What are you doing? Shock flickered across Ye Chen's face, soon followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through her entire being. She could distinctly feel the blood-colored goo worm gradually devouring her sacred core, usurping its position. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend for you to become the vessel for my undying blood clan. The warrior with golden wings chuckled coldly. Once this goo worm replaces your dantian, it will evolve into a holy insect. The bloodline within your sacred body will be gradually drained by the holy insect, transforming you into nourishment for my undying blood clan. Kill me. Ye Chen's heart-wrenching wails echoed. This holy blood goo worm will not kill you outright. It will slowly siphon your sacred blood, and you will witness your own vitality fade, your visage becoming withered. Then, this holy one shall not allow you to perish, but will instead nourish your vital essence with other spiritual entities. When your internal vitality is restored, the holy insect will once again drain your essence, providing sustenance for the powerful of my immortal blood clan. The powerful figure of the immortal blood clan, adorned with a pair of golden wings, cast a disdainful gaze upon Ye Chen, emanating a chilling, malevolent laughter. No, spare me. I am willing to submit. Ye Chen's mental state shattered completely. As the foremost beauty among the 10 of the Holy Land, the destruction of her visage was a torment more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 140. Soul Power Cultivators. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's submission, a wave of humiliation surged within the hearts of the human warriors. Your Highness, the Saintess, do not. Your Highness, you represent the Jiuli Holy Land. If you yield, what face will remain for us? Indeed, Your Highness, even in death, you must not bow to the immortal blood clan. Within the lair of the Holy Dragon, not only were there dozens of semi-holy realm experts, but also hundreds of martial Emperor realm warriors. Among them, some semi-holy and martial Emperor realm experts had not been crushed by the immortal blood clan, but were instead retained. A group of martial Emperor realm experts from the Jiuli Holy Land, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, began to voice their objections. However, this holy maiden does not wish to become a furnace. Li Yingxuan's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, her body slowly bending. Saintess, no? All the experts from Jioli Holy Land were filled with fury at that moment. With Li Yingxuan's kneeling, the pride of Jioli Holy Land was shattered. The faith of many was shaken. Jioli Holy Land represented a belief for countless individuals, yet Li Yingxuan's actions caused that belief to collapse. At that moment, the resolve of all was rendered unstable. Crack. Ultimately, Li Yingxian knelt, her knees crushed beneath the weight of the immense holy lock. Indeed, it is good to understand submission. I, this Holy One, favor women who know how to bow. Follow me, Prince Laocheng, and you shall never be wronged. This immortal blood clan expert, Prince Laocheng of the Qitian tribe, stood at the peak of the semi-holy realm, yet his true strength was comparable to that of a mid-holy realm expert. It was precisely for this reason that the semi-holy realm experts among the humans were directly suppressed. Do you two submit? Laocheng's gaze fell upon Zhao Shiru and Lu Yuqin. The former was the saintess of the Tai Holy Land, while the latter was the saintess of the Jiuxiao Holy Land. We choose to submit. Zhao Shiru and Lu Yuqin exchanged glances before nodding towards Laocheng. Though the two women temporarily acquiesced, a fleeting glimmer of resolve flashed in their eyes. Your Highness, the saintess, do not submit. We from the Jiuxiu Holy Land shall never bow to the immortal blood clan, even at the cost of everything. We from the Tai Holy Land are all willing to follow the saintess into death. In that moment, all present regarded death with indifference. There is no need for further discussion. Lady Laocheng is one of the princes of the Qingtian tribe, and I, the Holy Maiden, am submissive to him. In the future, I shall undoubtedly become a princess, holding a position that rivals that of the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Land. Zhao Shiruo, the Holy Maiden of Tai Sacred Land, laughed charmingly as she nestled her arm around Laocheng's, displaying an expression of flattery. Zhao Shiruo, do you realize that by making this choice, you shall become my mortal enemy? The disciples of Tai Sacred Land, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of bloodlust, each harboring a deep-seated animosity. And so what? I, Zhao Shiruo, only know that preserving my own life is the wisest choice. After all, I am but a woman. After speaking, Zhao Shiruo affectionately rubbed against Laocheng's arm. Beside her, Lu Yuqin nodded in agreement, leaning against Laocheng's embrace and remarked, with the prince as our backing, we shall surely reign supreme in the eastern domain. What an outrageous statement, Lu Yuqin. You have utterly tarnished the reputation of Jiuxiao Sacred Land. Rest assured, you shall be expelled from our ranks. The members of Jiuxiao Sacred Land seethed with indignation, each casting a murderous glare at Lu Yuqin. Just as everyone believed that the two women had truly submitted, a powerful aura of soul energy began to emanate from them. The holy lock may bind a person's sacred energy, bloodline power, and mental faculties, yet its restriction on the soul is minimal. It cannot truly contain the strength of the soul. At that moment, both Lu Yuqin and Zhao Shiruo chose to self-destruct their souls. All their soul energy surged towards Laocheng. Damn it! How dare you two wretched women self-destruct your souls? Laocheng finally reacted, unleashing a wave of blood mist. But his response was a moment too late, as both women were too close. Their soul energy penetrated Laocheng's physical form, invading his very essence. A wave of excruciating pain erupted within his soul, nearly shattering it. Boom! A torrent of powerful sacred energy erupted from the blood mist Laocheng had conjured, cascading over the two women. In that instant, both Lu Yuqin and Zhao Shiruo experienced the explosion of their sacred bodies, their souls disintegrating into fragments. Had it not been for my soul protective treasure, I would have perished at the hands of these two women. Before Laocheng, darkness enveloped him. After the soul attack, he found himself blinded. Above his soul barrier floated a pitch-black orb, upon which fine cracks began to emerge. These two wretched women are actually soul cultivators. It is known that soul cultivators are 1,000 times rarer than mental cultivators. Yet it is astonishing that the holy maidens of two sacred lands are indeed soul cultivators. Prince Laocheng inhaled deeply, subsequently producing a pill designed to heal soul injuries. Just as he prepared to place the pill in his mouth, a 7-foot-long sword, shimmering with a blood-red luster, suddenly emerged from the void and struck toward his arm. Laocheng felt a chill in his arm, and in an instant, he lost control of his entire hand. The next moment, figures clad in black scales appeared within the ranks of the Undying Blood Clan. With each emergence of these armored beings, a mist of blood enveloped the air. Blood-red swords pierced the vital points of the Undying Blood Clan warriors. And as they attempted to retaliate, they were horrified to discover that the scaled figures had vanished into thin air. One sword for each semi-holy realm warrior. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all Undying Blood Clan warriors changed dramatically. They were aware that within the Azure Dragon Void realm, their clan's warriors were considered invincible. Yet now, they were being eliminated instantaneously? The sight was utterly surreal. As the Undying Blood Clan warriors stood in shock, 9 youthful figures donned in black scales materialized in the void. Subsequently, 9 blood-red spears appeared in their hands. Above these spears flowed the powers of 10 saints. The combined might of the 10 saint blood spears was unleashed at that moment upon the Undying Blood Clan warriors. Chapter 141. Slaughtering 50 semi-holy warriors. Over 100 semi-holy warriors of the Undying Blood Clan were caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught. They hastily employed defensive measures to withstand the assault of the 10 saint blood spears. The air erupted with violent explosions. Dozens of semi-holy warriors from the Undying Blood Clan were sent flying by the force of the spears. The overwhelming might of the spear technique subsequently decimated several more semi-holy warriors. The remaining Undying Blood Clan fighters were left grievously wounded, with streams of sacred blood cascading through the void. At that moment, a bottle of pure emerald green materialized in the air. A powerful attraction emanated from within the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle, enveloping all the sacred blood. The Undying Blood Clan warriors, transformed into blood mist, struggled in vain against the bottle's force, finding themselves utterly unable to escape its grasp. The swirling blood mist was drawn into the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle. This was the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle. Upon witnessing its appearance, the faces of all Undying Blood Clan warriors soured. The 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle was their nemesis. Once a member of the Undying Blood Clan was turned into blood mist under the assault of human warriors, escape from the bottle's power became nearly impossible. In ancient times, a deity of the Undying Blood Clan was even refined by this very bottle, instilling an instinctive fear of it within the hearts of all Undying Blood Clan individuals, who, indeed, could wield the 8 Desolation Refining God Bottle. All the Immortal Blood Clan members turned their gazes towards the horizon. Under their watchful eyes, a young man riding a motorcycle and wielding a green dragon crescent blade charged towards the formidable warriors of the Immortal Blood Clan. It was evident that the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle was under his control. He was merely a peak martial emperor. Eliminating him would allow them to seize the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. After consuming a healing elixir, Luo Cheng had regained a significant portion of his soul power. His eyes, now clear, were fixed on Ye Chen. Riding the wild motorcycle and brandishing the green dragon crescent blade, Ye Chen emanated an aura of formidable energy. However, Luo Cheng, being a martial emperor, did not regard him as a threat. Boom. In the next moment, the motorcycle surged forward, penetrating the ranks of the Immortal Blood Clan. 10 semi-holy warriors were unable to evade in time and were struck by the motorcycle, sent flying through the air. Moments later, their bodies exploded, transforming into a mist of crimson blood. Additionally, dozens of Immortal Blood Clan warriors fell victim to the blade of the green dragon crescent blade. As a sacred grade weapon, combined with Ye Chen's understanding of the Tao, its might was insurmountable. Once again, over a dozen semi-holy warriors of the Immortal Blood Clan were cleaved into pieces by the green dragon crescent blade. The power of the 8 Desolations Refining God spread at that moment, enveloping the blood mist in the void. Simultaneously, those Immortal Blood Clan members severed by Ye Chen's blade were encompassed by the might of the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. In an instant, all the Immortal Blood Clan members were drawn into the interior of the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. Boom, boom, boom. Before anyone could react, the motorcycle executed a complete 360-degree drift. From its rear, 8 cylinders erupted with a violent surge of holy energy, sweeping towards the numerous Immortal Blood Clan warriors. Once again, several more were crushed under the motorcycle, dissolving into a swirling mist of blood, dissipating in the void. In but a single breath, Ye Chen had decimated nearly half of the semi-holy warriors of the Immortal Blood Clan. At that moment, all the semi-holy warriors became energy for the 8 Desolations Refining God Bottle. Audacious! You dare to slay 50 of my Immortal Blood Clan's semi-holy warriors. Luo Cheng's eyes nearly blazed with fury, an overwhelming hatred swelling within him. In his hand, he held a circular grinding disc, imbued with an extraordinarily powerful aura of the sacred Tao. At that moment, Luo Cheng hurled the disc forward, unleashing a formidable sacred Tao rule that distorted the space of the green dragon void, creating numerous minute fissures in the air. Swish! A crimson sword light flickered beside Ye Chen. The sword of slaughter, imbued with terrifying murderous intent, streaked forth from his side. A sword light stretching thousands of meters surged with the essence of slaughter. Puff! The sword of slaughter pierced the center of the grinding disc, powerful and destructive energy rippling above it. In but an instant of contact, the grinding disc shattered under the force of the sword of slaughter, breaking into several fragments. As the sword of slaughter made contact with the grinding wheel, the surrounding space fractured violently, unleashing a torrent of spatial rifts. These rifts surged forth at an astonishing speed, engulfing the bodies of the undead blood clan's formidable warriors. Once again, a dozen or more semi-saint level fighters from the undead blood clan were annihilated by the spatial rifts. Even those at the great saint level could not withstand such forces, let alone beings at the semi-saint level. These martial artists possessed no strength to contend with the onslaught of the spatial rifts. With a swift motion, the sword of slaughter spun, radiating a mesmerizing interplay of crimson and golden hues. Countless rules of the sacred path intertwined above the sword, slicing toward the body of Ye Chen. Although this individual was merely at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of a saint. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's display of strength, Ye Chen's expression turned grave, and he dared not harbor any contempt. Suddenly, amidst the void, a blood-red cross war spear materialized, adorned with intricate crimson patterns that shimmered into existence. The moment these patterns emerged, the spear seemed to be activated by a mysterious energy, conjuring ethereal images of saints. 1, 2, 3, 20 saintly phantoms appeared within the void. With a flourish, Ye Chen swung the cross war spear toward Ye Chen's sword of slaughter, unleashing its full might under his immense power. A thunderous roar erupted in the void, as the space of the Azure Dragon illusory realm shattered once more. Within a radius of hundreds of meters around Ye Chen and Ye Chen, the fabric of space disintegrated, and countless rifts spread forth, tearing everything asunder. Subsequently, a tempest of sword energy, intent, and the power of the blood-red cross war spear surged outward. The ground beneath them fractured violently, leaving a 3,000-meter-long scar that cleaved the earth, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. An overwhelming sword intent swirled within this ravine, ceaselessly echoing. On the other side, the cross-war spear bore layers of fissures, with all its inscriptions severed beneath Ye Chen's strike. Every rule of the sacred path shattered beneath the onslaught of the sword of slaughter. The cross-war spear in Ye Chen's grasp fluttered in the wind before snapping in two. A single strike had cleaved a saint-level weapon. Witnessing this scene, both Ye Chen and the undead blood clan warriors stood in stunned silence. It was known that such weapons were of the saint level. Even some at the saint king level could not so easily rend a saint level weapon asunder, let alone one enhanced by various path principles and inscriptions. Was the disparity between Ye Chen and me truly so vast? Why, as a fellow youth, do I find myself inferior to him? Above the dragon bone, Ye Chen observed the unfolding events, finally coming to understand the profound difference between himself and Ye Chen. Chapter 142, One Sword, 100 Saints Annihilated. Initially, Ye Chen believed that Ye Chen's prowess was merely a result of the protection bestowed upon him by the Empress of Yaoqi, and that he had gained some of her strength to contend with the formidable martial emperors of the sacred lands. He thought that even the audience granted by the Sword Saint of Julie was due to the Empress's influence rather than Ye Chen's own exceptional capabilities. However, Ye Chen has now come to a profound realization. Ye Chen's martial potential is astonishingly formidable. With the peak strength of a martial emperor, he can vanquish a half-saint in an instant. Such an achievement is seldom seen in the annals of Julie's sacred land's history. As Ye Chen forcefully surged forth, the question lingered, could we escape our plight? All eyes of Julie's sacred land were fixed upon Ye Chen, filled with immense anticipation. Let us unite and subdue this child, commanded Lao Chang, clutching his chest. The recent battle had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Ye Chen's strike not only severed his sacred tier weapon, but nearly tore apart his martial physique. At this moment, Lao Chang issued orders to the 10 half-saint powerful beings beside him. These half-saints were his elite forces, each wielding a 10 blood sacred sword. It is crucial to note that the 10 blood sacred swords are imbued with the sacred souls of 10 saints, capable of unleashing the power of 10 saints. Together, they possess the strength of 100 saints. Regardless of how terrifying Ye Chen's might may be, he could not withstand the force of 100 saints. With a rustling sound akin to flowing water, 10 half-saints brandishing the 10 blood sacred swords surged forth from the ranks of the immortal blood clan. In their hands, the power of the 10 blood sacred swords was driven to its zenith. Subsequently, 100 ethereal figures of saints emerged from the void, bearing down upon Ye Chen. In this moment, Ye Chen did not retreat. This scene was witnessed by numerous powerful figures from the sacred lands, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited within their hearts. Could a peak martial emperor truly contend against 100 saints? It was utterly inconceivable. Just as despair enveloped everyone's hearts, an overwhelming sound of Buddhist resonance emanated from the horizon. Divine and sacred images of Buddha materialized in the void, radiating a pure and holy light that cascaded upon Ye Chen. Following the enhancement from the Buddha Emperor's relic, Ye Chen's strength surged to several hundred times its original might. Then, he shattered a 3-fraction sacred image talisman. The Buddha Emperor's relic and the talisman elevated Ye Chen's power to a level comparable to that of a saintly existence. In that moment, The sword of slaughter in his hand emanated a dazzling red and yellow radiance, slicing through the 100 ethereal figures of saints in the void. With a single strike, the 100 saintly apparitions were torn asunder. All vanished into nothingness, obliterated by the sword's might. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in fervor. All disciples of the sacred lands turned their gazes toward Ye Chen, their eyes brimming with a unique reverence, akin to mere mortals gazing upon a deity. With the strength of one, Ye Chen challenged 100 saints, and he succeeded. Such a remarkable achievement is indeed exceedingly rare, even among the legends of the divine ranking. It can be asserted that throughout history, no more than 10 individuals from the 9 sacred land have attained such a feat with unwavering momentum. The sword of slaughter surged forth, targeting the 10 formidable undead blood clan warriors. Each of these warriors was adorned with blood-red armor, manifesting the presence of 10 holy blood armors. At this moment, the full power of the holy blood armors was unleashed, conjuring hundreds of saintly phantoms in the void to counter the advance of Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. Although these phantoms were formidable, they could not withstand the razor-sharp edge of the sword of slaughter, and in an instant, they were shattered. Several of the holy blood armors were cleaved into fragments by Ye Chen's weapon. The bodies of a few undead blood clan warriors erupted, their life essence drawn away by the might of the sword of slaughter. From the battle array, the voice of Lao Cheng rang out. As a surge of crimson runes emanated from his being, powerful energies coursing forth. In that moment, the strength of all undead blood clan warriors intertwined harmoniously. With a flourish, the undead blood clan warriors retrieved the 10 holy blood swords from the ground, summoning the might of these weapons once more. The 100 saintly phantoms reformed in the void. The Xianwang Divine Slayer Sword Qi. From a commanding height, Ye Chen elevated the sword of slaughter, emanating a dazzling red and yellow glow. In this instant, he unleashed the full potential of the Xianwang Divine Slayer Sword Qi. Both the intent of slaughter and the sword Qi melded seamlessly, striking with an overwhelming force against the multitude of undead blood clan warriors. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Once again, 100 saintly phantoms materialized before the semi-saint warriors. Yet, akin to before, these phantoms were torn asunder the moment they encountered the immense sword intent. In a heartbeat, the formidable sword intent obliterated the 100 phantoms. One stroke, and 100 saints were vanquished. This single strike shattered the entirety of the undead blood clan warriors' powers. The boundless sea of blood in the sky disintegrated at this moment, annihilated by Ye Chen's sword Qi. Subsequently, the combined might of all undead blood clan warriors collided with the sword of slaughter. Thunderous booms echoed as every undead blood clan warrior was sent flying by this strike. Their bodies thrust into the earth of the Qinglong Void Realm. A deep crater, several hundred meters in depth, appeared upon the ground. Streams of underground rivers, mixed with the blood of the undead blood clan, surged forth. Whether it was the Buddha Emperor's relics or the 3-part holy elephant talisman, both swiftly augmented Ye Chen's command over the laws, rendering his assault utterly terrifying. Although the 10 holy blood swords could amplify his attack power, they lacked the sanctified law's enhancement, allowing Ye Chen to contend with all semi-saint undead blood clan warriors. The might of this strike had already slain several undead blood clan warriors on the spot, while the remaining ones suffered grievous injuries. Could this youth truly be so defiant against heaven? Lao Cheng's countenance was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that among the formidable beings of the human race, there existed one such as Ye Chen. It is worth noting that the plans of the Undying Blood Clan had been meticulously devised. Prior to their operation, they had thoroughly investigated all the powerful entities within the Eastern Domain, discerning who would enter the Azure Dragon Void Realm and who would not. The Undying Blood Clan was well aware of this. He had not foreseen the emergence of a character like Ye Chen, who would disrupt their course. Withdraw all forces from the Holy Dragon Nest. Lao Cheng's voice resonated with a blend of unwillingness and fury as he unleashed a series of sacred talismans towards Ye Chen. Chapter 143. Becoming the Cauldron. At that moment, every Undying Blood Clan warrior was infused with a sense of reluctance. Yet they were acutely aware that the endeavor within the Azure Dragon Void Realm had been irrevocably thwarted by Ye Chen's arrival, which had thrown their plans into disarray. The Undying Blood Clan had no further need to squander their resources within the Azure Dragon Void Realm. Retreat. Upon hearing Lao Cheng's command, the warriors of the Undying Blood Clan voiced their dissatisfaction before hastily making their way deeper into the Azure Dragon Void Realm. Trying to flee? Have you consulted my opinion? Ye Chen scoffed coldly. Following his mental directive, figures concealed in the shadows surged forth, just as the warriors of the Undying Blood Clan began their retreat. Silhouettes clad in black scales burst forth from the void, their blades striking mercilessly. All but Lao Cheng among the semi-saint realm warriors met their demise at the edge of a single sword. In that instant, The warriors of the Undying Blood clan were enveloped by the power of the 8 Desolations God-refining vase, subsequently drawn into its interior. With a swift motion, the slaughtering sword in Ye Chen's grasp pierced through, striking Lao Cheng's dantian and pinning him against a dragon bone thousands of meters away. Lao Cheng's body gradually withered away. Just as he believed his end was nigh, the slaughtering sword withdrew from his form. An ethereal holy lock materialized, securing Lao Cheng's body tightly. The scant holy energy and bloodline strength within him were forcefully suppressed by the holy lock. A prince, and a descendant of another prince. At this moment, Ye Chen had gained control over the royal bloodlines of 2 members of the Undying Blood clan. Why do you not slay me? Lao Cheng's voice was laced with bitterness and hatred. To kill you would be too merciful, Ye Chen replied, his gaze icy. Since you, as a stronghold of the Undying Blood clan, could turn my kin into a cauldron, why should I not return the favor and transform you into a cauldron? A sense of detachment flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as he extracted the parasitic insect from Li Yingxian's body. A formidable surge of mental energy erupted from Ye Chen's consciousness, enveloping the insect. Soon, the spiritual imprint upon the insect was obliterated, replaced by one belonging to Ye Chen. How dare you reduce a noble Undying Blood clan prince like me to a mere cauldron? Lao Cheng's expression was a mix of fury, shock, and disbelief. The sacred blood goo insect is a creation of the Undying Blood clan, a being so fearsome that only those of this clan comprehend its true horror. In this moment, regardless of how much Luo Cheng struggles, his efforts are in vain. Within his Dantian's Qi Si, the sacred blood goo insect has devoured the remnants of his Dantian completely and has now taken residence within his sacred body. Crack! The whip in Ye Chen's hand struck Luo Cheng's face with a resounding blow. At that instant, Luo Cheng's visage was left marred and grotesque. His facial bones twisted in agony. Nobility? In this world, the concept of nobility has never truly existed. What the Undying Blood clan perceives as nobility is merely a figment of their imagination. Among the myriad realms, there are countless races capable of annihilating the Undying Blood clan, as well as many that can force them into submission. What right does the Undying Blood clan have to speak of nobility? Ye Chen regarded Luo Cheng from an elevated stance, looking down upon him. A wave of dizziness overcame Luo Cheng. Was not everything unfolding before him merely a reflection of his recent declarations before the disciples of the great sacred lands? How could it all turn against him so swiftly? Was the pride harbored by the Undying Blood clan truly nothing more than an illusion? I refuse to accept this. A furious roar erupted from Luo Cheng's lips. He was, after all, a prince of the Undying Blood clan, a member of the Qing Tian tribe. He had encountered no rivals among his peers in the Undying Blood clan or among the human race beneath the sacred realm. Yet now he was being dominated by a human warrior at the martial emperor level. Swish! Ye Chen moved forward, delivering a resounding slap to Luo Cheng's face, shattering his facial bones. Unwilling to accept this fate? You are now a captive. What can your discontent achieve? As a prisoner of the human race's might. Your suffering is inevitable, and I shall not grant you the opportunity to self-destruct your soul or mental energy. Ye Chen's finger pointed decisively at Luo Cheng's brow. In that moment, Luo Cheng's spiritual imprint was irreversibly erased, and Ye Chen became his master. The once proud prince of the Qing Tian tribe was now reduced to a mere tool devoid of autonomy. Having lost his independent will, he could only obey commands, destined to serve as a furnace. Unless Ye Chen were to perish, this bond would remain unbroken. Swish! The sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp surged forth. Unleashing a 1,000-meter-long stream of yellow sword energy, the Xian Huang Divine Slaying Sword Qi. This formidable energy instantaneously severed all the ropes binding the dragon bones, causing several heads, flowing with sacred blood, to tumble from the void. With a flourish of his hand, Ye Chen lifted the heads of several semi-holy realm warriors, suspending them in the air. Among them was Yu Chanxing, the saint son of the Ninely Sacred Land, alongside formidable figures from the Yunluo Merchant Association and other factions. With a flurry, green-hued pills materialized from Ye Chen's hand, soaring toward the heads of the semi-holy realm warriors. In the realm of the Azure Dragon, Ye Chen vanquished countless semi-saint level warriors, plundering a myriad of spirit stones and sacred pills from their remains. Several sacred pills, under Ye Chen's meticulous control, were accurately administered to each of the semi-saint warriors. Thank you, young friend. Your life-saving grace today will surely be repaid in kind. As for the Jiuli Holy Land, your kindness shall be returned 100-fold. Expressed the semi-saint warriors in unison. Subsequently, as the sacred pills entered their mouths, they transformed into a surge of vital energy, spreading throughout their beings. Beneath their throats, new physical forms began to manifest. In less than 5 minutes, several semi-saint warriors had reconstituted their bodies. Although these newly formed bodies were no longer of the semi-saint caliber, they emanated a formidable aura, and with time for cultivation and recovery, they would undoubtedly regain their semi-saint forms. Ye Chen, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. This favor will be etched in my heart, said Ye Changsheng, who, after consuming the sacred pill provided by Ye Chen and restoring his form, approached to express his thanks. No need for such gratitude. It would be wiser for you to contemplate how to explain this matter to the Holy Master and the Sword Saint upon your return to the Holy Land. Ye Chen replied, casting a cold glance at Ye Changsheng. Were it not for Ye Changsheng's status as the Holy Son of the Holy Land, Ye Chen would not have intervened. Chapter 144. The semi-divine physique above the sacred dragon nest. An immense surge of draconic energy erupted forth. After 3 days, all seals within the sacred dragon nest had finally dissipated. The reason the undead bloodline warriors and the human semi-saint warriors had not immediately entered the nest was due to the formidable seals that once guarded it. Now that these seals had vanished, all began to rush towards the sacred dragon nest, with Ye Chen being among the first to enter. The sacred dragon nest is an enormous dragon-shaped cavern, spanning tens of thousands of miles, nestled within a mountainside. Surrounding the dragon's lair, ethereal sacred energy wafted through the air. A colossal dragon corpse, measuring thousands of miles, coiled within the sacred dragon nest, radiating boundless sacred might. Above the rocky walls, various smaller dragon nests were visible, creating a striking spectacle. Numerous semi-saint and martial emperor-level warriors surged towards these smaller nests, while Ye Chen, riding a wild motorcycle, headed straight for the central dragon nest, where a massive dragon corpse lay in repose. Though the Azure Dragon realm is considered a lower-tier dimension, this dragon corpse, stretching thousands of miles, signifies the presence of a great saint. Thus, it can be inferred that the most formidable being in the Azure Dragon realm must be a great saint of the dragon lineage. However, given the realm's status as a lower-tier dimension, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has become exceedingly sparse, preventing even Saint King-level warriors from emerging. Clearly, the sacred dragon nest within the Azure Dragon realm must have coalesced from the primordial chaos at the inception of this dimension. The great sage attained his qualifications through the absorption of chaotic energy at the dawn of creation. Ye Chen's figure stood before the colossal dragon carcass, its head alone resembling a great mountain looming before him. In the presence of the dragon's remains, Ye Chen appeared insignificantly small. Human, you are not worthy of receiving this emperor's legacy. As Ye Chen surveyed the dragon carcass, a humanoid shadow, radiating a brilliant golden sheen, materialized before him. This ethereal figure was adorned with golden dragon scales, exuding an aura of sanctity, and crowned with 2 golden dragon horns reminiscent of the finest craftsmanship. A mere remnant of a soul dares to challenge me. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and he thrust his palm towards the void, conjuring 2 swirling vortexes of black and white energy that hurtled towards the golden apparition. Humph, I am the Dragon Emperor of the Azure Dragon virtual realm. How could scum like you presume to challenge me? To seek my legacy is but a futile dream. The Dragon Emperor's voice boomed, as the golden scales upon his body bristled upright, unleashing an overwhelming holy might that surged towards Ye Chen's 9-li divine demon palm. The clash of fierce combat erupted as Ye Chen engaged in battle with the Dragon Emperor's shadow. The ethereal figure of the Dragon Emperor was gradually forced to retreat, overwhelmed by Ye Chen's relentless assault. One by one, the golden scales fell from the Dragon Emperor, scattering into holy energy. How is this possible? I am the Dragon Emperor of the Azure Dragon virtual realm, the mightiest being in existence. How can you contend with me? The Dragon Emperor's voice echoed in disbelief, having sustained significant damage from Ye Chen's onslaught. Boom. In the next instant, Ye Chen's palm struck the Dragon Emperor's chest, rendering the figure momentarily indistinct. With a swift motion, Ye Chen summoned the Dragon Emperor's essence, which transformed into a stream of golden light and entered his mind. In that moment, a connection was forged between Ye Chen and the vast dragon carcass. The blood, scales, and marrow within the dragon's remains vividly materialized in Ye Chen's consciousness. Within the depths of the dragon's mind lay 7 dragon orbs, each symbolizing one of the 7 paths the Dragon Emperor had cultivated. However, compared to the chaotic 5 elements path, these 7 paths fell woefully short. It was precisely for this reason that the Dragon Emperor remained trapped at the first level of the Great Sage realm, unable to break through even after living for tens of thousands of years in the Azure Dragon virtual realm. Whoosh! Ye Chen vanished from his location, reappearing within the dragon's body. System, sign in. Ye Chen commanded. Host is located in the Holy Dragon Nest. Sign in level 8. Ding. As the host's cultivation level has reached the 9th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, today's sign-in count is 395 times. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Obtained 10 units of Holy Dragon Essence. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Obtained 10 units of Holy Dragon Marrow. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the third time, obtaining 10 units of Sacred Dragon Chi. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the fourth time, acquiring 10 units of Sacred Dragon Essence. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 393rd time, obtaining 10 units of Dragon Clan Sacred Jade. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 394th time, acquiring 10 units of Dragon Clan Sacred Jade. Ding. The host has successfully checked in for the 395th time, receiving the Dragon Emperor's Crown. Item: Dragon Emperor's Crown. Sacred Grade, a treasure of soul defense. A treasure of soul defense indeed. This artifact is exceedingly remarkable, particularly for Ye Chen, as it serves as a splendid boon. System: utilize all Sacred Dragon Essences. Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. The host has successfully used all Sacred Dragon Essences, elevating the Dragon Blood Battle Body to a half-step Divine Realm. Ding. The Ice Dragon Bloodline has ascended to a half-step Divine Realm. Ding. The Undying Bloodline has also risen to a half-step Divine Realm. A half-step Divine Realm signifies that one has one foot firmly planted on the threshold of divinity, representing a semi-divine body. With such a semi-divine body, Ye Chen now possesses sufficient qualifications to challenge a formidable opponent at the later stages of the Sacred Realm. It is crucial to understand that a divine body is an entirely different concept from a sacred body. It is an overwhelming existence that surpasses the latter. At that moment, the very heavens and earth of the Azure Dragon Void trembled. The ground shook, the seas boiled, and the sky cracked. Above the sacred dragon's lair, a colossal dragon-shaped phantom, spanning thousands of miles, emerged, radiating an unfathomable divine might. Where the dragon shadow descended, the void shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic spatial currents. Yet, these chaotic currents were restrained by the divine power emanating from the dragon shadow. All dragon beings within the Azure Dragon Void fell to their knees upon witnessing the divine dragon phantom in the void, trembling uncontrollably. An instinctual fear compelled them to prostrate themselves, leaving them bereft of the courage to raise their heads. What has transpired? This aura is reminiscent of a deity's descent. Could it be that an indigenous being within the Azure Dragon Void has attained divinity? The likelihood of an indigenous being achieving divinity seems slim. It must be a powerful individual from the Kunlun realm who has found fortuitous circumstances within this sacred dragon lair and successfully condensed a divine body. Who, then, has acquired such a remarkable opportunity to condense a divine body? All those present within the sacred dragon lair felt the energy of the divine body manifesting and hastened out from their respective dragon nests. However, just as they prepared to seek their target, the divine dragon phantom in the sky vanished. Chapter 145, the chaotic divine demon immortal body. The celestial phenomenon dissipated. Not due to Ye Chen's intention to conceal it, but rather because the chaos 5 elements divine tree within his small universe obscured much of the energy. After all, a semi-divine body transcends the sacred body. While some prodigious talents possess divine bodies in the Kunlun realm, such entities are exceedingly rare in the divine martial continent. It is precisely for this reason that if the news of Ye Chen possessing a divine body were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of countless individuals. One must understand that treasures such as divine bodies would even entice those of the great sacred realm. With the presence of the Celestial Empress by Ye Chen's side, it was inconceivable that all the powerful beings at the great sage level could be annihilated. After approximately a day's time, Ye Chen managed to stabilize the power of his divine body. Subsequently, he harnessed the strength of the Chaos 5 Elements divine tree to transport the dragon corpse back to the Zyokiankan world. Within this realm, a colossal dragon corpse loomed like a mountain before the eyes of all present. Here lay over 2,000 pieces of true dragon essence, along with a portion of sacred dragon chi, sufficient to significantly elevate your powers. Ye Chen distributed the true dragon essence and sacred dragon chi to Feng Qingling and the others. This is splendid. With this true dragon essence and sacred dragon chi, my battle body can ascend to the saint level. At that moment, the might of my flame dragon battle body and flame dragon bloodline will be greatly amplified. Moreover, the energy of the Tao contained within this dragon emperor's corpse will greatly aid my understanding of the Tao. Upon seeing the true dragon essence and sacred dragon chi presented by Ye Chen, Feng Qingling's eyes sparkled like stars. She embraced Ye Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Chen was taken aback. This was rather direct, was it not? Ye Chen, I shall leave my mark upon you first. Otherwise, there may not be another opportunity. Feng Qinling declared with generous spirit, turning away and departing from Ye Chen's sight. Soon after, Lin Qingman approached Ye Chen, catching him unawares as she left her own mark. This is exhilarating. I actually kissed Ye Chen, she exclaimed, unable to contain her laughter after turning away. Well then, I shall leave my mark as well. C2 Qinglan declared. her speed akin to lightning as she addressed Ye Chen before swiftly making her way toward the dragon corpse. The lingering fragrance of the three women enveloped Ye Chen. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly, akin to a whirlwind. The four heavenly kings observed the women's actions with envy, particularly as they witnessed their two cousins directly leaving their marks on Ye Chen, filling them with a sense of despair. It was known that these two cousins were their cherished goddesses. However, considering the fact that it was Ye Chen, their hearts found some solace, for after all, one would not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. Useless. All of them are utterly useless. Over 300 second tribulation powerhouses and dozens of third tribulation powerhouses from the Tai Holy Land, a number several times greater than the Jili Holy Land, have been completely annihilated? Not only that, but even those at the Martial Emperor and Martial Sovereign realms, and even half-saint level beings, have all lost their life force? Such elite forces could not even eliminate the disciples of the Jili Holy Land. Inside a golden hall of the Tai Holy Land, the expression of the holy master Li Maqian twisted in excessive anger. The gray-robed elder beside him was drenched in cold sweat, yet dared not utter a single word. These individuals are nearly all the elite of the Tai Holy Land, with these young geniuses slain in battle. It can be said that the Tai Holy Land will face a significant gap in the future, and for the next century, no Saint Realm powerhouses will emerge. If the Tai Holy Land cannot produce Saint Realm powerhouses, then the Jili Holy Land shall not rise either. Li Maqian's face twisted into a terrifying grimace as he made a decisive proclamation. Elder, gather all the powerhouses of the Tai Sacred Land at the Martial Emperor realm and above. I shall annihilate the Jili Sacred Land. His emotions had calmed somewhat. And he continued, furthermore, inform Gu Qianqing that the Tai Sacred Land is preparing to destroy the Jili Sacred Land and inquire whether he will join us. The subordinate will take care of it at once. The elder of Tai Sacred Land clasped his hands in respect towards Li Maqian before departing. Meanwhile, at the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, the Lord Gu Qianqing sat upon his throne in the main hall, meticulously carving a wooden puppet. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in a black robe, his demeanor heavy with suppressed emotions. Upon receiving the news of the deaths among the disciples of Jiuxiao Sacred Land, Gu Qianqing remained eerily calm, focused on his carving rather than displaying any rage. The elder understood Gu Qianqing's character well. The more furious he felt, the more composed he appeared. What news from Tai Sacred Land? After a prolonged silence, Gu Qianqing paused his carving and turned his gaze toward the elder, his eyes radiating an ominous intent. Though his voice was measured, the murderous aura he exuded was palpable, thickening the very air around them. The Tai Sacred Land was mobilizing all its powerhouses at the Martial Emperor realm and above. And the elite disciples currently out in the world were hastening back upon receiving the summons from the Lord of Tai Sacred Land. The elder glanced at Gu Qianqing and continued, in no more than 3 days, the forces of Tai Sacred Land will be fully assembled. And they will undoubtedly take action against Jili Sacred Land. Excellent. Summon the ancestor, and inform him that I am ready to execute my plan. He need only to intervene and restrain the Jili Sword Saint, Gu Qianqing instructed before turning to leave the grand hall, resuming his delicate carving. Time flew swiftly. System. Sign in. On the 7th day in the Qinglong Void, within the Little Qiankuan world, Ye Chen chose to sign in. Ding. Detection indicates the host is located in the Little Qiankuan world, which is of level 10. As the host's cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, today's sign-in count is 395 times. Ding. Host's first sign-in successful. Received 10 drops of 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. Host's second sign-in successful. Received 10 drops of 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. Host's third sign-in successful. Received 10 drops of 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. Host 394th sign-in successful. Received 10 drops of Chaos 5 elements Divine Dew. Ding. Host 395th sign-in successful. Received the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body. Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body. Divine Grade. With 4 days remaining, Ye Chen had signed in a total of 1580 times, accumulating only 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew each day. Just as he had begun to lose all hope, on the final day within the Qinglong Void, Ye Chen achieved the sign-in reward of the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body. With a flourish, 2 distinct auras emerged from within Ye Chen's martial physique. A formidable and terrifying demonic aura intertwines with an exceptionally sacred divine energy, both circulating within Ye Chen's martial physique, nourishing his limbs and bones. Ultimately, these two energies converge in Ye Chen's Dantian. Chapter 146. The Path of Gods and Demons as the two energies unite in Ye Chen's Dantian. The entire cosmos above falls into a profound stillness. The clouds, the creatures of the air and land, the sun, moon, and stars all freeze in this singular moment. To the left lies a realm of darkness, while to the right radiates an unparalleled brilliance of sanctity. In the shadowy expanse, phantoms of demonic deities descend. An army of malevolence manifesting as if they were truly materializing in the world, emanating an overwhelming pressure that permeates the surroundings. In the realm of the Azure Dragon, all beings submit, and space itself fractures. Conversely, in the luminous sky to the right, ethereal forms of divine beings appear, each suffused with an aura of profound sanctity. The world of the Azure Dragon is engulfed in a cycle of destruction and restoration. This phenomenon is not confined to the Azure Dragon realm, as the miniature universe also experiences the same tumult, were it not for the support of the chaotic five elements divine tree. The chaotic divine demonic immortal body alone would have already torn the miniature universe asunder. The moment the chaotic divine demonic immortal body takes shape, two rivers of the great path emerge in Ye Chen's consciousness, one representing the divine, the other the demonic. The shadows of these two paths, one black and one white, exude a mysterious, domineering energy and a sacred, pure essence, respectively. These ethereal images of the paths are more substantial than those of the five elements path. Waves of principles also begin to coalesce in Ye Chen's mind. Ding. Comprehending the path of gods and demons, internal principles. 10 ding. Comprehending the path of gods and demons. Internal principles. 10 ding. Comprehending the path of gods and demons, internal principles. 10 before long, the number of principles within Ye Chen doubles, exceeding 30,000. With the chaotic divine demonic immortal body and the embryonic form of the sacred elephant, one cannot help but wonder how formidable he would be if he were to unleash the 9-lead divine demonic palm. To be truthful, Ye Chen feels a sense of anticipation. During his time in the miniature universe, he has not been idle. Aside from the supreme diagram of mysterious water, he has perfected the other 3 divine skills to their utmost limits. Equipped with maximum level divine skills and the chaotic divine demonic immortal body, could he truly be invincible before the might of the sacred realm? To test this hypothesis, Ye Chen resolves to seek out the reflection of the Void Prince for practice. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen vanishes from his location and appears in the trial space. Swish. The figure of the Void Prince manifests within the miniature universe. Sword 9. As the shadow of the Void Prince takes shape, it swiftly lunges toward Ye Chen, wielding a silver longsword imbued with overwhelming sword intent and countless sacred rules. 9-lead divine demonic palm. Before Ye Chen, phantoms of divine demons materialize, while behind him stands an array of divine demon apparitions. The sword 9 of the Void Prince collides with Ye Chen's assault, rending the entire space beneath the shadows of the divine demons. Puff! The sword of the Void Prince, Jianjiu, was utterly shattered by Ye Chen. Subsequently, the power of the 9-lead divine demon palm descended without relent upon the Void Prince. The prince was completely obliterated by this force. With the combination of the 9-lead divine demon palm and the chaotic divine demon immortal body, the power had escalated exponentially. Even the Void Prince's Jianjiu could not withstand such might. The Void Prince himself was swiftly vanquished by Ye Chen. This indicated that with Ye Chen's current prowess, he could easily sweep through the majority of the Saint Realm experts. With a flourish, the figure of the Void Prince reappeared within the trial space. Above him, a void was manifested, the sacred image of nothingness. This image devoured all in its path and advanced towards Ye Chen. In response, Ye Chen unleashed another palm strike. The space before him solidified, and upon the clash between the sacred image of nothingness and Ye Chen's ethereal divine demon manifestation, the former shattered into fragments. Once again, the Void Prince faced defeat. Remarkably, Ye Chen had not even summoned the sacred image of divine demon yet had triumphed over the Void Prince. Indeed, the chaotic divine demon immortal body was truly formidable. Ye Chen felt quite satisfied with the outcome of the battle. His growth was astonishingly rapid. He had actually coalesced the chaotic divine demon immortal body. It is noteworthy that this body is among the pinnacle of divine physiques, even in the divine realm. Such a body is exceedingly rare, and Ye Chen's level of advancement eclipsed even that of reborn deities. The 9-leaf phoenix and the white emperor fox gazed at Ye Chen with astonished expressions. As Ye Chen traversed the realm of the small Qian Kuan, ethereal divine demon apparitions trailed behind him. Where these apparitions stood, the space shattered only to be restored. Upon arriving beside the 5 elements chaotic divine tree, Ye Chen discovered that the small Qian Kuan had ascended to level 10. In this upgraded realm, the flow of time was accelerated to a factor of 3001, meaning that a single day of cultivation within the small Qian Kuan equated to nearly a year in the outer world. During the remaining 4 days in the Azure Dragon virtual realm, those around Ye Chen were all cultivating within the small Qian Kuan, effectively training for 1,200 days. Coupled with the terrifying attributes of the trial space, their cultivation speed surged to 500 times. Each individual's strength underwent a qualitative leap. Among them, Feng Qingyang emerged as a Saint Realm powerhouse. Feng Qingling, and the other 4 heavenly kings ascended to the pinnacle of the half-saint realm. The White Emperor Fox and the 9-leaf Phoenix also attained saint realm status. Even the cultivation of the Ye Chen Empress experienced a significant enhancement, reaching the 3rd heaven of the great saint realm, with her internal Tao having multiplied manifold. This was the final day, and it was imperative to return to the Wanjie Tavern before the closure of the Azure Dragon virtual realm. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen departed from the small Chin Coin. Boom. The explosive power of the wild motorcycle left a trail of afterimages as it swiftly traversed thousands of miles through the void. After journeying for a while within the Azure Dragon virtual realm, Ye Chen halted at the Sea of Buried Bones. In the heart of the Sea of Buried Bones stands an obsidian dragon pillar, resembling the very center of the world, standing erect amidst the waters. This dragon pillar is exceptionally unique, yet it remains uncertain whether it can be transported back to the Kunlun realm. Previously, Ye Chen lacked the Chaos Divine Demon immortal body in the demigod bloodline, which prevented him from approaching the pillar closely. Now, endowed with sufficient strength, he harbors thoughts of the dragon pillar. With a flourish of his hand, ethereal manifestations of divine demons emerged from above the Sea of Buried Bones. These phantoms were a manifestation of Ye Chen's power. As numerous divine demon figures began to converge upon the dragon pillar, they reached out to make contact. Suddenly, as they neared the pillar, a radiant golden glow erupted from its dark expanse. This golden luminescence emanated a peculiar divine force, annihilating all approaching phantoms. Within the dragon pillar, there existed an enigmatic divine pattern. Upon witnessing the golden glow upon the pillar, Ye Chen's expression shifted slightly. It is known that divine patterns can only be inscribed on divine artifacts. Thus, the presence of such patterns on the dragon pillar indicates a connection to the divine. This implies that the dragon pillar was once a divine artifact, explaining why the holy dragon was directly subdued by it. If the divine demon phantoms proved ineffective, what of mental prowess? Contemplating this, Ye Chen released a portion of his mental energy and cautiously approached the dragon pillar. A powerful desolation force erupted from above the pillar as his mental energy drew near. Centered around the dragon pillar, everything within a radius of several hundred meters was rendered desolate. The surrounding seawater transformed into a vacuum, and the seabed's rocks were enveloped by a mysterious force, morphing into quicksand that vanished into the void. Surrounding the dragon pillar, a state of barrenness emerged, revealing the seabed of the Sea of Buried Bones. In that moment, Ye Chen swiftly retracted his mental energy, but he was a fraction too late. The overwhelming desolation force enveloped him, although he attempted to evade. Even employing the shattered star step, his arm was still ensnared by this desolation. Before his eyes, his entire right arm began to wither, as the desolation force coursed through it. This force was exceedingly tyrannical, spreading into Ye Chen's bloodline. Just as the desolation force was about to seep into his veins, a powerful sacred aura surged from his right arm, completely dispelling the desolation. Fortunately, the presence of the Chaos Divine Demon immortal body saved him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. Glancing at his arm, which was gradually regaining vitality and beginning to rejuvenate, Ye Chen felt a sense of relief. However, rather than fear, the desolation force emanating from the dragon pillar piqued his curiosity. If the dragon pillar could be subdued and transformed into my own warrior, coupled with the great sage battle body, I would undoubtedly be invincible in the future. With this thought, Ye Chen considered himself a masterful designer. The great sage within the illustrious realm should indeed be of his own design. System space, activate. Ye Chen commanded the system, deciding that since he could not temporarily control the dragon pillar, he would place it within the system space. With a swish, the space quivered, and in the next moment, the dragon pillar vanished from the Sea of Buried Bones. The waters of the Sea of Buried Bones began to flow anew at that instant. In the Jiuli sacred land, within the palace of the Holy Master, Yi Changxing and Li Yingxian knelt in the Grand Hall. On the throne, Yi Yinghao's expression was exceedingly grim, even shadowed by darkness. You two truly are the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of our Jiuli sacred land. One shattered a communication talisman, disregarding the undying blood clan. While Yu Yinghao's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Li Yingxian, his voice sharpened with severity, and the other willingly submits to the undying blood clan. Yu Yinghao's words were chilling. The elders in the hall regarded Yu Changxing and Li Yingxian with expressions of indifference. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden had both undergone rigorous assessments by the Elder Hall to become the leaders of the sacred land. Now the elders were experiencing the bitter taste of having struck their own faces. The slap was resounding, leaving them at a loss for where to hide their aging faces. Following the unanimous decision of the Elder Council, they decreed the expulsion of Li Yingxian from her position as Holy Maiden, casting her into the sacred land's dungeon for a decade. The Holy Son Yi Changxing, having crushed the communication talisman and disregarded the undying blood clan's might, would also be stripped of his title as Holy Son and imprisoned for 50 years. The Grand Elder Xiaodong presented the Elder Council's edict, reading the final judgment aloud. At this moment, the Holy Maiden's prospects were utterly ruined. Li Yingxian collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. If the news of her betrayal of the human race and submission to the undying blood clan spread, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Even if she were to emerge from the dungeon a decade later, she would be met with the scorn of millions. In the future, barring unforeseen circumstances, Li Yingxian would find it impossible to hold her head high again. After all, the holy maidens of the other two sacred lands could sacrifice their souls to perish alongside the undying blood clan, whereas she could not. All of this was a consequence of Ye Chen. Within the Elder Hall, hundreds gathered. All elite fighters who had personally battled the undying blood clan in the Azure Dragon Void realm. Surrounded by these esteemed individuals, Ye Chen sat at the head, appearing unfazed and tranquil. As she gazed at Ye Chen, Li Yingxuan's eyes brimmed with boundless hatred. Had it not been for Ye Chen's timely intervention, annihilating those of the undying blood clan, she would not have become an object of universal disdain. The disciples of the Jiuli sacred land, who once regarded her as a celestial being, now averted their gazes, particularly her senior brother Li Xiangang, whose fondness for her had vanished completely. After a unanimous decision made by the Council of Elders and the esteemed elites of the inner sect, the new Holy Son is designated as Ye Chen, while the new Holy Maiden is appointed as Feng Qingling. It is believed that these chosen ones will undoubtedly usher in a new era for the sacred land. The Grand Elder, Xiaodong, cast his gaze upon Ye Chen and Feng Qingling seated at the head of the assembly. With a Holy Son and Holy Maiden, our Jiuli sacred land is destined for glory. All eyes turned towards the principal seat, dressed in a pristine white robe. Ye Chen exuded an ethereal charm as he occupied the esteemed position among the many disciples. Flanking him were two individuals, Yi Linger and Feng Qingling, both adorned in exquisite floral gowns. The petite figure of Yi Linger, resembling a delicate sculpture, possessed a pair of deep, glistening eyes filled with enchantment. The embellishments of her floral dress only heightened her noble and spirited presence. Beside her, Feng Qingling, tall and graceful, boasted a complexion as flawless as white jade. With a stunning visage that could captivate any heart, her long legs subtly hinted at beneath her flowing gown. The beauty of the two women drew the attention of all present. The Holy Maiden and the little girl were remarkably enchanting, perhaps even rivaling the legendary Flower Fairy. Some even dared to assert that the Holy Maiden of our Jiuli sacred land surpassed the Flower Fairy tenfold. Why, one might wonder. Was the individual seated beside the Holy Maiden not oneself? Instantly, the two women captured the focus of the entire gathering. Each individual cast envious glances at Ye Chen, and a palpable sense of jealousy began to brew among some. Ye Chen, they all claim I surpassed the Flower Fairy tenfold. What do you think? Feng Qingling, in her floral gown, alluringly inquired, her interest piqued. Why bother concerning yourself with such matters? Ye Chen replied, taking a sip of his drink and offering her a serene smile. A man may remain indifferent, but as a woman, I must indeed ponder such things. In your heart, who do you find fairer, the Flower Fairy or me? Feng Qingling leaned closer, her large eyes searching Ye Chen's for a glimpse of his true thoughts. Yet, he remained inscrutable, his gaze as calm as a still pond. Feng Qingling soon realized that Ye Chen was not someone she could easily decipher. In my view, both you and the Flower Fairy possess unique merits. One has navigated the complexities of life and learned to balance pros and cons, while the other embodies the essence of true self. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen continued. That is merely a comparison of character, Feng Qingling responded. Recognizing that Ye Chen was deliberately evading her inquiry, fully aware of her intentions, yet withholding an answer. Yet, this very ambiguity only intensified her curiosity about how he perceived her in relation to the Flower Fairy. Who truly held the upper hand, she or the Flower Fairy? The question you wish to ask will be revealed to you in due time, though not at present, Ye Chen replied with a tranquil smile, shifting his attention to Yi Changsheng and Li Yingxian. Chapter 148, The Innate Demon Soul. Following this, Ye Chen approached Li Yingxian and Yi Changsheng under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Whether it be Li Yingxian or Yi Changsheng, their expressions shifted dramatically. Li Yingxian, with a frigid demeanor, remarked, Ye Chen, if you have come merely to mock me, there is no need. Impudent. How dare you speak to the Holy Son in such a manner? The Grand Elder, Xiaodong, approached Li Yingxian with a ruler in hand, his countenance filled with indignation. Li Yingxian, were it not for the Holy Son's timely intervention, you and Yi Changsheng would have long been subdued by the undying blood clan. Instead of expressing gratitude, you brazenly utter the Holy Son's name. Ying Hao, seated in the principal seat, appeared equally enraged. At this moment, he regretted having elevated Li Yingxian to the status of a saintess years ago. Li Yingxian, your blatant disrespect towards the Holy Sun warrants punishment according to the rules of the Jiuli sacred land. Upon hearing Li Yingxian invoke Ye Chen's name so freely, all disciples and elders of the sacred land were engulfed in fury. I, Li Yingxian, refuse to submit. Why must I be deemed a sinner for yielding to the Undying Blood Clan, while mere mortals are excused for doing the same? The fury that had simmered within her erupted at that instant. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Yi Yinghao, who was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that Li Yingxian would dare to speak thus, showing no sign of remorse. Beside her, Ye Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had intended to plead for her, but now it seemed unnecessary. Li Yingxian, allow me to enlighten you on the matter. First and foremost, as the saintess of the Jiuli sacred land, you are a figure of great scrutiny. Every action you take must reflect upon the sacred land and others. Remember, you are a public figure, not an ordinary person. An ordinary individual may submit without scorn, but as a saintess, a being above all others, you must never yield, even unto death. If someone of your stature chooses to submit under the pressure of the Undying Blood Clan, what precedent does that set for others when faced with their coercion? If everyone were to yield, how could our human race stand tall among the myriad of clans? Presently, it is merely the Undying Blood Clan. What if other races rise against us in the future? How shall we maintain our sovereignty? Feng Qinling moved gracefully, her flower-patterned fairy dress swaying in the breeze, releasing a fragrant aura with each step. With every word she uttered, it struck Li Yingxuan's heart like a hammer. Li Yingxian trembled, her face ashen, rendered speechless in rebuttal. Yet, a deep-seated resentment lingered within her. Had it not been for Ye Chen's appearance, she would have long submitted to the Undying Blood Clan, and none of these circumstances would have arisen. Had it not been for Ye Chen, she would have already forged a pact with the Undying Blood Clan. In such a case, supported by them, she too could attain a position of power. Li Yingxian, do you not recognize your error? The Grand Elder Xiao Dong questioned sternly. Haha, recognize my error? What wrong have I committed, as the Holy Maiden? Li Yingxian scoffed coldly. The more she was criticized, the less she believed herself to be at fault. Li Yingxian, you have disregarded the sacred rules and shown no remorse. As such, this elder shall act in place of the law enforcement corps to administer your punishment. The Grand Elder, Xiaodong, wielded a ruler that struck towards Li Yingxian. Crack! The ruler, imbued with boundless might, landed upon her. Every bone in Li Yingxuan's body shattered, and the holy energy within her was dispersed under the force of the ruler. Subsequently, her sacred veins were shattered, reducing them to nothingness. In effect, Li Yingxuan's cultivation was nearly obliterated. Take Li Yingxian and Yi Changxing and cast them into the dungeon, commanded Xiaodong, as he conjured two sacred chains to bind both Li Yingxian and Yi Changxing. Two semi-holy realm experts then subdued them, witnessing Li Yingxuan's fate. Although Yi Changxing felt a surge of anger, he remained silent. At that moment, he dared not voice any objections, though he faced 50 years in the dungeon. His predicament was far more favorable than Li Yingxuan's. At least he had not chosen to submit to the Undying Blood Clan. Within the dungeon of the Jiuli sacred land, in a chamber resembling a fiery purgatory, Li Yingxian was bound by chains as thick as 8 arms, enduring the tortures of the inferno. Ha ha, Jiuli sacred land, if I, Li Yingxian, survive, I shall seek vengeance with fervor. Her voice resonated with a deep timbre, and within her heart, a tempest of hatred surged. Indeed, it is worthy of note that you possess an innate demonic soul. The resentment within you is astonishingly immense. Just as Li Yingxian was engulfed in her boundless fury, a low voice echoed from the void beside her. The air in the dungeon twisted, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Who are you? How do you know I possess an innate demonic soul? Li Yingxuan's gaze was frigid, filled with suspicion. The knowledge of her innate demonic soul was something she had stumbled upon herself. No one else knew, not even her biological parents. Yet this mysterious figure had seen through her so easily. Who could he be? She began to scrutinize the cloaked figure, who, despite not displaying any power, emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. It felt as if her very life and death were at the mercy of this individual. I am of the Dark Demon Realm. I have come today to rescue you, the cloaked figure remarked with an icy chuckle. Rescue me? Surely, the Dark Demon Realm cannot be so benevolent. Li Yingxian replied with a furrowed brow, instinctively resisting the notion. While she had vowed to take revenge on the Jiuli sacred land, she had never contemplated colluding with the Dark Demon Realm. The princess of the Sacred Maiden is indeed astute. I have come to propose a transaction, the cloaked figure stated. What transaction? Li Yingxian narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. Engaging in a pact with the realm of darkness is akin to collaborating with devils. While certain advantages may be gleaned, An equivalent price must inevitably be paid. Presently, the Undying Blood Clan, the Realm of Darkness, and the Underworld have allied. And the major passageways within the divine martial continent are on the brink of being opened, heralding the return of those formidable beings who have long been sealed away. Should Her Holiness the Saintess choose to join the Realm of Darkness, I could recommend her ascension to the title of Saintess. Upon her elevation to this esteemed position, she would gain access to the Codex of Dark Souls, a technique particularly suited for those possessing innate dark souls. The figure clad in black robes ceased to elaborate. Instead, observing Li Yingxuan's expression, bound by the Saint Lock, Li Yingxian exhibited a trace of hesitation. Once she allied with the Realm of Darkness, she would become a pariah among the human elite. Why hesitate, dear Saintess? If these human potentates truly valued you, would they dare to sever your sacred lineage? Should you join my realm and become one of its saintesses, I can facilitate your escape at this very moment. The voice of the cloaked figure resonated with a weighty allure. Very well, I accept your terms, Li Yingxian declared resolutely. Chapter 149. The two great sacred grounds take action. The enigmatic figure was indeed correct. If she, Li Yingxian, were truly esteemed by the sacred grounds, her sacred lineage would not have been forsaken. Presently, even if she could cultivate, she would never break through her current limits, remaining forever unable to cross the chasm that separates her from the realm of the saints. Thus, she must become a saintess of the realm of darkness. In due time, her innate talent would command the admiration of all. It would not be long before she would look down upon all those from the Ninely Sacred Ground, including Ye Chen and Feng Qingling. Ah, I assure you, dear Saintess, you will one day be grateful for today's decision. The cloaked figure emitted a chilling laughter, and then, with a twist of his form, he appeared within Li Yingxuan's cell. With his hand gesturing towards several saint locks, the locks before him dissolved at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. The path of darkness. Witnessing the power of the figure in black, Li Yingxuan's eyes filled with astonishment. Once I join the realm of darkness, I shall cultivate the path of darkness and the innate dark soul. I will seek vengeance upon the Ninely Sacred Ground 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Her voice resonated with a fierce coldness, akin to a beast that has lost all reason. With a flourish, ripples appeared in the void, and soon, both Li Yingxian and the figure in black vanished from the celestial prison. In the Ninely Sacred Ground, the Hall of the Sacred Master was abuzz with celebration. Countless members of the Ninely Sacred Ground gathered to commemorate their triumph. This time, within the Azure Dragon Void, the Sacred Ground had indeed reaped significant rewards. These elite inner disciples had all ascended from the martial venerable realm to the martial emperor realm. And some had acquired rare treasures, even sacred artifacts, within the royal court of the Azure Dragon Void. It is well understood that the strength of a sacred ground is determined not only by its powerful members, but also by the quantity of its sacred artifacts. In the present day, within the inner elite of the Ninely Sacred Land, there exist more than a dozen sacred artifacts. This signifies a substantial elevation in the overall might of the Ninely Sacred Land. Ye Chen, it is thanks to your remarkable achievements in the Azure Dragon Void that we have reached this juncture. Without your assistance, all the prodigies of our Ninely Sacred Land would have perished in the Azure Dragon Void. I raise this cup in your honor. Ye Yinghao, seated at the head, lifted a bronze goblet and addressed Ye Chen. Your graciousness is appreciated, Ye Chen replied, raising his own bronze goblet in salute before consuming its contents in one swift motion. Report to the sovereign. Li Yingxian has escaped from the prison and her whereabouts are unknown. At that moment, a soldier clad in silver armor stepped forth from the crowd and spoke to Ye Yinghao. What? Li Yingxian managed to escape from the prison? Was she not bound by the holy chains? Ye Yinghao's expression shifted upon hearing this news. The surrounding elders were equally taken aback. Report to the sovereign. The holy chains were severed by dark forces. It appears a powerful figure from the dark demon realm intervened to rescue Li Yingxian. The silver-armored soldier spoke without hesitation. A formidable being from the dark demon realm? But that realm has been sealed away. How could this be? The shock in Ye Yinghao's eyes was palpable. However, before the astonishment could fade, the entire sovereign's hall began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. A fleet of warships emerged in the skies above the Ninely Sacred Land. These vessels densely populated the heavens, casting a shadow over the entire sacred land. Each ship was equipped with cannons several meters in diameter, all aimed at the Ninely Sacred Land, unleashing a devastating barrage. Once resplendent, the sacred land was now riddled with destruction. Mountains were flattened. Ancient trees toppled under the onslaught of cannon fire. Structures belonging to the outer sect lay in ruins, and countless disciples of lesser cultivation were obliterated in an instant. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted above the sovereign's hall, as an immensely powerful formation activated. enveloping the entire nine-li sacred land. The defensive prowess of the formation was unparalleled. The artillery fire from the warships was thwarted by the formidable power of the formation. How audacious! Who dares to wreak havoc in my nine-li sacred land? Sovereign Ye Hao, brandishing a sacred sword, soared into the clouds. As he ascended, the bombardment from the warship cannons ceased. Ye Hao, it has been a long time. Yet you remain unchanged. Two figures materialized in the void before him, Li Maqian and Gu Qiansheng, both confronting Ye Hao. Li Maqian wielded an 8-sided warhammer, his inner sanctity surging powerfully. Beside him, Gu Qiansheng held a small knife, meticulously carving a wooden puppet, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura of sanctity. The Tai Sacred Land and Zhouxiao Sacred Land have acted against the disciples of my nine-li sacred land in the Azure Dragon Void, and we have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you come to our doorstep? The sacred sword in Ye Hao's hand emanated a layer of pale, yellow sword aura, which was none other than the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi. This formidable technique represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship from the Holy Land of Jiuli, yet it was a divine-level existence. Although Ye Hao had only comprehended it to 1,000,000 layers, it significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Ah, you have actually cultivated the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi. That is truly remarkable, Li Maqian remarked, casting a glance at the sword in Ye Hao's grasp, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Beside him, Gu Qiansheng continued to carve at the puppet in his hands, though his expression grew darker as he spoke. Even if you have mastered the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi, what of it? Today, you cannot escape death. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Gu Qiansheng, chilling the air around them. Gu Qiansheng, do you truly wish to escalate matters with my Jiuli Holy Land to a point of no return? Ye Hao's eyes blazed with fury, as if they could ignite flames. When you abandoned Xiao'er at the edge of the extreme abyss, our fates were irrevocably entwined towards a conclusion of mutual destruction. Gu Qiansheng ceased his carving, the small knife in his hand gleaming with a sharp, icy edge. In the next moment, Gu Qiansheng moved. His figure abruptly appeared before Ye Hao, the knife slashing towards his body. A pitch-black line manifested in the void, embodying a terrifying divine rule intertwined with an immense blade intent, instantly approaching Ye Hao. With a resounding clash, the sacred sword in Ye Hao's hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, intercepting Gu Qiansheng's knife. Waves of pale yellow sword aura, combined with an overwhelming sword intent, surged forth. Silence enveloped the space for a brief moment before a powerful wave of divine energy erupted. Ye Hao's body succumbed to the impact of that strike. Chapter 150. The Boundaryless Blade Technique. How is this possible? You have cultivated the Boundaryless Blade Technique to the realm of the unbounded. After being forced back by Gu Qiansheng's knife, Ye Hao's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Gu Qiansheng, seemingly engrossed in carving puppets each day, had actually been honing his Boundaryless Blade Technique in secret. When perfected to the final tier of the unbounded realm, the technique would undergo a qualitative leap. The concept of unbounded signifies a state devoid of self and others. In this realm, the wielder becomes the blade, and the blade becomes the wielder. As for the unbounded state, it embodies emptiness, where the adversary no longer exists. At the moment the blade is drawn, that individual is destined for death, with no chance for survival. Xiao'er, today I, Gu Qiansheng, come to avenge you. Gu Qiansheng did not respond to Ye Hao's words. Instead, the knife in his hand manifested a blade aura stretching over 1,000 meters. Wherever the blade passed, the very fabric of space twisted. The overwhelming blade energy surged toward Ye Hao in an instant. 3 blades. Ye Hao's expression turned grave, as 1,000 patterns emerged on the sacred sword in his hand. Above the sword, 3 afterimages appeared. These afterimages appeared deceptively ordinary, yet they held the potential for myriad transformations. The sword of the 3, imbued with formidable might, coalesced with the devastating force of the 1,000 patterns destruction strike, countering the blade radiance of Gu Qiansheng. In this clash, both Ye Hao and Gu Qiansheng exerted their utmost strength. A crackling sound echoed through the void as Ye Hao was once again hurled backward. The overwhelming power of the Wujing swordplay shattered Ye Hao's sacred sword attack, forcing him to retreat violently. A tremendous battle erupted in the void, with Ye Hao and Gu Qiansheng engaging in dozens of exchanges within a mere second. The fluctuations of sacred energy emanating from both combatants intensified, their combat prowess becoming increasingly terrifying. The confrontation between these sacred realm warriors transcended mere will. It was a contest of sacred principles and the very essence of might. As the battle endured, the momentum surrounding both Ye Hao and Gu Qiansheng reached an oceanic depth. With a thunderous crash, after 381 exchanges, Ye Yinghao's momentum ultimately proved insufficient. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Gu Qianqing struck decisively. His dagger, wielded with a crushing force, found its mark on Ye Yinghao. With a splatter of sacred blood, Ye Yinghao's body was sent reeling, the Wujing swordplay striking his abdomen. The remnants of the dagger's brilliance cleaved down upon a towering mountain, reducing it to mere rubble. Though the dagger appeared unassuming, its destructive power was immense. Unless a miracle intervened, Ye Yinghao would scarcely endure a minute under Gu Qianqing's onslaught. Observing the fierce clash, Ye Chen shook his head slightly. Despite Ye Yinghao considerable strength, Gu Qianqing's prowess was undeniably superior, though both were sovereigns of the sacred land. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Had it not been for Ye Yinghao's cultivation of the 9 Li Heavenly Yang technique, combined with his defensive armor, Gu Qianqing's strike would have surely cleaved him in two. As Ye Yinghao was propelled backward, Li Maqian sprang into action. The warhammer in his grasp emanated waves of sacred energy, and a divine warrior's apparition materialized beside him, mimicking his movements as it swung toward Ye Yinghao. Li Maqian, if you wish to lay a hand on the sovereign of my 9 Li sacred land, you must first seek my approval, declared the Grand Elder Xiaodong. Bursting forth from the sacred land, wielding a golden blade suffused with sacred energy, its edge adorned with mountain engravings. With each mountain apparition that appeared on the golden blade, its might intensified. Xiaodong's weapon, infused with unparalleled intent and sacred principles, cleaved toward Li Maqian's sacred hammer. A resounding explosion reverberated through the void as both Xiaodong and Li Maqian were simultaneously thrust backward. Yet at that moment, amidst the ranks of the Tai sacred land, an elderly figure clad in a gray martial robe approached Xiaodong, extending a finger toward the void. A shadow, dark and serpentine, surged forth from the hand of the Grand Elder of the Tai sacred land and struck the martial body of Xiaodong. A crackling sound echoed, signaling the shattering of the martial form. The Grand Elder witnessed Xiaodong's defeat at the hands of Li Maqian, and the expression of all the elite from the Jiuli sacred land grew exceedingly grim. The semi-saints and saints all ascended to the heavens above. Currently, the Jiuli sacred land boasted 7 semi-saint experts, 3 saints, and 1 saint king. Aside from the Jiuli sword saint, who had yet to make an appearance, all elite figures above the semi-saint level had manifested in the void above. Your entire elite force from the Jiuli sacred land has mobilized, which aligns perfectly with our intentions. Li Maqian's voice dripped with mockery as numerous saintly phantoms emerged above the Jiuli sacred land. The number of these saints was astonishingly twice that of Jiuli's. Furthermore, these saints were merely a faction from the Tai sacred land. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Jiuxiao sacred land, even more saintly phantoms appeared. An overwhelming aura of sanctity surged forth from them, launching an assault against the saints of Jiuli, forcing the latter to retreat in disarray. A sense of powerlessness enveloped the hearts of all the Jiuli sacred land's saint-level experts. The combined forces of the semi-saints and saints from the other 2 sacred lands outnumbered them 4 to 5 times, equating to one of them contending against 4 or 5 opponents of the same realm. Victory seemed nearly impossible, unless a miracle were to arise. All of you, retreat to the Jiuli sacred land. Ye Yinghao unleashed a barrage of sacred-grade talismans, which accurately fell into the ranks of the other 2 sacred lands, compelling their experts to withdraw. Dragging his injured form, Ye Yinghao released a vast expanse of sacred energy, enveloping several semi-saint experts before fleeing into the grand formation of the Jiuli sacred land. The remaining saint-level experts also cast their talismans, ultimately returning to the Jiuli sacred land amidst severe injuries. With the protection of the sacred grade grand formation, the Jiuli sacred land now resembled an impregnable fortress, not easily breached by the 2 rival sacred lands. Ye Yinghao, all the resources of your Jiuli sacred land rely on external supplies. I do not believe you can sustain yourselves without any replenishment. Ancient Qianqing's eyes glinted with unrestrained malice as he tore apart a sacred-grade talisman in his hand. Beside him, Li Maqian bore a distinct smirk, remarking, Ye Yinghao, you are undoubtedly the most disgraceful sovereign the Jiuli sacred land has seen in millennia. Under your leadership, it is a miracle that the Jiuli sacred land has managed to reach such a state. With a cough, Ye Yinghao spat out blood, fury surging through him, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 151. The hidden powerhouses. Neither Li Maqian nor ancient Qianqing were mere adversaries. They were Ye Yinghao's sworn foes. Their words elicited profound discomfort within him, yet he persevered, forcing himself to endure. In the present day, the Jiuli sacred land, although still possessing some depth, has largely lost its potential. Many of the powerful figures within the sacred realm are venerable elders who have lived for centuries. In comparison to the other 2 major sacred lands, the fresh blood of Jiuli sacred land aside from Ye Chen and Feng Qiling, lacks the capability to uphold its dignity. Boss Ye Chen, why did we not take action earlier? With the strength of the four heavenly kings, we could have annihilated them completely. Wang Bai and others stood beside Ye Chen near an ancient tree, their faces filled with indignation as they observed the members of the other two sacred lands. As disciples of Jiuli's sacred land, they naturally felt a sense of belonging. Witnessing their fellow disciples being ruthlessly slaughtered by the warships ignited their fury to a boiling point. Especially after witnessing several sacred realm experts from their land being suppressed and humiliated, their patience wore thin. Beside them, Lin Qiman and Sita Qinglun drew their swords, ready to confront the adversaries from the other two sacred lands. Indeed, with our prowess, we could easily sweep away the strong from the other two sacred lands. Feng Qiling also felt perplexed. According to Ye Chen's usual style, he would typically take the initiative. Yet now, Ye Chen remained concealed within Jiuli's sacred land. There are sacred king realm experts lurking outside. Had we ventured out earlier, we would have found ourselves in a precarious position. Moreover, Yaoer informed me that two great sacred realm experts are observing the battle from 10,000 meters away. Ye Chen conveyed the situation outside to everyone. Initially, he had intended to charge out and eliminate the formidable opponents from the other two sacred lands. But his keen mental acuity had sensed the presence of two powerful entities aboard some warships above the sacred land. Although these individuals had yet to reveal themselves, Ye Chen could easily discern their aura fluctuations. At present, Ye Chen's mental strength had reached the pinnacle of the half-sacred realm, allowing him to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. The reason the two sacred king realm experts had refrained from intervening against Yinghao and the others was that they were already locked onto by the aura of the Jiuli Sword Saint. Their attention was solely focused on the Sword Saint. As for the two great sacred realm experts, a close connection existed between Ye Chen and the Celestial Empress, allowing Ye Chen to sense what she could feel. The revelation that sacred king realm experts were concealed nearby, along with the presence of great sacred realm experts, left everyone in astonishment. Sacred king realm experts were already invincible in the eastern region. The arrival of two great sacred realm experts further complicated the situation for Jiuli's sacred land. Whether these two great sacred realm experts were foes or allies remained uncertain. Indeed, this is why I refrained from allowing you to engage. Ye Chen nodded slightly. Although the Celestial Empress was a great sacred realm expert, her strength could only contend with a single great sacred realm expert. If the remaining expert of the Great Sage Realm were to side with the Jiuxiao Sacred Land and the Tai Sacred Land, then the Jiuli Sacred Land would face absolute annihilation. Although Ye Chen is confident in his own strength, he is not so arrogant as to believe he can contend with those of the Sacred King and Great Sage Realms. You should enter the little Qianquan world and focus on your cultivation, striving to enhance your abilities and comprehend the principles of the Tao. Ye Chen instructed as he opened the gateway to the little Qianquan world, addressing Feng Qingling and the four heavenly kings. And what about you? Feng Qingling's gaze fixed upon Ye Chen. Ye Chen replied, given the turmoil engulfing the Jiuli sacred land, I must remain here to manage certain matters. Furthermore, as the sacred son and sacred maiden of the land, we cannot both be absent during such critical times. Indeed, you must take care of yourself, Feng Qiling responded, no longer hesitating as she stepped into the little Qianquan world. The others soon followed, entering the realm to engage in fervent cultivation. Initially, they believed that upon reaching the sacred realm, they could traverse with impunity, only to discover that sacred realm experts were but trifles before those of the sacred king realm. Should they strike, they would undoubtedly meet swift demise. Thus, all recognized their shortcomings and devoted themselves to earnest training. On the periphery of the Jiuli sacred land, in a secluded thicket, dozens of Tai sacred land martial emperors lay in ambush along a narrow path. This was a covert supply route to the Jiuli sacred land. Although the Jiuli sacred land was encircled by the Tai and Jiuxiu sacred lands, some disciples still managed to stealthily exit to procure resources from the Yunluo Merchant Association. Days prior, these individuals had discovered this hidden path. Initially, only a few ventured to acquire resources, followed by a dozen. And eventually dozens formed teams to visit the Yuluo Merchant Association. Consequently, the Tai and Jiuxiu sacred lands had long been aware of this development yet chose not to intervene. They had calculated the Jiuli sacred land's daily consumption, realizing that a mere handful of individuals could not procure sufficient resources from the Yunluo Merchant Association. Their strategy was to allow an increasing number of elite disciples from the Jiuli sacred land to traverse this path, and when these elites returned, they would ensnare them all at once. This would result in significant losses for the Jiuli sacred land. Just then, several shadows flitted through the thicket under the cover of night. These shadows were the scouts of the Jiuli sacred land. Upon ensuring the path ahead was clear of danger, The scouts would signal for the following warriors to advance. A faint buzzing sound emerged. After confirming there was no threat, one scout produced a jade bone flute and emitted a series of unique sound waves. As these waves spread, all the elites of the Jioli sacred land received the signal and began to surge forward. Brother, are you being overly cautious? The other two sacred lands could not possibly know of this route. A young boy clad in dark attire turned to a nearby youth. The youth, his gaze cold and indifferent, replied in a grave tone, "Remember, in this world, anything is possible. It is best not to harbor any illusions of luck." The young boy nodded slightly, yet within his heart, a sense of defiance lingered. If the members of the other two sacred lands discovered their presence, would they allow them to procure supplies daily? Suddenly, a series of subtle whistling sounds pierced the air. Dozens of figures dressed in dark garments emerged around the two. This stretch of road was most suitable for an ambush. It seemed no one had appeared, and soon, we would report back to the sacred land. As they beheld the sacred land within arm's reach, a faint joy flickered across the faces of the black-clad figures. Why return to the sacred land? Wouldn't it be better to embrace the afterlife? At that moment, silhouettes began to materialize from the thicket, encircling the members of the Jioli sacred land. Not good. We are ambushed. Panic surged within the hearts of the dozens of Jioli sacred land's powerful warriors as they scanned their surroundings. Although they were martial emperors, the individuals surrounding them from the other two sacred lands were also martial emperors, and their numbers vastly outnumbered those of the Jioli sacred land by fivefold. How could your two sacred lands evade our mental probing? The scouting elder's heart brimmed with astonishment. Naturally, they employed a concealment formation. Otherwise, how could we have captured all of you martial emperors from the Jioli sacred land in one fell swoop? A martial emperor from the Tai sacred land, garbed in a brown robe, cast a piercing gaze at the crowd from Jioli sacred land. It must be a holy level concealment formation. No wonder we could not detect your presence. The scouting elder from Jioli sacred land was consumed with guilt. Now that the truth is revealed, let us find peace. Smirked the martial emperors from Tai and Jioshan sacred lands, mockery evident on their faces. Soon, an overwhelming aura of the profound emperor surged around them. Since there is no retreat, let us fight. Taking down one is not a loss, and two would be a great gain. Indeed, even if the members of Jioli sacred land are to descend into the underworld, let us at least take some with us. After a fleeting moment of despair, the disciples of Jioli sacred land felt a surge of fierce resolve. They were prepared to fight like cornered beasts. Suddenly, the tension was disrupted by the sound of a shattering object. A figure clad in white robes materialized among the disciples of Jioli sacred land. This youth, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, wielded a holy sword, standing amidst the crowd and drawing the attention of all. In that singular moment, time seemed to freeze. The head of a martial emperor from Tai sacred land was severed in one stroke. A sword immortal, a young sword immortal. Witnessing this scene, all present were left in stunned silence. Although they had all witnessed how swiftly the young man wielded his sword, they found themselves unable to evade the attack. For the speed of the blade in his hand was simply too extraordinary. Who are you to dare slay a formidable warrior of the Tai sacred land? Upon the emergence of Ye Chen, the expressions of all the experts from Tai sacred land, as well as those from Jioshan sacred land, grew grave. To slay a martial emperor at the elite level in an instant denoted a prowess that only those above the half-saint realm could attain. This indicated that Ye Chen's cultivation had reached at least the level of a triple absolute powerhouse. Such martial emperor triple absolute warriors were indeed rare, even throughout the entirety of the eastern region. You need not concern yourselves with my identity. What you must comprehend is that all of you shall meet your end here today. Ye Chen's voice resonated with a chilling laughter. You intend for us all to perish? Your audacity is rather excessive, is it not? The crowd regarded Ye Chen with scornful expressions, for they too were the elite of their respective sacred lands, each possessing unparalleled combat prowess. They could not fathom that Ye Chen could withstand them all single-handedly. Suddenly, ethereal wisps of profound royal energy began to materialize in the air. At that moment, both the warriors of Tai sacred land and those of Jioshan sacred land began to converge their profound royal energy. The amalgamation of this energy effectively signified the unification of their combat might. As this energy coalesced, the fighting spirit of each individual surged exponentially. Sky-slaying sword technique. The numerous experts of Tai sacred land combined their profound royal energy, forming a blood-red longsword that cleaved toward Ye Chen. Simultaneously, the warriors of Jioshan sacred land also consolidated their strength, manifesting a war god's phantom that relentlessly hurled its fists toward Ye Chen. These two formidable energies struck simultaneously, completely sealing off any avenue of retreat for him. Now, let us see how you shall remain so arrogant. The martial emperor leading Tai sacred land uttered a chilling laugh. envisioning the imminent dismemberment of Ye Chen by the sky-slaying sword technique. However, at that moment, Ye Chen brandished a 10 Saints bloodsword. The war god phantoms in the void, along with the blood-red longsword, disintegrated as Ye Chen swung his blade. The assaults of hundreds of martial emperor experts shattered in an instant, obliterated by Ye Chen's single strike. This seemingly simple sword strike, imbued with Ye Chen's sword intent and momentum, swept away all opposition. The disciples of the other two sacred lands were sent reeling backward by this singular blow, with dozens of martial emperor experts falling to Ye Chen's 10 Saints blood sword in that moment. How could this be? A pinnacle martial emperor can so effortlessly annihilate dozens of martial emperor beings? Even the eastern region's foremost prodigy, Ji Wushuang, could not achieve such a feat. Those who had previously underestimated Ye Chen, upon witnessing him not only shatter their formation with a single strike, but also decimate dozens of their martial emperor experts, began to alter their perceptions entirely. All gazes were directed towards Ye Chen, filled with reverence. Do you still perceive me as arrogant? Observing the transformation in their expressions, a faint smile danced upon Ye Chen's lips. This world is quite simple. 1,000 eyes yield 1,000 perspectives. When everyone looks down upon you, there is no need for dispute or argument. Rather, one should invest time in self-improvement. When one is weak, altering others' perceptions becomes exceedingly arduous. The only course of action is to amass one's strength, awaiting the moment to strike back, awakening all. In the presence of Ye Chen, even the formidable beings from the sacred grounds found themselves in a similar predicament. A single strike to awaken them is far more effective than Ye Chen boasting of his prowess. Indeed, you possess the audacity to be arrogant, yet it ends here. The leader of the Tai sacred ground waved his hand, unleashing dozens of battle flags. These flags formed a tight-knit connection, sealing off the space surrounding Ye Chen. Not only that, but even the power within Ye Chen's body was suppressed by the influence of these battle flags. Could it be the 5 elements battle flags? Upon observing the arrangement of the flags, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. He feared not the 5 elements attribute. While others might succumb to the suppression of the 5 elements battle flags, he was different. Rather than hindering him, the 5 elements battle flags would augment his combat prowess. Knowing these were the 5 elements battle flags, he thought, let them perish. The leader of the Tai sacred ground emitted a chilling laugh, then activated the power of the flags. The nearby martial sovereigns also summoned the strength of the flags. Yet at that moment, Ye Chen moved. His figure instantaneously appeared before the leader of the Tai sacred ground, drawing his sword, which gleamed with a cold light as it flashed through the void. In the next instant, the leader's form froze in place. Chapter 153, Fusion Domain. Then, a bloodied head rolled from the neck of the sacred ground's leader, the crimson blood staining the ground. The remaining warriors of the Tai sacred ground, witnessing the fall of their leader, were momentarily stunned. Before exerting their utmost to channel the power of the battle flags in an attempt to suppress Ye Chen. However, to their astonishment, Ye Chen remained unaffected by the 5 elements battle flags. As the power of the flags approached him, it was enveloped by an invisible force and effortlessly dissolved. The 5 elements battle flags proved ineffective. Seeing Ye Chen's leisurely demeanor, the multitude of powerful beings were utterly astonished. No one had anticipated Ye Chen to be so formidable, directly disregarding the 5 elements battle flags. Just as the warriors of the Tai sacred ground were taken aback, a spray of blood mist appeared in the air. Ye Chen's sword struck once more, piercing through the brow of a martial sovereign. As everyone prepared to retaliate, they discovered that Ye Chen's figure had already vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as Ye Chen's sword pierced yet another formidable opponent from the Tai sacred land, causing the warrior to collapse lifelessly. A series of explosive sounds followed, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Chen's silhouette twisted through the ranks of the Tai sacred land warriors, weaving effortlessly among them. Drawing and sheathing his sword in one fluid motion, he struck over 100 times within a mere second. When Ye Chen returned to his original position, all the warriors of the Tai sacred land stood frozen in place. In the next instant, their heads fell silently to the ground. More than 100 martial sovereign experts had not even the slightest opportunity to react before Ye Chen severed their heads with a single stroke. The entire sequence unfolded with a grace akin to flowing clouds, and not a single drop of blood marred Ye Chen's 10 sacred bloodsword, a testament to the astonishing speed at which he wielded his weapon. All present held their breath. Not only the disciples of the Jiuxiao sacred land, but even those from the Jiuli sacred land stared in shock at Ye Chen. Although they had heard tales of his terrifying prowess, witnessing his extraordinary strength firsthand evoked a deep sense of reverence and admiration within them. This was the true demeanor befitting the son of the Jiuli sacred land. Retreat, commanded the leading expert of the Jiuxiao sacred land, issuing the order in the wake of witnessing the swift demise of a martial sovereign from the Tai sacred land at Ye Chen's hands. A chill spread through the hearts of all as they realized that Ye Chen was not merely a sword immortal, but a sword demon, a merciless fiend of the sword path. At that moment, the warriors of the Jiuxiu sacred land were gripped by fear, their courage to continue the fight evaporating. Upon hearing the retreat command, all fled with frantic agility, employing their martial techniques to escape. Yet, at that critical juncture, a phantom of the Sword Emperor manifested out of thin air. The apparition bore one eye of crimson and another of icy blue. As the Sword Emperor's specter appeared, the air within 1,000 meters became thick with an oppressive stillness. All fleeing warriors from the Jiuxiu sacred land found themselves frozen in place, with many even forming crystalline ice upon their bodies, encased as if in sculptures of ice within mere breaths. It was indeed the domain of supreme mastery within the martial sovereign realm, and a fusion domain at that, an impossibility. The sight of Ye Chen's mastery of the extreme domain left all in shock. It was known that in the eastern region, no martial artist, even the most gifted such as Ji Wushuang and Ji Wuya, could condense the extreme domain in the martial sovereign realm. Yet Ye Chen had accomplished it. Not only that, but he had also achieved a fusion of the extreme domain. Such extraordinary talent could only be encountered in the central region, and the emergence of such a prodigy in the Jiuli sacred land was unfathomable. Regret welled up within the hearts of all the experts from the Jiuxiao sacred land. Had they been aware of the presence of a figure like Ye Chen within the sacred grounds of Jiuli, they would not have dared to undertake such a perilous mission, thus sparing themselves from certain doom. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. In the void, the ethereal visage of the Sword Emperor surged into the ranks of the formidable beings within the Jiuxiao sacred land, twisting his form 9 times in rapid succession. He drew and sheathed his sword with fluidity, executing all movements in a seamless flow. In the span of but a second, the Sword Emperor's phantom unleashed over 100 strikes. At that moment, more than 100 martial sovereigns fell, their demise echoing across the sacred lands. The elite martial sovereigns from both Jiuxiao and Tai sacred lands had gathered here. Ye Chen's strike not only claimed the lives of all martial sovereigns from the 2 great sacred lands, but also severed the very roots of their power. These martial sovereigns represented the last vestiges of fresh blood for the 2 sects, now that lifeblood had inexplicably been extinguished at Ye Chen's hands. Unbridled, how dare you slay over 100 martial sovereigns from Tai sacred land? A powerful figure, embodying the early stages of the Saint Realm, sensed the commotion and soared from the distant horizon toward this locale. Return to the sacred land. I shall handle this. Ye Chen addressed the disciples of the sacred lands. No, we cannot abandon you. We must stand with the son of the sacred land in life or death. None were willing to retreat. Rest assured, I possess the confidence to vanquish these 2 Saint Realm experts. You must withdraw to avoid needless sacrifice. Besides, your presence here might hinder my performance, Ye Chen proclaimed. A formidable sword intent surging from his being, his expression resolute. Very well, we shall take our leave then. May the sun take care. Feeling the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Ye Chen, the gathered disciples chose to trust him, recalling his earlier exploits in Jiuli's sacred land. Back then, he had triumphed over the martial emperor, Lu Youlian, despite being merely a martial sovereign. Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, defeating a saint should pose no insurmountable challenge. With this thought, all disciples of Jiuli's sacred land retreated into their sanctum. Just as they returned, 2 saints descended upon the scene. One was a venerable elder from Jiuxiao's sacred land, appearing frail with parched skin, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The other, a middle-aged man from Tai's sacred land, wielded a wolf-toothed club, exuding an overwhelming force. The former was a master of the path, while the latter practiced a domineering martial art. Both were at the early stages of the Saint Realm, their combat prowess formidable among their peers. Speak. What final words do you have before your demise? The elder scoffed, layers of path intent and rules manifesting in his hands. The amalgamation of these forces rendered his palm techniques terrifyingly potent. Final words? Perhaps it is I who should be asking you this question. Ye Chen let out a cold smile, the 10-blood sacred sword in his hand emanating a faint yellow glow. Subsequently, the sword aura, infused with sword intent and momentum, surged forth towards the elder. Seeking death, a mere martial emperor dares to strike at me. The elder's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion of his palm, a colossal black dragon materialized before him. The black dragon, imbued with overwhelming power, collided fiercely with Ye Chen's 10-blood sacred sword. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, and a line of blood blossomed in the void. The elder's hand was severed beneath the might of the 10-blood sacred sword. Chapter 154. Instantaneous slaughter of the saint. After severing the elder's hand, Ye Chen's form twisted, and with a sweeping motion of the 10-blood sacred sword, He aimed for the elder's head. Just then, a dragon bone gauntlet appeared upon the elder's hand. At the moment the gauntlet manifested, the surrounding world seemed to freeze. All the spiritual energy surged furiously towards the dragon bone gauntlet. In that instant, the elder's power was amplified manifold. Die! The elder uttered a sinister growl, forcefully pressing his palm towards Ye Chen. This dragon bone gauntlet, acquired from a relic, was a 1,000-pattern sacred artifact. With this artifact, he had already vanquished numerous saints. Even saints could be subdued. How much easier would it be to eliminate Ye Chen? Thus, the elder brimmed with confidence, certain that this strike would obliterate Ye Chen. You think you can kill me with such trash? Ye Chen replied with a cold smile, as the sword aura in his 10-blood sacred sword thickened. The faint yellow sword energy filled the entire sword. In the next moment, the gauntlet on the elder's hand was torn apart, and Ye Chen's blade severed the other hand as well. Following this, the Xianhuang god-slaying sword aura, possessing formidable penetrating power, instantly rent the elder's sacred body asunder, causing torrents of sacred blood to rain down from the void. How is this possible? You have actually severed my sacred form with a single strike. The elder's body was cleaved in two beneath Ye Chen's sword, his face etched with astonishment. Although he was not among the pinnacle saints of the 9 heavens sacred land, he had refined his sacred body. Yet, even so, he could not withstand Ye Chen's blade. There is nothing impossible in this world, just as you are destined to perish here today. Ye Chen, brandishing the sword of slaughter, advanced step by step towards the elder. An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him, enveloping both the elder and the middle-aged man beside him. Both the elder and the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were mere boats adrift upon a tempestuous sea, liable to capsize at any moment. This child is not someone we can contend with. We must retreat. Sensing the terrifying aura of killing intent emanating from Ye Chen, the elder let out a soft exclamation, his head dragging his severed body as he fled into the distance. The middle-aged man from the Tai sacred land, witnessing the elder's retreat, also darted away. However, they had scarcely fled a few hundred meters when an extraordinary energy ensnared them. A phantom of the sword emperor materialized in the void, standing poised with a sword in hand, as if it had become the very nucleus of the universe. The two fleeing sages, upon the arrival of this ethereal figure, found their movements frozen, deprived even of the chance to escape. This was the realm of extremes, a realm that had been fused multiple times. The elder's eyes widened with terror at the sight of the sword emperor's apparition. The left eye of the phantom burned a fierce crimson, brimming with the essence of slaughter, while the right glimmered a chilling azure, deep and eternal like ancient, unyielding ice. As the realm of extremes activated, both the elder and the middle-aged man felt their powers severely suppressed. A dense aura of frost enveloped them, rendering them immobile. With a swift motion, the sword emperor's apparition lunged forward, its sword descending with blinding speed. By the time the blade pierced the elder's brow, his expression of astonishment remained frozen in time. Gradually, his features morphed into a serene stillness. A nascent sage had been effortlessly obliterated by Ye Chen's strike. Such a terrifying individual. Witnessing Ye Chen's lethal prowess, the middle-aged man's gaze grew somber, and waves of sacred energy began to radiate from him. In the void, a lion-shaped phantom engulfed in flames emerged, representing the middle-aged man's sacred manifestation, the rampaging fire lion. You may be strong, but with a single strike, I shall determine the outcome. He scoffed coldly. In his previous haste to flee, he had momentarily forgotten about his sacred manifestation. Now, its invocation would surely subdue Ye Chen with ease. The rampaging fire lion surged forth, flames billowing around it, igniting the very fabric of space. Yet, at that moment, the inferno faltered and began to extinguish. The once ferocious flames that should have consumed Ye Chen dimmed, their essence snuffed out before him, as he unleashed the sword emperor's domain. With a deft swing of his sword, Ye Chen cleaved towards the fire lion, which had nearly dissipated into nothingness. How could this be? My sacred manifestation falters in the face of your domain. Is your realm truly the sword emperor's domain? The middle-aged man's countenance was etched with disbelief. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. With a decisive strike, the sword emperor's blade met the rampaging fire lion's head. In a single sweep, the sword tore through the middle-aged man's prideful manifestation. Alarm surged within him as he beheld the phantom of the sword emperor approaching with lethal intent. He summoned all his strength and swung his wolf-toothed club. A formidable aura enveloped the club, imbued with sacred principles, as he attempted to block the impending strike from the sword emperor's apparition. However, the sword wielded by the phantom of the sword emperor emanated an ethereal aura of the Xian emperor. Enhanced by this profound energy, the sword became infinitely sharper. With a single stroke, it annihilated all in its path. The sword emperor, supreme and unparalleled, the Xian Emperor's divine sword energy, merging with the illusion of the human emperor, cleaved the air and instantly severed the wolf fang club in the middle-aged man's grasp. Subsequently, the sword energy surged across 10 miles, piercing through the middle-aged man's sacred body, its overwhelming force reaching thousands of meters away into the territory of 2 great holy lands. A torrent of sacred blood cascaded down as dozens of powerful beings from the 9 heavens holy land and the Tai holy land fell before this singular strike. Impudent! How dare you slay the sacred power of my 9 heavens holy land? At that moment, several figures appeared, each radiating a divine manifestation. All manifestations were unleashed to their utmost, converging upon Ye Chen with the intent to suppress him. You all have come? Perfect, let us meet our demise. As these sacred beings approached, Ye Chen prepared to activate his dragon blood battle body and the power of his immortal bloodline. However, before he could harness his battle power, an immensely powerful river of sword energy emerged from within the 9 Li holy land. This river stretched for 1,000 meters, containing an extraordinarily potent essence of swordsmanship and its accompanying laws. The earth and sky warped under its influence. All divine manifestations shattered into nothingness beneath the might of his singular strike. One sword, a stunning spectacle. Not only were the divine manifestations obliterated, but several sacred beings also had their sacred bodies severed by this blow. Chapter 155, Golden Dragon Ancestor, 9 Li Sword Saint. Those whose sacred bodies had been cleaved turned their gaze towards Ye Chen, who, unbeknownst to them, was now accompanied by an elder with hair as white as snow. This elder exuded an ethereal presence, embodying the essence of immortality. Now that you know this saint is the 9 Li Sword Saint, prepare to meet your end. The 9 Li Sword Saint surged with powerful sword intent, and the sword energy split into several streams, targeting the foreheads of the sacred beings. The overwhelming sword energy traversed the void, reaching the sacred beings in an instant. Yet, just as the sword energy was about to strike, golden dragon phantoms emerged from the void, shielding these sacred beings. The sword energy and the golden dragon phantoms collided, mutually nullifying each other in the air, leaving little energy disturbance in their wake. This was not due to the weakness of the attacks, but rather the terrifying control of power exhibited by the 9 Li Sword Saint and the unseen assailant. 9 Li Sword Saint, you, an ancient being of a millennium, being thwarted by a younger sacred being, truly shameless. Just as the 9 Li Sword Saint unleashed his attack, a chilling laugh resonated from the nearby skies. Soon after, from the direction of the Tai Holy Land, an elder enveloped in golden dragon shadows soared forth. Golden Dragon Ancestor? The appearance of this elder astonished the 9 Li Sword Saint. The venerable Golden Dragon Ancestor was indeed one of the few illustrious figures of his era. Once, he had garnered the recognition of a supreme 5-clawed golden dragon, receiving its profound legacy. The Golden Dragon Ancestor cultivated an immense power akin to that of a dragon, rendering him nearly unmatched in the Eastern domain. I had wondered who it could be, only to discover it was you, a defeated foe. However, I must ask, do the disciples of the Jioshu Sacred Land and the Tai Sacred Land truly have the audacity to assail the juniors of my Jioli Sacred Land? The Sword Saint of Jioli scoffed derisively. Humph, I have no desire for idle chatter. Do you dare to engage me in battle, Sword Saint of Jioli? The expression on the Golden Dragon Ancestor's face darkened, as the sacred energy within him surged ominously. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. I fear you not. The Sword Saint of Jioli erupted with a tremendous aura, soaring high into the sky, thousands of meters above. As the Golden Dragon Ancestor manifested ethereal dragon images, his own power escalated correspondingly. A cacophony erupted in the heavens above, where a fierce battle between the powerful ensued. The Sword Saint of Jioli and the Golden Dragon Ancestor clashed fiercely, reaching a temporary stalemate. Suddenly, amidst their fierce combat, a deafening roar resonated throughout the realm. The great formation of Jioli's sacred land began to tremble. Under the watchful gaze of numerous formidable practitioners from Jioli, a crimson golden dragon horn materialized in the void, piercing toward the sacred land's formation. This was the 100 Refinements Dragon Horn. Upon witnessing the golden dragon horn in the void, Yinghao's expression turned pale with horror. The 100 Refinements Dragon Horn is a weapon capable of dismantling sacred formations with ease, threatening to tear through the defenses of the sacred land. Yinghao desperately attempted to intervene, but found his speed woefully inadequate. The dragon horn, akin to a streak of light, sliced toward the formation, creating a breach hundreds of meters wide above Jioli's sacred land. Subsequently, 2 young men clad in crimson robes descended from the sky, racing toward the depths of Jioli. They were 2 powerful saints of the Undying Blood Clan. This is dire. Our treasury holds the Xuanji Heavenly Key. The sight of the 2 crimson-robed men drained the color from Yinghao's face. Golden Dragon Ancestor. How dare you collude with the Undying Blood Clan to launch a surprise attack on my Julie sacred land? From the heights of 10,000 meters, the Sword Saint of Julie let out an enraged roar. Damn it! I did not conspire with the Undying Blood Clan. Do not slander me. I wish to inquire why there are Undying Blood Clan warriors present. The Golden Dragon Ancestor's voice echoed with fury. At that moment, a woman clad in a crimson imperial robe appeared in the void. The Empress of Ye Chen, a powerful saint. As she materialized, a celestial dome, the Ye Chen, and even numerous divine statues manifested behind her. A vast and imposing aura emanated from the Empress of Ye Chen, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. If you wish to take the Xuanji Heavenly Key from Julie's sacred land, you must first seek my consent. The Empress of the Yao Pool emitted a soft exclamation, her palm pressing against the void. The ethereal silhouette behind her surged forth, materializing into an immense figure soaring thousands of feet high, descending upon the two formidable Undead Blood Clan warriors. With a flourish, the two warriors conjured a long sword forged from bone, upon which an array of over 50,000 formidable crimson sacred patterns flickered into existence. These blood-red symbols radiated outward, coalescing into a vast net that obscured the heavens, hurtling towards the ethereal image of the Empress. The air was rent with thunderous echoes as the sacred patterns collided with the Empress's divine manifestation. For the time being, the two Undead Blood Clan warriors managed to hold their ground against the Empress. You restrain the Empress, I shall procure the Celestial Key, one of the warriors declared, launching his bone sword before darting deeper into the sacred land of Julie. The other warrior, feeling his aura surge, relentlessly attacked the Empress. Though his strength was considerably inferior to that of the Empress, he employed a secret technique that temporarily amplified his combat prowess, allowing him to momentarily match her. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted from the depths of the sacred land of Julie as the treasure vault succumbed to the onslaught of the Undead Blood Clan warrior. Soon after, a key, long sealed within the altar, fell into his grasp. Retreat, he commanded, and with the key in hand, he executed a technique that rendered his form ethereal, twisting through the air until he reappeared beside the Empress. He then hurled a crimson orb toward her with ferocity. The Empress's assault struck the orb, which erupted into a billowing mist of blood, obstructing her path forward. As the sanguine fog was dispelled by the Empress, the two Undead Blood Clan warriors had already made their escape. Do you wish to flee? The Empress's gaze turned icy as she pursued them. Upon reaching a mountainous region, the two warriors halted their flight, exchanging glances that bore a hint of mockery. Why have you stopped? The Empress inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. We of the Undead Blood Clan were well aware of your presence in the sacred land of Julie, which is precisely why we orchestrated this trap to lure you out, declared the powerful Undead Blood Clan warrior, amusement glinting in his eyes as he clapped his hands. A colossal blood net, stretching tens of thousands of feet, descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire mountain range. Within this net resided an aura of unfathomable terror, with faint divine patterns swirling above it. This is the sacred artifact of the Undying Blood Clan, the Divine Blood Silken Web. Upon witnessing the Divine Blood Silken Web suspended in the void, the countenance of the Ye Chen Empress displayed a hint of astonishment. Indeed, this blood web is none other than the Divine Blood Silken Web of my Undying Blood Clan. You, Empress of Ye Chen, are destined to be ensnared by it and subsequently transformed into a furnace for our clan. A formidable sage of the Undying Blood Clan observed the Ye Chen Empress's figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Umph, to think you would wish for me to become your furnace. You are not worthy. The ethereal image of Ye Chen emerged behind her, linking to the great path she embodied, as countless sacred rules materialized around the Ye Chen Empress. Boom. The Ye Chen apparition instantly materialized before the Undying Blood Warrior, erupting his corporeal form into a cloud of crimson mist. The sage of the Undying Blood Clan was reduced to swirling blood vapor. Subsequently, the Ye Chen Empress surged towards another sage of the Undying Blood Clan, her jade hand slicing towards his neck. The head of this Undying Blood Warrior was effortlessly severed by the Ye Chen Empress. Indeed, the renowned Ye Chen Empress of the Eastern Domain is fierce. How remarkable. The two Undying Blood Warriors, their forms restored, glared at the Ye Chen Empress with icy resolve. Then, the blood web in the sky began to rotate, accompanied by layers of profound rules, pressing down upon the Ye Chen Empress. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued as the Ye Chen Empress unleashed successive attacks, colliding with the blood web above. Although the Divine Blood Silken Web is immensely powerful, it is insufficient to subdue the Ye Chen Empress in the short term. The confrontation was, for all intents and purposes, a stalemate. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, and the Tai sacred land, witnessing the Ye Empress being restrained by two sages of the Undying Blood clan, chose to abandon their silence. Although the Undying Blood clan is not allied with the two sacred lands, the presence of their sage restraining the Ye Empress allowed them to eliminate the Ye sacred land without concern. Furthermore, with the Ye Empress trapped within the blood web, her demise was merely a matter of time. Old ancestor of the Golden Dragon, since you have not allied with the Undying Blood clan, why do you not urge your Jioshu sacred land to cease hostilities? The eyes of the Jioli Sword Saint burned with unrestrained fury. Jioli Sword Saint. You are rather naive. I have come here today to assist the Tai sacred land in annihilating your Jioli sacred land, so how could I possibly relent? A cold laugh escaped the lips of the Golden Dragon ancestor as he unleashed a ferocious assault towards the Jioli Sword Saint. Golden Dragon ancestor, do you truly believe you can bind me? If you do not cease your attacks, I shall fight to the death to eliminate every one of your sacred land's warriors. The Jioli Sword Saint's heart burned with boundless murderous intent. Truth be told, the Jioli sacred land was the fruit of his labor over countless years, and witnessing its destruction left him unwilling to concede. Thus, the Jioli Sword Saint became increasingly frantic. After hearing the words of the Jioli Sword Saint, the Golden Dragon ancestor fell into silence. If the Sword Saint of Jioli, a formidable sovereign-level powerhouse, were to risk his life to eradicate all other sovereign-level beings, along with the fresh blood of the sacred lands, even if they succeeded in vanquishing the Jioli sacred land, they would pay an exorbitant price. Such a cost would be akin to the reconstruction of the sacred land itself. The ancestor of the Golden Dragon need not worry. With my intervention, I can sufficiently restrain this old fellow. As the ancestor of the Golden Dragon remained silent, a somber voice echoed from the horizon. An elderly man, engulfed in surging demonic energy, descended from the heavens. In his hand, he wielded a 7-foot demonic sword, adorned with peculiar demonic patterns. You are the Sword Saint of the Nine Hells. You have not perished. Upon seeing the elder shrouded in relentless demonic energy, the expression of the Sword Saint of Jioli grew grave. The Sword Saint of the Nine Hells is the ancestor of the Tai sacred land. Many years ago, during a secret realm contest, he was gravely injured by a powerhouse from the central domain, leaving him on the brink of death. It was presumed that he would surely fall, yet he had somehow survived. I was indeed meant to perish, but at a critical moment, the Taishin demonic scripture I practiced broke through. It was this epiphany between life and death that granted me the opportunity for rebirth. The world believed me, the Sword Saint of the Nine Hells, to have perished, unaware that I was immersed in the comprehension of martial arts and swordsmanship. The Sword Saint of the Nine Hells lightly caressed his demonic sword, a sinister smirk curving upon his lips. This sword has been cleansed of its impurities. Today, I shall use the blood of you, Sword Saint of Jioli, to consecrate it. With those words, the Sword Saint of the Nine Hells moved. An intangible sword intent surged from his blade, infused with the rules of swordsmanship, assaulting the Sword Saint of Jioli. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Golden Dragon did not remain idle either, launching an assault from another direction towards the Sword Saint of Jioli. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with waves of fierce attacks. Although the Sword Saint of Jioli could withstand the onslaught from the two ancestors, he was gradually forced to retreat. On the brink of defeat, kill, annihilate all the people of the Jioli sacred land. Upon witnessing the two sovereign-level powerhouses restraining the Sword Saint of Jioli, the experts from the Jiuxiao sacred land and the Tai sacred land felt no hesitation. All figures darted forward, rushing towards the gaps in the Great Formation. Hurry! Seal the breach in the formation. Yi Yinghao shouted furiously into the void, observing the other two sacred land powerhouses charging madly towards the Jioli sacred land. At this moment, all sovereign-level and martial emperor-level experts from the sacred lands surged into the void. The crack, hundreds of meters wide, appeared immensely daunting. But as long as the sovereign-level powerhouses of the Jioli sacred land could withstand the pressure, they could prevent everyone from breaching the formation before it could restore itself. Fight to the death. A glimmer of madness flickered in the eyes of all Jioli sacred lands powerhouses. In this life and death moment, each individual unleashed their latent combat potential. Normally divided by various conflicts, the experts of the sacred land unified their strength in this instant, demonstrating formidable combat prowess against external threats. Boom, boom, boom. The breach in the formation of the Jioli sacred land erupted with intense combat. With the formidable support from the Nine Li sacred land, the champions from the other two sacred lands found themselves utterly incapable of breaching even a fraction of its defenses. Countless bloodied corpses cascaded from the ranks of the rival sacred lands. Let me handle this. In the ancient city of Guqian, where puppets were intricately carved, A small knife held in hand radiated an overwhelming intent. Subsequently, a knife mark stretching 1,000 meters manifested in the void, slicing towards Ye Yinghao and his companions. The blade of intent, traversing the emptiness, instantaneously dispatched several martial emperors, even severely wounding 2 semi-saint realm experts, who narrowly escaped being torn asunder by the lethal force. What was once a manageable gap in the defenses against the assault from the other 2 sacred lands was now rent open, allowing a tide of warriors to surge into the depths of the 9-Li sacred land. 9-Li sacred land is finished. Ye Yinghao's voice echoed with despair. Yet at that very moment, a golden longsword erupted forth from the sacred ground. Chapter 157. The tide of battle turns. This golden sword was none other than the 10 sacred blood sword, imbued with the divine energy of the Xian Emperor's god-slaying sword Qi. The 10 sacred blood sword, swift as lightning and imbued with a cataclysmic force, descended upon the ranks of the other 2 sacred lands. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 10 sacred blood sword, an ominous premonition gripped the hearts of the opposing warriors. In that instant, everyone sought to retreat, but they were completely obstructed by the throng behind them, rendering escape impossible. With a series of explosive sounds, wherever the 10 sacred blood sword passed, dozens of martial emperors from the Tai sacred land were annihilated in an instant. Following a swift rotation, the sword then plunged into the ranks of the Jiushao sacred land, where Ye Chen unleashed a devastating flurry, decimating numerous adversaries. It's Ye Chen. A flicker of hope ignited within Ye Yinghao's heart. The Holy Sun has arrived. Our 9-Li sacred land is saved. Witnessing Ye Chen's prowess as he felled dozens of martial emperors in a single stroke, the spirits of the 9-Li warriors reignited with fervor. Each of them surged with an overwhelming battle intent, a true manifestation of the essence that emerges in the face of life and death. Fight, fight until exhaustion, fight. Fight until the very heavens are overturned. The moment Ye Chen struck, a wave of fervor swept through the crowd. Some individuals are destined to be leaders. When they emerge, the hearts of the people align with them, and at their presence, the potential of all is boundlessly elevated. Ye Chen was such a person. Suddenly, another dragon-shaped figure surged forth from the 9-Li sacred land, enveloped in flames. This fiery dragon figure materialized from the void, charging towards several semi-saint experts of the Tai sacred land, emanating an overwhelming dragon might. The powerful dragon aura combined with the roaring flames engulfed the semi-saint warriors, who were instantly reduced to ashes. Several semi-saint experts were obliterated in an instant. It is our saintess, Feng Qingling. The saintess demonstrated her unmatched prowess by vanquishing several semi-saint adversaries effortlessly. With the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden present, our 9-Li sacred land stands invincible. Upon the appearance of Feng Qingling's ethereal figure, the disciples of the Jiuli sacred land erupted with fervor once more. The son and daughter of the sacred land embody the very spirit and dignity of Jiuli. The greater the strength of Ye Chen and Feng Qingling, the more it invigorates the combat prowess of the Jiuli disciples. What was once a one-sided battle has now been transformed with the addition of Ye Chen and Feng Qingling. The disciples of Jiuli first withstood the assaults from the other 2 sacred lands before launching a counterattack against their formidable adversaries. Isn't the son and daughter of the Jiuli sacred land, Yi Changsheng and Li Yingxian? How have they been supplanted by Ye Chen and Feng Qingling? Moreover, I have never heard of the emergence of such formidable figures within Jiuli. Gu Qianqing's knife became rigid in his grip. Under his gaze, the Xiantian sacred land was crumbling, though a few sanctified beings remained as a last line of defense. Yet, fresh blood had been nearly obliterated by Ye Chen and Feng Qingling. I never anticipated that Jiuli's sacred land harbored such depths of concealment. Nevertheless, such revelations do not alter their impending annihilation. Li Maqian, the lord of Tai sacred land, summoned the essence of the holy path with his octagonal warhammer. Engage. Eliminate the son and daughter of Jiuli. Gu Qianqing's figure darted forward, arriving before Ye Chen in an instant, his knife thrusting towards him. An overwhelming surge of blade energy and sacred rules erupted in that moment. This battle, Jiuli's sacred land must not falter. The other 2 sacred lands cannot afford to lose. Defeat would equate to total annihilation. Thus, Gu Qianqing resolved to take matters into his own hands to conclude Ye Chen. The Xianwang god-slaying sword Qi. Ye Chen's sword forth, cleaving towards the knife in Gu Qianqing's hand. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued. As Gu Qianqing was forcefully repelled dozens of steps by Ye Chen's Xianwang god-slaying sword Qi, his knife emitting a faint chime. This youth can withstand my boundless blade technique? Surprise flooded Gu Qianqing's gaze upon witnessing Ye Chen fend off his technique. Initially, he had not exerted his full strength, hoping merely to dispatch Ye Chen in an instant and then deal with Ye Yinghao. Yet, To his astonishment, a mere peak martial emperor could withstand his boundless blade technique and even push him back. With a flourish, Gu Qianqing infused his knife with an even stronger essence of sacred rules, pressing down upon Ye Chen. In that moment, a phantom of the human emperor materialized above Ye Chen. As the phantom emerged, the very air around them became thick and still. Boom! Explosions reverberated as Ye Chen engaged Gu Qianqing in a flurry of over 100 exchanges within the blink of an eye. Each of Gu Qianqing's attacks was cunningly devised, yet Ye Chen effortlessly neutralized them all. On the other side, Li Maqian charged towards Feng Qingling. His octagonal hammer raised high to strike. In response, Feng Qingling unleashed a terrifying dragon aura, clashing with Li Maqian and subtly gaining the upper hand. Ye Chen, I present you with an opportunity. Should you choose to join my nine-heaven sacred land, I shall spare your life. Witnessing the formidable combat prowess exhibited by Ye Chen, Gu Qianqing was instantly struck by a desire to recruit such a prodigy. If he could bring Ye Chen, a figure of such potential, under his banner, the nine-heaven sacred land would undoubtedly give rise to a sage within a century, a sage capable of transcending levels in combat. However, Gu Qianqing had grossly underestimated Ye Chen. Ye Chen was not one to submit easily to others. Gu Qianqing, I too offer you a chance. If you lead all the members of nine-heaven sacred land to kneel and renounce their cultivation, I will grant you mercy. Ye Chen halted his combat movements and locked eyes with Gu Qianqing across the distance. He could discern a sincerity in Gu Qianqing's gaze, while Gu Qianqing perceived only disdain from Ye Chen. No, it was more akin to condescension, as if he were an elevated being gazing down upon an ordinary mortal. How audacious! I shall see how you can compel my submission. Gu Qianqing was incensed. The sensation of being looked down upon was intolerable. At that moment, he resolved to hold nothing back, unleashing his full strength to obliterate Ye Chen in an instant. The Boundless Blade Technique. Gu Qianqing invoked the final layer of the Boundless Blade Technique, the realm of no one. Immediately, an overwhelming force coalesced around him. With a swift motion, Gu Qianqing thrust his small blade into the void. The blade pierced through the air like it was entering an uninhabited domain, reaching Ye Chen with lightning speed. This is bad. Gu Qianqing is a formidable figure in the late sage realm. Even I cannot contend with him. How could Ye Chen possibly stand a chance? As Gu Qianqing unleashed his full power, Yinghao's eyes widened in alarm as he prepared to rush to Ye Chen's aid. However, a figure blocked his path. Yinghao, your opponent is me. A sage manifested a cold smile, unleashing a powerful assault against Yinghao. Ye Chen, I am truly sorry. Despair engulfed Yinghao's heart. Crack. Just as despair consumed Yinghao, a crisp sound echoed. The small blade in Gu Qianqing's hand shattered in an instant. A powerful surge of yellow sword energy erupted, tearing through the blade he wielded. Subsequently, the unmatched sword energy slashed toward Gu Qianqing's head. Gu Qianqing attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared as if trapped in a mire. This child is terrifying. Not only did he sever my blade with a single strike, but he has also immobilized me. Gu Qianqing's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable fear welled up within him. Whoosh! A phantom of a sacred image materialized beside Gu Qianqing. His sacred image took the form of a blade, reminiscent of the carving knife he had used to sculpt puppets. As the phantom appeared, the space around him began to warp. The formidable sacred image surged toward Ye Chen's sword technique. However, what transpired next was something Gu Qianqing found exceedingly difficult to accept. Before his very eyes, the proud sacred elephant of Gu Qianqing was mercilessly torn asunder by the sword aura of Ye Chen's Xianhuang Shirshan sword. Subsequently, Gu Qianqing's body was hurled through the air by the might of the sword energy. Crack! At that moment, Gu Qianqing's sacred form twisted grotesquely, fissures appearing in the thousands across his body. These cracks were impeccably aligned, as if sliced by a sharp blade. This was the Xianhuang Shirshan sword aura. How could you also have cultivated the Xianhuang Shirshan sword aura? Moreover, your comprehension far surpasses that of Yinghao. Gu Qianqing swallowed a healing elixir, his expression grave. The Xianhuang Shirshan sword aura is one of the most formidable martial arts of the Jiuli sacred land, its cultivation notoriously arduous. Even a being as esteemed as the Jiuli sword saint has failed to fully grasp its essence over the millennia. Yet, Ye Chen has completely mastered it and unleashed such overwhelming power. Knowing that I practiced the Xianhuang Shirshan sword aura, it is time for you to rest in peace. Ye Chen's steps were slow, yet carried a weighty determination as he approached Gu Qianqing. With each stride he took, the pressure within Gu Qianqing's heart intensified. Before him, Ye Chen was no longer merely a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, but rather an insurmountable mountain. With a whoosh, Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Gu Qianqing. Though you are indeed powerful, slaying me is still quite the challenge. Gu Qianqing acknowledged Ye Chen's strength, feeling the daunting challenge before him. Yet he believed that Ye Chen's attempt to kill him would be exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, Gu Qianqing's form began to distort, transforming into a cloud of black mist that dispersed in all directions. In an instant, this black mist traveled hundreds of meters, escaping the confines of the Jiuli Sacred Lands formation. Ye Chen chose not to intercept the retreating dark mist, but instead gathered his energy at the spot where he stood. In his grasp, the 10 sacred blood sword pulsated with terrifying sword energy and intent. Fortunately, I escaped the Jiuli Sacred Land. Otherwise, I would surely have perished today. A swirl of black mist took on the form of Gu Qianqing, who spoke gravely from thousands of meters away. However, just as Gu Qianqing's words fell, Ye Chen's figure materialized behind him. At that moment, Ye Chen's sword rent the fabric of the void, slicing directly toward Gu Qianqing's form. In the blink of an eye, thousands of meters were traversed. How could this be possible? Gu Qianqing twisted his body with great effort to evade Ye Chen's sword strike. Yet one of his arms was severed cleanly by Ye Chen's blade. A deluge of sacred blood rained down from the void. After being struck by Ye Chen's sword, Gu Qianqing froze in place, suddenly aware of the true horror of Ye Chen's power. With a whoosh, Ye Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Gu Qianqing. The nearby trees swayed rhythmically beneath Ye Chen's swift approach. Gu Qianqing failed to react in time, being instantly slain by Ye Chen's sword. His massive head rolled upon the ground. Gu Qianqing, the master of the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, was vanquished by Ye Chen's blade. Boom. On the other side, a surge of profound principles emanated from Feng Qiling, repelling Li Maqian's warhammer with a single palm. In a series of swift distortions, she appeared above Li Maqian. Striking down upon his head, Li Maqian was thrust into the earth, creating a deep depression hundreds of meters wide at the periphery of the Jiuli Sacred Land. With a flurry of movements, Feng Qingyang, Situ Qinglan, and Lin Qingman unleashed their respective sword techniques, penetrating the two major sacred lands. Under their relentless assault, numerous semi-saints and saints fell. Suddenly, a powerful saint attempted to flee, only to have a colossal yellow-hued sword materialize in the sky. This immense sword, imbued with overwhelming pressure, descended upon the escaping saint. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under its might. Do you think such a strike can contain me? The saint sneered, releasing waves of demonic energy that coalesced into a translucent armor, significantly enhancing his defenses. Yet, to his astonishment, the colossal yellow sword disregarded his protection, shattering his physical form with ease. In utter disbelief, the saint met his demise. It had only been a few days. Yet Feng Qingyang's mastery of the sword had evidently undergone a qualitative leap, likely due to some fortuitous encounter in the Azure Dragon Void Realm. An elder from the enforcement team of Jiuli's Sacred Land, witnessing Feng Qingyang's lethal prowess against a saint, shifted to a tone of flattery. Previously, he would have addressed Feng Qingyang by name, but now, the situation had changed. Feng Qingyang had ascended to the ranks of a saint and could slay saints with a mere stroke. Such strength positioned him among the likes of Ying Hao, commanding the elder's respect. Indeed, I have gained some opportunities in the Azure Dragon Void Realm that led to my ascension, Feng Qingyang declared, though his gaze was drawn toward Ye Chen. Without the support of his brother-in-law, how could he have achieved such a rapid breakthrough to the saint realm? The more Feng Qingyang reflected, the more he felt that Feng Qingling's earlier decision was indeed wise. Had she not aided Ye Chen, he might have missed the chance to ally with someone of such significance. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the battleground of the Jiuli Sword Saint. Facing the assaults of two Saint King realm adversaries, the Jiuli Sword Saint found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, retreating under immense pressure, his body marred with cracks. You truly are aging, Jiuli Sword Saint. Centuries ago, I was your defeated foe, yet now our roles have reversed. Taunted the Jiuyo Sword Saint, who, after forcing the Jiuli Sword Saint back, wore a triumphant sneer. A series of relentless attacks erupted from the Jiuyo Sword Saint, leaving the Jiuli Sword Saint in a position of reactive defense. Meanwhile, in a region far from the Jiuli Sacred Land, the Celestial Empress engaged in a cataclysmic battle with two powerful saints of the Undying Blood Clan. The blood net in the void grew increasingly constricted, leaving the Celestial Empress with barely 100 meters of space to maneuver. In the vast expanse of 100 meters, one might consider it spacious. Yet for a powerful being of the Great Saint Realm, it offers little room for combat. Once ensnared by my Undying Blood Clan, no matter how noble you may be, even the Empress shall become a willing servant. The conquest of an Empress has always been a favored pastime of my clan. Two formidable members of the Undying Blood Clan, their eyes glinting with a sanguine sheen, felt a surge of greed within their hearts. Are you not aware that you have fallen into a trap? The corner of the Ye Empress's mouth curled into a smirk as she regarded the duo with an expression akin to that reserved for fools. A trap? The brows of the two Undying Blood clan members furrowed in confusion. At that moment, a blood-red longsword materialized in the Empress's hand, and a myriad of sinister eyes opened above the blade of slaughter. The entire void transformed into an exquisite crimson hue. With a flash, a streak of bloodlight surged forth, severing the head of one Undying Blood clan great saint. The head of this powerful being was cleanly bisected by the Empress's sword. Subsequently, the multitude of eerie eyes gazed upon the fallen warrior, whose essence began to dissipate rapidly, being absorbed into the sword, nourishing its blade. What manner of sword is this, that it can devour my sacred blood and essence? The voice of the Undying Blood warrior was filled with terror and agony. Yet, the radiance of the slaughter blade did not wane. Instead, it intensified, extracting the strength of the great saint with even greater vigor. To attempt to slay a member of the Undying Blood clan, one must first possess the requisite power. Observing his comrade subdued by the sword, the other Undying Blood warrior sought to manipulate the divine blood's silken web in the void, preparing to suppress the Ye Empress. To interrupt me? A deluded dreamer. A cold smile graced the Empress's visage as the slaughter sword erupted with a blood-red brilliance akin to the sun. Within a 10-mile radius, everything was enveloped in a sanguine glow. Silence, an exquisite silence. At that moment, all became eerily tranquil, enveloped in the blood-red light. The bodies of the two Undying Blood warriors became rigid, and in an instant, their vitality was drained, leaving them shriveled. Their forms disintegrated into grains of sand. Swept away by the wind, the Ye Empress had decisively vanquished the two Undying Blood clan warriors. In another direction, Ye Chen, accompanied by Wang Bai and his companions, traversed through a forest. The group began to thoroughly scavenge the cultivation resources from Guqianqing. Wealth has come our way. The sight of the resources on Guqianqing filled Wang Bai and the others with immense joy. They relished such acts of plunder, finding delight in the misfortune of others. Indeed, those from the wilderness possess a quality distinctly different from us denizens of the divine domain. Just as Wang Bai and his companions had completely stripped Guqianqing of his resources, a chilling voice echoed through the air. A minotaur and a horse-headed figure appeared before them. The minotaur wielded an ebony blade, its form suffused with dark magic, while the horse-headed being held a chain. Its face pale as death, particularly around the eyes, which were strikingly white. Goodness, Brother Hai, have we truly encountered the minotaur and the horse-headed being? Wang Ximing stared at the imposing figures before him, momentarily frozen in shock. Wang Hai swallowed hard and nodded. It seems so. Legend has it that the minotaur and the horse-headed are denizens of the underworld. Their presence here surely portends our demise. The atmosphere grew tense among Wang Bai and his companions, especially as the formidable aura emanating from the minotaur and the horse-headed figure deepened their sense of dread. Indeed, we have come to claim your lives. If you wish to be wise, kneel and end your own existence, the horse-headed being declared coldly, its indifference making it clear that the lives of Wang Bai and his friends were of no consequence. Big brother, I possess numerous gold mines, Wang Yucheng, trembling and clutching a rabbit leg, stammered from behind. My father always said that there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a gold mine. If I offer you 2 gold mines, will you spare us and brother Yi? The horse-headed figure frowned slightly. What do you mean by gold mine? The minotaur replied, a gold mine is one of the most rudimentary adornments in the divine realm. How absurd. You think such worthless trinkets could exchange for your lives? Do you take me for a fool? The horse-headed being's visage darkened, and in a flash, the chain in its hand lunged toward Wang Yucheng. The black chain moved with the speed of lightning, leaving Wang Yucheng no chance to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the chain approached. Just then, a figure clad in a crimson imperial robe appeared beside Wang Yucheng. The woman extended her jade hand and seized the black chain. Fortunately, Yao arrived just in time. Seeing the intervention of the Empress of the Yaoqi, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the minotaur and the horse-headed being only being at the peak of the half-saint realm, their true power rivaled that of a saint king, making them formidable opponents beyond Ye Chen's capacity to confront. Even if Ye Chen were to elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, he would still find it exceedingly difficult to prevail against them. Moreover, the minotaur and horse-headed being were unlike any adversaries Ye Chen had previously encountered. With a flick of her wrist, the Empress of the Yaoqi unleashed a divine phantom that soared from her hand, striking the horse-headed being squarely in the chest. The impact caused the horse-headed figure's chest to cave in, sending it hurtling thousands of meters before it finally regained its balance. You survived a strike from my divine phantom? How is this possible? The Empress of Yaoqi's expression was one of astonishment. Ordinarily, her divine phantom was her most potent sacred manifestation. It could easily annihilate even a saint king, let alone a mere half-saint. Yet, this blow had failed to bring the horse-headed being to its end. To your astonishment, a divine aura emanates from you, aligning with the essence of the divine path? The surprise within the heart of the horse-faced man is no less than that of the Empress of the Ye Chen. Originally, he served under the banner of an evil deity, being a great sage himself, and his arrival in the Kunlun realm was merely a form of projection. The horse-faced man initially believed that slaying Ye Chen, followed by the demise of that chicken and that fox, would be a trivial task. Little did he anticipate encountering a formidable opponent like the Empress of the Ye Chen. Indeed, this Empress has already aligned with the divine path, making the eventual attainment of divine enlightenment an inevitable outcome. Thus, is this your final utterance? The sword of slaughter in the hands of the Empress of the Ye Chen soared forth, enveloped in a blood-red radiance that obscured the heavens. The void within 10,000 meters was shrouded by this sanguine glow. Countless sinister eyes materialized above the sword of slaughter, all fixated on the horse-faced man and the bull-headed man at that very moment. Humph, do you think you can subdue us? The horse-faced man and the bull-headed man scoffed contemptuously as their weapons, a massive blade and chains, ignited with a dazzling brilliance. A myriad of inscriptions adorned their weapons, amounting to a staggering 10,000 runes. As the myriad of inscriptions shimmered, the air within the void became dense and unyielding. Boom! The black chains wielded by the horse-faced man and the massive blade held by the bull-headed man simultaneously struck towards the sword of slaughter before the Empress of the Ye Chen. However, at the instant of contact, both the chains and the blade were repelled. The arms of the horse-faced man and the bull-headed man twisted grotesquely, horrific fissures appearing upon their forms. With a flash, golden divine patterns emerged in abundance above the sword of slaughter, dense and boundless. Divine patterns. This sword is indeed a divine artifact. Both the horse-faced man and the bull-headed man were left in utter shock upon witnessing these divine patterns. We must retreat. Following their astonishment, a profound fear took hold of their hearts. Should the sword wielded by the Empress merely be a sacred artifact, they might not have felt alarmed. Yet, the sword of slaughter is a divine artifact, and it is evident that continuing their battle would lead to their demise. Want to escape? Have you consulted my opinion? The Empress of the Ye Chen summoned celestial realms, the Ye Chen, and divine phantoms that simultaneously surged forth, sealing the space and rendering it inaccessible. The horse-faced man and the bull-headed man found themselves ensnared, moving as though mired in quicksand. Desperate, a frenzied expression arose upon the face of the horse-faced man, as a radiant golden hue enveloped him, a manifestation of countless sacred principles. Then, a shadow imbued with the essence of the netherworld materialized in the void. This figure represented the domain of ultimate extremity, and it was a semi-saint level of the domain of ultimate extremity. The domain of ultimate extremity? Before me. It is not. The sword of slaughter in the hands of the Empress of the Ye Chen soared forth. Thud! Before the netherworldly shadow could mount an attack. It was pierced through by a single stroke. Subsequently, an overwhelming intent of the sword, imbued with the power of divine patterns, cleaved towards the head of the horse-faced man. The horse-faced man sought to evade, yet he soon realized that the speed of the sword of slaughter was far beyond his capacity to escape. In that moment, the void fell into a profound silence. Both the Minotaur and the horse-faced man found their bodies cleaved in an instant, their life force drained away by the sword of slaughter. Within a mere breath, their forms withered into desiccation. With a thunderous roar, the skies echoed as the Sword Saint of Jiuli faced defeat against the ancient golden dragon and the Sword Saint of Jiuyu. Under the overwhelming pressure of their might, the Jiuli Sword Saint was hurled towards a mountain peak within the Jiuli sacred land, the very mountain crumbling under the force of the impact. Jiuli Sword Saint, you have ultimately succumbed. The dark long sword in the hands of the Jiuyu Sword Saint pierced the void, unleashing a sword aura 1,000 meters long, striking at the Jiuli Sword Saint's Dantian energy sea. At that moment, the Jiuli Sword Saint's sacred body fractured under the onslaught of the sword energy. To dare slay the Jiuli Sword Saint before my very eyes is tantamount to courting death. The figure of the Empress of Ye Chen swept in like a gust of wind, arriving within the Jiuli sacred land in the blink of an eye. Behind her trailed the celestial dome, the Ye Chen, and the phantoms of divine statues. An aura of formidable pressure cascading around her. Empress of Ye Chen, since we audaciously slayed the Jiuli Sword Saint before you, we naturally possess a means of escape. The gaze of the ancient golden dragon brimmed with mockery as he glanced at the battlefield below, where warriors from both the Jiuxiao sacred land and the Tai sacred land were being overwhelmed by the forces of the Jiuli sacred land, leaving them no avenue for retreat. This indicated that the two great sacred lands had already paid a grievous price for their intervention. Such a cost would render them incapable of contending with the Jiuli sacred land in the future. Nevertheless, The death of the Jiuli Sword Saint was not without its merits for them, though our disciples have been nearly obliterated by your Jiuli sacred land. We still have 2 powerful sovereigns alive. When the time comes, the Jiuli sacred land will be unable to withstand the retribution from our sovereigns. The annihilation of the Jiuli sacred land is but a thought away for us. The voice of the Jiu Sword Saint dripped with malice as an inky black passage materialized before him, a manifestation of the teleportation talisman's power. In the next moment, the figure of the Jiu Sword Saint vanished from the Jiuli sacred land. Empress of Yaoqi, even if you are a great saint, you cannot impede us. A similar dark passage appeared before the ancient golden dragon. In past times, I might have been powerless to stop you, but the battle weapon in my grasp will not afford you the opportunity. The sword of slaughter in the hands of the Empress of Yaoqi soared forth, aiming to sever the teleportation passage before her. With a resounding crash, the space above the teleportation channel shattered, countless fissures resembling a spider's web erupting in the void. Both the Jiu Sword Saint and the ancient golden dragon found themselves drawn back by an overwhelming force. This sword is a divine artifact. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? Upon witnessing the sword held by the Empress of the Yaoqi, the face of the 9 Nether Sword Saint was filled with horror. It is well known that divine artifacts are exceedingly rare in this world. Even within the sword sanctuary of the Central Land, there are only 3 such weapons. Knowing that the sword in my possession is a divine artifact, you shall meet your demise. The Empress of the Yaoqi traced a circle in the void with her sword, unleashing an immense surge of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy traversed the cosmos, arriving before the Golden Dragon Ancestor and the 9 Nether Sword Saint. This is disastrous. The Golden Dragon Ancestor's eyes narrowed, and layers of Golden Dragon aura began to rise around him. This dragon aura formed a formidable barrier, enveloping his body. While activating his defenses, the Golden Dragon Ancestor swiftly soared into the distant sky. Puff! The Golden Dragon Ancestor moved with great speed. However, the sword energy emanating from the Sword of Slaughter was even swifter. In the span of a single breath, the sword energy caught up with the Golden Dragon Ancestor, striking his body. A vast expanse of blood spilled across the void. Under the might of this powerful sword energy, the Golden Dragon Ancestor was cleaved in 2. Was even his defense insufficient to withstand a single strike? Meanwhile, the 9 Nether Sword Saint's expression darkened considerably. At this moment, dark energy erupted from his body, and the demonic sword in his grasp surged forth to intercept the sword energy of the Sword of Slaughter. Boom! The sword energy from the Sword of Slaughter forcefully repelled the 9 Nether Sword Saint's longsword. Subsequently, both he and the sword were suppressed upon a mountain peak. The 9 Nether Sword Saint found himself deeply ensnared within the earth. In this state, both his holy bones and internal organs lay shattered. He lacked even the strength to rise. Ah, truly worthy of the Empress of the Yaoqi, the foremost powerhouse of the Eastern Domain. The 9 Nether Sword Saint let out a wretched laugh. Although they were aware of the Empress of the Yaoqi's presence beside Ye Chen, he had believed that even her strength would not suffice to restrain both of them. He thought that together, he and the Golden Dragon Ancestor could contend against her. Yet, it seemed they had gravely miscalculated. The Empress of the Yaoqi had not only ascended to the realm of the Great Saint, but also wielded a divine artifact as her aid. The disparity in power between her and them was insurmountable. Puff! The 9 Nether Sword Saint attempted to utter more, only to see a blood-red arc rushing towards him. In the next instant, a whirlwind ensued. His head and body were completely severed. Chapter 161. Saint Lord Ye Chen, the devouring power of the Sword of Slaughter activated, draining the holy forms of both the 9 Nether Sword Saint and the Golden Dragon Ancestor until they were withered. Slaying these 2 was also an avengement of the 9 Li Sword Saint. Ye Chen's figure appeared before the mountain where the 9 Nether Sword Saint lay. His gaze was cold as he regarded the corpse of the 9 Nether Sword Saint, and he slowly approached the lifeless body. As Ye Chen's figure approached the lifeless body of the Sword Saint of the 9 Hells, an unexpected transformation occurred. A surge of black mist emanated from the corpse of the Sword Saint, and shortly thereafter, a shadow darted forth from his brow, vanishing into the distance at an astonishing speed, eluding even the keen perception of the Empress of the Yaopool. As long as I am granted the chance of rebirth, the 9 Holy Land shall surely face annihilation. The shadow, a manifestation of the Sword Saint, disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. By the time you are reborn, the 9 Holy Land will have long become an unassailable stronghold. Witnessing the Sword Saint's vanishing act, Ye Chen's countenance turned icy. The Sword Saint of the 9 Li had been a guiding figure for Ye Chen. Thus, his demise equated to the loss of a mentor. This enmity would not go unavenged. With a swift motion, Ye Chen entered the 9 Holy Land. Within the confines of the 9 Holy Land, several dark-clad dragon guardians, adorned in black-scaled armor, took their positions. Each of these guardians possessed the strength of a half-saint, and under their watchful eyes, a multitude of half-saint adversaries fell. In the final moments, the dragon guardians struck with precision, eradicating all who sought to flee. Once their task was complete, they melded back into the void, as if they had never existed. The sight of these dragon guardians inspired a profound respect for Ye Chen among all present. If mere followers of Ye Chen were at the half-saint level, what might his own strength entail? Speculation regarding Ye Chen's true identity and his formidable background circulated among the crowd. Meanwhile, a faction from the Holy Land gathered around the Sword Saint of the Ninely. Ye Chen hastened to the Sword Saint's side, extending his spiritual energy. The Sword Saint's martial body lay shattered, vitality extinguished, yet the essence of his soul lingered, not entirely dissipated. With a flourish, Ye Chen produced the Buddha Emperor's relic and placed it before the Sword Saint. The relic, a beacon of the most sacred light, held the power to heal all. As the radiance enveloped the Sword Saint's form, his body began to mend rapidly, the dark aura receding incrementally. Moreover, the Sword Saint's soul embarked on a gradual revival. A minute later, both the Sword Saint's soul and body were restored by the relic as potent energy. Ye Chen, is it you who has saved me? The Sword Saint's eyes fluttered open, his voice weak, yet laced with gratitude. The first sight that greeted him was Ye Chen and the Empress of the Yaopool. In the realm of the Ninely Holy Land, there were none other than these two capable of rendering him aid. Sword Saint. The Buddha Emperor's relic has merely temporarily reconstituted your soul and sacred body. You will need to recuperate within the Ninely sacred tree for a while to stabilize your injuries. After retracting the relic, Ye Chen recounted the truth of the events to the Sword Saint. It matters not. I am but required to rest for a few more years. It is a pity for the disciples who have perished. The Sword Saint of Jiuli gradually rose from the ground, surveying his surroundings. Where were the esteemed Golden Dragon Ancestor and the 9 Nether Sword Saint? Upon awakening, the Sword Saint of Jiuli did not attend to his injuries, but instead expressed concern for the whereabouts of the 2 formidable sovereigns, revealing his deep worries for the sacred land. The Golden Dragon Ancestor had been slain, while the 9 Nether Sword Saint had also perished, leaving only a wisp of residual soul to escape this place. Ye Chen recounted the events in meticulous detail to the Sword Saint of Jiuli. Now I can rest easy. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to you. With that, the Sword Saint of Jiuli set forth, making his way into the depths of the Jiuli sacred land. However, midway through, he paused and declared, "From this day forth, Ye Chen shall become the sovereign of our Jiuli sacred land, wielding authority over all." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Sword Saint vanished from sight. What? The Sword Saint has elevated Ye Chen to sovereign. What would become of Ye Yinghao's status? Where would he be positioned? It goes without saying that Ye Yinghao would naturally assume the role of second-in-command. Nonetheless, the Sword Saint's decision was sagacious. Ye Yinghao would undoubtedly acquiesce to it. Indeed, Ye Chen's ability to vanquish a sovereign with a single strike is a testament to his prowess. If he were not to become the master of the sacred land, it would be rather implausible. Upon hearing the Sword Saint's decree, all the elders and disciples were left astounded, not daring to voice any dissatisfaction with the decision, including Ye Yinghao. Although Ye Chen was merely at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, he had proven capable of subduing sovereigns. Furthermore, he had effortlessly triumphed in his duel against Gu Qianxing. Ye Yinghao could hardly contest Ye Chen's ascension to sovereign, acknowledging it with heartfelt acceptance. Your subordinate pays homage to the sovereign. Ye Yinghao knelt before Ye Chen, with the sovereign at the helm. Our Jiuli sacred land shall undoubtedly rise to become the foremost sacred land in the world. The elders and disciples of the sacred land, having witnessed Ye Chen's formidable strength in the recent battle, were now entirely convinced. At the moment Ye Yinghao knelt, all chose to pledge their allegiance to Ye Chen, revering him as a deity in their hearts. Everyone, please rise. With a sweep of his hand, Ye Chen unleashed a wave of ethereal energy that enveloped those present. This divine aura, imbued with the principles of the sacred path, lifted them from the ground. Even the sovereigns and Ye Yinghao were raised by Ye Chen's formidable power, leaving them astonished at his might. Currently, Ye Chen stood at the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Should he ascend to the semi-saint realm, could he not then vanquish sovereigns? In that eventuality, his name would surely be etched upon the divine roll of honor. Now that I have become sovereign, it is imperative that we establish new rules for the sacred land. Ye Chen's voice resonated powerfully in the minds of all present. First, the sacred land shall inaugurate a cultivation ranking. Disciples of the same era shall receive greater cultivation resources based on their speed of advancement. Secondly, the sacred land shall commence a reward system for combat prowess. Regardless of whether one is on the earthly or celestial leaderboard, all participants shall receive bountiful cultivation resources. Thirdly, The sacred land will initiate a reward for slaying enemies. Those who vanquish external foes will be entitled to generous rewards. Specifically, anyone who defeats a formidable member of the undead blood clan or any other alien aggressor shall receive a reward from our esteemed leader. Chapter 162. The Fated One of Ye Chen. Upon the issuance of Ye Chen's 3 directives, all disciples of the sacred land were ablaze with excitement. Although the leaderboard reward system had existed in the Jiuli sacred land many years prior, it had recently been abolished due to a lack of financial resources. Whether it be a grand sect or a sacred land, substantial monetary investment is imperative. As the Jiuli sacred land gradually declined, various rewards were nearly eradicated, particularly the cultivation leaderboard, which had vanished entirely from the sacred land. Let us not even mention the cultivation leaderboard for contemporaneous disciples. It is crucial to understand that once the leaderboard for contemporaneous disciples is activated, it will ignite a fervent competitive spirit among all disciples. Moreover, this competition would be relatively equitable. Disciples from prestigious families could only vie against their peers from similar backgrounds for greater cultivation resources, while impoverished disciples could compete against each other. Thus, the emergence of the contemporaneous disciple cultivation leaderboard bestowed a glimmer of hope upon the hopeless disciples of the sacred land. However, amidst the joy, all elders simultaneously recognized a pressing issue. Where would the funds come from? Reporting to the leader, the Grand Elder Xiaodong spoke with a troubled expression. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone's countenance darkened. The once excited disciples of the sacred land turned their gazes towards Ye Chen, all pondering whether he would forsake these transformative changes due to financial constraints. As for monetary concerns, they are easily addressed. Here is a sum of spirit stones. Take these and utilize them. Should you require more, feel free to seek me out. Ye Chen produced a spatial ring and tossed it into the hands of Grand Elder Xiaodong. What is this? Spirit stones, Grand Elder Xiaodong exclaimed, astonishment flooding his heart as he channeled his spiritual energy into the spatial ring. Within, a dazzling array of spirit stones lay in abundance of various qualities, piled high beyond counting. These spirit stones would not only sustain the sacred land, but could even support an immortal dynasty with ease. Haha, the leader truly is magnanimous. With this, our Jiuli sacred land is destined to rise. Upon witnessing the mountainous collection of spirit stones, a broad smile illuminated Xiaodong's aged face. Our Jiuli sacred land shall not only rise but will strive to become the preeminent sacred land in the world. Ye Chen surveyed the assembled crowd, his voice imbued with confidence and an irresistible authority. In that moment, everyone erupted in fervor. The confidence radiating from Ye Chen ignited a long-dormant fire within their hearts. Especially among the elders, a firm conviction emerged at this moment. Ye Chen would undoubtedly lead the Jiuli sacred land to rise, establishing it as the foremost sacred domain in the world. For now, let us conclude today as matters. Tomorrow, the esteemed elders are invited to the Sacred Lord's Hall to discuss affairs concerning the sacred land with me, the Sacred Lord. Ye Chen addressed the numerous elders and disciples of the sacred land before his figure flickered and vanished into the void. In the Sacred Lord's Hall of the Jiuli sacred land, Ye Chen sat upon a regal throne, illuminated by a golden crystal chandelier that bestowed an even greater sanctity upon the seat. Under the golden radiance, Ye Chen himself appeared somewhat divine. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon all present, embodying an aura of superiority. It is no wonder that everyone aspired to become the master of the sacred land, yearning for kingship. Even a mere shift in mindset could drive individuals to madness. However, without the support of strength, even a throne cannot be firmly occupied. Ye Chen slowly rose and departed from the Sacred Lord's Hall. On the Demon Sword Peak, at the place of cultivation where Ye Chen resided, she had come to a stark realization following recent events. The possibility of any connection between her and Ye Chen was utterly extinguished. He was akin to the sun and moon in the heavens, while she, Ye Chen, was but a fleeting firefly. Yet, she could not fathom why the imperial ancestor had uttered that the one who beheld her form would be her fated counterpart before his demise. Should I truly trust the imperial ancestor's dying words? In a secluded chamber, Ye Chen was engaged in her practice of the sun, moon, and stars technique, enveloping herself as she sought to cultivate. This technique had fortuitously come into her possession during an outing. However, as she practiced, she discovered that it was a sacred tier skill. The drawback of this technique, however, was that one had to shed their garments to achieve its utmost efficacy. Wait, I find myself unable to move. During her cultivation, Ye Chen realized her body was unresponsive. Could it be that something had gone awry with my practice of the sun, moon, and stars technique? With this thought, she hastily ceased her cultivation. Yet, even so, her body remained in a state of rigidity. Marvelous, truly marvelous. A figure clad in a black martial robe, adorned with a blue gemstone pendant at his chest, suddenly materialized before Ye Chen. The man's face loomed perilously close to hers. Who are you? A wave of panic surged within Ye Chen. How could someone appear so suddenly beside her without her noticing? It was important to note that she had already reached the realm of martial sovereign. Cousin, you no longer recognize me? The man revealed a cold expression, his black pupils radiating a tumultuous aura of malevolence. You are Lu Xianqing. Upon recognizing the man's true identity, Ye Qingshan's countenance turned icy. You have joined the demon sect. Our ties were severed long ago. Why do you seek me out again? Cousin, we have known each other since childhood. Your words wound me deeply, dear cousin. The man wore a chilling and sinister smile upon his face, adding, our fates are destined to intertwine. Ye Chen furrowed her delicate brows and asked, what do you mean by that, Lu Xianqing? To be candid with you, dear cousin, the first person to behold your figure was none other than me, your cousin. The emperor ancestor left a prophecy stating that the one who gazes upon your form is destined to be your fated partner, and that person is me, Lu Xianqing. Lu Xianqing scrutinized Ye Chen from a close distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as though he were admiring a priceless work of art. Truth be told, I have long harbored thoughts of you. How could it be you? The first person to see me should have been Ye Chen. The stark contrast left Ye Chen momentarily disoriented. Lu Xianqing was a member of the demonic sect, whereas Ye Chen was the sovereign of the Holy Land. Now a figure revered by thousands. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Cousin, I advise you to abandon such fantasies. Ye Chen is destined to be a cloud in the sky, while you are but mud beneath it. Moreover, I now preside over the moon-worship demon sect as its leader. Our fates are intertwined by divine will and cannot be severed. Thus, you are destined to be my woman. When the time comes, righteousness and evil shall not coexist, leaving you with no chance to be with Ye Chen. With that, Lu Xianqing transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, taking Ye Chen away into the distance. Chapter 163, The Qiankuan Tower in the Small Qiankuan World. Beside the Chaos Divine Tree of the Five Elements. System, sign in. The following day, Ye Chen chose to sign in directly. Ding. The host is located in the Small Qiankuan World. Sign in level 10. Ding. As the host's cultivation level has reached the 9th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Today a sign-in count is 395. Ding. The host's first sign-in is successful, gaining 10 drops of 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. The host's second sign-in is successful, gaining 10 drops of 5-star Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. The host's third sign-in is successful, gaining 10 drops of 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew. Ding. The host's 394th sign-in is successful, gaining 10,000 Holy Stones. Ding. The host's 395th sign-in is successful, gaining the Qiankuan Tower. Ding. Qiankuan Tower, Sacred Artifact. Effect, time ratio of 50:1, cultivation speed increased by 50 times. The Qiankuan Tower? Although this Qiankuan Tower pales in comparison to the small Qiankuan world, it holds immense potential for the cultivation of disciples in the Nine-Li Holy Land. Now, as the Nine-Li Holy Land stands on the brink of revival, the presence of such a tower will undoubtedly enable many martial artists to rise swiftly. If the Nine-Li Sacred Tree were also placed within this tower, the effects would be doubled. Ding. System task released. First Sacred Land. Elevate the Nine-Li Holy Land to the foremost sacred land of the Divine Martial Continent. Reward, 100 points of Divine Power. Divine Power? How extraordinary. With the system, Ye Chen naturally understood the significance of Divine Power. Saints possess the sacred path, while deities possess the divine path. Divine power is notoriously difficult to cultivate and exceedingly rare. As a deity, reaching 100 points of divine power is an arduous task, which is why Ye Chen recognized the immense value of divine power. With the acquisition of these 100 points of divine power, Ye Chen's ascent to the divine realm is assured to be a mere formality. In a swift motion, Ye Chen approached the frost dragon coffin beside the 5 elements Chaos Divine Tree. Within the coffin lay an exquisitely beautiful woman, her eyes tightly shut, emanating an ethereal aura. This enigmatic woman, who had remained beneath the 5 elements Chaos Divine Tree for several years, had yet to awaken. Nonetheless, Ye Chen could distinctly sense the growing energy within her. Strangely, he felt an uncanny resemblance between this mysterious woman and Yi Linger. The longer he gazed upon her, the stronger this feeling became. Brother Chen, it has almost been a year since you last visited the little universe world. Lingo has missed you dearly. At that moment, Yi Linger rose from beside the 5 elements Chaos Divine Tree. She had grown considerably, now standing at 1 meter and 50 centimeters, her features more exquisitely sculpted than ever. radiating an unparalleled beauty. Yilingo's strength had also ascended to the semi-saint realm, and with her silver moon battle body, she was now capable of contending with some ordinary early-stage, saint-level practitioners. Linger, you are already grown. Must you cling to Brother Chen every day? Aren't you a bit shy? Ye Chen playfully pinched Yi Linger's delicate nose, noting that her development was rather remarkable, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Linger simply does not wish to part from Brother Chen. Yi Linger clung to Ye Chen, unwilling to let go. After spending a day in the Lotus Courtyard with Yi Linger, he departed from the little universe world. As soon as Ye Chen's figure vanished from the realm, Yi Linger sat cross-legged on the ground and began her cultivation. Just as she entered a meditative state, an extraordinary force tugged at her consciousness, drawing her into an expansive starry sky. In this boundless celestial expanse, thousands of silver moons hung in the firmament. Amidst these lunar orbs, a stunning woman clad in a silver robe with flowing silver hair floated gracefully into view. Who are you? Yi Linger regarded her with a wary gaze. Though she had intended to cultivate, she found herself in this mysterious space, and her instincts warned her of the danger posed by the figure before her. Yet, to her astonishment, the powerful being did not exhibit any malice. Instead, an air of reverence surrounded her. I pay my respects to the moon goddess. The mysterious woman knelt before Yi Linger in homage. In the ninely sacred land, within the sacred lord's hall, Ye Chen sat upon the sacred lord's throne. On either side of him stood the elders of both the inner and outer sections. Yinghao, the former master of the sacred land, stood beside Ye Chen, slightly bent. Our ninely sacred land is currently in a state of reconstruction. In addition to the cultivation rankings, we shall establish a cultivation tower, which will enhance the speed of training by 50 times. Ye Chen produced a tower of pure black, which consisted of 5 levels, each level accelerating time flow and cultivation speed by 10 times, culminating in a total enhancement of 50 times. What? Astonishingly, the cultivation speed is 50-fold. Could this tower possess such formidable capabilities? The Grand Elder, Xiao Dong, was utterly astounded. For it is well known that the most powerful training ground within the Jili sacred land is the number 1 training room, where the cultivation speed merely reaches 10-fold. Yet, now, Ye Chen casually presents a realm tower that boasts a staggering 50-fold cultivation speed. Should the sacred land truly possess such a treasure, it would undoubtedly rise to prominence in a remarkably short time. In truth, this realm tower does not only enhance the cultivation speed by 50 times, it also alters the passage of time within at a ratio of 50-1. Ye Chen disclosed yet another function of the tower. What? This realm tower can indeed reduce the flow of time by 50-fold? Yinghao exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined that the realm tower Ye Chen nonchalantly produced could possess both a 50-fold cultivation speed and a 50-fold time dilation. To comprehend the value of 50-fold cultivation time is to grasp its immense rarity. Within this realm tower, 50 days of cultivation equates to merely a single day outside. With such a realm tower, the Jioli sacred land could cultivate 100 saint-level powerhouses within a century. No, it would not even require a century. Merely 50 years would suffice to nurture 100 saint-level masters. By then, the energy of the Jioli sacred land would be sufficient to rival some of the top sacred lands in the central domain. Ye Chen is indeed the fortunate star of the Jioli sacred land, the foremost sovereign of the Jioli sacred land. Such thoughts resonated in the hearts of all present. Throughout the history of the Jioli sacred land, many sovereigns have emerged, yet none have possessed the extraordinary strength of Ye Chen. The moment Ye Chen unveiled the realm tower, all present were utterly convinced of his superiority, filled with an absolute trust and reverence. Furthermore, here are 1 million drops of semi-saint true essence. Utilize them to cultivate the most promising warriors of the Jioli sacred land. I demand to witness the birth of 10 semi-saint level powerhouses within 10 days. I shall not inquire about the process. I only desire the outcome. Ye Chen tossed a spatial ring, which landed in Yinghao's hands. What? 1 million drops of semi-saint true essence. Surely, I am not mistaken. That is indeed 1 million. An uproar ensued at that moment. Chapter 164, Divine Body. Summoning the 3 great empresses, these semi-saint true essences were refined by Ye Chen after vanquishing the indomitable Blood Clan powerhouse using the 8 Desolations divine refinement vessel. Initially, Ye Chen intended to reserve these essences for his own use, but he never anticipated acquiring the 5 elements Chaos Divine Tree, a divine artifact of unparalleled worth. With the 5 elements Chaos Divine Tree, the semi-saint true essences lost their value to him. Since the system had bestowed upon him the task of rebuilding the Jioli sacred land, these essences became less significant. They were better utilized on the disciples of the Jioli sacred land. Upon completing the task, Ye Chen would earn a substantial reward of 100 points of divine power. After delegating all responsibilities, Ye Chen mounted his motorcycle and departed from the Jiuli sacred land. Countless landscapes vanished beneath him as Ye Chen cruised through the eastern domain. With Feng Qi Ling, adorned in a floral fairy dress, seated gracefully behind him. The gentle breeze caressed Feng Qi Ling as she embraced Ye Chen, resting her face against his back. Engulfed by an indescribable bliss. Although she had not become Ye Chen's woman, she had achieved what countless women could only dream of. Regarding her relationship with Ye Chen, she dared not wish for too much. This simple connection was already sufficient. System, utilize 100 drops of the chaotic 5 elements divine essence. Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the first level of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the second level of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the third level of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. Ding. The hidden realm of the martial emperor has been unlocked. Ding. The host's hidden realm has been elevated to the 100th level. As the echoes of the system's notifications resonated, Ye Chen's power surged exponentially. Ultimately, ethereal shadows of deities and demons materialized above his head. These spectral figures converged around Ye Chen, culminating in the formation of an extraordinary domain. Within the area enveloped by these divine and demonic phantoms, one half was shrouded in ominous dark energy, while the other radiated with sacred spirit energy. The amalgamation of these two forces transformed the entire canopy into a realm of yin and yang. With a resounding clash, the two types of divine and demonic phantoms twisted and ultimately fused with Ye Chen's other domains. Above him, the sword's sovereign appeared, flanked by black demonic energy and crimson eyes on the left, and resplendent divine energy with ice blue eyes on the right. Atop the sword sovereign's head, a crown adorned with swirling yin and yang patterns spun gracefully. Ah, is that the energy of the chaotic divine demon immortal body? Hundreds of thousands of meters away, an ice fortress hovered in the void. Mu Qianxue wielded the Qianxue sword, gazing into the distance, pondering. The chaotic divine demon immortal body is among the 10 most formidable physiques across the myriad realms. How could such a physique manifest in the Kunlun realm? Your Majesty, should we return to the Sword God Palace? Inquired a middle-aged man, clad in a flowing ice-blue robe, who stood beside her, embodying the pinnacle of the saint realm. Since we have discovered the chaotic divine demon immortal body, we shall temporarily refrain from returning to the Sword God Palace. Mu Qianxue's gaze remained fixed on the distant sky, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I wish to witness who has awakened the chaotic divine demon immortal body. With a terrifying swiftness, the ice fortress surged towards the location of the chaotic divine demon immortal body. In another direction, at the peak of the eastern domain's Luo River, a mysterious scroll depicted a breathtaking woman adorned in a pale green gown. Above her head, 9 celestial seats flickered with an erratic brilliance, an aura of divinity swirling around her form. Though she had reached the pinnacle of the great saint realm, she had yet to solidify her divine path. Am I truly destined to remain disconnected from the divine realm? Mused the Luo River Empress, gripping the 9 stars Ruo Shui sword. As she gazed upon the torrential river cascading from the heavens, her expression tinged with a subtle sense of helplessness. Just then, a divine and demonic aura emerged from the horizon. The Luo River Empress's expression shifted slightly. Is this the chaotic divine demon immortal body? I wonder who has awakened it. If such a physique were to aid me, would I not be able to solidify my divine path? The Empress of the River, a figure of grace, swiftly glided towards the source of the divine and demonic aura. At the periphery of the central domain lay an endless sea of blossoms. Amidst this floral expanse, a woman clad in a rose-colored gown, her figure voluptuous and alluring, reclined upon a rocking chair, basking in the sun's warmth. Beside her, a chessboard radiated with a dazzling interplay of black and white lights. These two beams surged into the void, forming ethereal shadows of both divine and demonic essence. Ah, is this the chaotic divine and demonic immortal body? The woman in the rose gown rose gracefully, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. Observing the patterns on the chessboard, a profound astonishment graced her features. Could it truly be the chaotic divine and demonic immortal body? Did the Empress perceive this correctly? A voice resonated from the void beside her. Ling Feng, accompany me to the eastern domain. I have unwavering faith in this course, the Rose Empress declared, before mounting a colossal dragon of deep azure hue, setting forth towards the east. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, who resided in the eastern domain, 3 empresses commenced their search for him throughout the vast expanse of the region, prompted by his recent actions. At that moment, he halted his wild motorcycle at the entrance of the Tai Holy Land. Despite the fact that 90% of Tai's elite had engaged in battle at the Jiuli Holy Land, A small contingent remained behind. However, upon his arrival, Ye Chen was taken aback to find that the Holy Land was not as populated as he had anticipated. Rather, it was enveloped in an eerie silence. Releasing his spiritual energy, he discovered a grim scene. Bodies lay strewn across the Tai Holy Land, devoid of any living soul. With a swift motion, he approached one of the fallen warriors, probing their lifeless form. His investigation revealed a troubling truth. These individuals bore no external injuries or significant trauma. Their life essence had vanished entirely. The manner of their demise was peculiar, reminiscent of souls being forcibly stripped away. As he traversed from the entrance to the depths of the Tai Holy Land, Ye Chen discerned that the disciples had succumbed to an extreme method of soul deprivation, leading to their tragic end. You possess considerable audacity, daring to venture alone into the Tai Holy Land amidst such carnage? Just as Ye Chen reached the Hall of the Holy Master, two silhouettes emerged from the void. One was shrouded in a cloak of black demonic mist, obscuring its true form, while the other appeared almost crystalline, radiant and translucent, adorned with a dark tendril hovering above its head. Are you not beings of the Kunlun realm? Questioned Feng Qingling, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Ye Chen scrutinized the two figures. Both exuded a formidable aura characteristic of saintly beings, their energies palpably potent. Particularly, the crystal-like individual emanated an energy that sent shivers through Ye Chen's very core. Indeed, we are formidable entities from the dark demon realm and the underworld. Is this your final proclamation? The formidable being from the dark demon realm let out a chilling laugh as the malevolent energy surrounding him coalesced into a long sword. He then advanced step by step towards Ye Chen and his companion. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can slay us? Feng Qingling declared, activating her flame dragon battle body and charging forward. Indeed, you possess a fiery spirit. I relish the challenge of a human female like you. It will be entertaining to teach you a lesson. The dark demon realm warrior's voice dripped with icy mirth as he swung his demonic sword towards Feng Qingling. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the void as the demonic sword twisted in his grasp, only to be shattered by a single palm strike from Feng Qingling. Unyielding, her offensive momentum surged forward, landing a powerful blow upon the dark demon warrior. He was sent flying, his sacred body fracturing under the force, nearly crushed by her strike. By the heavens, the strength of this vile woman is truly terrifying. The dark demon warrior, witnessing Feng Qingling's formidable prowess, dared not underestimate her any longer. In his hand materialized a true demonic sword, a sacred-grade weapon adorned with thousands of intricate demonic runes. 24 swords of the celestial demon. The sword in the dark demon warrior's grasp emanated with 24 gleaming auras, each infused with sword intent, formidable sword momentum, and terrifying sacred laws, boasting 24,000 variations. The power of this strike was elusive, challenging for an ordinary saint to counter. Yet, Ye Chen harbored no concerns for Feng Qingling, for she was no ordinary saint. She had delved into the path of the great saint. Whoosh! An ethereal azure dragon manifested as Feng Qingling surged forward, her palm meeting the opposing demonic sword. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Feng Qingling's hand struck the demonic sword, causing intricate cracks to appear, nearly shattering it with her blow. The dark demon warrior's eyes widened in shock, and he swiftly attempted to distance himself from Feng Qingling. However, Feng Qingling would not grant him such an opportunity. Boom! With a forceful stomp, Feng Qingling's figure darted forward like a tempest, appearing before the dark demon warrior in an instant, her fist poised to strike at his head. Whoosh! A potent surge of soul power surged towards the dark demon warrior's mind, the ethereal essence almost locking onto Feng Qingling. In that moment, Ye Chen's figure distorted in place as a blood-red longsword danced in the wind, swiftly severing the dark demon warrior's head in an instant. In less than a second, the warrior's body transformed into a peculiar, desiccated form. Subsequently, the power of the slaughtering sword escalated to a new level. Moreover, Ye Chen felt a powerful soul force from within the slaughtering sword entering his own soul, nurturing and strengthening it. Thus, the slaughtering sword was not merely capable of devouring the life essence of other races, but could also consume their very souls. In the realm of the underworld, practitioners specialize in the manipulation of souls, thus enabling Ye Chen to devour the soul power of his adversaries to nourish his own essence. Boom! Meanwhile, Feng Qingling delivered a powerful punch, driving an opponent from the dark demon realm into the earth, following which he shattered his skull with another blow. The sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp flew forth, piercing the body of this dark demon realm warrior, thoroughly absorbing the malevolent energy within. This dark energy transformed into a unique force that nourished Ye Chen's chaotic divine, demonic celestial body. Were not the denizens of the underworld and the dark demon realm sealed away? How could they manifest here? After vanquishing the two foes, a peculiar expression crossed Feng Qingling's face. A significant portion of those from the underworld and the dark demon realm are indeed sealed within their respective worlds, while others are confined within the Kunlun realm. Previously, I encountered a location of sealing that confined countless undead blood clans and formidable beings from the dark demon realm. However, the emergence of an underworld warrior here is quite astonishing. Observing the corpse of the underworld warrior on the ground, Ye Chen shared her surprise. Whoosh! Ye Chen swiftly moved, bringing Feng Qingling into the treasury of the Tai sacred land. The treasury doors stood ajar, yet the spiritual stones and other treasures within remained untouched. However, at the center of the treasury lay a black box inscribed with runes and formations, which should have contained something of significance, now utterly devoid of contents. This should have housed the celestial key. Upon witnessing the emptiness of the box, Ye Chen retrieved another celestial key. Although the interior was barren, an unusual aura lingered, resonating with the celestial key in his hand. It is said that the celestial key serves as the key to unlock sealed pathways. The underworld warriors and others from the dark demon realm must have taken the celestial key and released their kin confined within. Feng Qingling, upon seeing the celestial key in Ye Chen's possession, spoke with a grave expression. That seems to be the case. Ye Chen nodded slightly, then unleashed his mental energy. His formidable spirit enveloped the treasury of the Tai sacred land, covering all treasures within. In the next moment, every resource from the entire Tai sacred land treasury was absorbed into Ye Chen's small universe. Let us venture to the Jiuxiao sacred land, Ye Chen declared as he and Feng Qingling departed the Tai sacred land treasury, subsequently summoning his motorcycle. Revving with immense power, the wild motorcycle surged towards the distant sky, vanishing from the Tai sacred land in mere moments. Beneath the shadow of the trees in the Tai sacred land, the void twisted momentarily. A figure clad in a black martial robe appeared at the very spot Ye Chen had just vacated. This cloaked warrior exuded a torrent of dark energy, for he had already slain numerous formidable beings from the dark demon realm and disrupted their plans in the Jiuli sacred land. In the shadow of the dark-robed warrior, a spectral entity hovered, emitting a series of chilling laughs as it proclaimed, "Let him linger a couple more days. When the formidable beings from the three realms shatter the seal, eliminating this child will be as effortless as crushing an ant." With those words, the figures of the two retreated once more into the darkness. A quarter of an hour later, the silhouettes of Ye Chen and Feng Qingling descended upon the Nine Heavens sacred land. There, the scene was one of carnage, with all warriors left behind to guard the sanctuary ruthlessly slain. Each demise was tragically gruesome, indistinguishable from those who had perished at the Tai sacred land. With a swish, Ye Chen arrived at the treasury of the Nine Heavens sacred land, where a dazzling array of spirit stones and treasures awaited. Both the Undying Blood Clan and the Nether Clan possessed boundless wealth across the various realms, and while these crystals held some significance for human warriors, they were somewhat superfluous for the Undying Blood Clan and the Nether Clan. Thus, these two races had left behind their treasures and spirit stones. Fortuitously, Ye Chen arrived just in time to collect all these spirit stones and treasures. The Ninely sacred land was effectively in a state of reconstruction, desperately in need of these cultivation resources and wealth. Just as Ye Chen prepared to depart from the Nine Heavens sacred land, the temperature in the atmosphere plummeted sharply, and snowflakes began to cascade from the void. A woman clad in a frost gown, wielding a Qianxue sword, descended from the ethereal realm. Chapter 166. The arrival of the three empresses. She was a formidable being of the great sage realm. Sensing the terrifying chill emanating from her, Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly. In a moment of distortion, he and Feng Qingling vanished from the treasury of the Ninely sacred land. As they had just disappeared, the Ice Empress, adorned in her frost gown, materialized at the very spot where they had stood. What an enigma! How could they vanish into thin air? The Ice Empress mused, her ice-blue eyes filled with perplexity. Previously, she had distinctly sensed the energy of the chaotic, divine, demon immortal body within the Nine Heavens sacred land. Yet upon her arrival, all traces of that energy had dissipated as if it had never existed. The swiftness of this disappearance was remarkable, yet the air still held a faint, familiar fragrance, likely that of the 100 Flowers Immortal gown from the 100 Flowers Immortal palace, capturing the scent lingering in the air. She tucked it away in her memory before turning to depart. The moment she left, an overwhelming chill enveloped the entirety of the Nine Heavens sacred land. In the next instant, the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens sacred land was entirely encased in ice. 100-mile freeze. So close. Upon returning to her frost castle, the Ice Empress felt a pang of regret. Had she been just a bit swifter on her journey, she would have undoubtedly arrived at the Nine Heavens sacred land sooner. and with her prowess, she could have secured the chaotic divine demon immortal body. Let us return to the Sword God Palace first. She resolved. Empress Qianxue, Mu Qianxue, cast a glance at the holy land of Zhouxiao before commanding her frost castle to depart. Just as she was about to leave, 9 resplendent rivers of stars descended from the void, obstructing her path. Empress Luo Shui, Lin Ruo, clad in a light blue gown and wielding the Ruo Shui sword, descended from above. It is you, Empress Ruo Shui. Mu Qianxue brandished her Qianxue sword, her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Ruo. Hand over the chaos divine demon immortal body, and I shall allow you to leave, Lin Ruo declared, the 9 rivers of stars shimmering ominously behind her, pulsating with unmatched pressure. The chaos divine demon immortal body is not in my possession, and I have arrived late. Mu Qianxue's silhouette was accompanied by thousands of ethereal snow-capped mountains, each more formidable than the last. The 2 empresses stood in a tense standoff, neither making a move. Yet the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Your words may deceive children, but you shall not sway me, Lin Ruo retorted, her eyes glimmering with an inky radiance as the rivers of stars behind her surged forth, transforming into a celestial cascade, pressing towards Mu Qianxue. I have stated that the chaos divine demon immortal body is not in my possession. If you wish to engage, I shall not shy away, Mu Qianxue resolutely countered. And the saintly apparition of Qianxue behind her erupted with an overwhelming chill, retaliating against Lin Ruo. Explosive sounds resounded in succession. The void within a 10,000-mile radius warped, with fissures in space sprawling like a spider's web. The heavens and earth, along with all existence, were rendered to nothingness amidst the clash of the 2 empresses. Why not heed my counsel? A colossal dark blue dragon suddenly traversed the space, appearing above the holy land of Zhouxiao. Upon its back stood a woman clad in a rose-colored gown. Empress Rose, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Lin Ruo's gaze shifted towards Empress Rose, her eyes radiating an icy glare. Mu Qianxue too paused her assault, a cold smile gracing her lips. Daramir planned to interfere in our affairs? Do you believe I would not cleave you in 2 with a single stroke? Both empresses were immensely powerful, leaving no opportunity for Empress Rose to speak. Moreover, they both understood that Empress Rose had come due to the chaos divine demon immortal body. Though I am a sacred rose that has flourished for tens of thousands of years, I am still a thorny rose. You both underestimate me, Empress Rose remarked with a wry smile, pointing a finger towards the void. Countless thorny roses materialized, forming a rose cage that enveloped the very realm they occupied. This is the Rose Forbidden Domain. Upon witnessing the domain conjured by Empress Rose, the disdain on Lin Ruo and Mu Qianxue's faces vanished. The Rose Forbidden Domain could only be manifested by one at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm, indicating that Empress Rose was not far behind them, sharing the opportunity to ascend to divinity. The 2 individuals present, the Emperor mused, believe that the chaotic divine demon immortal body has departed from this realm. If you continue to argue, not only will you fail to locate the chaotic divine demon immortal body, but you will also squander precious time. Upon noticing that Lin Ruo and Mu Qianxue had calmed down, the Rose Empress finally lifted the Rose Forbidden Domain. Oh, then pray tell, where is the chaotic divine demon immortal body? Lin Ruo asked, her skepticism palpable as she regarded both the Rose Empress and Mu Qianxue. She suspected that Mu Qianxue might have employed some method to obscure her perception of the chaotic divine demon immortal body. Moreover, it was curious that the Rose Empress chose this precise moment to appear. Perhaps Mu Qianxue had already colluded with the Rose Empress to seize the chaotic divine demon immortal body for themselves. The chaotic divine demon immortal body must have ventured to an unknown world or dimension, hence it eludes even the heavenly mechanism chessboard's probing. Aware of Lin Ruo's disbelief, the Rose Empress produced the heavenly mechanism chessboard. This artifact could discern opportunities across the entire divine martial continent and significant events as they unfolded. Human judgment may falter, but the heavenly mechanism chessboard never errs. It thus confirmed that the chaotic divine demon immortal body had indeed vanished from the divine martial continent. Could it be that the chaotic divine demon immortal body does not belong to the Kunlun realm? Mu Qianxue furrowed her brow, yet a flicker of doubt arose within her. If the individual were not from the Kunlun realm, why then did they possess the 100 Flowers immortal skirt, particularly the lingering fragrant essence in the air, which felt exceptionally genuine? Nevertheless, Mu Qianxue chose not to disclose this insight, as it was her unique clue. With this lead, she could outpace Lin Ruo and the Rose Empress in her quest to find the chaotic divine demon immortal body. This was not impossible. The Emperor had gleaned certain truths from the heavenly mechanism chessboard. This person was indeed from the divine martial continent, but during the investigation, a divine power emerged that obscured most of the chessboard's capabilities. This scenario presented 2 possibilities. The individual's identity was extraordinarily complex. Accompanied by a guardian of at least divine caliber, or the individual was a divine realm powerhouse themselves, capable of shielding against causal forces. The Rose Empress disclosed all that she knew. If there were a divine guardian, why would the individual flee? Upon hearing the Rose Empress's words, both Mu Qianxue and Lin Ruo exchanged cold smirks, recognizing that the Rose Empress was clearly attempting to sow confusion, seeking to locate the chaotic divine demon immortal body before either of them could. Yet, neither chose to expose the Rose Empress directly. Perhaps we should establish an agreement among the three of us? The Rose Empress proposed at that moment. Chapter 167, Sword Dao Heart Realm, Unity of Heaven and Man establish an agreement? Upon hearing the Rose Empress's suggestion, both Lin Ruo and Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. Although their acquaintance with the Rose Empress was brief, they were acutely aware that she possessed a multitude of ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Lin Ruo and Mu Qianxue were not easily trifled with. Even if the Rose Empress had 1,000 schemes, they were fully capable of discerning them all. Oh, I am curious to know what kind of agreement you wish to propose. Lin Ruo, wielding the 9-star Ruo Shui sword, resembled the celestial goddess descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of ethereal coolness. Beside her, Mu Qianxue remained silent, her gaze fixated upon the Rose Empress. The Rose Empress said with a serene smile, "We both understand that although we stand at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, there are certain actions we must refrain from. To forcibly seize the chaos divine demon immortal body would entangle us in causality. Enough of the pleasantries. My time is limited," Mu Qianxue interjected coldly. The Rose Empress continued solemnly, "Let us reach an agreement. Should the chaos divine demon immortal body be female, the three of us shall cultivate together, ensuring fairness. However, if it is male, whoever finds him first shall claim him, and the other two shall forfeit their claims. What say you?" "I have no objections," Lin Ruo asserted with utmost confidence, for her mastery of the 9-star Ruo Shui sword allowed her to perceive the stars as her eyes, making the search for the chaos divine demon immortal body a trivial endeavor. "I too have no objections," Mu Qianxue thought inwardly, harboring a hint of delight that she concealed well. Initially, she had intended to refuse the proposal, but a vision flashed in her mind of the Flower Fairy's boat traversing the sacred city of Julie, coupled with memories of the exorbitantly priced shrimp at Zhu Pavilion. If fortune favored her, this might be the most significant lead. "Then it is settled," declared the Rose Empress to the two, before ascending upon her colossal dragon and vanishing from the sacred land of Julie in an instant. Lin Ruo and Mu Qianxue, too, distorted their forms and promptly disappeared from the skies above the sacred land. In the realm of the small Qinquan, the sound of chimes echoed as Ye Chen comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. Ding. Successfully comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. Dao number 10. This was followed by several more notifications, and soon, Ye Chen's understanding of the laws had burgeoned to over 50,000. The ethereal silhouette of the 5 elements Dao in his mind became increasingly tangible, while the shadows of divine and demonic beings solidified further. Feng Qingling, Feng Qingyang, and the 4 heavenly kings sat cross-legged beside the 5 elements chaos divine tree, immersed in their cultivation. The White Emperor Fox and the 9-leaf Phoenix were also honing their skills, their powers having ascended to the late saint level. Meanwhile, Yi Linger sat in meditation beside the Frost Dragon coffin, emanating an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen felt an inexplicable connection between Yi Linger and the Frost Dragon coffin. Approaching the coffin, he noticed that the mysterious woman within exuded a more solidified presence than before, her essence markedly different from what it once was. Ye Chen sensed that she might awaken at any moment. However, moments later, all his sensations faded away. The connection between the mysterious woman and Yi Linger was entirely absent, leaving Ye Chen somewhat bewildered. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? With this thought in mind, Ye Chen departed from the small universe. He found himself once again in the trial space, where he resumed his cultivation of the Supreme Water Diagram. Ding. Supreme Water Diagram, level 500 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 ding. The Supreme Water Diagram has reached its maximum level. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the Supreme Water Diagram in the trial space, Ye Chen ceased his cultivation. The fully realized diagram significantly enhanced his mental prowess, elevating it several tiers. At this moment, Ye Chen's mental strength was comparable to that of a Saint King. He could unleash mental attacks that rivaled the peak of the Saint King realm. Furthermore, bolstered by 50,000 sacred Dao rules, his martial prowess was sufficient to annihilate any saint with ease. Suddenly, the figure of the Void Prince reappeared in the trial space, distorting the air. Sword 9. Wielding a silver longsword, the Void Prince unleashed a devastating strike towards Ye Chen. Sword 9 represented the most formidable attack of the Sword Saint, encapsulating countless variations of sacred Tao rules. The Void Prince's Sword 9 shattered the very fabric of the Void. In response, the 10 sacred blood swords surged forth, imbued with sacred Tao rules, effortlessly tearing apart the Void Prince's Sword 9. Subsequently, the Void Prince was cleaved in two beneath the might of the 10 sacred blood sword. The Void Prince, a prominent figure among the strong in the central domain, was vanquished by Ye Chen with a single strike. And this was without the use of the Sword of Slaughter. However, the disparity in strength between the Void Prince and Ye Chen was now monumental. With the bloodline of a demigod, a battle body, and the existence of the chaos divine demon immortal body, Ye Chen could easily dispatch the Void Prince without resorting to the Sword of Slaughter. The difference between them was indeed vast. Moreover, Ye Chen had yet to truly enter the realm of swordsmanship. Though his sword path approached the great Tao, he had not fully realized it. Consequently, no sword shadows were cast within his sea of consciousness. Among all paths, the sword path is the most arduous to cultivate. It seems that only by reaching the half-saint realm or comprehending the wordless sword sutra can one qualify to grasp their own sword path. After all, only a scant few among millions attain the status of sword saint. With these reflections, Ye Chen departed from the small universe. Boom. Upon reappearing in the Nine Heavens sacred land, Ye Chen rode his motorcycle towards the Jioli sacred land. The clouds in the sky were thick and heavy, with the occasional birds soaring across the horizon. Verdant waters and lush mountains basked in the brilliant sunlight. At this moment, Ye Chen's state of mind became profoundly clear. Suddenly, an immensely powerful sword shadow manifested in the heavens above. Ye Chen experienced a qualitative transformation in his state of mind. He felt as though he was no longer an individual, but had merged with the very essence of the universe. Sword path state of mind, unity of heaven and man. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen experienced a profound union with the Tao. A resounding boom echoed as a blood-red sword-shaped phantom materialized within his spiritual sea. The projection of the Tao emerged effortlessly. At that instant, an indescribable joy enveloped Ye Chen's heart. Chapter 168. Sword Immortal. Li by all things seemed to resonate with Ye Chen, as if a connection had been established between him and the universe. Every life, every particle appeared to be under his command. Upon arriving before a towering mountain, Ye Chen halted, gazing intently at the majestic peak. At that moment, the mountain transformed in his eyes, revealing a unique structure akin to the aggregation of countless particles. With a swift motion, the sword in Ye Chen's hand soared forth, slicing towards the mountain. Everything within the mountain fractured, dissolving into nothingness. Subsequently, it dispersed into an array of countless particles. With this strike, Ye Chen had attained an exquisite mastery over power. Each particle was intricately linked to him, and with a graceful wave of his hand, all the particles reassembled, forming a great mountain once more. The mountain before him remained unchanged, its flora and fauna unharmed. This exemplified the power of the Tao, capable of governing the life and death of all beings. I grant you life, and you shall live. I decree your death, and you shall perish. The sword's path was no different. A swordsman could dictate life and death with a single stroke. This required not only the essence of sword intent and sword aura, but also a profound comprehension of the Tao. At that moment, the trees surrounding Ye Chen quivered, transforming into countless particles. They were then reconstructed by a wondrous energy, returning to their original form as a complete tree. Subsequently, leaves detached from the forest floor beneath him, aligning neatly to forge a colossal sword hundreds of meters long, imbued with the eternal principles of the Tao. With the sword in his heart, all things could become a sword. Ye Chen's devotion to the sword path was remarkably clarified at this moment. His state of mind reached an unparalleled tranquility. One could liken the human soul to a body of water. When a master of the sword path truly attains stillness, they can perceive all that lies beneath the surface and behold the celestial bodies reflected upon it. In this instant, Ye Chen's mindset underwent a sublime elevation. Suddenly, a peculiar energy of the sword path emanated from above. Ye Chen lifted his gaze to the heavens, and, under his watchful eyes, a figure clad in white robes glided through the void. With each step, the space around him warped, and his form resonated with the stars above, moving with an enigmatic rhythm that was elusive and unfathomable. Could this be the shadow I glimpsed while contemplating the shattered star step? Upon recognizing the figure, Ye Chen felt a flicker of astonishment. With a swift motion, the figure approached Ye Chen. It was a young man in a white robe, a gourd of wine hanging at his waist. wielding a transparent long sword that emanated an immensely terrifying aura of swordsmanship. The aura of this swordsmanship far surpasses the lethal blade in his grasp by countless magnitudes. Although his opponent refrained from striking, Ye Chen was acutely aware that this sword possessed the power to vanquish deities. As Ye Chen scrutinized the figure before him, he discerned that the individual was likewise assessing him. He noted an air of audacity and unrestrained spirit emanating from this person, as if the very cosmos dimmed in his presence. Indeed, you have witnessed this sword immortal and have even mastered the star-shattering steps I have imparted. It seems we are fated to cross paths. The young man in white produced a sheet of plain paper and placed it before Ye Chen, declaring this to be the martial technique of this sword immortal, hoping that upon mastering it, you would uphold the righteous path. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ye Chen accepted the paper, yet as he grasped it, his hands passed through the figure's arm, leaving him utterly astonished. Do not be alarmed. What you perceive is merely a temporal illusion of this sword immortal. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in another realm. The middle-aged man stepped forth and vanished into the distant void. As Ye Chen gazed upon the blank paper, words began to materialize, revealing a poem. While the world is intoxicated, I remain sober. While the world is pure, I alone am dark. The Azure Lotus sword song spans 3,000 realms. Without words or name, wisdom may be discerned. Could it be that the elder is? Watching the figure depart, Ye Chen's gaze narrowed, his waist adorned with a wine gourd, exuding an air of carefree abandon, and he had cultivated the power of time and space. In his memory, only one person embodied such a persona. I am the Azure Lotus sword immortal, Li Bai. After leaving those words, Li Bai's form dissipated into the void. Indeed, it is the esteemed Li Bai. As Ye Chen beheld the retreating figure, his eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. In his past life, he could only revere the sword immortal from afar, never having met him. Yet in this extraordinary world, he could stand in the presence of the sword immortal. Such a connection is truly invaluable. With a flourish, the paper in his hands shimmered with radiant light, containing immensely powerful sacred principles. Within these sacred rules, the essence of swordsmanship surged forth. In that moment, a blooming azure lotus appeared in Ye Chen's consciousness, consisting of 12 petals, each imbued with a unique essence. The formless sword manual and the azure lotus sword song were both creations of the sword immortal Li Bai. The invincible techniques of the formless sword manual, while unpredictable, are renowned for their overwhelming might. In contrast, the azure lotus sword song offers a different approach. It seems that the path of the sword transcends mere technique, urging one to blossom like a lotus flower. The swordsmanship and the lotus harmoniously intertwine. Sword path, lotus heart. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the martial technique. Azure Lotus Sword Song. Azure Lotus Sword Song. Unranked level cap. 12 million. Can be evolved using evolutionary stones, due to the 4 remaining principles in the Kunlun realm. The skill cap is set at 12 million. Upon evolution, the level cap will rise to 1 billion. Indeed, this is the swordsmanship conceived by the sword immortal. Upon reading the description of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, Ye Chen could not contain his elation. It is worth noting that the god-slaying sword energy he cultivates merely reaches the level of 100 million, which is already considered divine. What terrifying heights will the billion-level Qinglian sword song reach? To be frank, Ye Chen has begun to feel a sense of anticipation. He promptly embarked on his cultivation of the Qinglian sword song. After returning to the Jiuli sacred land on his motorcycle, Ye Chen entered the Xiaoqiankan world. Within this realm, ethereal sword shadows began to manifest around him. These sword shadows varied in size and width, reaching from the lofty heavens to the depths of the abyss. With each sword strike, a phantom lotus flower would bloom behind Ye Chen. The entire trial space was adorned with an abundance of lotus flowers and intricate sword shadows. Ding. Qinglian Sword Song Level 500. 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 Ding. Qinglian Sword Song has been upgraded to the maximum level. In a short span of time, Ye Chen elevated the Qinglian Sword Song to its pinnacle. At this moment, his comprehension of the Qinglian Sword Song had multiplied exponentially. Suddenly, the figure of the Void Prince appeared within the trial space. Sword 9. The Void Prince's gaze was frigid as he swung his silver longsword directly at Ye Chen. Chapter 169, Sword God Palace, Mu Qinchue. With a gentle flick of his finger towards the void, a blue lotus materialized out of thin air. This azure lotus, with its 12 petals, harbored an immensely powerful sword aura. The collision between the Qinglian and the sword 9 unleashed by the Void Prince resulted in a mutual annihilation. Boom. The space tore apart, and the void trembled at that moment. In this exchange against the Void Prince's shadow, Ye Chen refrained from exerting excessive physical or bloodline power. At that time, he relied solely on the principles of the sacred path and his understanding of the Qinglian sword song to engage in this spar with the Void Prince's sword 9. Thus, the confrontation ended in a stalemate. In Ye Chen's sea of consciousness, the path representing the swordway radiated with an unparalleled brilliance. At that moment, Ye Chen truly stepped into the realm of swordsmanship, becoming a genuine sword cultivator. Time to observe the progress of the reconstruction at the Jiuli Sacred Land. Ye Chen's figure twisted and departed from the Zioqiankan world. When he reappeared, he found himself in the central plaza of the Jiuli Sacred Land. Gazing down from above, Ye Chen noted that, after a period of reconstruction, the periphery of the Jiuli Sacred Land had begun to take shape, and he surmised that it would soon return to its former glory. A powerful aura is approaching, and it has locked onto me? Standing atop the heavens, Ye Chen focused his gaze into the distance. Under his scrutiny, an ice castle appeared, spanning hundreds of miles, hovering above the Jiuli Sacred Land. Indeed, it is you. Mu Qianxue, wielding the Qianxue sword, soared forth from the ice castle. Who are you? Ye Chen regarded Mu Qianxue with a calm expression. She was the formidable sage-level expert who had appeared in the Jiuxiao Sacred Land. Previously, Ye Chen had entered the realm of the Little Qiankuan, successfully evading Mu Qianxue. However, he has now been sought out. I am Mu Qianxue, the acting lord of the Sword God Palace. With a smile gracing her lips, Mu Qianxue was prepared. Having anticipated that the one awakening the chaotic, divine, demonic, immortal body would be a man, yet she was taken aback by Ye Chen's striking handsomeness, beyond her expectations. What? This individual is Mu Qianxue? She is renowned as the second strongest in the Sword God Palace, only subordinate to the Sword God himself. It is said that she has withstood 3 strikes from the Sword God. How could she have come to the sacred land of Jiuli? Such a figure stands invincible beneath the gods. What could her purpose here be? Judging by her tone, she seems to be seeking the Holy Master. Could it be that there exists some past grievance between the Holy Master and Mu Qianxue? Upon her appearance, all disciples of the sacred land of Jiuli grew tense. In stark contrast, the higher-ups of the sacred land began to harbor a sense of unease. It is well known that Mu Qianxue is lauded as the Empress of Qianxue, her prowess nearly on par with that of the Empress of Yaoqi. A figure of such caliber could easily bring about the destruction of the sacred land multiple times with but a stomp of her foot. Should she choose to act against the sacred land, it would face immediate annihilation. Empress Qianxue, what business do you have with the Holy Master? Ye Chen maintained his composure, gazing steadily at Mu Qianxue. Had he not awakened the chaotic, divine, demonic, immortal body, he might have felt intimidated by her presence. However, he now possessed the qualifications to stand on equal footing with this empress. Moreover, within his little Qiankuan realm resided the 5 elements chaotic divine tree, which he could summon for its power. If it came to blows, Mu Qianxue would find herself at a disadvantage against him. Ah, so you were the Holy Master of Jiuli? I have matters I wish to discuss with you, the Empress of Qianxue said, her radiant smile surveying Ye Chen from head to toe. If we are to converse, let us proceed to the Holy Master's Hall. Ye Chen moved swiftly toward the Holy Master's Hall, with Mu Qianxue closely following. Just as he entered the hall, Mu Qianxue waved her delicate hand, conjuring a frost shield that sealed the entrance, barring any entry. I apologize, but this matter is of utmost importance to me, and the Holy Master's Hall must be sealed. Adorned in a gown of frost, she moved gracefully, exuding an aura akin to autumn chrysanthemums. Empress Qianxue, please speak plainly, Ye Chen replied, his brow slightly furrowing. Mu Qianxue's cryptic demeanor left him perplexed. I wish to establish an agreement with you, one from which you shall undoubtedly benefit, while I too shall gain. A faint blush graced the Empress's porcelain visage. You possess the chaotic, divine, demonic, immortal body, and I seek to leverage its power to attain an opportunity for divine path certification. And what if I refuse? Ye Chen asked, a calm smile playing on his lips. Refusal is not an option I can allow. Mu Qianxue smiled. Her apprehension did not stem from fear of Ye Chen himself, but rather from the consequences of fate. Although seizing the chaotic, divine, demonic, immortal body could grant her a divine physique, possessing such a body does not guarantee one will ascend to become a deity in the future. Moreover, since Ye Chen has awakened the divine body, it is evident that he possesses great fortune and cannot be subjected to direct possession. Thus, only one method remains. With a flourish, the frost-laden gown cascaded to the ground, revealing an astonishingly beautiful sight before Ye Chen's eyes. Soon after, 2 figures nestled closely together. Who could possibly resist such a lure? Ye Chen smiled wryly, having anticipated that Mu Qianxue would directly employ the tactics of a great sage. He had braced himself for battle, yet he was taken by surprise by her approach. How could he defend against such an unforeseen maneuver? You are to do as I command. You shall obey my will, and when I urge you to resist, you must comply. This embodies the harmonious balance of strength and softness and cultivation. Do you comprehend? Mu Qianxue's ice blue eyes shimmered with radiant brilliance. Although her demeanor was exceedingly assertive, she exhibited remarkable gentleness while sparring with Ye Chen. A powerful aura of fire, alongside an equally formidable presence of frost, lingered above the Jiuli sacred land, creating a swirling vortex of wind and flame. An ethereal realm of ice and fire. With my extensive experience, how could I not understand? Ye Chen, aware of his inability to counter Mu Qianxue's power, embraced her. Time flew swiftly. After a day and a night, the ice-fire vortex finally subsided. Alas, Mu Qianxue had indeed outmaneuvered him. Above the Jiuli sacred land, at an elevation of several thousand meters, the Rose Empress stood atop a green dragon. Gazing down at the sacred lord's palace, her face etched with frustration. Rose Empress, despite your meticulous scheming, did you fail to foresee Mu Qianxue's preemptive strike? Beside the Rose Empress stood a woman wielding a 9-star longsword. This was Lin Ruo. Chapter 170. The opening of the Three Realms passage. Both Lin Ruo and the Rose Empress harbored a sense of regret. Had they not been so overly confident, they might not have allowed Mu Qianxue to seize the initiative. Although they were both in pursuit of the chaotic divine demonic celestial body, they had also dispatched individuals to monitor each other's movements. While they had received news that Mu Qianxue had visited the central domain and the Moonflower Divine Palace, they had both overlooked this information. In retrospect, it was clear that Mu Qianxue had long been aware of the whereabouts of the chaotic divine demonic celestial body and had concealed herself from them. Although Mu Qianxue had taken the lead, the Empress would not let this be the end. The Rose Empress commanded the mighty dragon, soaring into the distance. I am unlike you. I am willing to accept the consequences of my bets. Lin Ruo smiled faintly, stepping onto a scroll, and departed from above the Jiuli sacred land. In the chambers of the sacred lord's palace, Mu Qianxue stirred from her slumber. Upon the sheets lay a trace of crimson. Gazing at this hint of red, Ye Chen bore an expression of perplexity. Could it be that the illustrious Empress Qianxue was experiencing this for the first time? How then could she seem so vibrant? Do not look. Mu Qianxue's jade-like visage was adorned with two rosy hues. She swiftly pulled the sheets away and fled the sacred lord's palace. In that moment, she appeared less like an empress and more akin to an utterly ordinary woman. Ye Chen, since I have chosen you, I shall remain with you, loyal and unwavering. For this lifetime. The voice of Mu Qianxue resonated within the sacred lord hall. This proclamation was not only heard by Ye Chen, but also reached the ears of numerous disciples and elders of the sacred grounds. In that moment, all the disciples stood in stunned silence. What? The Empress Qianxue has chosen the sacred lord? What does this mean? They were utterly bewildered. It was clear that an agreement had been forged between the Empress Qianxue and the sacred lord, akin to vows of eternal allegiance. Huh. Oh, my dear fellows, your thoughts are far too conservative. Just last night, amidst the clash of ice and fire, the sacred lord hall was sealed by the Empress herself. A moment's reflection reveals what transpired. Could it be? I understand now. My brothers, Ye Chen truly deserves to be our sacred lord. Capable of winning over a being like Empress Qianxue. Remarkable. The disciples began to engage in fervent discussions. Before long, the affair between Ye Chen and Empress Qianxue spread throughout the entire Jiuli sacred ground. Everyone became aware of the romantic entanglement between Empress Qianxue and Ye Chen. In the eastern domain, at the abyss of extremity, a group of semi-holy human warriors knelt before a seemingly bottomless chasm, each bound by golden chains. Suddenly, two enormous blood-red hands emerged from the depths of the abyss, reaching towards the semi-holy warriors. In an instant, their forms disintegrated into blood mist. Drawn back into the abyss by the colossal grasp, shortly thereafter, within the abyss, two powerful presences awakened. Cursed abyss, you have sealed me for millennia, but at last, I am free. All human warriors shall pay 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold for my suffering. Two men, adorned with golden wings and clad in crimson robes, soared forth from the abyss, exuding an energy rivaling that of peak great saints. Bow before the prince. Countless undead blood clan warriors, witnessing the arrival of the two princes, knelt in reverence. After countless years, our Qingtian tribe descends upon the Kunlun realm once more, destined to obliterate the eastern domain. A ruthless glint flickered in the eyes of the Qingtian demon king, as torrents of bloodlust surged forth from him, obscuring the heavens. The other formidable presence was the Qingyun demon king, ruler of the undead blood clan's Qingyun tribe. He too wore a mocking smile, gazing upon the world before him, declaring, "The human warriors shall become fodder for my undead blood clan, destined to vanish from this realm." Within the depths of the abyss of extremity, the sound of rushing water echoed. If one could gaze into the abyss, they would see a multitude of undead blood clan warriors climbing upward from the depths. The weakest among them were at the martial sovereign level, and countless were at the holy realm. Among them, the numbers of holy kings and great saints were truly staggering. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. In another corner of the eastern domain, the river of the underworld. On the other side of the river Styx lies the path leading to the underworld. Above this path once stood a dark stone tablet, intricately carved with various divine symbols, which has now shattered into two pieces. The road to the underworld has been opened by a mysterious force. Like a tidal wave, numerous specters surged forth from the depths of the underworld. In the moment each specter crossed the river Styx, their forms transformed into a tangible existence, resembling that of a living person, complete with flesh and blood. However, their eyes possessed an unsettling clarity. Before a formidable figure of the Nether clan, a middle-aged man, enshrouded in the icy breath of a dragon, gazed coldly into the distance, advancing towards the eastern realm. Any who dared to resist would be met with merciless retribution. Meanwhile, the portal to the dark demon realm has also been opened, unleashing countless powerful demons into the world. The dark demon saintess, Ye Chen, floated in the void, having fully awakened her innate demon soul after undergoing the rituals of the dark demon realm. With the aid of the Demon Soul Codex, Ye Chen had elevated her strength to the late stage of the Saint realm, mere steps away from attaining the Saint King realm. Should she vanquish enough humans, her demonic prowess would ascend even further, thus ensuring her rise to the initial stage of the Saint King realm. In that moment, she would surely obliterate Ye Chen. A powerful hatred surged within Ye Chen's eyes. With a swift movement, she set forth towards the territory of the human race. Soon, she hovered above a small village, the sun setting on the horizon. In the eastern part of the village, several children played joyously. The sunset was breathtaking, yet the dusk approached. "Ah Huang, it's time to come home for dinner," a woman called out to the children from the village's east side. "Ah Huang, my mother is calling me to eat. We can play again tomorrow," the boy named Ah Huang replied to his companions before turning to leave. However, a figure cloaked in dark energy blocked his path. "Tomorrow? There will be no tomorrow." Ye Chen's dark fingers descended upon the small boy. In that instant, his life essence was seized by her. A surge of dark power enveloped the boy, and within mere breaths, he was wholly consumed by the darkness, vanishing into nothingness. You are a devil. No, you are far more terrifying than a devil, to spare not even a child. Chapter 171. The madness of Ye Chen. The woman gazed at Ye Chen with eyes filled with terror and hatred. "Indeed, you are not mistaken. I am that kind of person, 1,000 times more fearsome than any devil." In a blink, Ye Chen appeared before the woman, her slender fingers piercing into the woman's body. Vivid crimson blood flowed from her, pooling on the ground as a portion of her life essence was completely absorbed by Ye Chen. The impending massacre loomed, with no distinction made between the old and youngs. The male and female, none would be spared. Ye Chen commanded the dark forces behind her and swiftly made her way towards the heart of the village. At the center stood a stage, upon which a performer sang, their voice resonating with an ancient and captivating charm. Below the stage, a gathering of villagers, men, women, and children alike, sat in attendance. With a dramatic entrance, Ye Chen descended into the village center, dark tendrils of malevolent energy rippling outward, enveloping all in its sinister embrace. The performer, upon witnessing her arrival, was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. A gasp escaped a middle-aged man, who, from a distance, recognized the ominous aura surrounding Ye Chen. In an instant, a black chain erupted from her form, piercing through the man's body. His life force was drained entirely, leaving him to dissolve into the void of darkness. "Demon, you dare commit such wanton slaughter in our village? I shall slay you." A warrior, wielding a sword of profound iron, approached her with determination. It was Captain Hao, a formidable innate-level fighter. Surely he would vanquish this witch. "Captain Hao, strike her down." The villagers collectively turned their hopeful gazes towards him, yearning for salvation. Yet, as Captain Hao neared the stage, he was engulfed by a shroud of dark power, his body cleaving in two before he too vanished into nothingness. How could this be? Captain Hao was defeated in an instant. A chilling despair swept through the villagers. If even he was powerless, their fate seemed sealed. "Continue the performance," Ye Chen commanded, her gaze icy as she fixated on the performer. "Very well, I shall sing." The performer's countenance twisted in anguish, more sorrowful than tears could convey, as he began to sing. The melody was atrocious. Ye Chen shook her head slightly, extending her hand towards a villager's head. With a sickening crunch, the villager's skull caved in, their life essence completely siphoned away. "Keep singing. If I detect a single flaw, I shall take a life, until you deliver a performance that satisfies me." The dark energy surrounding Ye Chen threatened all poised to strike at any moment. Please, don't harm anyone. I will sing. The performer pleaded, suppressing any sign of fear or emotion, pouring his entire being into the song. Once more, a villager succumbed to the malevolent force, their existence erased. Why must this bloodshed continue? The performer's eyes were filled with terror and confusion. It is because your song fails to please me, Li Chen retorted. Moreover, you dare to cease when I have not commanded you to? With that, yet another villager was claimed by the dark energy, their form dissipating into the void. Lord Demon, spare us, please. Yes, spare us. We willingly submit to you. At that moment, all the villagers knelt on the ground, pleading for Li Yingxuan's forgiveness. Spare you? Huh. A cold laugh escaped Li Yingxuan's lips as the demonic aura surged forth, annihilating those who had willingly offered their submission. The very phrase to submit was a persistent torment in Li Yingxuan's heart. She would never allow anyone to utter those two words. To do so would mean death. With a whoosh, those villagers slain by the demonic energy transformed into pure energy, flowing into Li Yingxuan's body. After eliminating these villagers, her demonic powers surged to new heights. A sense of exhilaration washed over her. The ability to control the lives and deaths of others was a source of great pleasure for Li Yingxian. She reveled in the sight of others struggling, suffering, and desperately pleading before her, while she remained the master of it all. The power of life and death was hers to wield. This was far more gratifying than her previous role as the saintess of the Jili sacred land. Your Highness, the saintess, we have slain everyone in the village. A young man, enveloped in demonic energy, appeared by Li Yingxuan's side. Then, it is time for this spectacle to reach its climax. Her gaze turned frigid, and at that moment, all the demonic energy surged forth. A torrential wave of demonic energy enveloped the stage, and every villager emitted cries of agony, lamentation, and despair. Although Li Yingxian could have easily dispatched them in an instant, she chose not to. She wanted everyone to perish in torment. Having become the saintess of the dark demon realm, she was destined to be in eternal conflict with all of humanity. With a whoosh, an actor on the stage was struck by a blade of demonic energy, cleaving him in two. Next, the slaughter of the city would commence. Li Yingxian fixed her gaze on the horizon, where a prosperous city lay ahead. The city was ablaze with lights, bustling with throngs of people. Suddenly, layers of swirling demonic clouds materialized in the void. All the demonic clouds surged toward the city. What was happening? How could such a powerful demonic energy manifest? This intensity of demonic energy was sufficient to annihilate an entire city. Quickly, activate the city's protective formation. The city lord's mansion and everyone within the city trembled in alarm. Upon receiving the command, the formation masters within the city lord's mansion frantically began to activate the array. A semicircular barrier emerged in the void, enveloping the entire city. Who dares to act recklessly in my domain? A middle-aged man clad in dragon-scale armor, at the martial emperor level, appeared in the skies. A mere martial emperor ant dares to obstruct me? Li Yingxian stepped forth from the swirling demonic energy, wielding a black scythe in her hand. With a swift motion, the scythe sliced through the air, targeting the formation. Boom. In an instant, the city's protective array was shattered by the scythe's strike. The dark tendril of energy descended upon the formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, cleaving him into two in an instant, subsequently succumbing to the encroaching darkness. The martial emperor was annihilated, every soul extinguished, none spared. Li Yingxian transformed into a gust of wind, racing towards the heart of the city. Chapter 172. The creation of 200 saints. The following day, chaos enveloped the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain wind and cloud report was inundated with countless updates, nearly all pertaining to the Undying Blood Clan, the Dark Demon Realm, and the Nether Clan. Both the Dark Demon Realm and the Undying Blood Clan left desolation in their wake, rendering all life and towns into mere ruins. The entirety of human civilization that could be perceived was obliterated. Although the Nether Clan also claimed numerous human warriors, their greater strategy involved seizing territories held by human cultivators. As long as humanity submitted, survival could be ensured. Throughout the Eastern Domain, the Undying Blood Clan and the Dark Demon Realm continued their relentless advance. Even ancient sects were extinguished overnight. In less than a day, the three clans had nearly occupied 10% of the Eastern Domain. At this pace, the conquest of the entire Eastern Domain by the three factions would not exceed 10 days. Moreover, the Eastern Domain wind and cloud report featured vivid imagery. The armies of the three clans were arrayed densely, an endless sight to behold. Report to the Holy Master. Our Jili sacred land, located on the periphery of the Eastern Domain, is on the verge of being approached by the armies of the three clans, said the Grand Elder. Xiaodong, with a grave expression directed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded slightly, already aware of this intelligence and cognizant of the impending threat posed by the three clans. He then inquired, What do you propose we do about this matter? Though some words may be inappropriate, I must speak candidly, given the current situation. Our Geely sacred land must relocate to the central domain. Otherwise, we risk imminent peril, one elder declared, bracing himself. Indeed, I concur with this assessment. The army of the Undying Blood Clan is fast approaching Geely sacred land, and these beings are beyond our capacity to contend with. Should the Holy Master give the command? We can depart at any moment, another elder agreed. What is your opinion, Grand Elder? Ye Chen turned his gaze to Xiaodong. Does the Holy Master have an alternate strategy? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Grand Elder Xiaodong did not respond directly but began to ponder internally. If Ye Chen truly intended to retreat, he would have already summoned all disciples of the sacred land to gather and facilitated their transit to the central domain via the teleportation array. However, Ye Chen had not taken such action, indicating that he had a contingency plan. It was evident that Ye Chen wished to keep the Geely sacred land's members from evacuating, instead utilizing the Grand Elder's voice to articulate the gravity of the situation. After comprehending Ye Chen's intentions, the Grand Elder Xiaodong remarked, I believe that the Undying Blood Clan does not necessarily signify invincibility. Therefore, I propose that everyone remains to guard the Ninely sacred land. Grand Elder, have you lost your mind? That is the army of the Undying Blood Clan. Even if all the major forces of the central region unite, they may not be able to withstand them, let alone us, the Ninely sacred land. Indeed, Grand Elder, your proposal would lead our Ninely sacred land into a perilous abyss. This is utterly unacceptable. In an instant, voices of opposition against the Grand Elder erupted. The majority of the elders and disciples of the sacred land harbored a deep-seated fear of the Undying Blood Clan. Only a small fraction understood that the Undying Blood Clan possessed its own weaknesses. The Undying Blood Clan does not equate to invincibility. I concur with the Grand Elder's perspective. After all, the Ninely sacred land is our foundation. If we abandon the sacred land and venture into the central region, although we might preserve our lives, we would be living under the mercy of others, devoid of any dignity, spoke Ye Yinghao at that moment. Feng Qingyang also stepped forward, positioning himself in the center of the hall, stating, I, along with the Lord of the sacred land and the Holy Maiden, have ventured into the Azure Dragon Void realm and faced the strong of the Undying Blood Clan. They are not invincible. If we dare to engage in battle, we certainly have a chance of victory. Indeed, I, the Holy Maiden, also believe that if we abandon the Ninely sacred land, we become like trees without roots. Even if we find temporary refuge in the central region, everything comes at a cost. In time, we may be exploited and turned into cannon fodder for the people of the central region, Feng Qinling declared with righteous fervor. After Yinghao, Feng Qingyang and Feng Qiling expressed their support, the voices of dissent among the sacred land's followers diminished significantly, witnessing the fighting spirit of the son and daughter of the sacred land. Along with the high-ranking members, their fear of the Undying Blood Clan was greatly alleviated. Indeed, your fighting spirit brings me great satisfaction, Ye Chen remarked. Gazing at Feng Qiling and the multitude of disciples, I merely sought to test how many among you are willing to fight and how many are hesitant. At that moment, Ye Chen's palm emanated with a dazzling array of martial arts colors as dew-like droplets emerged, radiating a misty brilliance. The 5 elements chaotic divine dew. Within the luminescent mist, there pulsed a potent wave of divine energy. Subsequently, Ye Chen unleashed the ethereal vapor, infusing it into the bodies of several martial artists. Most of those affected were at the martial emperor and martial sovereign levels. Under the influence of the mist, dozens of martial emperor experts experienced a surge in their cultivation, swiftly ascending to the semi-holy realm within mere moments. Furthermore, the strength of all participants continued to rise subtly. Shortly thereafter, those at the martial sovereign level also reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm in an instant, showing signs of breaking through to the semi-holy level. The quality of the 5 elements chaotic divine dew is divine, and among the warriors in the hall, there were a total of 200 individuals. All 200 had previously voiced their intent to contend against the Undying Blood Clan. Thus, Ye Chen rewarded these individuals directly. What? The cultivation of these individuals has remarkably surged, with many reaching the sacred realm. Dozens of saints and over 100 half-saints have emerged within the Geely sacred land. Has the sacred lord truly possessed such extraordinary abilities? To create dozens of saints and hundreds of half-saints in an instant is astonishing. At this moment, everyone was engulfed in shock, particularly the Grand Elder and individuals like Ye Yinghao, who were left speechless in their astonishment. They had initially believed that Ye Chen's display of the Realm Tower was already quite impressive. Yet they did not anticipate that he could conjure hundreds of half-saints and dozens of saints in a mere moment. The disciples of the sacred land were equally astonished, especially those at the martial emperor and martial sovereign levels, who began to harbor feelings of regret. Had they been a bit more resolute in their earlier demeanor, would they not have also become saints or half-saints? This thought filled everyone with profound remorse. Saint's son. These are the resources I have gathered from the 2 major sacred lands, containing battle weapons, various treasures, and resources. Please distribute them among everyone. Additionally, all elders, please remain behind. I have matters to discuss. Ye Chen tossed forth an ancient-looking spatial ring. Chapter 173. 20 Powerful Sacred Kings. Upon receiving Ye Chen's directive, all disciples of the sacred land dispersed. The vast sacred lord's hall was left with only 20 elders and individuals like Ye Hao. Why has the sacred lord summoned us? The grand elder, Xiaodong, closed the hall's doors, a hint of confusion etched on his aged face. Ye Hao and the others turned their gazes toward Ye Chen. Follow me. Ye Chen gestured, and a pitch-black passageway materialized in the void. Subsequently, Ye Chen and the group of elders found themselves within the realm tower. Within the tower, the time ratio was 50-1. Thus, Ye Chen's objective was to elevate the strength of the numerous elders of Jioli's sacred land in the shortest time possible. With a flourish of his hand, dozens of radiant points of light emerged, each representing the quintessence of the 5 elements chaos divine he had refined to perfection. Each point contained 100 drops of this divine essence. As these drops entered the bodies of the elders, they transformed into pure energy that radiated outward. The 20 elders, including Ye Hao, experienced a rapid enhancement in their powers. The Grand Elder and Ye Hao, initially at the sacred level, found their cultivation soaring with the aid of the 5 elements chaos divine do. 5 inner gate elders also experienced swift ascension, reaching the latter stages of the sacred realm in less than 10 minutes. Several outer gate elders, who were at the martial emperor level, also ascended to the half-sacred realm, progressing toward the sacred level. Thank you, esteemed sacred lord. Thank you, esteemed sacred lord. All the elders, including Ye Hao, wore expressions of joy and knelt before Ye Chen, fully acknowledging his authority and prowess. It turns out that the Holy Lord had not left the struggle against the immortal blood clan to mere chance, but had meticulously planned everything in advance. After a single hour, an aura of sanctity enveloped the entire realm tower. Ethereal manifestations of sacred beasts spiraled within the tower. The Holy Lord, Ye Hao, the Grand Elder, Xiaodong, and 5 inner gate elders all experienced a significant elevation in their cultivation, becoming formidable beings at the sacred king realm. Meanwhile, the outer gate elders also ascended to the sacred realm and coalesced their own sacred manifestations. All who have attained the sacred king realm, come forth. Ye Chen's figure glided to the periphery of the realm tower. He then retrieved the divine sealing whip from his spatial ring. What does the Holy Lord intend to do? The elders were filled with confusion upon witnessing Ye Chen's actions. Ye Hao and Xiaodong were equally astonished. Crack. As one elder approached Ye Chen, he was struck by the whip. Holy Lord, why do you strike me? The elder's face was a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Holy Lord, the second elder has never erred. I implore you to show mercy. Numerous elders began to plead for clemency. It was evident to all that the whip in Ye Chen's grasp possessed formidable lethality, capable of annihilating certain sacred realm experts. Thus, when Ye Chen swung the whip, everyone assumed he intended to punish the second elder. When did I ever declare an intention to punish the second elder? Ye Chen gently shook his head, directing his gaze toward the second elder. All eyes turned toward him in perplexity. Wait, this is unusual. I have directly broken through and ascended to the second heaven of the sacred king realm. As the elders observed, the second elder experienced a sudden breakthrough. The divine sealing whip was indeed an artifact of divine sealing power, consequently, under its immense divine force. The second elder's cultivation soared to the second heaven of the sacred king realm. Crack, crack. More resounding sounds echoed. The second elder's flesh was nearly torn apart by Ye Chen's strikes, yet the more he endured, the more rapid his cultivation increase became. Within mere moments, the second elder's prowess surged to the 9th heaven of the sacred king realm. Such a pace of elevation was nothing short of terrifying. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would elevate my power to the 9th heaven of the sacred king realm, just a step away from the grand sacred realm. Holy Lord, you truly are like a rebirth of my parents. The second elder was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He had been stuck at the sacred realm for hundreds of years, with no progress to speak of, having nearly given up hope. Yet, Ye Chen's appearance had propelled him to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. Am I seeing things? The Holy Lord has directly elevated the second elder to the 9th heaven of the sacred king realm? Could it be that the Holy Lord is a deity? Be confident. Remove the could it be from your thoughts. The Holy Lord is undoubtedly a god. Indeed, if the Holy Lord is not a deity, what is he? The ability to swiftly create a formidable figure at the Holy King realm is unprecedented. The elders, upon witnessing Ye Chen elevate the strength of the second elder, erupted in excitement. Initially, everyone believed Ye Chen aimed to suppress the second elder, only to be astounded by his intention to enhance the elder's prowess. Both the Grand Elder, Xiaodong, and Yuanghao were captivated at that moment. Although they would endure significant pain, who could deny the remarkable speed of such an enhancement? A series of resounding cracks echoed as shadows danced within the tower. The 5 intersect elders, along with Xiaodong and Yuanghao, were struck by Ye Chen's God-sealing whip. Each individual began to ascend in strength, reaching terrifying heights. Their powers underwent a qualitative transformation. Holy King Realm, first layer. Holy King Realm, second layer. Holy King Realm, third layer. Holy King Realm, ninth layer. Only at the pinnacle of the Holy King Realm did their advancements begin to decelerate. In total, with the 5 intersect elders and Yuanghao, 7 individuals had been forged into Holy King Realm 9th layer powerhouses within less than a day. Moreover, these formidable beings were on the cusp of the Great Sage Realm, making their eventual breakthrough inevitable. In essence, Ye Chen had directly cultivated 7 Great Sage Realm warriors. With another flourish of the whip, Ye Chen directed it towards the 20 outer sect elders. Their bodies erupted, only to be reconstituted by an overwhelming force. Their sacred bodies, bones, meridians, and blood became even more solidified. At that moment, the strength of all 20 outer sect elders surged to the early stage of the Holy King Realm. Thus, another 20 Holy King Realm powerhouses were born. Our Jiuli sacred land is destined to become the foremost sanctuary in the divine martial continent. The elders voiced their confidence with triumphant laughter. In Chapter 174, Killing the Shamate Style, another day passed within the Jiuli sacred land's tower. The number of Tao principles each individual possessed was exponentially increasing, with the Grand Elder Xiaodong and the formidable Yuanghao amassing millions. The outer sect elders also reached a similar milestone in their Tao principles, resulting in a significant qualitative leap in strength. Suddenly, the internal space of the tower warped, and a branch of the Jiuli sacred tree extended forth. Above the tree, the figure of the Jiuli sword saint manifested within the tower. As a pinnacle Holy King Realm powerhouse, the Jiuli sword saint's attention was captured by Ye Chen's earlier actions, especially since the Jiuli sacred land had remained at the pinnacle of the Holy King Realm for many years without a breakthrough. However, upon witnessing Ye Chen's God-sealing whip, the sword saint was struck with astonishment. All elders of the sacred land, including Yuanghao, experienced rapid growth in their strength. Thus, the Jiuli sword saint recognized Ye Chen's extraordinary ability to seal gods. Ye Chen's power is indeed formidable. As the words of the 9 sword saint lingered in the air, Ye Chen's whip struck him with a resounding impact. The sword saint's power began to ascend rapidly, culminating in a sudden breakthrough to the Holy King Realm, reaching the Great Sage Realm. Subsequently, luminous orbs were unleashed by Ye Chen, entering the sword saint's body. These orbs were the essence of the 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew, numbering in the thousands upon the sword saint. All of the 5 elements Chaos Divine Dew began to be absorbed by the sword saint, serving as a medium for his enhancement. With each crack of the whip, the sword saint's strength multiplied exponentially. My cultivation can actually break through continuously. A look of boundless joy and disbelief adorned the sword saint's face. Great Sage Realm, first level, second level, third level, 9th level. The sword saint's cultivation soared directly to the 9th level of the Great Sage Realm, just a step away from its pinnacle. Ye Chen, your kindness is beyond words. Such a favor is one I could hardly repay in a lifetime. The sword saint bowed deeply to Ye Chen, a gesture rooted in genuine admiration for a superior. Please, sword saint, rise. My actions are also for the sake of all humanity. The 9 sacred land holds a position second only to the Eastern Domain's Holy King Mansion. If we falter, will not other forces in the Eastern Domain also retreat? It is precisely because of the fear of external threats that none dared to resist, allowing the invaders to infiltrate. As a being from Blue Star, Ye Chen bore the weight of this invasion in his heart. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Ye Chen chose to stand firm in the 9 sacred land, not merely for the Eastern Domain, but to establish a symbol that the 9 sacred land is unassailable. Only then would all human powerhouses be emboldened to stand and resist. Well said. I, the Sword Saint, vow to share the fate of the sacred land. The Sword Saint declared, determined to show the undying blood clan that humanity possesses its own spirit. At this moment, a sense of grandeur welled up in the Sword Saint's heart. We too vow to fight to the death against the undying blood clan. The elders erupted in fervor, each radiating a fierce battle intent. After elevating the strength of all the elders, Ye Chen departed from the realm tower. He reappeared in the little universe world, where the Empress of the Yao Pool had reached the latter stage of the Great Sage realm, her Tao becoming increasingly pronounced. Others also experienced rapid growth. Feng Qingling and Feng Qingyang reached the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, merely a step away from the Holy King realm. The four great kings, along with Lin Qingman and Situ Qinglan, also attained the mid-stage of the Holy Realm. With a flicker, Ye Chen vanished from sight. In the next instant, he arrived in the trial space. System, employ the 5 elements chaos divine due to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of the half-saint realm. Ye Chen commanded the system, and thereafter, his power surged dramatically. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the first level of the semi-saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has advanced to the second level of the semi-saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has elevated to the third level of the semi-saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the 9th level of the semi-saint realm. Ding. The hidden realm has been unlocked. Ding. The host's hidden realm has ascended to the 100th level. The ultimate semi-saint realm. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen's power surged dramatically. 3 seconds later, he directly became a being of the semi-saint realm. Above Ye Chen's head, 5 phantoms of the great Tao materialized, coalescing into an ultimate domain. These 5 phantoms embodied the chaotic essence of the 5 elements. Each phantom exuded an immense power that distorted the very fabric of the trial space. Subsequently, a phantom of the Sword Emperor emerged in the air. The Sword Emperor's phantom bore a crown atop his head, with a left eye of deep azure and a right eye of fiery crimson. One half of his being was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, while the other half radiated an overwhelmingly divine aura. Specters of demons and divine beings loomed in the sky, casting their gaze upon all. The 5 elemental domains then transformed into 5 distinct colors, merging with the previously established Sword Emperor domain. The strands of hair atop the Sword Emperor's head transformed into a myriad of colors, dancing in the wind. Was this not a hairstyle reminiscent of the Shamate style? Gazing at the Sword Emperor's phantom in the void, a look of astonishment crossed Ye Chen's face. It was known that in his past life, he bore a hairstyle akin to this. Despite its unconventional appearance, what truly mattered was the strength of his combat prowess. At that moment, Ye Chen set aside his astonishment, and before him appeared a figure enveloped in golden light, the ancient golden dragon. The trial space was capable of simulating any character, and thus Ye Chen had chosen to simulate the ancient golden dragon. Although the figure before him was merely a phantom, its true combat strength was nearly indistinguishable from that of the ancient golden dragon himself. The ancient golden dragon was a peak powerhouse of the Saint King realm, and Ye Chen sought to ascertain the extent of the disparity in combat power between himself and the ancient golden dragon, or rather, who possessed the greater strength. Ancient golden dragon, let us commence. Ye Chen issued a command to the phantom of the ancient golden dragon before him. With a whoosh, the ancient golden dragon's figure surged forward, summoning forth waves of golden dragons that manifested a might capable of covering the heavens, pressing down upon Ye Chen. The sky was filled with golden dragon phantoms, akin to a prison, intent on sealing Ye Chen in place. This move could be regarded as the ancient golden dragon's ultimate strike. The Xianhuang slaying God Sword Qi. Ye Chen's expression turned cold as layers of pale yellow energy surged forth from the sword of slaughter in his hand. The power of the dragon blood battle body, the undying bloodline, and the ice dragon bloodline were all activated within Ye Chen. With the ancient golden dragon unleashing its full strength, Ye Chen naturally had to respond in kind. Only then could a definitive outcome be determined. One sword to determine the universe. Ye Chen's gaze hardened, and with a single stroke, he cleaved towards the golden dragon phantoms in the void. Crack! A sound of shattering resonated. The myriad dragon phantoms crumbled beneath the might of Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. Chapter 175. The Forged Knight. A myriad of golden dragon shadows was severed by the sword of slaughter at this moment. What? You dare to cleave the sacred image of this saint with a single stroke? The voice of the ancient golden dragon ancestor erupted in astonishment. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's sword arrived before the golden dragon ancestor. The fierce sword energy first shattered the protective technique surrounding the golden dragon ancestor, then, imbued with unparalleled might, it struck towards the ancestor's head, crossing 2 great realms to slay the golden dragon ancestor. This remarkable feat was not solely attributed to Ye Chen's demigod constitution and bloodline, but also to the substantial number of Tao principles he had comprehended. A being of the saint realm typically possesses merely several 100,000 Tao principles, while a saint king boasts between 3 to 5 million. Previously, when Ye Chen was at the martial emperor realm, he had already grasped nearly 100,000 sacred Tao rules. Now, having comprehended close to 1 million principles, and with his strength having ascended to the demigod realm, he had amassed over 1 million Tao principles within him. Though the disparity of over 1 million sacred Tao principles compared to the 3 million of the Golden Dragon ancestor was notable. Ye Chen's constitution and bloodline were of demigod caliber. Moreover, the Xinhuang god-slaying sword qi had also grown stronger alongside Ye Chen's power enhancement. Currently, Ye Chen stood at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Should he elevate his strength to that of a saint king or great saint, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that he could slay a deity with a single stroke. Furthermore, he had yet to unleash his trump card, the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body. Should he activate this power, his capabilities would ascend to even more astonishing heights. Outside the Jiuli sacred ground, a towering mountain loomed 1,000 meters high. Atop this mountain stood 2 figures clad in crimson martial robes. One was Lao Yong, a prince of the Qingtian tribe, and the other was Qingyun Wufeng, a prince of the Qingyun tribe. Both were among the elder princes of their respective tribes. With Qingyun Wufeng having lived for over a millennium, achieving the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, his combat prowess rivaling that of early great saints. Beside him, Lao Yong, though also at the peak of the Saint King realm, fell significantly short in comparison to Qingyun Wufeng. Do the people of the Undying Blood tribe not know that we have already advanced into the eastern domain? Lao Yong gazed towards the distant Jiuli sacred ground. Under his watchful eye, the disciples of the Jiuli sacred ground strolled leisurely within the sacred grounds. Some even frolicked and laughed with their companions. This scene left Lao Yong utterly astonished. Since the Undying Blood tribe's incursion into the eastern domain, which faction had not fled in fear upon encountering them? How could the Jiuli sacred ground dare to remain so brazenly? And each disciple appeared to be taking a casual stroll, seemingly dismissing the Undying Blood tribe entirely. Unlike Liao Yong, Qingyun Wufeng, lost in thought, remarked, "The Ninely Sacred Land is merely one of the 3 great sacred lands of the eastern domain. Compared to the other 2, its foundation is rather shallow. If their confidence rests solely on the Ye Empress, I dare say they are overly presumptuous." Upon hearing the mention of the Ye Empress, Liao Yong nodded gently, stating, "Although the Ye Empress is formidable, our Undying Blood clan has already unleashed countless great saints. Annihilating the Ninely Sacred Land will be a trivial task. Indeed, the Ye Empress is only at the early stage of the Great Saint realm. I believe we can dispatch 2 mid-stage great saints to lie in wait, ready to restrain her, while the rest can proceed to eradicate the Ninely Sacred Land. It is well known that the Ninely Sacred Land is populated by the finest human warriors. Utilizing their essence to refine the bodies of our Undying Blood clan will significantly enhance our power." A cold smile graced Qingyun Wufeng's face as he gestured toward the void beside him, commanding, 1,000 refinement knights, mobilize. Let an army of 10,000 to sweep away the Ninely Sacred Land. At his command, 10 knights clad in black armor emerged at the foot of the mountain, each accompanied by a spectral warhorse, their eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light. These 1,000 refinement knights were all peak-level sovereigns, wielding 1,000 patterns sacred artifact each. Within the Undying Blood clan, the 100 refinement knights represent some of the mightiest forces, making these 10 individuals the elite among the elite. Together, alongside 2 mid-stage great saints, they possess the power to obliterate the Ninely Sacred Land. The next moment, the 1,000 refinement knights, their expressions devoid of emotion, gazed toward the distant Ninely Sacred Land. Beneath their iron hooves, countless sects and powers had already fallen. The Ninely Sacred Land would be no exception. With a thunderous roar, the 1,000 refinement knights charged toward the Ninely Sacred Land, followed by an army of 10,000 Undying Blood clan warriors. The aura emanating from them coalesced into a vast sea of blood, enveloping them entirely. Within this sanguine ocean, the strength of the Undying Blood clan interconnected seamlessly. What audacity does the Undying Blood clan possess to dare send emissaries to the Ninely Sacred Land? The Grand Elder Xiaodong emerged from the Realm Tower, flanked by 2 elders. The other 2 elders, upon encountering the Undying Blood clan, shared a cold smile. The Ninely Sacred Land has transformed beyond recognition. Now bolstered by 20 great saints and several at the peak of their realm, the Undying Blood clan's forces, regardless of their number, are destined to fall here. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Undying Blood clan remains in ignorance of this transformation. Observing the distant horizon from atop the Sacred Lord's palace, Ye Chen's gaze held a glimmer of mockery. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once the Undying Blood clan approaches, we shall strike. I intend to ensure they find no escape." Under the command of Ye Chen, all the formidable warriors of the Jiuli Sacred Land began to gather their strength. A minute later, the army of the Undying Blood clan arrived before the gates of the Jiuli Sacred Land. The Undying Blood clan had come to the forefront of Jiuli Sacred Land. And yet these individuals remained unresponsive, truly ignorant. Humph, who could argue otherwise? To think that merely a Ye Empress could stand against us is sheer folly. Slay. Exterminate every soul within the Julie sacred land, so that they may understand the formidable reputation of my Balian knights. A fierce intent to kill surged within the hearts of all Balian knights. Suddenly, a powerful aura of sacred rules emanated from the 10 Balian knights, and their figures expanded tremendously, transforming into colossal knights towering hundreds of feet high, their spectral steeds radiating immense energy. Boom! The 10 Balian knights, akin to mountains, charged towards the great formation of the Julie sacred land. In an instant, the grand formation of the Julie sacred land crumbled beneath the feet of the Balian knights. Haha! The Julie sacred land is but a trivial matter. My Balian knights are destined to be invincible. Annihilating the Julie sacred land is merely a fleeting task. The Julie sacred land truly deserves its reputation as the weakest of all sacred lands. Trash is simply trash. After shattering all the sacred formations, the Balian knights surged directly into the heart of the sacred land. The following army of 10,000 also rushed madly into the Julie sacred land. However, just as these undying Blood Clan warriors intended to subdue the martial artists of the Julie sacred land, they discovered that the spatial structure within the Julie sacred land had undergone a transformation. The Julie sacred land, which was once beneath their feet, vanished, replaced by a portal to hell. Within the hellish portal, countless specters emitted wretched cries, surging towards them with ferocity. Not good. We have fallen into an ambush. This is a mental illusion formation. Upon seeing the hellish portal, one Balian knight's expression suddenly shifted to one of gravity. The ability to create a mental illusion formation capable of deceiving the Balian knights must belong to at least a mental sovereign. How could it be a mental illusion formation? How could the Julie sacred land possess a mental sovereign? The faces of all the undying Blood Clan warriors turned ashen. A mental sovereign is exceedingly rare even in the central domain, let alone within the Julie sacred land. Cackling, the specters from the hellish portal formed a terrifying army, charging directly at the undying Blood Clan. Each specter fought with reckless abandon, rushing towards the undying Blood Clan with fierce determination. Do not panic, retaliate with the battle formation. One Balian knight commanded those beside him. Subsequently, the undying Blood Clan warriors began to calm down and launched a counterattack against the army of specters. Puff, puff, puff. The army of specters faltered under the assault of the undying Blood Clan, yet in the next moment, new legions of specters surged forth. Each time the army of specters charged, they shattered the bodies of numerous undying Blood Clan warriors. In an instant, the bodies of these warriors exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. At that moment, a radiant emerald light emerged from the void, and a colossal specter, enveloped in a verdant glow and towering 1,000 meters high, materialized amidst the ranks of the undead Blood Clan. This spectral entity emanated an overwhelming force of attraction, drawing away all the blood mist. The once resilient undead blood warriors, capable of restoring their forms, succumbed to their fate. Hold your ground. I shall seek the focal point of the formation. Once I locate it, we can dismantle this illusion, declared a seasoned knight to his comrades before transforming into a streak of light, darting towards the other side of the gate of hell. As he departed, he consumed an ancient pill, feeling his power surge to the first tier of the Great Sage realm, sacrificing his potential to ascend as a Great Sage. He aimed solely to shatter the formation and rescue the undead blood troops. There, upon reaching the rear of the gate of hell, the knight indeed discerned an anomaly. In his gaze, a dark expanse lay beyond the gate. At its center, a resplendent golden hall shimmered with brilliance. There sat Ye Chen, poised atop the golden dais. It was indeed you who conjured this illusion. The knight's eyes hardened, a tempest of murderous intent swirling around him. Oh, aware it was I who created the illusion. Yet you dare approach? Ye Chen observed the knight with a bemused smile. You are merely a spiritual king. Within this illusion, perhaps I may not be your match, but at the focal point, I possess the power to annihilate you. The knight's sacred path rules surged with vigor. Have you considered another possibility? I am not merely a spiritual king, but a spiritual great sage, Ye Chen replied, remaining seated, his demeanor tranquil. Upon being discovered by me. Do you think I would be intimidated by your words? The knight's crimson spear ignited with layers of sacred path rules, activating the power of 1,000 runes. The 1,000 rune destruction strike, imbued with formidable sacred path rules, lunged directly at Ye Chen. Alas, some individuals simply refused to heed warnings. Ye Chen shook his head gently, extending his finger to the void, where a chain of flame materialized before him and surged towards the knight. Boom! The knight's spear was sent flying upon colliding with the fiery chain, which then morphed into a cage, ensnaring him. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the nine-ly sacred land. How is this possible? You are truly a spiritual great sage. The knight's face was a canvas of shock and disbelief. Subsequently, his sacred body and sacred blood were consumed by the fiery chain, reduced to ashes within mere moments. Whoosh! At that instant, the abyssal refining divine bottle in the void emitted a potent force of attraction. The indomitable knight, despite having his sacred body and holy blood completely consumed, retained the sanctified essence within. At this moment, the abyssal refining bottle absorbed all the sacred energy. Indeed, the profound water supreme diagram is a divine-level technique. Currently, as a mere half-saint, I possess a mental acuity equivalent to that of a mid-great saint. Should I elevate my realm to that of a saint-king or a great saint, my mental prowess would be sufficient to vanquish even deities. I am exceedingly pleased with the profound water supreme diagram. Meanwhile, in another section of the Holy Master Palace, the formidable warriors of the nine-ly sacred ground unleashed frenzied assaults upon the undead bloodline warriors ensnared within the illusionary formation. To the undead bloodline warriors, it appeared as though apparitions were charging towards them, when in reality, they were the relentless attacks from the nine-ly sacred ground. Consequently, the undead bloodline warriors began to crumble under the onslaught, falling like leaves to become a swirling mist of crimson. As these undead sought to harness their bloodline power to restore their forms, they were ensnared by the might of the abyssal refining bottle, becoming mere nourishment within its depths. There were far too many of these undead beings. We must retreat. A seasoned knight, witnessing the catastrophic losses among the undead bloodline, issued a command for withdrawal. Upon hearing this command, all the undead promptly retreated. However, having already entered my illusionary formation, can you truly escape? Observing the fleeing undead, a cold smile crept upon Ye Chen's face. In the next instant, a wave of mental energy radiated from him, permeating the illusionary realm. Chapter 177. Are you speaking of this, Emperor? As the undead bloodline warriors retreated, believing they were on the verge of escaping the illusion, the environment before them underwent a dramatic transformation. The gate to hell vanished, replaced by a frigid expanse of endless ice mountains. All the undead warriors found themselves ensnared in this icy domain. Crack, crack. The undead warriors had scarcely a moment to react before they were rendered immobile by the freezing air. Ice sculptures materialized within the nine-ly sacred ground. In the next moment, countless attacks erupted from the martial artists of the nine-ly sacred ground, overwhelming all the undead bloodline warriors. The vast army of undead was annihilated in an instant, including the remaining few seasoned knights, who were reduced to mere wisps of blood mist, vanishing into the void. Within the abyssal refining bottle, the essence of the undead bloodline was refined at that moment, transforming into the purest sacred energy. Subsequently, this energy surged forth from the abyssal refining bottle, flowing into the disciples of the nine-ly sacred ground. The strength of all the disciples began to ascend rapidly. Those at the innate and martial king levels, after being nourished by this sacred energy, experienced immediate breakthroughs, rapidly advancing to the realm of martial emperor within mere breaths. As for those who possess the cultivation of the martial sovereign realm, their strength has ascended to the late stages of the martial emperor realm. Meanwhile, those martial artists at the martial emperor level have evolved into beings of the martial monarch realm. Following this wave of sacrifices from the undying blood clan, the overall strength of the Jioli sacred land has undergone a profound transformation. At this moment, even the weakest disciple of the Jioli sacred land possesses strength within the martial sovereign realm. Those with a solid foundation of power have at least attained the martial emperor realm. How is this possible? The Empress of the Yao Pool has not even made an appearance, yet 1,000 forged knights and a legion of 10,000 undying blood clan warriors have been entirely vanquished? The expression on Qingjun Wufeng's face darkened instantly. It must be noted that the 1,000 forged knights represent one of the most elite forces within the undying blood clan. How could such beings fall to mere disciples of the Jioli sacred land? Particularly, the fact that all 1,000 forged knights perished at the hands of the Jioli sacred land is utterly inconceivable. The manner of their deaths was exceedingly strange, as they stood there motionless, merely awaiting their demise. After a surge of anger, Qingyun Wufeng's heart regained its tranquility. It is essential to recognize that the 100 forged knights were personally trained by his father, the demon king Qingyun, each knight being a paragon of elite prowess. In the face of battle, they are known for their unparalleled bravery. How could they simply stand there and be killed? There exists but one possibility. These individuals were ensnared by some form of power or domain. Could it be that the Empress of the Yao Pool intervened covertly? Yet, that seems improbable. Qingyun Wufeng found it difficult to fathom what transpired to the undying blood clan members in their final moments. I believe there is no need for further speculation. we should dispatch 2 great saints to probe the true nature of the Jiuli sacred land. After witnessing the demise of over 10,000 warriors, Lao Yang did not dwell on the matter, but instead smirked, stating in due time, "We shall ascertain whether the Empress of the Yaopool has truly intervened. While your decision may be somewhat reckless, it is worth the attempt. If the Jiuli sacred land relies solely on the Empress of the Yaopool, we could employ certain strategies to compel her submission, making her a vessel for our undying blood clan. The blood of a single great saint can cultivate countless holy beings. The loss of 10,000 lives is but a trifling matter to our clan, for holy beings are the foundation of a race." With a steely gaze, Qin Yun Wufeng crushed a blood-red orb. "Bow before His Highness the Prince." At Qin Yun Wufeng's side appeared 2 formidable warriors of the undying blood clan, adorned with crimson wings, each possessing initial stage great saint strength. "You two shall venture forth to gauge the strength of the Jiuli sacred land and the Empress of the Yaopool. Remember, this mission is merely a reconnaissance, not a battle to the death. Should you encounter danger, retreat at once. Do not linger in combat." Qin Yun Wufeng instructed the 2 great saints. After a moment's reflection, he added, "Moreover, the Empress of the Yaopool likely possesses a sacred artifact of myriad patterns. During our previous scheme, we failed to seize it and even lost a treasured item. Thus, exercise utmost caution. The subordinate faithfully remembers the prince's command and does not engage in futile battles." 2 formidable beings of the great sage realm swiftly soared towards the direction of the Jiuli sacred land. Suddenly, 2 powerful members of the Undying Blood clan stealthily entered the interior of Jiuli's sacred land, where they ruthlessly eliminated one of its disciples. Subsequently, these 2 great sages silently dispatched over a dozen elders of the Jiuli sacred land, each at the half-saint level. Their journey was remarkably effortless, as they encountered no dangers along the way, which led to a false sense of security in their hearts. They then moved unimpeded to the vicinity of the Lord's Hall. "His Highness the Prince is overly cautious. Does this wretched sacred land truly warrant our concern? Indeed, can such a trivial force command our respect? It's not just the Empress of Yaoshi. Even if the Empress of the Sword God Hall, Qian Shue, were to arrive here, I would still challenge her." With a chuckle, they expressed disdain, believing even the mightiest would submit to their overwhelming power. At that moment, their eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Suddenly, the air around Jiuli's sacred land turned frigid, and snowflakes began to descend from the sky. "Are you speaking of me?" Mu Qianxue, wielding her Qianxue sword, descended into the Jiuli sacred land. Initially, she had come to visit her husband, Ye Chen, but unexpectedly, upon her arrival, she spotted 2 great sage beings of the Undying Blood clan stealthily approaching the Lord's Hall. The disparaging remarks about Jiuli's sacred land displeased her. Little did she anticipate that these 2 oblivious great sages would covet her. This was intolerable for Mu Qianxue. "Are you one of the great sages from the Undying Blood clan?" Upon seeing the figure of the Empress, Qianxue attempted to utter her name. However, before he could complete the words, he felt a chill in his throat. In the next instant, his vision spun as if the world were turning upside down. A swift strike severed his throat. The great sage was obliterated in an instant, showcasing the formidable prowess of the Empress Qianxue. "Mu Qianxue, you have entered the half-step divine realm." Observing Mu Qianxue's ability to dispatch his comrade with a single strike, the other great sage was filled with terror. The previous strike was executed with astonishing speed, embodying a subtle divine principle. While it appeared simple, it was, in fact, intricate. As a great sage, he could discern Mu Qianxue's extraordinary nature, a testament to the nourishment provided by her husband. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Seizing the moment of distraction, the great sage made a desperate attempt to flee. At the instant Mu Qianxue was momentarily preoccupied, he twisted his form, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, scattering in all directions. Just as he was about to escape Jiuli's sacred land, an intensely cold aura manifested in the void. In the next moment, ethereal images of snow-capped mountains appeared out of nowhere. The blood mist from all directions shattered into nothingness when confronted by an enigmatic force. Coinciding with the emergence of these ice mountains, 2 formidable beings at the great saint realm fell, without even reaching the sacred Lord's Hall. They were utterly insignificant. Mu Qianxue cast a glance at the distant horizon, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her icy eyes. Subsequently, she gracefully moved above the sacred Lord's Hall. "Are you not aware that the opponent is a great saint? How dare you venture above the sacred Lord's Hall? Have you considered the repercussions of such reckless behavior?" The Empress Qianxue leaned against Ye Chen, her expression tinged with playful reproach. To be honest, although her initial attraction to Ye Chen stemmed from his chaos divine, demon immortal body, after that fateful night, she realized she had fallen for him. As for the reason why, Mu Qianxue herself could not fathom. Without taking risks, how could one hope to vanquish the immortal blood clan? Moreover, my strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Ye Chen caressed Mu Qianxue's flowing locks, her subtle fragrance intoxicating. Before him stood Mu Qianxue, cold yet possessing a tender warmth within. A woman of contrasting natures. This duality was precisely what Ye Chen admired most about her. Your strength has indeed transformed? Mu Qianxue inquired. A hint of skepticism gracing her features as she extended her consciousness toward Ye Chen. After her exploration, she discerned that Ye Chen's martial prowess had indeed reached a qualitative leap, particularly the enhancement of his chaos divine demon immortal body, which had ascended another tier. Furthermore, aside from the chaos divine demon immortal body, Ye Chen also possessed the 5 elements chaos body. Although it was not yet particularly strong, it would undoubtedly evolve into a divine-grade combat body in the future. Previously, Ye Chen had concealed his 5 elements chaos body, but now, in her presence, he chose to reveal it. Why did you hide your 5 elements chaos body before? Was it a matter of trust? Mu Qianxue gazed into Ye Chen's eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Ye Chen did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, when you first sought me out, I believed your interest was solely due to my chaos divine demon immortal body. I understood that you thought we would merely share a fleeting romance, parting ways thereafter. However, since I have committed to certain matters, I shall take responsibility for them." Mu Qianxue's stance was unequivocal, her words resounding with conviction. In truth, her visit to Ye Chen was prompted by her imminent departure from the divine martial continent, now that the 3 major races had been unleashed. And the central divine continent faced a similar fate. The sword god Hall awaited her return to oversee matters. Thus, Mu Qianxue was here to provide Ye Chen with a definitive assurance. She was not a woman of fickle affection. The evidence of this was clear. Ye Chen's willingness to reveal his 5 elements chaos body spoke volumes. I observed that the Jiuli sacred land is ensnared in an illusion array. Did you orchestrate these illusions? Mu Qianxue rose to her feet. Though she longed to remain lost in Ye Chen's embrace, she bore responsibilities of her own. As the acting master of the sword god Hall and a sovereign in her own right, she cherished Ye Chen. Yet she could not afford to be ensnared in this moment. Indeed, this illusory formation was meticulously crafted by me. At present, I have ascended to the status of a great sage of spiritual power, sufficient to confront any adversary in the divine martial continent. Ye Chen confided in Mu Qianxue about his attainment of the great sage level, hoping to alleviate any undue concern she may harbor for him. If that is the case, then I shall rest easy. Although I deeply desire to be with you, the world is in turmoil, and both you and I bear our own missions, necessitating our temporary separation. Ye Chen, this is my cherished jade pendant, imbued with a fragment of my life essence. It is the most precious possession I own, and I hope you will keep it close to you. Mu Qianxue removed a completely ice-blue jade pendant from around her neck and gently placed it around Ye Chen's neck. Subsequently, she bestowed upon him a profound kiss before turning and vanishing within the 9 sacred ground. In the next moment, outside the 9 sacred ground, a figure enveloped in ice and snow appeared above the army of the Undying Blood Clan. This individual was none other than Mu Qianxue. Ye Chen, the extent of my assistance is limited to this. Behind Mu Qianxue, thousands of ethereal snow-capped mountains emerged, representing the sacred elephant of 1,000 mountain snow. The sacred elephant, radiating unparalleled majesty, descended upon the ranks of the Undying Blood Clan. Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers were transformed into a mist of blood. Thank you, my beloved. Ye Chen's voice resonated from within the 9 sacred ground. Soon after, the 8 desolations refining god bottle shimmered with a verdant glow. The vast number of soldiers turned to blood mist was swiftly enveloped by the power of the 8 desolations refining god bottle, with all the blood mist surging towards it. Empress Qianxue? How could she be in the eastern region? Thousands of meters away, Qingyan Wufeng and Lao Yong appeared upon another mountain peak, both shrouded in layers of frost. Were it not for their life-preserving measures, they would have perished at the hands of Empress Qianxue long ago. It seems there is a connection between Empress Qianxue and the 9 sacred ground, though she has now departed. Qingyan Wufeng channeled his sacred energy to gradually melt the ice enveloping him. Beside him, Lao Yong nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with cold resolve, stating, "The 9 sacred ground has merely been fortunate this time, saved by Empress Qianxue. Next time, it will undoubtedly be uprooted." With a flourish, Lao Yong flipped his palm and sent forth a communication talisman. This talisman traversed thousands of miles in an instant, reaching a tent adjacent to the abyss of extremity mere minutes later. Inside the tent, the Sky Demon King held a luminous orb, which contained records of all that transpired within the 9 sacred ground. The demise of tens of thousands of soldiers and several powerful figures at the Saint King level was revealed to the Sky Demon King. The ninely sacred ground? A mere sacred ground, yet it has the audacity to withstand the onslaught of my undying blood clan's vast army? Moreover, it has caused the fall of 10 of my 100 refined knights. The Sky Demon King's expression turned grave as he beheld the unfolding scene. Chapter 179, The Divine Map of the Yellow Springs. There must be a great sage of spiritual power within the ninely sacred ground. Based on the recent scene, the Heavenly Demon King has come to realize that within the sacred land of Julie, there undoubtedly exists a saint of mental power. Otherwise, the 100 forging knights would not have remained motionless while being slaughtered. To obliterate the sacred land of Julie, it would be imperative to deploy at least one saint of mental power alongside 2 mid-tier saints. This strategy would enable the Undying Blood Clan's saint of mental power to restrain the individual behind the sacred land of Julie, while the 2 powerful saints engage with the Empress of Ye Chen. In such a scenario, the Undying Blood Clan would assuredly gain the upper hand. Moreover, should the Undying Blood Clan capture the saint of mental power from the sacred land of Julie, along with the Empress of Ye Chen, it would be an immense profit. With the Empress's formidable cultivation at the saint level, she could nurture countless members of the Undying Blood Clan, leading to a continuous emergence of saints. Most importantly, controlling that saint of mental power would equate to mastering the secrets of cultivating mental power, allowing a portion of the Undying Blood Clan to simultaneously hone both mental and martial prowess. At that juncture, the Undying Blood Clan would possess almost no weaknesses. Obey my command, the king ordered. Mobilize 2 mid-tier saints and 1 saint of mental power. Then lead an army of 100,000 from the Undying Blood Clan to the sacred land of Julie. I demand to see it raised within 3 days. The Heavenly Demon King instructed several of his subordinates nearby. Subsequently, 2 mid-tier saints and a saint of mental power all set forth into the distance. My king, is this not too perilous? Our Undying Blood Clan possesses but a scarce few saints of mental power, and it has taken millennia to elevate our mental prowess to the saint level. What if one were to perish? As the void behind the Heavenly Demon King distorted, a human woman clad in a black martial robe emerged at his side. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with a slender figure, and her delicate arms draped around the Heavenly Demon King's neck, exuding a captivating allure. Our Undying Blood Clan is not adept at cultivating mental power. All our saints of mental power have been forged through rare treasures. Without a true method for cultivating mental power, our clan will never attain genuine strength. Thus this risk must be taken. The Heavenly Demon King caressed the woman's flowing hair, his gaze deep and dark. System, sign in. Within the realm of the small universe, Ye Chen sat cross-legged beneath the 5 elements chaos divine tree, opting to sign in. Beep. The host is located in the small universe. Sign in level 10. Beep. Due to the host's cultivation reaching the 9th heaven of half saint, today's sign-in count is 495. Beep. The host's first sign-in is successful, acquiring 10 drops of 5 elements chaos divine dew. Beep. The host's second sign-in is successful, acquiring 10 drops of 5 elements chaos divine dew. Beep. The host's third sign-in is successful, acquiring 10 drops of 5-star chaos divine dew. Beep. The host's 495th sign-in is successful, acquiring Yellow Spring Divine Map. Yellow Spring Divine Map, Divine Grade. Function, enhances soul power. Level, 100 million. The Yellow Spring Divine Map. Another divine level technique, and one that enhances soul power. Upon acquiring this profound technique, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy within his heart. Originally, his soul power was one of his shortcomings, yet now, with the possession of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram, he would ascend to become a practitioner of soul power. In due course, armed with the ability to attack through soul power, he would unleash strikes that would take his adversaries by surprise. The enemies might mistakenly perceive him as merely a mental power practitioner or a martial artist, unaware that he wielded the might of a soul power practitioner. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has been successful. Once the cultivation reached fruition, a spectral image of the Yellow Springs path projected itself within Ye Chen's spiritual sea. The path of the Yellow Springs extinguishes all beings and souls. Life and death hinge upon a single thought. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached level 500. Ding. The Yellow Springs Divine Diagram has reached perfection, currently at level 100 million. Within the trial space of the small universe, Ye Chen was unaware of how long he had been cultivating. He only ceased once the Yellow Springs divine diagram attained its perfected state. At this moment, Ye Chen's soul was imbued with the essence of the Yellow Springs path, accompanied by an endless expanse of the Yellow Springs sea. Suddenly, the void distorted, and the figure of the Golden Dragon Ancestor materialized in the trial space. The instant the Golden Dragon Ancestor appeared, he charged directly at Ye Chen, with numerous Golden Dragon Phantoms manifesting around him. Subsequently, all the Golden Dragon Phantoms converged upon Ye Chen in a tremendous suppression. Yellow Springs power. Ye Chen gently pointed toward the void, and a pitch-black finger imprint, infused with the essence of Yellow Springs power, surged toward the Golden Dragon Ancestor. Puff. With this single gesture, the Golden Dragon Ancestor was sent reeling backward, and in an instant, all the Golden Dragon Phantoms were obliterated. Following this, Ye Chen dispatched the Golden Dragon Ancestor with a mere finger strike. The results were quite satisfactory. My current level of soul power should be at the mid-stage of the Great Saint realm, more than sufficient to contend with an average Great Saint martial artist. With this thought, Ye Chen departed from the small universe. Upon reappearing beside the 5 elements chaos divine tree, Ye Chen discerned subtle changes in the tree. On its 5 primary branches, small flower buds had begun to emerge. This indicated that, after years of growth within the small universe, the 5 elements chaos divine tree was showing signs of blossoming. Currently, after signing in, Ye Chen could only obtain the 5 elements chaos divine dew, which was merely nurtured by the branches and leaves of the tree, lacking the efficacy of floral essence. Thus, Ye Chen eagerly anticipated whether, after some time, when the flowers of the 5 elements chaos divine tree bloomed, he might acquire the 5 elements chaos floral essence upon signing in within the small universe. Before him lay the sacred grounds of Jioli. Outside the sanctuary, the Undying Blood Clan's army stood in formidable ranks. A powerful figure of the Great Saint realm gazed at the distant Jioli, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Although 2 formidable beings of the Great Sage realm had previously met their demise here, the Ninely Holy Land appeared far less daunting than they had anticipated. After all, the army of the Undying Blood Clan had already arrived at the gates of the Ninely Holy Land, yet there was no sign of response from within. Boom. At that moment, a mental sage from the Undying Blood Clan unleashed a black yin-yang diagram, which rolled forth with an overwhelming force, crashing into the illusionary array of the Ninely Holy Land. In an instant, the illusion shattered. Haha. The mental sage of the Ninely Holy Land is nothing extraordinary. Come, let us penetrate the depths of the Ninely Holy Land together. The mental sage of the Undying Blood Clan scoffed derisively and swiftly advanced into the inner sanctum of the Ninely Holy Land. Chapter 180, The Great Sage Realm. Instant annihilation. Before long, several powerful figures from the Undying Blood Clan arrived at the Hall of the Holy Master. At the apex of the hall, Ye Chen sat composedly, observing the approaching figures with a tranquil expression. Are you the mental sage? Upon seeing Ye Chen, the mental sage of the Undying Blood Clan regarded him with disdain. The youth before him was merely at the pinnacle of the half-sage realm. His martial prowess hardly worth mentioning, although his mental strength was formidable. Could he truly be a match for him? You are not mistaken. I am indeed that mental sage. Ye Chen replied with a subtle smile, savoring a sip of tea, and remarked nonchalantly, now that you are aware of my identity, have you contemplated your fate? Haha, my fate? Your words are utterly ludicrous. You, a mere half-sage, presume to dictate my destiny? The mental sage of the Undying Blood Clan regarded Ye Chen with the look one might give a fool. Alas, it seems that some individuals remain oblivious to the reality of their situation until their last breath. Ye Chen shook his head slightly, a hint of pity evident in his gaze towards the mental sage of the Undying Blood Clan. Suddenly, 2 distinct sounds echoed through the void. Beside the mental sage, 2 bloodied heads tumbled to the ground. 2 late-stage great sages had been silently eliminated in an instant. 2 great sages slain? How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the severed heads rolling on the ground, the mental sage of the Undying Blood Clan felt a chill creep up his spine. The preceding scene had transpired without him even realizing who had struck. After all, he was a mental sage. Retreat, we must retreat. Only after witnessing the swift annihilation of the 2 great sages did the mental sage comprehend the gravity of the situation. It became evident that the strength exhibited by the Ninely Holy Land was a mere fade, concealing their true power. The ability to silently eliminate mid-stage great sages could only belong to a peak great sage. Such a being could not possibly exist within the Ninely Holy Land. The Ninely Holy Land concealed its depths remarkably well. Swish, swish, swish. The mental sage moved rapidly, preparing to flee towards the periphery of the Ninely Holy Land. After several twists and turns, he finally escaped the confines of the sacred ground. Fortunately, I fled quickly. The news of the Ninely sacred land harboring a peak great saint must be conveyed back. This great saint of mental power felt an instinctive urge to escape. There was no longer an opportunity to relay the message. In an instant, Ye Chen appeared behind the great saint of mental power, and a river of the yellow springs descended from the void, crashing down upon this formidable being. What? A soul attack! Upon witnessing the yellow springs unleashed by Ye Chen, the great saint of mental power was filled with dread. The cultivation of soul power is 1,000-fold more arduous than that of mental power, and defensive measures against soul attacks are exceedingly rare. Even as a great saint, he could not withstand such an assault. I refuse to accept this. The great saint of mental power uttered a voice filled with rage and despair. The river of the yellow springs then fell directly upon him. In an instant, it engulfed the sacred body of the great saint, reducing it to nothingness, along with his very soul, which shattered at that moment. A great saint of mental power fell before Ye Chen's yellow springs divine diagram attack. With a resounding crash, the 8 desolation refining god bottle emerged in the void. The life essence of 3 undying blood clan experts was swiftly absorbed by the 8 desolation refining god bottle. This life essence transformed into authentic sacred energy, which fragmented into countless streams that cascaded upon all disciples of the Ninely sacred land. At that moment, every disciple experienced a surge in power. Following the demise of these 3 great saints, the weakest among the Ninely sacred land disciples had already reached the martial emperor realm. With tens of thousands of martial emperors, thousands of martial sovereigns, and hundreds of half-saints, alongside a multitude of saints. Among them, the Ninely sword saint had ascended to the pinnacle of the great saint realm. At this moment, the Ninely sacred land had become comparable to the mightiest sacred lands of the central domain. Ding! The system task was completed, and 100 points of divine power were obtained. At this moment, a voice resonated in Ye Chen's mind. He had acquired 100 points of divine power, and a profound understanding of the divine realm emerged within him. The divine beings govern all, commanding the rules and transcending the bounds of cause and effect. Upon entering the divine realm, one cultivates the power of rules. The divine is both the creator and the legislator of rules, no longer bound by the sacred path. Thus, this is the reason for the difficulty in achieving divinity. With the enhancement of divine power, my martial skills and techniques have grown significantly more potent. After gaining divine power, Ye Chen realized that any divine-level technique had its might directly amplified, whether it was the Xian Huang God-slaying sword Qi or the Xian Shui supreme diagram. Both had undergone qualitative enhancements. Even the Yellow Springs divine diagram had ascended a tier due to the divine power. At this moment, my mental power and soul power are comparable to that of a peak great saint. Furthermore, my martial prowess has received a certain augmentation. Feeling the divine energy coursing within him, Ye Chen brimmed with confidence. At this moment, he could effortlessly eliminate anyone, provided they were not divine beings. How could this be possible? The demise of 3 mid-stage great saints within the Ninely sacred land was utterly astonishing. Qingyun Wufeng had witnessed all that transpired, particularly the harrowing sight of 2 formidable great saints from the Undying Blood clan being swiftly vanquished by shadows lurking in the dark, which rendered his countenance exceedingly grim. One must understand that great saints are immensely powerful entities, possessing terrifying mental acuity and reaction speed. For a martial artist to annihilate a great saint is nearly inconceivable, unless that individual stands at the pinnacle of the great saint realm, having comprehended a substantial number of sacred principles, with 1 foot poised upon the threshold of divinity. Only then could they catch a great saint off guard and strike them down. Could it be that a being on the cusp of divinity has emerged within the Ninely sacred land? With this thought, the chill in Qingjun Wufeng's heart lessened significantly. If a half-step divine being truly existed, it would render everything comprehensible. He intended to send word back, informing them of a potential half-step divine presence within the Ninely sacred land, when suddenly, his words faltered. Before his gaze, a crimson dragon shadow materialized high above the skies of the Ninely sacred land. This dragon shadow stretched for tens of thousands of zhang, obscuring the heavens and exuding a faint divine power. Was this the energy of a demigod physique? If one could see such a physique, it would signify an opportunity to ascend into the divine realm. He hastily declared, "Send word back to my father, the demon King Qingyun, that a demigod physique has been born within the Ninely sacred land." His excitement was barely containable. His father had long been stagnated at the half-god stage. Should he be able to usurp this demigod physique, he would swiftly ascend to the divine realm. At that time, aside from the sword god of the sword god palace, who could stand against his father within the entire Kunlun realm? Chapter 181, The Mobilization of the 2 Demon Lords within the Ninely sacred land. Ye Chen gradually retracted the power of the dragon blood battle body. With the enhancement of divine power, the potency of the dragon blood battle body became even more pronounced. Thus, he intentionally unleashed its power for the Undying Blood Clan to witness. In doing so, the Undying Blood Clan would be compelled to send forth great saints, or even half-step divine beings, to dare the perils of the Nine-Li sacred land. At that juncture, with Ye Chen's strength, he would be more than capable of reaping the lives of those Undying Blood Clan members. Hence, all of this was part of Ye Chen's elaborate scheme. Though the members of the Undying Blood Clan were not foolish, the allure of a demigod physique would drive them to take the risk. Ye Chen could then confine these Undying Blood Clan members within a trap of his own design. With his prowess and the strength of other elders from the Nine-Li sacred land, they would be more than capable of annihilating these great saints. Ding. Successfully comprehended the path of the 5 elements chaos, Dao level 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the path of chaos demons, Dao level 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the sword path, Dao level 10. Before the formidable Undying Blood Clan members arrived at the Nine-Li sacred land, Ye Chen would exert every effort to deepen his understanding of the Dao. In the present day, through relentless contemplation day and night, Ye Chen has accumulated a staggering 3 million Dao laws within him, now comparable to the venerable Golden Dragon ancestor. Yet, this is still insufficient. Ahead lies the formidable challenge posed by the Immortal Blood Clan's strongest warriors, necessitating a deeper grasp of Dao laws. Ding. Successfully comprehended the Dao of the 5 elements chaos, Dao Law 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the Dao of chaos divine demons, Dao Law 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the sword Dao, Dao Law 10. After dedicating over 100 days to the comprehension of Dao laws within the realm of the little universe, Ye Chen ceased his training. At this juncture, the number of Dao laws within him had soared to over 10 million. Such a monumental collection of sacred Dao principles is sufficient to contend against beings of the great sage realm. From the edge of the abyss, within the royal tent of the Immortal Blood Clan, the Qingyan Demon King and the Qitian Demon King convened. Is it true that a demigod physique has emerged within the Jili sacred land? The Qingyan Demon King cast a scrutinizing gaze upon an Immortal Blood Clan sage before him, skepticism evident in his eyes. Beside him, the Qitian Demon King mirrored this doubt, unwilling to accept the claim outright. It is well known that demigod physiques are exceedingly rare, even in the central land of Divine Zhou, let alone on the Divine Martial Continent, where the spiritual roots of heaven and earth are vastly inferior. How could such a physique manifest here? It is indeed true. My subordinate dares to stake his life on this. A demigod physique has genuinely appeared in the Jili sacred land, and I am here to convey this message to His Highness the Prince. The Immortal Blood Clan sage produced a bead and presented it to the Qingyan Demon King. Crack. The Qingyan Demon King crushed the bead, revealing a vision before them. Within the Jili sacred land, a dragon-shaped ethereal figure emerged, imbued with divine aura. This signified the birth of a dragon-blooded battle body possessing a demigod physique. It is worth noting that should the dragon-blooded battle body reach its later stages, it can withstand the assaults of sacred artifacts, boasting formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. If such a physique were to fall into the hands of the Immortal Blood Clan, it would present an opportunity for ascension to divinity. Thus, the assertion holds merit. Observing the vision contained within the bead, the Qingyan Demon King silently nodded. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the eyes of the Qitian Demon King, who then remarked, "If we acquire this demigod physique, we shall undoubtedly ascend to godhood. I ponder a matter. Will seizing a divine body incur karmic consequences?" The Qingyan Demon King deliberated cautiously, harboring some reservations despite his desire to claim the divine body. It is merely a demigod body, not a true divine body, even if there are karmic ramifications. What of it? When has the Immortal Blood Clan ever feared karma? The Qingtian Demon King scoffed, then addressed several of his loyal guards. Prepare yourselves. In 1 hour, I shall personally venture to the Jili sacred land. Ding. Successfully comprehended the Dao of the 5 elements chaos, Dao Law 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the Dao of chaos divine demons, Dao Law 10. Ding. Successfully comprehended the sword Dao, Dao Law 10. In the realm of the lesser universe, Ye Chen continued to delve into the principles of the Dao. At present, the number of Dao principles within him had reached an astonishing 20 million. Subsequently, Ye Chen commenced the elevation of his own strength. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the first layer of the Saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the second layer of the Saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the third layer of the Saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the 9th layer of the Saint realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has ascended to the hidden realm of 100 layers. The Supreme Saint realm. As Ye Chen's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Saint realm, a cerulean lotus descended from the void. This azure lotus bore a total of 12 petals, each harboring terrifying sword principles. Subsequently, the azure lotus transformed into the azure lotus sword. which fell into the grasp of the Sword Emperor's ethereal form, merging seamlessly with all domains. At this moment, the structure of the Sword Emperor's ethereal form was nothing short of perfection. To the left stood a ghastly and formidable demon apparition, while to the right loomed a divinely sacred celestial figure. The left eye glowed a fierce crimson, contrasting sharply with the icy blue of the right eye, epitomizing the dichotomy of divine and demonic. Above the Sword Emperor's head, an exquisitely divine crown coalesced, with hair of 5 vibrant colors cascading beneath it, exuding an ethereal grace. Coupled with the azure lotus sword in hand, Ye Chen's aura in the supreme realm had attained the power to annihilate peak great saints. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his martial prowess, Ye Chen's mental and spiritual forces experienced a qualitative leap. Both the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram and the mysterious Water Supreme Diagram were divine-level techniques. It was evident that any divine-level technique would enable Ye Chen's mental and spiritual forces to ascend to divine heights. The reason Ye Chen had not yet achieved divine status despite perfecting these two techniques lay in the analogy of a cultivator's realm being akin to a furnace, with mental and spiritual forces representing the water within it. The size of the furnace determined the upper limit of the cultivator's capabilities in both mental and spiritual realms. Thus, following Ye Chen's ascent in strength, both his spiritual and mental forces experienced a remarkable leap. Indeed, with the Yellow Springs Divine Diagram and the mysterious Water Supreme Diagram, as long as my strength continues to rise, my spiritual and mental forces will also strengthen. A smile graced Ye Chen's face. Oh, has someone from the Undying Blood Clan arrived again? In the lesser universe, Ye Chen surged forth, standing atop the Hall of the Saint Lord, gazing into the distance. The Azure Cloud Demon King and the Azure Sky Demon King, both formidable demigods, led an army of 100,000 Undying Blood Clan warriors to the outskirts of the Jiuli Sacred Land, where they established their encampment. Chapter 182. The demigod of mental force above the Hall of the Saint Lord in the Jiuli Sacred Land. A multitude of elders gathered around Ye Chen. Among them, the Jiuli Sword Saint had already attained the level of demigod. The Grand Elder, Xiaodong, along with several Inner-Gate elders including Ying Hao, had reached the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. In the shadows, the concealed Celestial Empress also possessed strength at the demigod level. It can be said that all the powerful beings of the Jiuli Sacred Land lay in ambush around the Hall of the Saint Lord. Master, the Undying Blood Clan has dispatched 2 demigod-level warriors this time. How shall we respond? Elder Xiaodong inquired, turning towards Ye Chen. I have arranged a mental illusion formation here. Soon, I will unleash my demigod physique to attract them, and you all shall assist me in the assault. Ye Chen replied to the assembly of elders. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Elder Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain, Master, that you want us to assist in the attack? The second elder also appeared bewildered. Master, those 2 demon kings are from the Qitian and Qingzhen clans, and they are both demigod-level entities. Are you sure we do not need to protect ourselves? The demigod realm is a threshold closely approaching divinity, a state where one foot is already within the divine realm. Although Ye Chen, as the Lord of the Sacred Land, possesses the strength to subdue certain sacred kings and even great saints at the semi-holy level, those 2 individuals are, after all, demigods. It is essential to note that Ye Chen's cultivation is merely at the saint level. Can he truly contend with the 2 princes of the Undying Blood Clan? In truth, the hearts of the assembly were filled with profound doubt. Rest assured, I, your master, would not embark on ventures lacking confidence. Ye Chen cast a glance at the elders before releasing his demigod physique. A blood-colored dragon shadow soared across thousands of miles, manifesting above the Jiuli Sacred Land. This blood-red dragon shadow drew the attention of all, as if it were the very center of the universe. Indeed, it was the dragon blood battle physique of the demigod level. The 2 princes of the Undying Blood Clan, upon witnessing the blood-colored dragon shadow above Jiuli's Sacred Land, were first struck with astonishment, which was soon supplanted by a profound greed. The demigod physique. Although both princes exist at the demigod realm, they have yet to coalesce their own demigod physique. Thus, the prospect of devouring such a physique is immensely enticing, for it represents a chance to ascend to the divine realm. Father, the demigod physique within Jiuli's Sacred Land is a rare dragon blood battle physique. Such a constitution would significantly enhance our clan's bloodline purity. When that time comes, not only will you ascend to the divine realm, but you shall also be able to devour the opponent's domain. Qingyun Wufeng remarked to the Qingyun Demon King beside him. His deployment to the front line stemmed from his relatively low status within the Qingyun clan, prompting him to seize this opportunity to gain favor. Well done. Once I obtain this demigod physique, I shall reward you handsomely. A look of gratification appeared on the Qingyun Demon King's face, and he swiftly moved towards the forefront of Jiuli's Sacred Land. Do you think a mere formation can obstruct me? The Qingyan Demon King's gaze turned icy as he pointed a finger towards the void. The great formation of Jioli's sacred land before him shattered instantly. Following this, the Qingyun Demon King led tens of thousands of iron cavalry directly into the Jioli's sacred land. The arrival of tens of thousands of iron cavalry transformed the sacred land of Jioli into ruins in an instant. Join me in storming the sacred realm of Jioli. And who can assist this king in obtaining the demigod physique? My rank shall ascend 3 levels. The Celestial Demon King followed closely behind, leading countless warriors into the depths of Jioli. Both the Celestial and the Qingyun Demon Kings wore cold smirks as they breached the walls of Jioli in their eyes. The once mighty sacred land disintegrated before them, reduced to mere ashes. Even some disciples of Jioli met a swift and tragic end at their hands. Within a mere quarter hour, all inhabitants of Jioli were subdued by the Undying Blood Clan. Subsequently, the Celestial and Qingyun Demon Kings ascended to the summit of the Lord's Hall. Atop the hall stood a youth exuding the majesty of a dragon, the very bearer of the demigod physique. Is the possessor of the demigod physique you? The Celestial and Qingyun Demon Kings regarded the boy with disdain. How could such a wretch, a mere saint, be worthy of such a physique? Amusingly, they pondered how their tribe had dispatched numerous formidable warriors, only to see them perish here. Were these individuals truly fools? Who are you to dare intrude upon my sacred realm of Jioli? Are you unaware of my name? The boy in the Lord's Hall, upon seeing the 2 demon kings, was filled with terror, his countenance pale. Who are we? We are the ones who shall seize your physique. Prepare to die. The Qingyun Demon King advanced first, his dark hand morphing into a claw that lunged toward the boy's chest. A faint explosion echoed. The boy in the Lord's Hall twisted and vanished from sight. This is an illusion. The Qingyun Demon King suddenly sensed something amiss, a sense of impending peril washing over him. An illusion strong enough to deceive both of them could only have been crafted by a demigod-level master of spiritual power. The Celestial Demon King, too, felt a tightening in his chest. Although they were aware of a spiritual sage within Jioli, they had dismissed the sage as inconsequential, believing their own demigod status exempted them from concern. Little did they realize that their adversary was not merely a spiritual sage, but a being of demigod-level spiritual prowess. Suddenly, a phantom of the Sword Emperor emerged from the void, wielding a crimson longsword, striking toward the Celestial Demon King. The Celestial Demon King attempted to retreat, only to find the blood-red sword already descending upon him. Celestial Blood Demon Technique. The Celestial Demon King roared, unleashing all his power, summoning a series of barriers formed by a crimson radiance. Each barrier resonated with a faint divine energy. The sword of slaughter gleamed with a resplendent crimson light, unleashing an unending torrent of attacks accompanied by myriad principles, shattering the barrier released by the Azure Sky Demon King in an instant. Chapter 183. The Fall of 2 Great Demon Kings. Subsequently, the Sword of Slaughter continued its relentless assault, tearing apart the very form of the Azure Sky Demon King. Though his corporeal body was imbued with a terrifying bloodline power capable of instantaneous regeneration, at that moment, a verdant glow materialized in the void. The 8 Directions Divine Alchemy Bottle. Upon witnessing the 8 Directions Divine Alchemy Bottle in the void, the countenance of the Azure Sky Demon King shifted dramatically. The blood within him began to flow wildly, surging toward the interior of the divine vessel. The injuries that should have healed in a heartbeat could not be mended. Instead, his bloodline was being siphoned away at an alarming rate by the 8 Directions Divine Alchemy Bottle. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed the Azure Sky Demon King. The power of the Jioli sacred land far surpassed our expectations. Everyone retreat from the Jioli sacred land, he bellowed, preparing to flee into the distance. However, under his command, every member of the Undying Blood Clan stood eerily still, vacant expressions adorning their faces, as though their souls had been stripped away. The 100,000-strong army of the Undying Blood Clan fell silently to the ground, their souls erased, reduced to mere husks. How could this be possible? The Jioli sacred land possesses not only demigod-level warriors, but also those skilled at demigod-level spiritual and soul powers. The face of the Azure Sky Demon King was grim, as he exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off the deadly sword that was cleaving toward him from the void. The horrifying onslaught from the Sword of Slaughter forced him into a retreat. He had no opportunity to retaliate. What added to his frustration was that he had not even glimpsed the identity of the one wielding the sword. He had been cornered without ever seeing the true face of his opponent. Qingyun Demon King, what are you doing? Do you not see this king being overwhelmed? The Azure Sky Demon King roared, directing his ire at the Qingyun Demon King beside him. Yet, as he turned, he found the Qingyun Demon King's gaze had become utterly dazed, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Undoubtedly, the Qingyun Demon King had fallen into an illusion array. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe emerged in the void. An aura of soul-stirring dread emanated from the Grim Reaper's visage. With a swift motion, the soul scythe pierced through the body of the Qingyan Demon King, obliterating his very essence. The Qingyan Demon King, of demigod caliber, fell instantaneously. Retreat. We must retreat. In the hands of the Azure Sky Demon King appeared a small purple mountain, within which lay an overwhelming gravitational force. In the next moment, the purple mountain shot forth from his grasp, heading towards the sanctum of the Jiuli sacred land. A pervasive stillness, imbued with a terrifying energy, spread across the Violet Hill. At this moment, the Violet Hill represented the full might of a demigod strike. The Celestial Demon King sought to employ this singular attack, along with a modicum of gravity, to restrain Ye Chen and his companions within the illusory formation, thereby affording himself a fleeting opportunity to escape. Were he to face a more conventional adversary, perhaps the Celestial Demon King could have evaded capture using the Violet Hill. However, his opponent was Ye Chen. Suddenly, as the silhouette of the Celestial Demon King flickered, an intensely frigid aura emanated from above the hall of the Holy Master, instantly enveloping his form. Simultaneously, the Violet Hill suspended in the void became encased in shards of ice. With a crack, the phantom of the Sword Emperor appeared in an instant, delivering a lethal strike toward the Celestial Demon King's body. Beneath the edge of the sword, the Celestial Demon King's form was cleaved in twain, subsequently ensnared by the 8 Desolations refining God vessel. Both the Celestial Demon King and the Azure Cloud Demon King were drawn into the vessel, transformed into pure energy. Countless streams of energy surged from the 8 Desolations refining God vessel, cascading onto Ye Chen and the other warriors of the Jiuli Holy Land. The divine essence and divine power contained within the bodies of the Celestial and Azure Cloud Demon Kings infused into Ye Chen, becoming an integral part of his strength. Meanwhile, the remaining energies devoid of divine attributes transmuted into holy essence, nourishing all members of the Jiuli Holy Land, coupled with the refinement of 100,000 troops. All members of the Undying Blood Clan were now transformed into sustenance for Ye Chen in the Jiuli Holy Land. The strength of every warrior in the Jiuli Holy Land surged to a new pinnacle. Even the weakest among them ascended to the zenith of the martial emperor realm. The ranks of saints, half-saints, and martial emperors were numerous. It could be said that the Jiuli Holy Land had surpassed all other sacred lands within the divine martial continent, rightfully claiming the title of the foremost sacred land. How can this be? My father is a being of the half-god realm, yet he fell within the Jiuli Holy Land. On a towering peak, Qingyan Wufen's expression turned ghastly. Beside him, Lao Yong's face paled significantly as he exclaimed, "Isn't the Jiuli Holy Land the weakest sacred land in the eastern region? How could it annihilate even a half-god powerhouse?" Both Qingyan Wufeng and Lao Yong were profoundly astonished. Their fathers, each a formidable presence within the half-god realm, had perished in the Jiuli Holy Land. Initially, it was the fall of a saint king, followed by the demise of a great saint, and now, even their fathers had succumbed within the Jiuli Holy Land. What terrifying depths of power did the Jiuli Holy Land possess? Withdraw. Everyone must leave the Jiuli Holy Land and inform all members of the Undying Blood Clan that it is not to be provoked. They inhaled deeply, finally realizing the gravity of their miscalculation. Subsequently, Qingyan Wufeng and Lao Yong led the remnants of the Undying Blood Clan army away from the Jiuli Holy Land. Within the imperial tent of the Undying Blood Clan in the Central Earth Divine Continent, 8 immortal bloodline emperors convened within a grand royal tent, deliberating strategies to confront the Sword God Temple in the Central Domain. The entire Central Domain has been fragmented by 3 great races, and the Sword God Temple is now besieged on 3 fronts. If we sever the temple's supply lines, a single Mu Qianxue will be insufficient to uphold the grand formation of the Sword God Temple. In that case, the entire temple shall collapse without a single assault. The Blue Sky Emperor of the Immortal Bloodline, a being of semi-divine caliber, shared his thoughts with his fellow emperors. The Azure Cloud Emperor nodded slightly, acknowledging, "This plan is feasible and conservative. The Sword God Temple has activated the Xianyuan Hall, which can accommodate millions. The most formidable beings from the Central Shenzhou have gathered at the Sword God Temple. Once the temple's grand formation is destroyed, our Immortal Bloodline's plan can be set into motion." Nearby, the Clear-Wind Emperor smiled and remarked, "Though our Immortal Bloodline advances swiftly, we have not completely captured the elite forces of the Central Shenzhou. The bloodline power obtained from humanity is still insufficient. Only by devouring the Sword God Temple can our Immortal Bloodline truly flourish." The emperors of the Immortal Bloodline engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the situation. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens, entering the grand tent. A semi-divine physique has emerged in the divine martial continent? Even the Azure Cloud Demon King and the Blue Sky Demon King have fallen? Upon reading the contents of the communication talisman, a profound astonishment appeared on the face of the Blue Sky Emperor. Chapter 184. The Supreme King Realm. What? A semi-divine physique has indeed manifested in the divine martial continent. It is known that a semi-divine physique harbors immense divine power, especially an innate semi-divine physique, which contains pure divine power. Indeed, an innate divine body encompasses innate divine power, facilitating the enhancement of a divine realm expert's prowess. After hearing the Blue Sky Emperor's words, the other immortal bloodline emperors erupted with excitement. Their status as emperors was not merely a title. They were originally beings of divine caliber, albeit weakened to semi-divine status due to millennia of imprisonment. Their true essence and divine abilities far surpassed those of mere demon kings. Thus, these immortal bloodline emperors have long sought an opportunity to reclaim their divine might. With an empress like Mu Qianxue within the Sword God Temple, should the immortal bloodline assault the temple, Mu Qianxue would invariably return to defend it, regardless of her location. As she is also of semi-divine caliber, the immortal bloodline seeks to attack the Sword God Temple to acquire some of her divine power, thereby replenishing their diminished strength. Moreover, the Sword God Temple has inherited countless years of legacy, and within the Sword God Tomb, the remains of deities are likely to reside. A deity can live for tens of thousands of years, and their remains can remain undying for equally long. Thus, the corpses of deities undoubtedly contain divine power. This is precisely why the immortal bloodline is expending such great effort to assault the Sword God Temple. The news we have received is indeed timely and significant for us. Upon learning of it, all the emperors of the Undying Blood clan were filled with immense excitement. The Emperor of Cheonyun nodded silently, stating that if they could attain the demigod physique, they would undoubtedly elevate to the divine realm. At that point, they would conquer the Sword God Palace, thus adding several divine powerhouses to the Undying Blood clan. When that day comes, all the formidable beings in the Kunlun realm will bow before our clan, becoming the very foundation of our power. The 8 emperors of the Undying Blood clan erupted into boisterous laughter. The Imperial Guards of the Qitian royal family heed my command. Mobilize 100,000 troops to accompany me to the sacred land of Jiuli. The Imperial Guards of the Cheonyun royal family heed my command. Mobilize 100,000 troops to accompany me to the sacred land of Jiuli. The Imperial Guards of the Qingfeng royal family heed my command. Mobilize 100,000 troops to accompany me to the sacred land of Jiuli. The 8 emperors of the Undying Blood clan began to deploy their forces toward the sacred land of Jiuli. The news of their mobilization soon reached the Sword God Palace. Within the grand hall of the palace, Mu Qianxue sat upon the throne, her brows furrowed in deep concern. The Undying Blood clan's mobilization would surely lead to significant actions. How should the Sword God Palace respond at this moment? I suggest we evacuate the Sword God Palace. This is no place for us to linger. I urge the palace master to decide swiftly. Evacuate. To where shall we retreat? If we leave the Sword God Palace, do we even have a safe path to retreat? An elder expressed his dissent. I believe we must not evacuate. I implore the palace master to reconsider. The Undying Blood clan is already assembling their forces. They will undoubtedly launch a fierce attack on the Sword God Palace. If we do not retreat now, when shall we? It is easy for you to speak of retreat. But such a course of action would not only endanger everyone, but would also plunge the elite of our central continent into a dire situation. We believe we should retreat. We believe we should hold our ground. Within the Sword God Palace, factions began to form around the ideas of retreat and defense, leading to mutual accusations that only heightened Mu Qianxue's pressure. To be frank, the current situation left the Sword God Palace with no viable option for retreat or defense. The present predicament was akin to awaiting death. The Sword God was still entangled in the divine realm and could not return, otherwise. The Undying Blood clan would not have dared to act so recklessly. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath. Though she was a formidable empress, known for her decisive actions, every decision made from her position required the utmost caution, for this role allowed for no errors. After much contemplation, Mu Qianxue ultimately reached a decision. Everyone, continue to hold the Sword God Palace and await the Sword God's response. As long as the Sword God can return, he will undoubtedly resolve the current crisis. Palace Master, the Sword God has been absent for several days. If he does not return to the central continent within a month, our Sword God Palace will inevitably fall. I hope the Palace Master will reconsider. An elder of the Sword God Palace spoke, his tone somewhat agitated. My mind is made up. Everyone shall remain in the Sword God Palace. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Mu Qianxue conjured a frosty sword of ice, which flew forth and embedded itself in the ceiling of the hall. Should the Sword God Palace be breached, I, Mu Qianxue, shall be the first to sacrifice myself. The atmosphere was imbued with unwavering determination. In that moment, everyone discerned Mu Qianxue's resolve and intent. The ice and snow sword hovered above the throne, symbolizing that even as the Empress, Mu Qianxue was ever aware of the sword suspended above her, poised to descend at any moment. This sword also epitomized her genuine concern for the impending crisis facing the sword god hall. Silence enveloped the assembly. If the Empress could exhibit such fortitude, what could they do? All present held Mu Qianxue in deep respect and admiration. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the first layer of the Saint King realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the second layer of the Saint King realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the third layer of the Saint King realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the fourth layer of the Saint King realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the ninth layer of the Saint King realm. Ding. The host's cultivation level has risen to the hidden realm of the 100 layers. The pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Following these successive elevations, Ye Chen's power ascended to the zenith of the ninth layer of the Saint King realm, ultimately reaching the extreme of the Saint King realm. At this moment, the strength within him surged exponentially. His mental prowess, spiritual strength, and the density of his holy energy amplified by thousands of times. Suddenly, a realm of sword sovereignty emerged within the void, an amalgamation of Ye Chen's fused domain. The spectral figure of the sword sovereign bore a left eye of crimson and a right eye of icy blue. The left side of the figure was shrouded in dense demonic shadows, while the right side radiated divine silhouettes. Atop the sword sovereign's head rested a crown, imbued with terrifying energy, while his hair flowed in 5 vibrant hues, exuding an ethereal grace. At this juncture, the sword sovereign wielded a verdant lotus sword, within which a formidable aura of swordsmanship surged. Upon attaining the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, the sword sovereign's domain acquired an additional capability, merging seamlessly with the supreme diagram of Qianxue. The attire of the sword sovereign was now enveloped in cascading streams of water, offering not only formidable defense but also immense waves of mental power. This indicated that, when Ye Chen unleashed an assault using the sword sovereign's domain, he could generate both physical and mental strikes, representing a dual assault. Thus, beneath the sword sovereign's domain, Ye Chen was virtually invincible. Boom. Just as Ye Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the Saint King realm, a violent roar resonated. Subsequently, a vast ocean of blood darkened the skies above the Jiuli sacred land. Chapter 185, annihilating a divine realm expert at that moment. The grand formation of the Jiuli sacred land was instantaneously torn asunder. 8 immortal blood clan emperors, each at the semi-divine realm, infiltrated the heart of the Jiuli sacred land without a single soul daring to impede their progress. Is this truly the Jiuli sacred land? The Qingyan emperor's eyes gleamed with disdain. How could such a sanctum presume to obliterate their 2 formidable demon lords? The grand formation of the entire Jiuli sacred land could scarcely withstand even their most mundane attack. I believe it is wise not to underestimate our opponents. For the 2 mighty demigods of the Undying Blood Clan are not merely ordinary beings of that realm. Their annihilation serves as a testament to the formidable nature of the Jiuli sacred land. Another emperor cautioned. Yet, this warning was disregarded by several other emperors of the Undying Blood Clan. Among them, the Emperor of the Azure Sky shook his head dismissively, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? We were once deities. Even in our current demigod state, we are not to be compared with the trifles of the Jiuli sacred land. Today, we shall seize the divine body and transcend into the realm of gods." With that declaration, the Azure Sky Emperor made his way towards the sacred hall of the Jiuli sacred land. Suddenly, the void twisted, and the illusion array of the Jiuli sacred land was activated. Near the sacred hall, the entire area transformed into a graveyard, where divine power emanated from each tomb. Is this a divine tomb? Splendid. The Jiuli sacred land has birthed a divine tomb. By devouring these divine corpses, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of divine power. The Azure Sky Emperor, upon witnessing the divine tomb, was filled with delight and rushed towards it. However, just as he reached the edge of the tomb, a decayed hand emerged from within, grasping his neck with a vice-like grip. With a resounding crack, the Azure Sky Emperor's head was crushed, his body and head separating. This is a mirage. Panic-stricken, the Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. Before him stood not a divine tomb, but a youth clad in a white robe. Without a moment's pause, he directed his severed head to flee towards the other emperors. Yet, a strange occurrence unfolded. No matter how far the Azure Sky Emperors had escaped, it remained merely a few dozen meters from the other emperors, unable to break free from the illusion array. How can this be? You are a mental power deity. Realizing his escape was futile, the Azure Sky Emperor ceased his frantic attempts and solemnly regarded the figure of Ye Chen before him, as his body began to rapidly regenerate. In this world, Nothing is impossible, including your demise here today. Ye Chen, wielding the sword of slaughter, advanced step by step towards the Azure Sky Emperor. Huh. With your mental power deity strength, you are still insufficient to slay me. The Azure Sky Emperor scoffed, as divine patterns began to manifest above his head and body. These patterns were inscribed with his divine power during his prime, each brimming with immense divine energy. Thus, the Azure Sky Emperor was confident that even if Ye Chen could confine him, he would not be slain. It was even possible that he might turn the tables and kill Ye Chen instead. You are overly confident. Remember to be humble in your next life. Ye Chen gently shook his head, as the sword of slaughter in his hand radiated a terrifying crimson glow. Subsequently, above the sword of slaughter, countless divine patterns emerged, each imbued with divine power several times greater than that of the Celestial Emperor. In an instant, the sword of slaughter, wielding unparalleled might, descended upon the Celestial Emperor. With such feeble assaults, do you dare to contend with me? The gaze of the Celestial Emperor was rife with contempt as a silver dagger materialized in his hand. Its surface adorned with divine patterns that transformed into crimson lines, enveloping the blade. Yet, before the Celestial Emperor could finish his words, they abruptly ceased. In the void, the sword of slaughter manifested a multitude of blood-red eyes, each resembling the gaze of a slayer, transcending time itself, embodying an indomitable killing intent. All these eyes fixated upon the Celestial Emperor, causing his very soul to tremble. In that moment, he felt as though he were confronting not merely a saint, but a true sovereign. This was a supreme artifact. How could such a relic exist in the Kunlun realm? The Celestial Emperor exclaimed in astonishment, his disbelief palpable, just as the sword of slaughter descended upon his dagger. The razor-sharp sword energy, along with its profound intent and the laws of the sword, converged. The Celestial Emperor's dagger shattered in an instant, and the sword of slaughter then cleaved downwards, violently rending the Celestial Emperor's form asunder. Thereafter, the divine blood, divine patterns, and divine powers of the Celestial Emperor were drained by the sword of slaughter, all transformed into a flowing river that surged into Ye Chen's sacred body, nourishing him. Next, Ye Chen's figure shifted to a realm of illusions. Within his illusionary formation, all the immortals of the blood lineage were segmented by its power. Each area was laden with numerous restrictions, ensuring that even these former divinities could not escape its confines. Trapped, the Azure Cloud Emperor found himself ensnared within the illusion, his expression gravely serious. Just then, a malevolent specter materialized in the void, its hand morphing into a vast expanse that obscured the heavens, striking down towards the Azure Cloud Emperor. This is perilous. It's a soul attack. The Azure Cloud Emperor's eyes darkened with concern as he conjured a divine talisman engulfed in violet flames, which contained purifying divine power. This purifying force could neutralize all forms of attack beyond mere physical assaults. The talisman was sufficient to safeguard the Azure Cloud Emperor's life, prompting him to act swiftly. However, at that moment, a blood-red longsword surged in from the side, severing the Azure Cloud Emperor's hand in an instant. The strike was as swift as lightning, leaving him no time to react. Subsequently, the soul attack enveloped him, and his eyes glazed over with emptiness. The soul was annihilated. The Azure Cloud Emperor fell. In the aftermath of his demise, the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp activated, siphoning all divine power and patterns, converting them into sustenance for Ye Chen. TSK, quite impressive indeed. With the peak cultivation of a saintly sovereign, he has managed to eliminate two entities of demigod stature. Just as Ye Chen was poised to hunt down other demigod-level members of the Immortal Blood Clan, two figures emerged from the mists of the illusion array. Chapter 186. The moon god in the sky. Within the haze of the illusion array, two figures materialized before Ye Chen. One was a creature resembling a centipede, yet possessing a human head. The other had the body of a rat, yet also bore a human visage. Each possessed strength at the initial stage of divinity. Truly formidable divine beings. Furthermore, Ye Chen could sense that both had mastered both spiritual and martial arts, allowing them to disregard his illusion array. Who are you two? Ye Chen's expression grew grave in the face of this sudden turn of events. Although he had the capability to slay demigod warriors, a gap still existed between him and genuine divine beings. We hail from the divine realm, under the command of the Lord of the Evil God, tasked with eliminating the moon god, and coincidentally, you as well. The centipede-like creature's gaze turned cold and fierce as he waved his hand, instantly shattering the illusion array surrounding them. The remaining 6 demigod warriors swiftly regained their senses. Thank you, esteemed lords, for your timely assistance. The favor bestowed upon us today by the Immortal Blood Clan shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. The Emperor of the Clear Wind bowed in gratitude to the centipede and rat-headed beings. Forget about repayment in the future. for now. You may join this divine messenger to eliminate this child, and then lay waste to the 9 sacred land. A cruel smile crept upon the centipede's lips. Let us unite to vanquish this child. The 6 demigod members of the immortal blood clan surged toward Ye Chen. With their domains activated, they sealed the surrounding void. In a one-on-one confrontation, Ye Chen might have had the upper hand, but facing 8 adversaries at once posed a daunting challenge, a true battle for survival. System, elevate my level. Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. Host cultivation has advanced to the 1st level of the Great Saint Realm. Ding. Host cultivation has advanced to the 2nd level of the Great Saint Realm. Ding. Host cultivation has advanced to the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. Ding. Host cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. Ye Chen's power surged to the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm, with significant enhancements to his martial prowess. Spiritual strength and soul power. Blood prison locking technique. The 6 members of the immortal blood clan felt their divine blood surges, interlinking to form an all-encompassing chain that pressed toward Ye Chen. The blood prison locking technique not only confined the surrounding space, but also bore immense divine power. 9 demon palm. Ye Chen unleashed a roar, and numerous phantasms of deities and demons appeared above his head. In his left hand, a fearsome demonic form manifested, while his right hand bore an incredibly sacred divine form. Countless demonic and divine specters surged forth from Ye Chen's being. The phantoms of gods and demons surged forth with an unstoppable force, effortlessly shattering the blood prison locking divine technique. In an instant, countless phantoms descended upon the 6 demigod-level immortals of the blood clan. The next moment, these 6 immortals were transformed into a torrent of blood mist, dissipating into the void. At that juncture, the abyssal refining divine bottle emerged in the expanse, exuding a formidable suction power that absorbed the swirling blood mist. What was once a potential restoration for the immortal blood clan warriors now served as sustenance for the abyssal refining divine bottle. What? You can elevate your power by an entire realm in a single moment and possess the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body. It is worth noting that the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body is one of the 10 most esteemed physiques across the myriad realms. The Centipede Man and the Rat Man, witnessing Ye Chen's terrifying prowess, were filled with dread. The combination of the Chaos Divine Demon Immortal Body and the 9 Divine Demon Palm created an overwhelming force that neither the Centipede Man nor the Rat Man could withstand. In essence, Ye Chen was not only capable of swiftly dispatching the other 6 demigod-level warriors, but also able to effortlessly eliminate the 2 of them. Let us flee this place. The Centipede Man and the Rat Man, their expressions grave, prepared to escape into the distance. However, in that fleeting moment, Ye Chen's figure appeared before them as if by teleportation, followed by a series of divine demon phantoms that enveloped the space around the 2, sealing their escape. Boom. In the next instant, all the divine demon phantoms descended upon the Centipede Man and the Rat Man. Both were sent flying upon being struck by the 9 divine demon palm, hurtling thousands of meters away from Ye Chen's powerful blow. Subsequently, their divine bodies shattered, divine patterns fracturing, and their internal organs twisting grotesquely. You 2 hail from the divine domain. I am quite curious. Should not the moon goddess reside within the divine domain? Yet, you come here time and again seeking her. The divine demon phantoms surrounding Ye Chen spanned across tens of thousands of meters, enveloping the entire expanse. Heh, you do not even know who the moon goddess is. How amusing. The Centipede Man's voice dripped with scorn as he slowly rose, a myriad of green venom emanating from his body. Since you refuse to speak the truth, then I shall slay you. The divine demon power radiating from Ye Chen surged forth, an overwhelming divine pressure coalescing into a torrent that swiftly descended upon the Centipede Man. Boom. The Centipede Man met a swift demise, transforming into a roiling mist of blood. Soon after, the power of the abyssal refining divine bottle activated, consuming the Centipede Man entirely. Next is you. Ye Chen approached the Rat Man step by step, phantoms of divine demons flitting past. Impudent wretches, how dare you kill my envoy? Just as Ye Chen's divine demon phantoms were about to descend upon the Rat Man, an immensely powerful energy manifested in the void. An evil god's phantom descended, casting a shadow over the heavens. Though merely a divine avatar, this evil god's phantom possessed terrifying strength. Ye Chen harbored a profound sense of inadequacy. Convinced that even upon elevating his prowess to the semi-divine realm, he would still remain significantly outmatched by this avatar of the malevolent deity. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Those who dare to offend me, regardless of distance, shall face retribution. Die. The sinister deity in the void cast a disdainful gaze upon Ye Chen, his eyes devoid of warmth. Then, his hand expanded to encompass vast distances. obscuring the heavens and earth as it descended upon Ye Chen with tremendous force. Such a formidable assault was beyond my capacity to withstand. Though I possess means to safeguard my life, retreat is not an option, for the 9 sacred land lies behind me. Since retreat is not feasible, I shall fight. A fervent battle spirit ignited within Ye Chen. In that moment, the Buddha Emperor's relic was summoned forth, layers of divine inscriptions and sacred energy enveloping him. At this instant, Ye Chen's strength was momentarily elevated to the divine realm. As Ye Chen prepared to confront the malevolent deity, powerful waves of energy rippled through the void. 10 moons of silver, 100 moons of silver, 1,000 moons of silver, 10,000 moons of silver. In this moment, a multitude of silver moons appeared, illuminating the entirety of the divine martial continent. The malevolent deity's hand halted, unable to advance another inch. Brother Chen, you have always protected me. Today, allow me, Linger, to protect you for once. Ye Linger, adorned in a gown of blossoms, traversed the void to position herself above Ye Chen. Chapter 187. The sword as divine demon. The moment Ye Lingo manifested, the myriad silver moons in the void resonated in unison. Thousands of moonlit energies cascaded down upon her, causing her floral gown to shimmer with brilliance. The young girl was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her eyes bore a hint of coldness and the weight of worldly experience. At that moment, Ye Linger remained true to herself, yet she had transcended her former self. Moon Goddess, you have finally made your appearance. This malevolent deity has awaited you for long. Today, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces. The avatar of the malevolent deity echoed with chilling laughter. Subsequently, torrents of sinister energy surged forth from the deity, coalescing into a warhammer aimed at Ye Linger. The multitude of silver moons in the void transformed into a cascading river of light, engaging in fierce combat with the malevolent deity. What appeared to be a mere assault was, in reality, a contest of divine power and endurance. Ye Linger and the malevolent deity clashed fiercely, their struggle enduring for an extended period above the 9 sacred land, before their figures gradually retreated towards the abyss of extremity. On the surface, the battle between Ye Linger and the malevolent deity seemed evenly matched. However, from another perspective, Ye Linger was gradually finding herself at a disadvantage. Ye Chen, possessing spiritual power at the divine level, discerned that Ye Linger was not in optimal condition. Linger, wait for me. I shall come to your rescue. Ye Chen mounted his motorcycle and sped swiftly towards the abyss of extremity. Sword Saint, you remain behind to guard the sacred land. I shall return shortly. Feng Qingling, agile and swift, prepared to pursue Ye Chen's figure. However, just as she took her first step, the figure of the Sword Saint of Julie appeared behind Feng Qingling. With a swift motion, he extended his finger and pressed it against her back, causing her to halt in her tracks. Sword Saint, why do you obstruct me? A look of perplexity and confusion adorned Feng Qingling's face. Qingling, at present, your prowess merely resides in the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Both the Moon God and the Evil God are not mere ordinary deities. To venture forth would only render you fodder for battle. Moreover, you are still young, and there is no need for you to perish in such a manner. Even if you seek out Ye Chen, it shall be I who goes. Should I fail to return, the next master of the Jiuli sacred land shall be Wen Qingyang, clad in a flowing white robe. The Sword Saint of Jiuli vanished from the sacred land as if by teleportation. At the precipice of the abyss, the Moon God and the Evil God were locked in a fierce battle, causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to fracture. Countless spatial turbulence erupted forth, engulfing an entire realm. The army of the Undying Blood Clan was, in that moment, decimated beyond measure. The blood of innumerable Undying Blood Clan members surged into the Evil God's avatar, augmenting his power by a significant margin. This further exacerbated the Moon God's already precarious position. Boom. In the Evil God's hand, a warhammer swung with ferocity, forcing the Moon God to retreat. An overwhelming malevolence encircled the Moon God from all directions. Activating the power of the Silver Moon, the Moon God fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness. Were my strength to be restored to even half of its former glory, you would pose no threat to me. Yet, under the relentless assault of the Evil God, the Moon God began to falter. Moon God, if you were at your zenith, not even my true form could contend with you. Yet now, your divine power is but a fraction of what it once was. How could you possibly stand against me? The specter of the Evil God in the void emitted a chilling laughter, and at that moment, another avatar of the Evil God descended. The Moon God felt an overwhelming pressure mount within her. One avatar was already a formidable challenge. Now faced with two, she found herself utterly outmatched. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and the Moon God proved no match for the two avatars, being sent flying by a single blow from the Evil God. Thus ended the Moon God, and from this day forth, there would be no place for her in the divine realm. The Evil God sneered. raising his warhammer to strike at the moon god. Presently, she could only defend against one assault, utterly incapable of contending with two avatars simultaneously. Should she fail to withstand the evil goddess' onslaught, she would be gravely wounded, perhaps even meet her demise. Just as the moon god found herself at a loss for how to proceed, a blood-red radiance descended from the heavens. A powerful sword aura, imbued with the essence of sword principles, pierced through the heavens, aiming directly at one of the evil goddess avatars. Boom. This strike forcefully repelled one of the evil goddess avatars, significantly alleviating the moon goddess' burden, allowing her to deftly evade the other avatar's assault. Impudent wretch. How dare a mere insect challenge my authority? A manifestation of the malevolent deity fixed its fierce gaze upon Ye Chen, a palpable pressure permeating the void around them. Any ordinary warrior, confronted by such an oppressive force, would likely succumb to the ground in submission. Yet, Ye Chen possessed an unwavering determination, his spirit unyielding in the face of life and death. Have you ever heard the adage that even the most insignificant of creatures should harbor an indomitable heart, and that those whose lives are as fragile as paper should aspire to the heights of a swan? Have you heard the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? Today, I may be the ant, and you the deity, but have you considered that our roles may one day be reversed? With the sword of slaughter in hand, Ye Chen met the malevolent deity's avatar with a steady gaze. What a farce, the deity scoffed. An ant remains an ant. Today, I shall eradicate you, and there will be no tomorrow. The cold laughter of the deity echoed as it lunged towards Ye Chen, a vast and overwhelming divine might manifesting, sealing the realm around them. If you perceive me as an ant, then I shall wield this ant's form to slay a god. The sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp erupted with an endless crimson radiance, a multitude of eyes of slaughter slowly opening along its blade. Brother Chen, you must flee. You are no match for the malevolent deity. The moon goddess gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with concern. You know I am your brother, Chen, do you not? Thus, when my sister is in peril, as her brother, I shall risk everything to protect you. With that, Ye Chen surged forward, charging directly at the deity's avatar. In the void, ethereal figures of gods and demons began to emerge, coalescing into Ye Chen's sword. At that moment, the sword became as formidable as a god or demon. A tremendous sword intent tore through the void, infused with the power of divinity, as it rushed towards the malevolent deity. Merely stars, daring to compete with the sun and moon? The deity's laughter dripped with disdain, and torrents of malevolent energy surged from its form, transforming into sharp daggers that pierced towards Ye Chen. Yet, undeterred, Ye Chen pressed on fiercely against the deity. The daggers released by the deity pierced through Ye Chen's divine body, penetrating his organs. However, Ye Chen remained unfazed, his sword simultaneously striking the deity's avatar. Both he and the deity's manifestation bore injuries in that moment. The 188th chapter, Mutual Destruction. The deity's assault was imbued with potent malevolence, the dark energy seeping into Ye Chen's limbs and bones, stifling his immortal bloodline and hindering his recovery. Yet, the sword of slaughter possessed formidable devouring capabilities. With each wound inflicted upon the deity's avatar, it drained a portion of its divine power. Moreover, the 8 desolation refining god bottle materialized within the void, harboring immense devouring force. This force gradually refined the divine power of the deity's avatar. Although the deity had dealt a grievous blow to Ye Chen, its released avatar was not faring any better. With a swift stroke, Ye Chen severed the arm of the deity's avatar, but he too bore a deep wound, exposing bone, with dark energy swirling within the injury. As Ye Chen's sword continued to slice through the air, it plunged towards the abdomen of the malevolent deity, unleashing a myriad of divine and demonic phantoms that erupted within the deity's avatar, creating a wave of tearing energy that began to spread. The avatar of the malevolent god manifested intricate divine runes, barely managing to dissipate the onslaught. Boom. In the next moment, Ye Chen was struck and sent flying by the warhammer wielded by the malevolent god. The force of the blow nearly shattered him. Yet Ye Chen's form twisted and contorted. In the void, he took 9 consecutive steps, his sword flashing as it unleashed over 100 strikes in an instant. Each of these 100 swords found their mark, striking the vital points of the malevolent deity's avatar. A vast array of divine runes dimmed in response. Damn it! You're throwing your life away. Stop. If you kill my avatar, you too shall perish. Fear was etched across the malevolent goddess' visage. Utterly astonished that Ye Chen would engage in a battle of mutual destruction, exchanging life for life, though the avatar was merely a fragment of his true self. The divine power it contained was genuine. If this continued, even if he succeeded in slaying Ye Chen, the divine essence within his avatar would shatter. Today, I, Ye Chen, shall demonstrate that gods are not so formidable. Ye Chen's heart surged with martial fervor as the Sword Emperor domain activated behind him. The Sword Emperor domain was a fusion of realms, enhanced by divine power. Once unleashed, Ye Chen's strength was perfectly liberated. Whoosh! The figure of the Sword Emperor surged, transforming into a colossal silhouette stretching thousands of miles, as the azure lotus sword blossomed, its 12 petals vividly visible. This is a fusion of realms. And yet you wield the azure lotus sword path? How can you achieve such a feat? The malevolent god was filled with astonishment. Fusion domains existed. Yet he had never witnessed one capable of merging so many realms at once. It is known that beings above the divine realm, aside from possessing divine power, also wield divine pathways and runes. The fusion domain represents one facet of combat prowess. At this moment, the malevolent god comprehended the true horror of Ye Chen. No, this child must not be allowed to grow. He must be eradicated. Otherwise, the Kunlun realm will surely rise again, and the other worlds will be unable to suppress it. With this thought, the divine runes on the malevolent god's avatar reconfigured, as a more potent divine essence descended from the heavens. Previously, the malevolent god had utilized only 10% of his true strength. Now, he invoked 20% of his true power. With this increase, the combat effectiveness of the two avatars surged. Merge souls. Upon witnessing the malevolent goddess enhancement, the moon goddess uttered a soft command, summoning the nine-leaf phoenix and the white emperor fox from the realm of the small universe, controlled by a mysterious force, to appear in the void. Subsequently, the white emperor fox and the nine-leaf phoenix transformed into two orbs of red and blue light, entering the body of the moon goddess. These beings were the essence and spirit of the moon goddess, cultivated through countless lifetimes to achieve her divine perfection. Now, she had no choice but to merge with this essence and spirit. Whoosh! Merged with the white emperor fox and the nine-leaf phoenix. The moon goddess emanated a resplendent silver moonlight that illuminated the entire cosmos. This silver luminescence not only brightened the heavens and the earth but also dispelled countless malevolent energies. Battle! A soft yet powerful command escaped the lips of the moon goddess, infused with the formidable might of silver moonlight, as she stood alongside the evil deity. Meanwhile, at Ye Chen's side, a golden relic, the Buddha Emperor's Sharira, materialized. Waves of profound Buddhist chants descended from the heavens, showering upon Ye Chen. Above the Sharira, numerous deities and Buddhas recited scriptures and imparted wisdom. In an instant, the entire firmament split into two halves, one bathed in silver moonlight, the other enveloped in the vast, sacred light of Buddhism. Battle! Ye Chen's body, rejuvenated by the healing power of the Buddha Emperor's Sharira, surged forth with indomitable fighting spirit. Engaging in fierce combat against the evil deity, thunderous roars echoed as darkness engulfed the skies, and the earth itself fractured, erasing everything within thousands of miles. The moon goddess and Ye Chen, who were initially at a disadvantage, began to mount a counteroffensive against the evil deity. Under the relentless assault of the moon goddess, the evil deity found himself retreating step by step, his form shattering under the pressure. On the other side, Ye Chen continued to fight with a reckless abandon, risking his life in the battle. Do you truly believe that I, the deity, cannot handle you? The evil deity's voice dripped with fury, as the essence of his two malevolent avatars coalesced into an armor that enveloped his being. With a swift strike, both Ye Chen and the moon goddess launched their attacks, piercing through the evil deity's form. Yet in the next moment, the dark energies surrounding the evil deity morphed into shackles, binding both Ye Chen and the moon goddess tightly. These chains then dragged them towards a dark vortex above the abyss of extremity, a place reputed to devour even gods. Since I cannot slay you, let us perish together. The evil deity's visage twisted with malevolence as he propelled Ye Chen and the moon goddess towards the abyss's depths. In the following instant, an overwhelming gravitational force enveloped the three, pulling their bodies downward at a meteoric pace. The surroundings began to warp under the immense pressure, distorting the very fabric of space. This force was such that even gods could not escape its grasp. To fall below meant certain obliteration. Below lies the gravitational field of the supreme divine soil. We shall all meet our demise. Yet I shall lose but a mere avatar, while you too will find eternal rest here. The evil deity cackled, reveling in the oppressive gravity. Who says we are destined to perish here? Ye Chen retorted coldly, as a phantom of the five elements chaotic divine tree materialized above his head. Chapter 189, The Stellar Divine Tree. The five elements chaotic divine tree embodies the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The emergence of gravity is inherently linked to the earth element. The primary trunk of the chaos tree of the five elements is located in the central earth. Thus, other deities or divine powers are utterly incapable of resisting the gravitational forces emanating from the abyss of extremity. However, with the five elements chaos tree at his disposal, Ye Chen effortlessly withstands such gravity. How could you possibly possess the 5 elements chaos tree? Exclaimed the evil god, his eyes fixated on Ye Chen, who appeared to be distancing himself. This was not due to Ye Chen departing from the abyss of extremity, but rather because the 5 elements chaos tree neutralized the gravitational pull, significantly reducing his descent speed. Boom. After a quarter of an hour, the evil god was pulled down to the very bottom of the abyss by the overwhelming gravity, crashing directly onto the unyielding ground. In that moment, the evil goddess avatar was utterly crushed by the force of gravity, reduced to mere fragments. Cough. In the divine realm, within the evil goddess temple, he opened his eyes and spat blood. At that moment, the evil god appeared as though he had been pulled from water, his entire being drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ghastly pale. Following the previous battle, the evil god had already expended 20% of his divine energy, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage, resulting in severe depletion of his divine power. Now, 2 of his avatars had been obliterated by the laws of the abyss of extremity, leaving the evil god grievously wounded. The demise of his avatars signified the irrevocable loss of a portion of his divine power. First was the chaos divine demon immortal body, then the fusion domain, and next, the 5 elements chaos tree. Who is this person? I refuse to believe that someone with such extraordinary fortune has emerged from the Kunlun realm. Investigate immediately. I want every detail about Ye Chen. The flames of fury burned in the evil god's eyes as a malevolent aura surged from him, suffocating the entire hall. At the very bottom of the abyss of extremity, with the assistance of the 5 elements chaos tree and the chaos body, Ye Chen and the moon goddess were scarcely affected by the gravity, descending at a steady pace. Crack. Upon landing, there was no violent tremor. Instead, Ye Chen's body fractured. Despite the protection of the 5 elements chaos tree, his body still broke apart, revealing the terrifying nature of the gravity from the depths of the abyss of extremity. The ground felt as solid as steel beneath Ye Chen's feet. The spatial structure here remarkably stable, and the gravity overwhelmingly formidable. Brother Chen, are you all right? The moon goddess released a silver moon. Yet her divine power could only illuminate objects within a 5-meter radius, with anything beyond that being suppressed. Do not worry, Linger, I am fine. Ye Chen retrieved the Buddha Emperor's relic and began to heal his wounds. Before long, his injuries were fully restored. The gravity in the depths of the abyss of extremity is so dreadful that even with the 5 elements chaos tree, progress remains arduous. Ye Chen moved slowly, taking 1 step at a time towards the distant horizon. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Ye Chen found himself utterly depleted of the power bestowed by the moon goddess, prompting him to pause for a respite. He retrieved a portion of the 5 elements chaos divine dew, distributing some to the moon goddess while retaining the remainder for himself. The 2 began to restore their divine energies. Brother Chen, what troubles you? Do you not wish to inquire about my identity as the moon goddess? Or how I came to the Kunlun realm? I am aware only that you are my sister. The rest is inconsequential to me. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall be the first to retaliate on your behalf. As for matters you wish to share, you will do so at your discretion. Pressing you for answers is futile. With their backs against a rocky wall, Ye Chen and the moon goddess engaged in conversation while recuperating their strength. Brother Chen, I could actually tell you, just then. Her expression shifted as she noticed a spider the size of a bowl swiftly approaching from behind Ye Chen. This was a spider of divine realm strength. If it were to draw near Ye Chen, he would surely meet his demise. The moon goddess intended to warn him, but by the time she opened her mouth, the spider was already upon him. If she acted, she would be hindered by the gravitational forces at play. The spider darted forward, unaffected by gravity, and lunged to bite Ye Chen. Just as the spider was about to reach him, a fiery barrier erupted behind Ye Chen. This barrier was conjured through his mental prowess. At that moment, Ye Chen's mental strength had reached divine realm mastery, capable of vanquishing any entity of that caliber in an instant. Thus, as the fiery barrier manifested, the spider was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Once the spider was incinerated, a fist-sized, pale blue divine core, shimmering with a crystalline luster, fell to the ground. The ability of the spider to defy gravity was indeed astonishing. Ye Chen picked up the divine core, a look of wonder gracing his features. He then infused his mental energy into the core to investigate further, discovering that it contained a path intrinsic to himself. Moreover, this path was intricately intertwined with the entirety of the Dark Eye. In essence, the creatures here had completely merged with this realm, allowing them to disregard the gravitational field. Ye Chen and the moon goddess, meanwhile, were unable to traverse this space due to their lack of integration with the local path. Therefore, to escape the gravitational constraints, one must cultivate the path of this realm. With a decisive motion, Ye Chen unsheathed the sword of slaughter and cleaved the divine core in two. He presented half of it to the moon goddess, saying, Ling absorb this half of the divine core to gain the spider's divine energy in its path. Thank you, Brother Chen. The moon goddess accepted the half core and began the process of absorption and refinement. Ye Chen, too, commenced his own absorption and refinement of the divine core. As the divine power within Ye Chen began to swell, certain principles of the great Tao gradually augmented as well. After completely absorbing this divine core, more than half a day had elapsed. Ye Chen rose once more, only to discover that the gravitational field beneath his feet seemed less terrifying. If previously Ye Chen required a force of 100 pounds to take a step, now he needed only 90 pounds. It felt as though the burden had lightened by roughly 1/10. Let us proceed. Ye Chen grasped the moon goddess's hand, venturing deeper into the eye of darkness. After approximately half a day's journey, the silhouettes of Ye Chen and the moon goddess came to a halt before a gorge. At the center of the gorge stood a divine tree adorned with starry fruits, each radiating an immense divine power. This was the starry divine tree. Upon sighting the starry divine tree, the moon goddess was overcome with excitement, for the stars bore a connection to the moon, and the starry fruits could replenish her divine power. The quantity of starry fruits before her was sufficient to restore her divine strength to about 70%, instilling her with confidence that she could lead Ye Chen out of this place. With this thought, the moon goddess stepped towards the starry divine tree. Do not go. Just as the moon goddess took a step forward, Ye Chen's hand shot out, pulling her back. A powerful spatial force manifested at the entrance of the gorge, severing the strands of the moon goddess's hair. This was the power of space. Chapter 190. Counteracting gravity. Feeling this spatial force, the moon goddess's expression changed drastically. It is well known that spatial power is a formidable energy, one that even she, as a formidable being of divine realm, could not withstand. Had Ye Chen not intervened, she would have already been torn apart by the spatial force. Brother Chen, how did you know there would be a spatial array ahead? The moon goddess asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. It was not a matter of her inadequacy and strength, but rather that this realm had completely shielded her perception. Moreover, the moon goddess had not cultivated mental power, making it even more challenging to sense the imminent danger. Because I have comprehended the path of time and space, and I possess both mental and soul power as a being of divine realm, Ye Chen replied, patting the moon goddess on the shoulder before guiding her backward. Soon, Ye Chen led the moon goddess to a secluded corner of a rocky wall, coming to a halt. Brother Chen, what is your purpose in bringing us here? The moon goddess's face reflected her confusion. Do not inquire further. Merely prepare for battle, Ye Chen instructed. Prepare for battle? A look of bewilderment crossed the moon goddess's face. Although her mental perception had been obscured in this dark realm, her hearing remained unrestrained. Was there danger lurking in the darkness? Despite her doubts, she readied herself for combat. Suddenly, the look of confusion vanished from the moon goddess's face as a sound resembling flowing water echoed around them. Countless scorpions, each the size of a basin, emerged from the rocky wall, while others burrowed up from the ground. The venomous scorpions surged forth like a relentless tide towards Ye Chen and the moon goddess. Each of these creatures emanated a presence comparable to that of divine realms. However, they possessed a notable deficiency in intellect. Upon spotting Ye Chen and the moon goddess, they charged recklessly toward the duo, their divine power manifesting, intent on crushing them underfoot. The moon goddess suddenly comprehended that Ye Chen had retreated to this advantageous terrain deliberately. If enveloped by these scorpions from all sides, their demise would be inevitable. Ye Chen unleashed the 9-li divine demonic palm, the Xianhuang god-slaying sword qi, and activated the sword emperor domain. Numerous forces surged from his being. Under his mental control, the sword of slaughter released an overwhelming sword intent, accompanied by the principles of swordsmanship, cleaving through the ranks of scorpions, severing dozens of them into fragments. Subsequently, the 9-li divine demonic palm, empowered by Ye Chen's chaotic divine body, erupted with unparalleled force as countless ethereal demonic figures surged into the scorpion horde, annihilating innumerable foes. As the sword emperor domain unfolded, infused with Ye Chen's mental energy, soul, and physical might, everything in its path was obliterated. In an instant, a substantial number of scorpions fell before him. Meanwhile, the moon goddess summoned a multitude of silver moons, forming layered domains that enveloped the scorpions before her. Within this silver moon domain, all scorpions were repelled, with a significant portion being slain by her hand. The ground became a veritable battlefield, littered with the remains of scorpions, reminiscent of a hellish arena. Upon witnessing the terrifying prowess displayed by Ye Chen and the moon goddess, the remaining scorpions began to retreat. Though not particularly intelligent, they possessed enough cunning to recognize their disadvantage and withdrew. Ye Chen then employed his mental power to summon the fallen scorpion bodies to his side. He extracted their divine cores, counting approximately 1,000 in total. Each core contained varying degrees of the profound laws from the Eye of Darkness. Linger, these beast cores are yours. Take them for your cultivation. Ye Chen entrusted half of the divine cores to the moon goddess. To prevent any potential counterattack from the scorpions, he conjured a mental illusion array at their location, concealing both himself and the moon goddess within its core. Once assured of their safety, Ye Chen began to absorb and refine the divine cores surrounding him. After a day of refinement, the 5 elements Tao within his mind became increasingly solidified. The earth element served as a primary support within the 5 elements Tao, and as its strength increased, the other elements nourished one another, creating a harmonious cycle. Thus, Ye Chen's 5 elements Tao grew more formidable. Indeed, after absorbing these divine cores, the oppressive gravity here no longer affected him in the slightest. After refining hundreds of divine cores, Ye Chen rose from the ground, moving with remarkable agility. In the realm of the Eye of Darkness, he was untouched by any adverse effects. Subsequently, Ye Chen commenced an experiment with his star-shattering step. His form twisted repeatedly in place, and after several rotations, he returned to his original position, leaving behind a lingering illusion in the void. Indeed, the star-shattering step was no longer constrained. Ye Chen's face radiated joy. With his star-shattering step liberated, his survival capability in this realm would be significantly enhanced. Although the Eye of Darkness enveloped all worlds in shadow, Ye Chen could faintly sense a more formidable presence within this domain. The poisonous scorpions and spiders they had previously encountered exhibited little intelligence. Ye Chen surmised that venturing deeper into the canyon would lead to encounters with beings of greater wisdom and strength, which might pose a challenge even for him and the moon goddess. Within the sacred halls of the Ninely Holy Land, the sword saint of Ninely stood solemnly. Before him flickered a purple oil lamp, symbolizing a warrior's life force. The more vigorously it burned, the stronger the individual's vitality. Conversely, a dimming flame signified weakening life. Presently, the flame within the oil lamp before the sword saint had extinguished completely. This indicated a complete severance of the connection between Ye Chen and the lamp, suggesting a grim possibility that Ye Chen had perished. Behind the sword saint, Yi Yinghao, Xiao Dong, and a cadre of elders bore grave expressions. All core disciples of the Ninely Holy Land struggled to accept this news. The Holy Son, Feng Qingyang, and the Holy Daughter, Feng Qingling, stood at the sword saint's back, disbelief etched on their faces. It cannot be. I refuse to believe Ye Chen is dead. Sword saint, tell me this is not true. Feng Qingling clung to a desperate hope, unwilling to accept such a harsh reality. Child, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Ye Chen, along with the avatar of the evil god and the moon goddess, plummeted into the depths of the Eye of Darkness. The Eye of Darkness is a forbidden realm, and throughout the history of the Kunlun realm, no one has ever emerged alive from it, not even a deity. Child, I understand the pain in your heart, but this is an unalterable truth. Tears streamed down the sword saint's aged face. The loss of Ye Chen weighed heavily on him, yet death is an irreversible state. With threats from the underworld clan and the dark demon realm looming outside, he could not afford to linger in sorrow for too long. Sister, the flame of Ye Chen's life has been extinguished. I know this is difficult for you, but please accept this truth. Feng Qingyang wiped his tears and gently urged Feng Qingling. You all claim Ye Chen is dead, yet I do not believe it. Feng Qingling's anguished voice resonated as she transformed into a gust of wind, fleeing the sacred hall. In the fleeting moment, Feng Qingling appeared outside the sacred land of Julie. Standing upon a sheer cliff, gazing at the expansive waterfall before her, hundreds of meters wide. Why? Why is my power merely at the Saint King realm? If I possessed the prowess of the divine realm, would all of this have been averted? Unable to suppress the tumult of her emotions any longer, she began to weep uncontrollably. Sister, do not do anything foolish. Feng Qingyang's figure hurried after her, his heart filled with concern upon seeing her at the precipice. Fear not, brother, I shall not take my own life. Allow me a moment to cry alone. Feng Qingling silently wept beside the cliff. Ah, what a tender-hearted woman. You have certainly piqued this king's interest. At that moment, an ethereal ice dragon emerged from the void, enveloping the surrounding space. Who dares? Feng Qingyang bellowed, hurling his heavy sword towards the spectral ice dragon. Yet, the next instant, an invisible force sent his sword flying. This unseen power struck Feng Qingyang's chest in the blink of an eye. The late-stage Saint King was defeated in an instant. Chapter 191. The 5 Elements Chaos Immortal Diagram. An intangible pressure began to burgeon in the hearts of both Feng Qinling and Feng Qingyang. From the 7th Netherworld, young Master Yi San, the ice dragon descended beside the cliff, transforming into a dashing young man clad in a flowing white robe. He exuded an air of refinement, yet his deep, obsidian eyes betrayed a dissonance with such elegance, resembling an abyss that threatened to consume one's very soul. You are from the netherworld. Feng Qingyang spat blood, ignoring his injuries as he stood defiantly before Feng Qingling. Sister, I shall confront this man. You must flee back to the sacred land of Jiuli. Brother, I cannot leave. I cannot bear to watch you perish. Feng Qingling's eyes brimmed with determination. She could not abandon Feng Qingyang to his fate. Brother, allow me to confront this man. You must return to the sacred land of Jiuli. With a swift motion, Feng Qingling activated her flame dragon battle body, manifesting a profound aura of the great Tao around her. Azure Dragon Seal. Waves of draconic energy surged from her hands, merging with the Azure Dragon Seal and charging towards young Master Ye Chen. This time, Feng Qingling had steeled herself for a fight to the death. At this moment, her resolve to strike meant she was prepared to embrace her demise. However, just as her attack was about to reach young Master Ye Chen, an invisible barrier thwarted her assault. The Azure Dragon Seal shattered, and all her efforts were effortlessly dispelled by young Master Ye Chen. Kill me if you must. This holy maiden shall never bow to you. Feng Qingling, severely wounded, blood streaming from her mouth, declared defiantly. I have encountered many women of the human race. Yet none possess such tenacity. You have indeed earned my respect. Initially, I had intended to slay you both, but you have successfully captured my attention. The prince has made a decision. You shall become his woman, thus ensuring the safety of your sacred land and family from peril. In the eyes of young Master Yi, a resplendent light shimmered. System, initiate the sign-in. From the depths of the abyss, Ye Chen commanded the system. Ding. The host is located in the abyss. Sign-in level 15. Ding. As the host cultivation level has reached the 9th heaven of the Great Sage Realm, today's sign-in count is 595 times. Ding. First sign-in successful. Awarded 10 elemental divine crystals. Ding. Second sign-in successful. Awarded 10 elemental divine crystals. Ding. Third sign-in successful. Awarded 10 elemental divine crystals. Ding. Fourth sign-in successful. Awarded 10 elemental divine crystals. Ding. 594th sign-in successful. Awarded 10 elemental divine crystals. Ding. 595th sign-in successful. Awarded 1 elemental chaos celestial map. Ding. Elemental chaos celestial map. Celestial grade. Function: to condense elemental divine power. Level: 10 billion. A celestial grade elemental chaos celestial map. This surpasses divine level techniques. Beyond the Kunlun realm lies the divine domain, which is classified into divine realm, divine king realm, supreme god realm, and the pinnacle god realm. Above the pinnacle god realm exists the celestial sovereign realm. A celestial grade technique, when revealed to the outside world, would incite a frenzy of competition and a tide of bloodshed. It is no exaggeration to say that such a technique could shake the very foundations of the divine domain. Ding. The system detects that the host possesses the elemental chaos celestial map. Would you like to learn it? Commence learning immediately. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the elemental chaos celestial map. As the system's notification faded, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming force of elemental power enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, his limbs and internal organs underwent a remarkable transformation into a uniquely structured pattern, a highly ordered elemental configuration. Upon activating the technique, Ye Chen could distinctly sense his physique undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. System, utilize all elemental divine crystals. Ye Chen commanded. In an instant, all 5,940 elemental divine crystals acquired from sign-ins were consumed. In the next moment, Ye Chen's elemental chaos body surged forward, evolving into the elemental chaos divine body, a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, Ye Chen's ice dragon bloodline, dragon blood battle body, and undying bloodline also ascended to divine tier under the influence of the elemental divine crystals. At this moment, all his attributes and bloodlines transformed into divine entities. Subsequently, Ye Chen's cultivation advanced to the divine realm. Within the Sword Emperor's domain surrounding him, streams of potent divine power surged forth, morphing into the domain of the divine. The domain of the divine extends over tens of thousands of meters. And under Ye Chen's domain, everything within the dark eye can be easily discerned. Now, with the effects of my divine domain, I can completely neutralize the gravity within the dark eye. With my divine realm strength, I am invincible in the Kunlun realm. Ye Chen brimmed with confidence. Having ascended to the semi-divine realm, his strength now eclipsed all. Yet, he recognized that these enhancements were merely the beginning. While his prowess rendered him invincible within the Kunlun realm, it paled in comparison to the formidable beings of the divine domain. In particular, The malevolent deity loomed as a significant threat, and Ye Chen understood that his current capabilities were insufficient to vanquish such an adversary. Thus, he resolved to further augment his power. With this thought, Ye Chen approached the spatial barrier at the canyon's forefront, extending his divine domain outward. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, all creatures trembled in the presence of his aura. The venomous scorpions, previously concealed within the rocky crevices, lost their courage to strike upon beholding Ye Chen's figure. Surrender or perish. Ye Chen unleashed his mental force, which spread across vast expanses, enveloping myriad venomous scorpions and spiders, all of which possessed divine-level prowess. Each creature bore a hint of consciousness. After a brief silence, the scorpions and spiders began to converge upon Ye Chen. Subsequently, strands of soul energy manifested before him. Understanding the necessity of submission was key. With a mere wave of his hand, Ye Chen gathered the strength of all the scorpions and spiders into his grasp. In that moment of dominion, he assimilated their memories for his own use. Before long, Ye Chen gleaned insights regarding the inner workings of the Eye of Darkness. According to the creatures, this region was boundless, with their divine powers stemming from the consumption of sacred spring water. However, the absence of true consciousness among them was attributed to the presence of a divine tower, which suppressed their awareness. This tower was likely situated behind the celestial divine tree, suspended in the void at an altitude of several thousand meters. Ye Chen gazed into the darkness beyond the celestial divine tree, where a towering spire flickered ominously. Chapter 192, Supreme Moon God-Star. This enigmatic tower emanated a palpable dark energy. Despite the distance, Ye Chen could still sense the oppressive aura it exuded. Clearly, this tower was no ordinary structure. With a grave expression, Ye Chen averted his gaze from the distant tower and, after deftly navigating the spatial formations, soared alongside the moon goddess to the canyon's apex. After several twists and turns, their figures descended beside the celestial divine tree. Wonderful, Brother Chen. With the fruits of the celestial divine tree, my strength shall be restored, exclaimed the moon goddess, eagerly advancing toward the tree. At that moment, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to extract the celestial star tree, placing it within the realm of the small Qinkuan. In time, he vowed to bestow upon you an abundance of celestial fruits. Ye Chen, endowed with an infinite sign-in system, understood that by relocating the celestial star tree to the confines of the small Qinkuan, he could harvest a sufficient quantity of celestial fruits each day. Moreover, the time ratio within the small Qinkuan was an astounding 300 to 1. Thus, he would soon possess countless celestial fruits. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen took action, unleashing his divine domain to envelop the celestial star tree. The tree radiated an unparalleled brilliance, shimmering with celestial light. Waves of divine power surged above the tree. In a grand display, the divine domain advanced with formidable strength. The celestial star tree attempted to resist, only to realize it was no match for Ye Chen's divine domain. Under the weight of Ye Chen's might, the celestial star tree had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's grasp sliced through the soil, encasing the roots of the celestial star tree. In an instant, he uprooted the tree entirely. Alongside the moon goddess, Ye Chen then appeared within the small Qinkuan. At that moment, the celestial star tree was planted adjacent to the lotus courtyard. Goodness, Brother Ye Chen, where did you acquire this celestial star tree? One celestial fruit is worth thousands of drops of 5 elements divine dew, Wang Bai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he approached the tree. Brother Ye Chen, I, Wang Yucheng, have resolved to forsake meat and embrace a vegetarian diet, he declared, exuberantly tossing aside the rabbit leg he held, his face alight with excitement. If I could consume a celestial fruit each day, transcending to the divine realm would be within reach. How shameless can you be? There are only a few fruits on the celestial star tree. If you consume them all, what shall we do? Wang Ximing admonished, striking Wang Yucheng on the head in frustration. Esteemed master, greetings. I am the winemaker Feng Xian. With an ample supply of celestial fruits, I can brew exquisite celestial divine wine for you. Feng Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing the celestial star tree. I will provide you with celestial fruits in the future, but the fruits currently on this tree are off limits. Ye Chen issued a strict decree to the group. Should you touch the fruits on this divine tree, my sign-in rewards may diminish. Each day, I am entitled to 5 times the sign-in frequency relative to my level. Yet the nature of the rewards from this tree remains uncertain. Whether they pertain to my level or the quantity of celestial fruits on the tree is yet to be determined. Very well, since Brother Ye Chen forbids us from touching these celestial fruits, there must be sound reasoning behind his decision. Indeed, as long as there are celestial fruits to consume in the future, I, Wang Yucheng, shall certainly adopt a vegetarian lifestyle. After being declined by Ye Chen, The four heavenly kings chose to depart from the celestial star tree. System, sign in. Ye Chen declared, proceeding to initiate the sign-in process. Ding. The host resides within the realm of the small universe, having achieved a sign-in level of 10. Ding. Due to the host's cultivation reaching the first level of the divine realm, today's sign-in count is 700. Ding. The host's first sign-in is successful, earning 10-star God fruits. Ding. The host's second sign-in is successful, earning 10-star God fruits. Ding. The host's third sign-in is successful, earning 10-star God fruits. Ding. The host's fourth sign-in is successful, earning 10-star God fruits. Ding. The host's 699th sign-in is successful, earning 10-star God fruits. Ding. The host's 700th sign-in is successful, earning the Supreme Moon/1. Supreme Moon/Supreme Artifact. After signing in once, a total of 990 star God fruits have been acquired. Moreover, the Supreme Moon/ has been obtained. The Supreme Moon/, being a supreme artifact, can rival his Sword of Slaughter. Linger, here are 1,000 star fruits for your cultivation. Ye Chen placed the 1,000 star fruits into a spatial ring and handed it to the moon goddess. Brother Chen, how did you come by 1,000 star fruits? Where did you acquire them? The moon goddess's eyes brimmed with astonishment. It is known that the quantity of star fruits is limited, yet Ye Chen has conjured such a remarkable number. The only explanation lies in the fact that Ye Chen has mastered the path of creation. This is one of the 7 great paths: creation, destruction, life, death, time and space, darkness, and light. These 7 paths are the principal avenues within the divine realm, each governed by a supreme deity. Few in the divine realm can cultivate to the pinnacle of other paths. Furthermore, this is a supreme artifact. You should make use of it. Ye Chen produced the Supreme Moon/ and presented it before the moon goddess. Above the Supreme Moon/, a sacred silver moonlight shimmered, with countless powerful energies contained within its blade. The entire sword exuded a subtle and ethereal divine aura. What? This is indeed a supreme artifact. The moon goddess's gaze was filled with disbelief. Supreme artifacts are exceedingly rare, even in the divine realm. She has cultivated for tens of thousands of years without the foundation to forge a single supreme artifact. Yet here is Ye Chen, as if casually presenting a cabbage, placing a supreme artifact before her. Could it be that Ye Chen is a god? No, Ye Chen is indeed a god. The moon goddess gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had never revered any man as she did today. Silly girl, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and cultivate. Ye Chen gently flicked her forehead with his finger. Ouch, Brother Chen, that hurts. The moon goddess shot him a reproachful look, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. However, this expression of grievance was quickly suppressed by her. To speak honestly, she deeply yearns for the time when she portrayed Yilinger, a period marked by carefree days spent by Ye Chen's side. Yet now, she embodies the moon goddess, burdened with her own sacred mission. Presently, she is Yiling, though she is no longer entirely that person. Brother Chen, do you not realize that upon entering the divine realm, many matters are beyond our control? A gentle sigh escaped the lips of the moon goddess. Chapter 193, Severing Bonds in the Holy Land of Jiuli, within the assembly hall of the Feng family. Dozens of elders were gathered. At the head seat sat the family patriarch, Feng Shaoan. Beside him was a young man of striking elegance, clad in a flowing white robe, his eyes shimmering with clarity. This youth was none other than the third young master of the underworld. Unaware of your arrival, I beg your pardon, esteemed young Master Yi. It is my fault for failing to adequately host you. Should you wish to impose punishment, I, Feng Shaoyun, am at your mercy, he uttered, his expression fraught with anxiety. The elders of the Yi family, too, bore solemn and apprehensive visages. What is the underworld? It stands on par with the Undying Blood Clan and the Dark Demon Realm. The third young master of the Yi family, being the third son of the underworld's sovereign, the Clear River Emperor, carries immense weight. Though the Feng family is formidable, they are dwarfed in comparison to a faction of the underworld. Should the third young master be displeased, he could easily raise the Feng family to the ground. And even the holy land of Jiuli would not dare speak out against it. Ah, patriarch of the Feng family, you overstate your words. I have come today to present a betrothal gift, to take your daughter, Feng Qingling, as my bride, the third young master declared, his demeanor frigid and commanding, as if issuing a decree rather than merely delivering news. You cannot possibly think Feng Qingling, of such humble status, is worthy of your esteemed self. I implore you to reconsider, interjected Feng Qingling's father, Feng Xiaodian, stepping forward from the assembly, his brow furrowed in distress. Who are you to warrant my consideration? The third young master's annoyance was palpable. A wave of soul energy surged from him, overwhelming all in the assembly hall, leaving them gasping for breath. The assembly felt as if their very souls were being crushed into dust. Pray, do not anger him, for this man is my esteemed brother, Feng Xiaotian. And also the biological father of Feng Qingling, Feng Xiaoyan implored, rising with a conciliatory expression upon witnessing the third young master's ire. So it is the esteemed father-in-law. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness, the third young master acknowledged, his tone slightly softened upon learning Feng Xiaotian's identity. My apologies. Young Master Yi, but the Feng family cannot consent to this union, Feng Xiaotian asserted firmly, his gaze unflinching in the face of the third young master. Are you not afraid I shall take your life? The third young master's brow furrowed slightly. Should you wish to kill me, so be it. I, Feng Xiaotian, shall never betray my daughter, he retorted, his resolve unwavering. Very well, a commendable spirit indeed. Ye Chen Gongzi, filled with rage, suddenly broke into laughter, his expression darkening ominously. Feng Xiaotian, unable to contain his words, exclaimed, Do you intend to watch as my entire Feng family accompanies you to your doom? Feng Xiaotian, I advise you to earnestly contemplate this matter for the sake of the family. Once you marry off your daughter, you will preserve both the Jioli sacred land and the Feng family. Why would you not embrace this opportunity? The affairs of the Feng family are not solely determined by you. The Elder Council has unanimously decided to facilitate this marriage. Within the family, it has always been the case that the minority yields to the majority, and this occasion is no different. If you do not wish to be branded a traitor to the Feng family, you must acquiesce to this arrangement. All the elders and senior members of the Feng family began to cast aspersions upon Feng Xiaotian. Ha, how absurd. Am I to sell my daughter for glory in exchange for the stability of the Feng family? Am I to seek validation from my kin through such a transaction? If that is the case, I would rather remain unrecognized by you all. He continued, You speak so lightly of this. If Ye Chen Gongzi were to marry your daughters, would you consent? Feng Xiaotian felt a pang in his heart. At that moment, he saw through the true faces of those within the family. When the family faced a crisis, their first instinct was to betray their closest kin. Feng Xiaotian, this matter is beyond your control, regardless of your objections. Feng Qingling must marry Ye Chen Gongzi. There is no room for negotiation. The Elder Council, unwavering and intolerant of Feng Xiaotian's retorts, declared with righteous indignation. Brother, do you feel the same? Feng Xiaotian, suppressing his fury, turned his gaze towards Feng Xiaoyun. The gathered elders and family members also looked expectantly at Feng Xiaoyun, who now felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, he had no choice but to agree to Ye Chen Gongzi's proposal. With a face full of regret, he said, I am sorry, second brother, but for the sake of the family, I must proceed with this. Very well, then I shall sever all ties with the Feng family from this day forward. As for Qingling's marriage, I shall decide. My daughter, Feng Qingling, will never wed Ye Chen Gongzi. Feng Xiaotian's countenance hardened as he made this resolute decision. Thus, there is no need for this prince to remain in the Feng family any longer. The expression of Ye Chen Gongzi darkened, and the power of his soul surged, poised to strike at the members of the Feng family. Stop. I agree to marry Ye Chen Gongzi. The figure of Feng Qingling appeared in the assembly hall. The very Ye Chen Gongzi, who had been prepared to obliterate the Feng family, halted his actions and turned to Feng Xiaotian, saying, Esteemed father-in-law, it is your daughter who has chosen to marry me of her own volition. I have not coerced her. From the depths of the abyss of extremity, the eye of darkness resonated. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the first level of the divine realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the second level of the divine realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the third level of the divine realm. Ding. The host's cultivation has risen to the ninth level of the divine realm. Once Ye Chen's strength reached the ninth level of the divine realm, further ascension could no longer rely on the stellar divine fruit. At this moment, Ye Chen lacked sufficient divine power. Beside Ye Chen, the moon goddess, having consumed a sufficient quantity of stellar fruits, had restored her power to the pinnacle of the divine king realm. As for Wang Bai and his companions, they had also ascended to the early stages of the divine realm. The triune divine demons they unleashed were formidable enough to contend with the mightiest beings of the divine realm. To elevate oneself to the divine king level, one would require approximately 200 points of divine power. Currently, Ye Chen possessed only 100 points, leaving him to ponder where to procure additional divine power. At that moment, a notification resonated within him. Ding. As the host has achieved full completion of the divine realm, unlimited sign-in has been activated. The host may now sign in at the Little Qiankuan world. This announcement ignited a spark of excitement within Ye Chen. He had previously contemplated utilizing the sign-in system within the Little Qiankuan world, only to find it ineffective. Now, with the activation of unlimited sign-in, he could freely sign in within that realm. It is noteworthy that the time ratio in the Little Qianquan world is 300 to 1, meaning that for every 300 days Ye Chen spent signing in there, only a single day would pass in the outside world. System, sign in. Chapter 194. You are indeed the divine king of mental power. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Ye Chen had signed in for 300 days within the Little Qianquan world. Ding. The host has signed in continuously for 10,000 times, receiving a perfect divine realm pill. Ding. The host has signed in continuously for 100,000 times, obtaining a divine power planet. During these 300 days, the items accumulated in his system space had reached mountainous proportions, particularly the countless stellar divine fruits. Furthermore, Ye Chen had acquired the perfect divine realm pill and a divine power planet, both of which would significantly enhance his strength. Perfect divine realm pill. Effect: elevates one's level to the consummate divine king realm, ultimate divine king, divine power planet. Effect: a planet imbued with divine rules and divine power. Refining it can enhance one's strength in the divine realm. The divine power planet. Ye Chen opened his palm, and a sphere the size of a fist materialized in his hand. The divine power planet is the birthplace of divine power. For instance, the Kunlun realm was once a divine power planet from which it emerged. However, the pathways of the Kunlun realm have been severed, resulting in a limited number of divine beings, with few capable of imprinting the divine path. Conversely, the divine power planet in Ye Chen's grasp was different. It had yet to give rise to divine beings or establish unique divine pathways. This meant that once Ye Chen refined this divine power planet, he would not only gain a substantial amount of divine power, but also acquire numerous divine rules. Most importantly, as time progressed, Ye Chen's divine path would supplant the grand pathway of the divine power planet. Eventually, he would become the sovereign of the divine power planet, capable of creating any living being within it, including deities. As the strength of the beings within the divine power planet grew, the benefits Ye Chen reaped would also multiply. Now, it was time to refine the divine power planet. Ye Chen began to infuse his consciousness into the divine power planet. Subsequently, a thread of divine power and divine rules manifested within Ye Chen's heart. Ding. The host has successfully acquired 1 point of divine power. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended 10,000 divine rules. Ding. The host has successfully acquired 1 point of divine power. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended 10,000 divine rules. Ding. The host's divine rules have reached perfection. Ding. The host's divine power has reached perfection. Ding. The host has successfully used the divine realm perfection pill, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine king realm. Within the little universe, after a continuous year of advancement, Ye Chen's divine power and divine rules reached their zenith, and even his cultivation ascended to the apex of the divine king realm. System. Utilize the evolution divine stone to elevate my Azure Lotus Sword Song's level. Ye Chen commanded the system. In the little universe, having signed in for several hundred days, various items accumulated like a mountain, and items such as the evolution divine stone were naturally abundant. Ding. The evolution of the Azure Lotus Sword Song was successful, and its current level is 1 billion. With the Azure Lotus Sword Song at level 1 billion, how terrifying will my damage output be? Contemplating this, Ye Chen entered the trial space. Whoosh. Inside the trial space, the shadow of the evil god materialized. Azure Lotus Sword Song. At that moment, the sword of slaughter in Ye Chen's hand blossomed with azure lotuses, which danced and pierced towards the evil god's head. A mere starlight dares to compete with the sun and moon. The evil god scoffed coldly as layers of terrifying divine power surged from the warhammer in his hand, mingling with divine rules, hurtling towards Ye Chen's sword of slaughter. The void momentarily solidified, and the evil god's south form froze in place. In the next moment, the evil god's attack was silently torn apart beneath the blade of the slaughter sword. The evil goddess body was cleaved in two by the sword of slaughter. One sword to vanquish the divine. Both the evil god and Ye Chen belonged to the divine king realm. Through the mirror trial, it was evident whose power was superior. Now, Ye Chen was capable of annihilating the evil god in an instant. Continue cultivating the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram. In the trial space, Ye Chen activated his techniques and resumed his relentless training. Ding. The cultivation of the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram was successful, reaching level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram was successful, reaching level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram was successful, reaching level 500. Ding. The cultivation of the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram was successful, reaching level 500. Ding. The 5 elements chaos immortal body has been cultivated to its fullest extent. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ye Chen perfected the 5 elements chaos immortal diagram before departing the little universe. In the eye of darkness, he swiftly moved to the front of the divine tower. The tower before him, dark in hue, was bound by chains inscribed with divine patterns from all directions. The tower was divided into 7 layers, each exuding a terrifying aura. Welcome to the Tower of Darkness. Just as Ye Chen approached the divine tower, a man clad in a white martial robe emerged from within. A man with long, flowing black hair and striking sword-like eyebrows possessed eyes as dark as night, exuding an aura of sharpness. At his waist hung a serrated longsword of a deep golden hue. To Ye Chen, this individual radiated no signs of life. Rather, he imparted an ethereal, almost intangible presence, akin to confronting an unfathomable abyss. It was evident that the man before him practiced the path of darkness. Who are you? What brings you to this divine tower? Ye Chen inquired, his expression tinged with gravity as an instinctive sense of danger enveloped him. The young man replied with a tranquil smile, I am the master of this tower of darkness. Since you have come, why not step inside? With that, he gestured invitingly. Entering the tower is not out of the question. Ye Chen stepped into the dark tower. As he did, the grand entrance of the tower sealed shut behind him. Inside, an endless void of darkness awaited him. What was once a small structure now felt like an infinite expanse. You possess remarkable audacity. Knowing full well that my tower harbors traps, yet you dare to enter? The young man's voice echoed throughout the darkness, disorienting in its omnidirectional nature. You are mistaken. It is not I who has entered your dark tower, but rather you who has stepped into my abyssal refining vessel. Ye Chen sat casually beside a wooden table, a hint of mockery in his gaze directed at the young man. In the next moment, the surroundings transformed. They had transitioned from the interior of the dark tower to a resplendent, emerald green vessel. Within this vessel, intricate divine patterns began to manifest. How is this possible? You are a sovereign of mental force. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in the young man's eyes. Only a sovereign of mental force could effortlessly draw him into an illusion without his awareness. So, this is your final proclamation? Ye Chen regarded the youth with an indifferent gaze as a spectral figure of a sword emperor materialized beside him. The sword emperor was enveloped in a surge of divine power and the very rules of divinity, a terrifying force coursing through his ethereal form. Do you think to kill me with mere divine domain? The young man's eyes brimmed with disdain. He had never tasted defeat within his path of darkness, and his own cultivation stood at the pinnacle of the divine king realm. Dark domain. A cold laugh escaped the young man's lips as layers of dark energy emanated from him, swiftly saturating the entirety of the abyssal refining vessel. Within the darkness, a phantom of the dark god began to coalesce. Soon, the dark god wielded a multitude of dark spears, all aimed menacingly at Ye Chen. However, at that moment, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The Qinglian sword, held by the spectral sword emperor, shimmered with a soft golden radiance, piercing through the darkness. Subsequently, the faint golden sword aura emanating from the Qinglian sword cleaved through the dark god's spear, severing all the dark spears beneath this singular strike. These dark spears had been tempered by my divine power over countless years. How could they be so effortlessly shattered by your sword? This is inconceivable. A voice filled with disbelief echoed from within the shadows. Crack. Yet, this was not the end. The Sword Emperor's domain not only cleaved the young man's dark spears, but also lunged directly at the shadowy figure of the dark god suspended in the void. In the next moment, the dark god's silhouette faltered slightly before being sliced in two by a single strike. The youth's divine realm shattered in that instant. Your domain is a fusion realm. Upon witnessing the Sword Emperor's manifestation, despair welled up within the young man's heart. In the following instant, the Sword Emperor's apparition swept past his form. The youth, who had cultivated the path of darkness, found his body neatly severed, rendering him lifeless. The Sword Emperor's domain merged 3 forms of assault: physical, mental, and spiritual. Even a god, should they be struck by Ye Chen's sword, would stand no chance of survival. Thus, the young man before us, despite his formidable divine physique, had irrevocably lost his vitality. Crack. Approaching the youth, Ye Chen extended his palm and shattered the young man's skull, revealing a palm-sized, diamond-shaped crystal of pure black. This crystal contained the divine essence of a deity, encapsulating the power and rules of their divine path. It is no exaggeration to assert that upon refining this divine essence, even an ordinary person could ascend to the divine realm in a short span of time. Refining the divine essence, Ye Chen chose to absorb this individual's divine essence, thereby acquiring a new supreme domain. After spending several tens of days within the realm of the small Qian Kuan, Ye Chen ultimately refined the divine essence within his mind. A projection of the path of darkness emerged once more. The Sword Emperor's domain. Surrounding Ye Chen, the Sword Emperor's domain re-emerged. The left eye of the Sword Emperor glowed a crimson red, infused with demonic energy, while the right eye shone an icy blue, suffused with a sacred aura. The Sword Emperor's hair displayed 5 colors, symbolizing the 5 elemental paths. Now, having integrated the path of darkness, the Qinglian sword in his hand revealed a dark recess, harboring an overwhelming dark divine power. At this moment, the Sword Emperor's domain was nothing short of perfection. After merging with the path of darkness, Ye Chen departed from the 8 desolations, refining God vessel. Upon re-emerging, he found himself within the inner sanctum of the Dark God Tower. On the first level of the Dark God Tower, Ye Chen discovered a divine tomb, the stone tablet above the grave inscribed with the words Yunji Lan. Yunji Lan? Was that not the legendary sword god born thousands of years ago? Once, Yunji Lan was a prodigy of swordsmanship, rarely seen in a millennium. After ascending to the realm of gods, he mysteriously vanished from the world. Everyone believed he had journeyed alone to the divine realm. Yet it appears he met his demise here. Ye Chen gazed in awe at the looming divine tower and the tomb before him, utterly astonished. With a gentle sweep, he brushed the dust from the tombstone, revealing a fine script filled with divine power, unfolding before his eyes. I am the god of swordsmanship, Yunji Lan. After attaining enlightenment in the divine path, I embarked on a journey across the world and inadvertently discovered the existence of the Dark Eye in the Eastern Domain. Drawn by a mysterious force within the Dark Eye, I ventured forth, only to find myself imprisoned within this tower. Deep within the Dark Eye lies a pathway to the Kunlun realm, now severed. Therein lies immense peril. I implore you not to venture forth until you possess sufficient strength. Upon reading the final words left by Yunji Lan, Ye Chen's expression grew solemn. He then ascended through the 2nd, 3rd, and finally to the 7th level, the tomb of the sword god, Yunji Lan. The tomb of the sword god who defied the heavens. The tomb of the sword god who forgot his blade. In the 7 levels of the Dark Tower, each layer houses a divine being who has attained the divine path. These individuals were renowned powerhouses from the Kunlun realm. In life, they commanded respect and traversed the world. Yet they met their demise in this Dark Tower in such a manner. As the tombs of the sword gods crumbled to ash, the oppressive force of the Dark Tower rendered them unsalvageable. Countless sword principles and profound insights surged forth from the tombs, flooding into Ye Chen's mind. At that moment, the ethereal images of swordsmanship within Ye Chen's consciousness solidified, infused with terrifying divine power. Thank you, esteemed predecessors. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude, bowing towards each of the tombs before departing the Dark Tower. The Dark Tower transformed into a streak of light, entering Ye Chen's little universe. With a swift motion, Ye Chen ventured deeper into the Dark Eye. After a quarter of an hour of relentless progress, a radiant full moon illuminated the darkness before him. Ye Chen halted beneath the silver moon, which cast its glow upon a spring, approximately the diameter of 10 people embracing each other. Within the spring, sacred waters gushed forth, revealing the moonlit divine spring. The figure of the moon goddess emerged from Ye Chen's little universe, her face adorned with astonishment as she beheld the scene before her. The moonlit divine spring is a natural phenomenon, transcending divine might. Above the spring exists a mighty divine celestial body, the silver moon. Nurtured by this celestial body, the quality of the spring below is amplified exponentially. Chapter 196, Comprehending the Path of Time upon witnessing the emergence of the moonlit divine spring. Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement. In his observation, the silver moon had yet to fully awaken its own consciousness. Thus, his immediate instinct was to draw it into his little universe. At that moment, Ye Chen activated his 5 elements chaos immortal diagram, summoning the 5 elements chaos divine tree from within his little universe. A realm of the 5 elements materialized around the moonlit divine spring, sealing the area with the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The moon, illuminated above the divine spring, emanated an ominous aura of divine energy, followed by a terrifying wave of destructive force that surged towards Ye Chen. However, this divine essence was restrained by Ye Chen's 5 elements chaotic immortal map and the 5 elements chaotic divine tree. At this moment, the moon goddess also summoned her own powers to aid Ye Chen in stabilizing this divine planetary realm. Yet, it must be acknowledged that both Ye Chen and the moon goddess could only maintain temporary control over this divine world. It is important to understand that a divine planet is akin to an entire world. To claim it as one's own is an exceedingly arduous task, fraught with peril. The divine planet was rebelling, and the energies wielded by Ye Chen and the moon goddess were gradually waning. Suddenly, a passageway appeared within the small universe. The divine spring was under Ye Chen's influence and ultimately entered this passage, becoming part of the small universe. Once the divine planet entered the small universe, the powers of Ye Chen and the moon goddess were on the verge of collapse. Thus, had they delayed even a second longer, they might have been consumed by the backlash of the divine planet. However, after entering the small universe, the suppression from the 5 elements chaotic divine tree and the stellar divine tree ensured that temporary safety was secured. Furthermore, Ye Chen, now at the pinnacle of the divine king realm, found that the spatial structure of the small universe was intrinsically linked to his strength. The divine planet was essentially becoming Ye Chen's exclusive possession. He resolved to refine this divine planet for the time being, planning to delve into the depths of the Eye of Darkness later. After several tens of days, Ye Chen successfully refined the divine planet, enhancing his power further. Upon awakening from the state of refinement, he discovered the moon goddess immersed in the divine spring, cultivating her own divine powers. Within the divine spring, the moon goddess's rules of divinity and divine energy were surging at an extraordinary rate. Ye Chen chose not to disturb her and turned to depart. After exiting the small universe, his figure continued to glide deeper towards the Eye of Darkness. After an hour, Ye Chen halted before a profound abyss. The depths of the abyss were rife with terrifying divine rules. Expanding his mental energy, Ye Chen discerned a shadow resembling tree roots, spanning several 100,000 feet in width. However, the shadow of the path was severed by a peculiar energy. This was likely the Kunlun realm's path rules referred to by Yunjilan. It appeared that indeed, a pathway of the Kunlun realm had been cleaved. Ye Chen regarded the path rules below the abyss with a grave expression. Although he was unaware of the true strength of this path in the Kunlun realm, he could distinctly feel that his perfected divine rules and divine powers at the pinnacle of the divine king realm were but a droplet in comparison to an ocean when faced with the path rules of the Kunlun realm. Legend has it that the Kunlun realm is one of the 10 great ancient worlds, and it seems the tales hold truth. Even a mere strand of path rules is terrifying to such an extent. Ye Chen's face was marked with astonishment, for it is known that path rules are the roots of heaven and earth. Severing a path rule equates to cutting off the martial growth potential of other beings within the Kunlun realm. One cannot help but ponder the true nature of the being who severed the laws of the Kunlun realm. Is this entity a supreme deity or a celestial sovereign? Ye Chen gazed into the abyss before him, and though he had attained the pinnacle of the divine king realm, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability in that moment. His strength was still insufficient. Henceforth, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous cultivation. With a swift motion, Ye Chen's figure twisted as he departed from the edge of the abyss, venturing deeper into the unknown. After traversing for a while, he arrived at the banks of a flowing river. Within its depths lay a terrifying temporal energy akin to the river of time itself. As he poised to step into the flowing waters, he hesitated, withdrawing his foot. In that fleeting moment, his right leg withered as if it had endured the passage of countless millennia. This was the essence of the path of time. Under the regenerative influence of his immortal bloodline, his leg returned to its normal state. As Ye Chen surveyed the temporal river before him, a surge of exhilaration welled up within his heart. Time and space, far more intricate to cultivate than the sword path, had always eluded his grasp. Yet, before him lay a monumental opportunity to comprehend the river of time. He meticulously arranged a mental illusion array and a soul force array, then commenced his meditation upon the river of time. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the path of time. Time laws 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the path of time. Time laws 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the path of time. Time laws 10. Ding. The host has successfully comprehended the path of time. Time laws 10. Time slipped away as Ye Chen lost track of how long he had been immersed in contemplation. Eventually, when he felt he could glean no further insights from the river of time, he awakened from his meditative state. He found himself back in the small universe. Promptly entering the trial space, the phantom of the evil god was summoned anew. The sword of time, a long sword, forged from the essence of the laws of time, materialized in Ye Chen's grasp. He then thrust the temporal sword, imbued with the principles of time, towards the phantom of the evil god. Upon contact, the shadowy figure was cleaved, transforming into a desiccated corpse that swiftly disintegrated into sand, vanishing into the void. Under the influence of time, all things reduced to mere remnants. Even the divine were not spared. With a sudden rush, the phantom of the evil god reappeared before Ye Chen. In that instant, he unleashed the sword of time. Yet its pace was excruciatingly slow, akin to a tortoise. This strike was so languorous that even a 3-year-old child could easily evade it. Strangely, the evil god remained motionless, allowing Ye Chen's time sword to strike his form without resistance. Time had decelerated. This strike was executed with the technique of slow time. In this languid moment, the evil god had no time to react and was thus vanquished by Ye Chen. Once again, Ye Chen summoned the evil god. With a flourish, he unleashed another sword of time. However, this time, The evil god successfully evaded Ye Chen's swordplay, yet Ye Chen made no attempt to pursue. At that moment, the head of the malevolent deity soared away, leaving behind a lifeless body. This was yet another facet of the Sword of Time's enigmatic rules, the distortion of temporal perception. The evil god had merely evaded the superficial strike of time, yet in the true continuum, Ye Chen's sword had long since cleaved through the malevolent being. What the deity beheld was merely a phantasm left by the misalignment of Ye Chen's temporal blade. In essence, the path of time is profoundly intricate. Beyond the river of time, there seemed to exist a mysterious quintessence of elemental forces. Ye Chen projected his mental energy, and under his psychic perception, 5 vividly colored beams of light materialized within his consciousness. These 5 energies bore a striking resemblance to the laws of the Kunlun realm, leading Ye Chen to feel as though he were confronting an expansive ocean. To traverse the river of time posed a monumental challenge. It would be wiser to depart from this place and return at a later time to seek further understanding. Chapter 197. Killing with a glance. Heavenly snow descended, cloaking the world in frost. The branches sagged beneath the weight of the snow, leaving no trace of birds in flight. Amidst the icy landscape, a small stream gurgled softly. Within a loft belonging to the Feng family, Feng Qiling was ensconced within a crimson golden barrier, unable to venture beyond the confines of the loft. At that moment, she adorned a phoenix crown and donned a red garment, her delicate willow-like brows extending to the corners of her eyes, and her phoenix-like gaze shimmered like flowing water. A beauty from the north, unparalleled and solitary. Even amidst the myriad blossoms of the world, Feng Qiling seemed to outshine them all. Yet, this exquisite maiden wore no trace of joy upon her countenance. Instead, a streak of silver had appeared amid her hair. Like snow, the rouge; like frost, the hair. Untouched by the world, a heart so cool. Day by day, I yearn for you, yet you remain unseen. Today, I wash my crimson adornments with tears. Yearning, yearning. A pain that pierces the bone. Yearning, yearning, a sorrowful ache. Without words, the moon rises above the treetops. My heart, like water, flows endlessly with you. A poem, a phrase, a sentiment. The pen paused in its flow, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Feng Qiling, clad in red, rose to gaze at the vast snowy landscape, lost in contemplation. Linger, tonight is the day you wed young Master Yi. Mother understands your discontent, yet fate is oftentimes unyielding. Li Lanxin, Feng Qiling's mother, entered the loft, holding a comb crafted from white jade, gently tending to her daughter's flowing hair. As the jade comb glided through Feng Qiling's tresses, her 3,000 strands glistened even more brilliantly, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Mother, I cannot shake the feeling that Ye Chen is not dead. This sentiment lingered in Feng Qiling's heart. A conviction she herself could not decipher, whether it was her unwavering attachment to Ye Chen or a genuine premonition. Linger, even the sword god of the Sword God Palace, employing the art of divination, has reported no trace of Ye Chen's presence. It appears he may truly have perished. Li Lanxin sighed softly, aware of the identity of Feng Qiling's beloved. A mother knows well the heart of her child. Once, Li Lanxin was young herself, having pursued love with reckless abandon. She comprehended Feng Qiling's feelings and the depth of her longing. Yet, life is capricious. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Feng Qiling sighed softly, then followed her mother out of the loft. Representatives of the underworld clan have come to escort the bride. I implore Miss Feng Qiling to board the floral vessel. Just as Feng Qiling stepped out of the loft, the wedding procession arrived. 2 semi-divine beings of the underworld clan approached the Feng family's loft, accompanied by dozens of formidable beings of the great sage realm. The underworld clan had indeed mobilized a substantial force, intending to instill fear in the Jiuli sacred land and other powerful human entities. Linger, as we part ways, I cannot fathom when we shall meet again. Remember, the underworld clan is not akin to our Feng family. You must exercise utmost caution. Li Lanxin waved a farewell to Feng Qiling and quietly turned away. At that moment, tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. The floral vessel did not linger, swiftly carrying Feng Qiling into the clouds. Simultaneously, from above the abyss of extremity, the figures of Ye Chen and the moon goddess ascended into the sky. Who dares intrude upon the territory of my Undying Blood clan? The military encampment of the Undying Blood clan stretched for thousands of miles alongside the abyss of extremity, housing a staggering number of troops in the millions within that expanse. Ye Chen gazed down at the Undying Blood clan's encampment, his countenance growing icy. Ye Chen, are you not the sovereign of the Jiuli sacred land? Did you not perish? A saintly figure of the Undying Blood clan unleashed his full might, but before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his soul, followed by the extinguishing of his life force. If the Undying Blood clan has millions of troops, then let them all be annihilated. Ye Chen hovered at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, then descended towards the Undying Blood clan's encampment. With a single step, he created an enormous phantom footprint spanning thousands of miles, imbued with divine energy, heading towards the Undying Blood clan's forces. What has transpired? How could such a formidable aura manifest? All the great sage beings of the Undying Blood clan reacted swiftly, emerging from their tents, but it was too late. In the void, the colossal footprint, pulsating with divine fluctuations, blotted out the sun as it descended upon the Undying Blood clan's encampment. In that instant, whether great sages or lesser beings, all were crushed beneath Ye Chen's foot. Over 10 million soldiers of the Undying Blood clan were obliterated in an instant, while others wielded sky-splitting might to vanquish millions. Ye Chen harnessed divine might. Had he not tempered his power significantly, such strength could have obliterated an entire lower realm. At that moment, the 8 Desolations refining god bottle emerged in the void, with divine runes shimmering above the verdant vessel. In the next heartbeat, over 10 million members of the Undying Blood clan transformed into nourishment, entering the depths of the 8 Desolations refining god bottle. Return to the Jioli sacred land. Ye Chen did not linger at the edge of the abyss of extremity. He pivoted and, in an instant, traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, vanishing from sight. Before long, Ye Chen arrived above the Jioli sacred land, just as the floral vessel escorting Feng Qiling passed overhead. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and the flower ship, in motion, came to an abrupt halt as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Who dares to intercept the vessel of our underworld clan? A formidable being, a demigod, surged forth from the flower ship, casting a cold, piercing gaze into the void. Soon, the demigod's focus settled upon a target, a young man clad in a white martial robe. His sharp brows and starry eyes advancing step by step through the air towards the flower ship. Do you understand the consequences of obstructing the flower ship of my underworld clan? The demigod's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from within. I do not know what my fate holds, but your underworld clan dares to covet the woman of Ye Chen. Your fate is already sealed. Ye Chen's gaze locked onto the underworld strongman, a wave of soul energy surging forth. With a soul power at the level of a god king, his glance pierced through the opponent's essence, obliterating him in an instant. It was Ye Chen's first experience of killing with mere eyes, a testament to the formidable strength of his soul. With a swift motion, he appeared before the demigod, twisting the opponent's head clean off his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen was inside the flower ship. Dare to take another step forward, and I shall slay her. Another demigod, sensing the precariousness of the situation, had already seized Feng Qiling, imbuing his hands with soul energy, poised to extinguish her life. I detest those who threaten me. Thus, perish. In an instant, Ye Chen was behind the demigod, his sword piercing through the back of the man's skull. In his final moments, disbelief filled the eyes of the demigod. He had never fathomed that, despite being capable of dispatching Feng Qiling in a heartbeat, his own soul energy and speed would slow to a crawl, while Ye Chen's strikes were as swift as lightning. It was the way of time. The demigod's last remnant of thought lamented this realization. My lord, spare us. The underworld clan has never engaged in excessive slaughter of the human race. We are merely following the orders of the young master, Ye San, to welcome a bride. Witnessing Ye Chen's ability to annihilate even a demigod in mere moments, all members of the underworld clan fell to their knees. You dare to claim my woman? No mercy shall be shown. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, sweeping through dozens of sacred realm experts and rendering them to nothingness. In the void, only a faint trace of blood remained. Silence enveloped the world, leaving only the gaze of 2 souls locked in confrontation. At that moment, tears streamed from Feng Qingling's eyes like a fountain. At the moment she heard Ye Chen's voice, she thought she was hallucinating. Now, seeing Ye Chen standing alive before her, Feng Qiling could no longer restrain the longing in her heart. Ye Chen, they say you fell into the abyss of extremity, with no chance of survival. I refuse to believe it. The Sword Saint of Jioli claimed your soul pearl shattered, devoid of any life essence. I still do not believe it. The Sword God, peering into the divine realm, declared you had perished, yet I remain unconvinced. Do you know that in the moment you were absent, my heart died? Do you know that when you appeared, my heart was revived? At this moment, Feng Qiling disregarded everything and rushed into Ye Chen's embrace, nestling against him. She was unwilling to let go, having endured so much during this time. She suffered the torment of her heart, the anguish of her soul, and the unbearable moments of existence. She also bore the struggles within her. I am sorry for making you endure so much. It is my fault. I will not allow such things to happen again. Ye Chen held Feng Qiling tightly in his arms, filled with tenderness. In the eastern region, The White Dragon Kingdom's palace was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. Today marked the wedding of the third young master of the Ming clan. A day of great celebration for the Ming people. The elite of the Ming clan had gathered in droves. The third young master sat in the main seat, an air of arrogance gracing his brow. Flanking him were the Daybreak and Moonlight kings of the Ming clan, both at the pinnacle of semi-divine realms, on the cusp of ascension to divinity. Opposite them sat two elderly figures, elders of the Dark Demon realm, known as Yuan Chu and Yuan Shun. Though these elders were also at the semi-divine level, their true strength surpassed that of the Ming kings. The third young master is indeed a remarkable figure of our Ming clan. To marry the saintess of Jiuli sacred land as a concubine brings great honor to our people. Indeed, I have heard the saintess of Jiuli is as beautiful as a celestial being. The third young master is truly fortunate. Within the palace, hundreds gathered, exchanging toasts and congratulations with fervor. You are all too kind. Not only am I marrying the saintess of Jiuli, but even if I desired the 100-flower fairy of the Moonflower Divine Palace, they would surely come to me on bended knee. In the grand hall of the palace, the third young master raised his wine cup high, brimming with enthusiasm, toasting to everyone present. Our Dark Demon realm has prepared a grand gift for the third young master on this auspicious occasion, crafted by our saintess, Li Yingxian. Please accept it with joy. Elder Yuan Chu presented a box made of purple jade, placing it beside the third young master. Oh, a gift crafted by the Dark Demon realm's saintess? It must be exquisite. The third young master, with grace and charm, opened the purple jade box, revealing a black pearl within, infused with immensely strong and pure soul energy. This grand gift is crafted from the souls of 3,000 young boys and girls by the saintess of the Dark Demon realm. Elder Yuan Chu gazed at young master Ye Chen with a beaming smile. The 3,000 souls were meticulously selected by Li Yingxian from among millions, enabling the creation of this soul pearl. The Underworld clan excels in the cultivation of soul power. Thus this pure soul pearl is sufficient to significantly enhance young master Ye Cen's spiritual strength. The saintess of the Dark Demon realm, has put in great effort. Young master Ye Chen accepted the violet jade box, a faint smile gracing his lips. Snowflakes danced through the air. The imperial city of the White Dragon Kingdom lay under a thick blanket of snow, revealing an expansive, desolate landscape. A horse-drawn carriage, pulled by a subterranean dragon, moved slowly along the streets, its two wheels leaving deep imprints in the thick snow. Adorning the carriage was a delicate depiction of the Underworld's ethereal tree, with red silk ribbons fluttering in the wind. Today marked the wedding day of young master Ye Chen, and as the carriage approached, many passers-by hastily stepped aside, fearing to offend the dignity of the Underworld clan. The journey was smooth, and soon the carriage arrived at the palace gates. We await the arrival of Her Highness the Saintess. We have been here for quite some time, called out two powerful underworld warriors clad in crystal armor, their semi-divine prowess emanating an air of unyielding authority. The two semi-divine warriors bowed and saluted the carriage, but after a prolonged wait, no sign of movement emanated from within. What is happening? Why does Her Highness not alight from the carriage? One of the semi-divine warriors inquired of the driver. The driver, however, appeared dazed and slowly collapsed into the snow. Your Highness, please disembark. The two semi-divine warriors sensed a shift in the atmosphere and called into the carriage once more. Yet, silence persisted within. Then, the two warriors pulled back the curtain of the carriage, only to behold a sight that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Inside the carriage, there were not the expected presence of the saintess, but rather two bloodied, severed heads. Both belonged to semi-divine warriors of the Underworld clan. One had its neck snapped, while the other lay decapitated by a single sword strike. How could such formidable semi-divine beings be slain so effortlessly? The two warriors inhaled sharply, a chill creeping down their spines. Naturally, it was I who dispatched them. In the next moment, a youth clad in a white martial robe materialized before the palace gates. Chapter 199. The Killing of Young Master Ye Chen. A mere boy had appeared before the palace without any prior warning. It was known that even a great sage could not manifest without a trace. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the expressions of the two semi-divine warriors contorted in fear, their eyes narrowing in terror. Quick, notify young Master Ye Chen. A semi-saint realm expert suddenly attained enlightenment and produced a message talisman. However, in the next moment, his body stood still, and he vanished into thin air like grains of sand. You are indeed a God realm master. Another semi-saint realm expert, upon sensing the aura emanating from Ye Chen, froze in place before disappearing as well. Rest assured, I, young Master Ye Chen, will never do you wrong. Within the palace, young Master Ye Chen engaged in lively conversation with several semi-divine realm experts, subsequently pouring wine from a flask into a cup. Just as he prepared to indulge in the drink, Drops of fresh blood began to fall from above the palace, landing directly in young Master Ye Chan's cup. Who dares to be so audacious on this momentous day of mine? Upon witnessing the blood in his cup, young Master Ye Chan's gaze turned fierce. It is considered ominous for blood to appear on one's wedding day, and the fact that this blood fell into his cup was a blatant provocation. At the sound of young Master Ye Chan's furious shout, all those within the palace ceased their laughter, their expressions turning grave as they followed his gaze. Suspended above young Master Ye Chen were the severed heads of two bloodied figures, none other than the king of the underworld, Qin Su, and the Moon King. Both of these underworld monarchs were semi-divine beings, and they had just been slain in an instant. Young Master Ye Chen was engulfed in a mix of shock and rage. What kind of person could bring down two significant figures of the underworld, both half-god realm experts? It was particularly infuriating for young Master Ye Chen, as these two were crucial to the underworld, and their demise would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. What astonished him further was that the heads had appeared silently above him, with no warning whatsoever. He remained oblivious until the blood dripped into his cup, indicating the opponent's unfathomable strength. Beside young Master Ye Chen, the other two underworld monarchs also wore solemn expressions. Not only had young Master Ye Chen failed to perceive the appearance of the severed heads, but even they had been unaware. The ability to silently manifest the heads above them signified that the assailant could similarly eliminate them without a sound. Nervousness gripped everyone's hearts. Esteemed one, our underworld has always maintained a policy of non-interference with other powers. What is the meaning of slaying two of our semi-divine realm experts? Young Master Ye Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. Although he had an inkling of the answer, he still posed the question cautiously. Suddenly, a sound akin to something shattering echoed through the void. In the next instant, a youth clad in a white martial robe materialized within the palace, holding a bloodied head indeed. It was the head of King Ye Chen. In a silent flash, he had eliminated a semi-divine being. What? Is this person's speed truly so terrifying? Upon witnessing Ye Chen materialize out of thin air, brandishing the severed head of the Sun Morning King, the complexion of young Master Ye Chen turned instantly ashen. The exuberance he once exhibited had vanished entirely. Beside him, the Moon Morning King wore an equally grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on the lifeless form of the Sun Morning King. Stripped of its head, the latter's demise was shrouded in mystery, leaving no clarity as to the manner of his end. Is this young man's strength truly so formidable? The Moon Morning King inhaled deeply, struggling to quell the terror rising within him. You claim that the realms of the underworld maintain a peaceful coexistence with other powers, yet I beg to differ. Ye Chen's figure darted forward, arriving before young Master Ye Chen, his finger piercing towards the latter's Dantian energy sea. Attempting to evade, Ye Chen found that his speed was akin to that of a tortoise before Ye Chen's prowess. Meanwhile, the Moon Morning King sought to intervene, only to discover that his body was ensnared by an overwhelming gravitational force. Within this gravitational field, he lacked the strength to even lift a finger. Crack! In an instant, young Master Ye Chen's Dantian energy sea shattered. Subsequently, a tremendous force emanated from Ye Chen's finger, enveloping Ye Chen's very soul. Please spare me. I am willing to apologize to the Nine-Li Sacred Land and the Feng family. The terrifying pull on his soul instilled fear in Ye Chen. Typically, he was the one to devour the souls of other powerful beings. He had never before encountered someone who would consume his soul. Now, faced with this reality, an overwhelming desire to survive surged within him. Ye Chen, your infatuation with other women may not concern me, but your grave error lies in daring to covet my woman, in daring to lay your eyes upon her. Your fate is sealed. Ye Chen granted young Master Ye Chen no further opportunity to speak. A dreadful attraction radiated from Ye Chen, utterly shattering Ye Chen's soul. In the wake of this, all of Ye Chen's spiritual energy transformed into a torrent, flowing into Ye Chen's essence. Young Master Ye Chen was consumed whole. Witnessing this scene, all present felt a chill run down their spines. My lord, we were unaware that Feng Qiling is your woman. Had we known, we would not have acted as accomplices to such tyranny. We implore you to grant us a path to survival. Hundreds of warriors within the palace fell to their knees, their faces etched with terror as they beseeched Ye Chen for forgiveness. Spare you? A cold smile graced Ye Chen's lips as he regarded them all with a steely gaze. Do you not realize that during an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent? With those words, an immense gravitational force surged forth from Ye Chen, enveloping everyone in the grand hall. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as, under the tremendous weight, the skeletal structures of all the underworld warriors fractured one by one. Then, they were crushed into spheres the size of fists by the overpowering gravity. Hundreds of underworld warriors perished at the mere thought of Ye Chen. In the vast hall, only 3 individuals remained. One figure is the Moon King of the underworld, while the other 2 are the Elder Yuanshu and Elder Yuanshan from the Dark Demon realm, all 3 possessing the prowess of demigods. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with us from the Dark Demon realm. I implore you to spare us, Elder Yuanshu pleaded, his face ashen as he addressed Ye Chen. Beside him, Elder Yuanshan echoed, Indeed, our Dark Demon realm has never coveted Princess Saint's favor, nor have we ever invaded the sacred land of Julie. I beg you to grant us mercy. Both demigods' strongmen trembled in fear. Yet, Ye Chen paid them no heed, instead directing his gaze towards the soul orb above, which contained the pure essence of souls. Liang Xian, you truly are a loyal hound of the Dark Demon realm, committing such heinous acts. Upon probing the soul orb with his consciousness, Ye Chen comprehended all the causality and events contained within it. You wish for me to spare the Dark Demon realm? I fear even the heavens would not forgive me. Ye Chen shook his head slightly, and 2 formidable forces of time surged forth, enveloping the 2 demigod strongmen from the Dark Demon realm. Chapter 200, Brewing Cauldron? The faces of the 2 demigod strongmen from the Dark Demon realm turned pale with shock. They attempted to flee, but found their feet immobilized. A powerful gravitational force bound them in place. Subsequently, a terrifying rule of time descended upon them. In mere moments, the 2 demigods found themselves swept into the river of time. They helplessly watched as their bodies gradually lost vitality, eventually becoming emaciated. However, just as they were on the brink of death, a vast surge of life essence was expelled by Ye Chen, infusing their martial bodies. As they neared their demise, Ye Chen granted them a flicker of hope, leading them to wonder if he intended to spare their lives. Yet, they soon realized it was not so. Due to the power of time, all their demonic energy and dark forces dissipated, leaving only their martial prowess in a hollow shell. Then, dark forces surged forth from the void, infiltrating their bodies. The corrosive power of the darkness enveloped the 2 demigod strongmen, eliciting piercing cries of agony from their lips. Kill us, end our misery, the 2 demigods screamed in desperation. You of the Dark Demon realm have committed countless wrongdoings. To kill you would be too lenient. Ye Chen's gaze was icy as, on the brink of death, he produced the Buddha Emperor's relic, healing their wounds. Once their injuries were mended, he resumed his torment using dark powers. You despicable fiend, how dare you torture us so? One of the demigod's strongmen bellowed, his eyes wide with rage and hatred. Compared to your methods, I have shown you mercy 1,000-fold. Ye Chen coldly smiled, continuing to torment the 2 individuals until their mental fortitude and souls were utterly shattered. Only after their complete collapse did he cease his onslaught. With a resounding crash, the bodies of the 2 demigods from the Dark Demon realm fell to the ground, their eyes vacant, devoid of all vitality. Witnessing this scene, the Moonlight King's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, drained of all color. Though he had witnessed and heard of such torturous methods before, he had never imagined that such punishment could befall him. My lord, since I ventured into the Eastern domain, I have never spilled a drop of human blood. I do not seek your mercy, only a swift death, pleaded the Moonlight King, fully aware of his impending fate and no longer struggling, resigning himself to his demise. When did I ever claim I would kill you? Ye Chen observed the Moonlight King with an indifferent gaze. My lord has chosen not to slay me? Why? A glimmer of joy flickered within the Moonlight King's heart, as if he had survived a calamity, and he felt a surge of gratitude towards Ye Chen. Yet, he quickly suppressed this emotion, for while Ye Chen spared his life, the possibility of a fate worse than death loomed ominously. I shall pose a question to you. If you speak the truth, I shall spare your life. If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences, Ye Chen declared, towering over the Moonlight King. I sense a peculiar aura of an ice dragon within you. What is its origin? My lord refers to the ice dragon aura? The Moonlight King focused on a faint sensation emanating from himself, delving into his memories. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I recall that prior to attending young Master Ye's wedding, I encountered several members of the underworld, including our underworld sovereign, who possesses the essence of the frost dragon soul. It must be this aura that you detect. The Moonlight King dared not withhold any information, recounting everything to Ye Chen. Where is the underworld sovereign located? Ye Chen inquired. Our underworld sovereign resides near the banks of the Nether River, in a place called the White Morning Kingdom. The Moonlight King disclosed. Very well. Since you have provided me with this information, I shall spare your life. Ye Chen placed his hand upon the Moonlight King, dispersing all his soul power. With the eradication of his martial prowess and spiritual strength, the Moonlight King was rendered an ordinary man. Aside from the Moonlight King, eliminate every member of the underworld in the White Morning Kingdom. Ye Chen commanded into the darkness before swiftly departing the realm. Immediately following Ye Chen's departure, Shadowy figures akin to phantoms emerged within the royal city of the White Morning Kingdom. These figures were the Dragon Clan's Dark Sentinels, each possessing divine realm capabilities, seamlessly blending into the shadows, making it nearly impossible for even a divine expert to detect their presence. That night, within the royal city of the White Morning Kingdom, all members of the underworld faced reckoning, with none but the Moonlight King escaping unscathed. Each deceased member of the Nether Clan carries with them the weight of countless lives. Possessing the formidable strength of a deity, Ye Chen is capable of discerning the intricate web of causality entwined with each individual, ensuring that no innocent soul meets an untimely demise. In a military camp situated on the outskirts of the White Dragon Kingdom, a powerful figure of the Nether Clan, whose prowess is at the great sage level, reclines within his tent, savoring a glass of vividly crimson wine. The hue is strikingly bright, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent of blood. Indeed, the wine, crafted from human blood, is exquisite. He issues a decree: henceforth, any human woman encountered shall be captured to serve as a vessel for his winemaking. As the great sage indulges in his drink, a chilling laughter escapes his lips. To use human women as vessels, does he not find this act profoundly cruel? Suddenly, a figure clad in white robes materializes within the confines of the tent. What constitutes a winemaking vessel? It is akin to the blood vessels of the immortal blood clan, continually siphoning one's blood while simultaneously using substances to nurture life, creating a vicious cycle. To become a vessel is to exist in a state worse than death. Ah, cruel? The human race is but the most despicable of species. To be made into a winemaking vessel is their honor. Wait, who are you? The great sage's words falter, his gaze turning grave as he regards the youth in white beside him. The young man, wielding a Chilean sword, exudes an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. Though he is yet to strike, an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes the sage, as if his very life is now under the dominion of this youth. Who am I, you ask? I am simply the harbinger of your demise.